When I was 18, I was finally taken home by my billionaire biological parents. But they would rather save the steaks and seafood for their adopted son than let me sleep in the storage room and eat the family's leftovers. What's even more ridiculous is that my adopted brother framed me for molesting my older sister, and my biological mother, knowing the truth, personally deleted the surveillance footage, making the whole family humiliate me like an animal. They all thought I would starve to death on the streets after leaving the Bai family. But they didn't know that I had been reborn and had already seen the money-making opportunities in the future. In my previous life, I was beaten, starved, and treated like a dog. Only on my deathbed did I learn that the Bai family hadn't brought me back to reunite us as family. It was because their adopted son had a heart condition, and I was merely a spare heart they had prepared beforehand. But this time, when my sister Bai Xia's shoe stomped on my head again, I didn't cry, nor did I explain. Because I was reborn. I returned to the day the nightmare began. I must sign the severance contract and personally cut off this blood-sucking family bond. I will use my future as leverage to turn my life around step by step, make money, strategize, befriend influential people, and take away everything they are so proud of. And that adopted son they cherish will watch as I rise from the mud and become the person he fears most in his life. My name is Bai Yang. In my past life, I was abducted for many years. I finally returned to my biological family, thinking I could finally have family affection. But no matter how hard I tried to please them and be humble and tolerant, all I got in return was neglect, scheming, and endless exploitation. Bai Yuntao was born with a heart condition, and their real purpose in finding me wasn't to reunite us as family. They just wanted to raise me and, when the time was right, remove my heart to prolong the life of their adopted son. In my past life, I only learned the truth at the moment of my death. It turns out that my birth, my return, my endurance, and my suffering were all part of the path paved by the Bai family for Bai Yuntao, and I was merely a living spare organ in their eyes. Thinking of this, the last shred of familial affection in my eyes was completely extinguished. In my past life, I was wrongly accused, beaten, and starved for 3 days, while everyone coldly watched. In this life, I will never kneel and beg them to believe me again. I slowly pushed myself up from the ground and brushed the dust off my face. Faced with Bai Xia's angry rebuke, I didn't cry and explain like I had in my past life. I simply said calmly, "Words are no proof. The corridor surveillance footage can prove everything." The air instantly fell silent. Bai Xia's arrogance froze. She hadn't expected that I, who had always been submissive, would dare to fight back in public. Even more unexpectedly, I had directly seized the Achilles heel of this entire frame-up with my first words. Bai Yuntao's expression changed slightly, and his eyes finally showed panic. He knew better than anyone that once the surveillance footage was checked, the so-called sordid charges would immediately crumble, and his carefully crafted script would be exposed. But he reacted quickly, immediately adopting a wrong demeanor, offering to take all the blame and bear the consequences for me. On the surface, it was an act of kindness and concession, but in reality, he was forcing the sisters to continue to feel sorry for him and doubt me. I sneered, seeing through his trickery and exposing his intentions in public. But Bai Xia remained ridiculously biased, coldly stating, "So what if Bai Yuntao really did it? Someone like me doesn't deserve to stay in the Bai family." Hearing this, I felt completely calm. It turns out some people aren't blind to the truth. They simply never intended to stand by me from the start. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to waste any more explanations. I brushed the dust off my clothes, put my gold-rimmed glasses back on, and began packing my things. My movements were slow, but my expression was frighteningly cold, as if these people in front of me had nothing to do with me anymore. Bai Xia finally sensed something was wrong. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of unease crept into her voice. She stared at the luggage in my hand and coldly questioned me about my intentions. I calmly echoed their earlier comment about me being an outsider bastard. Since the Bai family despises me so much, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. I might as well return to where I truly belong. The 3 older sisters were stunned for a moment, as if they had heard a joke. They never expected that I, who used to be so timid as to not dare to talk back when scolded, would take the initiative to leave the Bai family. A flicker of smugness flashed in Bai Yuntao's eyes, But as he turned away, his eyes reddened, and he feigned concern, urging me not to leave. He said he couldn't bear to part with me, but his words still implied that my adolescence was impure. In my past life, I would have been enraged and desperately tried to explain myself. But now, I just coldly watched his performance, like watching a monkey in human skin putting on a show for me. I rejected his fake apology, put away my phone, and turned to leave. This den of scheming and malice was so toxic, I felt nauseous to stay even a second longer. Baixia immediately rushed over and grabbed me. Just moments ago, she had called me filthy and vulgar, but now she was reaching out to stop me. Her contradictory behavior was ridiculous, making me sneer. I shook off her hand, exposing her hypocrisy on the spot. Her face instantly turned ugly. The eldest sister, who had always been high and mighty, had her authority shattered in public for the first time. Baixia stared intently at me, her eyes filled with confusion. In the past, I would only bow my head and admit my mistakes when I encountered problems. But today I repeatedly defied her, completely overturning her control over me. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Bai Yuntao immediately stood in front of the door, spreading his arms and feigning helplessness. He choked back tears, saying that he was willing to endure being hit or scolded as long as it would appease me. I looked him up and down, then patted his face. Since he loved to pretend to be kind so much, I would tear off his mask in public and expose all his past insidious schemes. I told him I wouldn't accept a cheap apology. In this life, I would make him taste all the pain I suffered in my past life, bit by bit. With interest, he would pay it all back. No sooner had I finished speaking than I grabbed the back of his head and slapped him several times. The crisp sound of the slaps rang out, several strands of hair were ripped out, and he was thrown to the ground. My 3 older sisters stared wide-eyed, as if they were seeing me for the first time. The good-for-nothing who used to be bullied by everyone had actually acted decisively and ruthlessly today, leaving them speechless. Bai Yuntao lay on the ground, still trying to play the victim with his eyes closed, saying he was willing to let me vent my frustrations. Of course, I wouldn't waste his kindness, so I kicked him, making him scream in pain. Bai Wen hurriedly helped him up, her eyes red as she called me a mad dog. She said I had a violent temper and a dark mind, as if all the wrongdoings were mine, and he was forever innocent. Bai Yuntao weakly pulled her back, gently pleading with her not to blame me. This understanding demeanor instantly made Bai Wen feel even more sorry for me, and her eyes glared at me with a look of utter hatred. Looking at my second sister, who was completely oblivious to the truth, I felt only a cold laugh. In my past life, Bai Yuntao had ruined her life, but in this life, I wouldn't utter a single word of warning to her. I couldn't be bothered arguing with these idiots, so I picked up my bag and kept walking. From now on, whether their fate is good or bad, it has nothing to do with me. Just then, hurried footsteps came from downstairs. Bai Yuntao's parents rushed over. His biological father, Bai Sheng, looked annoyed the moment he saw me, as if he had already assumed I was the one who caused trouble. His biological mother, Jiang Kaiwe, didn't even glance at me. She immediately rushed to the weeping Bai Yuntao, pulled him into her arms, and gently comforted him. That tenderness was something I had never experienced in my past life. Bai Yuntao seized the opportunity to continue playing the victim, saying he didn't blame me, but every word he uttered portrayed me as an unreasonable and madman. Every word of understanding was like a knife being driven into my wounds. I watched this absurd scene with cold indifference, feeling nothing at all, because I had long understood that these parents only ever doted on their adopted son. Regardless of the truth, I was always the one in the wrong. Bai Yuntao deliberately emphasized his words, implying that I harbored too much resentment. Jiang Tsayue's expression instantly changed. She turned and questioned me about why I had hit my younger brother, as if I didn't even have the right to explain. I readily admit that I was the one who slapped him twice and kicked him once, who told him to try and get himself killed. If he messes with me again, I won't hold back. Bai Sheng, enraged, raised his hand and slapped me hard across the face. He cursed me, saying I wasn't worthy to lay a hand on him, and that Bai Yuntao was a child the Bai family had raised with years of painstaking effort. My cheeks burned, but I smiled. I looked up at him and asked, "I'm clearly the biological son of the Bai family." That question instantly froze him in place. Bai Xia immediately stepped forward and added fuel to the fire, bringing up the high heels incident again. The couple's faces grew even colder after hearing this, their eyes filled with disgust and disappointment as they looked at me. Jiang Kaiwei was even more merciless in her rejection of me. She said I was full of bad habits, rotten to the core, and would never amount to anything in my life, let alone be worthy of the Bai family's expectations. Bai Shisheng, his face cold, used the word illegal to pressure me. He ordered me to immediately bow my head and apologize to Bai Xia and Bai Yuntao, or I could forget about staying in the Bai family. I sighed softly, too lazy to explain further. Since they kept saying I had broken the law, then let those who could truly judge right and wrong investigate this farce. In front of everyone, I took out my phone and dialed the police. Jiang Tsayue's expression changed, and she hurriedly asked me who I was calling. I only uttered 2 words: call the police. The air froze instantly. All the members of the Bai family panicked, especially Bai Yuntao. He knew better than anyone that once the police reviewed the surveillance footage, his mask of innocence would be ripped off. He rushed at me, crying, trying to grab my phone while yelling that I shouldn't make a scene. But I had anticipated his move. I kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bai Yuntao screamed in pain, his face pale, yet he continued to play the victim. He said he was only worried about the Bai family's reputation and about how it would affect my college entrance exams. Every word he uttered was designed to manipulate me. Bai Yesheng's anger flared even more after what he said, and he raised his hand to hit me again. This time, I dodged to the side, looked at him coldly, and the last trace of fatherly affection in my heart was completely severed. I told him that this slap had repaid the so-called debt of gratitude for giving birth to me. From this day forward, we would have no father-son relationship, and I would never have to listen to a single word of his reprimand again. The entire room fell into dead silence. No one could believe that I, who had always been timid, would dare to sever ties with Bai Shisheng in public and even disregard the Bai family's reputation. I slung my bag over my shoulder and smiled faintly. I'm leaving today, and I'll come back another day to sign a severance agreement. Then, it'll be in black and white, and neither of us will be able to bother the other anymore. Jiang Kaiwei finally panicked, but still stubbornly threatened me. She was certain I couldn't survive without the Bai family and would eventually come crying back, begging them to take me in. Even now, they still don't think they've done anything wrong. Everyone just thinks I'm throwing a tantrum and that I'll apologize as soon as they cut off the money. Bai Sheng sneered and started trying to pressure me with money. He forced me to return 6 months' worth of tuition, living expenses, and pocket money, hoping to use this financial shackle to lock me back into the Bai family. I calmly saw through his scheme. My adoptive parents paid for my tuition, and I earned my living expenses through part-time jobs. In the 6 months since I returned to the Bai family, I haven't even had a single meal or a drop of water from them. As for the so-called 100,000 yuan monthly allowance, I've never seen a single penny of it. Upon hearing this, Bai Shisheng's face stiffened, finally realizing something was wrong. His gaze slowly shifted to Bai Xia, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Bai Xia's face turned ugly, while Bai Yuntao immediately jumped out to apologize, once again feigning kindness and taking the blame. But this time, I just found it ridiculous. My family knew there was something wrong, but they still chose to protect him, and even accused me of being ungrateful and not generous enough. Bai Xia and her 2 younger sisters also took sides. They bluntly told me that they had never acknowledged my identity. In their hearts, Bai Yuntao was the real younger brother. Bai Sheng condescendingly reprimanded me, saying that one should be tolerant and know how to be forgiving. But their so-called forgiving only meant that I would continue to be trampled underfoot. Looking at this group of relatives who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, my last bit of heartache dissipated. I gave them the middle finger in front of everyone, offered my sincerest blessings, and then left without looking back. I completely let go of all my attachments to this family. That oppressive villa trapped my past self, but it could no longer trap me, reborn and returned. Behind me came their cold laughter and mockery. They were certain I wouldn't go far, that I would eventually return in a sorry state, kneeling at the Bai family's door begging for food. Everyone looked down on me, except for Bai Yuntao, who couldn't hide the smile on his lips. He thought he had finally won, driving away this eyesore of his own son. I had just stepped out of the villa, still unsure of where to go, when Bai Yuntao chased after me. He wiped away his tears, revealing a sinister smile, showing no trace of weakness. He handed me a bank card, saying it was something that should have been mine. Then, in a low voice, he reminded me that there was a message on the card specifically for me. I looked down at the bank card. The 4 words "a stray dog" on it sent a chill down my spine. Bai Yuntao had really gone to great lengths. Even the final blow had to be ruthless. He thought that once I was kicked out of the Bai family, I would be left with nothing, a pawn to be mocked by everyone. He feigned pitifulness to gain sympathy, but in private, he revealed this vicious face. Bai Yuntao lowered his voice and mocked me, vowing to repay me tenfold for the humiliation I had suffered. He was certain I wouldn't dare to make a move, because I still needed to leave myself a way out to return to the Bai family. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. In my past life, I had seen enough of his tricks of feigning retreat to advance. In this life, I don't even want the Bai family anymore, so why would I be afraid of this venomous snake? I grabbed his neck, snatched the bank card, and shoved it into his mouth. Since he was the one who gave me those words, let him taste them for himself first. I coldly told him that he should swallow back the malice he had sown. The next second, I raised my foot and kicked him hard in his most vulnerable spot. A muffled thud ripped through the air, and Bai Yuntao instantly collapsed to the ground, curled up, his screams echoing throughout the villa. His feigned weakness from just moments before had finally crumbled. The Bai family inside erupted in fury, accusing me of being ruthless and threatening to expose me and make me pay. But I merely glanced at them coldly and turned to leave. This group of people never asks for the truth. They only pity the villain who can act so convincingly. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to look back. This cage of the Bai family ends here. My parents are still making threats behind me, certain I won't last 3 days and will eventually come crying back, begging for shelter. But they don't know that my real home has never been here. I took the bus for more than 20 stops, leaving the bustling yet cold city center and returning to the old neighborhood that had nurtured me for 17 years. In the dilapidated stairwell, I felt a long-lost sense of peace. Pushing open the familiar door, the aroma of braised pork and stew wafted towards me. In that instant, the taut, stabbing pain in my chest seemed to be soothed little by the warmth. When my adoptive mother, Feng Yuan, saw me, she nearly dropped the kitchen utensils she was holding. Her eyes reddened as she rushed over and hugged me tightly. The joy of having me back brought tears to my eyes. Compared to the indifference of the Bai family, this ordinary little home felt like true humanity. There was no scheming, no testing, only the aroma of food and unconditional tenderness. Not long after, footsteps echoed in the hallway. My adoptive father and sister, Zhang Jingxue, had returned. The moment they saw me, they both froze at the doorway, their eyes filled with shock and delight. My younger sister was the first to rush over and hug me, as if afraid I would disappear again at any moment. Her fervent and pure longing finally dispelled the gloom brought by the Bai family. My adoptive father noticed my disheveled state, but didn't ask any questions. He simply patted my shoulder and firmly told me that this would always be my home, and I could come back anytime. The family sat around the table, constantly piling food into my bowl. That unconditional favoritism was something I had never received, even after kneeling and begging in the Bai family for 2 lifetimes. After dinner, my younger sister clung to me, as if afraid I would leave again. My adoptive parents made an excuse to send her away, clearly realizing that my return this time was not simple. Their eyes were filled with worry, wanting to know what had happened to me in the Bai family. But those sordid schemes were too dirty. I didn't want to drag the people who loved me most into this quagmire. I knew very well that the Bai family wouldn't let this go. The current peace was only temporary. I had to prepare my escape route before they realized what was happening. After a long silence, I took a deep breath and looked at my adoptive father, Zhang Xuebiao. The words that had been weighing on my heart for so long finally came out of my throat. I said in a low voice, "Dad, actually, I came back this time for another reason. I want to borrow some money from you." My adoptive father was clearly taken aback, but he didn't immediately press me for details. He simply got up and gestured for me to go into the bedroom. Only after closing the door did he let me slowly explain myself. I was filled with guilt. My adoptive parents were of modest means. 10,000 yuan was a significant sum for them. But I was penniless now, and this was my first chance to turn things around. I told them honestly that I wanted to rent a place to study for my exams, and that I also had some personal matters to attend to. I solemnly promised that the money would never be used for anything bad, and that I would definitely pay it back. My adoptive father remained silent for a long time, only hoping that I would stay at home and study peacefully. He even offered to help me transfer schools and tutor me, just wanting me to stop bearing this burden alone. But I could only shake my head and refuse. I couldn't tell them about my revenge plan and the secret of my rebirth, nor did I dare to, because telling them would only make them worry about me. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. I thought my adoptive father would reject me. After all, I felt like a stranger to myself, like a knife ready to be drawn at any moment. Unexpectedly, my adoptive father saw right through me. He whispered that I had changed, become a stranger, and even frightened him. Those words made me lower my head instantly. But the next second, he reached out and hugged me. He told me that no matter what I became, I would always be his son, and this family would always leave a light on for me. He took out a bank card containing 12,000 yuan of his secret savings. As he handed it to me, he only told me one thing. If I couldn't make it outside, I should come home. I clutched the card, my throat feeling choked. It turned out that my truly caring family had never been at the Bai family home, but rather in this ordinary yet warm little house. That night, I finally slept soundly. There were no insults, no scheming, no cold stares, only the sound of the wind outside the window and the familiar warmth of home cooking. Late at night, my adoptive parents talked in hushed tones. My adoptive mother worried that my youthful impulsiveness would lead to trouble if I clashed head-on with the Bai family, and that I wouldn't be able to weather the storms alone. My adoptive father, however, saw things more clearly. He knew that the Bai family had completely changed me, and even if they didn't give me money, I would find other ways, which would only be more dangerous. The next morning, I quietly packed my bag and left home. Sunlight fell on the old stairwell as I clutched my bank card and returned to Yunqing alone. I rented a cheap single room, and after paying the rent, I only had 9,000 yuan left. I used it all to plan my future. Studying and making money were my only way out after my rebirth. Only by standing high could I watch the Bai family's gradual downfall. I spotted a promising opportunity. Housing prices in Xiqing hadn't risen yet, but a surge in vegetable prices was imminent. Coastal torrential rains were coming, damaging production areas and disrupting transportation, causing vegetable prices to skyrocket nationwide. This was the fastest way to earn startup capital. I took leave from work and rushed to the vegetable production area. Despite being exhausted, I inquired about wholesale prices everywhere and used all my persuasion to secure 3 tons of vegetables. I ate instant noodles the whole time to save money, and every penny had to be spent on the business. I didn't care even though I was so tired that my whole body ached. After settling the vegetables in, I let my adoptive parents know I was safe and sound, and then continued studying late into the night. The problem-solving strategies I developed after my rebirth were clearly etched in my mind. As long as I continued practicing, I was absolutely confident I could get into a top university. Dark clouds rolled in outside the window, but I felt exhilarated. Ahead lay both business opportunities and academic pursuits, and the oppression and humiliation from the Bai family were gone forever. Meanwhile, the Bai family, who controlled me, was in complete chaos. They discovered I had been absent for 3 days and were consumed by rage. When Bai Xia learned that I had been out of contact for 3 days, she was initially certain that I would starve and beg to go home, but now she couldn't find me at all. My birth mother kept belittling my adoptive parents. My birth father berated me for ruining my future, and the whole family believed that I had wasted my time. Bai Yuntao feigned concern while secretly rejoicing. He thought that my suffering outside would clear away any obstacles to the inheritance, and he secretly rejoiced that I couldn't turn the tables. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiwa favored her adopted son and even threatened to let Bai Yuntao take revenge if she caught me. Bai Xia, seething with anger, went back to her room and called her lawyer friend, exaggerating my situation and trying to use the shoes as leverage to force me to live with a stigma for the rest of my life. The lawyer reminded her that the evidence was insufficient, but she immediately went to check the surveillance footage. The housekeeper retrieved the surveillance footage, and Bai Xia, full of anticipation, received news that the recordings were missing. Surrounding surveillance cameras were also gone, leaving her bewildered and uncertain. Unable to find any evidence of wrongdoing, she panicked for the first time. Bai Xia checked the missing surveillance footage from key locations and considered my possible methods. But the thought of me directly calling the police made her doubt herself, and she began to waver. Either I destroyed the evidence, or I was completely innocent. She forced down her unease and quickly went into my room to look for evidence. The room was small and simple, with torn exercise books scattered on the floor. There was only a bed and a desk, not even a wardrobe. It was as cramped as a pigeon coop. Late at night, she was spotted by Bai Wan, who happened to be passing by. She had no choice but to lie and say she was looking for evidence of her wrongdoing. When Bai Wan saw the shabby room, he couldn't believe that she had lived in such a depressing environment for so many years, a stark contrast to the luxurious life of the Bai family. Bai Xia searched the entire house, finding only a few faded, patched old clothes and textbooks/workbooks. The rest of her belongings were gone. Bai Wan couldn't help but mutter that she had taken her allowance, leaving Bai Xia speechless. She stubbornly refused to admit defeat, convinced that Bai Xia was feigning helplessness, and even called the maid, Aunt Zhang, to try and find out what was hidden. Aunt Zhang pointed to the clothes on the bed, telling her with a helpless yet complicated tone, "That's all my belongings." Aunt Zhang's words stunned Bai Xia and Bai Wan. They couldn't recall the events of a year ago, but the truth slowly surfaced. My suitcase had been soiled by the third Mrs. Cat, yet because of Bai Yun Tao's false accusation, I was framed. Bai Yun publicly insulted me, calling me cruel, and Zhang Kaiwe even slapped me twice across the face. I was knocked unconscious and taken to the hospital, but my family showed no remorse, only disgust and cold indifference. This humiliation had been buried deep in Bai Xia's heart for many years. Bai Xia, still furious, piled up all my remaining underwear and burned it to ashes. Aunt Zhang's words struck Bai Xia like a thunderbolt. She finally remembered that when she burned my clothes, she had mocked me for being spineless, treating old clothes like treasures. The images she had deliberately forgotten flooded back into her mind. Bai Xia slumped to the ground, her face growing paler by the minute, realizing for the first time that the source of many things was actually herself. Looking at the few remaining old clothes on the bed, Aunt Zhang sighed and told them that these were the only clothes that hadn't been burned, and all the clothes she had to change into. Bai Xia's voice trembled, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. She never imagined that for over a year, not a single person in the Bai family would buy her a new piece of clothing. Bai Wan, however, was quick to distance herself, saying she had never spent any money on me. Everyone assumed I had pocket money, assumed I could survive, but no one ever asked how I was actually doing. Bai Xia still refused to believe it. She gritted her teeth and pressed on. I have no money, no clothes, no one to take care of me. How could I possibly survive in a place like the Bai family? Aunt Zhang finally couldn't bear it anymore and revealed the secret I'd kept for so long. To avoid being scolded and getting home on time, I often didn't dare eat a full dinner, just surviving on leftovers. These words were like a knife, piercing Bai Xia's heart completely. She finally understood that the Bai family's daily indifference and harsh treatment wasn't just neglect, but a form of torture. Bai Wan noticed her emotional breakdown and quickly interrupted Aunt Zhang. She didn't want to listen anymore, because if she did, these high and mighty older sisters would have to confront their own cruelty. Bai Xia sat blankly on the edge of the bed, looking at the faded old clothes. She couldn't imagine how she had endured more than a year of darkness in this cramped and cold storage room. A person who can't even guarantee their basic needs, living cautiously every day, how could they possibly have the energy to do the sordid and wicked things they talked about? The moment this thought crossed her mind, her heart was in complete turmoil. Bai Wan, however, immediately comforted her, saying that her suffering was entirely her own fault. She insisted that it was because of her poor character and lack of gratitude that she had ended up like this. She even maliciously speculated that I endured humiliation by staying in the Bai family not out of a desire for kinship, but to seize the family fortune. She claimed that my running away was merely an escape after my scheme was exposed. This explanation served as a fig leaf, finally allowing Bai Xia to breathe again. She forced herself to believe that all my suffering had nothing to do with her, that I was the one who was wrong all along. Suppressing her guilt, Bai Xia turned and left. Back in her room, she poured herself a glass of red wine, gazing at the high heels with an increasingly complex expression. The next morning, the Bai family sat at the dining table, happily praising Bai Yuntao for his diligent preparation for the exam. All the pampering and favoritism fell on him alone. No one mentioned me, who was also taking the college entrance exam. It was as if I had never been a child of this family, and as if my departure was merely the discarding of an insignificant old object. The warm atmosphere instantly turned cold when Bai Xia brought up my college entrance exam. My parents' faces darkened, and they immediately started belittling me, saying I was dull-witted and hopeless. They mocked my inability to get into university and also insulted my adoptive parents' background. My father even threatened to go to the school to confront them, but as soon as he said that, the whole family suddenly fell silent, because they then realized that no one knew which class I was in. For over a year, they had never cared about my studies, yet they still had the audacity to say they wanted to teach me a lesson. Bai Xia felt a tightness in her chest and finally couldn't help but look at Jiang Kaiwe. She asked her mother how many changes of clothes I usually had at home. Jiang Kaiwe looked disgusted and didn't want to mention me at all. She said coldly, "I've been eating and living at the Bai family's house, so I should have nothing left when I leave, as if I don't even deserve to take my old clothes with me." But she had no idea that I had never worn any new clothes bought by the Bai family. All the clothes I wore were old things I brought with me when I first stepped into the Bai family alone. Bai Xia couldn't help but speak up for me, questioning my mother why she could keep buying new clothes for Bai Yuntao, but never bought me a single piece. Jiang Kaiwe slammed her hand on the table in a fit of rage. She said that taking me in to live in the Bai family was already a huge favor, and someone like me didn't deserve her to put in even a little more effort. Looking at his mother's domineering manner, Bai Xia felt lost for the first time. I'm clearly her biological son, so why is even basic care a luxury in this family? Bai Shishing immediately tried to smooth things over, but shifted all the blame to Bai Xia. He said it was because she took his allowance that he had no money to buy clothes. These words pierced Bai Xia's heart. For the first time, she began to doubt whether she had truly wronged me, or even personally pushed me into an even deeper predicament. Jiang Kaiwe continued to threaten me, saying I didn't deserve anything from the Bai family. She said even if I came back kneeling and begged for forgiveness, she would punish me severely to teach me a lesson. Bai Xia suddenly realized something was wrong. She had only temporarily lent my allowance card to Bai Yuntao, but he had never returned it. She remembered Bai Yuntao saying that she had agreed to lend him the money. But now, looking back, that casual explanation seemed completely off. Bai Xia finally mustered the courage to question her parents about why they never checked on her situation and why they had always turned a blind eye to her difficult life at home. These words completely enraged Jiang Kaiwe. She raised her hand and slapped Bai Xia across the face, angrily scolding her for blaming her own family on behalf of an outsider like herself. Bai Xia covered her burning face, unable to utter a single word. Her father also coldly ordered her to go back to her room and not to say another word in her defense. My parents still favored Bai Yuntao, convinced that Bai Xia was simply being misled by me. They were even certain that I wouldn't last long and would obediently return home to face punishment. Bai Xia was worried about me, so that afternoon she specifically sought out her friend Su Jiao, hoping she could help find out my whereabouts and contact information at the #1 high school. Su Jiao had many reservations, but she still agreed to help, promising not to reveal any clues. Bai Xia stood guard at the school gate, watching the energetic students inside, recalling the school sports meet many years ago. Back then, she had nervously invited her to watch the competition, but she couldn't remember how she responded. Lost in her memories, Su Jiao emerged from the school, her expression grave. Bai Xia hurriedly pressed her for my whereabouts and contact information, her heart filled with anxiety, wanting to know what had happened to her since leaving home. In the car, Su Jiao looked somber and remained silent for a long time, only telling Bai Xia to sit down first and reminding her to prepare herself mentally. Bai Xia's heart was racing, and she was so nervous that she could hardly contain herself. As the car drove away from the campus, Bai Xia eagerly pressed Su Jiao for the information she had gathered. She learned from the school that I suffered from chronic malnutrition and frequent fainting spells, and that my campus life was far from the peaceful and stable existence that outsiders perceived. My teachers admitted that although I was academically excellent and well-behaved, I was often bullied by thugs outside of school. Last week, I was even ganged up on and beaten. If the teachers hadn't intervened in time, I don't know what kind of miserable fate I would have ended up in. Su Jiao took out a voice recorder and contact information, asking Bai Xia to verify the truth herself. As Bai Xia's friend, she could have sided with my family, but my tragic experience deeply moved her, and she couldn't help but feel indignant on my behalf. Bai Xia was filled with mixed emotions after hearing this, and parked her car on the side of the road, questioning herself. For the first time, she faced the reality that her family might have been too harsh and cruel towards her, and a suppressed sense of regret gradually welled up in her heart. Su Jiao bluntly stated, from a lawyer's perspective, that the Bai family's neglect and mistreatment of her constituted abuse. She had fainted 4 times in 1 semester and suffered from long-term malnutrition. If they were to sue, they would definitely win. Clutching the heavy recording pen and contact information, Bai Xia felt timid. Despite having waited so long, she dared not contact me first, a deep sense of guilt welling up within her. For the first time ever, she asked Su Jiao for cigarettes, shedding all her arrogance, determined to find the whereabouts of the thugs outside of school and to understand why I had silently endured all the suffering. Back home, she saw her younger brother, Bai Yuntao, living a life of luxury and being pampered by their mother, a stark contrast to her own past circumstances. That glaring difference filled her with a sense of unease and guilt. Faced with her brother's feigned cake and her mother's praise, she had no interest in being polite. After giving them a perfunctory reply, she hurried upstairs and went alone into my long vacant and neglected room. The room was deserted, much like my situation at home back then. The grievance of being slapped gradually dissipated, and Bai Xia finally realized that the hurt I had suffered was far greater than she had imagined. She had always thought she was the least at fault, but now she realized that years of indifference and coldness had gradually destroyed me. An overwhelming sense of guilt welled up inside her. Bai Xia searched my room thoroughly, trying to find the truth and understand why I had silently endured the suffering without resistance. But she found nothing, and her heart grew increasingly panicked. Exhausted, she lay down and touched something unusual on the mattress. Lifting it, she found a dusty notebook. Flipping through a few pages, her hands and feet turned cold as previously ignored truths came rushing back. I ran into Baiwen downstairs. Baiwen mistakenly thought she was crying because she had been beaten that morning, unaware that her sister's tears were for me, who had suffered for so many years. Bai Xia asked her younger sister, trembling, if she knew what had happened to me, but she only received a blank look in response. Her sister only thought I was a picky eater and had a withdrawn personality, never realizing that I had been driven to a dead end. The notes record my despair. My 3 meals a day were stolen, my grades dropped, and I couldn't concentrate in class, all because of long-term hunger and threats from outside the school. I was powerless to resist. I secretly ate cat food to fill my stomach, just wanting to survive and have a full meal, but this was seen as strange behavior by my family. My fear and helplessness were misunderstood by everyone. Bai Xia felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She finally understood how that kick and that curse had completely destroyed her. She was plunged into deep remorse. She recalled how I was when I first came to the Bai family, my eyes full of enthusiasm, and how I always affectionately called her sister. Those moments of warmth stood in stark contrast to my later timidity and silence. Standing alone on the balcony, smoking, Bai Xia suddenly realized. Her later silence in the face of injustice stemmed entirely from long-term fear and helplessness. The coldness of the Bai family had never truly given her a place to belong. Overwhelmed by guilt, she trembled as she asked herself, had her indifference and prejudice gradually destroyed her? The thought that even blood ties had failed to protect her shocked her. Bai Xia pulled out the contact information and dialed the number, her fingertips trembling, completely at a loss for words. I was studying in my rented room when the unfamiliar number rang, and she appeared with a hesitant voice. All the grievances of the past surged into my mind, leaving only coldness in my heart. I hung up the phone decisively. The cold, busy tone echoed in her ears, completely stunning her and filling her with intense unease. The next day at work, she forced herself to remain calm, but watching her family laugh, she couldn't feel part of it at all. The once common heartwarming scenes now felt incredibly jarring, and the smile she managed to muster was exceptionally difficult to manage. My mother publicly berated Bai Xia, saying it was absurd for her to question the family on my behalf, that she was blindly biased towards Bai Yuntao, and that she was condoning his misappropriation of my belongings. Bai Yuntao immediately feigned grievance and admitted his mistake, pretending it was an unintentional oversight. The whole family sided with Bai Yuntao, shifting the blame onto me. For the first time, Bai Xia began to have doubts. She discovered that her younger brother could always pinpoint my mistakes with remarkable accuracy, and that there seemed to be a deliberate scheme behind it all. Faced with her family's accusations, Bai Xia made an excuse to leave, publicly questioning why no one had noticed her disappearance for 4 days. The whole family remained silent, long accustomed to her subservience. Her disappearance caused no ripples. Bai Xia left her contact information and turned to leave, her family offering no attempt to stop her. Her mother even angrily threatened to completely erase her number. Bai Yuntao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to be worried about her safety. My mother was certain I wouldn't last long and would return home, threatening to punish me severely upon my return. My father remained silent, but secretly worried, guessing I had gone back to my adoptive father, Zhang Xuebiao, and was no longer at the mercy of the Bai family. My mother was furious, convinced my adoptive father was provoking her, and insisted on going to his house to demand an explanation, determined to teach me a lesson upon my return. Meanwhile, I had timed it perfectly, renting a truck to transport the stockpiled vegetables back to Yunqing for sale. My phone rang while I was loading the truck. I thought it was the Bai family bothering me, but it was my younger sister, Zhang Jingxue, calling. She was almost crying, anxiously questioning why I had left without saying goodbye, and desperately wanting to see me return safely. I gently comforted her, and considering that I couldn't sell such a large quantity of fruits and vegetables by myself, I asked her to invite her classmates to help. After promising a high salary and extra bonuses, several students from ordinary families readily agreed. After a long day of travel, I returned to Yunqing overnight. I stored the vegetables in the cold storage. Zhang Jingxue and her classmates arrived early and rushed into my arms, overjoyed. The news of my safe return put their minds at ease. She lunged at me, making me stumble backward. I jokingly told her she should be more mature, then turned and explained the vegetable selling plan. A guaranteed minimum wage of 500 yuan, plus a promise of extra bonuses after all the vegetables were sold, which delighted everyone. Considering the accommodation issue, I rented 2 rooms, arranging for the 3 men and 3 women to stay separately. Zhang Jingxue insisted on sharing a room, clinging to me tightly, leaving me with no choice but to give in. Lying back to back in the dead of night, I was filled with anxiety. This was my first time running a business independently, and if I lost money, my adoptive father's entire savings would be gone. Zhang Jingxue snuggled up to me and acted coquettishly, making me instantly flustered. I gently promised to buy her a pillow, but she refused, wanting only to stay by my side. Her simple dependence filled me with mixed feelings, but also brought me a sense of warmth. Heavy rain struck many areas, and news reports indicated continuous downpours, disrupting vegetable supplies and causing prices to rise sharply. I seized the opportunity and immediately gathered everyone to set up stalls and sell vegetables. I distributed tools, planned prices, arranged stalls, and repeatedly reminded them to maintain a minimum price and be flexible in moving between markets. The students worked diligently, setting up stalls everywhere, but vegetables were scarce and prices continued to climb. I personally hawked my wares to attract customers, and as the crowds kept coming forward to inquire about prices, the 3 tons of vegetables were about to sell out in a short time. I gritted my teeth and persevered, not daring to slack off in the slightest. My adoptive parents were secretly watching me from home. Feng Yuan was worried that I had taken Zhang Jingxue out all night and hadn't returned. Zhang Xuebiao was certain I wouldn't hurt her, simply thinking it was the children having a good time, and was completely at ease. The warm atmosphere was shattered when Jiang Kai-wei and Bai Yuxing stormed in, demanding to know my whereabouts, their attitude arrogant and overbearing. Zhang Xuebiao tried to reason with them, but his stubborn mother was completely unapproachable. Jiang Kai-wei smashed a teacup in public and verbally abused and belittled my adoptive father, using this as an excuse for my running away from home. She maliciously misinterpreted my departure as stemming from jealousy of Bai Yuntao's favor, denying the genuine affection between me and my adoptive father. She thought she could control the situation by paying for the teacup, but her adoptive father refused, holding on to his last line of defense. The argument escalated, and Jiang Kai-wei slapped Zhang Xuebiao, revealing her domineering nature. Bai Xing stepped in to pressure her adoptive father, using his family background and money to force him to reveal my whereabouts. Meanwhile, Bai Xia received a call from Su Jiao, and upon learning my location, she abandoned her official duties and rushed over. Bai Xia had never set foot in a vegetable market before. The pungent smell made her uncomfortable, and she couldn't imagine the hardships I endured to make a living there. Through the crowded throng, she saw me skillfully setting up my stall, thin and covered in dust, a far cry from the glamorous image of the young master of the Bai family. Su Jiao reminded me that I hadn't had a drink of water all day because I was so busy. Bai Xia looked at my disheveled appearance, stood there lost in thought, and slowly walked towards me step by step. For the first time, she truly saw the cruelty and hardship of my life. The torrential rain caused a shortage of vegetables throughout the city, and vegetable prices continued to soar. The vegetables I sold at my stall far exceeded my expectations. In just half a day, I saw hope of breaking even, and I was overjoyed. My tired sister went to eat first, and I took the opportunity to massage my aching legs. A pair of familiar blue high heels stopped in front of me. Bai Xia appeared, giving me a serious, close-up look for the first time, her eyes complex and unfathomable. I straightened up instantly, my eyes icy, my tone cold, denying any relationship with her and refusing any involvement. The usually assertive Bai Xia was now flustered and flustered, unable to even utter a coherent explanation. She gently urged me to go home, saying that as long as I bowed my head and admitted my mistake, the Bai family would forgive me and promised to protect me from further bullying. I looked up, my eyes chillingly cold, and coldly asked her what she meant by apologizing and going home. Bai Xia pressed for details, wanting to find out the truth about the abuse. I was too lazy to argue, and firmly told her to leave, to completely sever all ties with the Bai family, and not to have any connection with them again. In a moment of desperation, she went around the vegetable stall, hugged me, secretly pulled out a strand of my hair, and insisted on taking me home, her actions obsessive and forceful. I pushed her away forcefully and angrily accused her of ruining my life again. My accusations deeply wounded Bai Xia, causing her long-held belief in her own correctness to completely crumble for the first time. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Zhang Jingxue rushed in, bringing the devastating news that her adoptive father had been harmed by the Bai family. I instantly realized that Bai Xia's pretense of persuading me to return home was just a prelude to her family's bullying of my adoptive father. Anger and chills surged to my core. I clenched my fists tightly, staring at Bai Xia as I spoke each word with chilling force. Even if I die outside, I will never set foot in the Bai family again. I warned her that good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. If anything were to happen to my adoptive father, I would risk my life to drag the entire Bai family down with me. I turned around and arranged for Zhang Jingxue and her classmates to guard the vegetable stall, but I could no longer suppress my anxiety. Dragging my tired body, I ran like a madman toward my adoptive father's house. As soon as I left, Zhang Jingxue blocked Bai Xia's path, coldly telling her to leave and not to come near me again. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su Jiao quickly pulled Bai Xia away as well. Meanwhile, the standoff at the adoptive father's house continued. Jiang Kai-wei, like a madwoman, harassed Zhang Xuebiao, constantly demanding he reveal my whereabouts. Zhang Xuebiao endured the humiliation of being slapped, refusing to give in. He turned around and asked Jiang Kai-wei how tall I was, what I liked to eat, and what I usually enjoyed. A few simple questions left Jiang Kai-wei and her husband speechless. As my biological parents, they couldn't even answer my basic habits. Exposed, Jiang Kaiwe became utterly enraged, throwing a tantrum and insisting that disciplining her own son was her right, and that no outsider had the right to interfere. I finally rushed home and saw the injuries on my adoptive father's face. The anger I had been suppressing all the way exploded. I called Jiang Kaiwe by her name and questioned her about her right to lay a hand on me. Jiang Kaiwe instantly flew into a rage, berating me for being disobedient and unfilial. But my body, long exhausted from overworking, combined with the surge of emotion, caused my vision to black out, and I collapsed. When I opened my eyes again, the scene had cut to the entrance of the hospital emergency room. The two families stood facing each other coldly, the entire corridor deathly silent and oppressive, like the last second before a storm. Jiang Kaiwe showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she blamed my fainting on myself and threatened to discipline me severely once I woke up. After the doctor left the examination room, he said with a heavy expression, "I have been suffering from long-term malnutrition and overwork, and I have large areas of new and old wounds and bruises on my body." These words immediately ignited the anger of my adoptive parents and completely confirmed the fact that I had suffered mistreatment and bullying in the Bai family over the years. But Jiang Kaiwe still refused to admit her mistake and even tried to forcibly take me out of the hospital and hand me over to a so-called private doctor to completely suppress the truth. For the first time, Zhang Xuebiao forcefully blocked the door to the ward, protecting me tightly. He refused to let the Bai family take me back to that hell. At the critical moment, Bai Xia called, lying that Bai Yuntao had a fever and something had happened, successfully tricking Jiang Kaiwe and her husband, who were obsessed with their child, out of the hospital. Inside the car, Bai Xia finally confessed that it was all a hoax. She took out the dirty shoes from back then and my hair, preparing to do a DNA test to find out the truth behind the frame-up. Actually, she already had the answer in her heart. She knew that Bai Yuntao was most likely the one who framed me, but she still wanted to use the final evidence to tear off this disguise herself. Su Jiao looked at her and bluntly pointed out the cruelest truth. Regardless of the test results, the Bai family's malice towards me has been brewing for a long time. Bai Xia remained silent for a long time, but her eyes grew increasingly resolute. She had to investigate further, even if the truth would tear the entire Bai family to shreds. I slowly woke up in the ward. Zhang Xuebiao, who was by my bedside, finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately poured me some water, and helped me sit up, his eyes filled with barely suppressed heartache. Looking at his swollen face, my heart ached. I had intended to shoulder everything alone, but I never expected to drag my family into the storm in the end. I thought I had hidden my grievances well, but when my father touched my thin, bony arm, I knew that all my secrets could no longer be kept. He didn't blame me, but quietly told me to rest well, eat on time, and that my mother had already made chicken soup and would be on her way to the hospital soon. But I couldn't lie still. My mind was filled with that vegetable stall. That was the first step my sister and I had taken to recover, and I was afraid that if I fell, all our efforts would be in vain. I excused myself to get some fruit and sent my father out of the ward. I immediately looked at my sister and whispered, asking how the vegetable stall was doing today. My sister didn't answer directly, but instead mysteriously pointed to my phone. My heart skipped a beat, and I tapped on the payment screen. The next second, I froze. Today's income was a full 12,000. Not only did all the vegetables sell out, but we also broke even and made a profit. The huge weight on my chest lifted instantly. The fatigue and anxiety of the past few days completely dissipated at that moment. For the first time, I felt that every step I had taken with all my hard work had finally paid off. I assumed my younger sister was running the vegetable stall all by herself, and I couldn't help but praise her for being capable. But her next sentence completely overturned my guess. My first reaction was to suspect that Bai Xia was behind it all, trying to bribe me with this small favor. My nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again instantly. Fortunately, my sister immediately shook her head and denied it. As long as it wasn't someone from the Bai family, my resistance and disgust finally began to subside. My sister said that a stranger helped them and even suggested a way to connect with supermarkets to sell vegetables in bulk, which allowed all the vegetables to sell out quickly. I immediately realized that supermarkets were in dire need of supplies during this special period, and as long as the supply of vegetables could be stable, this was a new way to make a profit without any risk. Having been driven to the brink of despair, I finally met a benefactor during my most difficult time. At that moment, I even felt that fate was beginning to loosen its grip. I pressed the woman for her name, and she handed me a business card. After seeing the name on it, I froze completely on the hospital bed. I'd only ever heard of this name, never actually met him. I never imagined such an important person would offer help to someone like me, a lowly street vendor. My sister even jokingly asked if I had a secret with him. I smiled and changed the subject, telling her to focus on her studies, but inwardly, I became wary. Not long after, my parents brought food and fruit into the ward. Seeing their concerned eyes, all the gloom in my heart was finally dispelled little by little. Thinking of how they and my sister were heartbroken and missed me terribly after my death in my previous life, I vowed in my heart that I would protect them in this life. The family tacitly refrained from mentioning the Bai family again. It wasn't that I chose to forgive, but rather that I knew it wasn't time for me to settle everything yet. Meanwhile, at the Bai family villa, a drunk Bai Xia, facing Jiang Tsayue's questioning, was powerless to defend himself against his cunning scheme to lure her away. Jiang Kaiwei saw through her intentions immediately and angrily berated her for being a traitor, siding with outsiders, and completely disregarding the life or death of her own son. Bai Xia tried to persuade her to let go of her grudges, but the more she tried, the angrier Jiang Kaiwei became. This stubborn and domineering woman simply wouldn't listen to a word of the truth. Jiang Kaiwei even threatened to continue causing trouble for me and my adoptive father, insisting that I and the Zhang family pay a heavy price for their so-called disobedience. She despised me, her biological son, and was afraid that others would know of my existence, and even more afraid that I would affect the bright future of another child in the Bai family. Bai Xia mustered her courage and asked her if she could be taken home. But Jiang Kaiwei didn't hesitate at all, coldly uttering two words, impossible. This answer pierced Bai Xia's heart like a knife. She had just questioned her mother about the truth, and the next second she was slapped hard across the face. She twisted her ankle when she fell, but didn't dare utter a word in protest. At that moment, she finally tasted the helplessness and humiliation I had endured in the Bai family for so many years. Late at night, Bai Xia lay alone in bed, unable to sleep due to the pain. She suddenly remembered the voice recorder, which contained secrets she had never heard before. She turned on the recording, and her homeroom teacher's voice slowly came through, revealing all the abnormal and heartbreaking aspects of her behavior since the beginning of her senior year of high school. The teacher said that I had claimed to be an orphan with only a younger sister. But later, I kept mentioning that I had older sisters. Everyone thought I was under too much pressure, and some even suspected I had delusions. But when Bai Xia heard this, her chest tightened, and she couldn't breathe, because she finally understood that everything I had said was true. I really do have 3 older sisters, but they have never been willing to acknowledge me. I had been full of hope, believing my mother's promise to reveal my identity after the college entrance exam, but what I received in the end was only despair after despair. After hearing the whole truth, Bai Xia was almost suffocating. Those details she had never paid attention to before now felt like knives stabbing at her. She poured herself a glass of her favorite whiskey late at night. It had the familiar, mellow aroma, but all that remained upon tasting it was its icy coldness, so cold that even her fingertips trembled. Things she used to overlook are now surfacing one by one. Every moment that was ignored hides my untold grievances. The homeroom teacher continued reminiscing about the sports meet. That year, in order to let my older sister come to see me, I volunteered for the event I was least good at and trained desperately until I was exhausted. I longed for a glimmer of warmth from family, but the field remained deserted from beginning to end. In the end, I could only break down in tears alone, my vision blurred by the tears, and utter despair set in my heart. Bai Xia suddenly recalled the scene from that day. I looked at her expectantly, only to be met with a cold denial. Her casual remark that she didn't acknowledge me as her brother, though seemingly insignificant, became the final straw that broke me. Every word in my essay was filled with admiration and longing for her, aspiring to become a doctor and protect her health. I regarded her as a beacon of light in my life, silently taking her as my role model. But this sincerity was never seen. Bai Xia couldn't bear to listen any longer, and scalding tears streamed down her face. She had been proud all her life, but for the first time, she completely broke down, filled with guilt and helplessness, her whole body feeling as if it had been soaked in ice water. She spent her entire life trying to escape the shadow of her family, wanting to shine on her own, but I had long understood all her hardships. Her brother, who understood her best, was right beside her, yet she repeatedly pushed him away, trampling on my sincerity. The wine glass slipped from her hand, spilling onto the sheets, just like our relationship, already beyond repair. Bai Xia didn't sleep a wink all night, and the next day she deliberately skipped breakfast, wanting only to calm her emotions alone. But as soon as I stepped into the lobby, I heard my mother on the phone, throwing around 500,000 yuan to force the school to fire Zhang Xuebiao. My only support had been ruthlessly cut off by my mother, who wanted to force me to bow my head and admit my mistake. This scheme struck like a bolt from the blue. Bai Xia finally saw through her mother's obsession and understood how deeply she misunderstood us. Her younger sister, Bai Wen, pulled her back in time, coldly reminding her that she had repeatedly ignored her advice and was causing trouble for me. Bai Wen believed that everything I suffered was my own fault, simply because I talked back to my mother. Bai Xia couldn't help but question her, asking if it was reasonable for her to personally drive me to ruin and make things difficult for me based solely on a form of address. Bai Wen revealed the past. I humbly begged her for help with a question, but she disliked my sloppiness and tore up my test paper in public. They doted on their adopted son, Bai Yuntao, but were full of contempt and disgust towards me. It was all naked and ruthless. With a heavy heart, Bai Xia drove to the market, wanting Bai Wen, who held extreme prejudices against her, to see the real her. In the dirty and chaotic market, she was full of energy and in high spirits, energetically hawking her wares and holding up the sky. I secured partnerships with supermarkets to alleviate sales pressure, planned for my future livelihood, and eagerly anticipated celebrating and relaxing with my sister. Shedding my timidity and humility, I shone brightly, self-reliant, and never complained. Bai Xia looked at me, then turned to Bai Wen and questioned her. Were our views on Bai Yang wrong from the very beginning? Should we completely turn the page on our past prejudices? I was engrossed in my work at the market, unaware that Bai Xia and Bai Wen were secretly observing me. Bai Wen stubbornly believed that I was scheming and that all my misfortunes were just an act to fight for the inheritance. But Bai Xia suddenly realized the truth. My long-term malnutrition, coupled with the luxurious lifestyle of the Bai family, was utterly illogical. She finally understood the real purpose behind my forbearance and hardship. Bai Wen remained stubborn, mistaking my efforts for manipulation. Bai Xia was completely enraged by her sister's obsession and publicly questioned her. I haven't taken a single penny of the family fortune in years. Why am I fighting for inheritance? Zhang Jingxue, who was helping me with the chores, noticed the two of them first and felt uneasy, fearing that the older sister from the Bai family might take pity on me and bring me back to that cold home. My gaze followed hers and met that of the two older sisters. I once greeted them with joy, but now I silently unload the goods, responding to their belated attention with the coldest indifference. Bai Xia awkwardly raised her hand, and Bai Wen, stunned by my resolute attitude, felt as if she had been slapped silently. Bai Wen angrily accused me of hypocrisy, berating my terrible attitude towards my family. I coldly told her to shut up, stating that good and evil will ultimately be rewarded, warning them to stop causing trouble, completely overturning my former docile demeanor. When Bai Wen mentioned her father, she instantly became guilty and shrank back. I watched them leave in a flustered state and comforted the panicked Zhang Jingxue. Blood ties are not a constraint. My family, who truly care for me, are my true home in this life. I was already tired of the Bai family's hypocrisy and infighting. After leaving, I lived a clear-headed and free life. After comforting Zhang Jingxue, I promised to take her out for hot pot after I finished my work. The simple, everyday life made me feel more at ease than the Bai family's wealth. Meanwhile, Bai Xia left the market, her mind in turmoil. After getting into her car, she suddenly changed course and headed straight for Tianning law firm. She desperately wanted the DNA test report to confirm the truth behind the farce of years past and clear my name. Two authoritative reports revealed that the stain on the high heels was not mine, completely proving my innocence. The second report further showed that the stain's owner was not related to me by blood. The perpetrator was someone else entirely. Bai Xia's worldview crumbled instantly, her whole body trembling. She finally understood that she had wronged her own brother, who understood her best, and had even sided with the real villain. She was prepared to reveal the truth and clear my name, but Baiwen stopped her, refusing to let the report be given to their parents. Baiwen looked flustered and finally revealed a shocking secret. She and her mother knew the whole story. It turned out that Bai Yuntao had framed me, deleted the surveillance footage, and that my mother, knowing this, deliberately covered it up and even ordered Baiwen to keep quiet. For years, I had borne this injustice alone and was kicked out of the house. Baiwen tried to persuade her sister to burn the report, arguing that it was understandable that their mother favored Bai Yuntao. This absurd argument completely broke Bai Xia. Despite her foot injury, she was determined to seek justice for me immediately. Losing her balance, she fell heavily. The usually composed Bai Xia could no longer hold back, and tears of regret and guilt streamed down her face in front of everyone. She finally saw through her family's hypocrisy and secretly resolved to make up for all the wrong she had done to me. Bai Xia's friend Su Jiao quickly helped her up, pointing out the deep-seated prejudice within the Bai family and that Jiang Kaiwei held real power. Any rash action would only create more trouble. Bai Xia was caught in a painful dilemma, knowing the truth but unsure if it was too late to remedy the situation. I successfully sold all the vegetables at the market, with total sales of 28,000 yuan over 2 days. I immediately settled the wages for the students who helped me. Originally, they were supposed to receive 500 yuan each, but each of them received 1,200 yuan, and their faces were beaming with unexpected joy. I know I can't let my hard-working partners down. Being willing to share profits is the key to winning their hearts. These diligent and hard-working young people ensured the smooth operation of the stall business, bringing immense surprises and building trust. After deducting initial investment and expenses, I netted over 11,000 yuan, nearly doubling my profits on my first venture. A win-win situation. I generously treated everyone to a celebratory meal at Haidaleo, fulfilling my promise. Haidaleo is a high-end option for kids from ordinary families. The lavish meals and high salaries delighted them. I got to know each person's personality and family background and found them to be down-to-earth, kind, and trustworthy partners. Wang Lei eagerly inquired about ways to make money, his eyes gleaming with longing. I smiled and reassured him, reminding him that summer vacation was only a short-term opportunity for starting a business, and that studying was the priority, but I promised to continue making money afterward. This profit relied on the immediate needs arising from a natural disaster. I had already recognized its limitations and planned to look for new business opportunities. I pulled out an unfamiliar business card. This was the contact person for a supermarket partnership and key to future profits. Everyone was filled with anticipation after hearing the plan, and they all expressed their willingness to come anytime during the summer vacation. I reminded everyone to balance their studies and not neglect their education, emphasizing that steady growth is more important than short-term profits. Returning from the dinner party, Zhang Jingxue was overjoyed and eager to share her happiness, unaware of the sudden change brewing at home. I keenly noticed that Feng Yuan's expression was grave, completely different from her usual gentle demeanor. When I pressed her for the reason, Feng Yuan stammered and evaded the question, but my intuition told me that the Bai family had come to cause trouble again. I went straight into my father's room and caught him hanging up the phone, casually telling me that he was being transferred to a different job. I instantly saw through the lie. My father had an excellent reputation and no reason for a transfer. This was clearly Jiang Kaiwei using her wealth and connections to deliberately suppress me, trying to force me to submit and return to the Bai family. I took out the money I had earned from my stall, intending to pay off the loan, help ease the pressure on my family, and make up for their financial difficulties. My father insisted on refusing to accept it, telling me to focus on preparing for the college entrance examination and not to worry about making a living. I suppressed my anger and made a silent vow. I would never let them bully my family, and I would make the evil by family mother and daughter pay for all their wrongs and seek justice. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the Bai family gathered at the dinner table, outwardly warm and friendly, but inwardly hypocritical and calculating. Bai Xia, upon learning the truth, was heartbroken and remained silent, silently enduring the torment of guilt. Bai Yuntao continued to play the role of the obedient younger brother, cleverly flattering his mother and feigning to speak on my behalf, perfectly masking his kindness and generosity. Jiang Kaiwei was completely charmed by him, feeling no remorse whatsoever. Bai Xia could no longer hold back and wanted to reveal the truth, but was interrupted by the butler. Shocking news came from all sides. "Madam, Master, young Master Bai Yang has returned." I stood at the entrance of the Bai family villa with my backpack, waiting expressionlessly. Uncle Wang went in to deliver a message, but I didn't want to step through that door because this had never been my home. The people inside showed no joy at my return. Jiang Kaiwei even wore a smug smile, convinced that I had come back desperate, bowing my head and begging for forgiveness. In their eyes, I had long been a jinx to the Bai family. Having left the Bai family alone and helpless, I was bound to return sooner or later, a pathetic creature to be manipulated at will. Bai Yuntao feigned kindness and pleaded for me, but I could tell he was secretly delighted, waiting to see me humiliated. Bai Xia rushed over, leaning on her cane, her face full of worry. She seemed to sense that things wouldn't be peaceful today and just wanted to protect me from further harm. Jiang Kaiwei led her whole family out of the villa, looking me down with an air of superiority. She was convinced that I had failed in my career and had finally come back to apologize to her. I listened quietly to her sarcastic remarks, offering no rebuttal. Looking at this face that had once made me yearn for family, I felt only disgust and numbness. Everyone was waiting for me to admit my mistakes and apologize. But the next second, I calmly spoke. "Who told you I came back today to beg for forgiveness?" The moment those words left my lips, the room fell silent. Jiang Tseyue's smug expression froze. No one had expected me to dare contradict her to her face. My father, Bai Yeshing, immediately berated me for my lack of manners, and my third sister, Bai Yun, joined in, adding insult to injury. All the blame was once again directed at me. Bai Xia tried to speak up for me, but Bai Wen held her back tightly. She could only stand there, her eyes red, watching me face the onslaught alone. I was too lazy to argue anymore. I simply opened my backpack and handed over the prepared documents. I came back today not to fight, but to make a clean break. Jiang Kaiwei snatched the document, a cold smile still playing on her lips. But when she saw the contents of the first page, she instantly flew into a rage and lost control. It wasn't an apology letter at all. It was a severance agreement. I came back only to personally cut off the last ties with the Bai family. Jiang Kaiwei roared and charged at me, grabbing my collar and slapping me hard across the face. A piercing ringing filled my ears instantly. My glasses flew off and fell to the ground, and half my face burned with pain. But more than that, it was the pent-up grievances and hatred of the past years that truly suffocated me. I looked at them coldly, telling everyone that I had only returned today to complete some paperwork. From this day forward, I had no further connection with the Bai family. Jiang Kaiwei couldn't accept this at all and raised her hand to slap me again. She wanted to use her status as my mother to force me to submit, but this time, she miscalculated. I abruptly broke free from her grasp and coldly warned her. I had endured the first 2 slaps out of gratitude for her giving me life, but I would never repay that debt indefinitely. This home had never given me warmth. All it had left me with was injustice, bullying, and humiliation, so it never deserved to be called my home. Bai Xia watched this scene, her eyes filled with pain. She finally understood why I had become like this, yet she still lacked the courage to stand up and tell the truth. Bai Yuntao once again jumped in, pretending to be a good guy, verbally trying to mediate, but in reality, every word he said was fanning the flames, pushing the conflict to an even more dangerous edge. Staring at his hypocritical face, my long-suppressed anger finally erupted. All the pain and injustice surged into my heart at that moment. The next second, I rushed forward, grabbed his neck, and pressed the dagger against his throat. The previously noisy scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. The blade sliced through his skin, and a bead of blood trickled down his neck. Bai Yuntao, who had been calm just moments before, turned deathly pale with fright. My whole family panicked and rushed forward, yelling at me to let go. The air seemed to freeze, and fear filled everyone's eyes. I looked around at them and revealed the truth about how Bai Yuntao had framed me all these years. I was in this state because the Bai family had forced me into this situation step by step. After graduation, Sheng finally gave in, stopped putting on airs like a father, and even offered me money in the hope of resolving everything through compensation. I refused outright. What I wanted was never money. I just wanted their signatures to free me from this suffocating cage. The entire Bai family looked extremely grim. They were the ones who should have abandoned me, but now I was the one severing ties, which they found unacceptable. Ultimately, Bai Sheng was the first to sign. When the agreement reached Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Xia anxiously tried to stop her, unwilling to let things become completely irreversible. Jiang Kaiwe didn't care at all. After angrily cursing me for being disrespectful, she signed her name and threw the agreement on the ground. I looked at her coldly and ordered her to pick it up. From the moment she signed, we were no longer mother and son. Despite her anger, she gritted her teeth and bent down. To protect Bai Yuntao, she had no choice but to humiliatingly pick up the agreement. After I retrieved the agreement, I released Bai Yuntao. He immediately threw himself into Jiang Caiyue's arms, sobbing and feigning deep distress. The next second, the Bai family completely turned hostile, threatening to call the police, expose me, and use all their connections to ruin my future. Faced with these threats, I simply smiled faintly. Then, I slowly unbuttoned my shirt, revealing my numerous injuries to everyone. My chest, shoulders, and back were covered in bruises and scabbed scars. The shocking sight froze everyone on the spot. Over the years, they've beaten and scolded me time and time again, but no one has ever asked if I was in pain. Only today have they finally seen the truth. Bai Yuntao's minor injury caused his whole family immense distress. Yet, despite my numerous bruises, no one has ever shed a single tear for me. Even after seeing these wounds with their own eyes, Jiang Kaiwe showed no remorse, instead accusing me of being unruly and rebellious, deserving of punishment. At that moment, I was completely heartbroken. I told them that I was no different from an orphan, and that their so-called biological parents were nothing but a joke. I coldly warned them that good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. The Bai family's cruelty and meanness over the years would eventually come at a price. Enraged, Jiang Kaiwe charged at me again, trying to hit me. But this time, I wouldn't give her another chance. I pulled out my dagger again to intimidate everyone, then took out a measuring cup and placed it on the ground. In front of them, I cut my palm. Blood dripped continuously from my palm. Everyone was stunned, while I just stared intently at Jiang Caiyue's face. I told her, 18 years ago you lost me. In the years that followed, you never truly raised me for a single day. Since that's the case, I owe you nothing. Today, I will return to you all the flesh and blood you gave me. Blood flowed continuously into the measuring cup. I was obsessively determined to repay the so-called debt of childbirth, and this scene completely shocked the entire Bai family. Bai Xia was on the verge of collapse. Ignoring her injured foot, she struggled desperately to rush over and stop me, but she was held back by others. Jiang Kaiwe, however, remained indifferent, convinced that I was acting to gain sympathy and simply did not believe that I would actually go to such lengths. I didn't explain and directly cut open the second wound. The blood flowed rapidly, the glaring red steadily increasing. 200 milliliters, 300 milliliters. The numbers in the measuring cup kept rising, bearing witness to the despair I had endured for years, a despair unknown to anyone. My face grew paler and paler, my forehead covered in cold sweat. But I didn't back down an inch, just stared intently at them. Jiang Kaiwe remained aloof. She felt that the cowardly me of the past would never have dared to truly break with the Bai family. Until her blood loss approached 400 milliliters, Bai Wen finally panicked. She stood frozen in place, feeling fear for the first time. My parents finally realized things were out of control. The me who used to endure beatings and scoldings had become a completely unfamiliar figure to them. Bai Yuntao was deathly pale. Recalling the blade pressed against his neck, he felt fear for the first time. My vision blurred and darkened, my body weakened to its limit, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered, refusing to stop the bleeding. No matter how intense the physical pain, it couldn't compare to the mental torment inflicted by the Bai family over the years. I looked at these family members I had once longed to be close to, and a cold smile curled at the corner of my lips. That smile was chilling, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. The 600 milliliters mark was finally filled with blood. I pushed the measuring cup with all my might, declaring that I was completely severing ties with Jiang Kaiwe, with no further connection whatsoever. My words were resolute, cutting off all familial bonds, asking only that we not disturb each other. Bai Xia watched me weep uncontrollably. She finally understood the reason behind my extreme actions. Jiang Kaiwe showed no remorse. Instead, she was furious, accusing me of deliberately courting death and intentionally provoking her. I lowered my stance, threatening again that if she was dissatisfied, I could continue bleeding her. Enraged, Jiang Kaiwe kicked over the measuring cup, spilling blood all over the floor. She cursed me as a madwoman, then left with her family, vowing that I would pay the price for what I had done. The villa gates slowly closed, shutting out all the indifference and unbearable pain. I clung to my will, barely managing to stand upright, staring at the glaring bloodstains on the ground, a chilling smile creeping across my face. The me who craved my family's love, the gentle and kind self, had died here. I clutched my wound and moved away, only to lose consciousness a short distance away. Inside the villa, Jiang Kaiwe was still seething with anger, constantly berating me for being ungrateful and blaming my father for everything. She planned to cut off my financial support and education, forcing me to submit completely. Her father's words shattered her arrogance. I've always struggled to support myself through tuition and living expenses. Enraged, she immediately contacted the principal to fabricate rumors, hoping to expel me. The principal retorted directly, stating that I was a top student in the entire school, consistently ranking among the top in my grade, and of excellent character. The truth shattered Jiang Tsayue's perception. She had never truly paid attention to my efforts. Even with the truth before her, she remained unrepentant, belittling me for being a bookworm and claiming that even with excellent grades, I would never amount to anything. The couple decided to endure it for now, waiting until Bai Yuntao finished his exams before settling things with me. Meanwhile, the two sisters completely broke off their relationship. A distraught Bai Xia questioned Bai Wen about her years of concealment and indulgence. Forced into a corner, Bai Wen revealed the truth. My suitcase was soiled years ago. It was Bai Yuntao's prank. The family conspired to cover it up, burned the suitcase, and let me bear the injustice. The cruel truth utterly devastated Bai Xia, unable to accept that she had been hurting her beloved younger brother all these years. She slapped Bai Wen in anger, venting her guilt and remorse. Looking at her numb and unresponsive family, she felt utterly hopeless and had nowhere to vent her frustration. She drowned her sorrows in alcohol, consumed by self-blame, while Bai Wen finally felt remorse as well. The Bai family completely fell apart. Bai Wen suddenly realized that her past prejudices against her were all illusions instilled by her family. Her mother coldly watched her self-harm. For the first time, she truly saw the family's shame. Bai Xia painfully reveals the truth. We are all perpetrators. Bai Yuntao is vicious and scheming and has been framing me for years. My family has been biased and indulgent towards him, but has never paid attention to the fact that I am the rightful heir. Bai Xia's words completely overturned Bai Wen's understanding, shattering her deep-seated prejudices in an instant. She had never truly accepted the outcome of signing the agreement. I woke up in a hospital room, my body enveloped in the pungent smell of disinfectant, still weak and powerless from blood loss. I thought no one would care, but unexpectedly, a benefactor saved me in time. Su Yu, the daughter of the Su family in Yunqing, came to visit me with a bouquet of flowers. She witnessed my break with the Bai family and my self-harm throughout the entire process and was shocked by my methods. I frankly told her that I had completely severed all ties with the Bai family and was now free of any entanglements, willing to join forces with her to fight against their power. Suyu was initially skeptical, but was impressed by my calm demeanor and resolute attitude. I boldly promised to help her earn 1 million in profit within a month, demanding a 3 million yuan initial investment for the partnership. Suyu ultimately handed over the money decisively, betting on my foresight and capabilities. I was fearless and stated that I was willing to gamble and take risks. Nothing could frighten me anymore. Even with the help of influential people, I knew that the real way out still depended on myself. After recovering and being discharged from the hospital, I immediately went to Qingyun District to preemptively secure the demolition compensation benefits. I thoroughly investigated the residents of the old neighborhoods to avoid transaction disputes and troubles. I discreetly screened for suitable property sellers, deliberately controlling the scale of the acquisition and steadily advancing my home buying plan. Just as I was fully focused on planning my future investment, I froze the moment I got out of the car. Chapter 31. What's your horse? Bai Yang discovered that Bai Xia and Su Jiao were standing downstairs in the apartment building. Bai Xia no longer uses crutches, but now carries an insulated lunchbox. What is she doing here? Upon seeing Bai Yang, Bai Xia quickly went up to him and said, Xiaoyang, you're back. Bai Yang took 2 steps back, frowned, and asked, Bai Xia, what exactly do you want? How did you know I live here? Bai Xia didn't answer directly, but instead said, Xiaoyang, listen to me. Bai Yang interrupted her, stop. I don't want to hear your nonsense. He looked at Su Jiao, then said, oh, I remember now. You have this lawyer friend. She's the one who found out I was here, right? Bai Xia, you really will stop at nothing. Su Jiao looked away, somewhat embarrassed. Bai Xia looked very anxious and said, Xiaoyang, I know you're angry, but can you give me 5 minutes? Bai Yang had no choice but to take out his phone and turn on the timer. You only have 3 minutes. Go ahead and say it. Let's see what you can spew out of your dog mouth. Bai Xia quickly opened the lunchbox. Xiaoyang, you lost a lot of blood a few days ago, and you also had to study. Your body definitely needs a lot of nourishment. This is a black chicken soup I specially made for you. Drink it while it's hot, okay? I also have some tonics in my car. Take them with you later. Bai Yang snorted coldly and put his hands in his pockets. Oh, you've changed your tactics, haven't you? Is it because Jiang Kaiwa thinks it's a pity I didn't die, so she sent you to poison me? Upon hearing this, Bai Xia shook her head repeatedly. No, Xiaoyang, how could I possibly poison you? I really came to bring you nutritional supplements. I'm the eldest sister. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang immediately glared at her. Stop. I have no connection with the Bai family anymore. You are not my sister. My dad's name is Zhang Xuebiao. My mom's name is Feng Yuan. And I only have one younger sister named Zhang Jingxue. What sister? I don't know her. Every word is written in blood. These words, each one like a steel knife, were etched into Bai Xia's heart. Xiaoyang, I was wrong in the past. Bai Xia really wanted to say, I'm sorry. But she knew perfectly well that those 3 words were utter nonsense. If saying, I'm sorry really worked, then there would be no such thing as revenge in the world. Bai Yang said firmly, Bai Xia, I really didn't expect you to go this far. You can even find out about my renting a room. So, money really can buy you anything? Well then, let me say this. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. You entire Bai family will face retribution. Even if I don't lift a finger, you'll still get your comeuppance. Bai Xia's eyes reddened, and she stepped forward to take Bai Yang's hand. Xiaoyang, please listen to me, okay? It's okay if you ignore your older sister. It's okay if you don't acknowledge me. But how can you live like this, not eating or sleeping well? I'll find you a big house and provide for your needs, okay? Don't worry, I won't tell Mom. Bai Yang shook off her hand without hesitation. Bai Xia, that's enough. Is it really fun to try to fool me with sweet words like this? Do you want to see me follow you around like a dog, fawning over you and groveling before you? And then, once you had me under your control, you continued to bully me, beat me, scold me, and physically punish me just like Jiang Kaiwa did, right? You even provided me with food and clothing. In all the time I've been in the Bai family, have I ever had a full meal? In your eyes, I'm not even as important as the cat that Bai Yun raises. Bai Xia shook her head repeatedly, wanting to continue explaining. No, Xiaoyang, I really didn't. At that moment, Bai Yang's phone rang. 3 minutes are up. Shut up. I'm going back. Yang stopped looking at her and walked straight towards the apartment building. Xiaoyang. Xia's gaze and body followed Yang's movements like a sunflower. But Yang never looked at her, leaving only a resolute back view. Xiaoyang. Xia squatted down and burst into tears. At that moment, she felt very wronged. She had come to apologize, so why did Yang see her as someone who was there to harm her? Su Jiao, who had been silent all along, sighed and got into the car with Xia. Xia, I've already said that since he said he wanted to sever ties and even bled in public, he has already made his stance clear. Su Jiao handed her a pack of tissues. Why are you doing this to yourself? Xia wiped away her tears and said, I used to think that he was an insignificant person, a younger brother who was only related to me by blood. But now I realize I owe him so much. I made a mistake. Since I made a mistake, I definitely have to make amends. Besides, he's my own brother. Su Jiao started the car and said, I understand how you feel, but you also need to be mindful of your approach. If you continue doing this, it won't be effective. In my opinion, you can do something more useful than making chicken soup. Speaking of this, Xia seemed to have thought of something. By the way, have you found those thugs I asked you to find before? The ones who always bullied Yang and didn't give him breakfast? Su Jiao nodded. Yes, we've found them all. Now it's up to you when you have time to visit them. However, I think most cases of underage bullying end up being left unresolved. This won't just end like this. Xia's eyes changed. They hurt my brother. How could I let them get away with it? Yang returned to his rented room and began reading. His leave has ended, and he will be going back to school tomorrow. In fact, the college entrance examination courses were already finished long ago, and the entire senior year of high school was basically spent reviewing and doing practice questions. Yang still remembered several important points from his previous college entrance examination, so even though he had fallen behind a little, he wasn't too worried. He only needs to review the points that are definitely going to be on the test. Nothing else matters. I should do better in this year's college entrance examination than before. Yang recalled his past life, the days before his exams, which were also the time when Yuntao caused the most trouble. At home and at school, he created all sorts of trouble for himself, to the point that when he finally went to the exam hall, he didn't even have the energy to finish it. Finally, he fainted halfway through his math assignment, resulting in a disastrous final score. This time, he definitely won't let that bastard get his way. The next day, after having breakfast, Yang leisurely walked towards school. The rented apartment is only about 500 meters from the school, so he doesn't need to rush. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, Yang heard a burst of laughter coming from his left front. Hey, isn't this Yang? Long time no see. I thought you were never coming back. I'm so glad you're back today. We can't practice our punches without a punching bag. Yang, what will we do without you? Four sleazy-looking boys with unsteady gaits surrounded them. One of the boys, who had pointed ears and a monkey-like face, patted Yang on the shoulder and stretched out his other hand in front of him. Yang, you should know what to do, right? Give it to me. Yang sneered. Take what? Your horse. Chapter 32. Are you here to be a jerk? Yang's attitude surprised the students who had gathered around him. Did Yang take the wrong medicine today? Hey, Yang, don't you need a beating? The student grabbing Yang's shoulder glared at him, preparing to pull Yang aside and discipline him as before. But Yang was no longer buying into that. You were the ones who stole my breakfast, extorted money from me, and prevented me from studying and eating properly. Now, I'm going to make you pay the price. Yang grabbed the boy's wrist and punched him hard in the stomach. Oh! The boy who was hit cried out in pain and involuntarily bent over. But Yang didn't hesitate at all and immediately slapped him again. This time, another red five-finger mark appeared on the boy's face. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, unable to believe it was real. That good-for-nothing Yang actually rebelled? The others wanted to go and help their companion, but Yang directly told them to leave. Roll. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and rage, and he looked like a lion ready to pounce on its prey, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. Yang is 1.83 meters tall, which is already quite tall. He was bullied in the past because he was cowardly and timid, and he was always hungry, so he was weak and frail. Now, After recuperation, his energy and spirit have been restored, and he looks quite formidable. Those who wanted to rush forward hesitated and dared not go forward. Bai Yang grabbed the boy by the neck. If you dare to cause me trouble again, it won't be as simple as just a slap. Understand? His tone was icy and domineering. The boy was trembling, his mind still blank, and could only subconsciously answer, yes, I understand. He never expected that the sheep he had always bullied would turn into a wolf in just a few days. Get out of here now. Bai Yang abandoned him and left. In the distance, someone Bai Yang knew very well was watching all of this, and was furious. Bai Yuntao kept stomping his feet. These useless people, how come they used to do so well, but now they're such cowards? He was also surprised. He thought that after Bai Yang left the Bai family, he would lose his support and suffer a serious blow. How come he seems to be acting as if nothing happened, and is even stronger than before? They must have been driven to desperation, so they gave up entirely. Put yourself in a desperate situation and you will survive, Bai Yang. What you're doing now is just a final burst of energy before death. You're not far from it. Bai Yuntao secretly made up his mind that he would never let Bai Yang live a comfortable life. After the third period ended, Bai Yuntao went to Bai Yang's class to find him. Upon seeing Bai Yuntao standing behind the classroom door, Bai Yang immediately guessed his purpose. This guy was definitely going to cause trouble. Heh, trying to be a jerk now? Let's go then. Bai Yang walked up to Bai Yuntao, looked down at him, but didn't say a word. In situations like these, whoever speaks first is usually the one who can't hold back anymore. Bai Yuntao couldn't help but whisper, "Brother, how are you? Are you all right? I've been so worried about you. Brother, oh dear, the injury on your hand is so bad. How did you get it? Is it serious?" She still has that green tea look, appearing innocent and weak. Bai Yang chuckled. "All right, stop pretending. Just say what you want to say." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Yuntao immediately changed his tune and said, "Bai Yang, you've been completely abandoned by your biological parents now. Don't you feel especially helpless?" I've come here to see how pathetic you are, you stray dog. What I didn't expect was that you would actually dare to bleed out. Your courage is commendable. But what's the use? You're still trash, worse than a dog, while I'm still mom and dad's most beloved child. How does it feel to be kicked out of the house?" Bai Yang's face remained expressionless, as if Bai Yuntao were nothing more than air in front of him. The worst person to argue with is not the one who argues the most fiercely, but the one who doesn't take you seriously. No matter how much you throw a tantrum or give him a hard time, he'll just think you're crazy. Nothing could be more infuriating than this. Bai Yuntao's temper slowly flared up. "Bai Yang, don't think that pretending to be profound will work. Don't think you can get mom and dad's and sister's sympathy by doing this. It's useless. In their eyes, I'm their only treasure, and you're just a piece of trash. A person who is not loved is always trash." Bai Yang pinched his chin with his hand, then smiled and asked, "Oh, are you done?" It was like watching a clown performance. Bai Yuntao felt something was off. Was Bai Yang really not angry at all? Did he not care at all? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was the one who got kicked out. "Bai Yang, you should act more sad and more desperate. Why can you still laugh? Watch me tear off your disguise. Watch as I increase the firepower." Bai Yuntao sneered. "Heh, stop pretending. I've already heard from mom that she forced Zhang Xuebiao to resign. You've lost all your support now. Now you have two choices. Either be a dog outside, or come back and be my dog. If you come back to be a dog, I can give you some leftovers, which will be a little better than before. However, you'll continue to take the blame for me. All the things I did will be attributed to you. It's cruel, but at least you have a place to stay. Otherwise, you'd be sleeping on the streets." Bai Yang asked, "Oh, so you admit that you did a lot of the things before? The dirt on Bai Xia's high heels, Bai Yun's car, Bai Wen's cat, Jiang Cayue's dress, Bai Sheng's wine, etc. You did all of this, didn't you? Those thugs I just dealt with, they were all your men, right?" Bai Yuntao raised an eyebrow. "Oh my brother, you're pretty smart. Yes, it's me, so what? Yes, I've come clean, but even if I admit it myself, my sister and the others won't believe me. Because in their hearts, I am the most obedient and best child, and you are nothing but utter trash." Bai Yang laughed heartily. "Ah, yes, You're absolutely right, huh? Looking at Bai Yang's smile, Bai Yuntao felt as if there was a lump in his throat. Bai Yuntao was almost going crazy. Bai Yang, stop pretending with me. Listen carefully. If you don't kneel down and apologize, you can forget about ever returning to the Bai family. I will continue to torment you, making you live in my shadow for the rest of your life. Bai Yang glanced at the time and then said, "Oh, so you came here just to have the dogs bark? Are they done barking now?" Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Yang, who are you calling a dog? You're the dog. You're the dog. You're a dog under my feet." Smack! Bai Yang slapped him across the face. Bai Yuntao suddenly felt his vision go black, his cheeks burn, and his mind buzz. "Bai Yang, you dare to hit me?" Bai Yang then stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face again. "Do I need to pick a day to beat you up? You're being a jerk." Chapter 33 Stomped down hard. After slapping Bai Yuntao twice, Bai Yang grabbed his shoulder, raised his knee, and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. Oh! Bai Yuntao almost threw up his breakfast. The pain was so intense that his face was contorted. When Bai Yang let go, Bai Yuntao lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning incessantly. The students in the hallways and classrooms were dumbfounded. Bai Yang actually hit someone? And hit them so hard? Everyone held their breath, completely unprepared for Bai Yang to turn into a violent maniac. How terrifying! Bai Yang was so ruthless. Is this Bai Yuntao from upstairs? Did they know each other before? Quickly, go report to the teacher. After pausing for a moment, Bai Yuntao looked up and saw Bai Yang standing in front of him. Bai Yang still maintained his superior and domineering demeanor. "You? Bai Yang." Bai Yuntao wanted to stand up. In front of everyone, Bai Yang stomped down on it. Bang! Bai Yang stepped on Bai Yuntao's head, rendering him completely immobile. All the grievances of the past were vented by the force of this kick. Seeing Bai Yuntao groaning in pain, Bai Yang felt that this was not enough. Both the Bai family and Bai Yuntao will have to pay an even greater price. Bai Yuntao's scalp was bruised and his cheeks were pressed tightly against the ground. "Let go, please let go." Despite the pain, Bai Yuntao kept trying to break free from the thought of his face being in close contact with the dirty ground. But Bai Yang didn't move an inch, instead staring at him coldly. "Bai Yang, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the news, the homeroom teacher rushed over and was shocked by what she saw. Bai Yang said calmly, "It's nothing, teacher. He just insisted on coming to me, so I had no choice but to do this in order to study properly. A single punch can prevent 100 punches. This is the wisdom a great man taught me." The homeroom teacher and the students around him were dumbfounded. Is this something Bai Yang would say? At this moment, Bai Yuntao, who was still being trampled underfoot, finally cried out in pain. Quickly go and fetch my parents." Half an hour later, Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Sheng arrived at the school in a huff. "That brat Bai Yang. Are you trying to drive me crazy? You piece of trash, how dare you hit my Xiao Tao?" Jiang Kaiwei cursed incessantly the whole way. She was getting a treatment at a beauty salon when she received a call from the school informing her that Bai Yang had attacked Bai Yuntao. She immediately got up and rushed over. Bai Sheng frowned. Bai Yang really does hold a grudge against Xiao Tao. This is his indirect revenge on us. We can't be fooled, especially we can't let anyone know about his relationship with Xiao Tao and our Bai family. Jiang Kaiwei retorted angrily. "Do you think you can teach me? This unfilial son wants to take this opportunity to reveal his true colors and make the Bai family a laughingstock? No way. He has already signed an agreement to sever ties, so he is no longer a member of the Bai family. I will never acknowledge him again. But I'm still his mother, and I'm going to teach him a lesson. I'll make sure he never dares to go against me again." Upon entering the dean's office, Bai Yang and Bai Yuntao were standing side by side. In addition, the grade head and Principal Long also came. Principal Long is also very troubled by this incident, which occurred so close to the college entrance examination. Bai Yuntao kept sobbing, his face covered in shoe prints and dust, and his clothes were filthy, a stark contrast to his usual glamorous appearance. In contrast, Bai Yang remained calm and composed, as if he were merely an observer here, and that everything was irrelevant to him. "Xiao Tao." Jiang Kaiwei went over, took out a wet wipe and wiped Bai Yuntao's face, saying with heartache, "My poor child. Bai Yuntao leaned on Jiang Tsayue's shoulder with practiced ease. Mom, I'm so scared, I didn't do anything. Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Bai Sheng was furious. Bai, what are you laughing at? You hit my son. Don't you feel ashamed? You're supposed to be a scholar. Have all those books gone to waste? Bai Yang gave him a cold look. How well I do in school is none of your business. Are you my biological father? I'm sorry, my parents died a long time ago. Bai Shishing's eyes widened. You. Jiang Tsayue's face flushed red, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, and her eyes seemed to burn with fierce fire. You hit someone, and you're still so self-righteous? This is utterly lawless and has no manners whatsoever. She looked at Principal Long and said, Principal Long, you see? This is the Bai Yang I told you about on the phone. You said he wouldn't do something like this, but look at him now. I demand that you expel him immediately. Otherwise, I will file a complaint with the Education Bureau. Principal Long looked somewhat troubled and asked Bai Yang, Bai Yang, what's wrong with you? Doing something like this today is completely unlike you. Bai Yang said, Principal, I've always been like this. I won't offend others unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I have no choice but to eliminate them completely. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and this guy is still bothering me like this. I guess I'll just have to teach him a lesson. Bai Yuntao quickly said, Bai Yang, I just wanted to get along with you if I did something wrong. You could have just told me. Why did you hit me? We can sit down and talk this out. His pitiful appearance was so pitiful that even the head of the teaching department, who was watching, couldn't bear to look at him anymore. Bai Yang, you're something else. You and he both have the surname Bai. You were family 500 years ago. Bai Yang laughed. Family? I don't have that much bad luck. Who's related to them? They'll be in trouble soon. Jiang Kaiwei couldn't hold back any longer. She helped Bai Yuntao sit down, walked over to Bai Yang, and loudly questioned him. What did you just say? Say it again. You unfilial son. You've truly become lawless. Bai Yang stared straight at her. I said, I'm not that miserable. I'm family with you. Anyone who wants to be family with you is truly cursed. You. Jiang Kaiwei raised her hand to slap him. Bai Sheng quickly stepped forward to stop her. Honey, he's using reverse psychology. If we fight back, we'll be in the wrong too. He might be deliberately trying to provoke you. After hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei lowered her hand and turned to Principal Long, saying, Principal, you must have seen clearly what kind of person Bai Yang is, so I don't need to say anything more, right? If you don't expel him now, keeping such a bad apple in the school might not be good for you either, right? Upon hearing this, Principal Long frowned. He certainly didn't want to give up on such a good student as Bai Yang. But Bai Yuntao was no less capable, and the Bai family was wealthy and powerful, so he was even less willing to antagonize them. Hitting someone in public does have a bad influence. If Jiang Kaiwei really publicizes it or reports it to higher authorities, he'll be in deep trouble. At this moment, Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. Haha, Bai Yang, you think you've won just because you hit me? Now you're going to pay the price for your impulsiveness. You're about to drop out of school and won't even be able to take the college entrance exam, which means you're completely ruined. No matter what, I'm still the winner. Oh well. Just as Principal Long was about to compromise, Bai Yang spoke up. Wait. Chapter 34. You are the Bai family's retribution. Bai Yang looked at Bai Yuntao and said, I would like to have a private talk with Bai Yuntao. Jiang Kaiwei asked warily, What do you want to do? Are you going to attack me? Previously, Bai Yang had held Bai Yuntao hostage at knife point, forcing him to sign an agreement severing ties. Does he want to win a second chance? Bai Yang said, I just want to talk to him. After we're done, you can do whatever you want with him, okay? Are you afraid I'll do something to him? Don't worry, this is a school, there are so many people watching. Besides, even if I did do something to him, I wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Jiang Kaiwei sneered. You think I'd fall for your trick? Bai Yang then said, Then why don't you ask Bai Yuntao and see if he's willing? Someone as generous and kind as him wouldn't refuse to give me even 5 minutes to talk, would he? Is that right, Bai Yuntao? Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. He guessed that Bai Yang must be apologizing and asking for his forgiveness. Humph, now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. Bai Yuntao is now determined to get Bai Yang out of school. But he expected Bai Yang to do something useless, and also to fawn over him. Bai Yuntao had already come up with the script. After Bai Yong begged him desperately, he would pretend to agree first, and then turn on him as soon as he left the house. Bai Yuntao planned to frame him again, claiming that Bai Yong had hit him again during the conversation, giving hope, then cruelly crushing it. That's what you call cruel. Bai Yong, you're too green to mess with me. Then, Bai Yuntao tugged at Jiang Tsayue's sleeve and said, Mom, please let me talk to Bai Yong a little longer. There's really no conflict between us, just some minor issues. I'm an adult now, and I can handle these problems myself. Unable to resist Bai Yuntao's repeated pleas, Jiang Kaiwei had no choice but to compromise. Okay, you're such a kind child. If he dares to do anything reckless, you must shout for help, and Mom will come in and save you right away. After saying that, she glared at Bai Yong, then turned and left. After Principal Long closed the office door, Jiang Kaiwei couldn't resist pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop, wanting to know what they were saying. Inside the office, Bai Yuntao reverted to his previous demeanor, sneering, What? Now you know how to beg me. A bit too late, isn't it? I told you, nobody loves trash. Bai Yong, you'll always be my dog. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yong smiled and took out a voice recorder from his pocket. Bai Yuntao's pupils dilated and his mouth opened. Bai Yong, you've been completely abandoned by your biological parents. Don't you feel incredibly helpless? I've come here to see just how pathetic you are, you stray dog. Bai Yong pressed the pause button and said, I recorded all the nonsense you just said. Guess what, if I release all of this, will your public image collapse? Bai Yuntao swallowed nervously. Bai Yong said, Don't worry, I know you are the retribution for the Bai family, so I won't expose you. As long as you don't cause trouble in front of me, we'll keep to ourselves. You continue to wreak havoc on the Bai family, and I'll continue doing my own thing. Let's keep to ourselves. Bai Yuntao's palms were sweating, and his back trembled involuntarily. Am I the Bai family's retribution? What does he mean by that? 5 minutes later, the door opened. Bai Yong remained standing there nonchalantly, while Bai Yuntao buried his face in Jiang Tsayue's arms. Child, are you all right? What did he say? Jiang Kaiwei patted Bai Yuntao's head. Bai Yuntao took a deep breath and then said, Mom, I think I was wrong about this. I've already apologized to Bai Yong. I shouldn't have bothered him, so don't blame him for this. Let's not fire him, okay? Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Shisheng were both shocked. What exactly happened in those short 5 minutes? It was clearly Bai Yong who hit Bai Yuntao, so how come it's the other way around, and Bai Yuntao is apologizing to Bai Yong? That's not scientific. No matter how Jiang Kaiwei asked, Bai Yuntao insisted that it was his fault and forbade her to complain about Bai Yong, demanding that the matter end there. Since the parties involved have said so, the matter will naturally be dropped. Even though Jiang Kaiwei was unwilling, out of her doting affection for Bai Yuntao, she could only retract her previous statement that she wanted Bai Yong to drop out of school. Principal Long breathed a sigh of relief, then said a few more polite words before letting everyone go home. After Principal Long and the others left, Jiang Kaiwei said to Bai Yong, You unfilial son. This time, Xiao Tao was kind and didn't pursue the matter. But I won't forget it. You wait. I'll make you pay the price sooner or later. You think you can really escape my grasp? No way. I'll make you understand what real discipline is. Bai Yong pretended not to hear and walked away. You unfilial son, I truly regret giving birth to you. Jiang Tsayue's eyes were practically spitting fire, and she had already thought of countless ways to beat Bai Yong to a pulp. Bai Yuntao's mind was in turmoil, repeatedly thinking about Bai Yang's words. I know, you are the Bai family's retribution. Could it be that he knew about that? After school, the students who had caused trouble for Bai Yong in the morning walked side by side on the road. The man with the buzz cut, who had been hit by Bai Yong, touched his cheek and said, Damn it. What's wrong with Bai Yong? Everyone says you shouldn't hit someone in the face. How come he's so ruthless? A companion nearby said, You should be secretly laughing. I heard he even beat up Brother Tao today. And they even stomped on his head with their feet. How cruel. The man with the buzz cut clicked his tongue in disbelief. No way. Did Bai Yong eat a dinosaur whip? He suddenly became so fierce. The four of them talked and complained angrily. As they walked into a deserted alley, a van suddenly stopped beside them. Two burly men jumped out of the car and blocked their way. They grabbed one person with each hand and quickly pulled the four of them into the car. Hey, hey, what are you doing? The man with the buzz cut was terrified and huddled in the back seat, shouting loudly. Only then did they notice that two stunningly beautiful women were sitting in the front row. Bai Xia took a drag of her cigarette and glanced at Su Jiao. My actions don't constitute a crime, do they? Su Jiao gave a wry smile. Don't worry, I'll help you with the lawsuit. Ask me anything you want. Bai Xia turned her head expressionlessly. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them truthfully. The man with the buzz cut held his head, slowly raised his head, and asked, What, I don't know anything. When he saw Bai Xia clearly, the man with the buzz cut actually laughed. Oh, aren't you Brother Tao's sister? Big sister, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Bai Xia was stunned. Brother Tao? The man with the buzz cut quickly said. Yeah, Bai Yin Tao. Brother Tao told me about you. Didn't we meet at the sports meet last year? Bai Xia felt her heart sink. He never expected that the gentle, well-behaved, and sensible Bai Yun Tao would have such a friend in private. So he really is the mastermind behind bullying Bai Yang. Whether at home or outside, it's always him. Bai Xia said with a gloomy face. What did he make you do? Tell me everything clearly. Chapter 35 Blind. When the man with the buzz cut saw Bai Xia's expression, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his speech became somewhat incoherent. It's nothing, your brother Tao's older sister. What, didn't you know? He's a little confused right now. Bai Yun Tao made him do a lot of things, but the main thing was to bully Bai Yang and make it impossible for him to stay at school. Bai Xia is a sibling, so they should be aware of what Bai Yun Tao has done, right? If she didn't understand, why would she ask me this? Could it be that she wanted to stand up for Bai Yang? What's she after? Bai Xia got angry and said sternly. Now I'm asking you a question. Don't ask me back. Tell me, what did you do to Bai Yang? At this moment, she had reverted to her strong, independent woman persona, her decisiveness and authority inspiring inexplicable fear and dread. The men with buzz cuts were all children, and they were quickly frightened. They immediately spilled the beans, telling everyone everything. As Bai Xia listened, her heart ached even more. It turns out that Bai Yun Tao had been instructing them to exploit and bully Bai Yang all along. Every time Bai Yang brought breakfast to school, they would snatch it away. They would also stake out breakfast shops near the school, extorting money from Bai Yang whenever he got close. Even when Bai Yang was getting his lunch in the cafeteria, he was still harassed by them. Examples include putting insects in food or dumping food on the ground. Basically, for Bai Yang, even having a proper meal is a luxury. Only after they had finished having fun, or after Bai Yang handed over some of the little pocket money Zhang Xuebiao had given him, could they eat something. During regular breaks, they would come to Bai Yang's class from time to time, either mocking and humiliating him or taking away his books. If he resisted even slightly, he would be beaten. In short, as long as Bai Yun Tao greeted them, they would definitely go and make trouble for Bai Yang, making him unable to eat his fill and unable to concentrate on his studies all day. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia clenched her fists, her expression turning grim. Didn't Bai Yang consider telling the teacher about what you did? What she really wanted to ask was why Bai Yang hadn't told her. Why didn't her family know how miserable he was? The man with the buzz cut said, Well, Brother Tao said he'd handle it, but as for how he'd handle it, I don't know. But Bai Yang really never tattled on us, and we've always done it this way. Brother Tao always pays us a lot. We're just going to play a prank. Anyone would do something like that, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Xia was furious. You bastard. The crew-cut men huddled together in fear, and one of them, who was less mentally stable, burst into tears. Bai Xia couldn't help but be angry. The compensation the man with the buzz cut received was very likely not Bai Yun Tao's own money. Instead, it was the 100,000 yuan monthly allowance that should have belonged to Bai Yang. Using Bai Yang's money to bribe others to bully Bai Yang. This money was supposed to make Bai Yang's life better, but instead it made him suffer terribly. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. Now just thinking about Bai Yun Tao's face sends a chill down Bai Xia's spine. Bai Yang's bad points are false, and Bai Yun Tao's good points are also false. What exactly is real? Bai Xia's eyes reddened, and she turned her head away, no longer speaking. Su Jiao patted her shoulder, signaling Bai Xia to calm down for a while. Xia, I think that's enough. What should we do with these kids? Bai Xia lit a cigarette and said, give them a beating and throw them out. Upon hearing this, the man with the buzz cut immediately panicked. No, ma'am, we're all Brother Tao's men. How could you lay a hand on your brother's friend? Bai Xia turned her head and glared at him coldly. If you're so capable, go ahead and complain to him. I know all your names and addresses. Let's see who's going to be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the man with the buzz cut almost peed his pants. Everyone knows the Bai family is incredibly wealthy and powerful. He really doesn't dare to mess with them. Soon, the car drove to a secluded place. 3 thugs dragged the crew-cut man and his companions out, beat them severely, and then dumped them on the roadside. The men with buzz cuts cried out for help, their faces bruised and swollen, but no one answered their cries. Bai Xia rolled down the car window and shouted at them. Remember this. If any of you dare to lay a hand on Bai Yang again, I'll treat you to a ride like this every day. Did you understand? The man with the buzz cut and the others nodded hurriedly. Understood, understood. You bastard. After Bai Xia cursed, the van drove away. Half an hour later, Bai Xia arrived at Su Jiao's house, and the two sat facing each other. Bai Xia began to sob softly. It's all my fault I didn't care about Xiaoyang back then. I wish I had noticed the allowance issue sooner. But why didn't Xiaoyang tell me? If he had told me, I definitely wouldn't have. She felt a chill run through her body. There are many things she doesn't dare to think about in detail anymore. So much suffering, so much humiliation. The hardships and grievances that Bai Yang suffered in the past are probably beyond his imagination. What chilled him even more was Bai Yuntao's actions and Zhang Caiyue's cover-up. Bai Xia looked at Su Jiao. Jiao Jiao, do you think my mom knows about Xiao Tao secretly sending people to bully Xiaoyang? Su Jiao poured herself a glass of wine and shook her head. It's hard to say, but I'm sure your mother won't do anything to Bai Yuntao even if she finds out. Why? Bai Xia didn't understand. Su Jiao said, Bai Yuntao masturbated in front of your shoes and then framed Bai Yang. Even when your mother found out, she acted like nothing happened. She can turn a blind eye to such a despicable and vicious thing. Does she even care about school bullying? Upon hearing this, Bai Xia couldn't help but cover her face and said sadly, Is Mom's prejudice against Xiaoyang really that deep? Su Jiao looked at her and sighed. I'm afraid your mother's prejudice against Bai Yang isn't too deep, but rather her favoritism towards Bai Yuntao is too strong. Xia, I suggest you get out of this. If you continue to help Bai Yang, you're just going against your mother. In my opinion, you should be more wary of Bai Yuntao right now. Such a young child, yet he has such a scheming mind and does such vicious things. To be honest, it's really frightening. Bai Xia took a deep breath and then said, Of course I know this in my heart. I was blind and misjudged people in the past, but I won't do that now. But Jiao Jiao, I don't agree with what you said. I will still help Xiaoyang. He is my own brother, and I can't just leave him behind. Su Jiao sighed and asked, So what are you planning to do next? Bai Xia stubbed out her cigarette and whispered in Su Jiao's ear, After the college entrance exam, I want to. Su Jiao's eyes widened upon hearing this. Oh, your mom wouldn't agree, would she? Bai Xia's eyes were resolute. It doesn't matter anymore. Saturday has finally arrived. Bai Yang took a taxi to Qingyun district early in the morning to meet with the 4 buyers he had arranged to meet and discuss the purchase of the houses. Overall, things went smoothly. These people were all eager to sell their old houses, and when they learned that Bai Yang was willing to buy them at a high price, they all seemed more than happy to do so. In a Shaxian snack shop, Bai Yang was meeting with the last seller. All right, Mr. Wu, I've transferred the 800,000 to your account. Bai Yang put away the transfer documents and the purchase contract, and smiled as he spoke to the middle-aged man in front of him. After confirming, Mr. Wu said with some disbelief, Bai Yang, at your age, you should still be in high school, right? You're already buying a house. Bai Yang laughed and said, This house is for my grandma in the countryside. She likes this kind of old house. My parents are busy in other places, so they asked me to take care of it for them. Mr. Wu said, Oh, and felt that Bai Yang's speech and manners did indeed resemble those of a wealthy family. Oh, I wish my son was as capable as you. I've already settled down in another city. I originally wanted him to come back and sign with you, but that brat insisted on going to some concert. It made me so angry. After rambling on for a while, he said he had to catch a flight and quickly left. After he left, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief, ordered a plate of steamed dumplings, and prepared to eat them before going back to study. Just then, a beautiful figure walked into the store, instantly attracting the attention of many diners. Bai Yang looked up, immediately stood up, and said to the shop owner, "Boss, I'm in a hurry. I don't want the steamed dumplings." The shop owner was stunned. "But you've already paid." "It's nothing." Bai Yang picked up his bag and walked out. Bai Xia stepped forward and grabbed his hand. "Xiaoyang, why don't you finish eating before you leave? Just listen to me for a couple of minutes, okay? Just 2 minutes." Chapter 36, I could have been a good older sister. Bai Yang looked helpless. "Bai Xia, you're really persistent. Or is it that your family has a natural patience and talent for tormenting me? Come on, tell me what tricks you're up to this time." Bai Xia looked around and whispered, "There are too many people here. How about we go outside to talk after you finish eating?" "Not good." Bai Yang's refusal was straightforward. "I do things openly and honestly, and I won't whisper anything to you. I'm no longer a member of the Bai family, Miss Bai. Please have some self-respect." His words were spoken with great force, but to Bai Xia, each word felt like a knife. Bai Xia suppressed her grief and nodded, saying, "Xiaoyang, I know you harbor resentment towards your sister, but you must believe me. Your sister truly feels sorry for you. You bought a house from those people just now?" Bai Yang glared at her coldly. "You were following me?" The idea of buying and speculating on real estate was originally intended to be done in secret. Now that Bai Xia knows, will she tell Jiang Kaiwei and the others? If we follow the clues and find out about his relationship with Suyu, we might alert him. Although he will eventually confront the Bai family, it is too early to do so now. Bai Xia asked with a worried look, "Xiaoyang, buying a house costs a lot of money. Who gave you the money? You're not doing something else, are you?" She had originally planned to take Bai Yang to the city today to fulfill her duties as an older sister and have a good chat with him. It turned out that Bai Yang had gotten into the car early in the morning and met 4 strangers. I stopped him and asked him a few questions, only to find out that Bai Yang was actually buying a house. While eating steamed dumplings, Bai Yang said, "Yeah, I'm doing something bad. Go ahead and report me. Go ahead. In your eyes, everything I do is wrong. Even breathing is a sin, isn't it?" Bai Xia felt even more upset. "No, Xiaoyang, I'm your older sister. I'm afraid you'll go astray and get scammed. The real estate industry is too murky. If you're working for bad people and things come to light, you won't be able to escape." As Bai Yang listened to her words, his mind was constantly analyzing the situation. If Bai Xia really investigates the money she used to buy the house, even if she finds out that the Su family gave her the money, she should be fine. The Bai family and the Su family are sworn enemies, and Bai Xia was unable to obtain any confirmation from the Su family. Bai Xia could not prove that she had received compensation for the house she bought, even though her purchase was legal and compliant. So there shouldn't be any problems. Since there were no problems, Bai Yang didn't bother to say anything more. "You're worried about me? Don't pretend. Your acting skills are even worse than that bastard Bai Yuntao's," Bai Yang said coldly. "If you follow me like this again, don't blame me for calling the police and saying you're interfering with my normal life." After saying that, he grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. Bai Xia immediately took out a tissue from her bag and handed it over. "Xiaoyang, the tissues here are rough and dirty. Use mine." Bai Yang ignored him completely, then quickly wiped his mouth and got up. "Even the dirtiest tissues here are cleaner than your heart. Bai Xia, you know perfectly well what you've done." After saying that, Bai Yang strode away from the snack shop. Bai Xia sat there, trembling slightly. A few tears fell, wetting the tissue in her hand. "Even the dirtiest tissues here are cleaner than your heart." Bai Xia recalled those words and felt a pang of pain in her heart. "No, that's not how it works." She got up and ran out quickly to catch up with Bai Yang. But Bai Yang has disappeared. Bai Xia squatted on the ground, burying her face in her knees and secretly shedding tears. "Xiaoyang." Su Jiao walked over and pulled her up with a complicated expression. "Xia, let's go." After Bai Xia stood up, she suddenly said, "I remember now." Su Jiao asked in confusion, "What did you remember?" Bai Xia stared blankly at the tissue in her hand. She had read Bai Yang's diary before, and there was a passage like this in it. At that time, Yang had just arrived at the Bai family. The weather was quite hot and humid, and his room had no air conditioning, so it was like a steamer. Yang asked Jiang Kaiwei if she could buy him a fan to put in his room. Jiang Kaiwei immediately launched into a tirade, accusing him of being wasteful, unable to stand even a little heat, and spoiled. The Bai family has central air conditioning, so he could only keep the room door open to let the cold air from outside blow in and relieve the discomfort a little. But the air conditioning is turned off at night, and it's still hot with the door open, so Yang can only go to the living room or balcony to cool off for a while. One evening, Xia came home from working overtime and found Yang sitting in the living room reading a book by the light of his phone, with sweat on his forehead. Xia simply tossed him a pack of tissues from her bag and went upstairs without saying a word. But Yang was very moved. In his diary, he wrote, "My older sister gave me this pack of tissues, and I haven't been able to bear using it because it represents her care for me, her younger brother. I've always been worried that I won't fit into this family, and I feel like I'm walking on thin ice every day. But my sister's pack of tissues made me realize that they still care about me. My older sister works so late and comes home so late. She works so hard and is so dedicated. I want to take her as my role model and study hard. When I grow up, I want to be able to help my parents and my older sister." Recalling these words, Xia cried even harder. Yang treasured the pack of tissues she casually gave him. Today, she sincerely gave away a pack of tissues, but Yang said it was dirty. What she once looked down upon turned out to be the most precious. Yang has high expectations and hopes for himself and the Bai family. So much so that even a pack of tissues could move him for so long. If I had been more careful back then, perhaps none of this would have happened today. The greatest pain in life is not what I don't have, but what I could have done. Xia lit a cigarette, but because she was crying so hard, she forgot to exhale it and choked on it, coughing continuously. Su Jiao stopped the car. "Xia, are you all right?" Xia hugged her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "I know why Xiaoyang hasn't told us about school. He's heartbroken, he's disappointed. So I had a chance, I could be a good older sister. I ruined my own brother. I destroyed our relationship." After getting rid of Xia, Yang bought some fresh produce, fruit, supplements, and other items at a supermarket, and then took the bus back to Zhang's home. "Dad, Mom, Xiaojing." Yang entered the door with a big smile. "I'm here." When Feng Yuan saw Yang, she quickly went over and touched his face. "Xiaoyang, have you been eating properly lately? Why are you still so thin? Look at you, your bones are sticking out." Yang replied, "Mom, I'm fine. I've been eating a lot better lately, and I've been having plenty of late-night snacks." Zhang Jingxue also ran out of the room, grabbed Yang, and rammed into him again with the ball in her arms. "Brother, you're here. Why didn't you come this morning? I thought you weren't coming today." Yang patted her head. "Silly girl, how could I not come? Here, this is for you, your favorite chocolate." Then Yang put the things down and picked up a box of blood-nourishing supplements. "This is for you." Feng Yuan scolded. "You silly child, you're about to take your exams. You're the one who should be taking supplements." "Oh right, I bought you fish oil. Remember to take it later." Yang readily agreed, then glanced at Zhang Shuabiao's study and asked, "By the way, where is Dad?" Feng Yuan's expression changed. Chapter 37. Yang also needs to take the college entrance exam. "Your dad, he went out on something. He'll be back in a bit." Feng Yuan is not good at lying. Even a simple, perfunctory remark sounds incredibly nervous on her lips. Yang frowned, coaxed Zhang Jingxue, and told her to go back to her room. After Zhang Jingxue left, Yang asked Feng Yuan in a low voice, "Mom, where did Dad go?" Feng Yuan laughed. "Oh dear, what you should be thinking about now is how to prepare for the college entrance exam. This is an adult matter. I'm not a child anymore," Yang said anxiously. "I'm partly responsible for Dad becoming like this." Feng Yuan shook her head. No, Xiaoyang, how can you blame yourself? It's really not a big deal. Your dad said that teaching is teaching no matter where you are, so the difficulties are only temporary. He said your task is to study hard and get into university, then we'll be relieved." Yang sighed softly. Zhang Shuebiao and Feng Yuan had an unspoken understanding. They would keep quiet about things that couldn't be said. "Even if I keep asking, I won't get any answers. Mom, don't worry. Your son will definitely repay you in the future. I will study hard for the exam, and I will definitely get into a good university. You don't need to worry about the tuition. I will definitely make a lot of money and let you live a good life. Feng Yuan smiled, taking it as Bai Yang comforting her, and touched Bai Yang's cheek with satisfaction. Good child, with you saying that, I believe your father will be even more at ease. We're all family. There's no need to talk about repaying or not repaying. That's too formal. You must be hungry after coming all this way, right? I left you some stewed meat at noon. I'll heat it up for you. Go wash your hands. Bai Yang nodded in agreement, and looking at Feng Yuan's busy figure, he felt as if his heart was being gripped by a hand. As the college entrance examination approaches, the atmosphere at Bai's family has become even more tense. After dinner, Jiang Kaiwei invited the three sisters Bai Yuntao, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, and Bai Yun, as well as Bai Lushing, to a family meeting. The topic was naturally about Bai Yuntao's exam preparation. The college entrance exam is less than a month away. Everyone, put everything else aside. Nothing is more important than Xiao Tao's exam, understand? Jiang Tsayue's tone was very serious, even more so than when she held shareholder meetings. Bai Wen and Bai Yun nodded. Yes, Mom, we will fully support Xiao Tao. Bai Xia simply took a sip of water and said nothing. Jiang Kaiwa looked at Bai Yun. Xiao Yun, you filmed so many dramas. You must have a wide network of connections. See if there are any nutritional supplement manufacturers and ask them to bring over some of their new products. We'll take whatever works well. Money is no object. Also, you mentioned last time that the professor's daughter is a fan of yours. Ask her if she knows anyone who could help you find out the exam scope. She then looked at Bai Wen. Xiao Wen, you haven't forgotten what you learned before, have you? Take a few days off from school and tutor Xiao Tao every day. You need to report your progress to me every day. Xiao Tao is currently in the stage of identifying and filling in any gaps in his knowledge. You need to make up for any shortcomings he may have. Regardless of whether these requests could be fulfilled, Bai Wen and Bai Yun naturally agreed to them all without hesitation. Bai Yuntao laughed. Mom, you're making it look like a war. I'm embarrassed. This is too much trouble for the sisters. Jiang Kaiwa said. Xiao Tao, you are my most obedient and smartest child. Your affairs are the most important thing in our family. You don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on the exam, understand? Your sisters will definitely do everything they can for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao smiled brightly and said in a high-pitched voice, Yes, I will definitely work hard. Jiang Kaiwa hugged him, laughing happily. Oh my little Tao is so good. Mom believes in you. You'll definitely do well on the exam. Mom went to the temple to see a master a couple of days ago, and that master was incredibly accurate. He said our family will produce a top scholar. You have to work hard. Yes. Bai Yuntao nodded vigorously. Then Jiang Tsayue's expression changed instantly, and she said to Bai Xia and the others, Did you all understand? What you're doing cannot be allowed to fail. You must absolutely center your efforts on Xiao Tao. Bai Wen and Bai Yin nodded again quickly. Bai Sheng laughed from the side. Wife, is it really necessary to be so nervous? You've scared Xiao Wen and Xiao Yun to death. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kaiwa slammed her hand on the table and shouted, You still have the nerve to talk. If you were more ambitious, would Xiao Tao have needed to take the college entrance exam with those ordinary people? Look at the Ma and Wang families in Beijing. Do their children even need to take the college entrance exam? It's all because you're useless. Everyone present fell silent, and Bai Shixing could only lower his head and take a sip of water. He knew that Jiang Kaiwa was angry because of Bai Yang. Since she can't scold Bai Yang, who is her son, she can only shift her focus to herself, who is the father. Bai Wen and Bai Yun dared not utter a sound, fearing that Jiang Kaiwa would take her anger out on them. But Bai Xia remained silent, not uttering a single word. Jiang Kaiwa tidied her hair and said, And Xia, you can put aside your company matters for a while. Starting today, you will be responsible for Tao's food, clothing, and accommodation. Especially when it comes to food, nutrition must be on point. We need everything, brain boosting, body strengthening, and fatigue fighting supplements. We can't neglect any of them. Money is no object, understand? Bai Xia did not answer. Are you mute? I'm asking you a question. Jiang Kaiwei raised her voice. Bai Xia then said, Mom, the company is busy with a big project recently, and I can't get away. I believe Xiao Tao is well prepared. I also took the college entrance exam. In the last month, it's all about mindset. Doing too much will only increase the pressure. So I think it's enough that you are here to take care of him. The atmosphere immediately turned cold after these words were spoken. Bai Wen whispered, Sis, are you crazy? Bai Yuntao frowned slightly. He felt that Bai Xia hadn't been as warm and doting towards him lately as before. Is she really that busy, or is it just my imagination? Jiang Saiyue's eyes widened, and she pointed at Bai Xia, asking, What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Bai Xia turned around and said, Mom, I've made myself very clear. I've been very busy lately. Xiao Tao is your brother. His college entrance exam is such a big deal, and you're not even concerned about him. Jiang Kaiwei slammed her hand on the table. Bai Xia, what are you trying to do? At a time like this, you still want to disobey me? What if Xiao Tao's performance in the college entrance exam is affected because of your lack of cooperation? Won't you regret it? Bai Xia turned to the side and looked at Jiang Kaiwei, saying, Mom, I have more than one younger brother, right? Xiao Tao took the college entrance exam, and our whole family helped him. What about Bai Yang? He slept alone in a rented room of about 20 square meters, ate simply, and didn't sleep well. He still managed to take the college entrance exam. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Kaiwei picked up her water glass and threw it violently. The cup traced an arc through the air and flew straight towards Bai Xia. Bang! Chapter 38, She's Gone Too. Jiang Saiyue's water glass hit Bai Xia squarely on the forehead. The water glass then fell and shattered on the ground. Bright red blood flowed down Bai Xia's brow, and the water in the cup soaked her clothes, making this once proud and privileged woman look extremely disheveled. The Bai family was taken aback and didn't know what to do. Sis, are you all right? Bai Wen and Bai Yun rushed over to check on Bai Xia's condition. Ignore her, Jiang Kaiwei roared, startling Bai Wen and Bai Yun, who retreated in fear. Even the servants who came over after hearing the commotion were given a severe scolding by Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Xia felt the lingering warmth of her blood and the chill of the ice water, and her heart was also filled with a mixture of intense emotions. Jiang Kaiwei pointed at Bai Xia and yelled, Are you out of your mind? Every time you mention that unfilial son, you're defending him. Have you been brainwashed by him? I'm your biological mother. Do you understand? I raised you, sent you to school, and trained you in business. Everything you have is from me. You dare to disobey me now? Will you rebel against me like that rebellious son in the future? Her expression was incredibly ferocious, as if she wanted to swallow Bai Xia whole. Even Bai Yuntao dared not say another word at this moment. Besides not wanting to provoke Jiang Kaiwei, he was also unhappy that Bai Xia spoke up for Bai Yang. Looking at the blood on Bai Xia's head, Bai Yuntao laughed gleefully. Serves you right. This is what happens when you plead for Bai Yang. He even hoped that Jiang Kaiwei would increase her efforts. Everyone needs to know who else, like Bai Xia, won't be staying in this house for long. But as the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Seeing her daughter in this state, Jiang Kaiwei couldn't bring herself to hurt her again. She sat down and glared at Bai Xia. Don't let this happen again. Xia, if you dare to do this again, I won't let you off easily. Bai Xia raised her head, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Kaiwei. Then, a hint of sadness filled his eyes. With tears in her eyes, she stood up and said slowly, Mom, I'm sorry, I made you angry. Jiang Saiyue's expression and tone softened considerably as she said, It's good that you know you were wrong. I'll tell you. But Bai Xia then added, Mom, admitting your mistakes isn't difficult. I can do it, so you certainly can too. There are some things you clearly know, so why can't you admit your mistakes? These words immediately made the atmosphere tense again, which had just eased. Jiang Kaiwei was furious and pointed at Bai Xia, shouting, Get out! Get out of here! Bai Xia closed her eyes in anguish, wiped away her tears, and turned to walk towards the door. Sister, Bai Wen panicked. Could it be that Bai Xia was really going to leave this family like Bai Yang? Bai Yin stepped forward and grabbed Bai Xia. Big sister, are you really crazy? Mom was just saying that out of anger. Jiang Kaiwei shouted again, Let her go. I refuse to believe that the Bai family can't function without her. Without saying a word, Bai Xia gently pushed Bai Yun away and walked out. Bai Lushing frowned and said to Jiang Kaiwei, "Wife, is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Smack! Jiang Kaiwei slammed her hand on the table. "You want to leave too, don't you?" Upon graduation, Sheng immediately lost his temper. Jiang Kaiwei looked around at everyone and said, word by word, "Listen up, everyone. I, Jiang Kaiwei, will not be threatened by anyone. Anyone who dares to speak up for that rebellious son again will not be spared." Bai Wan and Bai Yun lowered their heads and said, with mixed feelings, "We understand." Meanwhile, Bai Xia drove to Su Jiao's house. "Hey, Xia, you actually talked back to your mom?" As Su Jiao applied medicine to Bai Xia, she sighed softly. "I already said that since she favors Bai Yuntao, it's impossible for her to change her attitude easily." Bai Xia was expressionless, seemingly unconscious. "I'm just feeling terrible. It's better to talk about it than to keep it to myself. I'll feel uneasy for the rest of my life if I don't. Bai Yang is my younger brother. Even though Bai Yuntao and I have had a long-standing relationship, he has done so many bad things behind my back. For both personal and professional reasons, I can no longer help him. Now it's all good. I'm leaving too, out of sight, out of mind." Su Jiao sighed softly again and continued to apply the medicine to her. After finishing, Su Jiao put a band-aid on Bai Xia. "All right. Thankfully the wound isn't deep. I think it won't leave a scar after it heals. For now, just cover it with your bangs." Su Jiao then said, "But how are you going to explain this to your mother?" Bai Xia lay on the sofa with her eyes closed. "I will still do that thing, no matter how much Mama objects. I will slowly make up for what Bai Yang lost in the past and give it back to him." Su Jiao packed her first aid kit and then said, "Speaking of which, I took a friend to the airport today, and guess who I saw?" Bai Xia casually asked, "Who is it?" "Zhang Xuebiao." As soon as Su Jiao finished speaking, Bai Xia suddenly sat up. "Zhang Xuebiao? What's he doing at the airport?" Although there was nothing surprising about Zhang Xuebiao appearing at the airport, Bai Xia's sixth sense told her that this matter was not simple. Su Jiao laughed and said, "What else would I do at the airport? Of course, I'd take a plane." Bai Xia panicked. "I know. So where is he going by plane?" Su Jiao said, "It's quite a coincidence that he and my friend were on the same flight, both going to Beijing." Beijing? Bai Xia was a little puzzled. Did Zhang Xuebiao go to Beijing to look for a job after losing his job? The day of the National College Entrance Examination has finally arrived. Bai Yang had a good sleep, and when he came to the classroom, he found that his classmates were all holding booklets and memorizing things. He sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and slowly sorted out the knowledge points in his mind. When the time came, the homeroom teacher, all smiles, led the group off. Bai Yang and his classmates took their exams at No. 2 Middle School, and the school chartered several buses to get there. Along the way, traffic police led the way, and citizens lined both sides of the road to watch. There were also cheering slogans near the examination site. The test takers were excited and thrilled. Some were even planning where to go after the exam. Bai Yang had experienced all of these things in his previous life, so he wasn't too nervous. He didn't talk to anyone, but just sat in his seat with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, resting. He knew very well that his close friends, who were laughing and joking with him today, might be living in completely different worlds in a year or two. He had become almost numb to the joys and sorrows of human relationships. When the storm comes, in the end you can only rely on yourself. Xiaoyang, elder brother, Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue were waiting at the entrance of No. 2 Middle School. When they saw Bai Yang get out of the car, they immediately went to greet him. Bai Yang asked with a wry smile, "Mom, didn't I say you didn't need to come? You can just wait for my good news at home." Feng Yuan patted Zhang Jingxue on the shoulder. "Isn't it all because of your good sister? I couldn't persuade her." Zhang Jingxue retorted, unconvinced. "Mom, you clearly wanted to come too. Why are you saying it was me?" The three of them laughed together. Seeing that Zhang Xuebiao hadn't come, Bai Yang asked again, "Dad, why was he gone for so long? Is he really all right?" Feng Yuan smiled and nodded. "Your dad just called and told you to keep up the good work. Don't worry, just focus on getting good grades." Bai Yang forced a smile. He recalled that during his previous life's college entrance exam, He had also wanted Zhang Shuebiao and the others to come over, but Jiang Kaiwei simply refused. On the day of the exam, Bai Yang thought he would receive encouragement from them, but Jiang Kaiwei ignored him completely and only cared about bringing Bai Yuntao to the exam venue. Seeing that everyone else had their parents with them, giving them all sorts of advice and encouragement, Bai Yang's eyes welled up with tears of envy. Later, Bai Yang fainted in the examination room, and Jiang Kaiwei ignored him, even scolding herself for being useless. Thinking of this, Bai Yang hugged Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue tightly. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." Just then, a piercing sound rang out. "Humph, how pretentious. Hugging each other in broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed?" Jiang Kaiwei and her family came over. Chapter 39, the first day of the college entrance examination. Looking at Jiang Kaiwei and the smug Bai Yuntao, Bai Yang felt nauseous. He remembered that Bai Yuntao and he were both taking the exam at number 2 middle school. However, Bai Yuntao did not come in the school car. His family had a private car to pick him up. Seeing how hard Jiang Tsayue's family was trying to cultivate Bai Yuntao, Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh. Once that time bomb explodes, this family's fate will be quite amusing. Jiang Kaiwei, keep smiling. When the retribution comes, you won't be laughing anymore. Mom, you and Xiaojing wait outside. I'm going in first. After saying that, Bai Yang strode forward, ignoring Jiang Kaiwei completely. Seeing Bai Yang's contemptuous gaze, Jiang Kaiwei felt a surge of anger rise within her again. "You unfilial son. You ill-mannered brat. Pretending to take the exam. Let's see how many points you can get." Zhang Jingxue retorted defiantly. "My brother isn't ill-mannered at all. He's the best person in the world, and you have no right to say that about him." Feng Yuan quickly pulled Zhang Jingxue behind her and said, "Ms. Jiang, the child is young and doesn't understand. Please don't mind. And don't say that about Bai Yang. He's a very sensible child, not as bad as you make him out to be." Jiang Kaiwei snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not a shrew. I don't want to argue with you right now." She put her arm around Bai Yuntao's shoulder and said, "Just wait and see. I'll show you just how outstanding the children I've raised are." Bai Yuntao nodded. "Mom, don't worry, I'll definitely get you the top score in the exam this time. Everyone will envy you." Jiang Kaiwei smiled. "That's my good son." Then Jiang Kaiwei and her group checked Bai Yuntao's admission ticket and ID card, and after confirming that everything was correct, they said a lot of encouraging words. After Bai Yuntao entered the examination room, Jiang Kaiwei deliberately said to Feng Yuan, "All right, let's go wait in the car. Let some people stay here and worry in the sun. Xiao Tao will definitely get good grades, unlike someone who raised a rebellious son who might not even get into a second-rate university. By the way, after the scores are announced, I'll buy Xiao Tao a Mercedes-Benz. Are some people only capable of sending their kids to work in factories during summer vacation?" He. Although Zhang Jingxue was young, she understood the hidden meaning in those words and was so angry that she wanted to argue with her again, but Feng Yuan stopped her. "Xiaojing, your brother isn't angry. You should learn from him and be more magnanimous, okay?" Zhang Jingxue clenched her fists. "Mom, I don't understand. My brother is such a good person. Why would his family treat him like this?" Feng Yuan stroked her daughter's head, sighed, and gazed in the direction of the examination hall, silently praying. "Aunt Feng." Bai Xia had somehow appeared behind Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was startled. She turned around and was astonished. You are that one from the Bai family." She had only met Bai Xia once before, a year ago when Bai Yang was taken away. "My name is Bai Xia, and I am Bai Yang's older sister." Bai Xia pursed her lips, her voice lacking confidence as she spoke. Zhang Jingxue stood protectively in front of Feng Yuan. "What's going on? Are you Bai family members never going to stop? Do you really want to fight?" Feng Yuan pulled Zhang Jingxue behind her again and said, "Miss Bai, I'm sorry. The child is ignorant. Well, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Goodbye." "Aunt Feng." Bai Xia quickly stopped her. "I know there have been many unpleasant things between our two families, and I also know that we have done many excessive things to Bai Yang. But please believe me, I'm not like my mother. I'm here today to cheer Bai Yang on." Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment, then stopped and looked at her. Bai Xia looked around and said, "Shall we talk somewhere else?" In the examination room, Bai Yang sat upright in his seat, his expression calm and composed. The exam rules were being read over the loudspeaker, followed by the distribution of stationery and exam papers. The invigilators stood one in front and one behind, reminding the candidates not to move around or look around. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the questions on the first page. Just like in my previous life. Then he would have a better understanding. When the broadcast announced the start of the exam, Bai Yang began to write furiously, answering the questions at a remarkably fast pace. While others were still figuring out how to develop their essays, Bai Yang had already written 400 words. The proctors couldn't help but marvel as they passed by. This candidate is quite good. After finishing all the writing, Bai Yang began to slowly plan his post-exam entrepreneurship. The demolition plan for Qingyun district will be announced around the middle of the month. Then I can sell all the houses I own, which will not only pay back Suyu 4 million, but also leave me with a considerable surplus. So what kind of business project is the best to choose? Bai Yang chose not to put all his money in one basket. First, a portion of the funds was used to buy Bitcoin. He checked the market a few days ago and found that Bitcoin would continue to decline in the next few days, but then it would experience a surge in price. By then, I'll definitely make a fortune. On the other hand, Bai Yang is going to start a project, which is to create Douyin. Short videos hadn't taken off at that time, but with the rapid development of the internet and the widespread adoption of smartphones, the pace of life accelerated, and people's entertainment gradually became fragmented. As long as you can build a good platform, create a short music video community for young people, and then use algorithms to push interesting videos to people who like them, then it's bound to become popular. Moreover, everyone can perform a short segment in front of the camera, provide their own traffic, and have tools for editing videos and music. Young people with a desire to express themselves and share will definitely flock to this platform. Once it becomes a hit, it can attract huge investments, and cash flow will no longer be a concern. Bai Yang became more and more excited as he thought about it, and wrote down a long string of his plans on a draft paper. However, the characters were very illegible, and only he could understand them. The proctor who was passing by saw this, and was a little puzzled. Why is this candidate starting to draw nonsense? After the first exam, Bai Yang, like the other candidates, left the examination room one by one in an orderly fashion. The candidates' expressions were incredibly varied. Some were dejected and frustrated, others were smug and relieved that they had memorized the questions correctly, and some even burst into tears at the entrance of the examination hall, crying to their friends and teachers. They surrounded them and tried to persuade them for a long time. Elder brother. When Bai Yang came out, Zhang Jingxue went over and handed him a bottle of Coke. You worked hard on the exam. Mom said she'll take us out for a big meal later. Feng Yuan smiled and stepped forward, taking out a tissue to wipe Bai Yang's sweat. Xiaoyang, are you tired? Let's eat first. I'll take you to your rented place later. Get some rest so you'll have the energy for the exam this afternoon. Great, you've worked hard out there too. Bai Yang took a sip of cola and started chatting casually with Zhang Jingxue. At this moment, in the corner, Bai Xia stood quietly wearing sunglasses. Xiaoyang, keep it up. Thinking back to her conversation with Feng Yuan, she couldn't help but feel a little like crying again. Your sister will definitely support you. Just then, Su Jiao called. Xia, the things you asked me to prepare are almost done. But are you sure you want to do this? Chapter 40, he was just playing a prank. The college entrance examination, which concerns the fate of countless people, has passed in the blink of an eye. The class organized a graduation banquet to thank the teachers, and some people even said they wanted to go to karaoke and internet cafes all night to experience the taste of indulgence. A few mischievous boys even said they wanted to go to the bathhouse to broaden their horizons and grow up. Bai Yang only attended the teacher appreciation banquet, toasted his homeroom teacher and other teachers, and then left to return to his rented room. He has so much to do next. First of all, making an app is not an easy task. It requires programmers, which he himself cannot do, so he has to hire someone. Then, once the app is ready, we need to find influencers and KOLs with existing fan bases to join and leverage their fan base for promotion. There are also operations, publicity, and other things that Bai Yang had seen others do in his previous life, so he had a general idea of what they were like. But all of this requires not only money, but also connections. It seems we still need to discuss this with the Su family. Baiyang felt that with the Su family's resources and connections, he should be able to solve all of his problems. But in the end, Su Yu and I only have a consensus on dealing with the Bai family. As for other things, who knows what this woman is thinking? He didn't know much about Su Yu in his previous life. He only knew that she was similar to Bai Xia, both being strong and elite women who had worked in the family business at a young age and were in management positions. But she is different from Bai Xia in one way. She is better at hiding her emotions and is much more rational than Bai Xia. Honestly, this kind of woman is quite a headache. You have to be constantly on guard when dealing with her, or you'll easily get taken advantage of. Moreover, the Bai family and the Su family compete in traditional fields such as cosmetics and clothing, and have little involvement in the internet. Convincing her to innovate with me is a real challenge. Baiyang then made another alternative plan. If Douyin doesn't work out, he'll create a social networking site to compete with QQ Space and Weibo. Such websites only need to attract a large number of users, and there's no need to rush to launch an app. Maintaining a large user base is sufficient. If all else fails, I could create a novel website, copy all the novels I remember, and attract a large number of readers. So Baiyang wrote several plans, A, B, C, and D, and waited to implement them after receiving the demolition compensation. He was really tired after doing all that. Baiyang took out his phone and checked the calendar. I still have a few days left. I'll go back to the Zhang family home during this time to spend some quality time with Mom and Xiaojing, and I'll also relax a bit. But where did Dad go? The Bai family. It's often said that a prince is a crown prince before the exam, but a discarded prince afterward. This saying clearly doesn't apply to Bai Yuntao. The entire Bai family still revolved around him, giving him whatever he wanted, but only providing him with the best food, drink, clothing, and shelter. Not long after the exam, Bai Yuntao turned on his computer and began to review the exam questions and answers provided online. Finally, he confidently stated that he was at least 80% correct. Bai Yuntao also estimated an ideal score, 683 points. With this score, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University requires some luck, but getting into a 985 or 211 university is a piece of cake. And who knows, he might even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Yunqing. Wow, my Xiao Tao is amazing. This time it's definitely going to be a sure thing. Jiang Kaiwa hugged Bai Yuntao and kissed him on the cheek. Bai Wen and Bai Yun were also very happy and kept congratulating Bai Yuntao. Bai Wen laughed and said, Xiao Tao, you're really amazing. People say I'm a top student, but I only scored 657 points on the college entrance exam. Bai Yun took the art exam, and although her academic score wasn't high, she was still the top-ranked female student at the Central Academy of Drama. She happily said, from now on, I can tell my friends in the industry that I have a younger brother who is a top scorer. My fans will also be proud of Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, if you're going to study in Beijing, I'll take you to visit my agency. With your looks, you might even be able to debut. Bai Yuntao smiled happily. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, sisters. This is not only my own achievement, but also the result of your support behind the scenes. I want to repay you properly. Bai Sheng then spoke up. Great. Xiao Tao, you're a good son to your parents. Don't worry, you'll definitely get a good reward. The family was very happy, but something seemed to be missing. Since that argument, Bai Xia hasn't gone home. Although she still goes to work, it's just for business, and she hasn't sent any messages home. Bai Yuntao, of all people, brought up the very thing that shouldn't be brought up. Mom, is my older sister really not coming back? I miss her so much. I wish she could share my happiness. Jiang Kaiwei was still angry when she thought of Bai Xia. That unfilial daughter. She's bewitched, don't worry about her. When you come back as the top scholar, and that rebellious son Bai Yang can only go to a lousy junior college, she'll know who her real brother is. I was too lenient with her before. That's why she's so willful. Bai Wen and Bai Yun fell silent. They always couldn't understand why they thought about that night. Why is Bai Xia so concerned about Bai Yang? And why is she willing to turn against her family for him? What's the point of all this? After they went outside, Bai Wen and Bai Yun took a walk in the garden. Third brother, tell me, who is wrong? Eldest sister or mother? Bai Yun stroked her kitten and asked in confusion. Second sister. Why are you asking this? Eldest sister talked back to mom. She must be in the wrong. And it's one thing for my eldest sister to do something else, but she specifically did it for that Bai Yang. What kind of nonsense is that? Bai Yang is just an ill-mannered wild child. His mother is trying to discipline him and get rid of his bad habits. But he not only doesn't appreciate it, he also acts so disobediently. Didn't you see it that day? He actually held Xiao Tao hostage with a knife and bled him. I feel nauseous just thinking about it. I've had nightmares about it for days. After hearing this, Baiwen couldn't help but say, actually I think what my older sister said makes some sense. Bai Yang is our own brother, and mom has always ignored him. Anyone would find that unbearable. Bai Yun was shocked and turned to look at Bai Wan. Second sister, have you lost your mind too? You absolutely mustn't tell mom that, or you'll get a real scolding. Bai Wan waved her hand. Of course I won't be like my older sister. It's just I've been reflecting on what I've done to Bai Yang over the past few years, and it really wasn't appropriate. And as you know, some things were actually done by Xiao Tao, and Bai Yang was just taking the blame for him. Bai Yun frowned, looked Bai Wen up and down, and said, Second sister, no matter what your purpose is in saying this, I will not change my opinion of Bai Yang. In my heart, there is only one younger brother, Xiao Tao. What he did in the past was just a prank, and Bai Yang is just so annoying. Xiao Tao was just standing up for us. Besides, you were involved in some of these things, so why are you bringing this up now? I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, and don't say it again. After Bai Yin finished speaking, she picked up Mimi and went back into the house. Bai Wen stood there, stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. Did I do something wrong? In the blink of an eye, the day when the college entrance examination results are released is getting closer and closer. Chapter 41. Are you crazy? In the days leading up to the announcement of the results, Jiang Kaiwei was beaming with joy. No matter what she talks about with others, she always manages to bring up Bai Yuntao's achievements. It was as if Bai Yuntao was already the top scholar in the imperial examination. Her friends in the social circle of wealthy women naturally echoed her sentiments. As everyone knows, Jiang Kaiwei has devoted countless hours and efforts to training Bai Yuntao. Jiang Kaiwei cannot accept that she will not be the top scorer in the end. Bai Yuntao was also full of confidence. He had checked the answers countless times and even studied them with his teachers to make sure that his final score would not be lower than 685. Even if subjective questions like Chinese and English essays have some deviations, the impact should not be significant. On the day the results were to be checked, the entire Bai family was filled with a joyous atmosphere. In the morning, everyone in the family except Bai Xia had a hearty breakfast. A laptop computer was placed on the mahogany coffee table in the lobby for checking scores. Jiang Kaiwei also asked Bai Sheng to go to the basement and bring out the red wine that he had treasured for 18 years. Xiao Tao, this bottle of wine was brewed by my own hands when you were just born. Now that you're all grown up, it's time to bring it out. After your results are announced, let's open this bottle of red wine and have a few drinks. Jiang Kaiwei patted the wine bottle, laughing with exceptional joy. Bai Yuntao was also very happy to hear this, but he still had to pretend to be innocent and harmless. Oh dear mom, can I drink? Jiang Kaiwei kissed his forehead. My silly son, how can a man not drink? You should have a drink later. Moreover, you will have another identity from now on, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Yunqing. This means that you have already surpassed many mediocre people and become the elite of the elite. In the future, this will be a significant part of your life's record. Everyone will know you and remember you. The more she talked, the more excited Jiang Kaiwei became, wishing it was already noon when the scores would be released. At this moment, Bai Sheng smiled and took out a gift box, handing it to Bai Yuntao. Xiao Tao, open this and see. Daddy has a big gift for you. Bai Yuntao said, Thank you, Dad, and then excitedly opened the gift box. Inside was a Mercedes car key. Wow, thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm so happy. Bai Yuntao was grinning from ear to ear. Bai Sheng said, I was originally planning to wait until your scores came out before giving them to you, but it seems pretty much settled now, so it doesn't matter whether I give them to you sooner or later. Take advantage of the long holiday after the exams and go learn to drive. Then you can drive to university to register. We'll buy you a house near the school. Then you can drive to school. Bai Yuntao smiled even more broadly. Then can I go take a look at my new car? Jiang Kaiwa patted his shoulder. Silly son, of course you can. Let's go. Bai Yun couldn't help but laugh when she saw Jiang Kaiwa and the others like this. Oh dear, when I finished my exams, all my mom gave me was a set of jewelry. Xiao Tao is so lucky. Bai Wen sat to one side, her feelings very complicated. Because Bai Xia still hasn't returned. What has my older sister been doing these past few days? Big sister? You're back. Bai Yuntao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Bai Wen and Bai Yun quickly got up and walked towards the door. At the entrance, Bai Xia stood expressionless, dressed in a black business suit, carrying a briefcase, and wearing black high heels. Jiang Kaiwa crossed her arms and said coldly, What? You know you were wrong. You know you've come back. Bai Yuntao's tone instantly turned to surprise and delight. Oh, big sister, I've missed you so much. The results are about to be announced. Is that why you came back? I knew it. You still care about me. Look, this is a car my parents gave me. Once I learn to drive, I'll definitely take you all for a drive. Bai Xia glanced at him and said, That's great, but it's a pity my brother has nothing. Everyone present was stunned. Bai Sheng frowned. Xia, how can you talk like that? Isn't Xiao Tao your younger brother? Bai Xia blurted out. I'm talking about my younger brother, Bai Yang. Jiang Kaiwei retorted angrily. You unfilial daughter, are you following in the footsteps of that rebellious son, coming back here just to annoy me? Bai Xia shook her head. Mom, I am your own daughter. How could I possibly want to upset you? I did this because I didn't want to see you make mistakes step by step. Whether you accept it or not, it's all for our family and for your own good. After saying that, she took out a document from her bag, bent down, and handed it to Jiang Kaiwei with both hands. Jiang Kaiwei glanced at her and then snorted. When she saw the first line of large characters on the document, she was furious. Jiang Kaiwei flipped directly to the last page. Bai Xiaoyu. Jiang Kaiwei threw the documents on the ground. Get out. Get out of here. And never come back. Bai Wen was terrified and quickly went over to hug Jiang Kaiwei. Mom, no matter what, my eldest sister is still my eldest sister. Besides, she has done a lot for our family and the company. You are so magnanimous. Jiang Kaiwei shoved Bai Wen away. Get out of here. You're just being nosy. Look at what she's done. Upon graduation, Sheng immediately picked up the document, took a closer look, and froze. Equity transfer agreement? Bai Sheng scrolled down. Xia, who are you going to give the shares to? Upon seeing the last line of the last page, Bai Sheng discovered that the recipient's column was printed with the words Bai Yang. Bai Xia is actually going to transfer half of her shares to Bai Yang? However, Bai Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after graduation. Since Bai Yang hasn't signed the document yet, it means the document hasn't officially taken effect. Xia, you're actually going to give your shares to Bai Yang? Bai Sheng was also angry. He rolled up the agreement and pointed it at Bai Xia. Have you really lost your mind? That unfilial son doesn't even deserve to be here. Bai Wen, Bai Yun, and Bai Yuntao were all startled. Bai Yuntao's face turned pale. Then he clenched his back teeth and fists, his knuckles turning white. With tears welling up in her eyes, Bai Xia said, Dad, Mom, we owe Xiao Yang so much. Can't I even offer a little compensation? She had struggled and felt conflicted when she asked Su Jiao to help her with these things. But in the end, she decided to do something for Bai Yang. Bai Xia felt that she had been deceived in the past, and now that she had woken up, she had to take action. It's ruined. It's ruined. It's all ruined. Jiang Kaiwei said to Bai Shisheng, Your daughter and that unfilial son are both ruined. You good-for-nothings, always finding ways to annoy me. Is this because I committed some terrible sin in my past life that heaven sent you two wicked creatures to fight me? Bai Xia was not surprised by her reaction and remained calm throughout. Mom, I'm not crazy, I'm doing the right thing. Bai Yang has always been a member of our Bai family. He has grown up now, and after the college entrance examination, he can have his own life. Of course, he can inherit the family's shares. If you won't give it to him, I will. I'm his sister. I can make that decision. Jiang Kaiwei was so angry that she trembled all over. She looked around and noticed several long black umbrellas on the shoe rack by the door. She immediately picked them up and walked quickly toward Bai Xia. Baiwen was terrified and quickly tried to stop him. But Bai Yun stopped her, saying, "Second sister, going over there now will only make things worse. Let's wait and see. You unfilial daughter. You think you can make that decision? What decision do you have to make? I own the most shares in the company. I'm vetoing your proposal." Jiang Kaiwei held the umbrella against Bai Xia's chest. Bai Xia remained standing ramrod straight, not taking a single step back. Jiang Kaiwei shouted, "If you take this agreement back, I can pretend I didn't see it." Did you hear that? Chapter 42. Who else could it be but him? Bai Xia looked at Jiang Kaiwei like this, feeling the force of her umbrella pressing against his chest. It hurts so much. But compared to the pain in my heart, these things are nothing. Especially when she thought about the pain Bai Yang went through with bloodletting that day. Bai Xia gritted her teeth and endured it. "Mom, you've taught me since I was little that if something is right, you should stick to it. What's wrong with me being good to my own brother?" Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, "You're really crazy. Xiao Tao is about to become the top scorer in Yunqing's college entrance examination. If you're going to give him shares, you should give them to him. Did Bai Yang even score half as well as Xiao Tao? You're giving shares to that good-for-nothing son? Are you trying to ruin our family? Destroy our family's business?" Bai Xia said, enunciating each word clearly. "Mom, so what if Xiao Yang didn't do as well as Xiao Tao on the test? He's still my brother. Is it strange that Xiao Yang didn't do well on the exam? He's been staying with us all year and hasn't had a proper meal. He's been rummaging through the trash for leftovers, stealing cat food, and getting beaten every day. How can anyone do well on the exam like this? Mom, if you were in my shoes, could you do it?" As she spoke, Bai Xia couldn't help but cry again. These past few days, she has had countless nightmares, imagining herself as Bai Yang, suffering torment and abuse in Bai's home. She would cry every time she woke up. As his older sister, she had been so harsh and cruel to him. No matter how she tried to make amends, Bai Yang would probably never forgive her. Seeing her like this, Jiang Kaiwei shook her head vigorously. "I'm going crazy. I'm so unlucky to have given birth to these rebellious sons. None of them are normal." She released her umbrella and pointed at the large iron gate outside. "Get out of here. I want to see your resignation letter next Monday." After hearing this, Bai Xia sniffed and turned to leave without saying a word. "Big sister." Baiwen cried out in distress. Jiang Kaiwei glared at her. "Anyone who dares to call her will have to leave with her. Get back inside, all of you." Bai Yun quickly pulled Baiwen into the house, and Bai Sheng also told Bai Yuntao to go back. Jiang Kaiwei washed her face in the bathroom, and when she came out, her face was still ashen. Bai Shixing looked at her with some concern. "Wife, Bai Xia's transfer of shares, is it for real?" Jiang Kaiwei poured herself a glass of water and sneered. "That unfilial daughter is dreaming. A shareholder transferring shares to a non-shareholder must obtain the support of more than half of all shareholders. I don't believe she can gather enough votes." In the Bai group, Jiang Kaiwei alone holds 32% of the shares, giving her absolute say. Even if it's not more than 50%, she's confident she can get the 18% shareholders to stand with her and ensure that Bai Xia will never be able to transfer her shares to Bai Yang. Jiang Kaiwei regained her confident smile. "Bai Xia wants that unfilial son to lay a finger on my Bai family's property? That's wishful thinking." Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the atmosphere was too dull, Bai Yun glanced at her phone. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, the scores are available now." Everyone tensed up again. Jiang Kaiwei seemed to have forgotten what had just happened and immediately sat down in front of her laptop. Quick, let's see how many points Xiao Tao got." With trembling hands, Bai Yuntao entered his admission ticket and password on the website. Soon, a line of large characters appeared prominently in the middle of the screen. Chinese 134, Math 135, English 140, Science 277. Total score, 686 points. Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. "Mom, 686 points. I passed the exam. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei immediately hugged Bai Yuntao and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, great, son, you're awesome. He's definitely going to be the top scholar. That master's prediction was spot on. No, it's because you're such a wonderful son. You truly are my good son. Upon graduation, Sheng clapped his hands happily. Son, well done. 686, that's a really auspicious score. Bai Yuntao was overjoyed and hugged Jiang Kaiwa tightly, saying, Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Ha! I'm the top student. I'm the best of the best. Bai Yang, you piece of trash. Now you finally realize the difference between us, don't you? I really don't know what score you got. Thinking of Bai Xia's appearance just now, he felt even more delighted. Bai Xia, you bitch, you idiot who chose the wrong side. Bai Yin quickly got up to get the red wine, and also told Aunt Zhang to get the wine glasses. Bai Wen remained silent, feeling that Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yuntao's laughter was somewhat eerie. That wasn't a joyful laugh. It was more like a sinister grin after a triumphant victory. Jiang Kaiwei immediately said to Bai Yun, Quickly post a Weibo and notify your media friends in the industry to report on this properly. I want everyone to know that my son is the top scholar. Bai Yun readily agreed, and picked up her phone to start editing the Weibo post. Just then, a news item popped up. Upon seeing this, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her pupils contracted, and her mouth opened slightly. Aphisthis. Seeing that something was wrong with her, Bai Wen asked, What's wrong, Xiao Yun? Is something the problem? Bai Yun put away her phone, her breathing becoming rapid. And nothing. Bai Wen had a bad feeling and immediately picked up his phone. When she saw the news, she was stunned. Mom Bai Yang Bai Yang. Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Kaiwei reacted instantly. Don't mention that unfilial son. What's wrong? Are you going to use him to annoy me like Bai Xia did? Bai Wen shook her head, then turned the phone around. Mom, no, look this. Bai Yang got the highest score. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Kaiwei frowned and squinted as she looked. The large headline on her phone screen took her by surprise. The highest score in the history of the National College Entrance Examination. Bai Yang from Yunqing No. 1 High School achieved a total score of 717, surpassing all others. Jiang Kaiwei immediately exploded, stood up, and snatched the phone away. In this year's college entrance examination, Bai Yang, a student from Yunqing No. 1 High School, achieved an astonishing total score of 717, breaking the historical record and becoming the highest scorer in the history of the National College Entrance Examination. Bai Yang got a perfect score in math, 145 in both Chinese and English. His 277 in the combined science exam is also far ahead of the competition, making him a true academic superstar. It is reported that Bai Yang has become the top science student in the province without any doubt, scoring more than 20 points higher than the second place. Every word in the report felt like a needle, pricking Jiang Tsayue's eyes and heart. Bai Yuntao also quickly went to check the news. He was stunned when he saw the overwhelming reports about Bai Yang. Undeterred, Bai Yuntao continued his investigation. Highest score in the college entrance examination has been achieved. Yunqing No. 1 High School is trending on social media. Highest score in history achieved. Bai Yang from Yunqing No. 1 High School scores 717 points in the college entrance examination, sparking heated discussion. With unyielding efforts, Bai Yang from Yunqing achieved a brilliant score of 717 in the college entrance examination. 717 points? Bai Yuntao slumped onto the sofa. He clenched his fists so tightly that his back teeth almost broke. This is impossible. Fake news. It must be fake news. Jiang Kaiwei slammed her phone on the ground. With a snap, a brand new iPhone shattered into pieces. While feeling distressed, Bai Yun whispered a reminder. Mom, that was a CCTV report. What's wrong with CCTV? Is it that great? Is CCTV never wrong? Jiang Tsayue's face was ashen as she paced back and forth, saying, Even if the report is true, it can't be that unfilial son. It's just a coincidence of names. Yes, it must be a coincidence of names. Bai Wen shook her head. Mom Yunqing No. 1 High School. Which other Bai Yang could there be? Some reports must have included photos. It must be that Bai Yang. Jiang Tsayue's hands trembled slightly. Suddenly, she rushed to the door, grabbed her bag from the coat rack, and was about to leave. Bai Wen quickly chased after her. Mom, where are you going? Jiang Kaiwei shouted. I want to go and confirm it myself. I don't believe that rebellious son is really that powerful. Without me, he is nothing. Chapter 43. My family died a good tragic death. In the Bai family's car, Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Shishang, Bai Yun, Bai Wen, and Bai Yuntao all had gloomy expressions. Since there's news, the reporters must have already gone to Zhangjia to interview Bai Yang in order to capture the hot topic. Jiang Kaiwe wanted to go there and see for herself. Throughout the journey, Jiang Kaiwe kept kicking the driver's seat, cursing with foul language, and urging the driver to go faster. That rebellious son couldn't possibly have done that well on the exam. Over 700 points, that's definitely cheating. He couldn't have gotten such a high score without my guidance, so there must be something wrong. No one else said a word. They understood that these few sentences had no logical connection, and that Jiang Kaiwe had lost her temper and reason. However, no one dared to advise against it. They were also puzzled. How did Bai Yang get such a high score? Bai Wen sighed cautiously. She thought of Bai Xiao again. Sister, perhaps you are right, and all our views on Bai Yang are indeed wrong. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family home, Feng Yuan looked at Bai Yang's grades again and again, still finding it hard to believe. Zhang Jingxue smiled and hugged Bai Yang tightly, then said to Feng Yuan, Mom, you don't need to watch. My brother is undoubtedly the top scholar. She rubbed against Bai Yang even harder, saying, Brother, you're so amazing. I'm going to be the top scholar's sister from now on. Bai Yang patted her head with a wry smile. Xiao Jing, you should keep a low profile. It's just the college entrance exam. Having survived a brush with death, Bai Yang no longer takes these things too seriously. The college entrance examination is just a watershed moment. There's still a long road ahead in life. Once you enter the workforce, there are many challenges even more severe than the college entrance exam. Feng Yuan's eyes reddened, and she said, Xiaoyang, you really gave Mom a wonderful surprise this time. Good boy, what would you like to eat? Mom will make anything for you. Bai Yang laughed and said, I'll eat whatever you make. Oh, right. Let's call Dad and let him know too. No sooner had she finished speaking than Feng Yuan's phone rang. It just so happens that it was Zhang Shuabiao who called. Xiaoyang, I saw the news. I didn't believe it at first. Congratulations. Zhang Shuabiao smiled broadly and kept praising Bai Yang. After thanking him, Bai Yang asked, Dad, where are you now? Why aren't you back yet? Zhang Shuabiao said, Oh, a friend of mine ran into some trouble in another city, and I'm helping him deal with it. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Also, there might be reporters interviewing you. That's fine. But if someone offers you money or a house. Bai Yang smiled. Dad, I understand. I won't take those. I can earn it myself. I don't need anyone else's. There's no such thing as a free lunch, or rather, what's free is often the most expensive. Every year, companies give money and houses to top scorers, which seems nice, but there are hidden costs involved. Zhang Shuebiao said with satisfaction. Good, he's truly my son, so sensible. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hello, we are from Yunqing Daily. Is Bai Yang home? We're from CCTV News, and we'd like to interview Bai Yang. These journalism students are pretty quick on their feet. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Bai Yang had no choice but to go and open the door to greet him. Despite the barrage of cameras and microphones, Bai Yang remained calm, saying that it was inconvenient to give interviews at home and that they could go outside the residential area. He told Feng Yuan that he would be right back. Zhang Jingxue said excitedly, Brother, remember to tell them you have a cute little sister like me. A group of reporters then surrounded Bai Yang, asking him questions incessantly. Bai Yang, how did you maintain a good mindset and overcome pressure during your preparation for the college entrance examination? What role did your family play in your studies, and how did they support you? What factors or people have the greatest impact on your learning motivation? Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential area, Bai Yang asked them to be quiet before answering the questions himself. This maturity and composure have earned the admiration of many veteran journalists. Just then, a black Cadillac drove up from a distance and stopped nearby. Bai Yang recognized whose car it was at a glance. But he didn't care. He raised his voice and said loudly, Everyone, someone just mentioned the issue of family, and I would like to make an important point here. My biological parents actually died a long time ago. My current parents are my adoptive father and adoptive mother. My biological mother died from terminal illnesses such as tongue cancer, lung cancer, liver cancer, and breast cancer. My biological father's death wasn't that serious. He died of bronchitis. Also, I have 3 older sisters. One jumped off a building, one cut her wrists, and another was committed to a mental hospital and died not long after. Fortunately, my current adoptive parents raised me with great care and love. They have a biological daughter, but they treat me as their own, showing no favoritism and treating me the same as everyone else. They taught me a lesson. Family doesn't necessarily have to be related by blood. Being able to live happily together makes us family. Besides that, I want to thank the country, society, and my school teachers for nurturing me and helping me achieve what I have today. Then Baiyang deliberately said loudly, "My biological parents and sisters died so tragically. However, I will continue to live well. Rest in peace." The reporters present were deeply moved as soon as he finished speaking. What a pitiful yet inspiring child. It's a miracle that she could be so strong and positive after losing her entire family and still achieve such good grades. They are his biological parents and sister. Wasn't their death too tragic? But none of that matters to the journalists. They were actually quite happy. Only news like this is worth reporting. This deserves to be written about in great detail. Outside the crowd, Jiang Kaiwei and the others who heard these words looked even more ashen than if someone in their family had died. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. He is utterly depraved, utterly depraved. Talented but lacking in virtue, he even cursed his own parents and sister. He deserves to be torn to pieces. Jiang Kaiwei let out a low growl, wishing she could rush over and beat Baiyang up right away. But seeing so many reporters and cameras around, her rationality reminded her to be mindful of her demeanor. Baiwen clutched his chest, feeling a tightness in his chest. She seemed to understand Bai Xia somewhat. Was it really just his nature that Baiyang said those things? I'm afraid the answer is no. She had seen Baiyang before. He was so humble, modest, and cautious. But it was all due to the unfair treatment he received from himself and his family. Prejudice drove him to this state. Baiwen once thought that Baiyang's life would be like this forever, and that he would never make a comeback. So she didn't take him seriously. Now she realizes she was terribly wrong. A monster that is about to turn on itself, is slowly growing. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Jiang Kaiwei knew that staying would only allow her to watch Baiyang show off his power, so she decided to go back first. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will definitely teach this unfilial son a lesson. He will never escape my grasp, never. It's all my fault for being too soft-hearted. I should have been ruthless. Now look what happened, I'm so angry." Just then, a magenta Audi pulled up beside them. Jiang Kaiwei glanced over instinctively, then suddenly froze. "It's you?" Chapter 44, A Reel Spoils the Mood. The person sitting in the magenta Audi was none other than Su Yu. Jiang Kaiwei and the others immediately showed wary expressions. The Su family and the Bai family are sworn enemies, fighting tooth and nail in every aspect, almost irreconcilable. Su Yu's initiative in coming over to greet me definitely indicates ill intentions. "Oh, Aunt Jiang, it's been so long." Su Yu smiled broadly. "You've come to see the top scorer in the college entrance examination? We really are destined to meet." When Jiang Kaiwei saw Su Yu's sarcastic attitude, she was already annoyed, and now she exploded. "You, surnamed Su, do you think you came here to laugh at me? Let me tell you. I, Jiang Kaiwei, have no jokes to tell you." Su Yu wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, she laughed. It's clear that she thoroughly enjoys Jiang Tsayue's current state. Baiwen carefully pulled Jiang Kaiwei aside, then asked Su Yu, "You came all this way just to say this nonsense?" Su Yu chuckled. "How could that be? It's just that many companies now want to cooperate with top scorers in the college entrance examination. Everyone wants to make money. So is it not allowed for me to talk to the top student about sponsorship?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei immediately pushed Baiwen aside and went to Su Yu's car window. "What did you say? You dare? Is the Su family trying to win over Baiyang?" This was absolutely intolerable to Jiang Kaiwei. She wouldn't feel sorry if Baiyang died out there. However, if Baiyang were to join forces with his mortal enemy, it would cause damage to his own interests. That is absolutely unacceptable. Su Yu sneered, put on her sunglasses, rolled up the car window, and told the driver to keep going. Jiang Kaiwa pounded on the car window and cursed incessantly, but to no avail. That damn slut. Just like her parents, they're all bitches. Seeing Jiang Kaiwa like this, none of the others dared to go up and persuade her. Cull. After letting out a long breath, Jiang Kaiwa calmly got into the car. Bai Wan and the others quickly followed. After closing the car door, Jiang Kaiwa didn't rush to have the driver start the car. Instead, she began to methodically assign tasks to the others. Honey, find a high-end hotel and throw a graduation banquet for Xiao Tao. Invite everyone you can. Xiaowen, go and talk to your older sister and make sure she comes back no matter what. Xiaoyan, why don't you invite some celebrity friends over and prepare a small performance? Singing and dancing are both fine. I'm going to throw the biggest and best graduation banquet in Yunqing. Let's see what that unfilial son and the Su family can say. No one dared to disobey, and they all agreed to comply. Bai Yuntao looked at Jiang Kaiwa with some concern. Mom, are you still angry? Don't be like this. Take care of your health. We don't need a graduation banquet or anything like that, right? It's too wasteful. I'm all grown up now, and it's time to lighten the burden on my family. Actually, it's all my fault. If my brother and I had gotten along better, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's all my fault. My brother did so well on the exam. He's much better than me. Mom, you should love him more, sob. He spoke very sincerely, and a few tears even welled up in his eyes. Jiang Kaiwa held Bai Yuntao's hand tightly. Shout out, listen to your mother. No matter what happens, you will always be your mother's good son. That rebellious son got some damn top score. Isn't your 686 points pretty impressive too? Shouldn't you celebrate? I want everyone to know that that rebellious son can never compare to you. The child I, Jiang Kaiwa, raise will always be the best. After hearing this, Bai Yuntao sat down next to Jiang Kaiwa and leaned on her shoulder. Mom, you're the best. I'll work hard, and I'll definitely make you proud. He lowered his head, a barely perceptible but chilling smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Bai Sheng said worriedly, Wife, if the Su family really approaches Bai Yang, do you think Bai Yang will actually agree? Jiang Kaiwa glanced out the car window and said coldly, I won't let that rebellious son have a chance. He'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime. After the interview, Bai Yang dragged his tired body back to the Zhang family home. Upon entering, the aroma of food filled the air, instantly putting Bai Yang at ease. Looking at the dining table, there were dishes that Bai Yang liked. Braised pork, stir-fried bok choy with garlic, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and so on. Brother, you're back. Sit down quickly. Zhang Jingxue jogged out of the kitchen and then pressed Bai Yang's shoulder to make him sit at the dining table. Feng Yuan, carrying a large bowl of fish soup, said with a smile, Xiaoyang, come on, you've been working so hard lately. You need to eat more tonight. Looking at the sumptuous meal in front of him and the smiling faces of Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue, Bai Yang couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he forgot about the Bai family, had no worries, and only had his family. He stood up and gestured for Feng Yuan to sit down as well. Mom, Xiao Jing, let's eat together. By the way, is Dad still busy? Tell him to eat something good too. Feng Yuan patted Bai Yang's head. Don't worry, your dad said he's going to have a couple more drinks with his friends tonight. Zhang Jingxue poured Bai Yang a full glass of cola. Brother, Dad drinks, we'll drink too. Bai Yang picked up a glass of cola, looked at Feng Yuan, then at Zhang Jingxue, and had a lot to say, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue also raised their glasses, looking at him tenderly. Bai Yang finally smiled and said, Dad, Mom, Xiaojing, thank you. Cheers. The three shouted in unison, cheers. While we were eating, there was a sudden knock on the door. Bai Yang wondered, are there reporters here? He was about to get up to open the door when Zhang Jingxue grabbed him and pressed him down. Brother, you can just relax tonight. You don't need to do any work. I'll take care of it. After saying that, she put on her slippers and ran to open the door. Bai Yang smiled helplessly, then picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Zhang Jingxue opened the door. Who is it? The next second, Jiang Kaiwa pushed her way in, and Zhang Jingxue, caught off guard, staggered, and almost fell over. Jiang Kaiwe stood with one hand on her hip, holding a tree branch that had been broken off from somewhere. She glanced at the food on the table. I thought that since I got the top score in the imperial examination, I would eat something nice, but I didn't expect it to be so shabby. Ginger. Feng Yuan turned pale with fright, and her heart raced. Bai Yang put down his chopsticks and turned to step forward. Jiang Kaiwe, what are you doing here? This is my home, get out. Jiang Kaiwe shouted angrily. What kind of attitude is this? I'm your own mother. Haven't you made enough of a scene after all this time? I'll count to 3 now, and you'd better kneel down and apologize right now. Bai Yang looked at her and laughed. My biological mother? Sorry, my biological mother is dead. Who are you? Rebellious son. Jiang Kaiwe raised the tree branch in her hand and lashed it hard at Bai Yang. Chapter 45. This whip is quite useful. Stop. Zhang Jingxue pounced on Jiang Kaiwe from behind, grabbed her hand, and bit her hard. Oh! Jiang Kaiwe cried out in pain. She raised her hand as if to hit Zhang Jingxue. You little beast! Bai Yang immediately went up to her, pushed her away forcefully, and then pulled Zhang Jingxue over. Hearing the commotion, Bai Wen and the others outside the door quickly ran inside. They were stunned by what they saw. Bai Yang's expression was cold, yet filled with anger. He handed Zhang Jingxue to Feng Yuan. Mom, take Xiaojing back to her room. Feng Yuan hugged Zhang Jingxue and asked worriedly. Xiaoyang, what are you going to do? Zhang Jingxue shouted. Brother, there are more of them. I want to help you. Bai Yang smiled at her. I'm fine. These people are coming for me. Let me deal with them. Looking at the deep bite marks on her arm, Jiang Kaiwe felt like she could devour Bai Yang and the others. You one bit me, the other pushed me, huh? You've all gone too far. Bai Yang pulled up a chair and laughed. Jiang Kaiwe, you people are like persistent ghosts. Is it because you see I did well on the exam that you don't want me to have a good life? I used to think you were just animals, but I never imagined you were demons. You're determined to harm me, aren't you? Are you never going to stop? Bai Wen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became very complicated. Jiang Kaiwe pointed at Bai Yang. You unfilial son. You've been causing trouble outside for so long. Isn't that enough? So what if you got the top score? You'll still be working for my son Xiao Tao in the future, won't you? Do you really think you can change your fate with that lousy score? Without me, you're nothing. Bai Xing stepped forward and said, Bai Yang, if you admit your mistake now, we can give you a chance. Considering how well you did on the exam, we'll let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. From now on, we can give you the same treatment as Xiao Tao. Whatever he has, you will have too. Isn't that a big enough concession? Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue looked at Bai Yang with worried expressions. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang burst into laughter and said, Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Shisheng, are you two deliberately trying to be funny? The same treatment as Bai Yintao? I thought so too back then. I was deceived by you all back then. I was blind to trust you devils. Jiang Tsayue's face turned ashen. You unfilial son, aren't you afraid of retribution for speaking such words to your parents and family? If I hadn't rescued you from this doghouse and let you live in a villa, would you have achieved what you have today? If I hadn't always disciplined you strictly, you would have been ruined long ago. You spent almost your entire senior year at the Bai family home, only leaving for a month or 2. In other words, 2/3 of your grades are due to me. You should be grateful. Bai Yang slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Kaiwe, you really are a master of sophistry. You say I moved into a villa, but why don't you talk about what kind of life I had there? I couldn't get enough to eat. I couldn't sleep well, and I had to be your dog. You dare to discipline me? Tell me, when have you ever disciplined me? I don't get any allowance every month. My dad gives me living expenses to survive. Have you even asked me that once? I spent 2/3 of my senior year at Bijia. But why don't you see that it was during this time that my grades plummeted? I did well on the exam because of you. Jiang Kaiwe, I could be better off without you. Jiang Kaiwe was trembling with anger, yet she was speechless. But she didn't think she was wrong. Bai Yang is her son, so he should be subject to her discipline. That's absolutely a matter of course. You unfilial son, you. Jiang Kaiwe, I'm reminding you one last time, we've already signed an agreement severing all ties. You're not my mother, and I'm not your son. Bai Yang said. From the moment I left the Bai family, I resolved to be a human being. Not your dog anymore. Get out. Baiwen couldn't hold back any longer. Baiyang, stop talking back to your mother like that. Come back with us. Even if we were wrong, okay? Now that your older sister has left because of you, please come back. Bai Xia is gone. Baiyang frowned slightly, then put on an indifferent expression. It was only a matter of time before the Bai family fell apart and eventually perished. There's nothing surprising about that. At this moment, Bai Yuntao stepped forward. Brother, I'm begging you, please come home. I'll do anything as long as you come back. All my things are yours, okay? Just don't make Mom angry. Mom isn't well, so please don't upset her. As he spoke, Bai Yuntao went over to help Jiang Kaiwe, his expression and tone revealing deep sorrow. Jiang Kaiwe patted his head, then glared at Baiyang. See? If you were half as sensible as Xiao Tao, I'd treat you a little better. It's you. It's all because of you. You unfilial son, so stubborn and hopeless. Baiyang interrupted her directly. Oh right, he's good. He's good in every way, okay? If you want to act, go back and act slowly. Don't disgust me here. One day, your true colors will be revealed. Jiang Kaiwe thought Bai Tian was talking about her, so she loudly questioned. You unfilial son. Say that again? Who's acting? Bai Yuntao hugged Jiang Kaiwe tightly, feeling guilty. Baiyang had lost interest in arguing with these people any longer. You're still not leaving, huh? Fine. I've collected the contact information of several reporters today. I'm telling you today that my biological parents are dead. But if you dare to come here and cause trouble, I'll tell them about my real experiences over the past year. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwe and the others' expressions immediately changed. Now that Bai Yang is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, everything about him will be magnified and scrutinized under the spotlight. If people find out that he mistreated someone in the past, his reputation will be damaged, and his business will also be affected. Jiang Kaiwe gritted her teeth. Fine, you unfilial son. You've got to win this time. But remember this, if I let you go, I'm not a Jiang. One day, you'll have to kneel before me and admit your mistakes. After saying that, she put her arm around Bai Yuntao and started to walk out. Wait. Baiyang picked up the rattan cane and lashed it hard at Bai Yuntao. With a sharp smack, a bloody welt appeared on Bai Yuntao's fair arm. Ouch, that hurts. Bai Yuntao clutched his arm and screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. Looking into Bai Yang's dignified and murderous eyes, he immediately cowered. Jiang Kaiwe angrily said, You Bai Yang, what are you doing? Here, take this back. Bai Yang chuckled, then tossed the rattan cane over. This whip is quite useful. Now it's back to its rightful owner. Jiang Kaiwe was both angry and heartbroken, and picked up the rattan cane to retaliate. Bai Yang stepped forward and said, Come on. Hit me as hard as you want, it's okay. Biological parents mistreat their own son, yet show great care for a bastard. What a pleasant-sounding headline. Jiang Kaiwe was furious, her molars grinding together. Baiwen quickly went over and hugged Jiang Kaiwe. With tears in her eyes, she said, Mom, let's go. Arguing any longer won't get us anywhere. Bai Xing also said, Wife, Xiao Tao's injury seems quite serious. Let's go to the hospital first. Jiang Kaiwe pointed forcefully at Bai Yang, her finger almost touching his nose. You unfilial son, I will never let you go. Never. Bai Yang smirked and chuckled. Jiang Kaiwe then hugged Bai Yuntao, gently comforting him as she quickly walked out. Baiwen was the last to leave. For some reason, she felt that her feet were as heavy as her heart, and it was difficult to lift them. She looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, I wanted to tell you something. Sorry. Shut up. Bai Yang shouted loudly. Chapter 46 became a small millionaire. Upon hearing Baiwen apologize, Bai Yang immediately interrupted. He turned to Zhang Jingxue and said, Jingxue, do you know what it means to cry like a crocodile and feign compassion? Do you know what it means to have a wolf in sheep's clothing? Look, this is the woman. Zhang Jingxue also said, Yes. They're all crocodile tears. They're all bad people. My brother is the best person. You don't deserve to be his family. These words, when they reached Bai Wen's ears, had a shock effect that exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she kept recalling what Bai Xia had told her. Bai Yang is our own brother, but what have we done to him? Perhaps we really are not worthy? Bai Xia sighed, then clenched her fists and walked out. Feng Yuan, and Zhang Jingxue both breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yang went over and closed the door, saying apologetically, "Mom, I'm sorry. I've made you and Xiao Jing worry. I've dragged you into this. I've been staying home these past few days. If they come again, I'll call the police." He never expected that the Bai family would be like a stubborn leech, impossible to shake off. Feng Yuan stepped forward and gently hugged Bai Yang. "Xiao Yang, we're family. Let's not talk about being a burden or not. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't always blame yourself." Then, she couldn't help but tear up. "I didn't realize you suffered more in the Bai family than I thought. If I have to apologize, it's all my fault." Bai Yang smiled. "Mom, today is a day to celebrate, don't cry. Come on, let's keep eating, don't waste these good dishes." The three of them sat down again and continued eating dinner, chatting and laughing. While eating, Bai Yang was thinking about how he needed to get his business settled during the summer vacation. Only by becoming strong can we completely escape the shadow of the Bai family. Otherwise, given Zhang Tsiyue's personality, who knows what else she might do? Bai Yang's eye sharpened. "Jiang Kaiwei, you said you wouldn't just let it go like that." "Coincidentally, I don't know how either." After dinner, Bai Yang stayed in his room alone. He took out 4 purchase agreements from his bag, thinking that it was about time to move on to the next step of his plan. Coincidentally, his phone rang at that moment. It was Suyu calling again. "Congratulations, top scholar. When will you invite me to your wedding?" Suyu smiled happily. She hadn't actually expected Bai Yang to do so well on the exam. He never expected to witness Jiang Kaiwei so vulnerable. It seems that cooperating with Bai Yang is indeed feasible. "Miss Su is joking." Bai Yang carefully put away the contracts. "I can pay you back the 3 million soon, including the agreed-upon 1 million in profit." Suyu said, "Oh, you mean this? No rush, it's fine if you don't return it. Just consider it my investment in sponsoring you, the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Bai Yang said bluntly, "Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. How can I ask for your money like this? We'll have plenty of opportunities to work together. Remember? We'll work together to bring down the Bai family. There's still a lot to do." Suyu burst into laughter. "Interesting, very interesting. You're quite a good kid. I didn't misjudge you. Okay, I'll wait for your good news." A few days later, Bai Yang stayed at the Zhang family's house and only began to act after confirming that Jiang Kaiwei would not come over again. Just a few days after the college entrance examination, the demolition notice for Qinyun district was issued. The public received the news even earlier than the official announcement. The residents of that area were initially overjoyed, but then prepared for a long-term struggle against the authorities. As the head of the household, Bai Yang naturally received a call from the sub-district office, asking him to come over to negotiate the demolition compensation. Bai Yang had initially declined, saying he was too busy, but now he can finally set off. He had already been on television, so in order not to be recognized and alert the enemy, he disguised himself before setting off. Bai Yang bought apartments in 3 different neighborhoods, so he naturally had to meet with people from the 3 different neighborhood offices in turn. When Bai Yang arrived, the staff had been outmaneuvering the other residents for several days and looked rather dejected. The staff members seemed listless when the policies and compensation standards were being read out. But Bai Yang enjoyed listening to it. All things considered, the returns far exceeded my expectations. Unlike other residents, Bai Yang chose to sign immediately and secure the money. Moreover, by signing first, he can have priority in choosing a better resettlement house. He doesn't live in the resettlement house himself. He keeps it and saves it up, which can be considered an investment. These days, owning a house gives you peace of mind. In case the Bai family ever goes too far, he can provide Zhang Shuebiao's family with a place to hide away in peace and quiet. The staff were overjoyed to learn that Bai Yang was willing to sign, and they grabbed Bai Yang's hand and shook it vigorously. The homeowners in the 3 communities have banded together in an attempt to raise prices arbitrarily. They thought the longer it took, the more money they would get. Such alliances of interests are difficult to break from the outside. They can only be resolved when internal strife arises. If Bai Yang signs now, that will be a breakthrough, and it will get those who are hesitant to sign as well, making their work much easier. Bai Yang was also very sweet-talking. He would call men brother and women sister, which pleased both sides. Therefore, They completed all the procedures quickly and efficiently in terms of making the payment and choosing the resettlement house. They also showed concern for Bai Yong and gave him a bottle of Coke. Finally, after Bai Yong came out, he had received a total of 6.3 million yuan in demolition compensation. However, this amount is only a figure on the contract for now. However, in order to persuade other residents to give up their resistance as soon as possible, the relevant funds will be transferred to Bai Yang's card as soon as possible. The lady from the neighborhood office smiled and assured me that it would take about 3 working days. In addition, Bai Yang received 4 resettlement houses, 2 in Xianan community, 1 in Longhua community, and 1 in the neighboring Jinghua garden. From today's perspective, all 4 houses are quite remote. The people at the neighborhood office were also puzzled as to why Bai Yang insisted on choosing these specific locations. Bai Yang's choice was certainly reasonable. A year from now, Cloud City will begin construction on a new city center. At that time, there will be a new high-speed rail station and airport, and many key high schools will also be relocated from the old city. Although this process will take several years, once it is completed, the current property prices will rise to an alarming level. Now, if he returns Suyu's 4 million, he can still keep 2,300,000. Bai Yang was very happy to suddenly become a millionaire. However, speculating on real estate and stocks ultimately cannot be considered entrepreneurship. He must establish an effective business model as soon as possible. Bai Yang was walking down the street, constantly thinking about Douyin. After much deliberation, Bai Yang still felt that they couldn't rush things. After several days of careful consideration, Bai Yang realized that the task was still too difficult and simply unrealistic for someone like him who was currently a novice entrepreneur. Many entrepreneurial myths in the world promote the idea of starting from scratch. But most people who truly start from scratch die quickly. Bai Yang believes it's better to be cautious. Before starting Douyin, he should have chosen a project that was easy to operate and quick to generate profits. But what should we do? Bai Yang noticed an internet cafe by the roadside. How about opening an internet cafe? Or a supermarket? No, that won't do. There are too many people doing this these days. It's already a red ocean with low ceilings. Bai Yang kept thinking about what other huge fires he had seen in his previous life. Suddenly, Bai Yang stopped in his tracks, his attention drawn to something at the entrance of the internet cafe. Chapter 47. Are you kidding me? Bai Yang saw several posters posted at the entrance of the internet cafe. The poster features several characters from the Dota game. Before League of Legends and Honor of Kings came out, Dota was undoubtedly the most popular 5v5 online battle game. Bai Yang doesn't play games much, but he knows how popular this game is. He thought of a common point between Douyin, TikTok, and online games. They are both aimed at young people. If you can create a hit game, you can attract a group of loyal young users. Once the funds are in hand, can't we get started immediately? Games don't need to be complicated. Some game mechanics can even be implemented using a web page. Bai Yang immediately thought of a wildly popular mini-game, Sheep's Sheep. The gameplay is simple. It's essentially a variation of a match 3 game. Even with my eyes closed, I can pass the first test. The problem lies in the second level. The gameplay is the same, but the difficulty skyrockets. It's like learning 1 + 1 = 2 in the first level, and then having to take the postgraduate entrance exam in the second level. Because it looks easy, but people just can't get past it, it has attracted a lot of attention. The game was advertised as having a completion rate of less than 0.1%, which sparked a challenge among players across the country. Countless people stayed up all night trying to beat the game, and players who refused to give up tried again and again, but still ended up failing. This seemingly simple game, which plays with people, generated over 100 million renminbi in revenue. During the game's peak popularity, it was all over the trending topics and news, and its popularity even caught the attention of Tencent CEO, Pony Ma. Bai Yang thought that they could create one using a web page now. Young people are quick-witted and energetic, which suits them perfectly. Bai Yang suddenly understood, and even walking felt much lighter. Next, we just need to wait for the demolition compensation to come in, then we can go and talk to Suyu about cooperation. Bai Yang went for a walk outside, and then bought some things for Feng Yuan, Zhang Jingxue, and Zhang Xuebiao, who was busy working in another city. He'll probably be moving out soon, so he'll need to pack up his things. However, just as he was carrying a large bag of things to the entrance of the residential area, he saw a familiar figure lingering there. Bai Yang's good mood suddenly turned into extreme annoyance. He walked over and called out, "Bai Wen, what are you doing here?" Bai Wen stood at the entrance of the residential area, looking very hesitant. When she heard Bai Yang call her, she was startled. "Ah, Bai Yang, you're here, I was just about to." Bai Yang interrupted her. "Weren't you just going to my house to cause trouble? Are the skin of your Bai family made of cement? How can it be so thick and hard? Get out of my way." He looked around and realized that Bai Wen seemed to have come alone. That's a bit strange. They don't seem to be here to cause trouble. Bai Wen swallowed hard. "Bai Yang, don't worry. Mom doesn't know I came to see you." Bai Yang said, "Whether she knows or not is none of my business. I don't care. Your whole family has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me again." Bai Wen pursed his lips, looking somewhat anxious and angry. How did Bai Yang become like this? Is he really that heartless? I clearly recognized my mistake last time and apologized. What else do you want? Bai Yang, I've come to see you because I want to talk to you about two things. My older sister doesn't come home anymore. She had a fight with Mom, and it was all because of you. Sister, he's going to give you a portion of her shares in the company. Did you know that? Bai Yang frowned. Given the Bai family's shares? Is Bai Xia really going to do this? But then he chuckled and said, "You think you can buy back the feelings and dignity I've lost with just a few shares? Tell Bai Xia, impossible." The suffering that Jiang Kai-Yue and the others brought upon him was a hatred he could never forget for the rest of his life. Bai Wen became agitated again. "Your older sister did all this for you. Bai Yang, why can't you think about others?" Bai Yang coldly questioned, "Think about others? Then who thinks about me? You mean I should compromise myself to make you happy? Bai Wen, you're really hilarious." Bai Wen was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. She was truly in the wrong when facing Bai Yang. She witnessed how Bai Yuntao framed Bai Yang, making her an accomplice. Bai Xia was unaware of the situation and was essentially being used. Even Bai Xia felt bad about it, and Bai Wen felt more and more uneasy. But she still felt that things shouldn't have escalated so much. "Bai Yang, no matter what, I hope you will consider my older sister's matter. There's one more thing. In a few days, it will be Xiao Tao's college entrance celebration banquet. Mom plans to hold a big one at the Shanyun Hotel. You should come too. As long as you're willing to come, my older sister will definitely come too. When the time comes, everyone can sit down, clear up the misunderstanding, and everything should be fine. What do you say?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Bai Yang's gaze towards Bai Wen changed. "That's the kind of expression you give someone who looks at an idiot." Bai Wen didn't care and continued, "When the time comes, my older sister and I will protect you and speak up for you. Actually, Mom just needs a way out. You just need to bow to her and sincerely apologize. If you and your older sister both go home, everyone can go back to how things were before. Wouldn't that be better? Don't worry. We will make up for all the grievances you suffered in the past." Bai Yang interrupted her directly. "Bai Wen, shut up. I have no contact with the Bai family anymore. You are not my family. You are my enemies. Do you understand? Do you understand, or not?" After Bai Yang shouted that sentence, Bai Wen was stunned. She clearly provided the best solution, arguably the optimal one. Why is Bai Yang still unwilling to compromise? Bai Yang picked up the shopping bag in his hand and strode into the residential area. Bai Wen stepped forward and stood next to Bai Yang, asking, "Bai Yang, I really don't understand. Why are you so fixated on the past? Aren't you tired? I know Xiao Tao treated you badly in the past, but he was just a little naughty. Is it really necessary for you to hold on to this?" "Why is that?" Bai Yang was speechless. How did this idiot get into graduate school? He stopped, put down the bag he was carrying, and took a voice recorder out of the bag. "That's the reason." Bai Wen looked at the recording pen, his face full of doubt. Bai Yang asked, "That bastard Bai Yuntao caused me trouble at school before, and I beat him up. You know that, right?" Bai Wen nodded. "That's right. Xiao Tao was magnanimous in the end and didn't hold you responsible. He even let you continue your studies, which is why you were able to take the college entrance examination and become the top scorer. So he's not a bad person at heart. Why can't you accept him back?" Bai Yang remained expressionless and asked again, "Then guess why I hit him?" Chapter 48, I went too far towards him. Bai Wen looked puzzled, wondering why Bai Yang asked that. Why was Bai Yuntao attacked? How did she know? Hitting someone is definitely wrong, but it's all in the past. Bai Yang said. You mean that Bai Yuntao was right because he was beaten, and I was wrong because I hit him, right? That's right. All of you think this way. This prejudice is ingrained in your very being. He turned on the voice recorder. Now you have two choices. Either be a dog outside, or come back and be my dog. If you come back to be a dog, I can give you some leftovers, which will be a little better than before. Bai Yuntao's sinister voice slowly came through the recorder. The more Baiwen listened, the more shocked and terrified she became. Did Bai Yuntao really say this? Really? Does he have this side to him? So what happened before wasn't a prank, but purely malicious? Halfway through the playback, Bai Yang pressed the pause button. Now do you understand why I hit him? Bai Wen, you are all sick. This disease is called prejudice, and it is incurable. My small problems are big problems, while Bai Yuntao's big problems are small problems. This is the family you were talking about. This is the home you wanted me to come back to. Bai Wen stood there, staring intently at Bai Yang with her big eyes. She suddenly felt like her entire worldview had collapsed. Is the younger brother I've spoiled for so many years really a devil? Bai Xia had previously told her that Bai Yuntao was not simple. She thought it was because Bai Xia paid too much attention to Bai Yang. In retrospect, Bai Yuntao did indeed harbor a dark side that was unimaginable to her. Why is it that she only understands this now, even though she should have known it long ago? Seeing her like this, Bai Yang felt no emotion whatsoever. He picked up his things and went upstairs. Baiwen squatted down, feeling everything in front of him begin to sway, as if it were all unreal. That night, Baiwen didn't even know how she got home. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yuntao standing in front of a brand new Mercedes-Benz, taking selfies and laughing happily. Son, do you like it? I love it. Mom, I'll definitely get my driver's license as soon as possible, and then I'll take you all for a spin. Bai Yuntao touched the new car, his face full of excitement and joy. Seeing Baiwen return, Bai Yuntao quickly ran over, jumping and shouting to her. Sister, Mom just taught me how to drive. It was so much fun. This car is so comfortable, sister. Once I've learned how to ride it, let's go for a ride together, okay? Looking at the sunny and cute boy in front of her, Baiwen felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason. Bai Yuntao's voice is now so cheerful and lively. But the voice of Bai Yuntao recorded by the voice recorder was so sinister and vicious. Baiwen found it hard to imagine how he managed to achieve such a reversal of extremes. 2M a little tired, let's talk about it later. Bai Yuntao was stunned. He hadn't expected Baiwen's attitude towards him to have changed as well. Seeing Baiwen like this, Jiang Kaiwei followed her into the house and asked from behind, Xiaowen, what's wrong? Xiao Tao was talking to you just now. Why are you so listless? Baiwen shook her head. No. I've been busy with my thesis lately, and I'm a little tired from reading. Jiang Kaiwei began to stare at her. Baiwen felt a little guilty and then prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly, she stopped, walked back, and asked, Mom, has my eldest sister called back? Jiang Kaiwei was furious. Don't talk to that ungrateful wretch. She can go wherever she wants. She followed that rebellious son in his rebellion, and I'll show her what I'm made of. Baiwen felt a pang of sadness, then whispered to Jiang Kaiwei, Mom, I think it's best when our family is together, right? Jiang Kaiwei frowned. What are you trying to say? You want me to beg that ingrate to come back? Impossible. Baiwen shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Mom, when I said family, I didn't just mean my eldest sister and us, but also, including Bai Yang. Jiang Tsayue's expression changed. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, making it feel cold and difficult to breathe. Baiwen shuddered and continued. Mom, don't misunderstand. I was thinking that since Bai Yang is your own son and my own brother, it shouldn't have turned out like this. Perhaps we can think of another way. Jiang Kaiwei stepped forward and gently grabbed Baiwen's neck with one hand. Mom, Baiwen trembled all over, and his pupils began to tremble. Jiang Kaiwei asked calmly, Xiaowen, let me ask you, from childhood to adulthood, who raised you and paid for your schooling? Mom, it's you. You've always worn the latest clothes since you were little, and your cell phones and computers cost tens of thousands of yuan each when you were in school. After you graduate, you don't need to find a job or do part-time work. You can do whatever you want. Who paid for it for you? It was you too. Jiang Kaiwa nodded and pinched Bai Wen's hand slightly harder. Since you know it's me, then everything you have up to now is a gift from me. Even strangers know that if you take a gift, you're obligated to give it to them. I've done so much for you, so you should know not to make me angry, right? Bai Wen felt some difficulty breathing and could only close her eyes and nod painfully. A few seconds later, Jiang Kaiwei released her. Remember what I just said. My child, your destiny is in my hands. Those who defy me will not have a good end. So what if that unfilial son became the top scholar? Without me, he would never have lived a good life. Bai Wen clutched her throat, still terrified as she recalled what had just happened. But she still nodded vigorously. Yes, Mom, I remember. Jiang Kaiwei glared at her. Also, Xiao Tao is your own brother. You should cherish him and fulfill his needs. Xiao Tao is the only heir of our Bai family, and he is my masterpiece. As for that rebellious son, he was only outstanding once. After that, my Xiao Tao will surpass him in every way. If you dare to betray your own side and choose the wrong side, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. Bai Wen dared not speak again, and could only nod, then quickly lower his head. Jiang Kaiwei snorted, and then walked out. Xiao Tao, you can start the car now. You're so smart. Mom, I feel like I can drive now. Looking at the scene of motherly love and filial piety outside the door, Bai Wen felt a strange pang of sorrow. She murmured, Bai Yang is also her son, but he has never been treated like this before. Why? She returned to her room and started calling Bai Xia. Right now, she has so much to say and so many things she wants to ask. After the call connected, Bai Xia asked, What's wrong, Xiaowen? Did Mom ask you to persuade me to go back? Bai Wen's voice trembled with tears. No, sister, my heart is aching so much. We treated Bai Yang so badly. Bai Xia remained silent for a long time. Why? Bai Xia sighed. It seems you'll be waking up soon too. Come here, I found out some things these past few days. Chapter 49 will definitely be a hit. After dinner, Bai Wen made an excuse to go out. She went straight to the address Bai Xia had given her, which was actually Su Jiao's house. Bai Xia had been staying there for the past few days. Bai Wen was startled the moment she saw Bai Xia. Because Bai Xia's appearance has changed so much. Dark circles under my eyes, messy hair, and I've lost weight. Although she still looks like a stunningly beautiful woman, she is quite different from her former spirited self. Bai Xia was in the living room at that moment, looking up something on her laptop. When she saw Bai Wen, she stubbed out her cigarette and said, Xiaowen, you're here. Bai Wen went over with some concern and asked, Big sister, what would happen to you? Su Jiao walked over with a glass of water and said, Hey, Xiaowen, why don't you try to persuade your sister? She's been eating and sleeping poorly these past few days, and she won't listen to anything I say. Bai Wen held Bai Xia's hand and asked, Sister, why are you doing this even if it's for Bai Yang? You shouldn't do this. Bai Xia closed the laptop and sighed. Xiaowen, I actually don't want to see you. Bai Wen was stunned. Why? Bai Xia said. Because you kept it from me. I was kept in the dark all along, and you kept hurting Xiaoyang. I've been having nightmares for the past few days, and I keep thinking about things from the past. Bai Wen's eyes reddened as she said to Bai Xia, No, sister, I just felt. I went to see Bai Yang today. Then, she recounted the story about the recording pin. Bai Xia and Su Jiao seemed unsurprised upon hearing this, their expressions calm and undisturbed. Bai Wen was a little confused. Did they already know all along? In fact, Bai Xia didn't know this. She just didn't find it surprising. Her understanding of Bai Yang and Bai Yuntao has been greatly updated. Xiaowen, now you know, right? Bai Xia lit a cigarette, her voice filled with sorrow. We used to think that Xiaoyang was no good at anything. But actually, someone deliberately fabricated his bad points. Bai Yuntao, he's been playing the good guy all along, making Xiaoyang out to be the bad guy. We've all been fooled. Bai Wen sighed deeply. But the kindness of raising someone is greater than the kindness of giving birth to them. Mama's already made up her mind to raise Xiao Tao. What can we do? Bai Xia took a drag of her cigarette, and then turned her computer back on. This is what Jiao Jiao and I have been researching these past few days. Take a look. Bai Wen was a little puzzled, so she turned the computer towards herself and examined it carefully. After watching for a minute, Bai Wen's pupils contracted and his face turned ashen. No, sister, this. This isn't real, is it? She kept shaking her head, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Bai Xia reached out and hugged her tightly, and burst into tears as well. I also hope this isn't true. 3 days later, Bai Yang received the demolition compensation. After transferring 4 million to Su Yu's card, Bai Yang still had more than 2 million left in his card. He took a good shower in his rented room, and then invited Su Yu out. The location was a Western restaurant next to Yunqing Square. The prices were mid to high, but the ambience was nice. The restaurant has an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, so at night you can turn your head and see the best night view of Yunqing. Bai Yang didn't actually want to make it so extravagant. But when discussing business or investment with others, you really can't be too stingy. Many people owe hundreds of millions, but still drive sports cars and live in luxury homes. The goal is to send a signal to everyone, especially creditors. I still have money. I can still make money, so just trust me. Bai Yang now wants to give Su Yu that impression as well. Otherwise, if you're too stingy, how will you make more money? Su Yu wore a light blue dress and light makeup, her slightly curly hair fluttering in the wind. With her beautiful figure, it's hard to look away. I never imagined that our top scorer would know how to enjoy life so much. Su Yu sat down with a smile. Bai Yang smiled and returned the bank card to its owner. Miss Su is too kind. Here, this contains the 4 million I promised to give you. It's a deal. You give me 3 million, and I'll help you earn 1 million. Su Yu gently tied her hair up behind her back with both hands. I've already received the text message from the bank. You actually kept your word. I'm quite surprised. How did you do it? Bai Yang smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. Let's keep it a secret. Don't worry, it's absolutely legal and compliant. Su Yu curled the corners of her lips. It's quite mysterious. Okay then, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. By the way, now that you have this money, what are your plans for it? I heard that Jiang Kaiwa has already caused your adoptive father to lose his job. Now that you've earned money to help him through the crisis, you probably won't let Jiang Kaiwa off the hook, right? This topic was exactly what Bai Yang wanted to hear. Ms. Su is right. I do want to work on a project during the holidays. Web-based games. Su Yu laughed. You can do this too? She didn't know much about this, but her family had always been involved in e-commerce channels, so they had quite a few programmers working for them. Bai Yang said, yes, this game doesn't need to be too complicated. You can play it by just moving your fingers and clicking the mouse a few times. The gameplay is similar to Candy Crush, but there are some differences. The second level will be particularly difficult. We just need to use the slogan that only 0.1% of people can beat this game to attract a large number of players. After each failure, players need to watch an ad to revive if they want to continue the challenge. This also drives traffic to the Su family's other businesses and allows them to get advertisements from other merchants. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? If players don't want to watch ads, they can buy a membership or directly buy items. That would also generate a lot of revenue. We can also set generous rewards for those who complete the level, which will attract more users. Su Yu was somewhat surprised after hearing this, because it was the first time she had ever heard someone come up with such an idea. The more she listened, the more interesting it became, and Su Yu couldn't help but ask, so what do you want me to do? Bai Yang smiled. It's very simple. Developing and maintaining games both require programmers. Miss Su, could you help me recruit some, or transfer a few from your company? In addition, I would like to use your existing promotional channels to promote this game. I guarantee that this game will soon become the hottest game on the internet. Seeing Bai Yang's confident demeanor, Su Yu felt a little excited. However, she remained outwardly calm. What you said is all correct, but I noticed a problem. Bai Yang was stunned. What problem? Chapter 50. This can't be real, right? Su Yu propped herself up on one arm, staring intently at Bai Yang and smiling. So, under what name do you plan to develop this game? You're not going to just hand over such a lucrative game to me now, are you? Bai Yang understood what Su Yu meant. That's right. I should register a company and then officially cooperate with your Su family. Su Yu nodded. I can take care of the paperwork for you. I also have office space. I know an office building in the city center with a nice environment and convenient transportation. The landlord is a friend of mine. If you want it, I can ask him to give you a discount. Next, you prepare a project plan, and I will arrange personnel to push this project forward. Young breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su-yu was cooperating so well. However, he was somewhat wary of Su-yu's generosity. Miss Su trusts me so much. I am truly flattered. He was worried that Su-yu might have hidden some additional conditions behind the scenes. Su-yu smiled. I felt very pleased to read what you said in the interview after you became the top scorer in the exam. We are comrades in arms fighting against the Bai family, so naturally we should help each other. So that's how it is. It seems that Su-yu still sees herself as a tool to discuss the Bai family. It doesn't matter anymore. Aren't I just using her as a cash cow? Once the game is launched and makes money, you can sell it to a large company and gain access to your network and resources. Then, if we proceed with the Douyin project, we will truly have the power to control the narrative. The two then started chatting casually, and the atmosphere was fairly pleasant. At this point, Su-yu brought up another matter. Speaking of which, Jiang Kaiwei is going to throw a graduation banquet for Bai Yuntao. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Bai Yang shook his head. I don't have any particular ideas. I just need to live my life well. He could understand the unspoken meaning in Su-yu's words. They just wanted to cause trouble at Bai Yuntao's college entrance celebration and embarrass the Bai family. Bai Yang doesn't have the energy for that. Right now, making more money is better than arguing with those lunatics. Moreover, he didn't want to be too closely tied to Su-yu. As long as he could make money, that was enough. Because it's not just the Bai family that has a time bomb. The Su family actually has one too. Hearing this, Su-yu was clearly disappointed. Oh, okay then. Seeing that the wealthy woman was a little upset, Bai Yang felt helpless. How can someone so grown up still have such a temper? It seems that if we don't please her, the subsequent steps of cooperation will be difficult. But he really didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Suddenly, Bai Yang came up with an idea. Bai Yang said, Miss Su, I have a friend who had a conversation with Bai Yuntao before, and coincidentally, the conversation was recorded. Su-yu immediately became interested. A recording? What's in it? Bai Yang waved his hand. I don't know, because I'm not familiar with the Bai family. Su-yu was getting anxious, thinking that Bai Yang was going to make demands. Just as she was about to speak and take out her money to buy it, Bai Yang added, My friend is very careless and often forgets things. So, if you're lucky, Miss Su, you might find this recording. After saying that, he took a voice recorder out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Su-yu understood immediately and smiled at Bai Yang. Okay, I understand. If I accidentally found it, it's nobody's fault but yours, and it has nothing to do with you. Bai Yang nodded, then made an excuse and left. After Bai Yang left, Su-yu picked up the recording pen and revealed a smug smile. Oh dear, I accidentally found this thing. What should I do? Bai family villa. When Baiwen got home, it was already 11 p.m. Jiang Kaiwei and the others had already gone to sleep, but Bai Yun was still watching videos in her room. She is considered a third or fourth tier actress in the entertainment industry, often playing supporting roles in popular dramas. Although she is not very famous, she does have a few fans. Right now, she's petting her cat while watching the TV series she stars in. Baiwen knocked on the door and came in, looking completely distracted. Second sister, what's wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with her, Bai Yun closed her laptop, got up, and went over to her. Baiwen lowered her head, and then said, Xiao Yun, do you know you think Bai Yang is our biological younger brother? Huh? Why are you bringing this up? Bai Yun was taken aback by this sudden question. Baiwen grabbed Bai Yun's hand and asked, Xiao Yun, just answer me. Do you think he's our biological younger brother? Bai Yun put Mimi aside. Well, in terms of blood relations, it's definitely true. Didn't we already do several paternity tests back then? But emotionally, I feel he doesn't deserve to stay in our Bai family. Think about it. He's been too arrogant lately, threatening Mom with a knife and saying such hurtful things. This is nothing like what a son should do. If I were him, I would have apologized to my mother long ago. Baiwen sighed. But what if Mom really did make a mistake? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun panicked. She quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling Baiwen to stop talking. Second sister, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak ill of Mom? I admit, Mom has a bit of a temper, but it's clearly Bai Yang and my older sister who are in the wrong. If they had gone along with Mom, would all this have happened? Baiwen felt a pang of heartache and didn't know how to express what was on her mind. Second sister, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Bai Yun was getting more and more confused. What's going on with my two older sisters? Baiyang clearly has nothing, yet he has a whole host of flaws. Aside from getting high scores on exams, he doesn't have any outstanding qualities. So why are Bai Xia and Baiwen both on his side? Baiwen patted his face and said, Xiaoyan, some things might not be as we think. Tell me, since Baiyang is our own brother and Mom's own son, why is Mom so cruel to him? Bai Yun shrugged. Is that so hard to understand? Baiyang is so disobedient to his mother. Baiwen said, I'm talking about before. When Baiyang was still at home, wasn't Mom treating him excessively? At this point, she choked up a little. Of course I was also very bad to Baiyang. Everyone in this family has wronged him. Bai Yun frowned. Second sister, what exactly are you trying to say? Let me be frank. I went to see my older sister tonight. She showed me some things. You should take a look too. After saying that, she took out several printed documents from her bag. What is it? Why are you making it sound so mysterious? Bai Yun was a little confused, wondering what they meant. However, once she saw it clearly, her eyes widened immediately. Is this real? Bai Wen's eyes reddened, and she took out a tissue to carefully wipe them. She had been crying to Bai Xia and Su Jiao for a long time. But even now, I still feel very sad whenever I think about it. Bai Yun shook her head. No, I don't believe it. This is too unbelievable. But this is the truth that my older sister found out. Baiwen said firmly. I don't want to believe it either, but this point really proves that Mom was wrong. Bai Yun kept shaking her head. I don't believe it. Why did Mom do that? Chapter 51. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. What Baiwen showed Bai Yun was a record of the investigation into Bai Yang's disappearance years ago. The Bai family had always believed that Bai Yang was abducted by human traffickers when he was almost 1 year old. According to Jiang Kaiwei, she didn't notice Bai Yang when she was strolling in the park, and when she turned around, he was nowhere to be seen. That year, Bai Xia and the others were only teenagers. They only remembered that Jiang Kaiwei cried very sadly and almost went crazy. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Xia felt something was wrong. First of all, Jiang Kaiwei comes from a prestigious family and has been used to a luxurious life since childhood. She has bodyguards wherever she goes, so how could she possibly stroll in the park alone? Secondly, Jiang Kaiwei recovered immediately after adopting Bai Yuntao. If she were truly heartbroken over losing Bai Yang, she wouldn't have acted this way. Finally, after Bai Yang went missing, Jiang Kaiwei did not choose to report it to the police in order to protect her reputation. This is also quite suspicious. So Bai Xia entrusted Su Jiao to send someone to investigate the matter of Bai Yang going missing back then. On the day of the college entrance examination, Bai Xia asked Feng Yuan to find out about their adoption of Bai Yang. Feng Yuan said that Zhang Xuebiao used to like fishing. He happened to pass by a bridge arch and was frightened by Bai Yang's crying. He then found Bai Yang and took him home. That day was also the day Jiang Kaiwei said she accidentally lost Bai Yang in the park. At this point, Baiwen cried even harder, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyan, do you understand now? The park Mom mentioned is in the city, while the underpass where Zhang Xuebiao found Bai Yang is in the suburbs. The two are hundreds of kilometers apart. Even if Xiaoyang was taken away by human traffickers, why didn't they sell him instead of running all this way and leaving him there? So Mom was lying. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun felt a buzzing in her head. She had roughly guessed all of this before, but after Baiwen explained it to her, her mind became even more confused. Baiwen added. Then, Su Jiao checked her mother's information and found that on the day Bai Yang disappeared, she had been fined for speeding. According to that ticket record, Mom was speeding near the place where Bai Yang was abandoned. In other words, Bai Yang was left there by Mom herself. Bai Yun looked at the documents in front of her, and her breathing became rapid. In her opinion, this was simply unbelievable. No, second sister, why would Mom do this? Why would she abandon her own son? Bai Yun scratched her head with both hands. Since he has already been abandoned, why bring him home, make him change his surname, and make him acknowledge his ancestors? Baiwen shook her head. I don't know, but Mom lied, and there's a strong suspicion that she abandoned Bai Yang. This also explains why Jiang Kaiwei was so harsh and indifferent to Bai Yang. Moreover, knowing that Bai Yuntao was targeting Bai Yang in various ways, she chose to acquiesce rather than set things right. Because from the very beginning, she didn't cherish her own son. Bai Yun gathered the documents together and shook her head vigorously. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Second sister, your eldest sister has gone mad. How could she believe such things? Feng Yuan is Bai Yang's adoptive mother, and she has a grudge against mom. Do you think she can tell the truth? How can you believe an outsider? Maybe they bought Bai Yang from human traffickers, but they're vehemently denying it. Bai Wen sighed. Xiao Yun, why don't you understand? I've made it very clear that my older sister went to investigate because she heard that Feng Yuan and mom's statements contradicted each other. This investigation revealed that mom had a speeding record that day. How could Feng Yuan have known this beforehand? Moreover, Zhang Xuebiao did call the police at the time. If they really bought Bai Yang from human traffickers, would they have done that? Bai Yun was speechless. Bai Wen's emotions and tears flowed uncontrollably like a flood. It turns out that the Bai family has always owed Bai Yang something. From the moment Bai Yang came into this world, he has suffered man-made hardships. Zhang Zeyue's harshness towards Bai Yang was not because the debt of gratitude for raising him outweighed the debt of gratitude for giving him life. Rather, it was a premeditated act of dislike and disgust. What's even more chilling is, people who abandon their own children usually subconsciously hope that the child can find a good home, so they will place the child near a populated or well-to-do family. But the place where Jiang Kaiwei abandoned Bai Yang was a remote bridge archway. If Zhang Xuebiao hadn't wanted to fish in a less crowded place, who knows what might have happened? Their malicious intentions are truly unthinkable. Everyone says even tigers don't eat their cubs, so why did Jiang Kaiwei treat Bai Yang like this? Thinking of this, Bai Wen covered her mouth and sobbed incessantly. My brother Yavi suffered so much. Bai Yun looked at the documents in her hand, gritted her teeth, picked them up, and tore them to shreds. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Bai Wen was stunned. Bai Yun tore the papers to shreds and threw them directly into the trash can. Second sister, I didn't see or hear anything tonight. You too. Take your sister's advice, and whatever you do, don't bring this up again. Bai Yun grabbed Bai Wen's shoulders. No matter what, Mom must have her reasons for doing this. She's very good to us, and she's very good to Xiao Tao, and that's enough, isn't it? Bai Wen stopped crying and stared blankly at Bai Yun. That look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a stranger. Bai Yun panicked. Sister, don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for the greater good. My eldest sister was kicked out of the company because she angered Mom. Her career was just starting out. Don't you think it's a pity? You're about to graduate with your master's degree, and aren't you going to pursue a doctorate? My acting career needs to continue, and my family will have to pay for all of that. If you cause chaos in the house right now, what will we do? Are you going to ruin yourself and me for Bai Yang's sake? She stared at the investigation materials and said, besides, what my eldest sister found out can't be used as evidence. Mom was just passing by. Maybe she wasn't there to get rid of Bai Yang, but to look for him. What Feng Yuan and Zhang Xuebiao said may not be credible. You and your older sister must not do anything foolish. After hearing this, Bai Wen took a deep breath and said nothing. She brushed aside Bai Yun's hand, then got up and left her room. Upon reaching the door, Bai Wen turned to Bai Yun and said, Xiaoyun, I think I might be crazy, but I'm not the only one who's crazy. After saying that, he closed the door and left. The next day, the Bai family gathered together for breakfast again. Bai Wen and Bai Yun both had blank expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. Only Bai Yuntao remained the same, laughing heartily. Jiang Kaiwa patted Bai Yuntao's head and said to Bai Wen and the others, Xiao Wen, Xiao Yun, I have a few things to tell you. First, after Xiao Tao's graduation banquet, your father and I will take him to Beijing for a trip, and we'll also visit his future school. Please take care of the house during this time. Bai Yun then asked, Mom, you've gone out too. What about the company? Jiang Kaiwa began. This is the second thing I want to talk about. Your eldest sister, no, I should say she's an ingrate, has already resigned. So I've made a decision. Have the fourth brother come back. Upon hearing this, Bai Wen and Bai Yun were both shocked. Chapter 52 Graduation Banquet. Is fourth sister coming back? Bai Wen's eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly. Jiang Kaiwa nodded. Yes, but she's currently on a business trip abroad, so she won't be back for a few days. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Bai Wen shook her head. No. Jiang Kaiwa actually had 4 daughters, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, Bai Yun, and Bai Ting. However, when Bai Ting turned 2 years old, Bai Sheng's second brother had just lost his only son. After discussing it with Bai Sheng, Jiang Kaiwei decided to adopt Bai Ting. Nominally, she didn't want her second brother's branch of the family to die out, but in reality, she also hoped to get a larger share of the family fortune. Bai Ting's second brother, who had been ill since graduation, passed away 2 years ago. Therefore, Bai Ting has inherited their branch of the family business and is managing it quite well. Bai Ting rarely goes home, only returning during holidays to give Jiang Kaiwei and the others gifts and to have a get-together. When his youngest daughter came home, Bai Sheng was naturally happy. This is a good decision. I feel at ease having Shouting run the company. Xiaowen, Xiaoyan, you should be happy too. Bai Yuntao clapped his hands and exclaimed, yes, Sister Tingting is the best. She even gave me a fountain pen last year, which I love. Jiang Kaiwei patted his head and smiled. Yes, Xiao Tao, you should work hard too, and everything in the company will be yours in the future. Shouting is very capable. You should learn from her in the future, understand? Bai Yuntao nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll listen to Mom. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and he said with a touch of sadness, if only my older sister and brother were here too. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Jiang Kaiwei frowned, her face turning somewhat grim. Xiao Tao, Mom knows you're kind. But you must remember, some people don't deserve sympathy. Ungrateful children and rebellious sons are the same. They are both devoid of humanity and morality. When children disobey their parents, it is unacceptable no matter where you look at it. They'll get their comeuppance sooner or later. If you see them, stay far away. Otherwise, if lightning strikes one day, you might get caught in the crossfire. Bai Yuntao symbolically wiped the corner of his eye. Yes, Mom. To remember. Bai Wen suddenly stood up. 2M full, you guys take your time eating. After saying that, he quickly went up to his room. Bai Yun also left the restaurant and followed Bai Wen to her room. Second sister, are you alright? Bai Wen shook her head expressionlessly. What could possibly happen to me? Let Mom do whatever she wants. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she put her arm around her shoulder. That's more like it. Second sister, we have to look forward. As long as we listen to Mom, we all have a bright future. Mom hasn't wronged us all these years, has she? Once fourth sister comes back, our family will be reunited, and all the good days will follow. Bai Wen countered with a question. Even with my eldest sister and Bai Yang absent, can we still consider it a family reunion? Bai Yun was speechless for a moment. Bai Wen added, if my older sister had been here just now. Ugh, never mind. I want to sleep for a while. You can leave now. Bai Yun stood up and said, second sister, no matter what you say, I still think Mom did nothing wrong. Bai Yang is perfectly fine now, isn't he? He doesn't seem to mind at all. So why are you all so worried about him? Think about it carefully. After Bai Yun left, Bai Wen took out her phone and called Bai Xia directly. Her nose stung with tears. Big sister, you're right. What do we do next? Before they knew it, it was time for Bai Yuntao to hold his college entrance celebration banquet. At the entrance, a red carpet extends to the center of the hall, with blooming flowers lining both sides, filling the air with their fragrance. The banquet hall was filled with food and drinks, and the stage was decorated in a very grand manner. Exquisite porcelain plates were filled with delicious food, and the guests clinked glasses and chatted happily. Waiters in formal attire moved among the crowd, carrying various fine wines, their shimmering glasses sparkling under the lights. Bai Yuntao, the main character, sat firmly in the center and became the object of everyone's toasts and praise. Young Master Bai did very well on the test this time. Ms. Jiang is a great teacher. Yes, I wish my child was half as good as him. Young Master Bai's future is definitely bright and limitless. Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Sheng responded politely. Bai Yuntao grinned from ear to ear, wearing a custom-made high-end suit, feeling extremely proud. The humiliation of being crushed by Bai Yang in terms of scores was completely swept away at this moment. Humph, Bai Yang, I really wish you were here. That way you'll know what a true winner in life is. I'm here to accept everyone's congratulations. How about you? Even if you become the top scorer in the exam, you still have to go back to that slum and live there. His classmates and teachers were also present. Although I already knew the Bai family was wealthy, I was still shocked to see this scene. So many people came up to flatter him and sing his praises. The homeroom teacher stepped forward and said with a smile, "Bai Yuntao, you have always been a well-behaved student in the eyes of your teachers. I believe you will definitely have a bright future." Bai Yuntao replied politely, "It's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching. Otherwise, no matter how talented I am, I wouldn't be able to bring it to fruition. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I will always remember your kindness, teacher." This eloquent and appropriate response immediately drew enthusiastic applause from those around him. Jiang Kaiwei was also satisfied with her son's wonderful performance and couldn't help but go over and give him a gentle hug. Bai Wan, standing to the side, watched them expressionlessly, as if she were just a passerby. It's all fake. Bai Yuntao's sensible and adorable nature, and Zhang Caiyue's approachability and kindness, are actually all illusions. The thought of this made Bai Wan shudder. Bai Yun poured Bai Wan a glass of wine. "Second sister, have a good drink today, and forget all your unhappy things. My fourth sister will be home in a few days, so we sisters can get together," she said softly. "Let's call my eldest sister too, and have a good talk. I'm sure there's a way to resolve her issue." Bai Wan sighed. "What about Bai Yang?" Bai Yun panicked and quickly glanced at Jiang Kaiwei. After confirming that she hadn't heard, she immediately said, "Second sister, why are you bringing him up again?" Bai Wan took a sip of wine and said, "Xiao Tao scored 686 points on the exam, so here's a celebration banquet for him. Bai Yang became the top scholar in the imperial examination, but we didn't give him anything." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was once again speechless and could only continue drinking in silence. For this college admission celebration, Bai Yun also invited several friends from the entertainment industry to rehearse a few singing and dancing performances to add to the festivities. The crowd watched the performance, cheering and applauding loudly, creating a joyous atmosphere. The atmosphere is perfect, and the climax is just around the corner. The host smiled and said, "Everyone, next, please welcome Bai Yuntao to come up and share his learning experiences over the past 3 years. Please welcome him." Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Sheng clapped wildly, urging Bai Yuntao to hurry up. Bai Yuntao, looking somewhat shy and innocent, nervously walked to the center of the stage. He held the microphone, looking at the many expectant eyes below the stage, ready to give a great performance. Just as he was about to read his prepared speech, a familiar voice came from the hall's speakers. "Bai Yang, don't think you can get away with pretending to be profound. Don't think you can get mom and dad's and sister's sympathy by doing this. It's useless. In their eyes, I'm their only treasure, and you're just a piece of trash. A person who is not loved is always trash." Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Caiyue's expression changed. This voice, these words, were they all spoken by Bai Yuntao? He actually said something like that? Bai Yuntao was also stunned. "I haven't even said anything yet. What happened?" Chapter 53, Deep-Seated Favoritism. Seeing this situation, Jiang Kaiwei and the others below were also very surprised. Hearing Bai Yuntao's voice and hearing his harsh and sarcastic words continue, Jiang Kaiwei stomped her feet in frustration. Completely bewildered, Bai Shishing asked, What exactly is going on?" Jiang Kaiwei went up and slapped him. "You still have time to ask questions here." A deep red 5-finger mark appeared on Bai Sheng's cheek as he looked at Jiang Kaiwei with a somewhat innocent expression. But the slap woke him up, and he realized that the most important thing was to turn off the sound system as soon as possible, so he immediately asked the host to go backstage to check. Bai Yuntao stood on the stage, flustered and at a loss, and the people below the stage began to look at him with strange eyes. Who would have thought that this seemingly sunny and adorable boy would say something so surprising? Also, is the Bai Yang he cursed in the recording the same Bai Yang who was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Finally, the backstage sound system was turned off. Jiang Kaiwei had a gloomy face, then gestured for Bai Yuntao to come down. She went up and took the microphone herself, then smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry, it was just a little accident. Although our Xiao Tao looks very well behaved, he actually likes to play pranks. That part was actually just a script he rehearsed with my third son. I originally wanted to give everyone a surprise, but there was a problem with the video, so there's only sound and no picture. Please excuse the poor quality. This explanation is far-fetched, and few people believe it. But in order to maintain appearances, everyone just laughed it off and let it go. But Bai Yuntao's tone and those sharp and sarcastic words were already etched into everyone's minds. Bai Yuntao sat in his seat, head down, not daring to say a word, clenching his teeth tightly, his hands gripping his knees. Bai Yong, it must be that bitch. Didn't you say back then that there was no recording? It was all a lie. You just wait. After the graduation banquet ended and everyone left, Jiang Kaiwa angrily called the manager over. What's going on with you? Are you deliberately trying to ruin my child? The manager, sweating profusely, said, Ms. Jiang, I'm so sorry. We knew absolutely nothing about this. Listen to me. Maybe it was done by some temporary worker. We really didn't know about it. Jiang Kaiwa stepped forward and grabbed the manager by the collar. You don't know? My child's reputation has been affected, and you just casually say you don't know and cover it up. I'll go back and find a lawyer. You'll have to wait and see how you explain yourselves in court. Also, did you team up with that rebellious son Bai Yang? The manager was speechless. Ms. Jiang, what are you saying? I really don't know. Just then, Su Yu and 2 bodyguards walked in from outside. Ms. Jiang, why are you so angry? When Jiang Kaiwa saw that it was her, she became even angrier. Su Yu, oh, it's you. Where did you get that recording? Where is that rebellious son? Su Yu shrugged and asked with a mocking expression, recording? Unfilial son? What are you talking about? I just got here, and I don't know anything about it. She felt incredibly satisfied. Jiang Kaiwa is incredibly happy whenever she gets a sore throat. The thought of what Jiang Kaiwa had done to the Su family made her even happier. Even though Jiang Kaiwa looked frightening, she always maintained an elegant demeanor. Jiang Tsayue's anger only shows that she has broken down. Jiang Kaiwa stepped forward and raised her hand to slap her. 2 bodyguards immediately blocked her way. Su Yu, if you're so capable, then stop with all this empty talk. Jiang Kaiwa glared at her. You think that by teaming up with that rebellious son and causing trouble here and there, you can bring me down? Dream on. Let me tell you, that unfilial son will come back sooner or later, and your Su family will be finished. Su Yu said coldly. Jiang Kaiwa, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. You know very well what you have done. Those were all things Bai Yuntao said to Bai Yang. Even as a bystander, I found them outrageous. I really admire you. You treat your own son like dirt, but you treat your adopted son like a treasure. If word got out about this, everyone would laugh their heads off, right? Jiang Tsayue's neck turned red, and she shouted, Do I need you to teach me how to raise my son? So, what do you think your Su family is all about? Go back and tell your dad. Don't push me too far. Su Yu snorted coldly, then turned and left. Jiang Kaiwa took a deep breath, picked up a cup from the table, and smashed it hard on the ground. Smack! The cup shattered on the floor, leaving Bai one and the others speechless. Jiang Kaiwa turned around and scolded Bai Shishing. It's all because of your good son. He's ruined, completely useless. I've tolerated his antics before, but now he's teamed up with outsiders to harm my family and even frame Xiao Tao. When I find him, I'll skin him alive. Bai Shishing felt wronged, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only helplessly listen to Jiang Tsayue's tirade. On the way back, Jiang Kaiwa continued to curse and swear, constantly cursing Su Yu and Bai Yang. Bai Wen couldn't stand it anymore and said, Mom, although what Su Yu did was inappropriate, Xiao Tao's words were indeed wrong as well. Jiang Kaiwa turned her head and glared at her. What do you mean? Do you think this is Xiao Tao's fault? Bai Wen opened his mouth, a wave of surprise washing over him. Isn't it Bai Yuntao's fault? He said those hurtful things to Bai Yang. Things like, without love, everything is trash. She couldn't stand that either. Bai Yuntao cried, and the timing was perfect. Mom, please stop talking. I really did say those things. I was too harsh on my brother. You and my sister, please stop arguing. It's all my fault. When I saw my brother say so many hurtful things to Mom and do such hurtful things, I was confused for a moment and wah. Second sister, please stop talking. I know I was wrong. Mom, punish me, scold me. As Bai Wen listened to these words, a chill rose from the soles of his feet and quickly spread throughout his body. Every sentence sounds like a confession, but in reality, Every sentence is an attempt to shift blame. They complain so much that they're consumed by all sorts of evil, but they manage to absolve themselves of all responsibility. Jiang Kaiwa, hugged by Yun Tao, patted his back and said, "Xiao Tao, don't cry. How could this be your fault? You yourself said that you wanted to stand up for your mother, so why would your mother blame you? Besides, you're right. That unfilial son really is an unloved piece of trash." Bai Wen's eyes widened in surprise at how extreme Jiang Sayue's favoritism could be. But what Jiang Kaiwa said next completely changed her worldview. Jiang Kaiwa said, "Actually, Mom is very happy. Mom has always been worried that you are too kind and that you will suffer in the future if you continue like this. Now that I see you have some backbone, it puts my mind at ease." This is the son of Jiang Kaiwa. If you ever see that unfilial son again, you should continue to act this way. After hearing this, Bai Yuntao gave a barely perceptible cold laugh, then continued, his voice trembling with tears, "Mom, thank you, Mom." At this moment, Bai Wen felt a deep sense of despair. Only now did she realize just how deep Jiang Sayue's prejudice against Bai Yang had become. But suddenly, Bai Wen felt a pang of heartache. "I was once one of them too. Bai Yang, I'm afraid he'll never come back." She looked out the window, her vision fogged up with moisture. "Bai Yang, my brother, where are you now?" Chapter 54. Have you finished your nonsense? Bai Yang was completely unaware of everything that happened at Bai Yuntao's college entrance celebration banquet. He spent an entire night writing out the development plan for the Sheep is Sheep game. Everyone says that everything is difficult at the beginning, but Bai Yang seems to have a special talent for it. After looking at a few online design templates, he easily completed the game-related design and subsequent marketing plan. All that's left is to register the company and hire programmers to get started. Regarding company registration, Suyu kept her word and helped him complete all the procedures. As for the name, Bai Yang thought for a moment, but it seemed that Timmy Studio had not yet been established that year. Then I won't be polite. He named the company Tianmei Company Limited, and the logo was just an artistic version of Timmy. That was it. The office was also arranged by Suyu. They rented a room in the Defu building in the city center at a discounted price. The programmers were 5 experienced programmers transferred from the Su family. Bai Yang paid them a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, with bonuses for outstanding performance. As expected, having connections in the underworld makes things easier. A company structure was completed in just 3 days. When these programmers saw Bai Yang, they were surprised that he was so young, yet he already owned a company and was making games. They were a little disappointed when they learned that it was a web-based minigame. But Bai Yang gave so much that everyone said, "Yes, boss," and started working overtime. The programmers only need to make the game, but Bai Yang has to consider many more things. He initially set an investment target of 1 million for the project, of which he contributed 600,000, and Suyu contributed the remaining 400,000. The costs of subsequent promotion and marketing will certainly exceed these. In the internet age, we can't believe the saying, "Good wine needs no bush." We must continuously increase our promotional efforts. The reason why Sheep became popular is because of the WeChat platform and the spread of short videos. Without this traffic support, Bai Yang has to create his own traffic. You have to negotiate with platforms like Weibo, forums, and Tieba for commercial advertising, and you have to be willing to spend money on them. Furthermore, Bai Yang plans to involve some online celebrities and KOLs. If they find it interesting after playing, they will naturally recommend it to their other fans. During lunch that day, Bai Yang shared his thoughts with Suyu. "You really are willing to spend money on advertising." Suyu was speechless. At this rate of spending money, you'll probably run out of money before the game is even released. Bai Yang said, "Once the game's user base grows, the initial investment will be just a drop in the ocean." Suyu frowned. "You're really that optimistic about this game? I don't know much about it, and it doesn't seem very reliable." She rarely played games growing up, and if it weren't for her trust in Bai Yang, she probably wouldn't have invested any money in any games. Bai Yang smiled, but didn't say anything. He understood Suyu. After all, in this era, online games, big or small, were all called electronic heroin. Even slightly reputable companies dare not invest openly, and many people with dreams of making games have perished in this era. When the internet became widespread and no one mentioned internet addiction anymore, it became virtually impossible to make indie games. However, judging from Suyu's attitude, Baiyang knew that it was virtually impossible to get investment from her before the game was successful. Therefore, Baiyang also made a backup plan. He still has over 1 million yuan in compensation from the last demolition, which he has now used to buy Bitcoin. This is real exorbitant profit. However, Bitcoin is currently very popular, so it is still quite difficult to buy it. Baiyang is waiting for a while, and then quickly buying the dip after Bitcoin crashes. He knew that Bitcoin would experience a surge after this sharp drop. At its peak, it even increased 200 times. Baiyang would never let this opportunity slip by. Suddenly, Suyu wiped her mouth and said, "Baiyang, are you free later? A friend of mine wants to meet you." Baiyang nodded without hesitation. Sure. Since he is Suyu's friend, there's no harm in meeting him. What if she turns out to be another young rich woman? Wouldn't that mean I'd have another lucky charm for me? Suyu smiled, then got up and left. Baiyang was a little confused. Since her friend was coming, why was she leaving? The next second, Baiyang's expression turned extremely ugly. Because Bai Xia came. Baiyang was getting annoyed. "Xiaoyang, how have you been lately?" Bai Xia sat down in front of Baiyang and asked in a low voice. Baiyang watched Suyu's retreating figure, then lowered his head to eat. "Whether I'm good or bad is none of your business, right? What's wrong? What are you going to say to disgust me this time?" He didn't understand how Bai Xia had become Suyu's good friend given the relationship between the Bai and Su families. Bai Xia said somewhat uneasily, "Xiaoyang, don't worry. Your sister is different from before. I'm in the same boat as you now. I had a fight with my mom and moved out of the house. I'm standing here with you." Baiyang interrupted her directly. "Stop. Don't say any more. It's your own business if you two are fighting like dogs. I won't interfere, and I don't want to. I don't care why you did this. I have no way of having any contact with the Bai family, let alone making peace with you. I will fight the Bai family to the death." Bai Xia felt as if her heart had been stabbed. She sniffed, and then said, "Xiaoyang, I really didn't do enough in the past, so I want to make it up to you." After she finished speaking, she placed the share transfer agreement she had previously signed in front of Baiyang. Baiyang glanced at it only once, then continued eating with his head down. Bai Xia said, "Xiaoyang, as long as you sign, 5% of the Bai family shares will be yours. Although it's not much, it's enough for you to go to university and live comfortably without worry." Baiyang interrupted her again. "I can read. I know what this is." "Bai Xia, do you think I'm really that easy to fool? Transferring shares requires the support of more than half of all shareholders. Can you get that much support?" Bai Xia was speechless for a moment, then said, "I can do my best." "You don't need to try your best," Baiyang said. "Keep this money for yourself. I don't want your Bai family's money. I find it disgusting. Furthermore, if you think this money is enough for me to go back with you and enough to wash away your sins, you are sorely mistaken. I will never forget the mistakes you made, and the mistakes your Bai family made. You will all get your comeuppance sooner or later. When that day comes, none of you will escape." Bai Xia stood there, stunned, staring at Baiyang in silence for a long time, unable to utter a single word. She felt like crying, but it seemed she had already cried all her tears, and she was too embarrassed to cry in front of Baiyang. Yes, what right does she have to cry? In the past, it was clearly I who did so many terrible things to Baiyang. Baiyang stood up. "Have you finished talking nonsense? Okay, I'm leaving. Don't come looking for me again, whether you have something to say or not. I don't want to see you." After saying that, he turned to leave, wanting to find Suyu and get some answers. Bai Xia quickly grabbed him. "Wait, Xiaoyang. I have something else to tell you." Chapter 55, A Natural Heart of a Viper. Baiyang flung her hand away. "Speak your mind. Don't resort to violence." Bai Xia glanced at the seat and pleaded with him to sit back down. Baiyang sighed helplessly. "I just can't stand this crazy family. Let's see what else you can say." Bai Xia took out some more documents and said in a slightly trembling voice, "These are some things I recently found out." These are the documents she showed Bai Wen and Bai Yun regarding the investigation into Baiyang's abandonment. "Be prepared. I'll talk to you after you've finished reading." Baiyang frowned and picked it up to take a look. As he watched, Baiyang's expression changed. "You want to see my mom? When?" Bai Xia found it a bit strange. Isn't Bai Yang focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't she be angry, furious, or heartbroken that Jiang Kaiwei deliberately abandoned her? Why did the focus suddenly shift to the matter of him asking Feng Yuan about the details of what happened back then? Bai Xia replied, "During the college entrance exam, I went to cheer Yuan and saw Aunt Feng, so..." Bai Yang slammed the document on the table. "Bai Xia, this is my last warning. You're not allowed to go looking for my mother again, and you're not allowed to bother my family anymore. Our family and yours have always kept to ourselves. If there's a next time, I definitely won't let you off easily." He knew about Jiang Tsayue's deliberate abandonment of him after he died in his previous life, when he was still a spirit. He was genuinely shocked, saddened, and upset at the time. To this day, he still doesn't understand why Jiang Kaiwei was so cruel. But so what? Now he doesn't care. Bai Xia said, somewhat aggrieved. "I just want to know the truth about what happened back then. Xiaoyang, don't you want to know why your mother treated you this way? Aren't you even a little bit curious about what your mother did back then?" "Not curious." Bai Yang threw the documents in front of Bai Xia. "I know Jiang Tsayue's character very well. I'm not surprised at all that she did this. You don't need to waste your time investigating, and you don't need to ask anything. I don't care at all, and I won't thank or pity you. Why is Bai Xia investigating these things when she's perfectly fine? I guess they thought that showing off these things would motivate them? Haha, you're dreaming. The Bai family members are all masters of drama, and Bai Yang knows very well how far they are willing to go to humiliate him. In my past life, I died tragically in a hospital. The Bai family did not come to claim me, and no one felt sorry for my death. When he was a spirit, he stayed at the Bai family's house for a while, wanting to see if they would have any lingering feelings or remembrance for him. The answer is no, not a single one. On several occasions when the topic came up, he always said that he died a horrible death and that he had ruined the Bai family's feng shui. Moreover, his death was related to this older sister, Bai Xia. Ask him to forgive, to understand. Dream. Have you finished speaking? I should go." Bai Yang stood up again. Bai Xia gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and asked, "Xiaoyang, can you tell me? What wrong did my older sister do that makes you resent me so much? Why can't you forgive me even after I've done so much?" She couldn't understand why, despite showing so much goodwill and even falling out with Jiang Kaiwei, she couldn't move Bai Yang in the slightest. Am I really that heinous? Even though she had scolded, hit, and physically punished Bai Yang in the past. But it was all unintentional. She didn't know it was all a frame-up by Bai Yuntao. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so cruel. Bai Yang stood up and looked down at the eldest sister he once respected the most, feeling a wave of nausea. "You want to know why, right? Okay, think carefully about what you did when we went hiking together last year." Bai Xia was stunned. Bai Yang continued, "I was so naive back then. I was so happy that I could play with you guys and that you accepted me. Even though I didn't have any food the night before I left, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep. But how did you treat me? And Bai Wen and Bai Yun, they did very well too. Very well." Bixia's breathing became rapid. Last year, the Bai family organized an outdoor spring outing. For the first time ever, the family brought Bai Yang along. Bai Yang was overjoyed and happy, thinking that he finally had the opportunity to integrate into this family. But for him, those 3 days of spring outing were no different from hell. Bai Yang fell asleep in the car, and when they got off, they didn't wake him up and even locked him inside the car. The midday sun was incredibly scorching, and the temperature inside the car rose rapidly. Bai Yang was woken up by the intense heat, sweating profusely and almost dehydrated. No matter how much he pounded on the car window or how loudly he cried, no one came to save him. When he slowly lost consciousness, Bai Xia and the others came over, opened the car door, and let him out. It turns out there was a camera in the car, and they did it all on purpose. The reason for doing this was simply that the 3 Bai sisters made a bet and wanted to see how long Bai Yang could last inside. What they did next was basically just to torture him for their own amusement. Finally, they took Bai Yang's phone and made him walk back by himself, calling it adversity education. Then they took Bai Yuntao and got into the car with smiles on their faces. And so, Bai Yang walked alone for over 100 kilometers late at night, returning home exhausted and hungry, his socks even having a large hole in them. When I got home, I wasn't greeted with comfort, not even a simple greeting. Bai Yang looked coldly at Bai Xia. Do you remember what the first thing you said to me when I came home? Bai Xia dared not look at him again, nor did she dare to answer. Can't remember, or are you afraid to say? Bai Yang sneered. Let me tell you. You said on TV that dogs can find their way back, even if they are abandoned. I didn't believe it before, but now I know it's true. Bai Xia swallowed hard. Xiaoyang. Bai Yang glared at her intently. Bai Xia, in your eyes, I'm nothing but a dog. Your whole family doesn't treat me like a human being. You used to enjoy torturing me, and you will continue to do so. I will not be foolish again, and I will not be soft-hearted again. You and Jiang Kaiwei are both born with the heart of a viper. He knows his older sisters all too well. Now he's putting on a very righteous and awe-inspiring act. But as long as you choose to make peace with them, they will still try to ruin you until you're nothing. Bai Xia shook her head. No, Xiaoyang, I really know I was wrong. Even Xiaowen regrets it now. Can you believe me? Bai Yang ignored her and strode away from the restaurant. Bai Xia sat in her seat and slowly began to cry until she was covered in tears. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yang noticed Su Yu smoking next to him. He walked over and asked somewhat angrily, Miss Su, when did Bai Xia become your friend? Chapter 56. You're not worthy to be followed. You can't take your anger out on me. Su Yu smiled and said, It was all because Bai Xia came to me, saying she absolutely had to see you. Do you want to know what sacrifices she made to get me to agree? Bai Yang shrugged. I don't want to know. Su Yu was stunned. Why isn't this kid playing by the rules? Wait, are you just pretending with me? Actually, you really want to know, don't you? Bai Yang shook his head and continued walking forward. He genuinely doesn't care about the Bai family. Su Yu refused to believe it and took out her phone, saying, I have photos from that time on my phone. They're really explosive. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know? Bai Yang stopped and remained silent for a while. Then he added, I'm sorry, Miss Su. I really don't want to know. All right, I have a lot of things to do next. I'll be going now. Su Yu was dumbfounded, feeling that Bai Yang was fundamentally different from everyone she had ever met. This kid, he really has a unique personality. Time flies, and another week has passed. The sheep game is basically complete, and after several trial runs, Bai Yang is quite satisfied. A programmer walked over with a cup of coffee, clicking his tongue in astonishment, and said, Boss, how did you come up with this weird game? I've been trying to beat the game these past few days, and I've found that without cheating, I really can't get past the second level. Other programmers also expressed that the game is addictive and worried that its difficulty might discourage some players. After all, people play games to have fun, so who would choose to torture themselves? Bai Yang waved his hand. Don't worry, although this game is difficult, there are still many people who don't believe in the difficulty. Once our game becomes a hit on the web, we'll develop an app. Those present found it somewhat unrealistic after hearing this. Is this game even worth making into an app? Is Bai Yang, this small business owner, overthinking things? Bai Yang continued, You guys should add a few more features, like skins that can be bought in the shop, as well as special effects and items for card elimination, and so on. Remember, don't set the price too high at the beginning. Take it step by step. For example, start by giving them a slightly better sound effect, and then if they want a better one, they can upgrade it by spending money. Bai Yang selected one or two of the subsequent mobile game monetization tactics and listed them simply. The programmers present were utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit 2 or 3 apples inside. Is there really such a way to get people to spend money? Wow, you've got it all figured out. After giving instructions, Bai Yang took out his phone and called Mr. Wang, the general manager of the advertising company. While developing the game, Bai Yang also made sure to secure distribution and marketing channels. Bai Yang doesn't need to make it so complicated. He just needs to hire a few good-looking models to take some promotional photos. His idea was that, in addition to online marketing, he could also use flyers to attract new customers offline. Then these promotional photos come in handy. He had already come up with advertising slogans, such as, This is a game that can test your IQ, and if you're a man, you'll beat the second level. So Bai Yang contacted a reputable advertising company in Yunqing and discussed a potential collaboration with them. After negotiating with the other party, we agreed that the film would be delivered in a week. Now it's time to go and check it out. Mr. Wang said that the advertisement Bai Yang wanted had been prepared and they had scheduled a viewing for the afternoon. Summer in Yunqing is exceptionally hot. Bai Yong wiped away sweat as he walked, not even daring to drink a bottle of Coke on the way, only buying a bottle of mineral water when he was really thirsty. When he arrived at General Manager Wang's office, his clothes were almost touching his back. Seeing him like this, Mr. Wang frowned slightly. "Brother Bai, did you come back from swimming?" He turned off the air conditioner and handed Bai Yong a towel to wipe his sweat. Bai Yong said thank you, and then complained about how hot the weather was. "Brother Bai, since you have money to spend on advertising and games, why don't you get yourself a car?" Mr. Wang clicked on the advertisement. "Also, are you this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? The one who scored over 700 points. Bai Yong admitted it with a smile. Mr. Wang slapped his thigh. "Hey, why don't you say in the ad that this is a game made by a top student? That would definitely attract a lot of people. Also, I have a few nutritional supplement advertisements in hand. Would you consider endorsing them? The price is negotiable." Bai Yong waved his hand. "No need, Mr. Wang. I'd better just focus on doing my job well. Is this the finished drawing? Let me see." Looking at Bai Yong like this, President Wang felt quite emotional. "Wow, your thinking is really different from most people. By the way, do your parents know what you're doing?" Bai Yong said, "My parents don't know yet. I'll let them know the good news once things are done." Mr. Wang nodded approvingly. Not bad. Many young people nowadays are very impetuous. They open a milk tea shop and dare to say they are starting a business and becoming their own boss. I went to some kind of entrepreneurship forum the last time, and there was this guy on stage who talked a mile a minute, but when he left, he was riding an electric scooter. It cracked me up. He then steered the conversation toward Bai Yong. "By the way, what do your parents do? Do they own a company too?" Bai Yong shook his head. "No, my dad is a teacher and my mom is a housewife." Mr. Wang was even more surprised. "Really? You managed to save so much money without telling them? That's rare." Bai Yong chatted with him casually until they finished reviewing all the promotional photos. After confirming that there were no problems, Bai Yong pointed out a few issues with the photos, then selected a good set to copy and left. Mr. Wang gave him a bottle of water and then escorted him to the elevator. Bai Yong politely said goodbye to him, and after agreeing to discuss the game's online promotion channels next time, Bai Yong took the elevator to the first floor. "Next, all we need to do is print these images out as flyers and distribute them. That should attract a large number of customers." At this moment, Bai Yang's stomach started growling. He glanced around and saw a noodle shop across the street, so he went in and ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles, intending to have a good meal. Just as Bai Yong was about to start eating, a large shadow loomed over him. Bai Yun took off her sunglasses, frowned, and stared at Bai Yong with displeasure. "Bai Yong, what are you doing here? Are you following me and waiting for me here?" Bai Yong lowered his head and ate his noodles. "What a lunatic." "What did you say? Who's crazy?" Bai Yun sat down, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to her, she immediately said, "Is this a place for you? Don't you live at that poor teacher's house? You came all this way just to eat this bowl of noodles? Do you think I'd believe that?" She had just been filming an advertisement in the building across the street, and when she saw Bai Yong on her way downstairs, she thought she was seeing things. After confirming it was him, Bai Yun felt nauseous and uncomfortable. Bai Yong had previously pestered her, asking what it was like to be a star or an actor, and even wanted to visit the film set. Bai Yun, of course, did not agree. Now he's learned to track himself. "You tell me, are you here to ask me for money? Heh, didn't you put on quite a tough act back then, making it seem like you were really something?" Bai Yun crossed her arms. "Now you know how to play the victim? A little too late, isn't it?" Bai Yong looked up and asked very seriously, "Are you sick?" Chapter 57, You Crazy Woman. Seeing Bai Yang's attitude, Bai Yun was naturally very dissatisfied. "What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that?" Bai Yong said, "I'll treat you the way you are." If he hadn't been so hungry that he wanted to eat something first, he really wouldn't have wanted to deal with this crazy woman. Bai Yun took a deep breath and clenched her back teeth tightly. But considering that this was a public place, she held back. "Bai Yong, if you dare to come here again and cause misunderstandings, I will definitely not let you off easily. Do you understand? Mom has been too lenient with you in the past and hasn't disciplined you properly. I won't be soft-hearted." Also, because of your mess, my eldest sister ran away from home, and my second sister is acting strangely all the time. You're a scourge, you know that? Bai Yong slurped up the last mouthful of noodles and slammed his chopsticks on the table. Bai Yun, are you really out of your mind? Are all the idiots in the entertainment industry like you? No wonder the TV dramas lately are getting more and more brainless. And who are you? You think you're worthy to follow me? Just a heads up, you don't need to wear sunglasses to pretend you're different. Nobody recognizes you. You're still dreaming about becoming a big star. Touch your peeled egg-like face. Are you even qualified? After her outburst, Bai Yun grew anxious, stood up, and raised her voice. What did you say? The surrounding diners stopped and focused their attention on the two of them. Bai Yun quickly put on her sunglasses and gritted her teeth, saying, You dare to say that to me? Bai Yong asked casually, Oh? Which sentence offended you? Tell me, and I'll repeat it. Bai Yun was furious. What are you doing here if not following me? Are you planning to cause a misunderstanding and extort money from me? Let me tell you, no way. I won't give you a single penny. Bai Yong wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, You crazy woman. I can't be bothered with you. After saying that, he turned to leave. Having already broken down, how could Bai Yun let him go so easily? Bai Yun chased after him, pointing at Bai Yang's retreating figure and yelling, Bai Yong, what are you so arrogant about? You good for nothing. Let me tell you, even if you get the top score in the college entrance exam, or even if you get into the Chinese Academy of Sciences, you're still a piece of trash. Bai Yong didn't want to argue with her anymore, so he touched his stomach and walked back. Bai Yun gripped her handbag tightly and angrily hit the bicycle parked next to her several times. Bai Yong, you'll remember this. Bai Yong printed over 1,000 flyers, which were all piled up in his office. On the night before the game was to be launched, Bai Yong invited Zhang Jingxue, as well as Tang Sisi, Chen Xintong, Su Hui, and Wang Lei, who had worked with him selling vegetables. Starting tomorrow, we'll distribute all these flyers. We'll distribute them in shopping malls, bus stops, and pedestrian streets. I'll give you 200 yuan every day, plus a 20 yuan allowance for cold drinks. After Bai Yong finished speaking, Zhang Jingxue and the others' eyes lit up. 200 a day, and there's even a subsidy for buying water. Even buying water wouldn't cost more than 20 yuan, which is essentially a disguised meal expense. Where can you find such a good part-time job? Bai Yong also said that if they couldn't finish sending the money, they could invite other friends and receive the same treatment. They would also receive a 10 yuan referral fee for each person they brought in. At this moment, Zhang Jingxue and the others looked at Bai Yong as if he were a god. So they spread the word, and soon they had gathered a small team of 20 people to distribute flyers in various crowded places in Yunqing. Despite the blazing sun, Zhang Jingxue and the others remained enthusiastic. Zhang Jingxue, in particular, knew that this was a game made by her brother, and that many people would definitely like it, and that it was worthy of being liked by many people. Bai Yong himself joined the team, handing out flyers. Not only that, he also explained how to play the game and confidently stated that the key point was in the second level. Pedestrians on the street initially thought it was another supermarket having a big sale, but when they picked up the flyer and looked at it, they found that it was actually an advertisement for a web game. Sheep? What a weird name. A game that requires an IQ of 250 to beat? Really? 99% of people can't pass the level smoothly. So you're saying come at me if you dare? What a big mouth you've got. Although many people had little interest, some young people still chose to give it a try. Since Sheep is Sheep has been launched, you can start playing simply by entering the game name in your browser. The first level is very easy to pass, and the time is relatively short. First-time players find it too easy. What a high IQ game. It's all just bragging. Isn't this simple? I will win. But when they started playing the second level, something went wrong. After distributing more than 500 flyers, Bai Yong immediately took a large pile to the bus stop and started handing out flyers to people waiting for the bus. Hello, this is a new game. It's really fun. Give it a try. This game is an educational game. It's harmless and non-addictive. Give it a try. You can experience it in less than 5 minutes. Just as he was halfway through sending the message, his phone started vibrating violently in his pocket. Bai Yong stepped aside and answered the phone. Hello, it's me. What's up? The person on the other end of the phone was a programmer from the company, and he sounded very excited. Boss, our game. Bai Yang asked nervously. What's wrong with the game? Tell me, could it be that there's a problem with the game after it was released? The programmer exclaimed, No, it's going to be a hit. The number of online users has now exceeded 28,000, and it's still rising. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang was overjoyed, clenched his fist, and shouted, Good! 3 times. The commotion startled the people at the bus stop, who thought Bai Yang had suddenly gone mad. In just a few minutes, the number of online users has exceeded 30,000 and has been fluctuating around that level. Bai Yang said, Remember, you must do a good job of maintenance, and absolutely do not let anything go wrong. I'll head back after I finish here. I'll order takeout, and I'll work overtime with you guys tonight. Let me tell you all, during this period, overtime pay is 3 times the usual wage. A cheer of "The boss is brilliant" immediately came from the other end of the phone. Bai Yang was so happy that he couldn't help but chuckle to himself while handing out flyers. By that year, web games had declined, with PC games taking the lion's share. The total number of users was only around 80 million, less than 100 million. Sheep Sheep already had 20,000 to 30,000 online users right after it launched, which can be considered a mini-hit. Bai Yang felt that they needed to rent even larger servers and attract more investment. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, my phone rang again. It was Suyu calling. Her tone was very anxious, and even a little reproachful. Bai Yang, what's wrong with you? Bai Yang was a little confused. What's wrong, Miss Su? What happened to this female sugar daddy this time? Chapter 58. This game is going to be a hit. Suyu pounded her fist on the desk. What's wrong with this game? I just can't get past the second level. It's driving me crazy. It turns out that after learning that Yangle had been launched, she downloaded it out of curiosity to give it a try. Like many others, Suyu got stuck on the second level. She tried several times, watched several rounds of ads waiting to revive, and finally couldn't resist recharging several times, but still couldn't pass the level. I suspect my intelligence has been insulted. Suyu scratched her head and even started to whine. Bai Yang, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation. She also invested money in the game, 400,000 yuan. The game she created made her start to doubt whether she had slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education. Isn't this just like driving school, where you pay money to suffer? Bai Yang was both amused and exasperated. Wait a minute. I have to go back to the company right away. I can't get away from there. Don't worry. Plenty of people can't get past the second level. I believe you're the best. After offering a few words of comfort, he immediately returned to the company. Bai Yang also sent a message to Zhang Jingxue and the others, telling them that they could rest after they finished distributing the flyers they had. Now that the game has gained popularity, we can proceed with promotion at a normal pace without rushing things. Based on my memories from my past life, this game could maintain a considerable level of popularity simply through player complaints. Great Confucian scholars will surely debate the classics for me. When Bai Yang returned to the company, he found that everyone was staring at the same screen. 32,000. 33,000. So many people are hooked? I really didn't expect that. When they saw Bai Yang return, they all stood up and applauded. Boss, when I said this game was no good, it was because I had poor judgment and was superficial. This time we've really succeeded. Boss, I reckon if this keeps up, the number of online users will break 100,000 sooner or later. Bai Yang laughed and said, All right, everyone calm down. With an increase in online users, the server load will also increase significantly. Keep a close eye on it, and don't hesitate to add more servers if needed. Also, there will be a lot of people recharging, so be careful with the payment system, lest it crash. The first step of a long march is to maintain stability. All right, dinner and supper are on me tonight. Let's have crayfish. The crowd cheered and shouted Bai Yang's name. Bai Yang sat down, his muscles trembling involuntarily. The Bai family. After finishing his meeting with his mentor, Baiwen went straight home. These past few days, she's been going back and forth between school and home, not shopping or going to bars anymore. For some reason, Baiwen always felt that the pleasures he used to be inseparable from had become very bland, and he couldn't muster any interest in doing anything. When Baiwen got home, she found several suitcases at the door. Mom, Do you think there will be a lot of people at the Forbidden City this time? Silly child, there weren't many people at the Forbidden City that day. But don't worry, Mom will make sure you have a great time. In the living room, Bai Yuntao sat in the middle, with Bai Shishing and Jiang Kaiwei on either side, coaxing him affectionately. Seeing Bai Yuntao enjoying his parents' pampering, being well fed and clothed, and not having to worry about making a living, Baiwen felt a pang of pain in her heart. Baiyang clearly had a share in these things as well. In fact, to some extent, Jiang Kaiwei should have given him more. But what about now? To alleviate the financial pressure caused by Zhang Shuabiao's unemployment, Baiyang may not know where he is working yet, or perhaps he is still saving money by living frugally. Why is this happening? She still couldn't understand why Jiang Kaiwei had taken the initiative to abandon Baiyang back then. Since you've already abandoned him, why would you actively try to get back to him after learning about Baiyang's whereabouts? Baiwen really wanted to ask, but he just didn't have the courage. Baiyun is right. Everything he has now depends on Jiang Kaiwei. If he offends her, how can he have a good life? Xiaowen, you're back. Jiang Kaiwei stood up and said, Xiao Tao and I are leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Xiao Yun is busy these days, so you need to keep an eye on her. Baiwen nodded and weakly replied, Yes. Jiang Kaiwei added, Also, Xiaoting is coming back tomorrow. Take her to the company. You interned at the company before. Tell her about the situation there. Understand. Baiwen bit her lower lip and said, Mom, if my eldest sister were here. Don't mention that ungrateful wretch to me. Jiang Kaiwei snorted. She's really got too big for her britches now, daring to run away from home for so long. Let's see how long she can hold out. Baiwen stopped talking and quickly went upstairs. As I passed by Baiyun's room, I suddenly heard a scream coming from inside. Ugh, why does it have to happen again? Baiwen was startled and pushed the door open, asking, Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Baiyun was squatting in front of the computer, grimacing, with her feet on the chair and her hair a little messy, a stark contrast to her usual elegant demeanor. Second sister, you're here? Come on, you should try this game too. Baiyun pulled Baiwen over. This game is really weird. It looks simple, but I just can't get past it. Baiwen frowned, wondering what she was up to. Looking at the somewhat rudimentary page and the childish card designs in front of him, Baiwen was speechless. Xiaoyan, you were shouting so loudly just now because of this. Baiwen felt bored. I'm tired today. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Baiyun pressed her down. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Why are you sleeping? Second sister, don't underestimate its simplicity. It's actually quite difficult. Several of my friends have been driven to the brink of collapse. Haven't you been in a bad mood these past few days? This is a good opportunity to clear your head and get some rest. Baiwen sighed, picked up the mouse, and planned to just give a perfunctory answer and leave. They played for more than an hour. Baiwen's forehead was covered in sweat. What's going on? She played more than 10 rounds in a row and bought 7 or 8 resurrection items, but still couldn't pass the level. Seeing Baiwen's expression, Baiyun said smugly, Am I right? This game looks simple, but is actually difficult. Even a top student like you can't do it, right? Wait here, I'll call Xiao Tao over too. Upon hearing this, Baiwen quickly grabbed her. Wait, we don't need to call him, right? 2M a little scared. Baiyun frowned. Are you scared? Scared of what, Xiao Tao? He's our good younger brother. After hearing this, Baiwen released the mouse. Xiao Yun, he is just our adopted son, our nominal younger brother. Our younger brother's name is Baiyang. Baiyun immediately became angry at the mention of Baiyang. What younger brother? He's a good-for-nothing. A stalker pervert. Second sister, I really don't understand. What's wrong with you and eldest sister? Why did you fall for his tricks? What's so good about him? Let me tell you, he almost got me into trouble. Baiwen was stunned. You were harmed by Baiyang? What do you mean? Chapter 59. Why is there such favoritism? Baiyun said angrily. You don't know? He's become incredibly capable. Before, he would self-harm in public, and now he's even learned to stalk me. Today, when I went to shoot an advertisement, he was actually lying in wait nearby. After hearing this, Baiwen was somewhat puzzled. This can't be, right? Xiaoyang isn't that kind of person, is he? Baiyun continued. Second sister, you trust him too much. His adoptive parents live in the suburbs. Why would he travel so far to the city center? And why does it just happen to be near my workplace? They were definitely following me. I caught them, but they wouldn't admit it and said those awful things. I'm getting angrier and angrier the more I think about it. Thinking about how Bai Yang had berated her today, Bai Yun gritted her teeth and felt extremely resentful. Bai Wen was still somewhat skeptical. Then why was he following you? Bai Yun said, what else could it be? It's all about money. Second sister, think about it. He's been away from home for so long. He should be broke by now, right? Humph, it's too late for him to regret it now. I'm not going to pay him any attention. Bai Wen shook her head, feeling that such a possibility did not exist. If Xiaoyang really wanted money, why didn't he ask his older sister for it before? I've seen him a few times. He could have asked me for it too. Besides, he's now the top scorer in the college entrance examination, so there are probably quite a few people giving him money. Why would he ask you for money privately? These words left Bai Yun speechless. In short, I just feel like he has ulterior motives. Suddenly, Bai Yun hugged her arms tightly. If he wasn't after money, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? Maybe he's trying to get revenge on us, and it's starting with me. I know. He wants to take pictures of me doing dirty work and then sell them to the media. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Seeing Bai Yun like this, Bai Wen remained silent. She stared at the floor, a shadow falling over her lovely face, her gaze so deep that it was almost unbearable to look directly at her. Bai Yun asked, puzzled, second sister, what's wrong? Bai Wen shook his head. It's nothing, I just remembered some things. There was a time before. I remember Xiaoyang came to my school a few times, and I spotted him at the school gate. Bai Yun immediately exploded. Huh? What was he doing there? Turns out this kid is a repeat offender. At this point, she began to imagine what she would do if Bai Yang really did something bad to her someday. Bai Wen's lips trembled as she said, he came to me, saying he wanted to see my school, and then asked if I could give him some money for food, and also asked if I had any food for him. Bai Yun became even more certain of her guess. Wasn't I right? Bai Yang is a leopard, can't change its spots. Bai Wen shook his head. No. She slowly remembered. Back then, Bai Yang was much thinner than he is now. His clothes were wrinkled, and his eyes behind his glasses lacked vitality, looking like a whittled bamboo pole. Bai Wen was startled when she saw him, then pulled him aside and asked him somewhat angrily what he wanted to do. Bai Yang glanced at the environment of Yunqing University with some envy, then whispered to Bai Wen, second sister, do you have any money? I want to get a bowl of noodles, or do you have anything to eat here? He licked his chapped lips, his voice trembling, which seemed a bit exaggerated to Bai Wen. Bai Wen disliked him intensely and rejected him outright, telling him to leave and stop playing the victim. Little did she know that Bai Yang had his pocket money stolen by school bullies and was going hungry at the time. Looking back now, Bai Wen finally understands what Bai Yang's malnutrition was all about and why he hated himself so much. Bai Wen, with red eyes, said, there's a reason for everything, it's all my fault. He came to me asking for food. Why didn't I give it to him? What's wrong with me? Bai Yun was taken aback by Bai Wen's reaction. Second sister, what are you saying? It's clearly all Bai Yang's fault. Why are you blaming yourself? He went to your school for no reason and even staked out near my workplace. That's not right. This is stalking. This is perversion. This is a crime. Bai Wen couldn't help but shout. But he's our younger brother. Hasn't Xiao Tao come looking for you? Bai Yun froze, her hands hanging in midair. Bai Wen covered her face, and the pigtails at the back of her head trembled incessantly. Xiao Tao has been to your photography studio, and he's also been to my school. We've visited many places together, but what about Xiaoyang? Have you ever thought about what we've done to him? That's our own brother. The Bai family's affection for Bai Yun Tao is ingrained in their very bones. They were incredibly harsh on Bai Yang. In this home, Bai Yang almost starved to death. Oh my God. Bai Wen understood Bai Xia's feelings at this moment. There are many things about Bai Yang that are best left unthought of. Once you look back, you'll realize you really were a demon. Bai Yun opened her mouth, then whispered to comfort her. Second sister, you shouldn't get agitated. Bai Wen lay on the table and burst into tears. He recalled the look in Bai Yang's eyes when he first saw him. It was so ardent and earnest. It was a gentle, pure, and longing look in her eyes. If she could have let go of her prejudice, or not spoiled Bai Yun Tao so much, and had told him the truth from the beginning, perhaps Bai Yang wouldn't have left today. The Bai family was so big, with so many people, yet no one had ever given him the slightest bit of warmth. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Why am I so cold-blooded? Bai Yun stood to the side, looking at Bai Wan with a puzzled expression. She said, "Second sister, don't blame yourself. Bai Yang did have a tough time before, but that's not the reason he went against the family. I'll say it again, Mom has her reasons for doing things. We can't fight City Hall, so let's not dwell on it. Our family was fine without Bai Yang before, and we can still be just as good now." Bai Wan wiped away her tears and then gently asked, "Xiao Yun, let me ask you, do you think our family can really go back to what it was before? I don't understand why you're all so biased, and can't you change your opinion of Xiaoyang at all?" Bai Yun sighed. Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang, how come you can't let go of him? He's just a poor boy. So what if he's my own brother? He's been away for over 10 years. Who knows what kind of weird habits he's picked up? I don't think it's a problem for Mom to be strict with him. And what do you want me to do? Give up my career, join you in dealing with Mom, and abandon Xiao Tao? Impossible. She sat on the bed and said through gritted teeth, "If only Bai Yang were dead." Upon hearing this, Bai Wen immediately walked over and clenched her fists in front of Bai Yun. "Second sister, what are you going to do?" Chapter 60 Bai Ting. Bai Wen raised his hand. "What nonsense did you just say?" After saying that, he slapped Bai Yun across the face. "Oh." Bai Yun quickly dodged backward, but Bai Wen couldn't bring herself to hit her in the end. Her hand stopped when it was still a finger's width away from Bai Yun's cheek. "Sigh, never mind." Bai Wen shook her head and then walked out. She knew she could never wake someone who was pretending to be asleep. Like Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Yun only had herself in her eyes. In their eyes, they could never be wrong. The only ones who could be wrong were the world or other people, never themselves. Bai Yun stared blankly at Bai Wen's departing figure. She never expected that Bai Wenjing would want to hit her, and that it was for that insignificant Bai Yang. They've gone mad. One after another, they've all gone mad. Bai Yun felt that Bai Xia and Bai Wen were both abnormal. The next morning, Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Shisheng, and Bai Yuntao all rushed to catch a plane to travel to Beijing. Bai Wen and Bai Yun looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere between them became quite cold. The three Bai sisters have always been very close since childhood. They rarely even quarrel, let alone fight. Both of them felt uncomfortable thinking about what happened last night. Just then, Butler Wong walked in and said with a smile, "Second miss, third miss, look who's here." No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of infectious laughter came from outside. "Home is the best. Second sister, third sister, I'm back." A beautiful young woman in a white dress walked in. She had a high nose, big eyes, and dimples that appeared slightly when she smiled. Although she didn't seem to be wearing any obvious makeup, it couldn't hide her beauty. Shouting, Bai Wen and Bai Yin stood up simultaneously. Bai Ting smiled and opened her arms wide, then looked around. "Oh, Mom, Dad, and Xiao Tao have already left? That's such a pity, I wanted to see them." Bai Yun went over and took Bai Ting's hand, then said, "Ting, I'm so relieved to see you back. With my older sister not home and no one keeping an eye on things at the company, Mom was worried sick." Bai Ting gave her a gentle hug. I understand. Oh dear, I never imagined that such a big thing would happen at home while I was away from the country. I've heard about it, but my sister is probably just confused for a moment. She'll be fine after a while." Bai Yun glanced at Bai Wen. "I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. I don't know what's gotten into my eldest sister. She doesn't even trust Mom anymore, and insists on helping that good-for-nothing Bai Yang." Bai Wen knew she was being sarcastic, so she retorted, "Xiao Yun, my older sister and I were just tricked by someone. We should admit our mistakes and correct them. What's wrong with that?" Bai Ting stepped between the two women. "All right, you two sisters, stop arguing. It's my first day back. Give me some face, okay?" Bai Wen and Bai Yun glared at each other, both harboring resentment. Bai Ting added, "I've heard about Bai Yang from Mom too. That kid is really outrageous. When I first came here, I could already tell he had a shifty look on his face. I heard that he even had wicked thoughts about the older sister recently and masturbated on her high heels and stuff. It's disgusting." After hearing this, Bai Wen opened her mouth as if to explain something and tell them that it wasn't like that. But soon, Bai Ting continued, "This kid also got the top score in the college entrance exam. Now he probably thinks our Bai family regrets it and wants to take him home, right? Dream on." The reason I came back this time, besides helping Mom manage the company affairs, is to vent your anger and make Bai Yang obediently bow his head and admit his mistakes to us. Bai Yun's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's great, Xiao Ting. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Finally, we have another sensible person in our family. So what do you plan to do? Bai Ting laughed and said, in my opinion, that Bai Yang is no pushover. Now that we're ignoring him, he'll definitely get anxious and try all sorts of ways to contact us. If he dares to show his face, I'll make sure he knows what's what. Bai Yun immediately felt as if she had found a kindred spirit and held Bai Ting's hand tightly. Oh my, shouting, you're such a prophet. He really was near my workplace yesterday. He must have been secretly following me. I'm going out in a bit, and I'm really worried about it. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting said decisively, third sister, don't be afraid. I will definitely help you get justice. I happen to be free this afternoon. Let's go take a look together. If this Bai Yang shows up again, I'll definitely help you get revenge. The two got more and more excited as they talked, and soon they went out together. Bai Wen was worried, so she quickly followed. Will Bai Yang really show up? On Bai Yang's side, after a night of hard work, they finally ensured the smooth operation of the game. As he expected, due to the overwhelming number of players and the game's popularity exceeding expectations, there were a number of bugs and problems. However, under Bai Yang's supervision, the company's programmers resolved them one by one. The game currently has over 80,000 concurrent online users and is approaching 100,000. A bright future awaits. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling a bit tired, he lay down on the sofa in his office and fell asleep. He was really tired during this period. Even with his advanced and mature thinking, Bai Yang is still only an 18-year-old boy in body, so he can't withstand all of this and falls asleep as soon as he lies down. In his dream, he dreamed of having a harmonious meal with Zhang Shuabiao's family and the days they spent together. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Bai family members gathered together, burying their faces in their hands and crying loudly in anguish. Bai Sheng, Bai Wen, and Bai Yun cried loudly after graduation, and Bai Xia's portrait was still on the table. Jiang Kaiwei sat beside her, expressionless. Two people nearby were laughing particularly loudly. One is Bai Yun Tao, and the other is Bai Ting. They laughed wildly, and Bai Ting even kicked over the table, muttering something unintelligible. Bai Yun Tao saw him, grinned maliciously, and walked towards him, grabbing his neck. Bai Yang, it'll be your turn soon. Oh. Bai Yang suddenly felt a chill on his neck and sat up abruptly. Brother, what's wrong? Zhang Jingxue held a wet towel in her hand, her eyes wide open. Bai Yang touched his forehead and found it was covered in sweat. I'm fine, what brings you here? While wiping his sweat, Zhang Jingxue muttered, you're the one who asked me to come. Don't you remember? Bai Yang then remembered that he had asked Zhang Jingxue to come to the company yesterday so he could give her a new bank card. Zhang Shuabiao hadn't returned, and he was always worried that Feng Yuan and Zhang Jingxue were having financial difficulties at home. Now that the game has been launched and is doing well, he can openly give money to his family. Oh, right, I forgot. Bai Yang took out a bank card from his wallet and gave it to her. Give this card to Mom. The password is 6/8. Just say it's what I earned these past few days. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Jingxue looked displeased and said, I won't take it. If you want to give it to her, have your girlfriend take it to your mother. Bai Yang looked completely bewildered. Huh? Girlfriend? Chapter 61, Recording A Wonderful Life. Bai Yang was completely baffled. What girlfriend? Xiao Jing, what are you talking about? Am I still dreaming? Zhang Jingxue said angrily. Brother, are you still pretending? Isn't she the one? She pointed to Su Yu, who was playing a game on her computer not far away. Bai Yang. It turned out that Su Yu arrived before Zhang Jingxue. At that time, Bai Yang was asleep, so she found a computer and played sheep. When Zhang Jingxue arrived, she saw that Bai Yang was sleeping on the sofa and sweating a lot, so she went to the office to get a towel to wipe his sweat. Su Yu was probably bored, so she deliberately teased Zhang Jingxue by asking her a lot of questions. Zhang Jingxue was puzzled and asked her who she was. Su Yu actually smiled and replied, I'm your sister-in-law. After hearing this, Bai Yang felt a headache coming on. Miss Su, please don't make jokes like that. Su Yu crossed her arms. Who told you to make such a difficult game? It's infuriating. After an explanation, Zhang Jingxue finally understood that the two were not in that kind of relationship. Oh brother, I'm sorry. Zhang Jingxue put away the bank card and secretly rejoiced. Hee hee, it's so great that my brother doesn't have a girlfriend. Bai Yang patted her head. Brother will be busy later. You should go back first. If mom asks about the money, just say I'll explain when I get back. Zhang Jingxue nodded, then glanced at Su Yu with concern before leaving. Bai Yang wiped his sweat. Miss Su, what are you doing here? Su Yu said, of course I'm here to talk business with you, and also to introduce you to my business partner. Bai Yang then noticed that there was a middle-aged man in a suit next to Su Yu. Hello, top scholar, my name is Su Xiang. Su Xiang looked to be in his 40s, with a calm and composed demeanor, and looked very much like a big business owner. To be Su Yu's business partner, one must be quite accomplished. Bai Yang smiled and shook hands with him. You flatter me, just call me Bai Yang. Su Yu said, your game is really amazing. It generated so much traffic all at once. I'll have a lot of people wanting to advertise with me. I'm here to talk to you about additional investment. Also, do you have any other plans? This really hit Bai Yang right. Sheep was his stepping stone. Now he can finally reveal his true thoughts. I plan to sell this game to a company and then use the money to start my next project. Bai Yang gave a brief overview of his plans for Douyin. Short music videos? Su Yu was a little confused. Isn't your specialty making games? Why are you getting into video software now? Isn't that a bit of a leap? Su Xiang didn't speak, but smiled and squinted his eyes. Bai Yang said, we'll make the game, but that's just for attracting users. What I really want to create is a platform that allows everyone to record the beautiful moments of their lives. Yang Luguyang attracts a lot of young people, and Douyin also targets young people, so the channels between the two can be integrated. Although making money from games, he also had several game ideas that later became huge hits. The problem is that after 2 or 3 years, when the government introduced the game license system to regulate the game industry, making game development will become very difficult. If an industry downturn occurs, it won't be a laughing matter. Taking advantage of the current relatively lax regulations, using games to drive traffic to the Douyin project is a better option. Su Xiang nodded. Recording the good things in life, that's a good idea. I quite like it. Su Yu shrugged. Then Bai Yang. Tell me, how much investment do you plan to make for this project? Bai Yang held up one finger. Su Yu said, if it's 10 million, it's over 100 million. And this is just the first round of investment. Bai Yang replied. Su Yu's eyes widened. Huh? She was a little confused. It's just a video watching app. Why does it need so much? Bai Yang explained. That's right. What I want to make for Douyin is not just a software for posting videos and having others watch them, but also one with precise algorithms. For example, if you like watching kittens, the app will push various cat videos to you after you open it. If you like watching handsome men and beautiful women, they will also show you what you want to see. After hearing Bai Yang's explanation, Su Yu and Su Xiang exchanged glances. Su Xiang laughed and said, Miss Su is right. Some of his ingenious ideas are indeed quite interesting. He truly deserves to be the top scholar. I think I can invite him to the party in a few days. A party? What kind of party? Bai Yang was completely puzzled. Su Yu explained, Yunqing is going to hold a youth entrepreneurship conference in a few days, and many well-known domestic investors will be coming. You should focus on perfecting this game during this time, and then prepare a proposal so you can give a brief speech when the time comes. Didn't you want over 100 million in angel investment? Maybe we can get it done then. Bai Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Thank you, Miss Su, and thank you, Mr. Su. Su Yu laughed. It's too early for you to thank us now. Let's talk about it after we've managed to secure those investors. Bai Yang said. I'm confident that they'll agree once they read my proposal. If you're a talented individual, you'll never lack a discerning eye. Su Xiang laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Young people should have this kind of spiritedness and domineering attitude. I'm also looking forward to your performance. Bai Yang nodded. Okay, I understand. At this moment, he glanced at the time and said, Oh dear, I'm going to be late. I had an appointment with Mr. Wang from the advertising company today to discuss a new advertising plan. Su Yu stood up and said, Then let's get in our car. Hey kid, why don't you get a driver's license and buy a car while you're at it? You can't possibly get to many places on foot all the time. Bai Yang nodded, and then felt perfectly justified in hitching a ride to the advertising company. Su Yu and Su Xiang waited for him in the car. "Mr. Su, what do you think of him?" Su Yu asked in a low voice, her attitude much more respectful than before. Su Xiang put his hands behind his back and said, "Well, I have a good impression of him, but I don't know what kind of material this is. Success once isn't difficult, but succeeding on the first try is. I think I'll wait and see. I can give him the opportunity. Whether he can seize it is up to fate." Su Yu nodded. "Mr. Su is right. We'll see if he's truly as good as gold and can withstand the test of time." Half an hour later, Bai Yang and General Manager Wang finalized a new cooperation plan. This time it was faster than before. The success of Yang Lugu Yang was obvious, and General Manager Wang naturally hoped to retain Bai Yang as a high-quality client, so he agreed to almost all of his conditions. The two sides had a very pleasant conversation, and Bai Yang was extremely satisfied. The next step is to finalize the business plan, and then we'll go out and secure investment. The elevator doors opened, and Bai Yang strode out, intending to meet up with Su Yu and the others. Just then, a sharp shout came from behind him. "Bai Yang, you stop right there." Chapter 62 must have been stolen. Bai Yang turned around and saw Bai Yun and Bai Ting staring at him with displeasure. "I told you before to stop stalking me, but it seems you didn't listen at all," Bai Yun said angrily. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully and that you won't dare to call the police?" "It's that crazy woman again." Bai Yang was speechless. What was she doing here again? Bai Ting's appearance surprised her somewhat, but he quickly smiled again. This means that the Bai family's fate is sealed. In Bai Yang's memories of his previous life, Bai Ting was a key figure in detonating that time bomb. Bai Ting stepped forward and said arrogantly, "Bai Yang, if you really need money, just ask. There's nothing shameful about it. Someone like you is nothing without the Bai family. Of course you'll be short of money. Don't worry. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed our siblings. If you can say a few nice words, I can still give you 100,000 or 200,000. Bai Yang looked at her and then said, "Bai Ting, you're a bastard raised by someone else, unloved by your father and mother. What right do you have to talk to me here?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ting took 2 steps forward, biting her lower lip. "What did you say? Who's the bastard?" Bai Yang said, "What, you're getting impatient? You think you can replace Bai Xia and take over the company? You might as well go to bed. I'm not wrong either. You were raised by someone else. You were given away by Jiang Kaiwen not long after you were born, and they still haven't acknowledged you back, have they? If Bai Xia hadn't left the company, would you even be able to enter the Bai family now? Your adoptive parents died long ago, but your biological parents are reluctant to take you back. Guess why? Isn't it because they don't need you? But keeping you around is useful. You can get another share of the family fortune. From beginning to end, you've been nothing but a bastard and a tool in Jiang Tsayue's and Bai Yuxing's eyes, and you're even enjoying it. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." After Bai Yang finished speaking, Bai Ting's hands were trembling. However, she had cultivated herself to a high level, so she didn't immediately explode and was able to force herself to remain calm. She never expected that Bai Yang would change so much. In the past, Bai Yang always seemed a little shy and timid when he saw me. Because both of them left Jiang Kaiwei at a young age and were raised by others, they share a similar plight and sympathize with each other to some extent. Every time Bai Yang heard that Bai Ting was coming home, he would personally come out to greet her, and his eyes were always full of enthusiasm when he looked at her. Perhaps he was hoping to find an ally in his cold family? And that is indeed the case. In his past life, Bai Yang always believed that even if his whole family didn't understand him, Bai Ting, who had been sent away by Jiang Kaiwei when she was young, would definitely understand him. Therefore, Bai Yang had fantasies about Bai Ting and hoped that she could help him out. But Bai Ting definitely disappointed him. Moreover, this woman was also one of the culprits who caused him to fall into hell and suffer a fate worse than death. Bai Yang stared at Bai Ting. "Besides, I will remember what you did to me. You and Jiang Kaiwei will all suffer retribution. Remember my words." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave again. But Bai Yun grabbed him and said angrily, "Stop right there. You think you can just walk away like that? Dream on. Furthermore, fourth sister is not like you. You are nothing but mother's abandoned child. Fourth sister is about to take over the company and the Bai family, while you are still wandering outside, living like a dog. You're not from our world. Bai Yang chuckled. Really? Then the world you're in must be a world of scum, right? Thank you for not categorizing me with you. Then he stopped talking and simply shook off Bai Yun's hand, striding away. Bai Ting stared at Bai Yang's retreating figure and said, I never expected him to have become so lawless. It seems that Mom was absolutely right in how she treated him in the past. Bai Yun added, I told you, he's a lunatic. You gave him a chance just now, and he didn't cherish it. That's truly being a jerk. Fourth sister, we need to think of a solution. If he keeps causing us trouble like this, won't we be driven crazy by him in the future? Bai Ting took a deep breath. Third sister, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Bai Yang won't be able to be smug for long. At this moment, she hated Bai Yang to the core. Brother Bai. Mr. Wang stepped out of the elevator and caught up with Bai Yang. Brother Bai, you forgot something. He handed Bai Yang a nicely made bag containing several rolled-up poster samples. Bai Yang slapped his forehead. Ah, it really is. I'm sorry, my brain hasn't been working too well these past few days. Thank you for your help. If even a top scholar like you isn't smart, then who is? Mr. Wang laughed and said, It's all right, don't worry about it. After Bai Yang left, Bai Yun stepped forward and asked, President Wang, do you know that kid? Bai Yun's agency had worked with President Wang before, and the two had met a few times and eaten together a few meals. Mr. Wang said, Ms. Bai, what a coincidence. You mean Brother Bai? Yes, he's one of my biggest clients now. A major client? Bai Yang. Bai Yun looked surprised. Bai Yang isn't even able to afford food, is he? What kind of advertising company would they be able to become a client of? This is too surreal. It's not what they expected at all. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Brother Bai is truly a promising young man. If my son were as successful as him, I would have less to worry about. Bai Yun was somewhat dismissive. What can he do at such a young age? It's good enough if he doesn't squander money. He asked you to advertise. Is it for a bubble tea shop or a fast food restaurant? I think that's all he's capable of. He can only run such a small business. Mr. Wang was stunned after hearing this, and then said, Ms. Bai, you can't say that. Although I can't tell you too much to protect the client's privacy, Brother Bai is working on a big project now, and it's really successful. I estimate he's already made a lot of money. Bai Yun and Bai Ting exchanged a glance. How come Bai Yang still has money to undertake some big projects? Where did his money come from? After leaving the building, Bai Yun and Bai Ting were still thinking about this question. Bai Yun suddenly clapped her hands. I know. This kid must have stolen money from home. I knew he was a thief. Well, no wonder he dared to run away from home and hadn't asked for money for so long. And he wasn't worried even though his adoptive father lost his job. Yes, he must have stolen something from home. I knew he was capable of anything. I never imagined Bai Yang would be this ruthless. Bai Ting remained silent throughout, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Yun immediately said to Bai Ting, Fourth sister, let's go. Let's go home and check carefully to see if anything is missing. This kid is definitely up to no good. Once we find the evidence, we should call the police and have him arrested immediately. Chapter 63, Let's Make a Bet. After hearing this, Bai Ting was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, let's go back first. Following behind Bai Yun, Bai Ting smiled coldly. What a stupid woman. Stealing money? Given Bai Yang's status in the family and the number of security cameras in the Bai family villa, wouldn't he have been caught stealing money long ago? And if he really had the ability to steal money, would he have starved to such an extent? However, she didn't say anything and continued to chat and laugh with Bai Yun along the way. After returning home, Bai Yun immediately called over the housekeeper, Uncle Wang. Find all the previous recordings. I need to know what Bai Yang did at home. Uncle Wang was a little confused, but he quickly went down and did as instructed. Bai Yun stood with her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. Once I find evidence that Bai Yang stole the money, I'll go to the police station to report it. Let's see how he explains himself then. Even if he knelt down and begged me, I wouldn't listen. He's too green to try and act with me. She looked as if Bai Yang had already knelt down in front of her. Bai Ting didn't say anything. She just sat to the side, looking like she was waiting to watch the show. Hearing the commotion, Bai Wan, who was upstairs, couldn't help but come down and ask, Xiao Yun, what are you talking about? Who's going to kneel down? Bai Yun said to Bai One, second sister, what are you saying about us apologizing to Bai Yang? It's just that you don't know how many bad things that kid has done. He stole money. He stole our money and used it to start some kind of game business. Bai Wen was stunned. Bai Yang started a business? When did that happen? Bai Ting explained from the side. It must have been not long ago. But we don't know where his funds came from. So third sister thought he stole our money. Impossible. Bai Wen shook her head. Bai Yang wouldn't be that kind of person. Bai Yun sighed. Second sister, you've really been bewitched by him. Just you wait, I'll definitely get the evidence. 2 hours later, Uncle Wong came over with a USB drive. Third miss, here is what you requested. Young master, all the video and audio materials of Bai Yang at home. Bai Yun was watching TV in the living room and asked in surprise, how could it be so fast? Uncle Wong laughed and said, because he basically stays in his room and doesn't come out much. He's very easy to tidy up. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was dumbfounded. Bai Wen felt something blocking his chest again. Bai Yun refused to believe it and continued to ask, this I don't believe it. He never came out. Uncle Wong said, yes, there is, but... He coughed halfway through his sentence. But he always comes out in the middle of the night, rummaging through the trash cans for food, as you know. Madam basically doesn't let him eat at home. And that's about it. His range of activity at home is limited. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's expression froze. No, that can't be right. Didn't he ever go to Mom and Dad's room? Uncle Wong scratched his head. There was one time, but the lady was there at the time. When she saw him standing at the door, she hit him down with a coat hanger. To be honest, I really don't believe Bai Yang can do anything, because when he's at home, his wife is almost always there, and he's usually punished. He's been knocked unconscious several times, so there's basically no way he can do anything else. Upon hearing this, Bai Wen couldn't help but burst into tears again. We treated Bai Yang, we were so unreasonable and went too far. Jiang Tsayue's treatment of Bai Yang was pure torture. But she, as the older sister, always turned a blind eye. Why? How did he spend the past year? Bai Yun stood there, stunned, momentarily bewildered. Bai Ting sat behind them, a slight smile playing on her lips. Then she went over and patted Bai Yun on the shoulder. All right, third sister, don't worry about it. No matter where Bai Yang got his money, it's definitely not clean. As long as he didn't steal it from us, he'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. Bai Yun then laughed. Yes. Xiaoting, what you said makes sense. He used that tainted money. He'll definitely get his comeuppance. All right, let's forget about him. There's an entrepreneurship networking conference in a couple of days. Let's go check it out together. Meanwhile, after returning to the company, Bai Yang began writing a business plan in his office. The number of people online for Sheep is Sheep has now exceeded 100,000. Although current advertising and prop revenue is not enough to recoup costs, there is no shortage of buzz. That was enough for Bai Yang. It's been online for less than 3 days. What more could you ask for? As long as the game's popularity continues, profitability will not be a problem. Moreover, Bai Yang has already started buying Bitcoin. He mortgaged his 2 resettlement houses to get a loan of 1 million yuan from the bank. If Suyu knew about this, she would definitely say that she was crazy. Because Bitcoin had just experienced a brutal crash, many people jumped off rooftops as a result. However, Bai Yang was not afraid, because he knew that this sharp drop would be followed by a surge. If I invest this million, it will at least double. So, for now, we don't need to worry about the money to operate the game. The key is to get people to invest money in the Douyin project. Bai Yang kept busy like this, and didn't even have dinner. He knew that the opportunities Su Yu and Su Xiang had given him were of paramount importance. We must hold on to this firmly. Just then, the aroma of food wafted in from outside. Su Yu walked in. Huh, I knew you hadn't eaten anything. Bai Yang asked in confusion. How did you know? His stomach started growling in response. Su Yu placed a plate of braised pork trotters on the table and said, Your office is completely empty. There's no trash can or anything. What did you eat? All right, stop for a minute. Let's eat something. Bai Yang was really hungry, so he stopped being polite and started eating heartily. Su Yu moved closer to him and glanced at the computer. Well written. No wonder you're the top scorer. You're just different from ordinary high school students. Bai Yang, engrossed in his food, said without looking up, if you praise me like that, I'll think you need something from me. Suyu gently poked Bai Yang's temple with her jade-like finger. You really don't appreciate kindness. Now that we're officially working together, it's good for both of us. She pulled up a chair and sat down next to Bai Yang, then asked, by the way, aren't you really curious about what conditions Bai Xia agreed to when she wanted to see you last time? Bai Yang shook his head. I'm not curious. Let her do whatever she wants. You're really cold-blooded. Suyu then said, I see that Bai Xia and Jiang Kaiwei have broken up, and it seems that she really feels guilty for what she did to you in the past. Are you really not affected at all? Bai Yang smiled. Why are you laughing? How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? In less than a month, Bai Xia will apologize to Jiang Kaiwei, and Jiang Kaiwei will make up with her. Bai Yang took a sip of hot water. By then, Bai Xia will still be Bai Xia, and Jiang Kaiwei will still be Jiang Kaiwei. Their family is beyond saving. Suyu narrowed her eyes, feeling that the 18-year-old boy in front of her seemed to know everything. Fine, I'll take the bet. If I lose. Suyu suddenly leaned close to Bai Yang and whispered, how about I become your girlfriend? Bai Yang, who was drinking water, froze, and the water he was about to swallow got stuck in his throat. After he swallowed the water, he said, Miss Su, what have I done to deserve this? Let's gamble instead. Suyu slapped him on the shoulder. What do you mean by that, kid? A week has passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Entrepreneur Exchange Conference has finally arrived. Chapter 64. Let's slowly break through their defenses. On the day of the exchange meeting, Bai Yun dressed up specially. She received information that many young business talents, many of whom were quite wealthy, would be attending the exchange meeting. Moreover, some of them are big names in the investment world. That's why the company asked her to go to the site and see if she could attract the support of some big boss. With a casual wave of their hand, they might just secure the investment for a movie. She specially changed into her favorite evening gown and spent 3 hours doing her makeup before finally setting off, completely satisfied. Bai Ting was supposed to go too, but she said she had a bit of a cold, so she had to miss it. Bai Yin thought this was a good idea. Although she and Bai Ting seemed to get along very well on the surface, it was actually just a superficial friendship. What if Bai Ting arrives at the scene and seduces the rich, handsome, or wealthy man who originally belonged to her? I'm radiant enough. After arriving at the conference venue by car, Bai Ting saw many familiar faces. Most of them were girls from Yunqing's socialite circle. And like her, there were also celebrities from the entertainment industry who came to participate in the exchange meeting. Bai Yun was already very adept at handling these situations, so she quickly became one of them. A girl exclaimed excitedly, I didn't expect so many people to come to this exchange meeting. Some of them even came all the way from Beijing. Bai Yun asked with some surprise, You came all the way from the capital? Why did you travel so far? The girl replied, Because it said that Mr. Su Xiang is here. Upon hearing Su Shiheng's name, Bai Yun immediately perked up. That investment tycoon, Mr. Su, whose net worth exceeds 10 billion. No wonder, if I could get investment from him. TSK. While filming in Beijing, Bai Yun had already heard of Su Shiheng's great name, but she never expected to meet the big shot in person today. Bai Yun quickly asked, Has Mr. Su arrived yet? Where is he? She looked around, trying to find Su Shiheng's whereabouts. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, and her expression immediately turned sour. With his upright posture, elegant suit, and long legs that are particularly eye-catching when he walks, he can truly be described as a handsome young man. The boy chatted amiably with the people around him, and every now and then he would burst into laughter with them. A pair of well-defined joints, fair and strong hands pushing up gold-rimmed glasses, gave him an elegant and refined appearance. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, and her manners were impeccable. If it were anyone else, Bai Yun would definitely have been unable to resist going up to him and striking up a conversation. But this boy happens to be Bai Yang. What's this good-for-nothing doing here? Bai Yun recalled her argument with Bai Yang a few days ago and suddenly became angry. Several girls gathered around, clearly noticing Bai Yang as well. Oh, I know him, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Bai Yang. He's quite handsome. I thought he was just a slovenly bookworm. Wow, that's great. I think he could play a refined villain in a TV series. That would be so appealing. Hearing others praise Bai Yun felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He's just a top scorer in the college entrance exam. What's so great about him? There are plenty of talented people here. He won't be laughing for long. After Bai Yun finished speaking, another beautiful woman wearing a blue and white porcelain dress walked over from the side. Miss Bai, isn't what you're saying wrong? There are top scorers in the college entrance examination all over the country, but it's rare to see someone who scores over 700 points, isn't it? Suyu laughed and said, is it so hard to admit that someone is a genius? When Bai Yun saw Suyu, her eyes widened immediately. Suyu, what are you doing here? Suddenly, she understood something. Did you bring Bai Yang here? Suyu nodded and smiled. Yeah, aren't you convinced? Bai Yang will be going up on stage soon to introduce his project and try to attract investment. Bai Yan seemed to have understood something. She frowned. Oh, I see. No wonder Bai Yang had the money to start a business. It turns out you were the one behind it all. Suyu smiled without saying a word, instead stroking her chin to admire Bai Yun's expression and demeanor. She just loves seeing the Bai family members break down and get anxious. Bai Yun stepped forward and stood in front of Suyu, saying, do you really think supporting a discarded son of the Bai family will be of any use? I advise you to stop dreaming. Your Su family was no match for my mother in the past, and now you want to turn things around with Bai Yang? That's ridiculous. Even in desperation, you'd be grasping at straws. Suyu chuckled. Desperate measures? It seems you really don't know how outstanding Bai Yang is. I gave him some money before, but most of the money he used to make games came from his own pocket. He's 18 now, and he can earn 4 million a month, with a net profit of 1 million. Are you still asking Jiang Kaiwe for pocket money? Bai Yun's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Her heart started racing. Can Bai Yang earn 4 million a month? Are you kidding me? If he really had that ability, how come he had lived such a miserable life before, unable to even afford food? Suyu, I've discovered that you're really wasting your talents on business. This kind of thing only happens in novels. You should be writing a book with your imagination. Bai Yun scoffed. If Bai Yang really had such abilities, would he have lived such a miserable life before? Suyu chuckled. He'll turn back to the way he was before, isn't it, because he's at your house? Oranges grown north of the Huai River become trifoliate oranges. He couldn't even afford to eat in your house, but he became a millionaire the moment he left you. What? Don't you think your problems are bigger? As it turns out, Bai Yun is at least 10 times less eloquent than Suyu than Bai Xia. Completely speechless after being rebuked, Bai Yun gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine. I can't argue with you. But the reality is, Bai Yang is a good-for-nothing who betrayed his family and doesn't acknowledge his parents. If he can attract investment, then the sun must have risen in the west. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You just want to expose Bai Yang's disgraceful behavior in front of everyone and make a laughingstock of the Bai family, don't you? Let me tell you, Bai Yang's disgrace is his own disgrace. Our Bai family will not acknowledge him. Suyu felt incredibly pleased to see Bai Yun like this. The trash that the Bai family carelessly discarded was actually a treasure. This matter is enough to break the defenses of the Bai family several times over. Suyu covered her mouth and laughed. Oh ho ho. All right then, we'll see. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Bai Yun took a deep breath and gripped her skirt tightly with both hands. Suyu, you bitch, you'll learn how powerful the Bai family is sooner or later. And Bai Yang, you actually conspired with your family's mortal enemy to betray us. You're courting death. I'll see how you embarrass yourself in a moment. Chapter 65 His Excellence is a slap in our faces. The exchange meeting began soon after. Bai Yun and her friends took their seats early. Everyone else is eager to see which young talents are involved and what major projects they have. Bai Yun stared intently at the podium, waiting to see when Bai Yang would appear. You piece of trash. Let's see how you embarrass yourself. Hey Xiaoyan, you know what? I just received some inside information. A girl next to Bai Yun gently nudged her with her elbow. Bai Yun stared intently ahead and casually asked, What news? You know what a sheep is, right? Of course, I play it every night. I heard the game's creator is here too. Bai Yun was stunned for a moment after hearing the girl's words. The author of Sheep is here too? Good heavens. She immediately put Bai Yang out of her mind and began to look around. Where is it? Who is it? Although she was never able to finish the game, it didn't stop her from thinking that the person who designed the game and its gameplay was a genius. She was particularly impressed by the game's marketing strategy and tactics for attracting traffic. Bai Yun had heard from her friends in the advertising industry more than once that although Sheep is a Sheep was a small game, its marketing and promotion were absolutely masterful. Is such a genius present today? How come she didn't notice? Bai Yun slapped her thigh in frustration. It's all Bai Yang's fault. He distracted me. Otherwise, I might have been able to have a conversation with that genius already. This person is definitely talented, the kind with a promising future. Getting to know them would be absolutely beneficial. Just then, the host walked onto the stage, smiling, and said in a warm voice and tone, "Good evening, everyone. Next, let me invite the first young entrepreneur to the stage, who will introduce his new project to us. At the same time, I also want to tell you that he has another identity, namely the author of the hottest mini-game right now, Sheep. Sheep." The applause, which had been faint, immediately erupted after hearing these words. Bai Yang got up. Under Bai Yun's incredulous gaze, Bai Yang walked step by step onto the stage, receiving applause and attention from the crowd. Looking at the curious, expectant, and skeptical eyes of the crowd below the stage, Bai Yang simply bowed slightly. He forgot all the noise. There were no spectators in front of him, as if he had simply said goodbye to his weak self. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Yun's face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with panic, and she bit her lip tightly, her whole being sinking into a numb state of self-doubt. Bai Yang, standing on the stage, smiled and extended his hand to greet the people below the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to introduce to you is a work that will change the world, change social interaction, and change lives. Under the lights, Bai Yang, dressed in a suit and tie, exuded a heroic air. Coupled with his elegant demeanor, composure, and stage presence, he made the audience feel particularly comfortable. Suyu sat in the audience, looking at Bai Yang with an approving gaze. That's really well done, Bai Yang. You always manage to surprise me. She couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Bai Yang, you look more and more delicious. Bai Yang spoke in a loud and clear voice. Everyone, the success of Yang Gu Yang proves one thing. The internet has changed a lot, and our time will become more and more fragmented. In this fast-paced era, we are all looking for a way to quickly convey emotions and thoughts. I was thinking, is there a tool that allows everyone, no matter who you are or where you are, to showcase your talents, tell your story, and share your world in 15 seconds? Imagine your phone is no longer just a communication tool, but a stage to showcase yourself. Whether you are a music lover, a dance expert, or a comedic genius, you can unleash your creativity, break free from traditional constraints, and share your work with hundreds of millions of viewers around the world through this tool. I envision enabling everyone to become a creator. It breaks the monopoly of traditional media, giving ordinary people the opportunity to have a voice. You no longer need expensive equipment or complicated editing software. All you need is a mobile phone and an idea to create amazing content. This tool is Douyin, which I'm going to introduce to you. With it, we can record our own beautiful moments. Bai Yang's speech was powerful and fluent, with almost no pauses. It's as if this stage was created just for him. Many people in the audience exclaimed in amazement. It wasn't just because Bai Yang's ideas were well-spoken. They were also impressed by his demeanor and eloquence. Is he fucking 18? Bai Yun's breathing quickened. Is this still the same shy, cowardly, timid, and sycophantic Bai Yang who only knew how to please others? She simply couldn't believe it. But soon, she launched into a sarcastic remark. A good-for-nothing who's never seen the world. What does he know about a good life? Doesn't he care about being laughed at? And break the monopoly of traditional media, making everyone a creator? Then what's the point of newspaper reporters and celebrities in the entertainment industry? But the girl next to him said, I think what he said is quite interesting. This Douyin thing might really be able to overturn everything. Others joined in the discussion. Yes, he's absolutely right. If it really works, it will definitely revolutionize the world. Wow, what a promising future. But I still don't understand. What can you do in 15 seconds? I think it's a bit daring, but overall it's still worth looking forward to. Bai Yang on stage also noticed these discussions, but he remained calm. The current era is a golden age in which hot money is pouring into the internet. As long as the PowerPoint presentation is well made, you can fleece investors. He was very confident in his performance and felt that Douyin's concept would definitely attract a group of people's attention. Given the success of Yang Lugu Yang, there will definitely be people willing to invest in him. However, the exact amount is unknown. Bai Yang had long ago mastered expectation management. Regardless of the amount, he had a corresponding strategy. After finishing his speech, Bai Yang walked off the stage amidst applause. Bai Yun crossed her arms and glared at Bai Yang, her heart filled with complex emotions. Unexpectedly, he is the author of Sheep is Sheep. Bai Yang's game project is just a sheep game. Oof, I'm never playing again. She gritted her teeth and said, Bai Yang, do you really think that just by opening your mouth, someone will give you money? Pa, impossible. Wishful thinking. Just then, an investor in a gray suit walked towards Bai Yang. When Bai Yun saw the investor, she was shocked. Oh, isn't that? Chapter 66. How did he succeed? Mr. Su Xiang? Su Xiang was seen chatting happily with Bai Yang, and next to them was a young man who exuded an air of wealth. And Mr. Su from Huajin Capital? Bai Yun was extremely surprised. What are they going to do with Bai Yang? Su Gongzi and Bai Yang seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation, and they even laughed out loud from time to time. Then, young Master Su shook hands with Bai Yang again before turning back to his seat. Bai Yun felt uneasy and immediately lifted her princess dress, walking quickly towards young Master Su. Young Master Su, wait a moment. Bai Yun called out to young Master Su. She had chatted with Mr. Su at a charity gala when she was in Beijing, so they were acquainted. Young Master Su thought for a moment. You also have the surname Bai, right? What's up? Bai Yun glanced at Bai Yang. Nothing. I just wanted to know what you and Bai Yang talked about. Why are you asking this? Young Master Su frowned at first, then said, Oh, and added, You all have the surname Bai, so you're related? No. Bai Yun immediately denied it, then said, Yes, I know him. I was just curious you didn't invest in him, did you? Young Master Su laughed. Why wouldn't I invest? Mr. Su and I have just finished discussing it with him and agreed to buy 15% of his shares for 200 million. What? Bai Yun exclaimed. How could anyone be a fool willing to invest in him? Young Master Su frowned. What? Who are you calling a fool? Bai Yun quickly waved her hand. No. Young Master Su, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't talking about you. You stinking bitch, what a load of nonsense. Fortunately, young Master Su was in a good mood and didn't bother arguing with her, so he turned his back and left. You're the one who's a gossip. You idiot. Bai Yun cursed under her breath. She was naturally unhappy after being scolded, and the thought of Bai Yang receiving a 200 million investment made her feel even worse, as she had lost 200 million. How could anyone believe Bai Yang? He's just a high school student who hasn't even gone to college yet. A good-for-nothing. Has the world gone mad? She walked back with a blank look in her eyes, no longer paying attention to any details of the exchange meeting. However, discussions about Bai Yang have never ceased. Douyin? Interesting. After watching Bai Yang's demonstration, I think this thing has potential. What a pity, Huajin Capital beat them to it. A whopping 200 million. That's a huge sum. The first round alone is 200 million. Bai Yang is really something else. The next entrepreneurial legend is about to be born. He's also this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, breaking the record. Oh my, he excels in both theory and practice. I wish I had a son like him. It's said that his biological parents and family members all died, and he was raised by adoptive parents. His adoptive parents are truly enviable. They'll never have to worry about anything in the future. Hearing these words, Bai Yun felt extremely flustered. Bai Yang's excellence is a complete slap in the face to them. It was as if Bai Yang pointed his finger at the Bai family and shouted, Leaving the Bai family is not my loss, but yours. I remember my old, slovenly, starving, useless younger brother who only knew how to cry and get beaten. Looking at the spirited and strategic young man in front of her, Bai Yun suddenly felt dizzy. Is something wrong somewhere? Yun was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes were empty. She didn't know how she got home. Her favorite cat, Mimi, came running over with its short legs and rubbed against her legs. In the past, Yun would always lift up her breasts and suck on them vigorously for a while. But now, she has no interest or motivation whatsoever. Yun closed the door and lay down on the bed. Yang's image from tonight kept replaying in her mind. His handsome appearance, confident demeanor, and poised stage presence. To be fair, everyone would want to have such a friend or family member. But he happens to be Yang. That's a 200 million investment. Soon, news about Yang will be all over the internet again, right? If he really succeeds in starting his business, how will he treat himself and the Bai family in the future? No, how could he possibly succeed? What bullshit, Douyin, it's all a lie. Damn it. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Yun picked up one of her pillows and smashed it hard against the dressing table. Clang. Bottles and jars were scattered all over the floor, just like her chaotic mood at that moment. Turning around, when the three sisters, Yun, Wan, and Ting, were having breakfast together, Yun was clearly not in very good spirits. She didn't sleep at all last night, and she doesn't wear makeup at home, so her dark circles are quite noticeable. Ting spread condensed milk on the bread. Third sister, what's wrong with you? Did you play that sheep game again last night? Upon hearing sheep, Yun reacted instantly. No, I didn't play this game. This game was designed by Yang. How can I still play it? If Jiang Kaiwa finds out, what will happen? Wan and Ting were stunned and looked at Yun with confusion. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? Wan sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Yun swallowed hard. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Just then, the door opened. The three sisters found it a bit strange. Jiang Kaiwe and the others haven't returned yet. Who will open the door at this time? It's so deserted. Aren't Mom and Dad home? Bai Xiao walked in, carrying a bag, her expression utterly aloof. Big sister. Wan and Yun exclaimed in surprise. Bai Xia is finally back. Big sister, you've finally figured it out. That's great. Yun hugged Bai Xia tightly, overjoyed. Wan looked at Bai Xia, and the two exchanged a glance, as if they had said 1,000 words. Ting gripped the knife and fork in her hand, then breathed a sigh of relief. Big sister, I'm so glad you're back. Ting walked over, took Bai Xia's hand, and said, now our family is together again. That's wonderful. Bai Xia glanced at Ting, then immediately shook off her hand. I didn't expect Mom to call you back. What? Are you trying to replace me? Ting's expression changed, then she laughed and said, Big sister, what are you saying? I'm a member of this family, don't overthink it. Then she lowered her head and said softly, if you don't like me here, then I'll leave today. I'll talk to Mom about it, okay? Bai Xia frowned slightly. She felt that Ting's outfit looked familiar. Yun quickly said, all right, Xiao Ting, what are you saying? How could your older sister let you leave? The four of us are sisters from the same father and mother, and none of us can live without the others. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, we will overcome them together. Bai Xia sensed the hidden meaning in those words. Xiaoyan, what do you mean? What difficulties will our Bai family face next? Bai Yun immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly shook her head. No, I don't know anything. At that moment, all of the sisters' phones rang simultaneously. They instinctively took out their phones and glanced at them. Then their expressions changed drastically. What? Chapter 67 Worries about the Future. Bai Xia looked at her phone and frowned. Is Mom sick? The message was sent by Bai Shang, saying that Jiang Kaiwa suddenly felt unwell and is currently undergoing examinations and hospitalization in Beijing. The situation is relatively stable. Bai Yuntao is watching over her, and Bai Sheng is preparing to return to Yunqing ahead of schedule, so that the four sisters can make good preparations. Especially to Bai Xia, Bai Shishing said, your mother is already like this, so please don't upset her, okay? Bai Xia sighed, then replied, Dad, did you send this message to Bai Yang? There was a moment of silence on Bai Sheng's end. The screen remained in a typing in progress state. In the end, all he said was, why bother talking to him? Then came, I didn't add him. Bai Xia gave a wry smile. The father did not have his biological son's contact information. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? But this joke became a daily occurrence in the Bai family. Bai Ting spoke up. Big sister, Mom isn't feeling well right now. We should stick together. Whatever prejudices you have against me, we can put those aside for now and talk about them after Mom gets better, okay? Bai Xiao ignored her and went upstairs alone. Bai Wen chased after her. Big sister. After securing the investment, Bai Yang immediately began intensive preparations to build the app. The first step is to expand the programmer team. Therefore, he asked Su Yu to hire an HR professional in this field to conduct interviews and recruit outstanding programmers. The current team can then begin some early work. This matter must be addressed urgently. Once you put forward your idea, there will definitely be people who follow suit. At this point, speed is crucial, and you also need to make the right choices at every step. Bai Yang felt that he might be even busier than before. So he simply bought a folding bed and started sleeping in the office from then on. When the company's employees saw Bai Yang like this, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder he's a genius who not only got the top score in the college entrance exam, but also secured a 200 million yuan investment. He's really ruthless to himself. Thinking back to what I was doing at 18, it's really incomparable. What's even more commendable is that Bai Yang works hard himself, but doesn't resort to moral blackmail. He encouraged his employees to leave work as early as possible, saying things like, "Work is never ending. Just do your best. Overtime pay is given even if you work overtime. Where can you find such a good boss? We're going all out." As a result, the entire company is filled with a spirit of hard work and dedication. Su Yu also came over a few times along the way. "Are you a born workaholic?" She placed another takeout order on Bai Yang's table. "I've already eaten." Bai Yang was writing a business plan, without even looking up. "What are you eating?" "Instant noodles from the convenience store downstairs, right?" Su Yu forcefully pulled Bai Yang's chair, making him face the fast food she had brought. "Hurry up, you can't go to work until you finish eating." Bai Yang gave a wry smile. "You're even more never mind. I won't say any more." Su Yu scoffed softly. "I have no interest in being your mother. By the way, do your adoptive parents know that you're now involved in such a big business?" Bai Yang nodded as he ate. "They told me the night they secured the investment, and they were almost scared to death." At that time, Bai Yang connected with Zhang Shuebiao and Feng Yuan via online video. To this day, he still remembers Feng Yuan's screams and Zhang Shuebiao's complicated expression. "But they were still very happy that I started my own business, and then they told me to take care of my health and so on." Su Yu sat down in front of him. "That's all?" "That's it. Bai Yang, that's all." Su Yu was stunned for a moment. "Your adoptive parents are really something. Ordinary people would probably buy a car and a house and enjoy life after hearing that their son has 200 million. At the very least, they would tell you to be careful with your money, because if you mess things up, it could be 200 million or something. They only care about your health." Bai Yang laughed. "Those aren't my adoptive parents. They're my parents." Su Yu nodded. Okay, I understand. But speaking of which, you win." "You won? What?" "We made a bet. You forgot." Su Yu gave a wry smile. Bai Xiao really went back to the Bai family. I guess she made up with Jiang Kaiwa. Bai Yang then remembered that there was such a thing. "Oh, okay." He held out his hand. "Give me the money. We agreed that if I win, I'll get 100 yuan. Su Yu frowned, then took out a brand new 100 yuan bill from her wallet and placed it on the table. Bai Yang smiled like a child and pocketed the money. "Okay, 3 days food allowance in hand." Su Yu laughed. "You little rascal, I really don't know what to say about you. How do you know Bai Xia will definitely go back? Give me a reason, and I'll send you lunch for a month." Bai Yang was delighted when he heard this. "Great. It's actually very simple. For Bai Xia, her career always comes first. Even if she chooses to resign, she and Jiang Kaiwei are still mother and daughter. As long as she humbles herself, everything will remain the same. What's so difficult about that? As for me, she probably thinks that only by consolidating her position in the Bai family can she bring me home. So, from any perspective, she will definitely go back. She didn't really want to accept me. She just wanted to make herself feel better. From beginning to end, she never considered me. She was only thinking about herself. It's always hard for people to leave their roots." Su Yu crossed her arms and frowned as she looked at Bai Yang. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yang asked while wiping his mouth. Suyu said, I always feel like you're not 18 years old, but more like you're 180. So you saw through them, which is why you chose to leave. Yang remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. He truly saw it clearly and understood it completely. Everyone in the Bai family believed that nothing was more important than profit. Seeing that Yang was about to get busy again, Suyu said, All right, would it kill you to sit down and rest for a while? I have 2 more things to tell you. First, you should fill out your college application. Don't just focus on starting your business and neglect your education. Yang nodded. I know what I'm doing. There are still a few days before the volunteer system opens, so what's the rush? She said she wouldn't be a mother, but isn't she already taking charge? Suyu then added, the second thing is more important. Your relationship with the Bai family is still quite delicate. Although you have severed ties with them, they had already completed the formalities with Zhang Xuebiao, so there is no longer any adoption relationship between you and the Zhang family. In addition, Jiang Kaiwe has already moved your household registration. In other words, you are still Jiang Caiyue's son in a legal sense. Zhang Xuebiao and the others have no relation to you anymore. If Jiang Kaiwe uses this to play some legal tricks, it might cause some trouble. Yang fell silent again. Suyu's consideration was correct. Now that her business is growing bigger and bigger, it's hard to guarantee that Jiang Kaiwe won't have other ideas. Let me think. Chapter 68, 3-1. After thinking it over, Yang finally said, to be on the safe side, let's move our household registration out. It's really disgusting that they've stayed in the Bai family all this time. Suyu laughed. I think Jiang Kaiwe will definitely not agree. Yang then said, we should give it a try. On the other side, the Bai family. In the room, Yun kept reading news about Yang. Top-scoring student in the National College Entrance Examination starts a business. Secures 200 million yuan in investment in the first round. A young man who may change the world. Douyin is worth looking forward to. From top scorer in the college entrance examination to pioneering entrepreneur, securing 200 million yuan in its first round of financing. Looking at these headlines, Yun felt a sense of unease, and a nameless panic spread through her heart. From a young age, she firmly believed that as long as she followed Jiang Caiyue's direction and did what she was told, she would not go wrong. She echoed whatever Jiang Kaiwe liked and despised whatever Jiang Kaiwe disliked, never making a mistake. However, this theorem deviated slightly in Yang's case. Why is that? What exactly is wrong? Yun couldn't bear to watch any longer. After closing her laptop, she got up to pour herself a glass of water. At that moment, Xia knocked on the door and came in, her expression cold. Big sister, what are you doing here? Yun felt uneasy, wondering if Xia had come to talk to her about Yang. Xia said, Dad just called me and said that Mom's condition is relatively stable, so she will be back in 2 days. Oh, that's great news. Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Xia added, it can't be called good news either. Mom's heart problem this time is rather strange, so she still needs to rest at home. Also, I have a question for you. Do you think we should tell Xiaoyang about Mom's illness and ask him to come home and see her? Xiaowen and I both agree, but Biting disagrees. Now we need your vote. If it's 3-1, then I'll go find Xiaoyang. If it's 2-2, I won't do anything. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Yun was taken aback at first, then shook her head violently. Sis, are you crazy? Mom's heart condition is probably related to Yang always making her angry. Now you're saying Yang needs to go home to see Mom. I get scared just thinking about it. What if it upsets Mom? Xia stared at her, then asked, Xiao Yun, do you really think Yang has been harming this family all along? Yun retorted, that's just how it is. Ever since he came to our house, there hasn't been a single day of peace. He did so much recently. What did he do? Xia pressed. Tell me, what did he do? Since running away from home, when has Xiaoyang ever contacted us on his own initiative? Yun found it difficult to answer this question immediately. Did Yang ever take the initiative to contact the Bai family? The last time he bled at the gate. Xia said, that's because Mom went to find Zhang Xuebiao and the others, and even got into a fight, which is why Yang came over. Yun then asked, didn't he beat up Xiao Tao at school? Xia added, Weren't you there at Xiao Tao's college entrance celebration? That recording already shows that Xiao Tao provoked him first. The air in the room fell silent. Bai Yun sat down, leaning on the chair, her eyes vacant. Looking back now, Bai Yang really didn't do anything bad to the Bai family on his own initiative. Moreover, to some extent, it is the Bai family and Bai Yang who are still entangled, constantly disturbing him and even hurting him. This isn't right. It should have been Bai Yang who came to find the Bai family, so why did it turn out the other way around? Moreover, Bai Yang's life got better and better after he left the Bai family, which isn't that a bit strange? Bai Yun had never thought about it in detail before, but now that she has calmed down, she finds it terrifying to think about it carefully. Bai Xiao's eyes reddened slightly. She took out a cigarette and lit it to calm herself down. Xiaoyan, I'm sure you've seen the news, right? Xiaoyang has already started his own business, and it's showing promise. A full 200 million in investment. We've almost caught up with the Bai family's profits for half a year. Doesn't that prove his excellence? The same person was cursed and abandoned in our home, but outside this door, he became a top scorer in the college entrance examination and an entrepreneurial elite. Isn't that strange? Can you still justify believing that today's situation is entirely Xiaoyang's fault? As she spoke, Bai Xia choked up. Bai Yun quickly took out a tissue and gave it to her, then gently hugged her. Big sister, I know you feel sorry for him, but you have to control yourself. Yes. I admit, he's excellent, and he's remarkable now. But the problem is, it doesn't matter how we see it, it's Mom's perspective that matters. And do you think he'll come back to see Mom in that state? Big sister, if you go to him, you probably won't get anything out of it. You'll just end up being humiliated by him. Bai Xia continued. So what if it's humiliating? It's not like I'm humiliating you. Besides, I used to hit him, scold him, and I even prevented him from eating. Let him humiliate me. It's what I deserve. Bai Yun was shocked. She simply couldn't believe that Bai Xia, such a proud and aloof woman, would say such a thing. Bai Xia grabbed her shoulders and asked seriously. Xiao Yun, I'll just ask you one question. In your heart, do you still want Xiao Yang to continue being your younger brother? Do you agree to let him come see Mom? Bai Yun and Bai Xia stared at each other, their hearts racing. Her mind was a mess, a complete mess. Two don't know. Bai Yun gently pushed Bai Xia away and then turned around. Bai Xia sighed, silently stubbed out her cigarette, and walked out. Big sister, Bai Yun said, I can't answer your question, but you should still tell Bai Yang about Mom's illness. Strictly speaking, he is still his mother's son. How can a son not come when his mother is sick? Bai Xia turned her head and glanced at Bai Yun, finally revealing a slight smile. Xiaoyan, you've improved since then. Bai Yun felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Sister, I still have to advise you. Don't get too deeply involved. No matter how good Bai Yang is, even if he becomes a billionaire, he will never thank you in the future. If he becomes powerful, he'll probably be the first to turn his guns on us. There's no point in you sacrificing anything for him now. On the contrary, it might even harm our family. This is what Bai Yun has always been afraid of. If Bai Yang really gains the strength to retaliate, would he really let the Bai family go? After hearing this, Bai Xia replied calmly, No, it won't happen. Bai Yang is my younger brother, and that will never change. I believe he will definitely come back. Chapter 69 Jiang Saiyue's illness. Bai Yang's progress can be described as smooth. The team has been assembled, and its efficiency and quality have far exceeded his expectations. He has prepared a detailed schedule, and everyone just needs to complete their tasks within the specified time. Some programmers are filled with nothing but gratitude towards Bai Yang. After working for many years, this is the first time I've encountered a boss who can clearly explain his needs. And they even pay overtime. On Monday morning, Bai Yang held a morning meeting as usual. Bai Yang spent 5 minutes outlining his work plan and schedule for the week, then smiled and said, All right, everyone, let's work hard to create a better day. Full of enthusiasm, everyone shouted in unison, Good. Your place is so vibrant. A distinguished middle-aged man walked in through the door, looking every bit the successful person. It was Su Xing. Bai Yang stepped forward. Mr. Su, distinguished guest, please come in. It wasn't until the night of the investment conference that Bai Yang realized Su Xiang was no ordinary person. Of the 200 million yuan he received, Only 80 million yuan was actually contributed by Su Gongzi of Huajin Capital. The remaining 120 million yuan was all from Su Xiang. It wasn't that young Master Su didn't have a good outlook and didn't want to invest more, but rather that he didn't dare dilute Su Shiheng's shares and voluntarily gave up the majority of them. To have such influence, Su Xiang must be someone of considerable importance. Su Xiang looked at the layout of the entire company and found it to be well organized, clean, and tidy, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Xiaoyang, why don't you consider becoming my vice president, in charge of human resources? I feel like you'd be a whiz at it. To have such organizational skills at such a young age is already beyond the reach of most people. Su Xiang has inspected many startups, and they really can't even do the most basic details well, and their superficial work is a mess. Bai Yang smiled and said, Mr. Su is really joking. Please come inside to talk. After Su Xiang sat down, he said, Bai Yang, your project is very popular right now, and many people have come to ask me about it. I get so many calls praising you. It's driving me crazy. Su Xiang pointed to his ear and then laughed. Bai Yang waved his hand. It's all just hype. What I want to do now is to make Douyin a success. I believe it's a tool that can change the way people socialize. Su Xiang then added, By the way, I came here to discuss something with you and to ask for your opinion. While pouring tea for Su Xiang, Bai Yang asked, Mr. Su, you're too kind. Just say it directly. What is it? Su Xiang continued. It's like this, a friend of mine said that the overseas milk powder business is doing well recently, and he wants me to invest. He said he wants to invest 500 million yuan to set up a joint venture factory and cooperate with a milk powder giant called New Zealand. I think this project is good. Would you consider investing some? After hearing this, Bai Yang hesitated for a moment. Su Xiang laughed and said, Don't worry, I know you need money right now. So I won't ask you to lend me any right away. I'll lend you 100 million to invest first. How about that? If you make money, you only need to return the principal, and we'll split the profits 30/70ths. If you lose money, I won't ask you to repay it. How about that? This condition is essentially giving Bai Yang money, and with zero risk. But Bai Yang shook his head. No need, Mr. Su. I think I won't participate in this investment. It's not that I'm stingy with money. If there are good projects, I'd like to invest my spare cash. But investing in a joint venture factory for milk powder right now is not a good idea. Bai Yang recalls that in that same year, a major milk powder company, New Zealand Milk Powder, went bankrupt because its milk powder was substandard and had to be recalled in large quantities. For a time, foreign milk powder suffered a complete defeat in China. Many joint venture projects fell through, and most people lost everything. Su Xiang frowned. Huh? What do you mean? Foreign milk powder is selling very well these days, and the prospects are good. Why isn't it a good idea? Bai Yang thought for a moment, then said, I just know that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. These days, foreign milk powder is being hyped up too much, and it's almost at its peak. As the saying goes, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. If something happens one day, a black swan event, then it's hard to say what will happen. Moreover, domestic milk powder is now more standardized and of higher quality than before. The balance of power has shifted, and I believe that the risks of investing in foreign brands will increase significantly in the future. He can't directly tell me what he knows about the future, but he'll try to persuade him if he can. Anyway, 500 million shouldn't be a huge sum of money for Su Xiang. After hearing this, Su Xiang stroked his chin. Okay, I'll consider your idea. We'll discuss it in more detail later. The two chatted for a while, and then Bai Yang saw Su Xiang out. Su Xiang got into the car, looked at Bai Yang waving goodbye to him from the roadside, and smiled. Old Zhang, your son is really quite good. The Bai family. Jiang Kaiwe lay in bed, her complexion much the same as before, but it was clear she had just escaped death, so she looked quite haggard. Bai Xia and the others stood on one side of the door, with only Bai Yisheng and Bai Yuntao waiting beside them. After examining the woman, Dr. He, the Bai family's private physician, said, Madam's condition is perfectly normal. She just needs to rest. After hearing this, Jiang Kaiwe snorted. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. Can I find peace even in quiet contemplation? The tree desires stillness, but the wind never ceases. The next line is the child wishes to care for his parents, but they are no longer there. Bai Xia knew that Jiang Kaiwei was targeting her. Mom, I'm sorry about what happened before. She stepped forward and bowed slightly to Jiang Kaiwei. After graduating, Sheng waved goodbye, and Dr. He tactfully left. Jiang Kaiwei looked at Bai Xia. What's wrong? Did that rebellious son make you say that? You've spent a lot of money on that these past few days, haven't you? Want to come back and ask for more? No way. My Bai family won't give that unfilial son a single penny. Bai Xia shook her head. Mom, you misunderstood. Xiao Yang didn't ask me for a single penny. Including my shares, he refused them without even looking at them. Jiang Kaiwei was somewhat surprised. Then she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What you said is true. Absolutely genuine. Bai Xia nodded. Jiang Kaiwei crossed her arms. Humph. That unfilial son knows he's not worthy. Huh. You want to go back to the company, right? But now the company has been handed over to Xiaoding, and everything is fine. She is now planning to invest in a joint venture factory for overseas milk powder, and the negotiations are almost complete. If you're going back, that's fine too. Then help Xiaoding out. Bai Xia hesitated for a moment, then said, Mom, please let me return to my original position. I won't compete with her for the milk powder factory project, but I want to be the general manager again, and she can be my deputy. Bai Ting's expression changed. Jiang Kaiwei sneered. Xia, are you trying to negotiate with me? What gives you the right? What if you decide to cooperate with that rebellious son again? Bai Xia sighed and said, Mom, you underestimate Xiao Yang. Do you know what he's been doing right now? Chapter 70, The Incompetent Head of the Family. Bai Xia looked at Jiang Kaiwei and then said, Mom, I know I said some very hurtful things to you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. We're all family, so there's no need to be so clear about the terms and conditions, right? Jiang Kaiwei sneered. No way. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. If I just give that nod, you'll be going to manage our family's assets worth hundreds of millions again. How can we not be careful? The atmosphere on the scene was becoming increasingly tense, with both sides seemingly testing and maneuvering. Bai Xia sighed. What if I agree to marry you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei was greatly surprised and then sat up. Are you serious? Bai Xia nodded. Yes, I will follow your arrangements. Is that all right? Jiang Kaiwei clapped her hands. Good. You should have said so earlier. All right, you can go back to work tomorrow. She had long wanted Bai Xia to get married as soon as possible, preferably with another rich second-generation heir, and have children early on. In this way, the Bai family's business can reach new heights, and the other benefits are countless. Jiang Kaiwei then looked at Bai Wen and Bai Yun. You two should also start thinking about it as soon as possible. After all, it's a lifelong matter, and we can't keep making your mother urge you, can we? Bai Wen and Bai Yun quickly replied. Yes, Mom, we will definitely consider it carefully. Bai Ting remained silent, and her expression did not reveal anything. But that's precisely what's abnormal. She was originally supposed to take over the Bai group, but Bai Xia snatched the opportunity back with just one sentence. She forced herself to keep her resentment from showing on her face. Shouting, you don't need to worry about it. Jiang Kaiwei could naturally sense her youngest daughter's emotions, so she spoke up to comfort her. From now on, you two sisters will manage the company together. It's not a bad thing for you to be her deputy. Besides, you're still young, so it's good for you to learn more from Bai Xia. Bai Ting laughed. Mom, why would I care? We're all family, so what difference does it make who manages the company? Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist my elder sister. Jiang Kaiwei lay down contentedly and said, All right, I'm a little sleepy. You can all go out now. After leaving the room, Bai Sheng called Bai Xia aside. Xia, I'm so glad you've come to your senses. Bai Sheng asked, but what you're doing has nothing to do with Bai Yang, right? He was still worried that Bai Yang might be behind Bai Xia's return. Or perhaps Bai Xia is trying to retreat in order to advance and is still worried about Bai Yang. In that case, Jiang Caiyue's condition will probably worsen again. Bai Xia shook her head. How could that be? Dad, if that's the case, it's all right. At least it shows that Xiao Yang still cares about me, his older sister, and about our family. Unfortunately, he doesn't care about us at all now. Bai Sheng frowned and said, He doesn't care about us? Impossible. Could he survive without the Bai family? Trust Dad. He'll be back soon, crying and begging for our forgiveness. Bai Xia sighed softly. Her father not only lacked his own opinions, but his mind was also filled with arrogance and prejudice, just like Jiang Caiyue's. She changed the subject, looking down at Bai Ting. And there's another reason I came back, which is that I don't like Bai Ting, and I certainly won't hand over the family business to an outsider to manage. Bai Shixing's eyes widened. Xia, what are you saying? Shouting is your sister, born of the same parents. How can you call her an outsider? Bai Xia immediately asked. Bai Yang is my younger brother from the same parents. Why can't you accept him? Unable to win the argument with Bai Xia, Bai Sheng decided to resort to his parents' authority. How dare you talk to your father like that? But this trick, which Jiang Kaiwei used, wouldn't work on him. Okay, Dad, I understand. You don't need to say anything more. I'm going to rest now. See you at dinner. Bai Xia turned and left. Bai Shixing asked anxiously. Wait, where are you going? After Bai Xia stopped, she said, I need to go find Xiao Yang. Mom is so sick now. As her son, he has the right to know and should come and see her, right? Bai Sheng's eyes widened. No, Xia, you can't go. What if that unfilial son makes your mother angry? Bai Xia didn't say anything more and left. She wasn't afraid that Bai Shixing would tell Jiang Kaiwei about it. Firstly, Bai Shixing wouldn't have the guts. If Jiang Kaiwei really got angry, he might very well be the one to get caught in the crossfire. Secondly, even if Jiang Kaiwei really knew, it wouldn't matter. If Bai Yang really did come to visit her, everyone would be happy. If Bai Yang didn't come, it wouldn't be her who would lose face. Bidding down, Sheng was extremely anxious and slammed his hand on the railing. Logically speaking, he should be the head of the family, but now it seems like he means nothing. Seriously, does everyone look down on me? He glanced at Jiang Caiyue's room, then took out his phone and pulled up a contact. Bai Xia arrived at the garage, preparing to drive to find Bai Yang. Big sister. Bai Yun walked over and said, I'll go with you. Bai Xia asked, I'm going to find Bai Yang. I know. Bai Yun bit her lower lip. I still don't quite believe that Bai Yang can accomplish anything great. I want to see for myself. Even though she saw Bai Yang's secure investment with her own eyes, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. Bai Xia sighed, then gestured for her to get in the car. On the way, Bai Xia asked, Xiao Yun, do you know about the project Xiao Yang is going to do? You mean Douyin? I know him. I even went to his presentation. Bai Yun muttered. I think he's just bragging. What app is so amazing that it can turn everyone into a creator? Does he know how difficult it is to shoot a good video? If everyone could shoot one, then what are we in the entertainment industry doing? Just sitting around doing nothing. Bai Xia stared ahead, her eyes filled with sorrow. Xiaoyan, what I'm focusing on is what he said. Record the beautiful moments of life. Do you think the life he lived in the Bai family was a good one? Bai Yun was stunned again. She knew perfectly well whether Bai Yang was doing well in the Bai family, but she couldn't answer that question. Bai Xia added, they say you'll strive for what you lack. Xiao Yang had never enjoyed a good life before, so he wanted to give everyone a platform to record their own good moments. Just for this point alone, aren't you moved by him? And if you think about it more carefully, why does he have such thoughts and ideas? Isn't that something we should seriously consider? Bai Yun fell silent again. Bai Xia then said, I have something in my bag, take it out and let me see. Bai Yun opened His Majesty's briefcase with a puzzled look and asked, what's in it? Inside was a notebook that had been opened many times, with many pages folded up and the contents highlighted with different colored pens. Big sister, what's this? Xiao Yang's diary. Bai Xia sniffed. The purple part is about you. Take a look for yourself. Chapter 71. It really was you causing trouble. Did Bai Yang mention himself in his diary? Bai Yun immediately closed the diary and said, I'm not reading it. It's definitely something that's insulting me. Bai Xia didn't press her, but said, fine. If you don't want to look, then don't. If you get curious someday, come find me. After arriving at Defu building, Bai Xia first went into the underground parking garage to park. After locking the car with the key, Bai Xia was about to walk out of the garage when she stopped. Bai Yun asked in confusion, Big sister, what's wrong? Bai Xia stared at a magenta Audi not far ahead. That's Suyu's car. Suyu is here too? Bai Yun seemed to remember something, and gritted her teeth, saying, it must be her. That's right. She's the one who gave Bai Yang the money to start his business. She's the one who instigated Bai Yang to go against us. Then she said to Bai Xia, Big sister, Su Yu is definitely coming to see Bai Yang. Bai Yang has been brainwashed by Su Yu too much now, and nothing we say will work. Bai Xia took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and then said, Since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. I believe Xiaoyang wouldn't be so heartless. After saying that, he resolutely walked towards the elevator. Upon arriving at the 20th floor where Tianmei Company was located, Bai Xia saw a young girl working busily at the front desk. Bai Xia stood at the door, momentarily dazed. Bai Yun asked, What's wrong, eldest sister? Shall we go? Bai Xia said, I just remembered something. Xiaoyang came to the company to see me once. It was during the National Day holiday. I was working overtime at the company when Bai Yang sent me a message saying he had arrived at the company gate. I went out and asked him what he wanted. He said he wanted to come to the company to help out, but I scolded him and sent him away. The actual situation is much worse than she described. When Bai Yang came over, he said he wanted to help Bai Xia with something and also find a part-time job during the holidays. Bai Xia immediately rejected this idea. She pulled Bai Yang to a stairwell entrance and then twisted his ear hard. Xiao Tao is thinking about studying hard during the holidays, but you're thinking about running around and even doing part-time jobs? What good are you? You good for nothing. Even if you're sweeping the floor here, I feel like you're holding me back. You're dreaming. Go back to your place. Bai Yang's ears were red and his face was contorted from being twisted, and he begged Bai Xia to let go. Bai Xia felt a chill run down her spine when she thought of that helpless and painful look. I used to be such a devil. Now that I see Bai Yang has his own company, and it's my turn to come looking for him, I feel a sense of destiny, like a cycle of reincarnation. Seeing that Bai Xia seemed a bit off, Bai Yun quickly said, Big sister, let's go find Bai Yang first. We can talk about the rest later. She walked nervously to the front desk and asked, Excuse me, is Bai Yang here? The receptionist smiled and said, Are you looking for Mr. Bai? He's still in his office discussing business. Do you have an appointment? Bai Yun frowned. We're his sisters. Do we need an appointment to see him? Elder sister? The receptionist asked in confusion. I remember Mr. Bai only has one younger sister. Bai Yun became even angrier after hearing this. What sister? That's... Bai Xia interrupted her. Xiao Yun. Then she smiled and looked at the receptionist. Please tell Bai Yang for me that I have something urgent. A really urgent matter. The young lady nodded, then got up to find Bai Yang. Bai Xia sat at a coffee table next to the front desk, from which she could see the entire interior of Tianmei. Well organized and orderly. Everyone was working diligently at their workstations, with project schedules hanging on the whiteboards next to them. It has all kinds of facilities and looks quite comfortable. It is not as large as the Bai Group in terms of scale, but it is small but excellent and has a vibrant atmosphere. Bai Xia sighed softly. To run the company like this, Xiaoyang really has extraordinary abilities. We all underestimated him before. Bai Yun scoffed. This might not have much to do with Bai Yang. It could be that Su Yu did it again. Maybe right now, they're having a great chat. Bai Xia closed her eyes and prayed quietly in her heart, hoping that Bai Yang would agree to see her. As Bai Yun said, Bai Yang was chatting with Su Yu at that moment. You're really bold, kid. Su Yu glanced at Bai Yang's next proposal and said, No wonder you didn't even flinch when you got 200 million. Who else burns money like you? Bai Yang's next step is to further expand the publicity and promotion, and he also plans to negotiate copyrights with many music companies. Once everything is completed, it is estimated that another 100 million will be needed. The first round of financing will probably be used up in less than 6 months. Bai Yang laughed. Douyin will be using a lot of music as background music to synthesize videos in the future, so of course we need to resolve the copyright issues. Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble in the future. At that time, music copyright issues were not taken seriously, and many music apps allowed users to listen to songs for free, including Jay Chou's works. Now is the best time to negotiate prices. What seems like a waste of money now is actually saving money in the future. Su Yu then asked, Bai Yang, I'm actually quite curious. I used to think you were someone who didn't dare to spend a lot of money, but you're always very generous. How did you do that? Based on her experience, people who have been poor are quite cautious when it comes to spending money and investing. Given Bai Yang's previous experience, he shouldn't be too aggressive. Could he really be a genius? Bai Yang smiled and was about to answer when there was a knock on the office door. The receptionist cautiously peeked in. Mr. Bai, there are two beautiful women outside looking for you. They say they're your sisters. Bai Yang's brows immediately furrowed into a deep frown. Su Yu, on the other hand, had an expression of not being afraid of a funeral and looked at Bai Yang with a wicked smile. Bai Yang pulled up the security camera footage at the entrance and, seeing that it was Bai Xia and Bai Yun, said, "Just tell them I'm busy and to get lost. Also, tell them not to come here again." The receptionist, seeing Bai Yang so angry for the first time, nodded timidly. "Oh, okay." Su Yu laughed and said, "Bai Xia and the others must have seen the news and know that you are now a rising star in the venture capital circle. They want you to come back to the Bai family, right?" Bai Yang shook his head. "I don't think so. Given Zhang Caiyue's personality, it's more likely she'd send Bai Xia to issue the challenge. I don't have time to deal with them right now. I'll take care of them slowly once the project is up and running. But if they insist on being obnoxious, I can fight back." Su Yu suddenly became interested. "You may not have the time or energy, but I do. Why don't you give me some more dirt on them, and I'll help you vent your anger?" Bai Yang said, "Didn't you say you would help me focus on getting my household registration sorted out? We haven't come up with a good solution yet, so what's the rush?" Su Yu then added, "Oh, let's keep things separate. If the Bai family is in trouble, we're both happy, aren't we?" "Su Yu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Yun pushed open the office door and barged in. Chapter 72, I can use her ashes to plant trees. Bai Yun said angrily. "Su Yu, I knew it was you. You bitch, who was behind this?" Su Yu stood up, crossed her arms, and said, "I'm causing trouble? What did your Bai family do to our Su family back then? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Is it too much for me to ask you for some interest?" The receptionist's urgent voice came from outside again. "Miss, you can't go in." Then Bai Xia also came in. The receptionist, her face pale, said to Bai Yang, "Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry they just." It turned out that after the receptionist conveyed Bai Yang's message, Bai Xia and Bai Yun exchanged a glance and divided their tasks. One of them held the receptionist back, while the other barged in unprepared. Bai Yang sighed softly. "It's none of your business. You can go out now, but remember to close the door. Go and call the property management security guards over. Tell them that someone has trespassed into our company and is disrupting our normal business operations." The receptionist responded and then left. After the office door closed, Bai Yang asked, "Bai Xia, Bai Yun, are you two crazy? Security is on their way. If you don't want to humiliate yourselves, get out of here." Bai Xia's nose tingled with emotion as she said, "Xiao Yang, I know you're still angry, but I didn't come here to be your enemy, nor to cause trouble. To have something urgent to say." Bai Yang held up his hand, making a stop gesture. "Stop. I don't want to hear what you have to say. My most important thing right now is work. My family is doing well, and nothing's wrong. So your business is definitely none of my concern, so don't bother speaking. Go out." Bai Yun stepped forward. "Bai Yang, you've gone too far. My older sister and I came to see you in person, and this is your attitude? What kind of career can someone as heartless as you achieve? What a joke." Bai Yang glanced at her and asked, "Then may I ask what great things you've accomplished, someone who's so close to everyone, like yourself? You say you're an actress, but you're still just playing bit parts, aren't you? You've been out of school for several years, but you're still asking Zhang Caiyue for pocket money. What right do you have to say that to me?" Every word of these words struck a nerve with Bai Yun, making her feel extremely embarrassed. With Su Yu secretly laughing beside her, she felt as if she were being roasted on fire, unable to move forward or backward, and extremely uncomfortable. Bai Xia couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Xiao Yang, I came to tell you. Mom is sick. It's a heart condition, and it's quite serious. She's resting now. Aren't you going to go see her?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's first reaction was to laugh. Bai Xia could hardly believe it. He laughed? How could he laugh? Bai Yang sat down leisurely and said, "Then I wish the disease will defeat her soon. There are definitely more people with good heart conditions in this world. This is a kind of happiness that comes from the bottom of my heart." Bai Xia was stunned, then asked, "Xiao Yang, you're joking, right?" Bai Yang then said, "I'm not joking. I won't go to see her. but I can send her a wreath. As for the elegiac couplet, the first line should say she deserved to die, and the second line should say she deserved to die. Horizontal inscription, good death. After hearing this, Bai Xia and Bai Yun felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. When did Bai Yang become so cold-blooded? Su Yu covered her mouth and laughed, thinking to herself that Bai Yang was really her mouth substitute. Bai Xia cried out in anguish, Xiao Yang, how could you have become like this? That's our mother. Shut up, Bai Yang shouted. My mother's surname is Feng, and her name is Feng Yuan. Jiang Kaiwei is your mother. She's sick. I just wanted to celebrate. Then he looked at Su Yu and said, this is great news. We'll have an extra meal tonight. It's on you. Su Yu laughed. Okay, that's good. Let's go eat meat tonight. Bai Yun couldn't take it anymore and said, you too. That's enough. You heartless bastards. Bai Yang, no matter how rich you are, no matter how much you change, you still have the blood of the Bai family flowing in your veins. And do you think you're so great just because you got investment? Who knows how much you'll lose in the future? You are my mother's child. If you don't visit her when she's sick, you're in the wrong no matter where you look at it. Someone like you deserves to be a loser, Bai Yang said coldly. Oh, she's sick and I need to go see her. What about when I was sick? I caught a cold and fever several times at your house, and I even had the flu once. How did you treat me then? Have you forgotten? Trying to morally blackmail me? No way. Bai Xia and Bai Yun were stunned. Bai Yang stared at Bai Yun again. Also, the milk you used to feed the cat expired, so you fed it to me. Back then, you thought I was less than an animal, and now you want me to learn to be a human being. How do you know so much about people? What? Bai Xia looked at Bai Yun in surprise. Is that so? After hearing this, Bai Yun swallowed hard. Tu was just joking. Why are you being so petty? Besides, you only have a cold. How can it compare to Mom's condition? It's just asking you to go back and see her. What's so difficult about that? Bai Yang chuckled and said, it's impossible to see her, but I can send her an incinerator, which will save you a trip to the funeral home. After she's cremated, I'll use her ashes as fertilizer to plant a loquat tree. Anyway, she never did anything good in her life, so this will be a blessing for nature. She's not my mother. Who does she think she is that I would even bother to see? Do you think I'm still that lowly sycophant? Right now, all I feel for you is hatred. Do you understand? Your Bai family is going to suffer retribution, and what I'm going to do is bring that retribution forward. Just you wait and see. Get out of here now. Bai Yun stomped her feet in anger, wanting to retort, but after opening her mouth, she didn't know what to say. Bai Xia had already burst into tears, 2 streams of hot tears hanging on her delicate face. Okay, Xiaoyang, let's go. But I still want you to know, your older sister is really different from before. As long as you are willing to come back, your older sister will definitely help you. After saying that, she turned and walked out. Just then, the property security guard arrived, looking very nervous, thinking that something unexpected had happened to Bai Yang. They were completely bewildered to see Bai Xia crying her eyes out right in front of them. Bai Yang showed no pity and said, throw them out. Remember their faces, and don't let them in again next time. The security guard said, oh, and then urged Bai Xia and Bai Yun to leave. Bai Yun pointed at Bai Yang with her finger, you. But she was only in a state of impotent rage, and then immediately caught up with Bai Xia. Su Yu watched their retreating figures and clapped her hands. Good. Bai Yang, it seems they won't come here to humiliate themselves anymore. But Bai Yang remained silent, simply looking down at the table. What? You're not heartbroken? Su Yu asked. No. Bai Yang stroked his chin. I just think Jiang Caiyue's illness is a good opportunity. Then he looked at Su Yu and asked, didn't you want some dirt on the Bai family? I'll give you some. Chapter 73, The Bai Family's Major Scandal. Upon hearing about the Bai family's dirty secrets, Su Yu immediately woke up. Tell me quickly, what is it? Bai Yang wrote an address in his notebook and handed it to Su Yu. He then glanced at the calendar. It should be in the next few days. Go to the place I wrote down and wait there, and you will see Bai Sheng. Follow him, and you will be surprised. Su Yu suddenly understood something. Did Bai Sheng cheat on his wife? Did he keep a mistress? Bai Yang nodded. That's right. This matter will be a huge blow to Bai Sheng, and an even bigger blow to Jiang Kaiwei. Once they get into trouble, it will be much easier for me to transfer my household registration. If Jiang Kai-wei can spare the energy to deal with me, then getting her to agree to the household registration is basically impossible. But once her mind is in turmoil, things change. This is the only chance. Suyu looked at the address, pinched her chin with two jade-like fingers and thought for a while, then stared at Bai Yang again and smiled. What are you thinking about? Bai Yang picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. Suyu smiled and said, I think I figured out why Jiang Kai-wei is so ruthless to you. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Yang could roughly guess Suyu's thoughts and smiled. Suyu waved the note in her hand. When it comes to cheating, once you've gotten used to it, you've gotten used to it. Bai Sheng must be a repeat offender, right? Could it be that he cheated on you while Jiang Kai-wei was pregnant with you, and Jiang Kai-wei took her anger out on you to punish him? Thinking about it that way, it does make sense. Suyu felt that given Jiang Tsayue's character, it wasn't impossible for her to do such a thing. That would explain why Jiang Kai-wei disliked Bai Yang so much. But Bai Yang just smiled and said, Your imagination is good, but unfortunately, it's not true. Bai Sheng's affair happened in the last 2 years. He never even had such thoughts before. Also, if Jiang Kai-wei really knew that Bai Shisheng was cheating, she couldn't possibly keep quiet about it. Bai Xia and the others must have found out too. In fact, Bai Yang had a rough idea of why Jiang Kai-wei disliked him. Most likely, it's still related to the time bomb in the Bai family. Suyu frowned. Then I just can't figure it out. Bai Yang said, If you can't figure it out, don't think about it anymore. Just do as I say. Remember, get the evidence first. Suyu nodded. All right, I'll send someone to make the arrangements. Things are getting more and more interesting. On the way back, Bai Xia remained silent. Even when they were still 1 block away from the Bai family villa, Bai Xia's face was terribly gloomy. Bai Yun also felt particularly depressed. Big sister, how could Bai Yang say such things? He's heartless and doesn't even care about his own family. Yet he says he'll send a wreath to his sick mother if word gets out. I'll see how he faces people. Bai Xia slammed the car to a stop. Bai Yun lost her balance and almost hit her head on the windshield. Sis, what are you doing? What about the expired milk that Xiaoyang just mentioned? Bai Xia turned her head and stared at her. Bai Yun felt a little guilty. It's been so long. Bai Xia slapped the steering wheel. Speak. Okay. Bai Yun could only say, Well, I saw that the milk in the refrigerator was expired, so I thought it would be a waste to throw it away, and then I gave it to Bai Yang to drink. It was 1 a.m. when Bai Yun was staying up late watching a TV series. Mimi kept meowing beside her, and Bai Yun got impatient and wanted to get her some food. But Mimi wouldn't eat cat food, and they were out of canned cat food. So she went downstairs to look in the refrigerator and found a carton of milk she had bought earlier. She originally bought it to feed her cat, but found that cats don't drink milk very well, and the Bai family rarely drinks it either. So the milk was basically untouched and expired without her noticing. Just as Bai Yun was about to prepare some chicken breast, she heard a noise near the trash can. Bai Yun was a little scared, thinking that a thief had broken in, but Bai Yang ran out on his own. What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping at night? Who are you trying to scare? Bai Yun patted her chest and glared angrily at Bai Yang. Bai Yang was timid at the time, holding a chicken wing that had hardly any meat left. That was left over from the fried chicken the Bai family ate that evening. Sister, I am hungry. Bai Yang kept his head down, his voice barely audible. Bai Yun felt disgusted and took several steps back. You're filthy. Get away. Get away. Bai Yang blushed and was about to leave. Suddenly, Bai Yun looked at the expired milk in her hand and had a different idea. She grinned maliciously. Hey, didn't you want something to eat? I have a carton of milk here, take it. Bai Yang was deeply moved upon hearing this. He grabbed the milk and chuckled. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Bai Yun pursed her lips, took a few steps back, and looked at him with schadenfreude. After only a few sips, Bai Yang couldn't help but spit it out. Sis, it tastes weird. Bai Yun immediately snatched the milk and shoved it into Bai Yang's mouth. Look at you. How can you waste it? This is your sister's good intention. Bai Yang felt a sense of relief, like someone choking on water, but his heart was also completely overwhelmed by despair. The next day, Bai Yang missed school because of diarrhea. After Jiang Kai-wei found out about this, she beat him up again. Bai Yun clasped her hands together and looked ahead. That's how it is. I just wanted to play a joke on him. Bai Xia looked at Bai Yun with surprise. Then her eyes were filled with terror. She was still a little overwhelmed. She had wronged Bai Yang in the past, thinking he was beyond redemption, and therefore treated him harshly and with dislike. Bai Wen knew that Bai Yang was being framed at every turn, but because of her blind doting on Bai Yun Tao and her fear of Jiang Kaiwei, she dared not say a word. Bai Yun didn't know much, but she was simply unkind to Bai Yang, even knowingly doing the same thing as Jiang Kaiwei. Why? Bai Xia couldn't help but ask, why are you doing this? Xiao Yun, I don't remember you being this kind of girl. Bai Yun became impatient. Sister? What's so great about Bai Yun? What's so good about him? I really don't understand. Mom already said that we just need to treat Xiao Tao like our own brother. Bai Yang is just an outsider, so what's wrong with me treating him this way? He's just asking for trouble, suffering so much and still staying in the Bai family. If he had left long ago, or never come to our house in the first place, wouldn't everything have been fine? He's the only one who's superfluous in this family. After hearing this, Bai Xia took a deep breath, closed her eyes, leaned back in her seat, and let out a long ah. Sis, what's wrong? Bai Yun asked worriedly. Are you feeling unwell? Bai Xia then said sternly. Shut up. I'm trying to hold back from hitting you right now. Bai Yun shrank back. Sister, please don't do this, okay? Bai Yang doesn't acknowledge us anymore. What's the point of us still apologizing and being nice to him? Can you please stop making things difficult for yourself? Bai Xia said, I originally wanted to show you Xiao Yang's diary, but I think it's unnecessary now. Xiaoyan, you've disappointed me so much. Bai Yun fell silent. Suddenly, Bai Xia saw something and immediately stepped on the gas and sped forward. Sis, what's wrong now? Bai Yun, holding onto the chair, said, This isn't the way home. Bai Xia looked straight ahead. Don't make a sound. Look at that car up ahead. Bai Yun stared intently, then froze. Dad's car? What's he doing out at this hour? Chapter 74 Appearances can be deceiving. Bai Yun was very puzzled. Sheng never went out at night after graduation. This was a rule set by Jiang Kaiwei for him. Even when he went out, he had to be with her. Bai Xia followed carefully behind and said, Mama's been taking sleeping pills to fall asleep for the past 2 days. Dad thinks he can move around freely now, right? I need to go and see what he's up to. That's why she didn't drive straight home. Bai Yun's expression changed immediately. Big sister, you don't mean that Dad is having an affair, do you? Bai Xia was silent for a moment, then said, When I was away from home a few days ago, I kept thinking about why Mom was so cruel to Xiao Yang. First they deliberately abandoned it, and then after they were taken back, they were subjected to all sorts of abuse. It's as if they don't want Xiao Yang to live. Is this something a mother would do to her own child? But according to the DNA test results, Xiao Yang is indeed her and our father's child. So the only explanation is that Mom didn't actually want Xiao Yang to be born. Bai Yun was increasingly confused and scratched her head. Big sister, could you explain it more clearly? Bai Xia sighed. I'm just guessing. You and I are both women. If you found out your husband was unfaithful when you were about to give birth, what would you do? Bai Yun was stunned. You'll probably hate everything associated with the house, even the baby in your belly, won't you? Bai Xia felt a chill rise from the soles of her feet, and her face turned quite pale. If it were Mom with that kind of personality, she probably would have wanted to kill that child for revenge, right? Bai Yun dared not speak, cold sweat pouring down her face. Knowing Jiang Kaiwei as she did, she was certain that her mother was capable of doing such a thing. If Bai Yang were here, he would definitely refute them in the same way he refuted Su Yu. But now, Bai Sheng is labeled as a traitor to his family. Soon, Bai Sheng drove to Shanshuiyuan in the west of the city. Bai Yun clutched her chest. Oh my God, did Dad really cheat on me? How could he dare? Bai Xia sighed. It seems like what I feared most has come to pass. She drove the car further in, and the security guard noticed it had an outside license plate, and came up to ask them what they wanted. Without saying a word, Bai Xia took out an envelope and threw it over. I'll be out in a bit. The security guard opened the envelope and saw a thick wad of banknotes inside. He immediately became selectively blind to it. They had been following up on Bai Sheng's graduation. After getting out of the car, Bai Sheng took a bouquet of flowers from the trunk and went upstairs humming a little tune. Bai Yun clutched her head with both hands. It's all over. Dad really cheated on me. If Mom finds out, he's dead meat. And that mistress is finished too. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer too. We might be caught in the crossfire as well, big sister. You have to think of something. Bai Xia covered her eyes with her left hand, while her right hand trembled uncontrollably. It seems my guess was right. Mom vented all her anger on Xiaoyang because of Dad's mistake. Xiaoyan, put yourself in Xiaoyang's shoes. Is this really fair to him? Bai Yun swallowed hard, unable to utter a single word. Bai Xia couldn't hold back any longer and asked again, "Tell me, how can you still say with such confidence that Mom didn't do anything wrong? Does Xiaoyang have to pay for other people's mistakes for the rest of his life? Don't you still think you've gone too far?" Bai Yun shook her head violently. "Big sister, I understand. Bai Yang is pitiful, is that enough? But what can we do? It was Dad who did wrong too. Okay, I won't go against Bai Yang anymore, alright? I admit I was wrong, okay?" Bai Xia fell silent and let out a long sigh. This statement lacked sincerity, and Bai Xia didn't expect her to keep it. Some people will never admit they are wrong. About an hour later, the graduation ceremony was held. Not only that, but he also had a young girl by his side. The two chatted and laughed, then got into the car. Bai Yun's mouth dropped open. "Oh my God, that girl must be at most 19 years old, right? Dad, actually, oh my God. This mistress is even younger than me, young enough to be Dad's daughter." Bai Xia shook her head. "She's about the same age as Bai Yang, in other words. Dad's affair back then wasn't with her. Our most honest and cowardly father turns out to be a seasoned lover." Unbeknownst to them, a camera in the distance was filming everything. Tianmei Company. It was already past closing time, and there was no one at the workstations, nor were the lights on. Only the manager's office at the very back had a dim light on. Bai Yang sat in front of the computer, staring blankly at the screen. Squeak. The office door opened, and a slender figure walked in. "It's Suyu. You little rascal, are you really planning to live in the office?" Suyu sat down at the desk and put one hand on Bai Yang's shoulder. Her jade-like feet were placed on the office chair, and Bai Yang only needed to turn his head to see her long, fair legs under her skirt. Bai Yang said, "Why are you here so late?" Suyu laughed and said, "Isn't it because I was worried about you? You haven't been doing well lately, and now the Bai family keeps bothering you. The word comrade is also part of the word friend, so I'm afraid you might have something going on." Bai Yang smiled but didn't say anything. The moon was full outside, its light shining on the earth, yet it seemed to illuminate only the two of them. Suyu tossed her hair and said, "Actually, sometimes when I think about it, you and I are quite similar. If my brother hadn't run off with my sister-in-law, my grandma, who favored boys over girls, might not have considered me her successor. Although I don't know exactly how miserable you were in the Bai family, I understand a little bit about that feeling of not being valued. Family is really like opening a blind box." Bai Yang said firmly, "My family is fine. If you're talking about my biological parents, then they're dead, and thankfully they're dead." Suyu laughed. "Do you think saying such harsh words makes you happy? I haven't seen you smile much since you rejected Bai Xia. Now that it's just the two of us, why don't we speak frankly?" Bai Yang said, "I wasn't saying that as a threat. I was telling the truth. In my heart, they are already dead." These are indeed Bai Yang's true feelings. He truly had no feelings left for Jiang Kaiwei and the others. He genuinely wanted to send a wreath and wanted to grind Jiang Kaiwei to ashes. After all, the harm these people had done to Bai Yang was far too deep. Having been given a second chance at life, Bai Yang could never let them go. "Miss Su, thank you for your concern, but I'm not upset because I rejected Bai Xia. I just think the person I'm dealing with next is a bit troublesome. Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yuntao are people I'll deal with sooner or later, but who are they? There's always someone better." Suyu frowned slightly. "You mean they have someone backing them? Someone very powerful?" Bai Yang nodded. "Yes, this person is still hiding. Once he appears, it will be a nightmare for many people." Suyu tilted her head and said, "Then you have to tell me when the time comes, so I can help you out." Bai Yang gave a wry smile. "Miss Su is too good to me." Suyu smiled. "That's right." Then she took out a pack of cigarettes and said, "Give me one." Bai Yang waved his hand. "No." Suyu shrugged and lit one for herself. "What big boss doesn't smoke? If you say that at a dinner party, people will think you're being disrespectful. Don't underestimate the culture of smoking and drinking. It's all about interpersonal relationships and social interactions. Yang sighed. I knew there was nothing good about this stuff. It stinks. Before he could finish speaking, Suyu suddenly leaned down and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. With a puff of smoke in her mouth, Suyu pressed her red lips tightly against Yang's. Yang stared wide-eyed at Suyu, who was focused with her eyes closed. A faint mist, mingled with the scent of perfume, drifted between them, as if something was growing wildly. Chapter 75, He Doesn't Need Us. Ring ring. Suyu's phone rang at that moment. Graskov cough. Suyu was distracted and exhaled the smoke she had just been holding. Yang took the opportunity to remove her hand. You answer the phone first. My heart is beating so fast Yang really felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. After answering the phone, Suyu smiled at Yang and said, Your face is so red, just like the song says, like a ripe tomato. Actually, her face was also very red, but Yang didn't notice. Miss Su, please don't make jokes like that again. Suyu said, What's the big deal? It's just to teach you how to smoke. By the way, my subordinate just called to say that he has already obtained the necessary documents. As Yang shut down the computer, he said, Okay, let's get ready. These things will come in handy soon. Suyu kept staring at him. Hey, you still have your first kiss, right? That's true. A good kid like you, a top scorer in the college entrance exam, definitely wouldn't have time to think about women. Yang took a deep breath, then picked up his clothes and walked out. Mind your own business. I'm going back to sleep. You should come out too. The door's locked. Suyu smiled and got off the desk. Watching Yang's retreating figure, she murmured something. I still have my first kiss. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After a doctor's diagnosis, Jiang Tsayue's health has improved significantly. She only needs to focus on recuperating and have regular checkups. Jiang Kaiwei got off the hospital bed. Really, I'm getting old, and my heart is having problems, humph. Lushing went over to help her up, saying, Wife, you need to take good care of yourself. Our whole family is counting on you. What do you mean? You're making it sound like something's happened to me. Jiang Kaiwei glared at him. No. Shishing lowered his head. Yuntao stepped forward with a small notebook in his hand. Mom, while you were recovering from your illness, I copied the Diamond Sutra, praying that you would recover soon and live a long and healthy life. Jiang Kaiwei immediately beamed with joy again. My little Tao, my silly child. You're being filial, but you also need to take care of yourself. You'll be filling out your college application soon. Have you thought it through? Don't let your mother's affairs hold you back. Mom will definitely live a long life. Mom still wants to see you graduate from university, have a successful career, and find me a good wife. With you here, Mom will be all right. Understand? Yuntao immediately grinned and said, Yes. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely make you proud. Jiang Kaiwei was overjoyed to see the scriptures that Yuntao had copied for her. She hugged him tightly, stroked his head, and said many things to him. Xiao watched this scene of motherly love and filial piety from the side, and felt inexplicably ironic. Wen and Yun also had complicated expressions, but managed to force a smile. Only Ting and Yuntao were laughing equally happily. By the way, Xia, what about that rebellious son? Jiang Kaiwei suddenly asked a question. Xia looked a little awkward. Mom, why did you suddenly bring up Xiaoyang? Jiang Kaiwei chuckled and said, Judging from your expression, I knew you went to see him, right? What can you possibly hide from me? Xia clenched her hands and nodded. Yes, I went to find him. He's not coming? Jiang Kaiwei asked. Xia nodded. I knew he was a heartless good-for-nothing. He doesn't even care about his own mother's illness. What kind of person can he be? Jiang Kaiwei said coldly. A top scorer in the college entrance examination? That's all he'll ever be. He's just an ungrateful wretch. Yuntao quickly said. Mom, don't say that about my brother. Maybe he's been busy with other things these past few days. You have to believe that my brother definitely respects you. He wouldn't do something so disloyal and unfilial. Actually, I've been reflecting on myself lately. I shouldn't have spoken to him like that before. My brother also has his merits. Perhaps he's unhappy that my parents love me too much, so it's normal for him to disapprove. Jiang Kaiwei shook her head. Xiao Tao, why have you become so naive again? He doesn't like it. Who does he think he is? Listen up, you're my only son. If that unfilial son doesn't want to come, he doesn't have to. Do you think I can't live without him? She then looked at Bai Sheng. See? You said I was too strict back then? Strict my ass. That unfilial son just needed to be disciplined. Bai Lushing nodded repeatedly. Yes, wife, I was wrong. Jiang Kaiwei snorted and then asked Bai Xia. You didn't give him any money, did you? Also, that rebellious son is about to fill out his college application. Did he talk to you or Xiaowen about it? Bai Xia and Bai Wen both shook their heads in agreement. Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, Fine, it seems he's willingly degenerated and is really going to follow that stinky teacher Zhang Shuabiao. I'll go find out what kind of crappy place Zhang Shuabiao has found to teach at in a bit. Then I'll figure out a way to get rid of him. They dare to oppose me. That rebellious son thinks he's all grown up now. What a joke. Without me, he's nothing. Mom, actually Xiaoyang doesn't need us now. He can live a good life. Bai Xia couldn't hold back any longer. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Kaiwei said angrily. Are you trying to make me angry again? Bai Xia stopped talking. She realized she had let something slip and that if she continued talking, things might get out of hand. Given Jiang Tsayue's personality, if she really knew Bai Yang's current situation, wouldn't she have made a scene? Unexpectedly, Bai Yuntao hugged Jiang Kaiwei and said, Mom, please don't be angry with my eldest sister. Actually, she's right. My brother has started his own company now, which is very impressive. Start a company? Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened. What did you say? What kind of company does he own? Where did he get the money? Bai Xia was about to explain when Bai Ting said, Mom, I saw the news a couple of days ago. It seems Bai Yang started a game company, and it's doing quite well. Now he's even trying to attract investment. He's planning to create Douyin, a short video app, and he's making a name for himself with it. I heard that the Su family is very supportive of him. Jiang Tsayue's eyes were practically spitting fire. She picked up a water glass from the table and smashed it on the ground. Smack! Everyone stared at the shards on the ground, too afraid to even breathe. Jiang Kaiwei said, Great, great. So you're really starting to work with the Su family from now on, huh? That unfilial son. That ingrate. If I let him go, I'll change my surname from Jiang. Find out immediately where his company is located, and besides the Su family, who else is his investor? Find out everything. Bai Shixing quickly said, Okay, honey, don't be angry, we'll definitely find out. Go get something to eat first. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. Jiang Kaiwei shoved him and stormed out of the room. Bai Xia walked up to Bai Ting and coldly questioned, Bai Ting, what exactly are you up to? Chapter 76 Mother-Son Relationship. Bai Ting stood there stunned for a moment, then smiled. Sis, I don't know what you mean. Bai Xia then said, You know perfectly well what I mean. If Mom and Xiaoyang cause any more trouble, I won't let you off the hook. Just now, Bai Ting kept talking to Jiang Kaiwei about Bai Yang. It seems like they're just saying what they think. They're just stirring things up. This really annoyed Bai Xia. Previously, she thought Bai Ting had a problem, but that was only because of the previous conflict between the two of them. In addition, Bai Ting had been given away for adoption since she was a child and did not communicate much with others. However, she was able to get along with everyone immediately after returning, which was quite abnormal. Now, she can almost confirm that Bai Ting has ill intentions. After hearing Bai Xia's words, Bai Ting's eyes showed a hint of fear. Sister, I really don't know. Bai Xia was too lazy to waste words with her and simply turned around and left. Bai Ting's head turned slowly, just like a sunflower, following Bai Xia's movements. Her eyes gradually shifted from fear to a smug satisfaction at her successful scheme. By evening, Jiang Kaiwei had collected relevant reports about Bai Yang. What Douyin, what Yang Liyang, it's all just empty talk. I knew he couldn't come up with anything good. Judging by his actions, not his intentions, it's clear from what he's done that even if a piece of trash gets lucky, he'll still be a piece of trash. Jiang Kaiwei slammed the briefings on the table and said angrily. Hearing this, Bai Xia felt a pang of unease. Mom, you can't think like that. Xiaoyang is doing internet economy now. It's not illegal, and it's not as useless as you say. Jiang Kaiwei then said, Shut up. I know you're still on his side, aren't you? Let me tell you, I gave birth to him, so I know him better than anyone else. And do you think he's so great just because he's like this? Does that prove he's capable? Pa, his own mother is sick, and he won't even glance at her. Is that what you call skill? Don't even mention getting 200 million in investment. Even if he had 20 billion or 200 billion, he'd still be a piece of trash. Bai Xing looked at Bai Xia, holding the documents in his hand, and asked, Xia, don't think this is a small matter. He still bears our Bai family name, and his adoption relationship with Zhang Xuebiao has been terminated. He is still our family's child. If he gets into trouble outside, won't our Bai family have to clean up his mess? You'd better watch out. Bai Xia pinched the bridge of her nose and then sighed. Why is it that it just doesn't make sense? In his eyes, everything Bai Yang did was wrong. Seeing her like this, Jiang Kaiwei immediately slammed her hand on the table and said, What's wrong? Do you think we're too old? Don't you understand yourselves? When I started doing business, none of you were even born. Do you know how deep the waters are in the business world? What does an 18-year-old brat know? You think those investors value his talent? Wrong. They're doing it for the sake of the Bai family, and for my sake, Jiang Kaiwei. Also, that Su Yu, she must have deliberately given the project that was going to fail to her son, thinking that once he went bankrupt and was in debt, she would bring all that trouble onto us. And that unfilial son is treating her like a treasure and working for her. You got sold out, and you're still helping them count the money? Useless. 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 After Jiang Kaiwei unleashed her attack, Bai Xia's heart was also filled with the turmoil of a storm. Her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly on the verge of collapse. Bai Sheng frowned, then said, Xia, no matter how soft-hearted or confused you are, you have to listen to your mother at this time. 200 million. Besides, this project he's working on is extremely risky. Nothing's even finalized yet. How can he know it will definitely be effective? Besides, you really don't know as much about doing business as your mother. Without her, how could our Bai family have always been ahead of the Su family? Jiang Kaiwei glared at him. You talk too much nonsense, don't you? It's the father's fault if the son is not taught. What were you doing after you brought that good-for-nothing back? I have to discipline him in everything. Look at the state he's become. You just sit back and do nothing all day. You're just like that good-for-nothing son. Let me tell you, if he really causes trouble outside and implicates our family, especially Xiao Tao, I'll make him pay. You'll be punished too. Bai Shixing pursed his lips and then lowered his head. Bai Xia took a deep breath and asked, Mom, I want to ask you a question. Xiao Yingyi, is he really your biological son? Jiang Kaiwei was taken aback at first, then sneered. What's wrong? Don't I know it's my own child? Bai Xia then said loudly, Since you hate him so much, why did you bring him back in the first place? I don't mean to offend you. I just really don't understand. I really don't understand. He thought that after going all out like this, Jiang Kaiwei would become as irritable as before, or even come up and beat him up. Upon graduation, Xingdu couldn't help but step back 2 widths, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Kaiwei didn't react much. Instead, she seemed quite relaxed. She picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then laughed. Why did I bring him back? Because I'm his mother, so I can do whatever I want with him. No one can stop me, and no one can stop me. A mother's responsibility to her child is a natural and unchanging principle. Without me, there would be no him. That one reason is enough. And don't you remember how he was when he first came to our house? He so longed for the love of his biological parents and sister. Didn't you find that funny? Bai Xia suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Jiang Kaiwei knows. She also understood what Bai Yang wanted. But she just wouldn't give it to me. Not only did they refuse to give it to him, they also repeatedly shattered and ravaged Bai Yang. Why? For a moment, Bai Xia began to wonder. Could Bai Yuntao be Jiang Tseyue's biological son, or perhaps her illegitimate child? But that's not right. The previous test results have already proven that I have no kinship with Bai Yuntao. Why? Why did Jiang Kaiwei treat Bai Yang like that? Bai Xia never expected this. In Jiang Tseyue's mind, the relationship between a biological mother and son could be so distorted and outrageous. Jiang Kaiwei continued, I care about him so he knows that there can only be one son in his life, and that's me. He has to listen to me for the rest of his life. Look at him now. He doesn't listen to me. He went to live off the Su family. and now he's caused such a huge mess. Doesn't that prove I'm right? For the sake of the Bai family's reputation, I must stop him. He doesn't deserve this 200 million yuan deal. Get ready immediately. I'm going to smash his company. Chapter 77. Is his backing that powerful? Upon hearing that Jiang Kaiwei was going to cause trouble for Bai Yang, Bai Xia quickly said, "Mom, is it really necessary to go to such extremes? Xiaoyang already has his own career. If he causes a scene now, it won't do anyone any good." She truly didn't understand what benefit Jiang Kaiwei could gain from doing this. Could it be that she really just wanted to torture Bai Yang? Why? Jiang Kaiwei crossed her arms and said, "Bai Xia, I agreed to let you return to the company so that you would listen to me, not so that you would repeat the same mistakes and cause trouble for me. Is that rebellious son building a career? A career is one that makes money and achieves results. What he's doing is squandering the family fortune and committing a sin. I'm doing this for his own good, so that he doesn't lose hundreds of millions and get into a mountain of debt, which would then drag us down with him. He thinks he can cheat me? He's dreaming." Bixia suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her, as if all her strength had been drained away. Jiang Kaiwei immediately said, "All right, no need to say any more. Investigate this unfilial son's company right away. If he causes any problems, I'll call the police immediately. He doesn't need to go to university anymore. Go in and reflect on his actions." "Mom." Bai Xia bent her knees. Her center of gravity dropped, and she knelt down with a thud. Bai Shixing was shocked. "Xia." Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Are you trying to blackmail me?" Bai Xia burst into tears, bent over, and lowered her head. "Mom, please, I really beg you. Please don't bother Xiaoyang, okay? I really don't want to see this family fall apart. Please." As a woman who has been navigating the business world for many years, Bai Xia knows very well what effect such pleas can have. That means it has no effect. Pleading and telling others how pitiful you are futile in their eyes. All you can rely on is their soft heart and your own luck. Especially someone like Jiang Kaiwei, who prioritizes self-interest, is even less likely to be swayed. "Bai Xia, get up right now. Don't cause any more trouble. I, Jiang Kaiwei, will never be threatened by anyone." Bai Xia looked at Bai Sheng and said loudly, "Dad, you've neglected the family all these years. Shouldn't you stand up and say something now? Do you really want to watch your son suffer eternal damnation?" She looked at Bai Sheng and felt that this man was truly pathetic. Even at this point, they still hide and refuse to express their opinions, not daring to offer the slightest resistance. She really wanted to speak out about Sheng's infidelity after graduation. If he didn't want to have a good life, then neither of them should. Bai Shixing swallowed hard, then looked at Jiang Kaiwei, who was glaring at him, and immediately said, "My Sony's only Xiao Tao. That unfilial son should be taught a lesson." Bai Xia's eyes became incredibly empty, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong with these people? At this moment, Bai Wen and Bai Yun walked in. "Big sister." The two men helped Bai Xia up and then tried to persuade her to stop crying. Jiang Kaiwei said, "Xiaowen, Xiaoyan, you've come at the right time. Help Xia to rest. I'll go find that unfilial son in a bit." Bai Wen said, "Mom, let's stop here. Since you don't consider Xiaoyang your child, why keep bothering him? Let's just keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other from now on." Jiang Kaiwei was furious that Bai Wen was also going to rebel against her. "What are you saying? Are you also trying to say that I did something wrong? That rebellious son planted mines for us outside, and I'm wrong to go and set things right? What's wrong with you all? Do you think you've all grown up and are planning to unite against me?" Bai Wen shivered, feeling cold, and dared not look directly at Jiang Kaiwei. "Mom, you really shouldn't have gone to see Bai Yang." Bai Yun spoke hesitantly. "The person who invested in Bai Yang is boss Su Xiang. What if Bai Yang turns around and complains? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei was genuinely taken aback. The others were also startled. Bai Wen's eyes widened suddenly, and she asked in confusion, "Su Xiang? That famous business tycoon in Beijing?" Bai Sheng became nervous. "Impossible, right? Would boss Su be interested in Bai Yang's project? It seems highly unlikely to me. Xiaoyan, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Outside the door, Bai Ting, who had originally planned to watch the show, was also puzzled. She saw Bai Yang's news on the news, but she didn't realize that the investor was Su Xiang. Is Bai Yang really backed by such powerful connections? Damn it. She stayed close to the wall and carefully left. Jiang Kaiwei then remembered that she needed to see the investor's information, so she picked up the stack of documents on the table and carefully looked through them. Only then did she notice that besides Huajin Capital, Bai Yang's investors also included a company called Dehai Group. That's it. The actual controller behind this company is Su Xiang. Jiang Kaiwei immediately saw through the trick and was somewhat shocked for the first time. Of course, she knew how strong Su Xiang was. Although she herself came from a wealthy family in Beijing, the Jiang family was barely on par with Su Xiang. It's really not worth it if Bai Yang ends up getting seriously injured. Bai Yun then said, trembling, Mom, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes that night. Bai Yang and Boss Su talked for a long time. I swear I'm not lying. Mom, even if you want to settle scores with Bai Yang, you should wait. Maybe once his business falls through, Boss Su won't help him anymore. Wouldn't it be better to make a move then? Jiang Kaiwei put her hands on her hips, glanced at the three sisters, and then turned away and remained silent for a while. She was still clutching those few pages of documents in her hand, seemingly hesitating about something. Everyone stared at her nervously, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. All right, let that rebellious son run wild for a few more days. Jiang Kaiwei threw the documents into the trash can, but you need to go and keep an eye on him in the vicinity, and come back to me immediately if anything happens. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Yes, Mom, I'll go in a few days. Hurry up and go, Jiang Kaiwei said loudly. She then pointed at Bai Sheng and said, You're going too? Bai Sheng asked with some doubt. Me, I'm going too? Jiang Kaiwei retorted angrily. Is there a light bulb growing under your eyebrows? Would it kill you to go look at it? Bai Sheng didn't dare to say anything, so he quickly got up and said he would go get the car and told Bai Xia and the others to hurry up and follow. At that moment, in Bai Yuntao's room, Bai Ting recounted what she had just heard. What? Bai Yuntao was furious. That bastard Bai Yang. Bai Ting said, Now Jiang Kaiwei is deciding to wait and see. What about us? Bai Yuntao sat down and scratched his head. Let's call Uncle Zhao. Chapter 78. The day Douyin was launched. Are you planning to make a move against Bai Yang? Bai Ting took out her phone and dialed a number. Bai Yuntao shook his head. It's not the right time yet, especially now that he has Su Shiheng's support. We can't be so stubborn as to walk into the line of fire. Ask Uncle Zhao if he has any suggestions now. Bai Ting nodded. Okay. Bai Yuntao got up, went to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of cola, and gulped it down. Damn it. Our plan was almost complete, and now Bai Yang pulls this stunt. I'm so angry. He originally thought that by successfully forcing Bai Yang out, his position in the entire Bai family would be further consolidated. Just as they were preparing to take another step forward, the situation gradually changed. First of all, Bai Xia's attitude towards him has become much colder than before. She no longer shows the doting affection that an older sister has for her younger brother, and she even avoids him like the plague. Then there was Bai Wan, who seemed similar to Bai Xia, appearing noticeably more distant in front of him than before. As for Bai Yun, she's the one with the worst attitude towards Bai Yang, so there's probably not much to worry about. Besides, like Bai Yisheng, Bai Yun is terrified of Jiang Kaiwei. So as long as Jiang Kaiwei is dealt with, there's no need to worry about them turning against us. With Bai Ting included, I still have the majority of support from this family. No matter how much Bai Xia and Bai Wen cause trouble, they can't help Bai Yang shake his position. No matter what, I must get the Bai family's assets. I am the sole heir of this family. No matter how outstanding Bai Yang is, he's just a flash in the pan. I will make sure he can't hold his head up in front of me. Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth with hatred when he recalled how Bai Yang had beaten him and outperformed him in the college entrance examination. I am clearly the best, and Bai Yang has no right to compare himself to me. Okay, Uncle Zhao, I understand. Bai Ting hung up the phone and sighed softly. Bai Yuntao quickly asked, What did Uncle Zhao say? He said he would investigate the matter thoroughly before taking any action, and there was no need to rush into anything now. Bai Ting said. Uncle Zhao seemed surprised as well, as did I. We originally thought Bai Yang had set up a trap with the Su family, but we didn't expect the Su family to be involved as well. Bai Yuntao said indignantly. It must be the Su family's help, or Bai Yang using the Bai family's name to swindle and cheat. Otherwise, how could Su Xiong possibly be interested in him? That must be it. Bai Ting looked at Bai Yuntao and said, Xiao Tao, calm down. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Bai Yuntao hugged Bai Ting tightly. Ting Ting, we are all the same, we must stick together. The Bai family wants it, and the Jiang family too, they're all ours. Douyin app is finally ready to be officially launched. When the sheep went online, Bai Yang appeared calm on the outside, but was extremely nervous inside. He's been running around non-stop these past few days, meeting with relevant departments, advertising companies, and negotiating distribution channels, etc. Fortunately, he gradually recovered his health, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. At the same time, Bai Yang's investment in Bitcoin also paid off. After a period of decline, Bitcoin, which was priced at $50, has rebounded and is now back to the $260 level. In other words, Bai Yang's previous investment yielded a return of more than 5 times. He sold a portion of it and easily earned a return of 40 million. There is still some left unsold. Because Bitcoin will continue to rise throughout the year. Bitcoin will break the $1,000 mark by the end of November. That will be the real hunt. After receiving the 40 million, Bai Yang did not choose to squander it, but instead began to invest in various aspects. He has already invested in industries that are expected to be booming in the future, such as real estate and mobile games. Not only that, Bai Yang also actively cultivated relationships with those online celebrities and influencers, giving them high-priced business deals and opportunities to make money. Including the media, Bai Yang even made them constantly write press releases for him. A top-scoring student in the National College Entrance Examination starts a business. How can Douyin, TikTok, change the world? An entrepreneurial miracle of our time. Top-scoring college entrance exam students win new attention with their wisdom and courage. From top scorer in the college entrance examination to innovation leader, Douyin Project achieves another brilliant success. Besides this group, other media outlets also began to take notice of Bai Tian, becoming his advocates. There's no way around it. The combination of top scorers in the college entrance exam and internet entrepreneurship naturally generates a lot of traffic and social discussion. Many people in the industry, as well as ordinary netizens, are watching closely to see what the final result of Bai Yang's long-running Douyin campaign will be. On the day Douyin was launched, Suyu also came to the company to accompany him. Seeing Bai Yang staring at the computer screen while eating instant noodles, Suyu frowned, snatched the noodles from him, and threw them into the trash can. What are you doing? I'm still eating. Bai Yang asked, his eyes wide. Suyu said, even if you have money, I won't let you eat meat and fish every day. Can't you at least maintain a balanced diet? Besides, if you, as the boss, eat such poor food, people will think your company is about to go bankrupt. Can't you treat yourself better? After saying that, she gave him the food she had packed up and said, eat this. Bai Yang opened the lunchboxes and found that they contained ribs, stewed beef, stir-fried bok choy, and so on. He asked instinctively, wow, that's quite a feast. Which restaurant is it from? Suyu laughed and said, I won't tell you, just eat first. Bai Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did she do this herself? Bai Yang picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in his mouth. His expression suddenly changed. Suyu pulled out a chair. How is it? How does it taste? Bai Yang tried hard to recall some happy memories and said with a smile, it's delicious, it smells really good. Suyu clapped her hands. Really? That's good. She learned this from the nanny at home, and then spent 4 or 5 hours figuring it out before delivering it to Bai Yang. Bai Yang then tried several other dishes. Indeed, no wonder some people say that a woman's cooking skills and looks are inversely proportional. Fortunately, having been used to hardship, he could accept these things. Seeing that Bai Yang had finished his meal, Suyu smiled and said, good, that's more like it. You need to eat well to have the energy to do your job. Douyin will be online soon. I've already bought champagne and put it in the fridge outside. You can drink, right? Bai Yang gave a wry smile. Come on, isn't it a bit unlucky to open the champagne early? Suyu then said, I trust my judgment. Your app is really well made and will definitely be very popular. Bai Yang took a deep breath. I hope so. I hope everything goes smoothly. Suyu then asked, after the Douyin project succeeds, should we start that thing too? Bai Yang's eye sharpened. Yes, we're ready. Let's get the actors in place first. This time, I'm the director. Suyu smiled smugly. Time flies, and it's time for the app to launch. Chapter 79, preparing a big gift for her. Just as Bai Yang was about to check the number of online users and comments, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Bai Yang instinctively wanted to ignore it. But it kept ringing, so Bai Yang had no choice but to answer it. Hello. Xiaoyang, it's your eldest sister. It was Bai Xia calling. Bai Yang hung up immediately and blocked the number. What bad luck. Why do you have to cause trouble at this time? But then 2 more calls came in within the next 5 minutes. One is an unfamiliar number, and the other is also an unfamiliar number. Suyu laughed from the side. You should still answer. As a manager, it's not difficult for her to get as many numbers as she wants to call you. Go and take care of this first, just to clear your head. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things for you. Having no other option, Bai Yang took his phone to the stairwell to answer it. Bai Xia, do you guys really have to come and cause trouble? No. Xiaoyang, you really need to be careful these next few days. Bai Xia said urgently. Mom knows you've started a company, and she knows about Douyin's project. She's planning to go there and cause trouble. Bai Yang wasn't surprised at all after hearing this. Oh, so what? A tall tree catches the wind, especially a wicked wind like Jiang Tsaius. Xiaoyang, no matter how much you hate me, we're still family, bound by blood. Things shouldn't have gotten so out of control. Bai Xia became serious. Can we find some time to have a proper talk? If you and Mom can each compromise. Bai Yang immediately said, impossible. I might talk about a way out with others, but not with her. Not just Jiang Kaiwe, but all of you. I would rather die than back down. We would rather die than retreat. That's how resolute we are. It's hatred and stubbornness etched into our bones. Bai Xia was speechless. She was already quite exhausted. Why can't Jiang Kaiwe and Bai Yang have a proper talk? Why is this family fighting like this? What are they trying to achieve? Bai Yang, we've wronged you in the past, but you've been away from home for months now. Isn't that enough? Bai Xia felt a sense of suffocation. At this point, Bai Yang changed the subject. However, I will indeed be going back to the Bai family again during this period. You just wait. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia was overjoyed. Wait, Xiaoyang, are you serious? Bai Yang said calmly. Yes. Hee. I have another big gift to give to Jiang Kaiwe. Bai Xia breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had just escaped death, and her body felt much lighter. Xiaoyang, I'm so happy you're back. Don't worry, I will definitely. Bai Yang hung up immediately, refusing to waste any more words with her. He quickened his pace back to the company, eager to know the current launch results. As Bai Yang approached the door, he heard a lot of noise coming from inside the office. Something happened. Bai Yang strode inside. Long live. Oh my God. I can't believe it. President Bai is a genius. By the way, where is he? The people who remained in the office were now hugging each other, cheering and jumping for joy. The 2 girls were already crying, but they still had smiles on their faces. Their long-term efforts have earned them recognition and approval, and they are at a loss for words to express their excitement. Bai Yang was still standing at the door, lost in thought. He could guess the outcome, but suddenly I just can't be sure. What happened? A cool sensation came from my arm. Bai Yang suddenly turned around. Suyu, holding a champagne glass, smiled, revealing 2 beautiful dimples. Hee. I told you it would work, right? Bai Yang, congratulations, you won. When the others saw Bai Yang, they all ran over. Mr. Bai, you're amazing. We have just made history. I knew President Bai would succeed. Bai Yang's head suddenly felt dizzy, and he forgot how to support his body with his feet. The faces in front of me became blurry. He slapped his forehead. Wait. You tell me carefully. What exactly happened? Suyu laughed heartily. You little rascal, you've already become a sensation on Douyin. Downloads exceeded 100,000 as soon as it launched, and they keep increasing. It's now ranked 5th among free apps on iPhones. Another programmer shouted. We've just moved up in the rankings again. We're 3rd now. Downloads have surpassed 200,000. Another round of cheers erupted, almost shaking the entire building. Yang felt his heart beating faster than ever before. This achievement basically confirms Douyin's popularity and the project's great success. Looking at the excited faces and expectant eyes around him, he felt his body getting hotter and hotter with each passing second. Yang didn't say a word, and everyone gradually quieted down. Countless eyes were fixed on him, waiting for him. Yang took a deep breath. Every one of you worked hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu began to applaud. Soon, everyone clapped together, and the entire office erupted in applause, engulfing Yang. Yang recalled those bleak days in the Bai family, his desperate cries and helpless prayers. Everyone, please be quiet. Yang's lips curled up, and after everyone fell silent, he continued. We still have to work hard. This is only the first day. We still have to be careful. Keep an eye on the server and fix any problems immediately. Also, pay attention to online public opinion and tell me immediately if there is any negative news. In addition, the review department strictly controls the process. After giving these instructions, everyone shouted in unison, yes. Yang adjusted his glasses and then said loudly, my treat for everyone, tonight's supper is on. Order whatever you want. You can drink alcohol, but don't overindulge. I'll treat you to an even better meal another day. There's also a bonus. Everyone will receive an extra month's salary at the end of the month, plus a 10,000 yuan reward. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was overjoyed and shouted again. Great. Thank you, Mr. Bai. We will definitely try our best. When Yang saw that everyone else had returned to their posts and were all full of energy, he felt dizzy again. A pair of warm, jade-like hands supported his arms, preventing him from losing his balance. Suyu, holding a champagne glass, laughed and said, all right, I know you're a workaholic, but you still have to have a drink. Yang nodded, and then the two walked into the office side by side. Seeing Yang, who was still a little dazed, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. So cute. And this boy is actually quite handsome. Her face was even redder than before. However, Suyu quickly suppressed her wild thoughts. It's a pity, Yang, you are still the son of the Bai family after all. Chapter 80. The goal is 100 million. Douyin's explosive popularity has made this app instantly go viral. Because the process of generating videos is simple, anyone can show off their talents and creativity in front of the camera for about 15 seconds. And many young people are uploading their own works. Yang had prepared many content examples in advance. For example, editing clips from action-packed anime. A young woman is dancing outdoors. Funny videos, etc. Young people are energetic and have active minds. Discovering how simple and fun it is to shoot videos, many people followed suit and applied the same principles to other situations. They quickly came up with all sorts of creative ways to use short videos. Seeing their videos get likes greatly satisfies users' vanity, prompting them to download the videos and share them on social media. As a result, the video with the Douyin watermark instantly flooded this WeChat moments. In particular, videos of girls in black stockings dancing have been widely circulated in some WeChat groups. More people are watching short videos. People have discovered that this thing is practically poisonous. Each short video doesn't seem very long. Scrolling up and down is effortless. Interesting short videos kept appearing one after another. Before we knew it, an hour had passed. Before you know it, a whole night has passed. Plus, the videos are short enough to watch on your commute or during your lunch break. It just won't stop. Suddenly, comments and trending topics about Douyin were everywhere. This little thing is such a bastard, but it's also really good looking. I'm afraid to turn on Douyin, TikTok, when I go to sleep now, because once I do, it's already dawn. No, I still have my summer homework. In his office, Yang sat in front of his computer reading the comments, nodding repeatedly and occasionally smiling. Currently, this sudden surge in popularity has exceeded his expectations. The next step is to proceed steadily and solidify this foundation. Currently, we only have a little over 200,000 users, so it looks like we need to promote it as soon as possible. Yang said, it seems we'll be needing to secure another investment soon. Suyu laughed from the side. Right now, people are probably rushing to your door to give you money. Are you still worried about not having enough? I never expected that you would actually make such a name for yourself with this app. Yang smiled and said, This is just the beginning. Let's set a small goal first. I want to reach 100 million users. Suyu frowned. 100 million? Does that mean 1 in every 13 people in China uses Douyin? You've got quite the ambition and a lot of goals. Bai Yang smiled without saying a word. 4G networks have only recently begun to be widely adopted, and the mobile phone market has not yet reached its peak. As internet speeds increase and smartphones become more intelligent, combined with viral spread, Douyin's user base will definitely experience another surge. Suddenly, Bai Yang remembered something and picked up his phone to call Feng Yuan. Xiaoyang, how have you been lately? Upon hearing Bai Yang's voice, Feng Yuan visibly smiled, her tone cheerful. You haven't been home at all. Did you eat properly outside? Don't always order takeout. Bai Yang smiled. Mom, don't worry about me. I have everything you need. I have good news for you. My new project has been a success. Your son has really made a fortune this time. You can finally enjoy your retirement. Let Dad not need to look for a job anymore. I'll support you all. He only learned about family affection in the world after being raised by Zhang Xuebiao and others. Now that he can openly be a rich man, Bai Yang naturally wants to repay them properly. Feng Yuan was stunned for a long time after hearing this. Bai Yang called her name several more times before Feng Yuan finally spoke. Xiaoyang, you're doing great in your career, but it's too hard on you. Feng Yuan said with some concern. Remember to get plenty of rest, okay? Don't stay up late, okay? Bai Yang's nose tingled, and he pressed his forehead. Mom, don't worry, I'll talk to Dad in a bit. Feng Yuan smiled and said, No need. Your dad will be back the day after tomorrow. We'll have a good meal together then. Remember to come home. Hearing that Zhang Xuebiao was coming back, Bai Yang was overjoyed. Great. I'll definitely go back. After exchanging a few more casual words, Bai Yang put down his phone and called Su Xiang again. Once the results are achieved, of course we need to report them to our sponsors. After listening to Bai Yang's words, Su Xiang said, Good 3 times. Bai Yang, you really did a fantastic job this time. You've worked so hard. I have high hopes for you now. Bai Yang smiled. Thank you, Mr. Su. I was also grateful for your investment back then. Otherwise, how could I have built such a platform? Su Xiang let out a hearty laugh and said, Bai Yang, you are humble, cautious, and honest. These are all your strengths, so I won't go into them. But people should be high profile when they need to be, otherwise they'll just be out of tune. There's a young entrepreneurs forum in Yunqing in a few days. You should come with me. Prepare a speech and give it to everyone when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang was thrilled. Great. Thank you, Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Su Yu, resting her chin on her hand, watched him and asked with a smile, How are you feeling, Mr. Bai? Bai Yang smiled and said, It's all right, it's all right. By the way, I'll be going back to the Bai family again in a few days. What about the gift I asked you to prepare? Su Yu nodded. Don't worry, it's all done. We're just waiting for your word, Mr. Bai. Bai Yang closed his eyes again and gently patted the armrests of the chair with both hands. Zhang Xuebiao finally returned to Yunqing. Bai Yang specially sent a car to pick him up. He doesn't have a driver's license yet, so the driver is from the company. As soon as Zhang Xuebiao stepped out of the airport, the driver eagerly stepped forward to help him with his luggage. Zhang Xuebiao stared in disbelief. However, he then laughed heartily, relieved. A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Zhang Xuebiao patted Bai Yang on the shoulder. Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to have your own career before you even went to university, and you're doing so well. He had been following Bai Yang's news closely, and after getting on the bus, he listened to a lot of what Bai Yang had to say. At this moment, Bai Yang realized that Su Yu was right. If ordinary families knew that their sons were so successful, they would be overjoyed and would burn incense and pray to Buddha. Even though Zhang Xuebiao and he were not related by blood, they had long been like father and son. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be so calm. Moreover, a business worth hundreds of millions would make ordinary people feel uneasy, right? Why are Zhang Xuebiao and the others so calm? Zhang Xuebiao put his arm around Bai Yang's shoulder and gently patted his head. Xiaoyang, your health isn't good. You need to eat more. Now that your career is on the rise, you should do even more. Don't overwork yourself. I don't understand what you're doing, but I believe in my son. Just do it. Dad will always back you up. Bai Yang said to Zhang Shuabiao. Thank you. Dad, by the way, Dad, you don't need to look for a job anymore. I've bought houses for you, Mom, and Xiaojing. You should move there in a few days. Zhang Shuabiao laughed. No need. I've already made all the arrangements for my trip to Beijing these past few days. Bai Yang was stunned. It's all arranged? What? Chapter 81 This rebellious son is finished. Zhang Shuabiao nodded. That's right. Did you apply to a university in Beijing? Bai Yang filled out his college applications a while ago, and they were all for prestigious universities and popular majors in Beijing. There are more opportunities in Beijing, which is Bai Yang's ideal stage. Zhang Shuabiao added, I have asked a few old friends to help me find a teaching job in Beijing. The house has already been rented. When Xiaojing graduates, your mother will come and live with us. If Xiaojing can also get into a university in Beijing, our family can be reunited. Bai Yang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhang Shuabiao to have thought so far ahead. Zhang Shuabiao laughed and said, brothers fight tigers together. Fathers and sons go to war side by side. Xiaoyang, from now on, go all out and explore. When you're tired, just go home and rest. Your mother, Xiaojing, and I all believe in you. Bai Yang was a little taken aback. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. Dad, I should have done these. You must have spent a lot of money, right? For the people he cares about most, Bai Yang is always worried that he might cause them trouble. Zhang Shuabiao patted his head and said, we're family, so let's not talk about whether it's troublesome or not. I made mistakes in the past and made you bear a lot of burdens alone. From now on, we will not let you bear it alone again. Whether it's wind or rain, your parents will protect you. Bai Yang took a deep breath. Dad, don't worry, your son will protect you from the wind and rain in the future. From now on, I will definitely make sure you live a good life. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Bai family. After a few days of calm, the atmosphere at the Bai family home did not ease much. Jiang Kaiwe has been resting quietly, spending her days reading and resting in her room, and no one dares to disturb her. But she still had to get involved in all the big and small things in the company. Unfortunately, the company's business encountered a minor problem. Bai Ting previously invested in a joint venture factory for a foreign milk powder brand, and things went very well at first. Even investment heavyweight Su Xiang is very interested in it and wants to invest some money. But who would have thought that Su Xiang would suddenly announce that he would not vote? Bai Ting has already invested a lot of money in this matter, and withdrawing now would result in too high sunk costs, putting her in a dilemma. In Jiang Tsayue's bedroom, Bai Xia and Bai Ting stood beside her, reporting. Bai Sheng was responsible for pouring tea. After listening to Bai Ting's complaints, Jiang Kaiwe was furious. It's Su Xiang again. What's he up to? He gave that good-for-nothing son Bai Yang 200 million, but he won't give me a single cent. Breaking a promise is nothing short of being a scoundrel, Bai Ting said with a worried look. Mom, Su Xiang originally thought that investing in building a factory was feasible. As a result, he said that a project might have significant risks, and then he immediately ran away. Mom, you really have to think of something. Jiang Kaiwe took a sip of tea, then looked at Bai Xia. Xia, what do you think? Bai Xia said, Mom, in my opinion, this project is indeed a bit risky. We haven't done enough research on the dairy market. Let's wait and see. Moreover, Su Xiang is shrewd and calculating. He probably sensed something was going on, which is why he chose to leave. Bai Ting immediately objected. Sister, the company has already invested a lot in the early stages just to bribe relevant departments and go through procedures. If we back out now, we'll definitely lose everything. Bai Xia said, I've said it before, don't do those fancy things in business. Apart from necessary social interactions, don't waste money. It's not a complete loss now. It's just a matter of cutting losses in time. Bai Ting looked at Jiang Kaiwe. Mom. Jiang Kaiwe didn't say anything, but picked up her teacup and took another sip. Then she spat out the tea and slammed the teacup down in front of Bai Sheng. What's wrong with you? I've already told you to use water that's only 80% hot. Are you trying to scald me to death with this cup? Bai Sheng's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Wife, I'm sorry, I'll make you a new one right away. Jiang Kaiwe glared at him, then said to Bai Xia, Xia, you said Su Xiang is cunning and scheming. which is why he withdrew his investment. Is there another possibility that someone is stirring up trouble and deliberately trying to frame us? Bai Xia was stunned. Mom, what are you saying? I don't understand. Jiang Kaiwei said. You understand perfectly well. I'm talking about that good-for-nothing Bai Yang. The fact that this unfilial son was able to swindle 200 million from Su Xiang shows that he is still trusted by Su Xiang. He might have deliberately whispered in our ears, trying to give the Bai family a hard time. After hearing this, Bai Ting nodded quickly. Mom, what you said is very insightful. I think it's very possible. Maybe it's because Bai Yang is behind this that Boss Su chose to withdraw his investment. Bai Xiao frowned. Mom, really? I don't think Xiao Yang would do that. Jiang Kaiwei said loudly. You say you won't, so you won't? What in this world is that rebellious son wouldn't do? In my opinion, he knew that Shouting was also investing in a milk powder factory, so he deliberately pulled a fast one. Well, I haven't even gone looking for trouble with him yet, and he's already provoking me. Bai Xia said anxiously. No, Mom, please calm down. Xiaoyang told me just a few days ago that he was coming back. How could he do such a thing? Is Bai Yang coming back? Bai Ting and Bai Sheng were both stunned. Bai Xia nodded. Jiang Kaiwei sneered. Heh, he actually knows to come back? I knew it. With his pathetic state, he must have hit his head and bled. That's why he came back crying. I told you long ago, his Douyin, TikTok, project would never amount to anything. Now look what happened. He must have lost all his investment. So he's come to us for help. No way. I want him to know that without me, without the Bai family, he's nothing. What a pity. I was thinking of personally teaching him how cruel this society is, but I didn't expect him to be so useless and collapse so early. Ha ha. He's finished this time. I'm going to discipline him even more severely than before. I'll make sure he never dares to go against me again. Looking at Jiang Tsayue's smile, Bai Xia felt a sense of suffocation. She's been busy with work these past few days and doesn't know how things are going with Bai Yang. Could it be that something really happened to him? Jiang Kaiwei then made the decision. If Su Xiang won't invest, I will. Call your grandfather later and tell him that the Jiang family will invest 500 million. Bai Ting laughed. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Kaiwei was in an exceptionally good mood and got up to say she was going to have lunch. The Bai family's restaurant has a large screen TV that plays news and information during mealtimes, and occasionally shows TV dramas starring Bai Yun. A few days ago, Jiang Kaiwei needed to rest quietly, so the TV was not turned on so as not to disturb her peace. Turn on the TV and watch the news. Jiang Kaiwei felt exceptionally cheerful at the thought that Bai Yang would come back and then discipline him severely. Upon graduation, Sheng immediately turned on the TV and tuned it to the news channel. Soon, a standard announcer's voice rang out. Today, Yunqing is holding a forum for young entrepreneurs. Bai Yang, general manager of Tianmei Company, was awarded the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur and delivered a speech. Chapter 82. Find someone to deal with him. When Bai Yang's image appeared on the television, everyone was stunned. Is that really Bai Yang? Bai Wen asked the question first. Bai Yun almost dropped the chopsticks in her hand. Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao had the worst expressions. It seems the person being broadcast on TV isn't Bai Yang. It was the scene of them being hanged. Bai Xia's body trembled, and she stared intently at the television. Almost instantly, her eyes reddened. Bai Yang has succeeded once again. Outstanding young entrepreneurs. Xiaoyang, you're amazing. Your sister is so proud of you. But at the same time, Bai Xia began to worry. The stronger Bai Yang becomes, the greater the conflict between him and Jiang Kaiwei will be. That makes it even less likely that he'll go home. Some people say that our Douyin project has been a success, but in fact, we've only just taken the first step on this long journey. Bai Yang appeared confident, poised, and even somewhat mature. The camera then pans to the thousands of attendees below, all dressed in suits and ties, their faces serious and unsmiling. There were also a few people in white shirts in the front row, whose demeanor was even more extraordinary. It's hard to imagine how strong one's mental fortitude and ability to control the situation must be to maintain composure in the face of such people. Bai Yang, however, managed to do it. He would occasionally glance at his manuscript, but otherwise he would speak fluently and almost without notes. and there was no sign of tension or panic on his face. That high-end suit perfectly matched his temperament and suited him very well. He is no longer the filthy, useless piece of trash that he once was in the Bai family. He shines, he is radiant. Douyin is not just a tool, but a way for people to express themselves. I hope everyone can use it to record their wonderful lives and have a platform to express themselves to the world. Now, everyone spends far more time with their phones than in bed. Douyin, this new form of expression and information channel, will become an essential tool on everyone's phone. Ladies and gentlemen, a new era is about to begin. We young entrepreneurs, as the future of Xia Kingdom's commerce, must shoulder the responsibilities of this era. I will lead the charge. I believe. On television, the camera was focused on Bai Yang, and his speech was about to reach its climax. Smack! Thump! A vase cracked on the screen, and the TV tipped over backward after being hit hard. Everyone present was once again filled with suffocation and shock. A good-for-nothing like him dares to talk about responsibility? He didn't even come to see his own mother when she was sick, and he has the nerve to talk about the future. Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, "What a bastard. He recognizes a thief as his father, a disloyal and unfilial son." Hearing the commotion, Butler Wang rushed over and asked, "Madam, what happened? This is none of your business. Get out." Jiang Kaiwei threw a pair of chopsticks at Uncle Wang, which startled him so much that he immediately retreated. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably, and her lower lip was bitten until it turned white. Even his breathing suddenly became much more rapid and heavy. For her, Bai Yang leaving her meant that he had to be all alone, that everything went wrong, that he was incapable of anything, and that he had to be so miserable that he ended up on the streets. But Bai Yang is doing the exact opposite. Isn't this going against her? The best revenge is to live better than your enemy. At this moment, Bai Yang delivered a devastating blow to Jiang Kaiwei from afar. Jiang Kaiwei completely broke down. "Brute." Jiang Kaiwei picked up a cup and smashed it on the ground. Bai Yin quickly said, "Mom, please calm down, don't get upset and harm your health." Jiang Kaiwei shoved Bai Yin away. "Shut up." Caught off guard, Bai Yin was pushed to the ground, her bottom throbbing with pain. "Mom." Bai Yin's eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Kaiwei pointed at her nose and cursed. "It was you back then. You wouldn't let me go, so I went and smashed up his company. If I had stopped this rebellious son sooner, he might already be on the right track under my discipline. Now he's going out and making a fool of himself, creating this ridiculous mess. He's making a scene that the whole world knows, even going on TV to tarnish the reputation of the Bai family." After being inexplicably scolded, Bai Yin lowered her head. She didn't really think she was wrong. She was just scared. She knew that everything she had was given to her by Jiang Kaiwei. If she resists Jiang Kaiwei, she will lose everything. Jiang Kaiwei turned around and looked at Bai Sheng again. "I told you last time to go to his company and take a good look to find out if there are any problems. Did you go?" Bidding Sheng stood up. "Wi-Fi, I saw it." Jiang Kaiwei went up and poked his temple hard with her hand, and Bai Yesheng cried out in pain. "You saw it? Seen my ass. Then why don't you tell me what you found out? That his company has no problems? I don't believe it." Bai Sheng first begged for mercy, then said, "Wi-Fi really didn't see anything special by Yang's company, just seemed ordinary. I also asked my friends at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and they all said that Tianmei Company has all the necessary permits, and there are no problems." Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Chuanxia my foot. Shut up, you're completely unreliable. No wonder Bai Yang is a good-for-nothing. With a good-for-nothing father like you, he's bound to be a waste sooner or later." Upon graduation, Sheng lowered his head, not daring to speak. Bai Yuntao recalled Bai Yang's appearance on TV just now, and he was filled with hatred. "Why should I? Bai Yang, you only deserve to be humiliated and tortured to death by me. All you have to do is obediently be my stepping stone to the top. Now you're becoming more and more outstanding. Why? I'm no worse than you." While he was angry, Jiang Tsayue's reaction also reassured him. This shows that Jiang Tsayue's dislike for Bai Yang is still very strong. The situation did not change because of Bai Yang's change. "Very well, Jiang Kaiwei, you should continue like this, maintaining your hatred towards your own son. That way I'll have a chance. Xiao Tao. Jiang Kaiwei suddenly turned her head to look at Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao felt a little guilty and turned pale with fright. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Kaiwei patted his shoulder, her tone surprisingly gentle. Remember this, you are not like this rebellious son. Don't waste your time and energy on those trivial matters. Bai Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. Then his acting skills returned to normal, and he put on a pitiful look. Mom, I understand. Yang is really amazing. I should take him as my role model. He's a top student and a young entrepreneur. He's a rare talent. I will study hard and learn from him. Mom, please don't do anything to Yang Gij. This attempt to incite conflict was very successful. Jiang Kaiwei slammed her hand on the table. What kind of role models are these? What kind of Douyin, TikTok? What kind of internet? They're all crooked paths. They won't last long. Just focus on your studies. Don't do anything unproductive. I won't let him get away with this. Such a disloyal and unfilial person who betrayed his family. I'd rather die than let him go. Jiang Kaiwei immediately picked up her phone, seemingly about to call someone. After a long silence, Bai Xiao realized something was wrong and quickly asked, Mom, what are you doing? Jiang Kaiwei sneered, looking for someone to do something. Chapter 83 Unacceptable Conditions. Bai Xiao panicked. Mom, you can't do this. Xiaoyang is your own son. He's family. His achievements will only benefit us. Jiang Kaiwei was too lazy to say anything more to her. Xiaoyan, help your older sister up. After she finished speaking, she went to the other side and continued making the call. Before Bai Xia could say anything more, Bai Wen and Bai Yun quickly pulled her away. Big sister, you've finally come back. You can't argue with Mom anymore. As long as you're alive, you can always make a comeback. If anything happens to you again, Bai Yang can forget about coming back. Yes, sister, Mom scolded me so badly just now, but I didn't say anything, did I? With the encouragement of her two younger sisters, Bai Xia finally calmed down and was helped upstairs by them. Back in the room, Bai Xia said again, No, I have to tell Xiaoyang right away, otherwise what if something else happens? Bai Wen poured her a glass of water. Big sister, don't be in such a hurry. Mom may be a bit impulsive, but she's not brainless, is she? Now that Bai Yang has such a big reputation, and looting and arson are crimes, Mom won't go too far. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, Mom's behavior was very restrained before, but Bai Yang was bleeding her out and using knives. You should be worried, but you should also be worried about whether Bai Yang will overreact. Hearing their words, Bai Xia couldn't help but smile bitterly. One doesn't understand Jiang Kaiwei, and the other doesn't understand Bai Yang. You guys, if Mom really wanted to get rid of someone without leaving a trace, it would be a very simple thing. Bai Xia sighed. For example, she sent a few people to cause trouble for Bai Yang, and they were arrested afterwards. Those people refuse to implicate her if you pay them enough. There are plenty of people like that. She was raised by Jiang Kaiwei from a young age, and she had seen Jiang Kaiwei use this method more than once. Jiang Caiyue's shrewd tactics have played a significant role in the Bai Group's success today. Bai Wen and Bai Yun both looked surprised and uneasy after hearing this. Sissy, you're not overthinking it, are you? Bai Wen swallowed hard. She knows that her mother is sometimes bad. She has a bad temper and can be ruthless in her actions. However, to say that Jiang Kaiwei is a lawless madwoman who is willing to take risks for profit and treats the law as a joke or a mere decoration is a completely different matter. Bai Xia shook her head and said, Do you remember Su Changxing? Bai Yun nodded. It's the person in charge of the Su family before, that is, Su Yu's father? Bai Wen also spoke up, saying, I remember him too. It seems like he once competed with us for a big project. Later, I don't know how, he died in a car accident. The two girls were a little confused. Why was Bai Xia bringing this up out of the blue? Bai Xia stopped talking and quietly took a sip of water. Suddenly, Bai Wen seemed to understand something. A chill suddenly swept over my entire body. She felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Sissy, are you not going to say no? That's impossible, are you? A terrifying thought popped into Bai Wen's mind. Could it be that Su Changxing's death back then was related to the Bai family and Jiang Kaiwei? Bai Yin guessed it too, and immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Big sister, don't scare us. Bai Xia stared at the glass in her hand and sighed. I don't really know, I've just had my suspicions. The Su family probably thinks the same way, which is why their relationship with us is so bad. But there shouldn't be any evidence for this. Otherwise, the Su family wouldn't have tolerated it for so many years. Bai Wen and Bai Yun looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with terror. If Jiang Kaiwei really did such a heinous thing, how ruthless could she be to Bai Yang? Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Suddenly, Bai Yun stood up and said, "Oh no. What's wrong?" Bai Xia and Bai Wen asked in unison. Bai Yun said, "Eldest sister, second sister, if the Su family really thinks that mom killed Su Changsheng, then why are they helping Bai Yang? After all, Bai Yang is still mom's own son. Blood is thicker than water. Is Su Yu keeping Bai Yang by her side for some other reason? Or is it possible that Bai Yang's rise to power wasn't actually the result of his own efforts, but rather that the Su family was using him to deal with our mother?" She said this not because she felt sorry for Bai Yang, nor because she was afraid that the relationship between Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yang would continue to deteriorate, but because she was afraid that something might really happen to the Bai family because of this. It would be a disaster if it affected her acting career. After hearing this, Bai Wen slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's definitely a possibility. The Su family may have been preparing for this day for more than 10 years. Bai Xia covered her face with her hands. What are we going to do next? Thinking of Bai Yang, she felt even more confused and her mind went completely blank. The three sisters remained silent for a long time, all looking confused. The thought of being implicated made Bai Yun's mind race. "Big sister, I've got an idea." Bai Yun suddenly said something. Bai Xia quickly asked, "What idea is it?" Bai Yun said, "Didn't you say that Bai Yang said he needed to go home for a while? Go tell mom now to bring Bai Yang over immediately. Maybe then mom won't send people to cause trouble for Bai Yang herself, and things won't escalate." Bai Xia was puzzled. "Mom is angry right now. Will it do any good if I go and say this?" Bai Yun replied, "Of course. What mom wants is for Bai Yang to come back and apologize on his own. If you're willing to go and persuade him, mom will definitely agree." Bai Wen hesitated. "But Bai Yang might not agree to come back with us, right?" Bai Yun sighed. "If Bai Yang is willing to come back obediently, that would be the best. Once we've talked things out, everything will be fine. But if Bai Yang refuses to come back, and we just buy time, maybe things will be fine once mom's anger subsides. Whether Bai Yang agrees or not, we can accept the outcome." After hearing this, Bai Xia felt that this method was indeed very good. So she quickly went downstairs to find Jiang Kaiwei. "What? You're going to find that rebellious son and bring him back?" Jiang Kaiwei was still angry, and in the living room, she used a knife to cut a piece of bread into crumbs. Bai Xia nodded. "Yes, Mom. In the end, Bai Yang may just need a way out. If we show some sincerity and allow him to come back, then maybe everything will be easier to talk about." Jiang Kaiwei said coldly, "Humph. You want me to give him a way out? No way. However, his current company does have a lot of problems, so you might as well go and take a look. Tell him not to think he can do whatever he wants just because he's all grown up. If something happens, he'll still come back crying and begging me to clean up his mess. Make it clear to him that he can come back if he wants, but he must agree to 3 conditions. First, sever all ties with Zhang Xuebiao. Forbid them from having any contact with him. Secondly, he will sell all his current company shares to me. I will give them to Xiao Tao in the future. As for this third place, Chapter 84, the rest is for her." Upon hearing Jiang Tsayue's 2 conditions, Bai Xia felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Severing ties with the Zhang family is no longer an option. Do they really want Bai Yang to hand over the company he built from scratch? Is it also going to be given to Bai Yuntao? Bai Xia felt utterly suffocated. Why is Jiang Kaiwei so biased? If it weren't for the test report, she would really suspect that Bai Yuntao was Jiang Tsayue's biological son. Jiang Kaiwei said, "The third condition is that he gives up going to university this year and stays home to repeat his studies for another year." Bai Xia's mouth dropped open. "Huh? Mom, why? Xiaoyang finally got such a high score. He's the top scorer. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't go to university?" Jiang Kaiwei turned her head and glared at her. "Top scholar? What top scholar? I don't acknowledge him. He's nothing." Bai Xia closed her eyes and nodded. "Yes, Mom. I'll go right away." She couldn't bring herself to say any of these 3 conditions. Judging from this situation, It's impossible for Bai Yang to come back with him. Just do as Bai Yun says and stall for time. Bai Xia turned to leave. At this moment, Jiang Kaiwe spoke again. Wait, let shouting go with you. Bai Xia was shocked. Bai Ting? She what? Bai Ting has been stirring things up the whole time. If she goes with him to see Bai Yang, things might get very bad. What's even more terrifying is that if Bai Ting goes along, the three conditions Jiang Kaiwe just mentioned will be relayed to Bai Yang's ears word for word. What will Bai Yang's reaction be? Bai Xia didn't dare to think any further. Jiang Kaiwe said coldly, shouting is more sensible than you. She won't sympathize with that unfilial son. Bai Xia's heart began to race. At this moment, Bai Wen and Bai Yun, who were eavesdropping at the stairwell, were both stunned. Their faces were as pale as paper. Oh no. On the other side, Bai Yang is busier at the company than before. As Suyu said, with the success of Douyin, more and more people came to him for investment. One person said they wanted to invest, while another said they wanted to exchange some shares. He's so busy answering phone calls that he could be driven crazy. Bai Yang even bought an extra phone for this purpose, but he was still a bit too busy. At the same time, there are also many problems. There have been some criticisms of Douyin, with some education experts saying it will have a negative impact on the mental development of teenagers. Some of these attacks were from peers, while others were simply prejudices. Bai Yang had to find ways to deal with them all. Suyu scrolled through Douyin, TikTok, on the side, then laughed and said, You know, it's about time you hired a secretary. Would you consider me? I don't need a salary. You can pay me with your body. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes. Miss Su, did you think before you spoke? However, after Suyu's reminder, he realized that there seemed to be very few people around him who could both be trusted and get things done. Suyu is capable, but she's not quite trustworthy enough. Zhang Jingxue and her friends can be trusted, but they are too young and their actions are not reliable. This is troubling. Just then, the landline on his desk rang. After answering the phone, the receptionist said anxiously, Mr. Bai, 2 more women claiming to be your sisters have arrived. Bai Yang was speechless for a moment. Tell them to get out. The receptionist said, Mr. Bai, I told you wouldn't see them, but they just won't listen. Just then, the sound of 2 women arguing came from the other end of the phone. Big sister, why be so polite with them? Let's just go in and find Bai Yang. This is Bai Ting's voice. Next, Bai Xia said, No way. I already made Xiao Yang angry last time, so this time I have to be nice. Miss, could you please ask again for me? Tell them we have something important to discuss. The receptionist could only ask in a low voice, Mr. Bai, what should we do? Let them get lost. Bai Yang hung up the phone immediately. These people's acting skills are truly beyond words. Isn't it annoying to come here every day? He's already thinking about moving offices. Find a place with strict security, so they won't keep coming here to cause trouble. Suyu put down her phone. Never mind. Since they're here, you can talk to them about the household registration. I know Bai Xia. She has always wanted you to go back. As for Bai Ting, her coming here is probably at Jiang Tsayue's behest. Bai Yang said, Of course I know. I guess the Bai family received Douyin's message and are afraid that I'm having too easy a time, so they're coming to fight me. Suyu laughed. Isn't that even better? We'll have to confront them sooner or later, so why not fight them head on now? She loved seeing the Bai family members break down and get anxious. Bai Yang shook his head. I'm not in the mood to see them right now. I'm afraid it will affect my appetite for lunch. Suyu pouted, then took out a pack of cigarettes and put it on the table. How about we make a bet? You bet whether there are an odd or even number of cigarettes in here, and if you lose, you let them in. Bai Yang had no choice but to say, Then I'll bet on an odd number. Suyu smiled and opened the cigarette pack. Bai Yang glanced inside and saw that there were only 2 cigarettes left. Suyu laughed loudly. Haha, you lost. She immediately picked up the landline phone. Front desk? Bring those 2 people in. After saying that, he lit one of his cigarettes and looked at Bai Yang smugly. Bai Yang rolled his eyes. Soon, Bai Xia and Bai Ting walked in. Bai Ting glanced at the office, then at Bai Yang, and realized that he really was different now. Thinking back, he was as insignificant as an ant in the Bai family, exuding an aura of weakness. But now, it feels like it will transform into a dragon once it encounters favorable winds and clouds. What's up? Bai Yang stared at the computer, completely ignoring them. Say what you have to say, and then leave. Bai Xia was a little uneasy. Xiaoyang, I want to congratulate you. Your career has been doing very well lately. I've already seen the news. I'm very happy. Bai Yang immediately said, there's no need for us to be so ungrateful. Spit it out. Bai Xia's eyes reddened, and she pursed her lips, trying hard not to cry. Bai Ting crossed her arms and said, Bai Yang, what do you mean by this? Is this how you treat me when I'm talking to you? You really think you're all grown up now? How much is your company even worth? Boss Su is only giving you the money because of the Bai family. Otherwise, do you really think you can accomplish anything? She is now convinced that Bai Yang was the one who sabotaged things, which led to Su Xiang withdrawing his investment from the milk powder project. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Bai Ting already disliked Bai Yang, and now she's even more determined to get rid of him. Bai Yang sneered. Your mouth is really foul. That's right, this is Jiang Caiyue's daughter. So, you guys came here just to spout this trash? Bai Ting was a little annoyed and said again, Bai Yang, listen up, you're coming home with us today. Mom said that both your project and your company have problems. If something goes wrong, won't the Bai family be the ones cleaning up your mess in the end? So you're coming with us right now. And, after hearing this, Bai Yang stood up and walked silently to Bai Ting. Standing at 1.83 meters tall with a muscular build, Bai Yang's silent stare was quite intimidating. What else did Jiang Kaiwa say? Continue, I want to hear it. Bai Yang's tone was devoid of any emotion. Bai Ting swallowed hard, then raised her chin. Mom said you can go home, but you have to agree to 3 conditions. First, you must sever ties with Zhang Xuebiao and his group. Second, sell all the shares in this company to Mom, who will then give them to Xiao Tao. Thirdly, you don't need to go to school today. Stay with Mom and repeat your studies for another year. Smack! Bai Yang slapped him across the face. Bai Ting had a red 5-finger mark on her cheek, and her face was burning with pain. Bai Ting gritted her teeth in pain. You hit me? Slap, 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 slap. Without saying a word, Bai Yang slapped her a few more times. Bai Ting's head snapped to one side as she was hit, her cheeks turning bright red, with a hint of purplish blue showing under her skin. A buzzing sound filled her ears, as if the world around her had suddenly become distant and blurry. That slap was for you. Bai Yang grabbed Bai Ting by the neck and said coldly, the rest is for Jiang Kaiwa. She's not here now, so if you're the one relaying her message, you'll have to take the blame for her. I'll deal with her myself in a few days. Chapter 85. The actors take their places. Xiaoyang, Bai Xia cried out. How could you? She could understand why Bai Yang hit Bai Ting. But what made her uneasy was that Bai Yang said he would deal with Jiang Kaiwa in a few days. What does this mean? Bai Ting pounded on Bai Yang's wrist. You let go. Bai Yang's eyes remained cold and unmoved. Seeing Bai Yang like this, Bai Ting's face showed even more fear. Smack! Bai Yang slapped him again. Bai Ting's mouth was slapped until it bled. You think I'll let go just because you say so? Why don't you say that you were the one who came here to act like a jerk first? Listen carefully. Bai Yang raised his voice a few decibels. In my eyes, all of you members of the Bai family deserve to die. After saying that, he threw Bai Ting to the ground. Bai Ting fell hard on her buttocks and groaned repeatedly. Bai Ting never expected that Bai Yang would actually dare to use such a deadly method. You wait, I won't let you get away with this. Bai Xia burst into tears and said, Xiaoyang, how could you say that? You're a member of the Bai family too. Shut up, Bai Yang glared at her. I cut ties with you all a long time ago. Bai Xia was about to speak when Su Yu, who was standing to the side, smiled. All right, stop humiliating yourselves here. Bai Yang is disgusting to you all. Can't you even see that? We'd rather think about how to explain this to Jiang Kaiwa. Bai Xia glanced at Su Yu, then said to Bai Yang, Xiaoyang, I know you hold a grudge against us. But no matter what, we're all family. Why make things like this? Mom's conditions are very demanding, but maybe it's just a test for you. If you show your sincerity, she might not do that. Don't worry, your older sister will definitely. Bai Yang glared at her, which immediately startled Bai Xia, leaving her speechless. She couldn't help but shudder. Does Bai Yang really have such a terrifying gaze? That look contained deep hatred and utter despair. Bai Xia dared not look at him again. Go back and tell Jiang Kaiwei that I will give her a response. I'll be there the day after tomorrow at noon. Let her wait at home. Bai Yang pointed to the door. Now all of you get out. Bai Xia's heart felt like it was being fried in a pan of oil. She never imagined that Bai Yang's hatred for his family had become so profound. Jiang Caiyue's conditions indeed enraged Bai Yang. There's probably an even bigger conflict between them. Bai Xia knew she didn't have much time to waste, so she quickly walked out. Big sister, wait for me. Bai Ting quickly got up and prepared to go out. As she left, she covered her swollen face and said to Bai Yang, You brat, I'll never let you get away with this. Bai Yang sneered, Worry about yourself. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Don't think that no one knows what you've done. Bai Ting appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. What did he mean by that? Did he find out? Impossible. Suyu chuckled and said, Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to keep getting beaten up? You bastards. Bai Ting shouted and then left. Suyu looked at Bai Yang and clapped her hands gently. Okay, that's manly enough. But are you really going to lay a hand on Jiang Kaiwei? It is said that even a tiger will not eat its cubs, nor will it eat its own parents. That was Bai Yang's biological mother after all. Suyu was somewhat skeptical that Bai Yang could really do anything so gratifying. She was also a little worried that the Bai family's frequent visits might affect Bai Yang's mindset. Bai Yang said calmly, Of course I'll take action. She's being undignified, so I'll definitely help her maintain her dignity. In addition, I want to set up a racing team and a group of reliable people, the more the better. Can you arrange that? Suyu smiled. Of course, my dear Mr. Bai. Now, the script, props, and actors are all ready. All that's left is to go on stage. A great show is about to begin. Bai Yang said, No, we're still missing one person. Only when he arrives can the actors be in place. Suyu asked in confusion, Who is it? Bai Xia left Bai Yang's company and then took a car back home. Through the car window, she saw herself and Bai Yang's company drifting further and further apart. Just like her relationship with Bai Yang, Bai Xia felt a pang of sadness, worried that this might be the last time she would visit Bai Yang at his company. But she also knew that she was the one who caused all of this. Bai Yang's suffering in the Bai family, if not all of it, was at least half of her own doing. Bai Xia wanted to put herself in Bai Yang's shoes countless times, but she always lacked the courage. Because Bai Yang's time in the Bai family was never warm or happy. Not only did they go hungry, but they were also beaten, verbally abused, and treated with indifference. It's torture both physically and mentally. Most people probably wouldn't be able to stand it for a month, or even a week. But Bai Yang spent a year in that hell. Just thinking about it makes one feel incredibly suffocated. Big sister, don't you think Bai Yang went too far? Bai Ting took out a small mirror to look at her face, while cursing incessantly. Bai Xia remained silent for a moment, then finally spoke. You brought this on yourself. Bai Ting stared wide-eyed at Bai Xia. Big sister, what did you say? Bai Xia said, It's nothing. I was just talking about myself. She then asked the driver to stop the car, picked up her bag, and got out. Bai Ting asked, Big sister, where are you going? Bai Xia ignored her and walked out directly, taking out her phone to call Su Jiao. With a sob in her voice, she said, Jiao Jiao, I feel so sad. Can you come and talk to me? Bai Yang, he might really never acknowledge me as his older sister again. Su Jiao first offered a few words of comfort, then immediately drove to pick up Bai Xia. The two went to a quiet coffee shop and sat in a corner to chat about recent events. After listening to His Majesty's explanation, Su Jiao shook her head. I really don't understand your mother. They say even tigers don't eat their cubs. So how could she do something like this? Is the whole 10 months of pregnancy just a means to bring a baby into the world and then abuse it? I suspect that Bai Yang might not be her biological son, and that Bai Yuntao is actually her biological son? In her view, Jiang Caiyue's treatment of Bai Yang could not be called abuse, but rather a deep-seated hatred that seemed destined to never end. Bai Xia gave a wry smile. Xiao Yang and Xiao Tao are the same age. No matter how amazing my mother is, she can't possibly be pregnant with 2 children at the same time, right? Moreover, the last test report also proved that Xiao Tao and I are not related by blood. In other words, Xiaoyang must be my mother's biological son, and Xiaodao is not my mother's illegitimate child. Oh, that's not the point. Xiaoyang might be getting revenge on my mom. What if a conflict or argument breaks out between them? What should we do then? Bai Xia couldn't help but cover her eyes, her shoulders trembling. Su Jiao sighed. Xia, don't cry anymore. This isn't like you. I know you don't want your family to fall apart, but given the current situation, I'm afraid no one can. Suddenly, she paused. No, Xia, you can go find someone else. Maybe he has a solution. Chapter 86 The Feast at Hongmen. Upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Bai Xia immediately asked, Who are you looking for? Su Jiao, Zhang Xuebiao. Bai Xia asked in confusion. Him? Why him? Su Jiao explained. Think about it. Zhang Xuebiao is Bai Yang's biggest support right now, and he is also the father that Bai Yang acknowledges. His words definitely carry weight. If he can persuade Bai Yang, things might take a turn for the better. Bai Xia thought this was indeed a good idea. Bai Yang and Jiang Kaiwei cannot meet right now. If they meet, there will definitely be a huge fight. If it can stop Bai Yang from looking for Jiang Kaiwei, it would be a good idea. Suddenly, Bai Xia felt a wave of sorrow. Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yang were originally mother and son. Now they're like enemies. What exactly happened? Bai Xia didn't know if Zhang Xuebiao had returned yet, so she planned to go and try her luck, as well as show her sincerity. If he's not available, Feng Yuan can contact him on his behalf. The two returned to the Zhang family's residence. Bai Xia and Su Jiao went upstairs and found that the Zhang family's door was open, with a lot of cardboard boxes placed at the door, while the inside was almost empty. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Zhang Jingxue carried a cardboard box out and placed it at the door. Upon seeing Bai Xia and Su Jiao, Zhang Jingxue became wary again. Yuri not that Bai family member. Zhang Jingxue frowned. What are you going to do? Bai Xia quickly said. Tu didn't mean to do anything. Are you moving? Yes, is that not allowed? Zhang Jingxue snorted. What if you want to bully us again someday? Bai Xia was immediately embarrassed. Although she never made things difficult for the Zhang family, Jiang Kaiwei and her group did come and cause trouble several times. Jiang Caiyue's actions caused Zhang Xuebiao to lose his job, and now he wants to move out. Sorry. Bai Xia bowed slightly. Seeing her like this, Zhang Jingxue had even more questions in her mind. What exactly are you here for? Bai Xia quickly asked. Is your dad home? Zhang Jingxue put her hands on her hips. You caused trouble for my mom last time, and now you're harassing my dad. Huh? Get out. Xiaojing, don't shout so loudly. Zhang Xuebiao came out and pulled Zhang Jingxue inside. Upon seeing that it was Bai Xia, Zhang Xuebiao seemed to understand something. Miss Bai, has Xiaoyang gotten into trouble again? Bai Xia said urgently. Mr. Zhang, please give me some time. Zhang Xuebiao paused for a moment, then put on his shoes. Let's talk downstairs. In the community garden, Bai Xia recounted the whole story. Finally, she added, Mr. Zhang, please stop Xiaoyang and don't let him do anything foolish again. Zhang Xuebiao looked ahead and then said calmly, Miss Bai, let me say something unpleasant. I'm one of those people in the world who wants to slap Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Xia's face turned ashen instantly. Then she added, Mr. Zhang, I know that my mother did some very hurtful things to you before. Zhang Xuebiao, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Xiaoyang. Bai Xia was stunned again. Zhang Xuebiao said, I'm just an ordinary teacher. I've had to put up with bad students at school, as well as the difficulties caused by colleagues and parents. Over the years, my temper has been worn down. To support my family, I won't go out of my way to cause trouble. If someone provokes me, I think of my family, and there's nothing I can't tolerate. But what did Bai Yang do wrong? Jiang Kaiwei knew that Bai Yang was her biological son and still treated her that way. This is outrageous. You reap what you sow. You all know what you've done to Xiaoyang. Is Xiaoyang the way he is today because he was born this way? I support Xiaoyang. I will not object to whatever he does. If there are any problems, I will do my best to help him clean up the mess. You may leave now. I won't see you off any further. After saying that, Zhang Xuebiao was about to go back. Bai Xia quickly grabbed him. No, Mr. Zhang, Xiaoyang and my mother can't meet right now. Please think of a way. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from her eyes as she lowered her head and pleaded incessantly. Zhang Xuebiao looked at her and sighed softly. Miss Bai, I'll give you 8 words. Let nature take its course, and do your best. Then he shook off her hand and walked away alone. Bai Xia suddenly felt dizzy. Despite the blazing sun, she suddenly felt a chilling aura blow against her back. It felt like needles were pricking my whole body, causing excruciating pain. Su Jiao quickly went over and helped her up. Xia, pull yourself together, it's my fault too. I never expected Zhang Shuabiao to be so heartless. Bai Xia shook her head. No, he's right. We brought this on ourselves. It's over. At this moment, in the Bai family home, Jiang Kaiwei was in the living room, eating bird's nest while listening to Bai Ting's tearful complaints. Manhwa, look what Bai Yang did to me. Bai Ting kept sobbing. My daughter almost got disfigured. Wah. Bai Yuntao and others were also present. Mom, my 4th sister is so pitiful, and my brother is too cruel. Bai Yuntao feigned fear. Why is he even more violent than before? Mom, did something happen to my brother? Inside, he was half surprised and half overjoyed. Bai Yuntao never expected that Bai Yang would actually dare to hit Bai Ting, which directly escalated the conflict. This guy has really changed. Could it be that he thinks he can go against the Bai family and Jiang Kaiwei now that he's rich? How foolish. In terms of connections and strength, how could Bai Yang possibly handle such a large family like the Bai family? He was also pleased to see the rift between the Bai family and Bai Yang widen and deepen. I bet there's going to be some good stuff coming up. After finishing the bird's nest, Jiang Kaiwei sneered. Really? He'll be back the day after tomorrow, right? All right, let's get ready. Let's see what this rebellious son has to say when he gets back. I definitely won't let him get away with this time. Bai Wen and Bai Yun, who were listening nearby, felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Kaiwei then said, Go and call old Wang over. Soon, Butler Wang came running over. Madam, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Kaiwei said, Gather all the bodyguards at home and in the company. When that rebellious son comes the day after tomorrow, have them lie in ambush upstairs and at the door. As soon as I call, rush in and grab that unfilial son, then lock him in the basement. Bai Wen and Bai Yun were shocked when they heard this. Jiang Kaiwei is setting up a trap at the Bai family. Are they planning to forcibly control Bai Yang? Uncle Wang felt that something was amiss. No, madam, isn't this a bit too much to hurt young Master Yang? Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened, and she picked up the bowl of bird's nest and threw it at him. I'll hurt your mother's head. Uncle Wang was so frightened that he immediately bent down to avoid it. Smack! The bowl shattered on the floor, just like the current situation, which is beyond repair and cannot be salvaged. Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, I want that rebellious son. This time he won't leave alive. He's not worthy to fight me. This time I'll show him who's in charge. Chapter 87. Feint to the east, attack in the west. Uncle Wang trembled, squatted down to pick up the broken pieces, and repeatedly agreed. Yes, yes, madam, I'll take care of it right away. I'll take care of it right away. Bai Wen said, Mom, it's a good thing that Bai Yang is willing to come back, but is this really necessary? Why don't we all talk it out and clear up the misunderstandings? Jiang Kaiwei said coldly, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? It's a mother's right to discipline her son. If he doesn't obey, he's disloyal and unfilial. Disloyalty and filial impiety are the mark of beasts. Of course, I have to be ruthless towards beasts. I'll teach him a lesson the day after tomorrow. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting exchanged a glance and revealed smug smiles. Before we knew it, it was the day after tomorrow, the day Bai Yang had promised to come back. The entire Bai family was present. In the spacious living room, 7 people sat around a mahogany coffee table. The 3 sisters, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, and Bai Yun, sat on one side, opposite Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting. Sitting in the middle are Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Shixing. They didn't exchange a single word. After finishing their meal, they waited for Bai Yang. Bixia clasped her hands tightly together, then pressed them to her head and began to pray incessantly. She hoped that nothing would happen to Bai Yang in a moment. The people arranged by Jiang Kaiwei are already in place. More than 20 burly men were guarding the building, and there was another group outside. Even if Bai Yang brings his own men later, they probably won't be a match for him and will have no choice but to surrender. But she really didn't dare to think about what would happen to Bai Yang if she did that. Time passed slowly, but there was still no sound from outside. That's strange. Is this rebellious son going to stand us up? Jiang Kaiwei glanced at her watch and muttered to herself. Bai Yang said he would come at noon, but it's almost 1 o'clock now. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting were even more uneasy, feeling like they had thorns in their backs. Could it be that Bai Yang is afraid and doesn't dare to come? Just then, Bai Xia's phone vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a call from the company. Mom, it's the company's phone. Okay, go ahead and answer it. Jiang Kaiwei added, why isn't this rebellious son here yet? Is he deliberately playing us for fools? The others also seemed a little impatient. What did you say? Bai Xia suddenly stood up. Say it again. Everyone was immediately surprised and focused their attention on Bai Xia. What happened? Bai Xia put down her phone and said in a trembling voice, Mom, Xiaoyang went to the company. Jiang Kaiwei stood up and said angrily, you unfilial son. You actually caused trouble at the company. This was something she hadn't expected. Bai Yang actually dared to go directly to the company. What does he want to do? Bai Xing clicked his tongue in astonishment. What is Bai Yang doing at the company? Jiang Kaiwei slapped him across the face, and Bai Yexing was knocked to the ground on the sofa. Still asking, hurry up and get the car ready. Bai Xing nodded hurriedly. Yes, I'll go right away. Jiang Kaiwei was furious. She never expected Bai Yang to use such a feint attack. All the bodyguards have been transferred away by me, and the company is now completely empty. Even if we get there, it's unlikely we'll be able to arrest Bai Yang as planned. You unfilial son. I'll make you pay this time. Jiang Kaiwei and the others quickly got into the car and drove off towards the company. When they arrived at the company gate, everyone was stunned. A row of Bentley luxury cars were parked in front of the Bai group. A burly man in a black suit stood next to each car. They were burly, with heads and necks almost as thick as they were. The atmosphere at the scene was so oppressive that it made people hesitant to get close. Bai Xia guessed what was going on, but couldn't believe what she was seeing was real. Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, This unfilial son, he's really gone too far. She immediately led her people inside, and Bai Xia and the others followed closely behind. The burly men in suits on both sides stared intently at them, then stepped forward and surrounded them from behind. 2 rows of men in suits stood in the lobby, but the original employees of Bai's group were nowhere to be seen. Bai Yuntao was a little scared and held Bai Ting's hand tightly. Seeing this, Jiang Kaiwei turned her head and asked, What are you doing? This is the Bai group. I'm the one who calls the shots. Where did you all come from? Where is that rebellious son, Bai Yang? The man in the suit just stared at them coldly, without saying a word. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. You could hear a pin drop. Oh, isn't this Madame Jiang? You've finally arrived. The elevator on the first floor opened, and Suyu walked out smiling, carrying a bag. Jiang Kaiwei and the others stared wide-eyed at the sight. Then, another person stepped out of the elevator. A chilling aura instantly spread. A tall, imposing man was wearing a well-tailored black suit, with his white shirt collar slightly open, revealing a delicate red tie. His face was sharply defined, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were cold and sharp, as if they could see through everything. His slightly sharp brows revealed determination and confidence, and his powerful aura made people afraid to look him in the eye. He still had a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. With an air of dominance yet elegance, he gently raised his hand and adjusted his cuffs, a movement that was both graceful and powerful. The scene fell silent, and everything seemed to be under his control. No one dared to say a word. Xiaoyang. Bai Xia covered her mouth, recognizing that it was Bai Yang, and was so frightened that she dared not speak for a moment. Even Jiang Kaiwei fell silent at this moment. Bai Yang looks completely different from before. Bai Yang walked forward, his leather shoes making crisp footsteps on the smooth marble floor, each step like a declaration of control. He threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, then stomped on it hard with his leather shoe, a ruthless action as if he were stepping on an enemy. Oh, everyone's here, that's good. Bai Yang took out a cigarette case from his pocket and then took out a cigarette. A burly man behind him quickly ran up, took out a lighter, and bent down to light his cigarette. Bai Yang, what are you doing making this? Bai Ting sneered. You think we'll be scared just like that? Wake up. This is the Bai family's company, not your little workshop. Bai Yong exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. You were given away by Jiang Kaiwen not long after you were born and became someone else's daughter. Your name isn't even on Jiang Tsayue's household registration. How dare you say that to me? You can come, but I can't. Now that your nominal parents are gone, and Jiang Kaiwe hasn't even added your name to the household registration, you're just a brat. These words struck a nerve with Bai Ting. Bai Ting's back molars were shattered from biting. Bai Yang continued, I didn't even speak to you. You just came here looking for a beating. You're asking for it. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuntao immediately said, Brother, that's not right. How can you talk to fourth sister like that? No matter what, we're all family. When Bai Yang saw Bai Yuntao, the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh, you little brat, come here. I have something to tell you. Chapter 88 You Deserve It. Bai Yuntao felt uneasy when he heard Bai Yang call his name. They're terrified of being beaten. Bai Yang chuckled and said, What's wrong? You're scared. After he finished speaking, he made a hand gesture. A burly man in a suit rushed up, grabbed Bai Yuntao, pinched his neck, and threw him to the ground. When the Bai family's bodyguards tried to stop them, they were punched twice by the other men in suits. Xiao Tao, stop hitting. Stop hitting. When the Bai family saw Bai Yuntao being taken away, they panicked. Bai Yuntao tried to get up from the ground, but Bai Yang kicked him away, leaving a shoe print on his face and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Bai Yang, you've gone mad. You're hitting people without even knowing what happened. Bai Ting panicked and shouted, trying to rush forward to save Bai Yuntao. Bai Yang laughed and said, It's normal for me to hit him. He's just an adopted son. I can hit him if I want to. I find him disgusting. Is that wrong? He's just an adopted son. What's the big deal? Hearing Bai Yang repeatedly refer to him as his adopted son, Bai Yuntao's fragile heart couldn't take it anymore. His status as an adopted son is a sensitive point, and the Bai family rarely mentions it. From Jiang Kaiwe to Bai Ting, who doesn't know that they consider themselves Bai family's own son? Bai Yang, what gives you the right to say that to me? However, on the surface, Bai Yuntao still put on a pitiful look. Brother, I know you don't like me, but even so, we're still family. Do we have to fight and hurt each other like this? Bai Yang clapped his hands. Good. 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 Your acting is really good. Actually, you really want to rise up and rebel right now, don't you? Life is so tiring. Why don't you just die, Mr. Adopted Son? Bai Yuntao clenched his fists, his heart pounding with rage. You are not allowed to say, I am an adopted son again. But he could only lower his head and say, Brother, please, still hope you can get better. Please don't treat me like this. Even Bai Yuntao himself felt it was a bit fake. Once you've established a persona for yourself, you have to stick to it. Bai Ting was furious and said, Bai Yang, aren't you going too far? So what if Xiao Tao is adopted? Does that give you the right to treat him this badly? Bai Xing also became anxious. That's right. Bai Yang, Yu and Xiao Tao are both my sons. Even if he's adopted, how can you treat him like this? Well, what kind of logic is this? Bai Yang, you need to apologize to Xiao Tao right now. Otherwise, Bai Yang glanced at him. Otherwise what? You can even bring yourselves to do this, beating, scolding, and abusing your own children. So, you can't hit adopted children? The adopted ones are better than the biological ones, huh? You Bai family are truly unbeatable. Upon hearing this, both Bai Sheng and Bai Ting were speechless. Bai Xia kept her head down, so her expression couldn't be seen. Bai Wen and Bai Yun were supporting her, and their faces were extremely pale and their expressions were incredibly conflicted. In the past, they would definitely have stood by Bai Yuntao without hesitation. They treated Bai Yang with nothing but beatings and verbal abuse. If he resisted even slightly, they would intensify their punishment, even locking him up to teach him a lesson. But now, facing Bai Yang, they are speechless and ashamed. Bai Xia, in particular, had her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were crying or afraid. She knew why Bai Yang had become like this. Just then, Jiang Kaiwa finally spoke. You unfilial son, you beast. I never imagined you'd become so barbaric. Do you really think I don't dare to deal with you? Or that I can't deal with you? Bai Yang burst into laughter. Ms. Jiang Kaiwa, do you have a solution? What do you want to do? Call the police. Don't you remember? I'm still on your household registration. After word got out, the The Bai family's only son was sent to the police station by the Bai family. Adopted children are worse than biological ones. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pleasant-sounding news headline. How many billions of shares will the Bai family lose this time? These words once again surprised Jiang Kaiwei and the others. A family scandal, especially one involving internal strife, is definitely not a good sign for the Bai family's investors. The stock price is definitely going to have problems. Jiang Kaiwei, who values interests above all else, couldn't possibly be indifferent. Bai Yang has grasped their Achilles heel and their lifeline, which is why they dare to cause such a scene, and openly at that. The situation froze again, and the initiative was completely in Bai Yang's hands. In the past, the Bai family dominated everything in Beyond, but now the balance of power has shifted. Jiang Kaiwei suddenly sneered. Well done, you unfilial son. You've really improved quite a bit. She looked at Su Yu. The Su family has really taught you a lot during this time. You traitorous wretch. That's all you'll ever be. Su Yu laughed and said, Ms. Jiang, you've really wronged me. What Bai Yang said is the truth. Anyone with eyes can see that. Do I need to teach him? You all know how you treated Bai Yang back then. Heaven is watching what people do. Jiang Kaiwei, you deserve this. Jiang Kaiwei shouted, I deserve it? I deserve what? He's my son. I can treat him however I want. What's wrong with that? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Back when your father, Su Changsheng, was still alive, he would give me a wide berth. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing the mention of Su Changsheng, Su Yu's expression turned somewhat sorrowful and desolate, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Kaiwei glared at her, then reached out her hand and said softly to Bai Yuntao, Xiao Dao, come to mom. Bai Yuntao then got up, threw himself into Jiang Tsayue's arms, and burst into tears. Jiang Kaiwei then turned to him and continued to shout, Bai Yang, do you think you've turned your life around just because you've made some money? Do you really think you're something special? I'm telling you today, Xiao Tao is my son, and you're nothing but a rebellious son. Even if you earn 10 billion or 100 billion, I still think Xiao Tao is better than you. Bai Yang shrugged. Your opinion doesn't matter to me. In short, I'm here today mainly to do 3 things. Change household registration, change household registration, and change household registration again. What? The Bai family was stunned once again. The scene fell silent once again. Bai Xia also raised her head, her face already covered with tears, and her expression was blank. It turns out that Bai Yang's actions today were not simply a matter of venting anger and seeking revenge. He's here to cut ties completely. Bai Sheng was stunned. Household registration? Bai Yang, what are you trying to do? Bai Yang then said, I have nothing to do with you anymore, and it's time to go through the legal procedures. Listen carefully now. I'm going to completely sever all ties with you. If you still care about appearances, just sign it directly. Don't beat around the bush. After he finished speaking, he gestured to a burly man behind him to open a box. Splash, splash, splash. Inside the box, a large amount of banknotes fell out and scattered all over the floor. The Bai family members were taken aback and all stared at Bai Yang. Bai Xing looked at Bai Yang in front of him with a very unpleasant expression. Jiang Kaiwei was furious, and the veins on her arms bulged. Bai Yang said, Here's 200,000. Take the money and sign. I've already returned the blood to you, and what's left is enough to pay off the rest. Don't want. Bai Xia stepped forward and pleaded. Xiaoyang, please don't do this. Please don't. Chapter 89, You don't deserve to be my mother. Bai Xia cried. Her face streaked with tears, and said, Xiaoyang, can't we just let bygones be bygones? Let's sit down and talk things out, okay? Going to such extremes won't do anyone any good, will it? Bai Yang threw his cigarette on the ground and shouted, Shut up. Benefits? Of course I benefited. Before coming to your Bai family, I could eat my fill, dress warmly, and be happy. What kind of life did I have after I arrived at your Bai family? I almost lost my life. My life has been smooth sailing, and I'm happier and more fulfilled than ever before during these past few months away from you all. Logically, you should be the ones compensating me, but I don't care. The money I'm giving you now is more than enough to buy back all our goodwill, because there are no feelings between us. Bai Xia opened her mouth, then sobbed several times. No, No, Xiaoyang. I was wrong in the past. I was wrong. I've misunderstood you in the past. I was wrong. It's all my fault. If I had cared for you more and understood you more, things would have been different. Changing your household registration is no small matter. You can't act impulsively. Her heart was breaking. She felt as if something important was about to disappear. If Bai Yang really moves out, then the Bai family will basically be scattered. And Bai Yang's revenge against the Bai family is unlikely to stop. Bai Xia was terrified just thinking about what might happen then. Bai Yang said in a cold tone, Bai Xia, stop with your crocodile tears. If you really care about me, you should let me leave this cesspool of the Bai family, instead of making me jump back in. You're acting like this now. You're all talk and no action. It makes me want to vomit. Bai Yang then snorted coldly and ignored her. Bai Xia, come back here. Jiang Kaiwa shouted. Are you crazy? Why are you apologizing to this unfilial son? He's already insane and ruined. Our Bai family has never wronged him, not in the past, and certainly not now. He's the one who's gone mad. You come back here. Bai Yun quickly stepped forward and pulled Bai Xiao back. Sister, now is not the time to act impulsively. Bai Xiao was unwilling to back down, so Bai Wen stepped forward and pulled her to the back. Jiang Kaiwei glared at Bai Yang. You unfilial son, you want to move your household registration? What do you plan to do in the future? Completely degenerate. Let me tell you, this is impossible unless I'm dead. You are my child. No matter what, your behavior is unfilial. You even threaten me. So do you dare to tell anyone what you did today? Let me tell you, even if I take this all the way to the Supreme Court, I am still your biological mother. You should be filial to me and obey me. Otherwise, you're a beast, a rebellious son that everyone wants to beat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present became somewhat subtle. Like Bai Xia, Bai Wen felt sorry for Bai Yang and was filled with guilt when she saw him like this. Bai Yun looked at Jiang Kaiwei, afraid that the situation would get out of control in a moment. What if things got out of hand? Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting had dark faces, but they vaguely felt happy and excited. Bai Yang chuckled and said, Jiang Kaiwei, do you really think you're so great? Do you really think you can control my life? Then let me ask you something. What have I ever owed you? In terms of material things or emotions, name one. Jiang Kaiwei was stunned. Bai Sheng and the others were speechless. In terms of material things, the Bai family didn't give Bai Yang anything. I have never bought a single piece of clothing. Food was scarce. Bai Yang was so hungry that he had to rummage through the trash for leftovers. Bai Yang's room in the Bai family was small and cramped. Okay, the Bai family didn't give him any means of transportation at all. There was no driver, no car, not even a bicycle. In terms of emotions, there was almost no emotional investment. On the contrary, Bai Yang poured his heart out to them, but received nothing in return. If we're talking about debts, the entire Bai family owes Bai Yang far too much. Bai Yang asked again, tell me, what do I owe you? What's the point of me staying in this family? If anyone owes anything, it's you who owe me. Jiang Kaiwei, did you hear me clearly? Jiang Tsayue's mind went blank, and many of the words she wanted to say in response were stuck in her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single sentence. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, and her face had turned pale with anger. Suyu, listening from the side, felt a pang of pity. She said, Jiang Kaiwei, if you have any conscience at all, you should know to let go, right? Even tigers don't eat their cubs, but look at what you've done to Bai Yang. Even if you kept a dog at home, you'd at least know to feed it something, right? We finally managed to bring our own son home, and he abuses him tsk fiskin sk. I don't know what your family is thinking. Jiang Kaiwei shouted, shut up. What do you know? I did nothing wrong. I am his biological mother, and I know what is best for him. That's not abuse, that's discipline. He's lived in a poor family for 17 years. Who knows what bad habits he's picked up? If he isn't completely transformed, how will he grow up and live an upright life? I'm doing this all for his own good. Bai Yang chuckled and then said, so, I should thank you? Jiang Kaiwei, that's enough. I don't want to waste my breath on you. I've already prepared the relevant documents. All you need to do now is sign them. Jiang Kaiwei angrily retorted, no, impossible. You want to break free from my control and run wild outside? Let me tell you, as long as I, Jiang Kaiwei, have a breath left, I will not allow that to happen. I brought you back, and whatever I do for you is right. I'm your mother. Bai Yang stared at her coldly. My mother? I lost my biological parents at birth. I was raised by adoptive parents. They are very good to me, but I still miss my biological parents. I will imagine what they look like and hear their voices. I have indeed imagined real maternal love. I have imagined what my mother would be like. I look forward to the day I could meet her and how much love I would receive. Mother's love. It's truly the most magical thing in the world. Even when I force myself not to think about it, I still cry non-stop on countless nights. Later you took me back, and I thought that from then on I would have a loving father and mother and enjoy the happiness of family life. But what happened? My own sister ignores me, hits me, scolds me, and calls me a piece of trash. Bai Sheng, he's called my father, but he doesn't care about me and treats me like a father who has nothing to do with me. The Bai family members dared not utter a sound. They were all choked. Bai Yang paused, then looked directly at Jiang Kaiwei. Jiang Kaiwei, my former mother. They want an adopted son, not me. This is my fate. This is everything I've experienced in the Bai family. Jiang Kaiwei, how dare you call yourself my mother? You don't deserve that title. Chapter 90 Mother and Son and Father and Daughter. Jiang Kaiwei swallowed hard, her mind going blank again. Everything Bai Yang just said was true. Not a single word was false. Anyone with eyes can see that she has not done enough as a mother, and it is no wonder that things have come to this point. Jiang Kaiwei nodded, then gritted her teeth and sneered. Your eloquence is truly impressive. No wonder you were able to swindle so many investments. But unfortunately, Bai Yang, no matter what you say, I will not agree to sign. You are my son, you were born of me, and I am the one you should be filial to. This cannot be changed. Without me, you could not have come into this world, and you cannot change that fact. Bai Yang remained quite calm after hearing this. Jiang Tsayue's shamelessness was also within his calculations. But that doesn't mean he'll tolerate it. Let's do it. Bai Yang took out a cigarette and lit it. Smash the Bai group for me. The thugs were slightly taken aback. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then, the thugs began to smash and vandalize the entire hall. The lobby windows were smashed, the signboard was smashed, and the tables and chairs were thrown out. Bai Sheng panicked. Bai Yang, are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Bai Yang chuckled. Since you don't want to maintain appearances anyway, why don't I go all the way? If you don't want to live a good life, then none of you should live one. Bai Xia cried uncontrollably. No. Stop it, Xiao Yang. Stop it, little brother. Bai Wen's nose also tingled with emotion. Xiao Yang, your second sister apologizes to you. Can you please stop? Let's have a proper talk. Let him smash it. Jiang Kaiwei shouted to stop them. Let everyone see how unfilial this son is. Speaking of being unfilial, Jiang Kaiwei, aren't you even more ruthless? Bai Yang's lips curled up. Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened. What do you mean? Bai Yang stepped forward and said calmly. I know you were the one who abandoned me back then, weren't you? The whole abduction story is a lie. You were planning to abandon me even before I was born, weren't you? Jiang Tsayue's expression changed. Did he know? Bai Yang then said, Jiang Kaiwei, I know why you did this, and I know why you brought Bai Yuntao back. But I don't want to get involved in your family's dirty business and disgusting secrets. Sign the papers now, and we'll go our separate ways. What goes around comes around. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, and they all stared at Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Xia closed her eyes in pain. Finally, Bai Yang told the truth. Upon graduation, Sheng Ru felt as if he had been struck on the head. What? Bai Yang, what are you talking about? Bai Yang said, ask him yourself. Bai Sheng looked at Jiang Kaiwei. Wife, Bai Yang, what did he mean by that sentence just now? You believe what he says? Jiang Kaiwei glared at him. What? Do you want to challenge me too? Bai Sheng instinctively shuddered, but still gritted his teeth and asked. I just want to ask, is this true? Jiang Tsayue's mind was in a mess, and she had no idea how to deal with it at this moment. But sometimes silence is the answer. Bai Shishing looked pained. Why? Why did you do this? In fact, he had his suspicions after Bai Yang went missing. Jiang Kaiwei is not the kind of person who is careless in her work. How could she make such a big mistake? He also doesn't believe that a biological mother would intentionally abandon her own child. Now that Bai Yang brought it up, Bai Yesheng felt a strong urge to find out the truth. He did do things that wronged Jiang Kaiwei, but it was only because he had been suppressed by Jiang Kaiwei for too long in recent years that he sought some excitement. Back then, they were a loving couple, with kind parents and a loving father. Why did Jiang Kaiwei do such a thing? Jiang Kaiwei shouted, "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Call the police right now and arrest this unfilial son." Unusually, Bai Sheng did not do as instructed, but instead stared straight at her. "Well, so you're all going to go against me, aren't you?" Jiang Kaiwei sneered. "Fine. You Bai family members are a bunch of ingrates. Whatever. I have nothing to say. Smash it all. I've already got insurance anyway. I'll just call the police later and see who's in the wrong then." "Bai Yang, you think you can win this way and get rid of me? How naive. Say it again. I'm your mother." Bai Yang looked at her quietly. He was very annoyed. This woman is truly shameless, and her despicable and shameless nature is beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Bai Yang glanced at the doorway. He smiled. The last actor arrived. "Xiaoya, stop fooling around." At that moment, a magnetic male voice rang out. Everyone turned around and looked sharply. A man in a gray suit with gray hair stood at the door, his expression solemn, his sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed on Jiang Kaiwei and the others. "Grandpa," Bai Xiao was quite surprised when she saw him. Jiang Kaiwei's pupils contracted, and her face turned pale. "Dad, why are you here?" Jiang Tao walked over and asked. "It's so lively here. How could I not come? It seems you're still as willful as ever. Didn't you say you were a good parent and were doing well now, so you didn't need your family anymore?" Jiang Tao looked around. "It doesn't look like anything special." Jiang Kaiwei clenched her fists. "This is my business. It's none of your concern. Get out. Is this how you talk to your father?" Jiang Tao frowned. "After all these years, haven't you learned a single lesson?" Jiang Kaiwei took a deep breath. "What lesson? I didn't do anything wrong. I've been doing the right thing all along." She glanced at Bai Yang. "This rebellious son must have sent you, right? Well, so you've teamed up too, haven't you?" Jiang Tao looked at Bai Yang and said, "So you're my grandson whom I've never met. You're quite tall." Bai Yang didn't respond, but stared at him coldly. Jiang Tao said, "I've been listening outside the whole time, Xiaoya. What you've done these past few years has really gone too far. Apologize to Xiaoyang, and this matter will be over." Jiang Kaiwei glared angrily and said, "Apologize? With your abilities? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You think you can make me listen to you, you old piece of trash? No way." Jiang Tao's face darkened with anger. "What did you say?" Jiang Kaiwei snorted, then suddenly turned to look at Bai Yang and sneered. "You unfilial son, you've got some skills, but you've got it wrong. I will never compromise with you. Don't even think about getting your household registration. You'll be under my control for the rest of your life." After saying that, she grabbed Bai Yuntao and strode away from the Bai group. Bai Yang watched her retreating figure and took a deep breath. "Jiang Kaiwei, you really are shameless." Suyu stepped forward and asked softly, "Bai Yang, what do we do next?" Bai Yang said coldly, "Let's go first." In any case, the Bai family and the Jiang family are about to be torn apart from now on. Even if Jiang Kaiwei didn't agree, it had already had some effect. Next, just let the dog bite the dog. Bai Xia and Bai Wen tried to stop him, but in the end they could only cry helplessly. Bai Sheng stepped forward and asked Jiang Tao, "Father-in-law, do you know that Kaiwei abandoned Bai Yang?" Chapter 91. It's not too late. Jiang Tao glanced at his son-in-law and then said, "You're asking me about this? I wasn't even there when she got married." Only after graduation did Sheng realize that he had asked a silly question. It's an open secret in both families that Jiang Kaiwei has a bad relationship with her father. But Sheng was really anxious about graduation. If she really did it, why would she do it? Jiang Tao said calmly, "Isn't that what I wanted to ask you?" Bai Shishing's eyes widened. "Ask me? Dad, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Tao took out his phone and then pulled up a video. The video showed Bai Sheng embracing a young girl in a very intimate manner. Upon graduation, Sheng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body became uncomfortable. Jiang Tao looked at Bai Sheng with a teasing expression. "I didn't realize that although you are very honest, You are actually quite good at having fun. This is probably an old problem of yours, isn't it? Were you like this when Xiaoya was pregnant with Biyang? My daughter is quite pitiful. She carried the baby for 10 months and almost lost half her life. But her husband was cheating on her with another woman. Just thinking about it would probably raise my blood pressure considerably, wouldn't it? How could I possibly have the mind to focus on my pregnancy then? And all I'd probably feel would be resentment. He rushed over because someone sent him this video. His words left Bai Sheng sweating profusely. No, Dad, I didn't actually, it wasn't like this back then. Besides, no matter what, she can't abandon her own son, can she? Jiang Tao sighed softly. You know your own situation. This video might end up in Xiaoya's hands, or it might end up in mine. You decide what to do with it. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng was first taken aback. Then a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. So what if I know? Dad, to put it bluntly, if she really does something against morality and ethics, I will definitely punish her according to family rules. Jiang Tao made no statement or response. Most of Bai's shares are now in Jiang Tsayue's hands, so Bai Sheng's words are just empty talk. Bai Xia stepped forward and asked Jiang Tao, Grandpa, how did you come so suddenly? Jiang Tao put away his phone, glanced at Bai Shisheng, and said, I received a call saying that something is going to happen to Xiaoya, and as her father, I definitely have to come and see. Even though she doesn't acknowledge me as her father, I will still acknowledge her as my daughter. After hearing this, Bai Xia seemed to have guessed something. She trembled as she recalled Bai Yang's appearance just now. Could it be that Bai Yang sent Jiang Tao? Did they intend to exploit the conflict between Jiang Tao and Jiang Kaiyue to break Jiang Tsayue's spirits? Bai Xia couldn't help but want to cry again. She hadn't expected that Bai Yang's malice towards his family and Jiang Kaiyue had become so great, and that he had even begun to take direct action. What's even more frightening is this might just be the first step. On the way back, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, and Bai Yun rode in the same car. Bai Wen was driving, and every now and then he would glance at Bai Xia in the rearview mirror. Bai Xia was covering her face and bent over, looking extremely pained. Bai Yun whispered to her, All right, big sister, although things have blown up quite a bit, thankfully nothing serious has happened. Once school starts in a while, Bai Yang won't be here, and we'll finally have some peace and quiet. Bai Wen also said, Yes, eldest sister, the problem now is with Grandpa. If he and Mom start arguing again, it's no joke. Bai Yun continued, Yes, eldest sister, as the saying goes, to fight external enemies, one must first secure internal stability. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia immediately sat up and slapped Bai Yun on the shoulder. Oh, Bai Yun clutched the spot where she had been hit. Big sister, it hurts. Bai Xia glared at her. Bai Yun, what did you say? Which one is the outside, and which one is the inside? Bai Yang is our own younger brother. Bai Yun said with some grievance. Sister, what's the use of being his biological child? The problem is he doesn't acknowledge us now. Why can he be so heartless, but we can't? Sis, don't you find it tiring to do this? Bai Xia snapped, so what? You're going to abandon him. Just because his money has nothing to do with you now? You think he doesn't care, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun repeatedly denied it, saying, Big sister, that's not what I meant. Don't you think I'm any bad, okay? It's clearly Bai Yang who doesn't behave himself. You and Mom both allowed him to come back, but he insisted on doing this. He has so many problems. Yes, I admit I wasn't good to him. I did things that went too far. I'm a bad person. But can't I just apologize? Does that mean the Bai family can't function without him? After hearing this, Bai Xia smiled helplessly. Yes, the Bai family really can't function without him. What? Bai Wen and Bai Yun exclaimed in unison. Bai Xia said, when Mom and Dad want to pass on their assets in the future, who do you think is suitable? I'm already feeling overwhelmed. Which of you two can do it? Or do you intend to hand it over to Bai Ting and Bai Yun? Bai Wen and Bai Yun both fell silent. After the recording of Bai Yun Tao was exposed at the last college entrance banquet, his image as a well-behaved boy has collapsed in their eyes. But with over a decade of friendship, while the relationship wouldn't break down, I wouldn't trust him anymore. As for Bai Ting, after spending this time together, they felt that something was off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Bai Xia continued, so the only one capable of shouldering the responsibility is Xiaoyang. Do you think this family can function without him? And if our family really falls apart in the future, who is most capable of helping us? Or rather, who is most capable of taking revenge on us? Upon hearing this, both Bai Wen and Bai Ting felt a chill run down their spines. Yes, if something unexpected happens in the future and the Bai family is in trouble, and Bai Yang comes back to kill them, who can stand it? Bai Yun then felt scared. Big sister, what should we do? Bai Yang wouldn't really be that heartless, would he? How about I go to his place in person to apologize? Bai Xia sighed. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. We owe him so much. Now what should we do? Bai Wen suddenly said. Big sister, I think it's not too late. Bai Yang hasn't even started university yet. A person's worldview, values, and outlook on life are still being formed. He's only 18 years old and has a lot of potential. If we can start treating him well now and clear up the misunderstanding, maybe the situation will change. After hearing this, Bai Xia felt that what he said made sense. So she rallied her spirits. Yes, Xiaowen, you're absolutely right. We must act now. We want Xiaoyang to know that we will always be his sisters and his family. Bai Yun frowned. Then what should we do? Chapter 92, Jiang, Sayu has autism. Bai Xia slapped her forehead and said, Yeah. What should we do for the first step? Silence fell over the car again. Everyone knows how the Bai family treats Bai Yang. Which one didn't leave behind a debt? Making amends is easier said than done. Bai Xia asked, by the way, which school did Xiaoyang apply to? Bai Wen and Bai Yun shook their heads. Bai Xia felt somewhat desperate. How could an older sister not even know which university her younger brother is going to attend? We'll find out the details and see if we can help him in any way. It doesn't matter how much effort I put in. The main thing is to let him know that he has 3 older sisters. Jiang Kaiwa locked herself in her room and wouldn't come out no matter who called her. She didn't eat or drink for a whole day, and nobody knew what she was doing inside. Jiang Kaiwa sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze somewhat vacant. She looked much more haggard, her hair was loose, and just thinking about confronting Bai Yang made her clutch her chest and take deep breaths. I did nothing wrong, I absolutely did nothing wrong. She began to mutter to herself, and suddenly many scenes and figures appeared before her eyes. I don't come any closer, stop talking. Jiang Kaiwa grabbed her hair, scratching and pulling it hard, while groaning in pain. The groans slowly turned into soft sobs, audible only to herself. She hadn't felt this kind of pain in a long time. It felt like she had fallen into a pot of boiling oil and was being repeatedly tortured. Bai Yang. Jiang Kaiwa buried her head in her knees and gripped the blankets on the bed tightly with both hands. Outside the door, Jiang Tao and Bai Shixing stood face to face, their expressions solemn. Bai Sheng was a little uneasy. Dad, do you think Kaiwa might do something stupid? Shut your stinking mouth. Jiang Tao said in a deep voice. Xiaoya isn't that stupid. Bai Shixing was angry, and then said, if she keeps locking herself up like this, she won't solve any problems. Dad, are you just going to stand by and watch? Jiang Tao then asked, you only know how to talk about her? What about you? What have you done for this family, for Bai Yang? Bai Shixing swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Tao knocked on the door and said, Xiaoya, Dad didn't come here to argue with you. Let bygones be bygones. I'm here to help you solve your problems. There has still been no response. Jiang Tao sighed, glanced at his watch, and then said to Bai Sheng, you, call Bai Xiao, Bai Wen, and Bai Yun, and have them wait for me in the study. Bai Sheng asked, what about Bai Ting and Xiao Tao? Jiang Tao frowned. Bai Ting has already been sent to be raised by someone else. Bai Yun Tao is just an adopted son. What qualifications do they have? After saying that, he turned and left. Bai Sheng outwardly said yes, but he was still quite unhappy inside. Why do these two, father and daughter, both like to boss people around? Soon, Bai Sheng led the 3 Bai sisters to the study. Dad, what does Grandpa want us to do over there? Bai Yun asked somewhat uneasily. Her impression of Jiang Tao was only that he was rigid and stern. The terrifying scene when Jiang Tao and Jiang Kaiwa had their falling out is still vivid in her memory to this day. Only Bai Xia felt somewhat desolate. Originally, The Bai family should have been happy and joyful since Jiang Tao had come all the way from the capital. But Bai Yang, who should have been here, had already parted ways with him. Looking at the study, Bai Xia remembered that Bai Yang had once wanted to come in and take a look. But he wouldn't allow it, saying he would make a mess inside, and insisted on letting him in. Later, a teapot worth 100,000 yuan was broken in the study, and Bai Yuntao ran over and said that Bai Yang did it. He didn't even bother to check the surveillance footage before slapping Bai Yang. Bai Yang's face was swollen on one side, and he said with a wronged expression that he didn't do it. But in return, she received another slap. As Bai Xia thought about it, she felt her heart begin to ache again. Now she longs for Bai Yang to come home, and she will let him go wherever he wants without stopping him. Jiang Tao sat at a mahogany desk with a steaming cup of green tea in front of him. "You've arrived, please have a seat." After Bai Sheng and the others sat down, they all felt somewhat uneasy. "I won't waste any more words. Things have gotten to this point, and I'm afraid no one can escape the blame." Jiang Tao spoke up. "Tell me, what's the situation after Bai Yang came back?" Shen couldn't answer the question after graduation. He didn't even know if Bai Yang had any pocket money, let alone know anything about him. Bai Xia sighed deeply and then said, "Grandpa, I was wrong. Xiao Yang wasn't like this when he first came to our house. It's all my fault. I was too cold and harsh on him at first." Then, she recounted everything she knew about the grievances Bai Yang had suffered. "Xiao Yang left because of those high heels. I thought he did it, but I was wrong about him. Now, he no longer wants to acknowledge me as his older sister. To really regret it." After saying this, Bai Xia burst into tears, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng was shocked and incredulous. Some parts and details even made him feel ashamed. Although he had been overshadowed by Jiang Kaiwei for many years, he was still the nominal head of the family. But how could he be completely unaware that his own son was being so abused? Upon graduation, Sheng immediately broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had done something shameful. When Baiwen saw that Bai Xia had confessed, she said with a sob in her voice, "I am not much better. I knew that Xiao Tao was framing Xiao Yang, but I didn't care and even helped him. I really shouldn't have done that." Bai Yun swallowed hard, then said guiltily, "I'm just a little harsh on him. I didn't mean to hurt him. Most of the time, it's just a prank, even if it's a little too intense. Grandpa, you have to believe me. I've been busy with my acting career." Jiang Tao listened without saying a word, then said expressionlessly, "Okay, I think I understand. You all have extraordinary skills. If I were Bai Yang, I probably wouldn't be able to stay here either." Bai Sheng and the others blushed and were speechless for a moment. Jiang Tao took a sip of tea and said, "Now that Bai Yang has achieved some success, he thinks he can take revenge on us." Bai Sheng wasn't stupid. He had already considered this possibility. So he asked doubtfully, "Dad, in your opinion, will Bai Yang succeed?" Jiang Tao glared at him. "You, as a father, actually doubt that you can control your son?" After graduation, Sheng fell silent again. Jiang Tao continued, "Listen carefully, we still need to think of a way to stabilize Bai Yang first. I've looked into his Douyin, TikTok, thing, and now I have a conclusion." Everyone quickly asked, "What conclusion?" Chapter 93, Saving Bai Yang. Jiang Tao said, "I think Bai Yang's Douyin project is extremely risky and very dangerous. Although his Douyin account is currently very popular, there are actually very few ways to make a profit from it. All videos are free to watch. The only way to make money is through advertising, but the question is, who will pay to advertise on it? So Bai Yang is just putting on a show, all show and no substance. If there's no new investment, it will collapse on its own." Bai Xia's eyes widened. "This grandpa, you must save Xiao Yang." Jiang Tao shrugged. "Me save him? He has to ask me to save him first. Didn't you see how he treated me last time? Now it'll be difficult to even say a word to him." The scene fell silent once again. At this moment, Bai Sheng asked again, "By the way, Dad, there's one more thing. Did Kaiwei really abandon Bai Yang back then?" Bai Yang spoke with absolute certainty. He must have found out something. And Tsai Yue's current appearance already speaks volumes. Why would she do that? Bai Xia couldn't hold back any longer. With red eyes, she asked Bai Sheng, "Dad, how can you even ask me this? Don't you know at all what you did to Mom back then? Bai Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Xia, what are you doing? Is this how you talk to your father? What did I do? You were only a few years old that year. What do you know? Bai Xia said, I know everything. You went to see other women behind mom's back. I saw it with my own eyes. Bai Shishing swallowed hard, then said, Did you send the photo to your grandfather? I posted it. A photo? What? Bai Xia was stunned. Jiang Tao then took out his phone and showed the irrefutable evidence he had received of Bai Sheng's infidelity. Bai Xia and Bai Yun were taken aback when they saw the photo. Isn't this the scene of Bai Sheng's infidelity that they witnessed that night? Someone actually took photos as evidence? They didn't do that. Bai Shishing gritted his teeth and said, I just made a few mistakes recently, and I guarantee this will be the first time. Jiang Tao stared at him and questioned, A guarantee? How much is your guarantee worth? The three Bai sisters also looked at Bai Sheng with suspicious eyes. Bai Shishing panicked. He stood up, pointed 2 fingers to the sky, and said, I swear, if I'm lying, may I be hit by a car and die tomorrow. I know I've done something wrong now, but I never had any ill intentions towards Kaiwa back then. Dad, you know that. Jiang Tao thought for a moment, then said, Please sit down first. If you didn't cheat on me back then, what went wrong that forced Xiaoya to abandon Biang? At this moment, Bai Xia swallowed hard and asked, Grandpa, is there any possibility that our Bai family and the Jiang family forced Mom to have the baby? Mom was dissatisfied and didn't want to be a breeding machine, so she wanted revenge. Bai Sheng immediately said, Impossible. Your grandparents passed away early, and I was the head of the Bai family back then. I didn't force your mother. Having a 5th child was her own choice. Also, your grandparents never mentioned this. Jiang Tao nodded. Xiaoya didn't recognize me at that time, so how could she be threatened by me? Suddenly, everyone was confused. No one forced Jiang Kaiwe to have a child, and Bai Yang is indeed her biological son. Why would she do such a thing? Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Jiang Kaiwe had no reason to have a son specifically to abandon. This whole thing just seems so absurd. Bai Shishing gritted his teeth and said, Back then, Xiaoya said that if she couldn't give birth to a son to inherit the family business, her family would laugh at her, so she insisted on having a 5th child. She suffered severe bleeding twice during the birth of Bai Yang and almost lost her life. That's why I absolutely refuse to believe she would intentionally abandon Bai Yang. Bai Xia scratched her head with both hands. What exactly happened? 2 don't understand. Bai Wen and Bai Yun felt as if their brains had crashed and their CPUs had overclocked. What exactly happened back then? Jiang Tao waved his hand. All right, I know Xiaoya's temper. If she doesn't want to talk, no one can pry her out of her mouth. For now, let's focus on Bai Yang. Jiang Tao took another sip of tea and asked, Which school did Bai Yun Tao apply to? Bai Yun replied, Grandpa, Xiao Tao applied to Yanbei University. Jiang Tao nodded. Bai Yang will most likely apply to a university in Beijing as well. I need to start preparing there too. Mentioning Bai Yang, Bai Shishing felt a slight tremor in his heart. Dad, I haven't been a good father. I will definitely correct myself. Don't worry. I will do everything I can to bring Bai Yang home and let him be recognized by his ancestors. On the other side, Bai Yangran was very upset because he couldn't resolve the issue of his household registration. However, he felt much better after being comforted by Su Yu and Zhang Xuebiao. Zhang Xuebiao said that his household registration would be automatically transferred after he went to university, so he could take his time and not get too entangled with the Bai family. And right now, the most important thing is to prepare to report for duty. Bai Yang applied to Yanbei University. Not only will he be moving there, but his company may also have to move with him. This is a huge project. After all, so many programmers and cadres have families and businesses in Yunqing, and many of them are unwilling to move. Su Yu suggested setting up 2 headquarters, one in Beijing for remote command by Bai Yang, and the other in Yunqing for a deputy general manager. Bai Yang immediately rejected the proposal. If 2 headquarters are established, internal strife is bound to occur. Moreover, although he is the founder, he does not have a core team or trusted confidants, making it difficult to guarantee their loyalty. When a team gets too big, it's easy for morale to drop. Bai Yang said, Some core employees must come to Beijing with me. As long as they are willing to go, they will be given a settlement allowance and a housing subsidy. As for the others, if they really are unwilling, then give them sufficient compensation. Suyu laughed and said, "Okay, you're really generous." Bai Yang then said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it enough grass." The reason Liu Bang was able to become emperor was because he was generous with his rewards. He now feels that he shouldn't hold on to his money. Bai Yang also plans to expand into the mobile game market. He plans to invest in every hit game he can find and is willing to invest in. By then, the money spent now will be just a drop in the ocean. Suyu nodded. "Okay then, I'll help you find a suitable office space for your company in Beijing. By the way, I have a question. Why did you only show Jiang Tao the evidence of Bai Shixing's infidelity, but not Jiang Kaiwei? Wouldn't this be a double blow to her? Did you go easy on him?" Chapter 94, I Want to Surpass Bai Yang. Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I went easy on you. If you really think that way, then you're being too narrow-minded. My targets for revenge are not only Jiang Kaiwei, but also Bai Shixing and the others. I'm asking you, what would happen if everyone in the Bai family, except Jiang Kaiwei, knew that Bai Sheng was having an affair?" Suyu tilted her head. "Of course I'll keep it from Jiang Kaiwei and not let her know." Bai Yang spread his hands. "Isn't that it? As long as we keep it from Jiang Kaiwei, this stone will always weigh on the hearts of the Bai family. It's easy for one person to keep a secret, but it's difficult for a group of people. This family keeps secrets from each other, living with suspicion and wariness. Do you think that's easy to bear? But these things can't be kept secret forever. The longer it drags on, the more difficult it will be for Bai Sheng and the others, and the greater the harm to Jiang Kaiwei will be. If we let Jiang Kaiwei know now, it won't have the same effect." Upon hearing this, Suyu clicked his tongue repeatedly and said, "To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. You kid, are you a demon?" Bai Yang waved his hand. "I'll deal with them slowly after we get to the capital. Now that the company has more money on hand, it's time to make some investments. I plan to invest in some game studios, mainly mobile game companies. As long as the project is reliable, I'm willing to invest, even if it's only a few $100 million or tens of millions." At that time, many of the mobile game companies that would later become wildly popular had not yet been established. If you start investing now, you might not have to go looking for them yourself. They'll come to you when they hear about your reputation. This way, you can get more shares. In the next few years, the domestic internet will experience explosive growth. Large factories and companies will fight fiercely against each other. Examples include things like make a phone to make friends and suffocate for your dreams. As someone who knew the subsequent outcome, Bai Yang certainly knew how to choose sides and make the optimal decision. Suyu complied with all of these requests. Although she didn't understand, could those few little games really make any difference? Bai Yang suddenly added, "Once I've sorted out the enrollment issue, the company and Douyin's operations will be stable. This will free up our hands and feet to deal with those bitches from the Bai family one by one. Don't let any of them escape. Everyone has to pay a price." As he said this, a ruthless glint flashed in Bai Yang's eyes. A flame of revenge began to burn even brighter. At this moment, there were two other uneasy people in the Bai family. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting sat facing each other in the room, their faces looking quite unwell. "I never expected that it was Jiang Kaiwei who abandoned Bai Yang back then." Bai Yuntao clenched his fist. "So, does that mean my adoption was something she did on purpose, or was it just a coincidence?" Bai Ting crossed her arms. "I think it's very likely could she have found out your real identity." The two remained silent for a while. Bai Yuntao then shook his head. "No. If Jiang Kaiwei knew my true identity, she would never bring me back. Besides, she's been so good to me. If it were all fake, could she have kept acting for 18 years? I don't believe anyone could do that." Bai Ting sighed. "So how do you feel about her now?" Bai Yuntao frowned. "Jiang Kaiwei has locked herself in her room for so long without eating or drinking, and she won't listen to anything I say. When he came back, he didn't say a word to me. This has never happened before. It must have been provoked by Bai Yang. Damn it, Bai Yang. Why does he always manage to cause trouble for us at crucial moments? Is he doing it on purpose?" Bai Ting added, "What happened to Bai Yang is no longer the main point. What I'm worried about now is whether Bai Sheng and the others will try to bring Bai Yang back." "What? Bai Yuntao's eyes widened. How could they? Bai Ting pointed towards the study. Why not? They're having a little meeting right now. I wonder what they're discussing. Why won't Jiang Tao let us go? It's simply because you're an adopted son, and I'm no longer considered a member of the Bai family. Just wait and see. Maybe one day, Bai Yang will be brought back, and you and I will just have to pack our things and leave. Bai Yuntao stood up angrily and paced back and forth in the room. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. No, absolutely not. If Bai Yang were to return, the Bai family would definitely treat him like an emperor emeritus and make him their sole heir. In the end, he was just an adopted son and could never beat Bai Yang, who had a purer bloodline. In the past, he hated the identity of being an adopted son, and he also knew that he might be used as a tool and a substitute by Bai Yexing and Jiang Kaiwei. After Bai Yang was brought back, Bai Yuntao was filled with anxiety, thinking that his good days were about to end. Later, he was surprised to discover that Bai Shixing and Jiang Kaiwei were unusually indifferent and ignoring towards their own son. This led him to repeatedly plot against Bai Yang. After finally forcing Bai Yang to leave, this is the result. Bai Yuntao couldn't understand where the problem lay. If Bai Yang were to come back now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him. Bai Yuntao bit his thumb and said, when that time comes it's all over, everything is over. Bai Ting went straight up to him and slapped him. Bai Yuntao's cheeks were bright red from the slap, and he stared wide-eyed as he asked, what are you doing? Bai Ting spat out, Bai Yuntao? Who do you think you're going to fawn over? We've been waiting for this day for so many years, working so hard. Now we're almost there, what are you going to do? Give up halfway. Okay, you take as much money as you can, and I'll take mine. Let's leave the Bai family together, so that Bai Yang won't come back and kill us. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao felt as if a surge of energy had been injected into his body. Escape? What a joke. Who wants to escape? Everything the Bai family owns is mine. I'll still be a top student at Yenbei University, a chosen one of heaven. Bai Yang is not worthy to fight me. 2VE made up my mind. I want to start my own business. If Bai Yang can do it, so can I. Bai Ting nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Don't worry. If the investment in the milk powder factory is successful, I will tell Jiang Kaiwei and the others that it is all thanks to your hard work behind the scenes. In this way, they will definitely have more faith in your abilities, and it will be much easier for you to attract investment. Bai Yuntao laughed. It seems we still need to cooperate well. I reckon Bai Yang will also apply to universities in Beijing. There are so many talented people in Beijing. I don't believe Bai Yang can make a name for himself by following Zhang Shuibiao without any connections. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. Bai Ting went out, opened the door and glanced inside, then exclaimed in surprise, it's Mom Jiang. You can try chapter 95. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting hurried out to check on Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Xia and the others were already standing in the second-floor corridor, staring intently ahead. Jiang Kaiwei was wearing pajamas with a blanket draped over her shoulders. She had light makeup on and looked quite energetic. However, her overall condition had visibly declined. Although she still had the aura of a head of the family, it was much weaker than before. Especially at the ends of her hair, there were even a few gray hairs. Jiang Tsayue's hair has even turned white. Everyone was shocked, wondering what she had experienced or thought about in the room. Mom, how are you? Bai Xia stepped forward and asked with some concern. Despite arguing many times, Bai Xia ultimately regarded Jiang Kaiwei as her mother. She felt that the Bai family should not fall apart. Bai Yang should be brought back, and Jiang Kaiwei should stay as well. But Jiang Tsayue's current state worries her immensely. Jiang Kaiwei said calmly, I'm fine. She looked at Jiang Tao, her expression cold. Let him out. The Bai family doesn't welcome him. Jiang Tao's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Hey, wife. You can't talk to Dad like that. Graduation Sheng mustered his courage and raised his voice slightly. My father is dead. Jiang Kaiwei then said something else that shocked everyone. Bai Xia looked anxious. Mom, how could you say that? Bai Wen and Bai Yun looked pale and anxiously at Jiang Tao, fearing that the father and daughter would start arguing there. Bai Yuntao was also so surprised that his mouth dropped open, and then he felt uneasy, because the way Jiang Kaiwei spoke just now was somewhat similar to Bai Yang. Didn't Bai Yang say before that his family members had died? Bai Sheng panicked. Wife, you've gone too far. But Jiang Tao grabbed his shoulder. Forget it. I'm so old. What haven't I heard? Xiaoya, now that you're all right, you should get some rest. You'll be going to the capital soon, so come home when you have time. After saying that, he turned and left. As they passed by Yuntao, Jiang Tao said, By Yuntao, there are a few things you should remember. Bai Yuntao quickly put on a well-behaved look. Grandpa, please speak. Call me Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tao said bluntly, Let me be frank with you. You've been to school, so you should know that in ancient times there was a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Although we are not feudal now, we still need to distinguish between biological sons and adopted sons. Bai Yuntao's expression changed drastically again. His fists clenched so tightly that even his knuckles turned white. If an adopted son rides on top of his biological son, it's a case of the inferior over the superior, and even the most stable family will descend into chaos. Harmony in the family brings prosperity in everything. The Bai and Jiang families need stability to achieve better development, so you should try to avoid causing trouble for Bai Yang in the future, understand? After Jiang Tao finished speaking, everyone's hearts were pounding. Bai Yuntao was burning with rage, wishing he could yell out loud and even punch Jiang Tao twice. Old man, what are you saying? Just because Bai Yang is the biological son of the Bai family, does that mean he's better than me? I'm far superior to him. You blind old man. But he gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words. I know. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Jiang Tao shouted in dissatisfaction. I see. Bai Yuntao shouted with his mouth wide open. Jiang Tao nodded and then walked downstairs. After taking 2 steps, Jiang Tao stopped and turned to look at Jiang Kaiwa. Xiaoya, when you get to the capital, come home and visit your mother. Shut up. Jiang Kaiwa wrapped the blanket around herself tighter. You are not worthy to mention my mother. Jiang Tao frowned slightly and walked away in silence. The Bai family was left alone in the villa once again. But at this moment, the family members couldn't speak like family. They could only stare at each other, none of them saying a word. Don't stand here anymore. Jiang Kaiwa finally spoke up. Let's all get ready. Xiao Tao is going to school to register soon, so we'll all go together in a few days. When Bai Yuntao was called out, he felt flattered. Mom, is it really necessary to go to so much trouble? My older sister and the others all have jobs. Jiang Kaiwa smiled and said, Silly child, this is a major event in your life. Of course our family should witness it together. In a few days, Mom will take you to buy new clothes and shoes, and a new suitcase too. There are so many wealthy and powerful second-generation students at Yinbei University. We can't let them underestimate us. Bai Yuntao nodded. Okay. For some reason, seeing Jiang Tseyue's enthusiasm now evoked a sense of fear within him. He wasn't quite sure what was wrong. Bai Yuntao had no idea what Jiang Kaiwa was thinking or what Jiang Tao and Bai Shishing had talked about. But now he has no other way out. We must never let Bai Yang come back. We must defeat him completely and then rightfully become the sole heir of the Bai family. At this moment, Bai Shishing stepped forward again and said to Jiang Kaiwa, Wife, we've already discussed it. This time when we go to the capital, we need to find a way to bring Bai Yang back home. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting stared wide-eyed, but quickly put on a calm expression. The 3 Bai sisters watched Jiang Kaiwa nervously, afraid that she might have some extreme reaction. Graduation was terrifying for Sheng Yi. His back was trembling. But the thought of Jiang Kaiwa abandoning her own son immediately made him stand up again. What's wrong with me bringing my son back? She should apologize to me. Jiang Kaiwa merely glanced at him, then said indifferently, You? Don't dream about it. That rebellious son is not coming back. But if you insist on doing it, then go ahead and try it. Upon graduation, Sheng was taken aback. You don't object? Jiang Kaiwa rolled her eyes at him and said, I never said he couldn't come back, did I? It's that unfilial son who's been making things difficult for us. But do you really have a way? Heh. After she finished speaking, she went over and hugged Bai Yuntao. Come on, Xiao Tao, let's discuss what to buy for school registration. Bai Xia swallowed hard, walked over to Bai Yuxing and said, Dad, is Mom all right? I feel like something's not right about her. His demeanor and tone remained unchanged, and he didn't yell or shout. But Jiang Kaiwe seems to have become even more terrifying than before. Moreover, every word Jiang Kaiwe uttered and every glance she gave was like a needle. Bai Wen and Bai Yun shared the same sentiment. They even began to suspect that Jiang Kaiwe might have suffered too much trauma and was mentally unstable. Bai Shixing gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, you don't want your own son, but you dote on an adopted one, Kaiwe. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose?" "Ignore him. Let's do our thing. As for Bai Yang, he'll have to give me a reasonable explanation sooner or later." Before we knew it, the exciting start of the school year had arrived. Chapter 96: The Chess Pieces We Raised. Beijing, Yanbei University. Bai Yang, Zhang Xuebiao, and others carried large and small bags and entered Yanbei University to register. Su Yu originally wanted to come too, but Bai Yang asked her to help him with the business integration of the company's relocation to Beijing, saying he would treat her to dinner afterwards. The school was packed with people, and many senior students were giving directions to the new students and their parents, creating a lively scene. As one of the most famous universities in Xia Kingdom, Yanbei University boasts countless cultural atmospheres and scenic spots, which amazed Bai Yang. He applied for software engineering as his major. After completing the registration procedures at the college's registration office, he went to the dormitory with Zhang Xuebiao and the others. "Wow, this is Yanbei University. It's amazing, brother, you're so awesome." Zhang Jingxue grabbed Bai Yang's arm and shook it vigorously. Bai Yang laughed and said, "Study hard, and you can become my junior in school someday." Zhang Xuebiao and Feng Yuan followed behind, the four of them chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was exceptionally happy. Bai Yang's dormitory is a standard 4-person room with bunk beds and desks underneath, and the space is quite large. After putting his luggage away, Bai Yang looked at the clean and bright dormitory and the beautiful environment, and his spirits lifted. He opened his arms and hugged Zhang Xuebiao and Feng Yuan. "Dad, Mom, let's take a walk around the campus together. I've been wanting to see the Boya Tower and the Black Swan for ages. Let's go." Zhang Xuebiao laughed and said, all right, we'll benefit from your success too." At this moment, Bai Yang did not resemble a billionaire entrepreneur at all, but rather a pure freshman, a child pampered by his parents. Along the way, they saw many college students with excellent appearance and temperament, as well as teaching buildings with a strong humanistic atmosphere, and a serious academic atmosphere was palpable. Upon arriving at a bright lake, Bai Yang felt as if his mind had been instantly emptied. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Where's this?" Zhang Jingxue opened her arms, straightened her chest, and took a deep breath. Zhang Xuebiao laughed and said, "This is the most famous unnamed lake. It is said that it originally did not have a name. Later, a professor surnamed Qian said, 'Let's just call it the Nameless Lake.'" Bai Yang discovered that Zhang Xuebiao could recount everything about this place in great detail, as if he knew it all by heart. He couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why does this look so familiar?" Zhang Xuebiao gave an awkward laugh. "I used to tell my students about Yanbei University to encourage them to study hard." Just then, a discordant sound came from behind. "Xiao Tao, look, this is the unnamed lake." "Wow, fourth sister, hurry up and take a picture for me. I want to send it to my classmates." "Okay, then you and Mom can go together. I'll take a good picture of you too." That disgusting voice besides Bai Yuntao, there's no other voice like it in the whole world. Bai Yang turned around and saw Bai Yuntao, Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Yun, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, Bai Ting, and Bai Sheng. Jiang Kaiwe and Bai Yuntao stood side by side, smiling at the camera, looking very festive. Bai Yang's good mood vanished instantly. He realized that Bai Yuntao would also be coming to this school, and thought it would be a good opportunity to deal with him here. And then, just when I was in a good mood, I saw these creatures. What bad luck! What bad luck! The two sides were not far apart, and the Bai family also noticed Bai Yang. Feng Yuan looked worried. Zhang Xuebiao put his arm around her shoulder, pulled Zhang Jingxue back, and gently comforted her, saying that everything would be all right. Bai Xiao walked up quickly and said to Bai Yang, "Xiao Yang, what a coincidence. You're here to report for duty today too." Bai Yang said coldly, "Yes. Now I realize I didn't check the date before I went out, and I ran into a bunch of bastards whose whole families died." Upon hearing this, Bai Xia immediately became anxious. Xiaoyang, how could you do this? I Wei family. Bai Xia, are you sick? Bai Yang pointed at Zhang Shuabiao. My dad, mom, and sister are all here. Who are you family with? Bai Sheng also came up and said, Bai Yang, are you out of control? How can you talk like that? Your household registration is with the Bai family. You have the blood of the Bai family flowing in your veins. You are my own son. You should go back to the Bai family. Do you understand? Bai Yang chuckled. Go back to the Bai family? Did you drink too much this morning? Besides, I'm not your son anymore, so don't call me that next time. He looked at Bai Yuntao and Jiang Kaiwe. Isn't your son standing over there? Jiang Kaiwe, how have you been these past few days? You must have had a great time with your dad, right? Isn't your Jiang family also in the capital? Why don't you go back for a visit? Really? Surely there aren't people who don't even want to go home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tsayue's face instantly turned dark, and she wished she could bite Bai Yang to death. She stepped forward and said, You unfilial son, what are you so smug about? I'm still much better than you. Let me tell you, one day you'll be kneeling before me, begging me to take you in. Bai Yuntao also spoke up, saying, Brother Yang, I know you hate me, but please believe me, our whole family is waiting for you to come back. If you really want me to leave, fine. From now on, you'll be the only son in the Bai family, and I won't come back. I know that from the very beginning, the one who should leave was me. She even squeezed out a few tears after saying that. Jiang Kaiwei immediately said, Xiao Tao, what are you saying? How can this unfilial son compare to you? You are the true child of the Bai family. You don't need to leave. Bai Yang laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Your charade was absolutely brilliant. If I didn't know you were all beasts, I probably would have burst into tears. But Bai Yuntao just said something good. He's an adopted son. He should have been kicked out. Bai Yuntao, you really should get along well with Jiang Kaiwei, because if she hadn't abandoned me, you wouldn't even have been able to enter the Bai family. From the very beginning, you were part of a plan. An adopted son is just a pawn raised in a game. Bai Yuntao's face turned ashen. Seeing his scars and sore spots being brought up again by Bai Yang, he felt extremely annoyed and itched with hatred. However, at the same time, Bai Yang's words also hit the spot where he was most vulnerable. What is the significance of being an adopted son? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Damn it! Bai Yuntao clenched his fists tightly. Bai Yang continued to look at him with an amused expression, as if to say, I love that you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. Jiang Kaiwei was furious. You unfilial son. Take back what you just said. Bai Shisheng got annoyed. Shut up, all of you. What's wrong with you? Can't you talk properly? Why do you have to make everyone unhappy? Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened. Bai Sheng, are you talking to me like that? What do you want with this attitude? Bai Sheng glanced at Bai Yang and saw that he was wearing a mysterious smile, as if he was enjoying the farce that was happening in the Bai family. Bai Yesheng got angry and said, Jiang Kaiwei, you need to be reasonable. You haven't explained the past to me yet. Why did you abandon Bai Yang? Chapter 97, Then Become an Enemy. Jiang Kaiwei was unable to answer Bai Sheng's questions. Although Bai Yang knew a little about it, he wouldn't say anything. The truth is always cruel. The greatest damage will come when the time bomb in the Bai family explodes. With so many cards in your hand, there's no need to play your royal flush right away. Seeing Bai Sheng's aggressive demeanor, Jiang Kaiwei became furious. Bai Sheng, have I been too kind to you? Do you think you can make decisions for yourself? Bai Shisheng was still the same spineless person he always was, so he immediately shrank back and just looked at Jiang Kaiwei with impotent rage. Jiang Kaiwei then looked at Bai Yang and sneered. You unfilial son, do you really think you can control me and then just sit on my head and shit on me? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I'd rather die than let you get away with this. I've thought it through. Even if you don't acknowledge me, it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, then let's be enemies. I owed you in my past life, so let's fight to the death in this one. Tears welled up in Bai Xia's eyes, and she quickly said, Mom, what are you saying? How could you and Xiao Yang be enemies? We're clearly family. Bai Wen added, That's right, Mom. You can say whatever you want when you're angry, but you absolutely can't say things like this. Bai Xia quickly said to Bai Yang, Xiao Yang, Mom has just been in a bad mood these past few days, don't take it to heart. Bai Yang's expression remained calm as he said, "All right, let's see who has the last laugh. But you all better remember, I will not let any member of the Bai family go. None of you will escape." He specifically looked at Bai Yuntao. "Especially you, little brother Bai Yuntao. You are a pawn personally trained by Jiang Kaiwei, so you must make her proud." Bai Yuntao's eyes showed even more panic. He glanced at Bai Shisheng, then at Jiang Kaiwei, and lowered his head guiltily. After saying this, Bai Yang smiled again, turned around, and left with Zhang Xuebiao and the others. That laugh was enough to terrify even the gods. Bai Xia and the others felt a chill run down their spines in an instant. Despite the blazing sun, it felt as if they were in an ice cave. "Mom, why did you just say that?" Bai Xia couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into tears. Jiang Kaiwei glared at her. "Cry, cry, cry? All you know how to do is cry. Do you think crying your eyes out will bring that unfilial son back? Can't you see? He's finished now, completely and utterly finished. Even if he were to come back now, it would be a disaster for us. Do you want to bring about your own destruction?" Bai Xia turned away, no longer looking at her. "Disaster? Don't you know how this disaster came about? Why is Bai Yang like this? Aren't you one of the instigators? Now that things have turned out this way, no one in the family is innocent." As Bai Sheng watched Bai Yang and the others leave, he felt a sudden wave of powerlessness and almost collapsed to the ground. Some college students who were passing by saw them and could clearly sense that the atmosphere in this family was very abnormal. They couldn't help but take a few more glances before hurrying away. Bai Shisheng asked in bewilderment, "Jiang Kaiwei, what exactly are you trying to do? That's our own son. Why are you doing this?" Jiang Kaiwei looked at him and chuckled. "What's wrong? You're asking me? Weren't you there when you drove him away? It's clearly your fault for being useless. You can give birth, but not raise children. I had over a year to be a good father, and what were you doing? I didn't tell you to ignore him or not to care about him, did I? But what have you done? All you do is follow me around all day. It's clearly your own fault for being useless and neglecting your son. Ask yourself honestly, have you ever thought about letting Bai Yang inherit the family business? Now he's rich and successful, but he's also a failure. He's cut all ties with us. Isn't that ironic? Ha ha ha." Bai Shisheng's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his whole body shook violently. He took a deep breath, then pointed at Jiang Kaiwei. "Yi Wamanuri simply." Jiang Kaiwei stepped forward, hands on her hips, and asked, "Say something. Say one sentence, and let me see what you can say." Bai Shisheng gritted his teeth, his neck and ears turning bright red, but he couldn't utter a single word. He doesn't even have the courage to swear. No wonder he gave birth to a good-for-nothing. "Bai Sheng, I was truly blind back then." Bai Wen whispered a reminder. "Mom, please don't be like this. We can discuss Xiao Yang's matter slowly. Why make everyone unhappy now? Dad has actually done his best." Jiang Kaiwei looked at her again and asked, "Xiaowen, I'm your mother, so I'll say a few more words to you. Someone like you will never amount to anything. Do you think you're so innocent that you're qualified to be a peacemaker? You know the truth about some of the things Bai Yang did at home, and you don't know the truth about others. But what is your choice? You and your father are both pretending to be stupid, and then when something goes wrong, you try to shift the blame onto me." Upon hearing this, Bai Wen immediately panicked. "Mom, what are you saying?" Bai Xia's eyes widened. "Mom, you mean you knew about the time Bai Yang was wrongly accused at home? You know everything, but you still blame him?" She thought Jiang Kaiwei had only covered up for Bai Yuntao regarding the high heels. Only Bai Wen herself knows the things she helped Bai Yuntao conceal. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kaiwei understood this from the very beginning. Even Bai Yuntao's face turned pale. So Jiang Kaiwei saw everything about how he framed Bai Yang? Jiang Kaiwei sneered. "Heh, if I couldn't even see through your little tricks, how could I survive? Do you think the Bai family's current market value of tens of billions just fell from the sky? Do you think your little bit of skill can compare to mine? So what if I know? So what if I don't? I'm happy with it." Bai Xia couldn't help but ask loudly, "Mom, Xiao Yang is your own son. Why are you treating him like this? It's too cruel." Jiang Kaiwei said impatiently. "Just because I'm his mother, I can do whatever I want to him. He's lived in Zhang Shuabiao slum for so many years. He has a lot of bad habits. Can't he be cured without some drastic measures?" "Cruel? If I'm cruel, then what are you? None of you can be considered good people. Also, I'm your mother. Without me, you wouldn't exist. Show me some respect when you speak, understand? After Jiang Kaiwa finished speaking, she immediately pulled Bai Yuntao away. Bai Ting was stunned and immediately followed. A madwoman. A madwoman. She's really gone mad. Upon graduation, Sheng erupted in impotent rage again, abruptly pointing at Jiang Tsiyue's retreating figure. Bai Yuntao, who was pulled away by Jiang Kaiwa, looked very uneasy, but he didn't dare to ask anything. Just then, he noticed that the sunlight shining on Jiang Tsiyue's face seemed to reflect light. Jiang Kaiwa cried. Chapter 98 Destroyed the Best Family. Mom, are you alright? Bai Yuntao asked cautiously. Jiang Kaiwa wiped her eyes with her wrist and said, what good could come from seeing that rebellious son? Xiao Tao, you must remember to study hard and outdo that rebellious son. Mom believes in you. You're definitely no worse than that rebellious son. Bai Yuntao verbally agreed, but he was becoming increasingly uncertain. He had a deep sense that in Jiang Tsiyue's eyes, he was probably still just a tool, a pawn to be used. As Bai Yang said, adopting a son is like raising a pawn. But he didn't dare say anything more. A feeling of humiliation and resentment welled up inside me. Damn it, Bai Yang. After graduation, Sheng and his companions lost interest in exploring the Yinbei campus and could only hastily take a car back to the hotel. Jiang Kaiwa, Bai Ting, and Bai Yuntao did not return, and no one knows where they went. Bai Yuxing sat at a table with his 3 daughters, feeling extremely upset. He really wanted to get angry. But what Jiang Kaiwa said is indeed correct. Jiang Kaiwa abandoned her own son. How good is he as a father? If he were to inquire even slightly about the problems and hardships Bai Yang encountered in the Bai family, things would certainly improve considerably. Just the matter of eating. He didn't even know that Bai Yang was always hungry. That's absurd. Looking at the delicacies offered by the 5-star hotel, Bai Shixing felt nauseous. Xia, you said you'd give Xiaoyang your allowance card. Why didn't he get it? After hearing this, Bai Xia lowered her head and said, Tu said that before. When I was about to give it to Xiaoyang, Xiaodao suddenly said he wanted to borrow it for a while, and that I would return it to Xiaodao later, so. Upon hearing this, Bai Xing suddenly slammed his hand on the table. That's it. That's it. Bai Wen and Bai Yun were startled. Dad? What's wrong? Bai Shixing clenched his fists and said with a sad expression, I was so focused on Xiao Tao that I didn't pay attention to Xiaoyang. How could I do this? Xiaoyang is clearly my own son. He recalled many wonderful memories from the past, and surprisingly, Bai Yang was rarely involved. On the contrary, his memories of parent-child moments were all spent with Bai Yuntao. My impression of Bai Yang has always been that he is mischievous, troublesome, and a disgrace to the family. But it has now been proven that none of that was intentional on Bai Yang's part. It was Bai Yuntao who stirred things up, and Jiang Kaiwa who condoned it. Bai Shixing gritted his teeth and said, Tu was completely fooled by that woman. How could I be such a bastard? Bai Xia and the others fell silent. The air suddenly became quiet. No, I want to bring Bai Yang home. He's my son, and the Bai family can only be handed over to him in the future. Bai Shixing gritted his teeth. I was deceived by Jiang Kaiwa in the past. From now on, I can't let things continue like this. Bai Xia sighed softly. If Sheng had realized this a month or 2 earlier, things wouldn't be like this now. The problem is that it's probably too late for him to realize this now. Most of the Bai family's businesses and shares are in Jiang Tsiyue's hands. After more than a decade of operation, the Bai group has long been owned by the Jiang family. Although Bai Shixing doesn't have many assets, he has little say in the matter of succession. After graduation, Sheng asked again, by the way, is Xiaoyang's birthday coming up yet? Silence fell over the room once again. Bai Shixing gritted his teeth. Seriously? Does nobody here know his birthday? Bai Xia guessed Bai Sheng's intention. Dad, do you mean to prepare a surprise for Xiaoyang on his 19th birthday to make up for it? That's exactly what I meant. Bai Sheng nodded. I owe him too much. It's not too late to make amends now. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia's eyes lit up. Dad, I support you. I'll go and find out about this. You're right. It's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep are lost. Doing something now is better than doing nothing. Bai Wen nodded in support, but Bai Yun sighed and said, Dad, sister, I think doing this might cause problems. Bai Xiao looked at her. What kind of problem do you think there might be? Bai Yun said, won't Mom be unhappy if I do this? Although I don't know what happened back then, our family was safe and sound for 17 years before Bai Yang was around. Why do we have to bring him back? Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng was furious. Xiao Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xia patted Bai Sheng on the shoulder, telling him to relax. Bai Yun felt a little wronged. Did I say something wrong? Our family was fine before, but now he's doing this, making everyone feel uneasy. Xiao Tao did something wrong, but if you put yourself in his shoes, it's just that he's afraid of losing favor, which is only human nature. I don't know what Mom is thinking, but as long as our family listens to her, we won't be wrong. Why do we have to go against her? Bai Xiao looked at her and then said, Xiao Yun, your birthday is November 20th, right? Bai Yun nodded in confusion. Yes, don't you know this lady? You like purple things the most, your favorite food is mousse cake, you don't like cilantro, and you can't eat spicy food very well, but you always crave it, especially snail rice noodles, right? After Bai Xia finished speaking, everyone present was a little stunned. Bai Sheng and Bai Wen were surprised that His Majesty suddenly brought this up, and they were also surprised that Bai Yun had such a hobby, which they had no idea about. Bai Yun's eyes widened. Big sister, why did you bring this up? Bai Xia sighed. These weren't my words, they were written by Bai Yang in his diary. Xiaoyan, Bian used to care about you a lot. He cared about you more than any of us. The room was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Bai Yun frowned. He pried into my privacy? Or did he stalk me and spy on me? Bai Xia sighed helplessly. You said all of these yourself. You've participated in some variety shows, and you've been on some interviews, and done magazine column interviews. Although he's not very famous and many of his articles are just press releases, Bai Yang has read them all. He wrote down all the details you mentioned and recorded your preferences. In his eyes, you are also a good older sister. But all of that is in the past. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun swallowed hard. She suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if something was pressing down on it. Bai Xia then added, Xiao Yun, you just said that even without Xiao Yang, nothing would happen to our family. But have you thought about it? Xiao Yang should have been living with us. And given how warm and attentive he was to us, don't you think he would be a good younger brother? We ruined the best family member. Chapter 99, An Everlasting Support. Bai Yun felt as if her mind had been bombed by a missile, and her ears were ringing. The diary that Bai Xia was going to give her immediately flashed through her mind. Bai Xia also said that there were large sections marked in purple, which were her own records. At the time, she thought Bai Yun was scolding her in her diary, and refused to read it. But now it seems she was wrong. And it's completely wrong. Bai Yun blushed instantly, unsure of what to say. Bai Sheng looked at Bai Xia. Did Xiao Yang leave behind a diary? Bai Xia nodded. Then another urge to cry welled up inside her. Yes, I saw it, Dad. We really went too far. Bai Shishing took a sip of his drink and gritted his teeth, saying, I don't care anymore, I must bring my son back. Xia, did you bring that diary with you? It's in my room. If Dad wants to see it, I'll get it for you in a bit. Okay, I need to find out what Xiaoyang was thinking in the past. Suddenly, Bai Yin said again, Big sister, I want to see it too. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia's expression showed a hint of relief. Good. On the other side, seeing that the Bai family and Jiang Kaiwei were in chaos, Bai Yang was naturally very happy. Whether the Bai family is doing well or not is the same to him. It doesn't matter. It's not them who matter. The joy of enrolling in school gave Bai Yang even more energy, and he led Zhang Xuebiao and the others a long way. However, Yinbei University is too big to be explored in a single day. That evening, when Zhang Jingxue said she was hungry, Bai Yang and the others found a restaurant near the back gate of Yinbei University and ate roast duck. Zhang Jingxue insisted on celebrating with drinks, but Zhang Xuebiao and Feng Yuan disagreed, so they had to give up. After they finished eating, Bai Yang escorted Zhang Xuebiao and the others back to their hotel. Once downstairs, Zhang Xuebiao asked Feng Yuan to take Zhang Jingxue upstairs first. Bai Yang knew that Zhang Xuebiao's silence during the day did not mean he was without inner turmoil. Given Zhang Xuebiao's personality, he probably wants to avoid things getting too tense with Jiang Kaiwei. No wonder. What he's most worried about now is probably being retaliated against by the Bai family and having a hard time in the days to come. Xiaoyang, I've thought carefully about what you said to the Bai family today. Before Zhang Shuabiao could finish speaking, Bai Yang said, Dad, don't worry, I know how to handle things. This happened so suddenly. There might be some things that aren't appropriate to say right now. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Shuabiao burst into laughter. Silly child, I mean you haven't scolded me enough today. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, huh? He never expected Zhang Shuabiao to say those words. Zhang Shuabiao said, Jiang Kaiwa always adheres to one logic. She is your biological mother, so she will always have a moral advantage over you. No matter how you put it, this matter cannot be changed. And what's terrifying about bad people is that they are unaware that they are doing bad things. Bai Yang's eyes widened. Dad, so what you mean is? Zhang Shuabiao said, a large family and organization is difficult to destroy from the outside, but it can collapse very quickly from within. You've done a little bit now, but the rest will require more effort. But don't rush it, take your time. Remember, don't let revenge take over your mind. It will make you lose your reason. Bai Yang took a deep breath. Dad. Zhang Shuabiao gently patted his shoulder. You said before that you wanted to take revenge on the Bai family, and I said I would support you. After knowing how the Bai family treated you, I support you even more. There are some things you have to do yourself. Dad can only follow behind. Don't worry, no matter what, you'll always have Dad as your support. Bai Yang didn't know what to say for a moment, so he reached out and hugged Zhang Shuabiao tightly. Dad, thank you. Son, you are my pride. When Bai Yang returned to the dormitory, he found that he was still the only one in the 4-person room. It looks like my roommate hasn't arrived yet. Bai Yang cleaned up the room and wondered what his roommates were like. Actually, Suyu initially wanted Bai Yang to rent a house near the university, since for him, a monthly rent of over 10,000 yuan was no big deal. But Bai Yang still refused, not because he was worried about the money, but because he wanted to try to find a few partners at the school. The students at Yinbei University are all hidden talents. They are either outstanding themselves or have powerful fathers. In particular, the platform resources available here are unmatched by other places. This is why when filling out college applications, the school is always more important than the major. After cleaning, Bai Yang took a shower, turned on his computer, and started processing work emails and messages. Suyu saw that he was online and immediately called him. You haven't texted me all day. I'm with my parents and sister. All this trouble I've put in here, keeping watch for you. Okay. I'll treat you to dinner next time, alright? How's everything at work? Suyu snorted and then said, Douyin now has a stable user base of 1 million, which is enough to attract a large amount of capital investment. So I was thinking, should we have Mr. Su organize a meeting so we can talk with a few business owners from Beijing and finalize the new round of investment? Bai Yang nodded. That's good news. But there's no need to rush. I have a lot of things to do at school. Let's wait about another month. In addition, we shouldn't rush the promotion of Douyin. We should stabilize our core audience first. Suyu asked in confusion, why? Aren't you in a hurry to expand your territory? Bai Yang said, the current user base is large enough, and the growth rate is also sufficient through word of mouth. What we need to be careful about now is the review process. We need to establish a mechanism to shut down some inappropriate videos. Otherwise, if they go viral, we'll be in big trouble. Douyin not only needs to grow bigger, but also better. I'm planning to develop a youth mode. Keep an eye on it and make sure they get it done quickly. Bai Yang is well aware that the internet industry is developing rapidly, but it still takes time for people to accept new things. Moreover, there's no guarantee that some people with ulterior motives won't try to sabotage me. When doing business in Xia Kingdom, firstly, you must not go against the policies, and secondly, you must promote positive energy. Otherwise, one report could wipe you out. Bai Yang's current focus is still on investing money in mobile games. There's no need to rush into expanding his market share in the next month. Suyu couldn't understand why Bai Yang would put such a tight rein on himself. Okay, you're the boss, so you call the shots. Oh right, I also discovered something interesting. About your younger brother Bai Yuntao. Chapter 100 I want to help my son. What about Bai Yuntao? Bai Yang asked, what did he do? Suyu laughed. It seems he's planning to register a company soon. and he seems to want to start his own business to go head-to-head with you. She had spies planted within the Bai family, so she knew a little about these things. Bai Yang chuckled after hearing this. Let him be. I'll deal with him sooner or later anyway. However, I would like to add some difficulty to his entrepreneurial journey. Suyu said, that's what I was thinking too, so I'll let you know as soon as there's any further news. Let's work together and completely crush him. Bai Yang added, the focus should still be on ourselves. We cannot be careless about investment and management. Over the next month, we'll slowly sharpen the knife. Once it's sharpened, we can get started. Suyu licked her lips. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. On the other side, Bai Xia handed Bai Yang's diary to Bai Sheng and Bai Yun. The father and his daughters gathered together to watch it. The more they looked, the more horrified they became. For example, Bai Yang recorded a small incident in it. One day, Bai Yun brought the script she was going to use for filming home. Bai Yang happened to be passing by and stopped to look at the cover. Bai Yun returned with a cup of coffee, and upon discovering him, she scolded him and chased him away. Then Bai Yun left for a while, and when she came back, she found that the coffee on the table had been stained. Bai Yang was subsequently punished. It was only because Bai Yuntao said that Bai Yang did it. Bai Yun thought that Bai Yang was retaliating for her earlier scolding, so without asking any questions, she grabbed Bai Yang's hair and slapped him twice. Bai Yang wrote, I did look at the script next to me, but I only looked and didn't do anything. I just want to know what kind of scripts my third sister reads when she's filming. If I ever have the chance, I want to write a blockbuster script and have my third sister play the lead role. But why doesn't she trust her own brother? Besides, I clearly saw that it was Bai Yuntao who spilled the coffee, so why did third sister believe him? Upon seeing this, Bai Yun's thoughts immediately drifted back to the past. Bai Sheng glared at her with displeasure. Xiao Yun, you're too impulsive. How could you be so arbitrary based on just one side of the story? And you even went so far as to act so ruthlessly. That's your own brother. Bai Yun lowered her head and gripped her knees tightly with both hands. Bai Xia sighed softly. Dad, please continue reading. Graduation. Sheng frowned and turned the page. Bai Yang wrote, my third sister's disbelief in me already made me very upset. But I didn't expect that when my parents came back, they would also hit me. My mother had someone bring me 2 aluminum cans and told me to kneel on them. She said if I couldn't keep my footing and fell off, she would hit me. My knees hurt so much when I kneeled down. I can't even straighten my legs now. The flesh on them is all sunken in, and it burns when I touch them. Am I not her own son? Why is she treating me like this? I asked my dad for help, but he ignored me and said I deserved it. Why won't my dad help me? I know he's afraid of my mom, but can't he even plead for me? I really didn't do it. Even if I did something wrong, is this how you treat me? Upon graduation, Sheng abruptly closed his diary. His face turned bright red, and his breathing became much more rapid than before. Bai Yun's gaze towards Bai Sheng became strange, and even somewhat gloating. Dad, do you understand now? Bai Xia sighed again. Our family has done a lot of harm to Bai Yang, and we could even say that we have committed heinous crimes. You may not have done anything directly to hurt him, but your indifference and weakness have also hurt Bai Yang a lot. Dad, if things don't change, even if Bai Yang is willing to come back, the outcome will probably be the same. Bai Sheng leaned back on the sofa, saying nothing. He stared at the notebook in front of him, and in an instant, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years, his eyes filled with helplessness. Do you have any cigarettes? Bai Yun was startled by Sheng's words. Dad, you still smoke? Bai Xia took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from her bag and handed them over. After graduation, Sheng took out a cigarette and lit it somewhat awkwardly. After he exhaled a puff of smoke, he said, I used to smoke, but when I proposed to your mother, I said I would quit immediately. For over 20 years, I haven't broken my vow. Now, I think Xia is right. It's time to make a change. Bai Xia and Bai Yun looked at each other, their expressions somewhat bewildered. Looking at the ceiling, Bai Sheng said, Your mother wasn't like this before. When I met her, your grandparents had passed away, and your second brother was in poor health. The Bai family was on the verge of collapse. I met her when I was most helpless, but I didn't know she was the daughter of the Jiang family in the capital. She didn't look down on me and even helped me, gradually revitalizing the Bai family's business. That's how we got our good life later on. Lively, romantic, Cute. Kind, these are my impressions of her. But I don't know why she slowly turned into this. It seems that ever since your maternal grandmother passed away, she has become somewhat abnormal, as if she has become a different person. What I can't understand the most is that she would abandon me and her own son. And on purpose. I did cheat on her now, but I was completely faithful to her back then. Why did she do this to me? What good did it do her? At this point, Bai Shixing sniffed and pressed his temples. Bai Xia seemed to have thought of something and said, "Yes, I remember that Mom was very good to us when we were little, but she gradually changed later. It seems that Grandma is really gone, and Mom has changed too. But is there any connection between these two things?" Bai Shixing shook his head and said, "This isn't the time to talk about these things. Your mother's situation is complicated, and I don't know everything. No matter what the reason, no matter what happened, Xiaoyang is innocent. He shouldn't be treated like this. We have to think of something." As the cigarette burned out, Bai Shixing's gaze gradually hardened. Bai Shixing clenched his fist. "Yes, I absolutely cannot let my son suffer any more injustices. Xiaoyang has already shown his talent. Given time, if he really becomes a force to be reckoned with, we will be in even more trouble than we are now. Moreover, I now know that Xiao Tao has ulterior motives, so this family fortune must never be handed over to him. We still have to get Xiaoyang back. I'll try at any cost." Bai Xia asked, "Dad, do you have an idea?" Graduation. Sheng took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Chapter 101, A Resolute Graduation. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks have passed. Jiang Kaiwei was sitting in her villa in Beijing, reading a thick document. During this period, she maintained a secluded lifestyle. Bai Shixing knew she was here, but he never came to look for her. The couple hadn't spoken to each other for over 10 days. This is the first time we've had a Cold War in over 20 years of marriage. But Jiang Kaiwei seemed to accept it calmly, without making a fuss. Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao walked over. They came to formally discuss Bai Yuntao's entrepreneurial endeavors. Jiang Kaiwei smiled when she learned that Bai Yuntao also had the idea of starting his own business. "Xiao Tao, you've finally spoken up. Mom has been waiting for this, thinking you were planning to prepare some more." Bai Yuntao exclaimed in surprise. "Mom, you support me? You are my son. How can I not support you?" Jiang Kaiwei smiled, then took a card out of her bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. "Here's 30 million, a sum of money Mom saved for your startup. This money is a gift from Mom, and you don't need to pay it back a single penny. Next, I will invest another 30 million in your name, making a total of 60 million. May all your wishes come true." Bai Yuntao took the bank card and replied loudly, "Thank you, Mom. I will definitely work hard." They didn't even ask what the startup project was before they started sending money. Such generosity even made Bai Ting, who was standing to the side, a little jealous. Jiang Kaiwei truly dotes on her adopted son. Jiang Kaiwei nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Xiao Tao, tell Mom quickly, what kind of business are you planning to start?" Bai Yuntao smiled and handed over a business plan. "Mom, I want to create a game live streaming app. The gaming industry is getting a lot of attention right now. Esports is booming, and more people are starting to do live streaming. Many of my classmates enjoy watching live streams and various game videos, so there's a huge business opportunity. If we create something like this, it will definitely be more attractive than short videos, and I can also create short videos." It's pretty obvious who his idea was aimed at, someone who wanted to go against Bai Yang. After listening, Jiang Kaiwei nodded repeatedly. Good, Xiao Tao. Your idea is very good. The internet economy is a booming sector. You must seize it. Mom will use all her resources to support you." Bai Yuntao was greatly encouraged. "Great. I will definitely work hard." Just then, the nanny came in and said, "Madam, the master and young lady have arrived." Upon hearing that Bai Sheng and Bai Xia were coming, Jiang Kaiwei gave a cold laugh. "I thought they wouldn't dare to come see me. Let them in." When Bai Sheng appeared, everyone present was a little surprised. Because he was no longer dressed casually as before, but instead wore a gray suit, which made him look more professional and sophisticated than before. Jiang Kaiwei sat up slightly. "You're dressed so nicely. Do you have a date?" Upon graduation, Sheng felt inexplicably guilty, and his eyes instinctively darted away. Bai Xia coughed lightly, and Bai Sheng regained his composure. Honey, I need to talk to you about something. Jiang Kaiwa nodded. You wouldn't come to see me dressed like a feather duster if there was nothing wrong. Please sit down. Bai Sheng swallowed hard and sat down in front of Jiang Kaiwa. He had barely sat down when Bai Yuntao said with a smile, Dad, I have some good news for you. My mom just agreed to let me start my own business. She even said she'd give me 60 million yuan as seed money. Bai Sheng and Bai Xia stared wide-eyed. 60 million? What kind of business can you start? Jiang Kaiwa said, Why are you so surprised? That unfilial son can run a company, but Xiao Tao can't. Xiao Tao wants to create a video app that focuses on game live streaming and supplements it with short videos. I think it's pretty good. Bai Xia frowned after hearing this and said, Fizz, isn't this deliberately going against Xiaoyang? Jiang Kaiwa asked, Yes, is there a problem? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have voted. Bai Yuntao quickly said, Big sister, don't worry. I'm not trying to compete with brother Bai Yang. I just want to take him as a role model. In terms of video software, he can lead the way, and I'll follow behind. I actually admire my brother a lot, so I won't compete with him head-on, and I wouldn't dare to think I could surpass him. Bai Ting said, Xiao Tao, you're wrong. Why can Bai Yang do it, but you can't? He was just lucky. He caught the wave and was the first to try something new. It's been a month and we haven't heard anything new from him, so he must have run out of work. With the support of your family, especially your mother, you'll definitely be better off than him. The short videos he made were crazy and nonsensical. You're doing esports right now, which is right up your alley with young people. It's hard for you not to become popular. Bai Yuntao grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, fourth sister. Jiang Kaiwa also said, That's right. Didn't that unfilial son raise over 100 million in the first round? I'll call a few friends over in a few days and give you a few 100 million too. Let's see how that unfilial son fights. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia's expression once again turned into a mask of pain. Bai Sheng coughed and said, Ahem, wife, since you put it that way, I'll get straight to the point. I want to use the company's funds to make an investment, about 100 million yuan, and I've come to discuss it with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwa narrowed her eyes. You want to invest too? That's rare. What are you investing in? Bidding down, Shang clenched his fists and placed them on his knees, gritting his teeth. I want to vote for Xiaoyang. I'm his father. Supporting my son's entrepreneurship is only right and proper. Shut up. Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. She looked like she was about to devour the graduation cake. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense, making it hard to breathe. Bai Sheng's legs were trembling uncontrollably, and he could only suppress it slightly by forcefully using his hands. Bai Yuntao was full of surprise, but his heart was filled with anger. Unexpectedly, Bai Sheng, who had always favored Bai Yang, was actually going to give Bai Yang money. Doesn't this mean that his status as an adopted son is even more precarious? Bai Xia coughed again, reminding Bai Sheng to speak. Bai Lusheng gritted his teeth and said, Wife, I'm going to say it even if you don't like it. Bai Yang's household registration is still with our family, and the agreement to sever ties is legally invalid. So he is still my son. What's wrong with me helping him? Jiang Kaiwa crossed her arms and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You senile old man. I only have 3 words. I disagree. If you want to invest in that rebellious son, use your own money. You want the company to invest in a losing business? Are you crazy? I'm the largest shareholder of the company, and I make the decisions. This matter ends here. Get out. Bai Sheng panicked and asked, Wife, Xiao Tao is your son. He got 60 million without doing anything. Xiaoyang is doing so well now. Why can't he get investment from his family? Yes, his business model is risky, but as the saying goes, brothers fight tigers together, and fathers and sons go to war together. Can't I, as his father, go and help him? Jiang Kaiwa picked up a water glass and smashed it at Bai Sheng, soaking half of his chest with tea, making him look extremely disheveled. I'll say it again, get out of here. Jiang Kaiwa said angrily. Even a clay figure has some earthy qualities. Upon graduation, Sheng Yi got angry, took off his coat, and threw it angrily on the ground. You disagree, huh? Fine. Bai Sheng immediately pulled out a document and slammed it in front of Jiang Kaiwa. Jiang Kaiwa picked it up and stared wide-eyed. Bai Sheng, are you crazy? Chapter 102. You'll regret it sooner or later. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sober. Bai Sheng said. I am Bai Yang's father, and his biological father at that. If I don't help him, who will? Jiang Kaiwa tore the agreement in half. I think you've really gone mad. Let me tell you, I'm not signing it. You want me to get a divorce? No way. These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting's minds. Their eyes widened, their minds raced, but they still couldn't process the information. What Sheng gave Jiang Kaiwa right after graduation was a divorce agreement. What is he trying to do? Bai Yuntao then understood. Although Jiang Kaiwa currently owns a large number of shares, in the event of a divorce, these are all marital property and should ideally be divided equally between the couple. Moreover, the couple are also business partners in public, so if they were to divorce, the investors in the Bai Group would definitely be in a state of panic. At that time, the extent of the impact was self-evident. Bai Shisheng is using his biggest trump card to fight for this opportunity, and he's determined to go head-to-head with Jiang Kaiwa. And all of this is for Bai Yang. Bai Yuntao was unwilling to accept this. Why? Why is everyone siding with Bai Yang? Where am I inferior to him? I am better raised than him, my grades are excellent, and I will definitely be more successful in my business than him. Is it just because I'm an adopted son? Upon seeing Jiang Kaiwa tear up the agreement, Bai Yesheng immediately said, Wife, since you don't want a divorce, then agree to my request, and take the money to invest in Xiaoyang. Jiang Kaiwa laughed angrily. Haha. Very well. You guys are all so capable, trying to threaten me, huh? Bai Sheng, have you forgotten who built this company up in the first place? What part of this company's profits has nothing to do with me? You've been a hands-off boss for so many years, and now you expect me to hand over 100 million to that unfilial son with just a word. You bastard, does he even deserve to be called one? Bai Xia couldn't hold back any longer. Mom, how can Xiaoyang not be worthy? He's family. If you think 100 million is too much, then give me 80 million, 50 million, or even 10 million. I don't want to give a single cent. Jiang Kaiwa slammed her hand on the table. That unfilial son dared to disobey me and disown me as his mother. He's ruined. Utterly ruined. Give him money, invest in him? That's a waste. Bai Shisheng raised his voice. He's my son, so what if I mistreat him? I'm happy to. If you won't give me 100 million, then give me 50 million. Otherwise divorce. Divorce right now. The situation on the scene suddenly became tense, with neither side willing to give in. Jiang Kaiwa stared intently at Bai Sheng and Bai Xia, her chest heaving. Although Sheng was still scared after graduation, he felt much better after venting his pent-up frustrations of the past few years. He also felt more confident. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth and made a decision. Wow. Bai Yuntao burst into tears. Wah, Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. We're all family, wah. His crying left Jiang Kaiwa and Bai Shisheng somewhat bewildered. Bai Yuntao took out the bank card that Jiang Kaiwa had just given him. Dad, this is the 30 million Mom gave me. Please give it to Yang Gij. I don't want to see you two arguing anymore. At worst, I won't start my own business. Yang is doing well, and he's still a source of pride for the family. I'll be happy too. Jiang Kaiwa immediately snatched the bank card and stuffed it into Bai Yuntao's pocket. Xiao Tao, what are you saying? This is money your mother gave you. How can you easily give it to that unfilial son? She turned to look at Bai Sheng. So, you guys really enjoy throwing money down the drain, don't you? I'll give it to you. 50 million, okay? Let's see how unlucky you all are. Don't cry if that rebellious son goes bankrupt one day. And this is a one-time exception. Don't think you can scare me with a divorce. If we loved each other, great. If not, so be it. When Sheng saw that Jiang Kaiwa had relented, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the target was not achieved, at least 50 million was raised. The money was received, but the two sides parted on bad terms. Back in the room, Bai Ting asked Bai Yuntao, puzzled, what were you doing? Weren't you helping Bai Yang just now? Bai Yuntao glared at her and said, help him? Am I out of my mind? Didn't you see? Dad divorced Jiang Kaiwa just to invest in Bai Yang. If they really break up, will the Bai Group stock price still be worthwhile? I'm still counting on getting money from the Bai family. and I'm even going to inherit it. Do you want to leave me a mess? Pretending to cry now to gain sympathy and give them a way out will at least improve my impression of them and do Bai Xia and the others a favor. After hearing this, Bai Ting also agreed and said, Humph, it's just that brat Bai Yang got off easy. Let him off easy. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Yuntao's eyes. Impossible. I'll make him pay sooner or later. I'll make sure he's dead. Bai Ting said, It's good that you have this determination. Don't worry, the milk powder factory project is about to be launched. Once the money from the other investors arrives, I'll transfer 30 million to you too. With that, you'll start with almost 100 million, which will definitely allow you to surpass Bai Yang. Bai Yuntao grasped her hand and nodded vigorously. Another week passed, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Bai Yang finally had time to restart Douyin's expansion. Over the past month, Douyin has updated its youth mode, limiting the usage time for children, especially students, and introducing a large number of knowledge-based courses. Now, when people open Douyin, TikTok, in addition to watching interesting short videos, they can also see many free open course videos. These measures have garnered widespread praise from many mainstream media outlets. With these endorsements, Douyin's development momentum is even better than before. In just 1 week, we gained 300,000 new users. At this rate, we'll have nearly 1 million more users every month. In the office, Su Yu, holding a tablet computer, exclaimed excitedly, Bai Yang, we're a sensation this time. You were right. You really have changed the world. This is history. Having lived 2 lives, Bai Yang's reaction was a bit more composed than hers. During the growth process, we must also pay attention to quality. In addition, once we arrive in Beijing, we will also need to recruit new teams. But we need to balance the treatment of the old and new employees from Yunqing. It would be bad if there were internal conflicts. The salary structure also needs to be adjusted to give everyone a good raise and create a stable incentive mechanism. Bai Yang always thinks about management issues. He knows that human nature is uncontrollable. With the development of the internet and the explosive growth in smartphone sales, Douyin's rapid development is unstoppable. The larger the scale and the larger the team, the more careful management is required. Su Yu patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll help you with these. Just then, a phone call came in. Su Yu picked up her phone. Hello, Mr. Su? Upon hearing that it was Su Xiang calling, Bai Yang also looked up. Su Yu glanced at Bai Yang. Yes, he's here, okay. She pressed the microphone at the bottom of her phone. Boss Su said he has something important to discuss with you, and his tone was quite serious, so watch your words. Bai Yang was a little puzzled. He was doing well with Douyin, so what other big thing could be happening? Hello, Mr. Su, it's me. Chapter 103 Thunderclap. Su Shihing's tone was calm. Bai Yang, do you remember when I mentioned a joint venture milk powder factory to you? Bai Yang suddenly remembered. Su Xiang had previously asked him to invest together. However, Bai Yang felt that the project was not very reliable, so he did not participate. Instead, he asked Su Xiang to take out the 500 million yuan he had invested. I remember, so what? Why is Su Xiang coming to our door to discuss this matter now? Su Xiang laughed. You were absolutely right. The company New Zealand has been exposed for having problems with their whey protein concentrate. They have already apologized and started a global product recall. Not only that, the authorities have decided to stop importing their milk powder. Now that project is basically brain dead. Thanks to you. I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, that 500 million might have really gone down the drain. After hearing this, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Mr. Su, you're too kind. I was just guessing at the time, and I was just lucky. Su Xiang added, doing business is like fighting a war. Those who survive are just lucky. You have this kind of luck, which is also a kind of talent, ha ha ha. Also, your Douyin account is doing quite well lately. Many of my friends are very interested in it. I'll introduce you to it sometime. He was naturally happy. We invested over 100 million yuan initially, and it's already showing initial results. If Douyin grows even stronger, we might get more than 10 times the return in a few years. By the way, I have another friend named Li Wenbin. He also specializes in investment and has a wide network of connections in Beijing. I'll give you his number in a bit. You two can talk about him sometimes. He can speak for me too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang realized that Su Xiang intended to send a supervisor to his side. But it's all right, as long as they don't interfere too much with the business. The big investors' demands are all reasonable. Okay, Mr. Su. I will have a good talk with Mr. Li. Su Xiang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, there's something else I wanted to tell you. That means the BIS Group also invested in the milk powder factory project. These words immediately provoked Bai Yang. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Su. The Bai family also invested. That would be fun. Su Xiang smiled again. I heard you've already registered at Yanbei University. How's university life? The two chatted about everyday things for a while before saying goodbye. Su Yu seemed a little excited after learning about Su Shiheng's arrangements from Bai Yang. Mr. Su really values you. He even specially arranged an investment advisor for you. Seize this opportunity, and we're truly about to take off. Bai Yang said calmly. When it comes to taking off, let's be realistic and take it slow. However, the Bai family's investment in the milk powder factory failed. I imagine they must be feeling the pinch now. I wonder how much they lost. Su Yu immediately became interested as well. We've been sharpening our knives for so long. Isn't it time to get started? The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. As Bai Yang said, the scandal involving New Zealand's Shilon infant formula also caused a stir in the Bai family. In Jiang Caiyue's room, Bai Ting was trembling all over like a sieve, unable to lift her head. She has already invested 200 million yuan in this project. Not only that, but there have also been investments from other business owners. So in total, Jiang Caiyue sat on the bed, frowning as she looked at the news on her phone. Mom, I am in big trouble this time. Bai Ting began to sob, then said, You absolutely must save my daughter. Jiang Caiyue stared at her and asked, How much did you lose in total? Bai Ting swallowed hard. The initial investment in building the factory, as well as the production line, technology transfer. I didn't ask you to calculate the bill for me. So how much is it? Jiang Caiyue shouted impatiently. Bai Ting shuddered, then said, All these miscellaneous items add up to 800 million. 800 million. Jiang Caiyue was furious. Bai Ting, what exactly are you doing? A milk powder factory project, and you're asking for so much money. Bai Ting's face turned pale instantly. No, Mom. Please let me explain. The land used for the factory alone cost over 100 million. Jiang Caiyue rolled out of bed and snapped. Don't try to fool me. Do you think I've never done business before? Your factory, at most, has only obtained a few licenses and introduced a few production lines. The other really money-burning areas haven't even started yet. How could they have already lost 800 million? Tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Bai Ting immediately knelt down. Mom, actually what? I didn't dare to say it. At that moment, outside the door, Bai Yuntao heard Bai Ting crying loudly, and his heart skipped a beat. Inside the room, Jiang Caiyue saw Bai Ting's state and seemed to have guessed something. She squatted down and asked, You better explain yourself properly. If it's the truth, I can still find a way. But if you dare to play tricks, even if you're my daughter, or even my ancestor, I can't protect you. Bai Ting wiped away her tears and could only say, I'm with several big bosses from Hong Kong and the US. Smack! Jiang Caiyue slapped Bai Ting across the face, knocking her to the ground. You bastard! Jiang Caiyue understood. Bai Ting was actually helping people launder money. What factory project? It's a complete sham from start to finish. If the factory can be successfully established, it will be difficult to detect, and there will be opportunities to manipulate things by using shady practices such as embezzling project funds. But now that it's impossible to do it, all the illicit money is naturally difficult to launder, and all the previous investment will go down the drain. Jiang Caiyue turned her head and glared at Bai Ting. No wonder you insisted on getting Su Xiang involved, so you're after his connections with the government, so he can protect you if something goes wrong, right? You're incredibly bold. In the Xia Kingdom, business and politics cannot be too intertwined, otherwise, one will inevitably perish sooner or later. Although Bai Ting was adopted out by Jiang Caiyue when she was young, she learned business skills from Jiang Caiyue herself, and they were not much different from Bai Xia's. Jiang Caiyue never dreamed that her daughter would be so stupid. They even planned to use the Bai Group as a money laundering tool. Bai Ting burst into tears, knelt down and hugged Jiang Tsayue's leg tightly. Mom, you must save your daughter. If those bosses get angry, my daughter is finished. Jiang Kaiwa kicked her away. That's your own fault. Figure it out yourself. I'm not going to help you anymore. Bai Ting cried even harder, shouting, Mom, you abandoned me when I was little, and now you don't care about me anymore. Am I really your daughter? Jiang Kaiwa slapped him again. What do you mean? Huh? Are you saying I'm wrong? Even that rebellious son Bai Yang is smarter than you. Look how useless you are. Another five-finger mark appeared on Bai Ting's face. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she didn't answer a word. She gritted her teeth, then covered her face with her hands, just enough to hide a face that showed a resentful expression. Jiang Kaiwa took a sip of water and breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, there might actually be someone who can save you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting immediately asked in a tearful voice, Mom, really? Who is it? Jiang Kaiwa laughed. That unfilial son. Bai Ting's eyes widened. Bai Yang. Chapter 104, A Poisonous Scheme. Bai Ting thought she had misheard. What? Bai Yang. How can he be saved? Jiang Kaiwa said with a smile. Of course, we'll use money to save them. This matter is not insignificant, but it's really just a matter of money. Problems that can be solved with money aren't really problems. As long as you can cover this hole of several hundred million, you'll be fine, right? I've seen the news. His Douyin account is doing quite well now. There should be quite a few investors who want to give him money so that he can bleed money out of his pocket and settle this matter. Bai Ting remained puzzled after hearing this. Does this mean I have to personally beg Bai Yang for the money? But how could Bai Yang possibly save me? Isn't Hennet going to acknowledge us? Besides, the feud between him and me is so deep that I'm afraid she wouldn't even want to see me. Jiang Kaiwa said, Didn't you want to muddy the waters? Then drag him into it too, and he'll have no choice but to give in. Bai Ting saw a glimmer of hope and then asked, Mom, how do you tell me how to muddy the waters? Jiang Kaiwa laughed. Didn't your dad say he was going to give Bai Yang 50 million? Use the land of the milk powder factory as collateral to borrow another 50 million and make up a total of 100 million for them. Once Bai Yang takes this money, you can tamper with the contract and he'll be effectively involved in the milk powder factory project. Besides, he's still considered a member of the Bai family, so he can't deny it even if he wants to. When the time comes, let those bosses from Hong Kong and the ugly country cause trouble. Let them cause trouble for Bai Yang. This tactic of diverting the blame eastward has left no trace, and has also instilled the 5 poisons in the heart. That's a truly wicked plan. Once Bai Yang accepts this investment, it will be tantamount to utter ruin. The heavy burden of 800 million yuan could very well fall entirely on his shoulders. Bai Ting felt a chill run down her spine. It's unbelievable that Jiang Kaiwa could actually be so ruthless as to harm her own son. However, she couldn't think too much about it at that moment. Her top priority was to raise money as soon as possible. She didn't care whether it was Bai Yang's money or not. Bai Ting nodded. Okay, Mom, I'll go do it right away. After Bai Ting left, Jiang Kaiwa curled the corners of her mouth. You unfilial son, do you really think you can escape my grasp? Dream on. I'll make you cry and beg me for my life. On the other side, Bai Yang also contacted Li Wenbin, the person Su Xiong had introduced. The two had a pleasant conversation on the phone and agreed to have a meal together in a private room at a hotel. Brother Bai Yang, hello. Upon meeting, Li Wenbin warmly shook hands with Bai Yang. He looked to be in his 30s, with bright, piercing eyes and an outstanding overall demeanor, giving off a reliable vibe. Li Wenbin said with some emotion, Wow, Mr. Su was right after all. You really are a young hero. You're not even 20 years old yet, and you already have a net worth of over 100 million yuan. You're also the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Excellent. Bai Yang chuckled. Mr. Li, you're too kind. This is just the first step in a long journey. There's still a long way to go. Li Wenbin said, Good. Young people should guard against arrogance and impetuosity. I heard you've been looking for investors lately, and Mr. Su asked me to find some reliable ones. I was thinking of giving you a little something in return, so I specially invited a few over. They are all powerful entrepreneurs, angel investors, and one of them is from a prominent local family in Beijing. They're the ones who approached me this time, saying they're very interested in your Douyin project. If we get into a good chat, they might just give you 100 million, or even several hundred million. After hearing this, Bai Yang thought that Li Wenbin was indeed efficient and reliable. He raised his glass. Thank you very much, Mr. Li. I will definitely do my best. Cheers. Cheers. Li Wenbin was also in high spirits. The two chatted idly while waiting for someone. During the conversation, Bai Yang learned that Li Wenbin was also from Yinbei University and had a master's degree in economics. In terms of seniority, Bai Yang should address him as senior. Li Wenbin previously worked as a stockbroker in the United States, holding positions at several major Wall Street investment banks, including Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, where he performed quite well. Later, Su Xiang recruited him and made him an investment advisor. The two hit it off as they talked, and Li Wenbin also believed that the mobile game market in Xia country had great potential. Although his predictions on the details were not as accurate as Bai Yang's, who had been reborn, his general direction was roughly the same. Bai Yang became more and more satisfied as he listened, and even wanted to recruit Li Wenbin into his company. On the one hand, Su Xiang would definitely be satisfied, and on the other hand, the company would have a capable person to help him keep an eye on things. Just as they were having a great time chatting, there was a knock on the door of the private room. They're here, Li Wenbin said excitedly. I'll go open the door and ask the waiter to bring the food. Bai Yang nodded, then tidied his appearance, intending to make a good impression on the upcoming investors. Bai Yang, this is Mr. Jiang Tao, CEO of Jiangshang Group. This gentleman next to him is his son-in-law, Mr. Bai Sheng, and his daughter, Bai Xia. What a coincidence, you share the same surname. You were family 500 years ago. Upon hearing this, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Bai Yang turned around and saw that it was indeed Bai Sheng and his daughter, as well as Jiang Caiyue's father, Jiang Tao. Almost instantly, the smile on Bai Yang's face vanished, and his eyes turned icy cold. Jiang Tao and Bai Sheng, father and daughter, looked at Bai Yang with rather subtle expressions. When Bai Sheng looked at Bai Yang now, the sternness and dislike he used to have were gone, replaced by a fatherly kindness and gaze. Bai Xia was hoping Bai Yang would change his mind, so she took the initiative to greet him, Bai Yang. But to Bai Yang, all of this was so disgusting and nauseating. Come, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, please have a seat. Li Wenbin said with a smile. I just talked to Bai Yang, and this young man is really good. You will all like him too. Then we can all work together to make our business bigger and stronger, and create new glories. When Bai Sheng heard others praising his son like that, he was naturally very happy as a father. Really? Actually, I knew Bai Yang was going to be very successful the moment I saw him. Ha ha. Jiang Tao looked at Bai Yang and said, yes, to have achieved this much before the age of 20 is quite remarkable. He can be considered an outstanding individual. Li Wenbin was even happier and turned to look at Bai Yang. How about it, Junior? I told you they thought highly of you, didn't I? Please have a seat, everyone. We can eat and chat together in a bit. Bai Yang coldly replied. Senior, if they want to eat, let them go outside. I'm paying for this meal. I'm only treating people to a meal. I won't feed the food to the dogs. Chapter 105, He's Still a Young Master. Bai Yang's words were like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's heads. Bai Sheng and Bai Xia looked extremely embarrassed. Li Wenbin was puzzled. Junior, what are you saying? Mr. Jiang and Mr. Bai are both powerful investors, so you should be more polite to them. Then he apologized to Bai Sheng and the others, saying, I'm sorry, we had a little wine while we were waiting for you all to come over. Bai Yang is still young, and he might be seeing things after drinking. Please don't take offense. He found it strange, because Bai Yang had just spoken very appropriately, and his emotional intelligence and IQ were both on point. Why did your expression change so suddenly? Jiang Tao grunted and said, I wouldn't stoop to the level of a child. Bai Yang, let's keep business as it is. Why are you so emotional? Bai Yang said, am I wrong? I'm paying the bill, so of course I have the right to decide who to invite and who not to invite. If I had known it was you people coming, I would have preferred to feed these thousands of dollars to the dogs. Bai Sheng said anxiously. Xiaoyang, how can you talk to your grandfather like that? Bai Xia also said, Xiaoyang, that's enough. We've already gone this far. Why are you still unwilling to let go? And we're not here to harm you. We're here to help you. At this point, Li Wenbin finally realized what was going on. He exclaimed in surprise, "Waity, you really are a family? Wasn't Bai Yang supposed to be from a humble background? He's actually a young master?" This is not his fault, since the Bai family has never publicly revealed Bai Yang's identity. Bai Yang has always claimed that his biological parents died suddenly, so Li Wenbin didn't pay much attention to this matter. "No," Bai Yang said. "I'm not related to them. I'm not that unlucky." Jiang Tao frowned and said, "Bai Yang, I don't agree with many of your mother's ways of doing things and her behavior, but there is one thing she said that is very true. That means you will always be a member of the Bai family. The blood of the Jiang family and the Bai family flows in your veins." Bai Yang shouted again, "Bullshit. I already returned the blood to Jiang Kaiwei. They both signed the agreement to sever ties. I sever all ties with the Bai family, and especially with your Jiang family. I'll say it one last time. My dad's name is Zhang Xuebiao, and my mom's name is Feng Yuan. I really don't know anything about the Bai family or the Jiang family. If my household registration wasn't still pending, I would have changed my name long ago. Now get out of here." The atmosphere on the scene became incredibly tense and highly charged. Li Wenbin knew he should be outside, not inside. Junior, I'll stand outside for a bit, you guys chat." After saying that, he took a pack of cigarettes and went out. He gently closed the door when he left. Jiang Tao then spoke up, "Bai Yang, we came here to invest in you. Is this how you treat your investors? Your dad and sister even came over to persuade me to invest 300 million in you. They're even offering to contribute another 100 million to you. This is real gold and silver. There's no way we'd fake it. Do you think we'd use money to harm you?" Bai Sheng chimed in, "That's right. Xiaoyang, you know your mom's personality. How much effort and sacrifice would it take for me to persuade her? And at first she was only willing to give 50 million, but then Shouting came and added another 50 million. Shouting has been by your mother's side recently, and her intentions may be the same as your mother's. We've already been very sincere. Do you think this money is poison, that we're trying to harm you? This is 100 million. Bai Xia also said, "Yes, Xiaoyang, Dad really tried his best this time. He even divorced Mom to get money from the company to invest in you. Aren't you even a little bit moved?" Bai Yang chuckled. Fine. The Zhang family gives 300 million. The Bai family gives 100 million. What? Are you trying to buy my dignity with 400 million, or are you asking me to give you a break in return? Let me tell you, dream on. I will never forgive anyone from the Bai family or the Zhang family in my entire life. I remember all the pain you caused me." Jiang Tao was furious. "Bai Yang, are you ever going to stop? It was Xiao Yu who abused you, and the Bai family too. What did our Jiang family ever do to you?" Bai Xia burst into tears. "Yes, Xiaoyang, you can't let your hatred extend to Grandpa and the others just because Mom is from the Jiang family. We made mistakes before, and we'll change them. As long as you're willing to come home, you can have anything you want. Grandpa is so old, and he's still worried about you. How can you treat him like this? There's a reason for every wrong, and a debtor for every debt. You can't condemn everyone just because you made a mistake, can you?" Bai Yang looked at Bai Xia as if she were an idiot. This woman really thinks she's some kind of saint who can save everything. Is the Jiang family innocent? Bai Yang stared at Jiang Tao. Why did Jiang Kaiwei abandon me back then? Why did she treat me like an enemy? Doesn't the Jiang family know this themselves? Jiang Tao, do you think you're so clean? Your entire Jiang family is guilty of heinous crimes. These words struck Bai Sheng and Bai Xia like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Tao's pupils shrank. His complexion looked obviously off, and his palms were sweaty. Dad, Bai Yang, what does he mean by this? Bai Shixing's eyes widened. It was you who abandoned Kaiwei back then. Fart. Jiang Tao, unusually, swore and pointed at Bai Yang. What does a little brat like him know? Has he ever seen me before he was 18? Has he ever left Yunqing? You believe what he says? Where's your brain? This series of questions finally left Bai Sheng completely bewildered. It wasn't until he realized what was going on that Bai Yang's words were indeed unfounded. Bai Xia then added, Xiaoyang, you can't always be so impulsive. What good does it do you? Grandpa has connections and resources in Beijing, and he has more experience in business than Mom. He can definitely help you. Jiang Tao also began to analyze for Bai Yang. Bai Yang, don't think that if you continue to do Douyin like this, everything will go smoothly. Let me tell you, I haven't seen 1,000 projects like Douyin. I've seen 800. Do you know what it was like back in 2000, during the dot-com bubble? How many tech companies died then? Weren't they much more successful than you are now? In Yunqing, you might be considered a celebrity, but in Beijing, you're nothing. Do you realize how much risk you're in, and how terrible it would be if things went wrong? We came here out of kindness to defuse your mind, and you call us dogs. I think you're the one biting the hand that feeds you, not a kind person at all. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang not only remained calm, but also laughed. Jiang Tao, you guys are supposed to help me defuse the mines? I think all you're good at is planting mines for me. You dared to poison your own daughter? You're the most inhuman beast ever. I can't trust someone like you. Chapter 106, Take Care of Me. Bai Yang's words surprised everyone present. What does it mean to poison one's own daughter? Bai Xing looked at Bai Yang with a surprised expression and was somewhat angry. Bai Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Your maternal grandfather only had one daughter, and that's your mother. Isn't she alive and well now? Jiang Tao said in a deep voice. Bai Yang, was it because I was too tolerant of you before that you thought I was too easy to talk to? My patience has its limits. Don't cross my line. Bai Xia quickly said. Grandpa, please don't be too angry. Xiao Yang may be under a lot of pressure lately, and it's possible that he's just talking nonsense. Jiang Tao retorted, high pressure? Does high pressure give you the right to talk nonsense? Do you know how much his words will affect my reputation, and even ours? Upon hearing this, Bai Xia immediately turned to Bai Yang and said, Xiao Yang, did you hear that? Quickly apologize to Grandpa, and say you'll never do it again. Bai Yang laughed. Do you think this is a fight between elementary school kids? You think everything will be fine after an apology? If Jiang Tao thinks I'm talking nonsense, he can sue me. Let's see if he dares. In his previous life as a spirit, Bai Yang witnessed the destruction of the Bai and Jiang families and knew about some of the absurd things they did. For example, Jiang Tao once tried to poison Jiang Kaiwa. The fact that the father and daughter have fallen out to this extent is naturally a disgrace to the family and a secret that should not be known to others. Jiang Tao frowned. You think I really can't do anything to you? You know nothing. Bai Yang said coldly. You have a way? Then try it. Back then, it's impossible that no one suspected you. Let's make a big fuss and see who benefits more. Jiang Tao was speechless for a moment, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Bai Yang continued to press his advantage. For the sake of your family's interests, you were even capable of such a heinous act against your own daughter. What she's doing now is exactly the same. So you Jiang family members are indeed birds of a feather, and the practice of harming your own flesh and blood has been passed down from generation to generation. At this point, Bai Shixing seemed to remember something, his face filled with shock. He felt like a deflated balloon, as if he had lost all his strength. Bai Xia noticed that Jiang Tao and Bai Shixing's expressions were off, and they seemed to have lost their strength, so she immediately sensed something was wrong. Could it be that Jiang Tao really did it? You little beast. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and said angrily, then turned to leave. Wait. Bai Yang stopped him, a smirk playing on his lips. Can't even handle this? Let me tell you a saying even a child knows. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Jiang Tao's face quickly turned red. But at this moment, he had more questions in his mind. That means Bai Yang was still so young, and when those things happened, he was at an age where he didn't understand anything at all. How did he know so much? The only explanation is that there was a traitor in the Jiang family. It was that traitor who told Bai Yang many things. Bai Yang, I can't be bothered to argue with you, but you better watch out. The waters around the capital are deep. Don't drown here one day. Bai Yang chuckled. Those who drown are usually good swimmers. You'd better watch out. I'll say it again. I won't let either the Bai family or the Jiang family get away with it. Once I grow up, none of you will be able to escape. Jiang Tao glared fiercely at Bai Yang, then strode away. Bai Xing followed him listlessly after graduation. Bai Xia looked at Bai Yang with red eyes and opened her mouth as if to say something. But with utter helplessness, she let out a sigh and finally left as well. After they had all left, Li Wenbin strode in from outside. Oh dear, Bai Yang. I'm so sorry, I really didn't know. Li Wenbin wasn't stupid. He now fully understood. This family was not simple, and they were rife with conflicts. However, he was also pleasantly surprised. If Bai Yang was the grandson of the Jiang family and the young master of the Bai family, then his potential was truly astonishing. No wonder Su Xiong values him so much. Bai Yang said calmly, Senior, ignorance is no excuse. Let's just consider this a misunderstanding. Just be more careful next time. I hope our cooperation can be more pleasant, and that what happened today won't happen again. He had to give Su Xiong face, but seeing Bai Sheng and the others suddenly made Bai Yang feel disgusted. In particular, they put on an act of "we're here to help you. Do you think you can buy my forgiveness with just a few $100 million? That's a dream. Bai Yang will never forgive these people in his entire life. Some hatreds are like that, they never die. Li Wenbin was stunned by the murderous aura emanating from Bai Yang and said with embarrassment, Don't worry, Junior. I promise it won't happen again. There are plenty of investors in Beijing. I guarantee I can find you someone even more powerful. Bai Yang smiled after hearing this. Then thank you, Senior. But since we're on the topic, I suppose you're quite familiar with the investment scene in Beijing, right? Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin revealed a smug smile. Junior, I'm not bragging. Aside from some things that can't be said, I can dig up a lot of inside information about the venture capital scene in Beijing. I'm often invited to dinner by reporters who all want to get some juicy gossip out of me. Even on the official side, I have several classmates who work in the system, so getting things done and gathering information is very easy for them. Bai Yang smiled. In that case, I'll speak frankly. The Bai family has an adopted son named Bai Yuntao. He is currently preparing to start his own business. I would like to ask you to keep an eye on the details. I'm his older brother. I should at least look after him. Li Wenbin noticed his somewhat creepy smile and immediately realized what was going on. Oh, I see, Junior. Since we're friends now, this little favor is no problem at all. Bai Yang smiled and nodded, then took out a bag of roast duck that he had brought with him. Of course I can't let you work for nothing, Senior. The roast duck here is delicious. You should try it. If you like it, I'll bring it back next time. Li Wenbin was a little puzzled, thinking that Bai Yang was not such a petty person. Was he? When he took the bag, he sensed something was wrong. It's a bit heavy. Li Wenbin was stunned when he looked down into the bag. There was no duck meat inside. It was all bundles of 100 yuan bills wrapped around a few gold bars. Li Wenbin understood immediately and nodded. Junior, you're too kind. Don't worry. I'll make sure someone takes good care of your brother. Bai Yang raised his glass. Then thank you very much, Senior. The two enjoyed a pleasant meal together and discussed their upcoming investment plans. On the other side, in the car on the way back, Bai Xia couldn't help but ask Bai Sheng a question. Dad, about what Xiaoyang Sato, you know something about it. Chapter 107 Tiger Poison Eats Seeds. At first, Sheng tried to brush it off. What's wrong? Xiaoyang talked a lot today. Bai Xia said. It's about Grandpa trying to poison Mom. You seem to know a little about it, is it true? Bai Sheng frowned, looking as if he had aged several years. He kept tugging at his head and said, I'm not really sure either. I thought your mom was just making things up. And then how did Bai Yang find out? Bai Xia quickly stopped the car and asked, Dad, please tell me in detail what happened. She couldn't believe it at first either. It turns out that this really happened. Bai Sheng sighed. Actually, when your mother was 10 years old, she almost died from metal poisoning. Your mom said the murderer is very likely your maternal grandfather. Bai Xia's eyes widened, and her face turned deathly pale. She was still in shock and couldn't accept it at all. Why did Jiang Tao do this? What could have driven him to such a cruel act against his own child? Bai Sheng continued. This matter was actually brought up by your mother when she was drunk one time. At the time, I thought she was talking nonsense. Your maternal grandfather was the eldest son in the Jiang family, but his first child was a daughter, your mother. He wanted your maternal grandmother to have another child because the Jiang family has always had men inherit the family business, and he didn't want to break this tradition. The problem is that your maternal grandmother is worried that if she really gives birth to a boy, your maternal grandfather will treat his daughter badly. She is also in poor health and is afraid that if she passes away one day, there will be no one to protect her daughter. So she is determined not to have a second child. Your grandfather is very angry. At this point, Bai Sheng dared not continue. This man's weakness is ingrained in his bones. He dares not speak of important matters without supporting evidence, nor does he dare to take responsibility for them. But Bai Xia had guessed it. Grandpa wanted to poison Mom to force Grandma to have a son. This can't be right. Are there really parents like this in the world? Bai Shishing sighed. When your mother was 10 years old, your maternal grandfather's younger brother had a son. Instead, perhaps he was worried that the Jiang family's business would be taken away by someone else in the future. These are all things your mother told me. When they found out she was poisoned, the whole Jiang family was in an uproar, and there is still no conclusion. Later, your maternal grandmother also passed away. According to your mother, your maternal grandmother was driven to death by your maternal grandfather after she learned the truth. At the time, I thought she was talking nonsense because she was drunk. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia trembled all over, and her teeth chattered. This is absolutely unbelievable. Is it really worth sacrificing your daughter just to have a boy? As a woman herself, Bai Xia felt an unusual surge of anger. Bai Sheng gestured for her to lower her voice. Xia, you're so young. What do you know? That's how it was more than 40 years ago. Your grandfather did it for a reason, although it was wrong. There were some reasons for it. That's what you call the limitations of the times. Don't be so impulsive. Bai Xia said, Dad, wrong is wrong. Killing is wrong, but killing your own flesh and blood is even more wrong. If that's really the case, then Xiaoyang is absolutely right. No matter what happens to Grandpa in the future, he will deserve what he got. Bai Shishing got anxious. What are you saying? How disrespectful. You can say these things to me, but you absolutely cannot say them in front of your grandfather. Xiaoyang's situation is already chaotic enough. Don't be out of touch with reality. Bai Xia was about to retort, but after mentioning Bai Yang, she immediately thought of a key point. Then how did Xiaoyang find out about this? Bai Shishing shook his head, puzzled. I don't know either. Logically speaking, he shouldn't know about this. After your mother told me this while she was drunk, she made me swear an oath the next day that I was not allowed to talk about it anywhere else. Could it be that Suyu helped him find out? Bai Xia dismissed the idea. Impossible. The Su family has a grudge against the Bai family. If they really had this dirt on us, they would have spread it all over the world long ago. Why would they wait until today? There's only one possibility. Perhaps someone within the Jiang family leaked this information. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishing asked in confusion, Did someone from the Jiang family leak this information? Bai Xia began to analyze. Dad, after Grandma passed away, didn't Grandpa remarry? And he had a son and a daughter, who are my second uncle and my aunt. Don't you remember how furious Mom was about this back then? She was so angry she almost had to be hospitalized. Shortly before Bai Yang was born, Jiang Tao, who was already over 60 years old, suddenly married a woman 20 years younger than him, and they soon had a child. After Jiang Kaiwa found out, she cursed and drank heavily for more than a month, and no one has dared to mention it since. Bai Sheng said, Oh, and then asked, So you mean, it was your second uncle or your aunt who told Bai Yang? Bai Xia shook her head speechlessly. No. How old was my mom when my second uncle and aunt were born? How would they know? Besides, second uncle is the undisputed heir to the Jiang family. What good would it do him to reveal this? It can only be Grandpa's younger brother. He was originally supposed to inherit the Jiang family's billions in assets, but now that opportunity is gone, he'll definitely try to cause trouble. I suspect that he's secretly contacted Bai Yang. Bai Shishing swallowed hard, his Adam's apple trembling slightly. So, Xiaoyang's company is doing so well, and he even got investment from Boss Zut's, actually someone from the Jiang family, pushing things along. Bai Xia's eyes were filled with worry. That's probably it. This also explains why Xiaoyang resolutely cut ties with his grandfather and mother, why he was able to make Douyin a big and powerful company, and why he dared to go against his grandfather. Xiaoyang got involved a long time ago, and he even got involved in the grudges of the previous generation. After hearing this, Sheng leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. What a tragedy, what a tragedy. At this point, the Bai family father and daughter deduced the so-called truth themselves. It turned out that the source of everything was actually Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao's obsession with having a son led to a series of mistakes. Graduation felt somewhat hopeless. This is a feud that has lasted for over 40 years, and there is almost no way to resolve it. Even her own son, Bai Yong, became a pawn in this game. Bai Xia said, "Dad, we have to do something. Xiao Yang is so young, we can't let him get involved. Otherwise, his life might be ruined." Bai Shishing thought the same thing, but he had absolutely no clue what to do. "That's true, but what can we do?" Bai Xia gritted her teeth. "We are going to the Jiang family. No matter what, I must save my younger brother." Chapter 108: Chaos in the Bai family. On the other side, after confronting Jiang Tao, Bai Yang's life went quite smoothly, with good news coming almost every day. First of all, Douyin's data is very impressive, with over 3 million users and monthly advertising revenue exceeding 1 million. Furthermore, Bai Yang also integrated some mini-games and mini-programs into Douyin. This move predates WeChat by several years and quickly generated a huge surge in traffic. Many people exclaimed in surprise, "You can actually play it like that?" Investors flocked to the company, and Li Wenbin and Su Yu's phones were ringing off the hook. After a joint evaluation by the three individuals, they accepted a total investment of 1.6 billion from the three people. A boy who is still in college can make such a big move, get such a big investment, and have such a brilliant idea. It's impossible for Bai Yang not to become famous. In addition, Bai Yang himself does not directly accept media interviews and deliberately keeps a low profile in his daily life, which makes people even more curious and interested in him. As a result, Douyin and Bai Yang became increasingly well known within the industry, and basically anyone with hot money in hand would want to invest in them. Some people are urging Bai Yang to quickly take Douyin public so that he can earn more money. But Bai Yang had no intention of doing so. On the one hand, the domestic A-share market is truly magical. Given his own insufficient strength, Bai Yang did not want to confront those demons and monsters. On the other hand, he now wants to use the funds at hand to make more investments, but he can't be too blatant about it. Once listed, these investment activities will all be public. A tall tree catches the wind, and who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Besides these reasons, Bai Yang also hopes to have more time for himself. In his previous life, he did not enjoy his university years, nor was he able to spend enough time with his adoptive parents and their family. Now that I have the ability, money, and free time, why not enjoy it? Let's give the Bai family a little shock and see them collapse on their own. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And soon, what he had asked Su Yu to do began to show results. After the New Zealand milk powder scandal broke, Bai Ting tried her best to keep a low profile, constantly calling the investors to explain and promising a reasonable explanation. But almost overnight, a lot of negative reports about the BIS group appeared, all talking about the failure of this milk powder factory investment. The stock market is a place where emotions run the furthest. After the news came out, the stock price of the BIS group plummeted. Originally priced at 21 yuan per share, it has fallen below 15 yuan per share in just half a month, a drop of nearly 50%. The market value of the Bai Group has shrunk by nearly half. Many investors are calling to question Bai Xia and Bai Ting, and some are even coming to their door to hurl insults. As the largest shareholder, Jiang Kaiwei was naturally very upset. On this day, Jiang Kaiwei gathered all the members of the Bai family. Bai Xia and Bai Ting were in charge of the company's operations and stood at the front, while Bai Xia and Bai Yun, who didn't understand these things, followed behind, trembling with fear. Although Bai Shisheng is a hands-off manager, he still has a seat on the board of directors, so he has to be involved as well. Although his relationship with Jiang Kaiwei was still awkward, he had no choice but to listen to his wife when faced with such a major event. Bai Yuntao wasn't there. He was busy working on his own live streaming software, so this matter had nothing to do with him, and Jiang Kaiwei didn't ask him to come. Sitting there, Jiang Kaiwei read the online reports and couldn't help but curse, that unfilial son. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting immediately asked, "Mom, do you mean Bai Yang was behind this?" Jiang Kaiwei angrily retorted, "Who else could it be but him? He's the only one in the whole world who wants us to die a horrible death. You ungrateful wretch. I should have strangled him back then." Hearing this, Bai Xia couldn't hold back anymore. "Mom, put yourself in my shoes. What kind of parents curse their own children?" Thinking of Jiang Tao and looking at Jiang Kaiwei in front of her, Bai Xia really couldn't understand. Both of them were almost killed by their parents, so why couldn't Jiang Kaiwei be more understanding of Bai Yang? What's more, they are mother and son. Jiang Kaiwei slammed her hand on the table. You still want to defy me and go help that unfilial son? The company has lost billions in market value. As the general manager, aren't you worried at all? Are you even going to speak up for others? Bai Xia looked at Bai Ting. Mom, the milk powder factory project wasn't my responsibility. If you're going to get angry, you should target the right person. I never thought this would work out from the start. Bai Ting's eyes widened. Big sister, what are you saying? How was I supposed to know this would happen? Everyone says foreign milk powder is good, and that company, New Zealand Milk Powder, is a Fortune 500 company. Who would have thought they would actually be involved in a tainted milk powder scandal? This is a black swan event, an accident. It's not my fault. Bai Xia then said. You rushed into an investment of several hundred million without thinking. When Boss Su withdrew his investment, you should have done your due diligence first. Bai Ting retorted. Boss Su withdrew his investment because Bai Yang was gossiping behind his back. Boss Su was only able to avoid this accident because he was very lucky. Besides, if Bai Yang hadn't been so talkative, and if Boss Su hadn't also invested money, with his influence, even if something went wrong, the construction of this milk powder factory wouldn't have stopped. To be honest, we should blame Bai Yang. He started by causing trouble, and now he's made a huge fuss about it. It's clearly revenge against us. Bai Xia's voice rose. That's poisoned milk powder. It's a matter of life and death. Who has the power to suppress it? If Boss Su knew you dragged him into this, he'd probably crush you with a single finger. How can you blame this on Bai Yang? Bai Ting, have you lost your conscience? Bai Ting, let me tell you, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Your misjudgment and reckless actions have caused the company's stock price to plummet, which is a mistake. Unable to argue back, Bai Ting panicked and burst into tears. Mom, look, this eldest sister, she's clearly helping Bai Yang. Bai Yang is harming us like this, and eldest sister still wants to help him, sob sob sob. I don't understand. I started this project to help my family make money, so why does the person who does the most work suffer the most injustice? Jiang Kaiwei grew impatient and shouted, Shut up! Shut up! All of you shut up! I sent you here to solve the problem, and you're just trying to shift the blame onto me, aren't you? Fine, fine, you're all right, I'm wrong, okay? There's some rebellious son outside who wants me dead, and now you're trying to drive me to my death, aren't you? Bai Xia and Bai Ting then shut up and glared at each other. Jiang Kaiwei stood up and looked at Bai Yuxing. Didn't you say you were going to give that unfilial son 100 million? Has the rebellious son been taken in yet? Chapter 109, I'm here to Schadenfreude. After Jiang Kaiwei asked this question, Bai Shixing remembered that he had contacted Bai Yang last time, but because of Jiang Tao's matter, he had not reported the situation to Jiang Kaiwei. This, Bai Xing stammered. Bai Yang didn't accept it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Caiyue's eyes widened. What did you say? He confiscated it? How is that possible? Bai Xia sighed. Mom, why do you think Xiao Yang will accept this money? Jiang Kaiwei said, why not accept it? Doesn't he need the money right now? We're giving him money now, 100 million yuan, which is already a huge concession. It's practically a gift to him. Of course he should accept it and feel grateful. Could it be that he can find other investors besides us? Bai Xia found Jiang Caiyue's thought process to be quite unbelievable. She still refuses to accept the fact that Bai Yang is powerful? Mom, it's not what you think. As soon as Xiaoyang saw us, he wanted us to leave immediately. Bai Xia's eyes reddened. Before we even mentioned the investment, he told us to get out. Grandpa was there too, but Xiaoyang didn't give us any face at all. A hint of doubt flashed in Jiang Caiyue's eyes, as if she couldn't believe what Bai Xia was saying. Bai Ting felt even more panicked. If Bai Yang refused to accept the money, then she wouldn't be able to shift the blame for the failed investment. Moreover, 50 million of that money was obtained by mortgaging the land of the milk powder factory. What will happen if they can't repay it? Jiang Kaiwei then added, that unfilial son is truly insane. He'd even refuse an investment that was offered to him, all to defy me. Is there really anyone willing to invest in his money-losing video software? No way. Bai Xia said loudly. Mom, put aside your prejudices. Xiaoyang isn't as bad as you think. If you don't believe me, just search the news. Now, everyone says he's a genius young entrepreneur. His Douyin, TikTok, is the most innovative idea in recent years, second only to the Apple mobile phone. Just a few days ago, he secured a huge amount of funding, over a billion yuan. Now his Douyin account is valued at over 10 billion yuan. Mom, can't you see any of this? These words struck like a series of brutal blows, hitting the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Tsayue's lips drooped, and her eyes widened. Bai Wen and Bai Yun covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't imagine how Bai Yang had achieved such success in just 1 month. Are there really that many idiots in the world? Jiang Kaiwei turned around, her voice trembling slightly. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her eyes were no longer as resolute as before. Bai Xia said, Mom, open your eyes and look carefully. We've really fallen far behind Xiaoyang. If I don't repair my relationship with him as soon as possible, I don't even want to think about what the consequences will be once he matures. Jiang Kaiwei turned around and glared at her. What do you mean? Do you mean I'll lose to him? If that's really the case, I'd rather kill myself by banging my head against a wall. Just then, the nanny knocked on the door and said loudly, Madam, there's a young man named Bai Yang outside. He says he's here to see you and the young ladies. Bai Yang is here? Jiang Kaiwei frowned. This rebellious son still has some ambition? Well, he's walked right into our trap. Bai Xia quickly stopped her. Mom, maybe Xiaoyang came here to clear up a misunderstanding? Don't be impulsive. She was very happy to learn that Bai Yang was coming. Emotional abuse is 1,000 times, 100 times, more damaging than verbal abuse. If Bai Yang is willing to talk to them, then there is still hope. Bai Ting quickly added, Yes, Mom, if there really is some misunderstanding, it's good to clear things up now. If Bai Yang is willing to help, all the current problems will be solved. Didn't you say before that you wanted Bai Yang to join in and share the responsibility? Bai Xia sensed something was wrong. You were thinking about Bai Yang getting involved? What does that mean? Jiang Kaiwei glared at Bai Ting, her heart filled with hatred for this useless teammate's daughter. When Bai Ting realized she had said the wrong thing, her face turned ashen. She then tried to make amends, saying, No, it was I who thought of asking Bai Yang for help, to have him do something for the family. He's still the Bai family's son. Shouldn't he make some contributions? Bai Sheng finally spoke up. All right. As long as Xiaoyang is willing to come, why argue here? Jiang Kaiwei sat back down coldly and said, I don't want to see him. You can go yourselves. I feel like throwing up just looking at that unfilial son. Bai Xia sighed softly, then quickly walked out. The others followed, wanting to go see Bai Yang. After everyone had left, Jiang Kaiwei stretched out her trembling hand and began typing the keywords Bai Yang and Douyin into the search engine. When they got downstairs, Bai Xia and the others saw Bai Yang sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, followed by 2 tall and burly bodyguards. Bai Xia smiled and said, Xiaoyang, you finally decided to come see us? That's great. We haven't had a proper get-together since we arrived in the capital. Shall we have dinner here tonight? Bai Yang gave a cold laugh. I have no interest in dinner, but if it's Jiang Tsayue's banquet, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions, and Bai Shixing even glanced uneasily upstairs. Although he wasn't as afraid of his wife as before, he was still worried that he couldn't handle Jiang Tsayue's temper. Bai Wen stepped forward and said, Xiaoyang, how can you say that? Now that you've come all this way, and the whole family is reunited, you should talk things out. Bai Yun also said, That's right. Xiaoyang, we heard your business is doing well. We were all just happy for you. We're even happier that you've taken the initiative to come back. Everyone says don't forget your friends when you become rich and powerful. Can't you at least treat us a little better? Bai Yang's gaze grew even colder. A family reunion? That can't be right. My dear second sister, isn't that little brat Bai Yuntao gone? In your heart, he's your only brother, isn't he? He's not here, so you two can't reunite, right? Have you gone stupid from reading too much? Upon hearing this, Bai Wen blushed with embarrassment, feeling as if he were being fried in oil. Then Bai Yang said loudly, Listen carefully. I'm here for 8 words. Watching the fire from across the river, gloating over the misfortune. Bai Xia's pupils dilated in shock, and she said, You Xiaoyang, what do you mean? Just now, Jiang Kaiwei was speculating that Bai Yang was behind this media storm. Lacking evidence, Bai Xia and others did not investigate further. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Yang who exposed it himself. Bai Yang added, "My foolish sister, all this negative news about you is because of my constant propaganda. Not only that, I did this because I want to see your Bai family and the Bai clan come to ruin. You are not very important to me." Chapter 1 Tinjiang Kaiwa. Your time is running out. Bai Yang's words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Unexpectedly, he actually started taking revenge on his own family. Bai Yang said, "I'm here to poke your lungs. This is just the beginning. There's more to come, so just wait and see." Bai Ting was initially very angry, then said, How could you do this? You will be punished for what you've done." Bai Yang sneered, "I'll get my comeuppance. Why don't you talk about yourself? Was that investment you made really that clean? Besides, I was just repeating what you did and the mistakes you made. What did I do wrong?" Bai Ting was furious. "This didn't have to be such a big deal. It's all your fault. You have to compensate us." Bai Yang shouted, "You have no right to talk to me like that. Listen up. I'm here to tell you that from today onwards, I'm going to bankrupt the entire Bai family. None of you will have an easy time. You won't allow me to change my household registration? Then bear the consequences of my anger." The scene was deathly silent, and the Bai family members were terrified. Bai Sheng said, "Bai Yang, why are you treating us like this? Have we really been so mean to you over the past year that it's unforgivable? We've already lowered our stance, begged you to come home, and given you money. Isn't that enough?" Bai Yun said, "Xiaoyang, you are being really too vicious." Bai Yang glared at her. "Me vicious? I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. I remember every single thing you did to me, exploiting, abusing, bullying, and ignoring me. Why do you want to take me back now? Isn't it just because I'm rich now and have my own company? If it weren't for that, would you even give me a second glance? Take you for example, Bai Yun. If I were still the same Bai Yang who was living under someone else's roof and pitifully dependent on you, how would you speak to me today, and what would you do to me?" Bai Yun was speechless for a moment. With tears welling up in her eyes, Bai Xia said, "Xiaoyang, that's enough, really enough. Let's not argue like this anymore. We're all family. Come back. We won't do anything wrong to your company or your business. On the contrary, your family will help you and give you guidance, and even your maternal grandfather's side will lend a hand. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? Why make everyone unhappy?" Bai Yang said calmly, "I just want to make you all unhappy. If you're unhappy, I'll be happy. Now get Jiang Kaiwei out here." Bai Sheng clenched his fist and stepped forward, saying, "Bai Yang, you can't talk about your biological mother and your sisters like that." Bai Yang didn't dodge, but instead stepped forward and pointed to his head. "Come on, try hitting me." Bidding down, Sheng was stunned. In the past, he would have fought without hesitation, and he had fought Bai Yang more than once. There was no particular reason. It was simply because with Bai Yang around, he wouldn't be the most vulnerable member of the family. But the Bai Yang of today is not the Bai Yang of the past. Bai Sheng glanced at the bodyguards behind Bai Yang and noticed that the two burly men were staring at him with murderous intent. Upon graduation, Sheng suddenly chickened out, swallowed hard, and took several steps back. Snort. Looking at his cowardly biological father, Bai Yang said disdainfully, "It's because of good-for-nothings like you that people like Jiang Kaiwei can do all sorts of evil." Bai Xia sobbed, "Xiaoyang, Dad really wants to help you. He almost divorced Mom last time because of you, but even so, he still wants you, his son, back. Isn't that enough? What more do you want from us?" Bai Yang turned to look at her. "Oh, is he doing this, so I'll give him an award?" This indifference greatly surprised everyone. Bai Wen and Bai Yun couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Bai Yang continued, "When I was in the Bai family, what was my attitude towards you? How much did I do for you? How much did I endure? I tried my best to make you happy, to be a part of you. How did you respond to me? You either beat me or verbally abused me, and you wouldn't even give me a decent meal, forcing me to rummage through the trash and eat your leftovers. What is Bai Shishing doing? He's doing nothing. If he had just mustered the courage to stand up to Jiang Kaiwei earlier, even if it was just to argue with her for me, I would have felt like I was part of the family. But he didn't. He's only thinking about divorce now. It's too late. Everything is already over." Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng's face turned ashen, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his heart felt like it was bleeding. Bai Xia cried uncontrollably, while Bai Wen and Bai Yun leaned against each other, silently lowering their heads. Bai Yang then said, "If you feel wronged, then what have I endured before?" Over the years, the Bai family has enjoyed so much wealth and luxury. What have I gotten in return? Now you want to get something for nothing, and you even want me to be your son. No way. What I want most right now is for you all to die. I'll do it step by step. I'll make you taste all the pain and die slowly. Bai Sheng's lips trembled as he pointed at Bai Yang and said, Why did you?" He tried desperately to say something, but he could only feel his lips and teeth fighting each other, making his speech unclear, and his throat was extremely dry. Seeing that it was about time, Bai Yang immediately picked up a briefcase, then walked past Bai Xia and the others, intending to go upstairs. Bai Xia immediately realized what was going on. "Xiaoyang, what are you going to do?" Without turning his head, Bai Yang said, "What for?" "Of course, I need to find Jiang Kaiwei. I've come all this way. How can I just do nothing?" He shouted upstairs, "Jiang Kaiwei, stop hiding inside and come out." Everyone held their breath, unable to imagine what it would be like when Jiang Kaiwei actually came out of the room. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from upstairs, along with heavy footsteps. "You rebellious son, do you really intend to defy the heavenly gang?" Jiang Kaiwei stood on the stairs with one hand on her hip, looking down at Bai Yang. After reading it, Bai Sheng and the others felt a sense of suffocation and secretly prayed that the storm would not come too soon. But Bai Yang wasn't afraid of her at all. He walked straight up to her, stood opposite her, and said, "I'm here to tell you that your Bai family is about to be finished. Including you, Jiang Kaiwei. You don't have much time left." Chapter 111, The Most Poisonous Person. Jiang Kaiwei was furious. "Bai Yang, do you really think you're so great? How dare you talk to me like that? You think you can show off in front of me just because you've created some kind of Douyin, TikTok? Let me tell you, your company is only valued at tens of billions. It hasn't actually reached tens of billions. And Xiao Tao is also starting his own business. His company will be even better than yours. I'll show you that I can lift someone up, and I can crush someone else. You'll never be my match." Bai Yang chuckled. "All right, I'll wait and see. In your eyes, all the children you give birth to are just props, tools you use to prove yourself. You'll stop at nothing for this. You'd even kill someone. Jiang Kaiwei, you've lost all humanity. The place that truly suits you is hell." These words shocked everyone once again. Bai Xia shouted, "Xiaoyang, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Sheng stomped his feet in anger. "Bai Yang, get down here right now and get out." Bai Wen and Bai Yun also denounced Bai Yang, feeling that he was truly unreasonable. Bai Ting, on a sudden impulse, shouted, "Well, Bai Yang, you actually slandered Mom. Now everyone heard it. You can't escape this time. You like to expose things, right? Then I'll expose things too. I'm going to sue you. Mom, we can't go easy on him. We have to sue him until he's bankrupt." Jiang Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You unfilial son. I thought you were just arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Do you even know what defamation is? Just that one sentence you just said, I could ruin your reputation." Bai Yang laughed and then said, "Jiang Kaiwei, you still haven't paid enough attention to me in the past month or two. Am I the kind of person who speaks without basis?" Bai Yang then asked with a smile, "Do you remember how Bai Jie died?" A hint of panic flashed across Jiang Tseyue's face, and for the first time in front of Bai Yang, she showed extreme unease. Bai Yujun, by seniority, is Bai Yang's second uncle, that is, Bai Yuxing's younger brother and Bai Ting's adoptive father. Bai Jun was frail and sickly in his youth, and died of a heart attack shortly after Bai Ting came of age. Thinking of his poor younger brother, Bai Xing still felt a little sad. Bai Xia and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did Bai Yang bring this up? Bai Ting thought of her adoptive father, clenched her fists, and began to stare intently at Bai Yang. A strong sense of hatred began to grip her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Soon, Jiang Kaiwei forced herself to remain calm and said, "You unfilial son, what exactly are you trying to say? Is it interesting to be so mysterious?" Bai Yang then added, "You used to be a doctor, right?" Jiang Kaiwei was stunned. When she fled the Jiang family and came to Yunqing, she did work as a doctor for a period of time. It was also in the hospital that she met Bai Lusheng, and the two gradually got together. It wasn't until after their marriage that Jiang Kaiwei resigned from her job and started running the family business with Bai Lusheng. Bai Yang laughed. Everyone thinks that Bai Yujun died of a heart attack, which is an accident. But what if it wasn't an accident? Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. You unfilial son, shut up. Bai Yang added. What if someone poisoned his food with heavy metals like palladium, causing Bai Yejun's health to deteriorate rapidly and leading to his untimely death? Because those who took care of him were all his relatives, no one suspected anything. The murderer also took advantage of this, thinking he could rest easy, and thus concealed it for so many years. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room froze instantly, as if time had stopped, and the expressions on everyone's faces were frozen. Upon graduation, Sheng's mind exploded. He remembered. More than a year before her younger brother died, Jiang Kaiwei often went to visit him. Jiang Kaiwei had been a doctor before, so everyone felt at ease. But the soldiers' bodies were getting weaker day by day. Jiang Kaiwei, Bai Sheng shouted, is what Bai Yang said true? Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, Bai Sheng, why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think this unfilial son's words count? You believe everything he says? Are you out of your mind? Bai Yang laughed again. Don't believe me? Sure, then we can just open the coffin and examine the body. See if I'm right. Even though so many years have passed, you can still find some clues in the bones. After all, that's a lethal dose of heavy metal. And this lethal heavy metal palladium, in the entire Yin City, is only found in the hospital you stayed at. You often visited Bai Jun under the guise of taking care of him, making you the most suspicious person. With Bai Yujun dead, you're in charge of the entire Bai family. To better seize Bai Yujun's business and at the same time put on a show, you even went so far as to send your own daughter to be adopted. Jiang Kaiwei, you are truly the most vicious and deserving to die person I have ever met. Jiang Tsayue's breathing became extremely rapid. Her hands began to tremble slightly. Her face turned as pale as paper, and her expression became somewhat blank. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Kaiwei, Bai Sheng roared. What the hell have you done? Abandoning her own son and even harming her own younger brother? Back then, in order to be with her, Bai Sheng had a fight with his parents and withstood pressure from the Jiang family. As a result, this woman has now almost caused her family to be destroyed and her life ruined. In what way have I wronged you? Jiang Kaiwei couldn't help but take 2 steps back, unable to utter a single word. Bai Sheng rushed up the stairs, but due to his anxiety, his steps became disordered, his foot slipped, he lost his footing, and he fell forward onto the steps. My forehead hit the step, and I got a huge gash. Dad, Bai Xia, Bai Wen, and Bai Yin quickly went over to help Bai Sheng up. Seeing Bai Sheng fall, Jiang Kaiwei quickly walked down as well. But after taking a few steps, she stopped and turned to look at Bai Yang. She didn't understand. How did Bai Yang know so much? Bai Yang smiled smugly, then strode down. He deliberately avoided Bai Xia and the others, as if Bai Sheng's fall was no big deal. Seeing the Bai family like this, it's hard for Bai Yang not to be happy. First came external threats, now comes internal troubles. The division and turmoil within the Bai family are now inevitable. Watching Bai Yang's departing figure, Jiang Kaiwei took several deep breaths. The shouts and commotion from Bai Xia and the others made her even more flustered. Dad, how are you? Call a doctor right away. Get the car ready. We need to take Dad to the hospital. Watching Bai Sheng being helped out of the villa by Bai Xia and the others, Bai Yang silently lit a cigarette at the door. Well, the best is yet to come. Bai Yang, what are you doing here? Just then, a disgusting voice came from behind. Chapter 112, What Happened at Home. Bai Yang turned around and saw that it really was Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao was wearing a suit at the time, and he looked quite presentable. I guess he just got back from meeting with investors? Why should it be any of your business what I'm doing here? Bai Yang gently exhaled a puff of smoke, then threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped it out hard. Bai Yuntao said dismissively, Of course. This is Mom's villa in Beijing. Didn't you leave home? What are you doing here? Oh, I see. Is your company going out of business, so you're asking Mom for money? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Everything about the Bai family has nothing to do with you. Bai Yang looked at him and laughed. You idiot. You don't even realize you're about to die. What are you talking about? Bai Yuntao stepped forward. Don't think you're so great just because you started a company. I'll surpass you soon, and I'll do even better. With the support of my parents and sister, it's only a matter of time before I take off. But someone like you will only end up looking up to me. I'll show you that you're the real loser. Without saying a word, Bai Yang went straight up and slapped Bai Yuntao, leaving a red mark on his face. You. Bai Yuntao covered his face and roared angrily. You dare to hit me. The Bai family's bodyguards wanted to go up when they saw this, but Bai Yang's bodyguards stepped forward first. Upon seeing that imposing physique with a neck as thick as his head, the Bai family bodyguards suddenly felt a bit intimidated. Bai Yang didn't stop. He went up and grabbed Bai Yuntao's hair again, making him howl in pain. This hairstyle cost me 5,000 yuan. Let go of me. Bai Yang is a head taller than Bai Yuntao and is now much stronger, so fighting him is like beating up a little chick. You framed me back then, didn't you? You wronged me, didn't you? And you even went to Jiang Kai-wei and the others to complain about me, didn't you? Why aren't you saying anything now? Have you become mute? With each slap, Bai Yuntao was rendered completely powerless to fight back. Bai Yang felt a little better and released Bai Yuntao's hair, saying, Listen carefully, this is interest. What you owe me, and what the Bai family owes me, I will get back with interest. Just wait here in this villa prison. After saying that, he got up, got into his car, and drove away. Bai Yuntao's face was now red and swollen from the beating, and there was even a small crack at the corner of his mouth. You bastard. Bai Yang, I swear I won't rest until I kill you. He glared at the bodyguards again and snapped. What were you all doing just now? Watching me get beaten up? The bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. He's a young master too. Bullshit. I'm the only young master in the Bai family. Bai Yuntao roared. You're fired. Get out. Get out. He ran quickly into the villa, messing up his hair along the way, picking up some dust from the ground and patting it on his face before running inside. Wow, Mom. Sister. After entering the room, Bai Yuntao asked loudly, What did I do wrong? I thought someone would come up to comfort me the next second, but the result was unexpected. In the huge villa, only Bai Ting and Bai Yun were sitting in the living room. They sat facing each other, heads bowed and silent. Bai Yuntao walked over and said in a tearful voice, Third sister, fourth sister, what happened to you? Wow, look, I just ran into brother Bai Yang, and he actually hit me. Upon hearing Bai Yang's name, Bai Yun and Bai Ting looked up as if waking from a dream. Huh? What happened to Bai Yang? Bai Yuntao was a little angry. You're focusing on the wrong thing, aren't you? Did I get hit, and was that seen? Xiaoyang, what happened to your face? Bai Yun then realized that Bai Yuntao's behavior was very strange. Third sister, Bai Yuntao went over and hugged Bai Yun, bursting into tears. I'm so miserable. I didn't do anything wrong. Why did this happen, Wah? Bai Yun was getting impatient. You're a man. You're already in college. Can't you stop crying all the time? The house is a mess right now. Bai Yuntao was shocked by Bai Yun's attitude. Why are you so indifferent? Normally, Bai Yun would have already come over, patted his head, asked him how he was feeling, and then started talking about Bai Yang's faults. He looked at Bai Ting again and found that she also looked strange. Bai Ting looked very downcast. Her eyes were red, and she had clearly just been crying. She seemed completely out of her mind, as if she hadn't heard Bai Yuntao's crying and fussing at all. What happened at home? Bai Yuntao then realized that there was a big problem. Bai Yun sighed, offering no reply, nor knowing how to reply, and then got up and left. Bai Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. Bai Ting, what's going on? Didn't Jiang Kai-wei call you all over today to discuss something important? And was everyone here? Why can't we see anyone here? Bai Ting held her forehead with her hand and said, Okay, stop asking. It's already chaotic enough. Her expression turned somewhat pained, as if she were forcibly recalling something unpleasant. Bai Yuntao was even more speechless. He asked, What's going on here? Are you all going to be riddle solvers? He suddenly remembered Bai Yang, whom he had seen at the door, and asked again, Was it Bai Yang? What did he do here? Bai Ting clenched her fists and then said, Bai Yang, he came, and he said a lot. Xiao Tao, the Bai family is probably doomed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's eyes widened immediately. It's over? What are you talking about? What abilities does Bai Yang have that could bring down the Bai family? Is it just because of his money? Even Jiang Kaiwei doesn't recognize him. What can he do? Bai Ting couldn't help but raise her voice. Don't be silly. Bai Yang didn't do anything wrong this time. He's just stating the facts. At this point, Bai Ting couldn't help but burst into tears. She thought of herself and her adoptive parents, and her emotions suddenly broke down. Bai Yuntao panicked and quickly grabbed her shoulders and shook her, asking what had happened. He couldn't stand being ignored and had to get to the bottom of it. Bai Ting covered her face and said, It's mom. She's so cruel. Bai Yuntao frowned. Jiang Kaiwei? What happened to her again? Did Bai Yang come over and say something unrelated again? Bai Ting nodded and said, He said my adoptive father was poisoned to death by my mother. Bai Yuntao's mouth dropped open, speechless with astonishment. What? What did you say? Xiaotao, you're back. Just then, Jiang Kaiwei came down the stairs. Bai Yuntao quickly turned around, forcing a smile from his shock, and said, Mom, I'm back. Jiang Kaiwei stopped halfway there and said, Let's talk in my room. I have something to tell you. Chapter 113, You Are Mom's Hope. Bai Yuntao's heart raced, and he agreed verbally, but his legs began to tremble. Bai Ting's adoptive father is none other than Bai Yuxing's younger brother, Bai Yujun. Did Jiang Kaiwei poison him to death? Now he remembered that Jiang Kaiwei had indeed been taking care of Bai Yujun before he passed away. Moreover, Jiang Kaiwei is a medical student. If she really wanted to kill someone, it would be very easy for her. Why aren't you up yet? Jiang Kaiwei was somewhat displeased to see Bai Yuntao staring blankly. No, Mom. I'm going up right now. Bai Yuntao swallowed hard and hurried up to him. After entering the room, Jiang Kaiwei finally got a good look at Bai Yuntao's disheveled appearance. Xiaotao, how did you get beaten up like this? Bai Yuntao touched his swollen cheek. Mom, I feel so wronged. He was truly crying inside. Didn't you see it just now? Or did you choose to selectively ignore it? I was only gone for a morning. How come the Bai family is in such a state when I come back? Was it Bai Yang who made the call? Jiang Kaiwei spoke these words in a calm and composed tone. Bai Yuntao nodded. It was him. No, it was brother Bai Yang who hit me. Mom, I don't know what I did to offend him. He just started hitting me while I feel so wronged. Am I wrong no matter what I do? Jiang Kaiwei sat at her desk, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze unfocused. Bai Yuntao was surprised that she didn't respond to him, so he could only continue to pretend to cry, forcing out a few tears to wipe them away, while observing Jiang Kaiwei. You feel wronged. Bai Xia and the others also say they feel wronged. Even that rebellious son says he feels wronged. Yes, you all feel wronged. Jiang Kaiwei sneered. Xiaotao, over the years, I've bought you 2 houses when you wanted them, and I've also bought you a car when you wanted them. Which of your sneakers or clothes cost less than 5 figures? If you're still feeling wronged after this, how are the others supposed to live? Bai Yuntao sensed the hidden meaning in her words and quickly sat up straight, saying, Mom, that's not what I meant. Of course I know you're good to me. I'm not wronged. If anyone is wronged, it's you, Mom. You have to take care of this and that. And there are so many things at the company that you have to worry about. Mom, you're the one who's been wronged the most. Jiang Kaiwei sighed. Even a dog would tire of managing the household after 3 years. So many things, so many people, we have to constantly find money for them. And they all keep asking for this and that. Xiaotao, tell me, in this world, are the adoptive parents and adopted children closer? Or are the biological parents and children closer? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao was stunned. He certainly wanted to say that the former was closer. After all, he himself was an adopted son. But logically, one is naturally closer to one's own flesh and blood. Bai Yuntao swallowed hard, wondering if Jiang Kaiwei was hinting at something. Did he regret being so good to him? Did he want to bring Bai Yang back? Mom, in this world, of course, the bond between biological parents and children is closer. That's what people often call blood ties. After hearing this, Jiang Kaiwei shook her head. I don't think so. As biological parents and children, everyone thinks that parents should treat their children well, and children will take their parents for granted. The saying goes, a mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, but a son doesn't worry when his mother travels 10,000 miles. We've always heard of parents being close to their children, but when have we ever heard of children being close to their parents? Bai Yuntao was stunned. Jiang Kaiwei turned to look at Bai Yuntao, her eyes filled with a complex passion. If we're talking about closeness, the relationship between adoptive parents and adopted children is closer because there are no inherent obligations or rights in the adoption relationship. Rather, it's a contractual relationship. If a child is disobedient, the adoptive parents can abandon him/her. If the parents are bad, the adopted child can rebel and even run away without being blamed too much. Because of this, the kindness that adoptive parents show to their adopted children is truly good. It's not out of helplessness due to blood ties, but from the bottom of their hearts. This is why adopted children are more grateful. If it were their biological children, they would take everything for granted and are more likely to become ungrateful. Look at that unfilial son and Bai Xiao. Aren't they both going against me? I gave birth to them, but they keep provoking me. Xiao Tao, Mom only trusts you now. Bai Yuntao was a little confused. He didn't know where Jiang Caiyue's theory came from. However, he understood the last sentence, so he quickly said, Mom, don't worry. I will always be closest to you. No matter what others do, son, I will always stand with you. Jiang Kaiwei smiled and said, Okay, Mom believes you. Bai Yang hit you. That was his own barbarity. He'll pay the price for it sooner or later. For now, let him be smug for a few days. Listen to your mother. Get the company running well first, and outdo that Douyin guy. By the way, didn't you meet with the investors? How did it go? Bai Yuntao wiped his face and said, Mom, everything went smoothly. Those uncles are very supportive of me, saying they can invest 300 million yuan in me to give it a try. I want to build the largest live streaming platform in the country, selecting anchors from major cities. In terms of scale, it will definitely be bigger than Bai Yang's Douyin. Bai Yang's Douyin videos are just short videos, and many people may not even like watching them. My app is full of games that young people like, as well as anime and manga. I'm sure I can do better. Jiang Kaiwei nodded. Not bad, not bad. Mom was right about you. That rebellious son could only get 200 million in the first round, but you got 300 million in one go. That shows you're really capable. Keep going. Mom will definitely support you. Bai Yuntao nodded, his spirits lifted. Suddenly, he asked with some concern, Mom, I've been back for so long. Why haven't I seen Dad and my older sister? Upon hearing this, Jiang Caiyue's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Tao, Jiang Kaiwei said loudly. What happened at home has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it, and don't listen to their nonsense. You and I, mother and son, are one. We share the same fate. We share the same fate, understand? Bai Yuntao was frightened by Jiang Caiyue's appearance, and his breathing became rapid. After adjusting himself, he nodded vigorously. Yes, Mom, I understand. On the other side, Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Bai Sheng had several stitches in his head and was supported by Bai Xia and Bai went all the way to finally get into the car. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat slumped down as if all his strength had been drained away. After starting the car, Bai Xia said, Dad, don't think too much. Let's go back to the hotel and rest first. Bai Sheng shook his head. No, to the airport. Bai Xia and Bai Wen were startled. The airport? Bai Sheng nodded. Okay, to the airport back to Yunqing. I want to exhume the body and examine it. Chapter 114, This is how life should be. Exhumation and autopsy. Bai Wen placed her hand on Bai Sheng's chest and stroked it gently to help him breathe. Dad, don't be impulsive. What Bai Yang said has no evidence or basis, so don't take it seriously. Bai Shishing said. That's why I'm going to exhume the body and perform an autopsy. I need evidence. And if Bai Yang is lying, why doesn't that bitch refute him? She kept urging me to cremate Xiao Juan's body, so she wanted to destroy the evidence. The Bai family has an old house and ancestral graves in the countryside, and according to customs and local regulations, they are not required to be cremated. But back then, Jiang Kaiwei always intentionally or unintentionally made Bai Shishing send Bai Shijun to the funeral home to be cremated. Bai Shishing couldn't bear to let his younger brother die without a complete body, and since his parents were still alive at the time and didn't want to break with tradition, he gave up the idea. If Jiang Kaiwei really did poison him, then opening the museum now should still provide some clues. Bai Xia continued. Dad, so many years have passed. Even if something is found in Uncle's remains, it doesn't prove that Mom did it, right? After graduation, Sheng felt deflated, and thinking of his younger brother's dying moments, he couldn't help but shed tears again. Xiao Jun, he's my only younger brother. That bitch Xiao Jun was thanking her for taking care of him before he died. How could she do that? You all saw her face just now. She was clearly guilty. She did it. It must have been her. Bai Xia and Bai Wen listened from the side, feeling very sad and depressed. What distressed them even more was that the fact that Jiang Kaiwei would kill for profit didn't feel out of place at all. As Bai Yang said, there really isn't a single good person in his family. Bai Xia and Bai Wen escorted Bai Sheng back to the hotel, practically dragging him into the living room and then into the bedroom. After closing the door, Bai Xia said to Bai Wen, "Xiao Wen, why don't you rest next door and keep an eye on Dad while you're at it? His emotions are too unstable right now, and I'm worried that something might happen." Bai Wen nodded. "Sis, don't worry. So where are you going? Should we ask Mom for clarification?" Bai Xia grasped her hand with a pained expression and said, "No, if we go to Mom now, we won't get any information from her. That's murder. Who would be so stupid as to admit it outright? Besides, I don't want Mom to be that confused. I just want to figure out how Xiaoyang knows all this." Based on her and Bai Sheng's deduction a few days ago, Bai Yang learned so much about the past only because he had the support of the second master of the Jiang family. This time, things might turn out the same way. So she had to go to the Jiang family to sound them out. At the same time, Bai Yang changed into casual clothes and returned to school. He felt that after being so busy for so long, it was time to enjoy campus life and make friends with his classmates. "Hey, Bai Yang, your girlfriend finally let you come back?" As soon as he entered the dormitory, a tall boy smiled at him. His name is Qin Xiaofeng. He comes from northeast China and was the top scorer in his city's college entrance examination. He is also an excellent basketball player. Bai Yang sat down at the table and laughed. "What girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense." A bespectacled man playing video games next to him said, "Bai Yang, don't be shy with me. You're gone for days at a time. What else could it be but a date? Young man, take care of your health." His name is He Guangxing. He is the top science student in Guangdong province. His family is also in business and has some wealth. His biggest hobby is playing GTA. Another roommate is named Tang Jing, who is from Sichuan province and was the top liberal arts student in the city. She loves reading poetry and has a very artistic temperament. Tang Jing also joined in the fun. As Mr. Qian once said, "A teenage boy has more women in his heart than an emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and his thoughts about women can be dirtier than a toilet." Bai Yang, we can all understand you. Bai Yang was both amused and exasperated. "I really don't have time for dating. How can you slander me out of thin air?" The 4 boys laughed, and then agreed to go to the cafeteria for dinner together. Yinbei University has more than one canteen. They felt that since they had some free time, they might as well go out of their way and try the food at the new canteen. None of the 4 of them were in the same major. They shared their daily classes and gossip about their teachers and classmates, bursting into laughter every now and then. Bai Yang was in an exceptionally good mood, feeling that this was how life should be lived. At that moment, a girl wearing a blue dress and with pigtails stood by the roadside. She has a slender figure with a curvaceous bust and buttocks. She was holding her phone, glancing around every now and then, seemingly waiting for someone. Qin Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but stop and stare at the beautiful woman from a distance. Bai Yang urged, "Aren't we going to eat? Let's hurry up and go." Tang Jing couldn't help but say, "She's like a lotus emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful." He Guangxing said, "Where we're from, this is called a beautiful woman." Qin Xiaofeng suggested, "Hey, why don't we all ask her for her QQ number? Whoever wins gets to have the other 3 treat us to dinner tonight." All 3 agreed. Bai Yang was speechless, but not wanting to spoil the mood, he could only agree. Qin Xiaofeng, He Guangxing, and Tang Jing all gave it a try. But I was politely refused after only a couple of sentences. Alas, I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the gutter. When Tang Jing returned, she patted Bai Yang on the shoulder and said, "We're all counting on you." Qin Xiaofeng said, "Yeah, Bai Yang, use your girl-chasing tricks. You have to succeed." Yang shrugged and said, I really don't know anything about picking up girls. But the other three felt they couldn't be the only ones to suffer a setback, and insisted that Yang also give it a try. Yang sighed, thinking that it would be better to just go through the motions of greeting each other to avoid making things too awkward. However, as he approached the beautiful woman, he inexplicably had a strange feeling. This beautiful woman looks so familiar. But where have I seen this before? I can't remember. Yang walked over and asked in a low voice, hello. The beautiful woman looked up at him, frowning. Why is there another one? The two looked at each other and were both stunned. Yang suddenly remembered. Ah, you are? The beautiful woman's mouth dropped open. Ah, you're that. Yang quickly turned around. Sorry to bother you. The beautiful woman caught up with them, saying, wait a minute. Qin Xiaofeng and the others, who were watching from a distance, were dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, is Yang a succubus? Why are beautiful women chasing after him? Qin Xiaofeng clicked his tongue and said, no wonder he scored 717 points. He really has something special. Yang ran back and urged the three of them to hurry up. All right, they won't give it to us. Let's go. The beautiful woman caught up with them. Wait a minute. Chapter 115, he's taken a liking to you. The beautiful woman called out to Yang. Why you? Are you called Yang? Yang was somewhat surprised. You still recognize me? She couldn't possibly know herself, right? Qin Xiaofeng and the others exchanged glances, sensing that things were getting a bit complicated. So the two of them knew each other? The beautiful woman smiled and said, of course I know you. You are. Yang pulled her aside and said angrily, Jiang Tianai, I didn't mean to provoke you. Don't keep bothering me. You know my name? Jiang Tianai stared at Yang with her big, watery eyes. Yang was puzzled. Of course I know your name. Don't you know me because of your father? My dad? What are you talking about? Jiang Tianai laughed. Aren't you that entrepreneurial star, Yang? I saw your story on the news. Yang was stunned. So she didn't know? Jiang Tianai's father is Jiang Tao. In other words, the beautiful young woman in front of you is Jiang Tsayue's half-sister. In terms of seniority, she is Yang's aunt. What bad luck. I never expected that she would also be at Yanbei University, and that I would run into her while taking a walk. Jiang Tianai looked at Yang, her eyes shining. You just mentioned my dad. Do you know my dad too? Yang shook his head. I don't know him. You must have misheard me. I have to go, goodbye. Jiang Tianai stepped forward and said, then let's exchange contact information. I have many questions I'd like to ask you. I also want to start my own business. Yang stopped and said to her, Jiang, I'm not some entrepreneurial star, and please don't go around telling everyone. I don't have anything to teach you. Jiang Tianai asked in confusion, Yang, what's wrong with you? Did I, or my family, offend you? Yang didn't bother to say anything more, and quickly walked away. Jiang Tianai walked over persistently and said, Yang, wait for me. Are you guys going to the cafeteria? Can you take me with you? Yang urged Tang Jing and the others to hurry up and go to the cafeteria, but Qin Xiaofeng stopped him. Yang, someone called you and you just walked away. That's so heartless. Since we're all going to eat anyway, wouldn't it be more lively with more people? He Guangxing agreed. Yes, that pretty young lady is so enthusiastic, it wouldn't be right to turn her away, would it? Yang sighed helplessly and said, I'm suddenly feeling a bit unwell. You guys go ahead and eat. After saying that, he walked away. Qin Xiaofeng called him several times, but to no avail. Yang insisted on leaving. Seeing this, Jiang Tianai clenched her fists secretly, then pretended nothing was wrong, and went to eat with Qin Xiaofeng and the others. 2 hours later, Qin Xiaofeng and the others returned to the dormitory and found Yang reading a book on his bed. Yang, it's such a pity you didn't come. Qin Xiaofeng beamed. Jiang Tianai is truly a beautiful and talented girl. Tang Jing also exclaimed, there aren't many people who can discuss the book of songs with me, and she is one of the very few. He Guangxing also reminisced. Her voice was so beautiful when she spoke Cantonese. Yang simply responded with aha. The fact that all three of them were so worldly wise, yet they were all so captivated by Jiang Tianai, speaks volumes about how formidable that woman was. Qin Xiaofeng asked, puzzled, Yang, why are you being so cold to her? Is she your ex-girlfriend? Bai Yang was speechless. She wants to be my ex-girlfriend? She's dreaming. In his view, there was no essential difference between the Jiang family and the Bai family. Although Jiang Tianai didn't do anything excessive to him, it's best to ignore her for now. Who knows who's behind her? Besides, he and Jiang Tao just had a falling out. If he's hooking up with his daughter now, what will that look like? Suddenly, Bai Yang stopped turning the pages of the book. Yes. On the other side, after Jiang Tianai returned to her dormitory, she started muttering to herself. Honestly, I'm just trying to be nice to you, and you treat me like some kind of bad guy. She seems so approachable in the news reports. How come she's like this in private? Jiang Tianai changed into a pale yellow nightgown while grumbling, her shapely figure impossible to hide. Du Sueki, the roommate who was removing her makeup next to her, asked, Xiao Ai, who are you talking about? Why are you so angry? Jiang Tianai said, Humph, do you still remember Bai Yang, the one I told you about? Du Sueki nodded. I remember, he's the founder of Douyin, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and a business prodigy. Jiang Tianai then said, I saw him. Du Sueki was pleasantly surprised. Where? At school? He really did apply to Yanbei. Jiang Tianai said angrily. Don't even mention it. That guy looked at me like I was some kind of enemy. After listening to Jiang Tianai's story, Du Sueki couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, Bai Yang is such a contrast. Contrast. Jiang Tianai looked puzzled. Du Sueki laughed and said, Of course, he's obviously just shy. He doesn't dare to talk when he sees girls, especially pretty girls, and he doesn't even dare to eat with them. But on stage and in the company, he's a decisive, composed, and domineering CEO. TSK. He's a perfect example of an arrogant and domineering so, straight out of a novel. Jiang Tianai nodded. Now that you mention it, it really is true. So, Bai Yang is just embarrassed to talk to me, not that he doesn't want to talk to me. Du Sueki said with certainty, That's absolutely true. Winning over someone as stubborn and arrogant as her is incredibly easy. 2 words, sincerity. As long as you continue to be honest with him, he will be completely bewildered and will eventually give in to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianai's face flushed red. Who wants him to be with me? I just wanted to talk to him about college student entrepreneurship. My dad always forbids me from doing this or that. I can't even open a small shop. It's so annoying. Just then, Jiang Tianai's phone vibrated. When I picked it up, I saw a new friend request on WeChat. I am Bai Yang. Jiang Tianai was pleasantly surprised. Bai Yang actually added her on his own initiative? This was something she hadn't expected. During the meal, Jiang Tianai added Qin Xiaofeng and others as friends. Could it be that Bai Yang got his number from them after he went back? Jiang Tianai laughed. Ha! Sueki, you're absolutely right. This Bai Yang is such a proud and arrogant guy. She was ignoring me just now, but now she's secretly adding me. Du Sueki put down her tools and quickly came over. Quickly, let's see what he has to say. Jiang Tianai gently touched her chest and then asked, But if I agree to add you as a friend so easily, doesn't that make me seem unreserved? Du Sueki was both amused and exasperated. My dear young lady, haven't you figured it out yet? This Bai Yang, he's probably got his eye on you. Chapter 116, he's actually my grandson. He has taken a liking to me? Jiang Tianai's heart began to beat faster, and her body temperature slowly rose. Du Sueki nodded. Yes. Think about it. You're both freshmen. How did he recognize you so quickly? That means he did his homework beforehand. Perhaps, one day, he has seen you for a lifetime and then silently asked for your name and information, but because he was shy, he never dared to speak up. Today I suddenly met my dream girl and even went up to talk to her. I never expected that she would be my fan who wouldn't be nervous in that situation. He rejected you in a moment of panic, and now he wants to make amends. So he asked his roommate for your contact information. Oh my God. That's just too much. Du Sueki became more and more excited as she talked, and kept asking Jiang Tianai to add Bai Yang. I'm definitely shipping this couple. After hearing this, Jiang Tianai was a little nervous, and then clicked accept with trembling hands. Bai Yang quickly sent 2 messages. Hello. I was a little impulsive today. I'm sorry. Are you free next weekend? How about we grab a bite to eat together as an apology? Du Sueki slapped Jiang Tianai's shoulder wildly. Ha! I told you so. He really does like you. First, she coldly rejected him. Then she sent him a message to win him back. This is the ultimate example of being a tsundere. Jiang Tianai patted her shoulder. Okay, I know, Sweki, calm down. She was actually a little unsettled inside. She greatly admired Bai Yang. With such a tragic background, he had achieved so much. It was hard to imagine how much he had sacrificed behind the scenes and how talented he was. In terms of appearance, Bai Yang is not bad either. A classic case of a strong, beautiful, and tragic character. Jiang Tianai blushed more and more as she thought about it, then replied, Okay. After agreeing on a time, Jiang Tianai breathed a sigh of relief. She cupped her face in her hands, and her hands began to tremble. This seems to be her first date. The next day, Jiang Tianai didn't have any classes during the day, so she thought she would go home and choose a nice outfit to wear on her date with Bai Yang. After arriving back at her villa in a private car, Jiang Tianai noticed a car she didn't recognize in the distance. The license plate numbers show that these vehicles came from Yunqing. Yunqing? Jiang Tianai thought of Bai Yang and couldn't help but take another look. Isn't that my second uncle's house? He has friends in Yunqing too. Jiang Tianai immediately recognized that the place where those cars were parked was the home of Jiang Shang, the younger brother of Jiang Tao, the second master of the Jiang family. However, she didn't think much of it, shrugged, and went home. At Jiang Shang's house, Bai Xia sat in the living room on the first floor, expressionless in the face of the luxurious furnishings. Jiang Shang handed her a cup of hot coffee. I didn't expect that the Bai family would come looking for me. Aren't you afraid my brother will find out? He wore a gray suit jacket over a white shirt. His sideburns were gray, his eyes were piercing, and his eyebrows bore a resemblance to Jiang Tao's. When he stared at people, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Uncle, I'm sorry to have bothered you this time, Bai Xia said somewhat nervously. Jiang Shang laughed. Just call me Mr. Jiang. I don't have any of my brother's weird rules. Bai Xia nodded. Mr. Jiang, I'd like to ask you, do you know someone named Bai Yang? After she finished speaking, she began to stare at Jiang Shang, wanting to see his reaction. Jiang Shang thought for a moment, then said, Bai Yang, oh, you mean the one who makes Douyin, right? Of course I know. These past few days, everyone in Beijing's investment circles has been talking about him. I took a look, and he's really doing quite well. What's up? Bai Xia asked. Didn't you know him before? Jiang Shang laughed. I've been fishing and playing with cars for the past few years and haven't left the capital. How would I know him? Isn't he the top scorer in the college entrance examination from your Yunqing? Suddenly, Jiang Shang was stunned. Yunqing, his surname is Bai. Could he be from your Bai family? Bai Xia said. Yes, he's my younger brother. Jiang Shang's mouth dropped open. Huh? Then he's also my grandson. Oh my goodness, I really didn't expect that. He slapped his thigh. So the genius everyone's been talking about is my grandson. How interesting. Bai Xia then asked, Mr. Jiang, did you really not know Xiaoyang before? Judging from Jiang Shang's reaction, it was as if he was learning about this for the first time, and he didn't seem to be pretending to be the same as before. Jiang Shang narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? You think I knew him before? What? Bai Xia shook her head. And nothing. Jiang Shang then asked, By the way, how's your mother doing lately? I heard Bai Yuntao came to Beijing to study, so she must have come along too. She treats her adopted son so well. She must treat her biological son just as well, right? Is Bai Yang's business entrepreneurship being supported by your Bai family behind the scenes? Hearing these questions, Bai Xia felt as if her heart was being torn apart. The Bai family played a negative role in Bai Yang's success today. Abuse, discrimination, and all sorts of insane oppression. There was no support or help whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'll be going now. Bai Xia didn't want to stay any longer, so she picked up her bag and got up to leave. Jiang Shang was puzzled and went out to ask, What's wrong? We were just chatting happily. It's nothing, Mr. Jiang. I'm just feeling a little unwell. Then I'll see you off. No need. I drove here myself. As the two reached the door, Bai Xia was about to leave when she noticed a black Bentley parked there again. Jiang Shang and Bai Xia were both stunned. That's Jiang Tao's car. The car door opened, and Jiang Tao, looking displeased, stepped out. He said, Bai Xia, what brings you here to see him? Jiang Tao and Jiang Shang have always been at odds, and they even fought over the right to inherit the throne in the past. They are like oil and water. Jiang Shang now publicly states that he wants to retire and simply live the life of a wealthy man. But Jiang Tao was never at ease with him, and their relationship was quite sensitive. Jiang Shang said, "What's wrong? Brother, Bai Xia is also my granddaughter. She came to see me. Shouldn't she do her filial duty?" Jiang Tao said, "How is she your granddaughter?" Then, looking at Bai Xia with displeasure, he said, "Bai Xia, you and Bai Yang are just like each other, so rebellious. You insist on doing things that your elders don't like, thinking you're very capable, right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang was stunned again. "What? Big brother, you know about Bai Yang too?" Jiang Tao glared at him. "None of your business. Mind your own business." After saying that, he urged Bai Xia to leave quickly and not to come any closer. Jiang Shang immediately became interested. He immediately called someone over. "Find me someone. Bai Yang, the general manager of Douyin." Chapter 117. This is the true grand vision. On Bai Yang's side, the situation continues to be very favorable. And it's really good. Douyin's downloads are about to surpass 10 million. Thousands of people update videos on it every day, gradually making it a trend among young people. Many news media outlets have started to set up shop on Douyin, releasing short videos reporting news, which has also allowed people to learn about the latest information by watching videos on Douyin. Douyin, TikTok, now occupies most people's spare time, even squeezing the usage time of traditional video software. There are also reports and promotions about Douyin everywhere online. The humble Douyin, TikTok, has become an essential part of people's lives. Your video app is so addictive. Have you tried it today? With the arrival of the short video era, Douyin has become the king. Meanwhile, Bai Yang's company's market value has been growing steadily, from over 10 billion to nearly 20 billion. Such tremendous success was unbelievable even to the well-informed Su Yu. "Bai Yang, I really didn't expect this. If we sell Douyin now, we could probably cash in 2 or 300 billion. Li Wenbin, who was standing to the side, laughed and said, "Miss Su is joking. With such a good product in business, who would be willing to sell it?" Li Wenbin has been recruited by Bai Yang and has become the company's investment advisor and executive manager. He said excitedly, "Junior, shouldn't we be preparing for our IPO next?" "No, I want to sell Douyin." Bai Yang then said something indifferently. Su Yu and Li Wenbin stared wide-eyed. What? It was as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds, and their hearts were pounding. "No, Bai Yang, I was just joking. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" Su Yu quickly said, "We're doing really well right now, why would we sell?" Li Wenbin immediately dissuaded him, saying, "That's right, now is the best time to go public. Our company went public in less than a year, and with such popular products that alone is enough to make the stock price soar for a long time, which translates to tens of billions in profits. Junior, are you under a lot of pressure lately and thinking about quitting now? Hey, you need to broaden your perspective." Bai Yang said, "If I were to sell it now, I would make tens of billions in profit. Selling now is not a retreat, but a strategic retreat to advance. Douyin is receiving more and more attention now. As a new thing, it will inevitably attract policy attention. Moreover, there are more and more short video apps now, which will inevitably lead to a wave of industry rectification. By then, Douyin will inevitably become the target of everyone's criticism, and it will be difficult for her to escape. It would be bad to leave a stain on her reputation. Instead of doing that, it would be better to withdraw now and return at a more opportune time." In doing business in the Xia Kingdom, the two most important words are not profit, but policy. No matter how successful a business is, it will definitely run into trouble once it crosses the policy line. There is no such thing as too big to fail. Bai Yang recalls that people made short videos simply for the novelty of it all. When people start fighting tooth and nail for traffic, all sorts of fake news and vulgar content will emerge. When that time comes, the authorities will have no choice but to intervene and regulate. Once regulations are implemented, at least half of an industry will be wiped out. The top players may survive, but they will also lose a significant portion of the profits generated by their previous rapid growth. Moreover, even if you are innocent, the authorities will still clean up the entire industry, and no one can escape it. Back then, there were so many genres in online novels, a veritable explosion of ideas. It was only because a few idiot authors wrote about sensitive content that the internet was wiped clean and nothing below the neck could be described anymore. The two key opportunities for the short video industry to take off again are live streaming, e-commerce, and short dramas. Currently, the conditions for the development of either of these models are not mature. When Douyin became popular, Baiyang felt as if a Damocles sword was hanging over his head. Now, he feels it's time to pass the pressure on to someone else. Once the short video industry becomes more regulated, he can still make a comeback. Baiyang said, "Now that we've withdrawn, we can use the money to invest in other businesses." This is not a lack of vision. On the contrary, it is the most visionary approach I have ever taken. After hearing this, Su Yu and Li Wenbin, though reluctant, agreed because they knew that Baiyang's ideas were always different from ordinary people and that he always made the right choice. Li Wenbin said, "All right, I'll go ask the big shots in the industry to see who's willing to take over." Su Yu also said, "I'll talk to Boss Su, but he might have to come and ask you about it." Baiyang nodded. Li Wenbin then asked, "Regarding the price, what do you think is a suitable offer?" Baiyang said, "The minimum is no less than 30 billion. 30 billion? Li Wenbin's eyes widened. Then in that case, there are only a few companies left that can accept this. In China, only Jack Ma and Pony Ma can probably afford this price." Baiyang said, "That's good. Let's go with them. If they think the price is too high, I'm open to a joint acquisition." Li Wenbin touched his heart. "Junior, why didn't I meet you sooner? Doing business with you is so exciting." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Yu then asked, "Baiyang, what are you planning to do after you sell Douyin?" Baiyang laughed. "That's still a secret. Let's take it one step at a time." He has already made up his mind. The next step should be to enter the mobile game market. Moreover, it's the most popular MOBA mobile game, an anime-style open-world game. That's the kind of cash cow that can't be easily sold. Li Wenbin then said, "By the way, Junior, I have another piece of news. That means Bai Yuntao is going to hold an investor conference tomorrow to attract investment for his live streaming platform." Baiyang and Su Yu's eyes sharpened simultaneously. Baiyang asked, "Didn't the Bai family give him over 100 million yuan? It's gone so quickly." Li Wenbin said, "It's not just over 100 million. It's 200 or 300 million. As you said last time, I have informed my friends and told them to be more cautious about Bai Yuntao's investment projects." This made things a little difficult for him, but he still managed to secure an investment. Live streaming costs money too quickly, so he probably set up another scheme to raise another round of investment. Su Yu added, "Who knows, Jiang Kaiwe, or even Jiang Tao from the Jiang family, might endorse him. In that case, he might really take off." Baiyang laughed. Impossible. He knew all too well what the future of the live streaming industry held. If even young Master Wang can't handle this, what is Bai Yuntao anyway? "Let's go take a look anyway," Baiyang said. "After all, I'm his senior, so I should at least go and give him some on-site guidance." Chapter 118. This business is a money-losing venture. The investment presentation that Bai Yuntao organized was quite large in scale. Regardless, he is the only legitimate heir of the Bai family and Jiang Tao's grandson, so people in the industry give him some face. Baiyang and Li Wenbin arrived at the venue and followed the crowd into the hall to take their seats. It is said that Bai Yuntao's live streaming platform is now thriving, with more than 200,000 users. Li Wenbin said in a low voice, "I originally wanted to have some investors I knew trip him up, but unfortunately." Baiyang smiled and said, "It's all right, senior. You've already done your best. His approach won't last long. We'll just have to wait and see." Li Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief. He was always worried that Baiyang would blame him for taking the money, but failing to stop Bai Yuntao's rise to power. But Baiyang didn't initially expect Li Wenbin to be able to crush Bai Yuntao. Holding on to this sense of guilt will make Li Wenbin more loyal to himself. Moreover, the path Bai Yuntao chose was wrong from the very beginning. Game live streaming seems to be booming, but Bai Yuntao has signed almost no top streamers. Viewers aren't just watching the game, they're watching the streamer. However, streamers who are good at playing games generally don't have a broad perspective or high level of education. In other words, they are all a bunch of unscrupulous people who get carried away with a little bit of traffic and then demand exorbitant prices. Many live streaming platforms are actually losing money to gain publicity. Bai Yang came today to see how Bai Yuntao would bluff and bark like a dog, and also to see if he could find some amusement. The host boasted for ages on stage, describing Bai Yuntao as the youngest entrepreneur in the history of Yinbei University and a pioneer in the internet industry. He was practically going to be canonized on the spot. When Bai Yuntao came up, he was also full of high spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, the current development of the gaming industry has exceeded most people's expectations. It can be described as booming. The ever-increasing number of gamers can also promote the development and expansion of live streaming platforms. Bai Yang was almost falling asleep listening to it. This speech was obviously written by someone he hired online. It had no content whatsoever and was extremely empty. In other words, Bai Yuntao is good at performing, so it still has some entertainment value. He observed the expressions of the people present, and they were basically the same as him, constantly yawning. At this moment, Li Wenbin asked Bai Yang mysteriously, "Junior, do you think it will be difficult for him to get investment?" Bai Yang glanced at him and laughed. "Senior, are you deliberately testing me? Bai Yuntao can actually get investment, and quite a lot of it." Li Wenbin was stunned. "How did you know?" He originally thought Bai Yang would complain about Bai Yuntao's performance, saying that he wouldn't get paid. Then he can use his experience and expertise to conduct a round of education and popular science, and incidentally show off a bit. Bai Yang said, "Investors have so much hot money they can't spend it all, and there are few worthwhile projects to invest in the internet industry." Although Bai Yuntao's performance is not very good, he still has people who want to give him money. These people invest simply hoping that someone will take over later. They buy low and sell high. It's just a game of musical chairs. Li Wenbin gave a thumbs up. "Junior, you've really explained the essence of investing." He now approves of Bai Yang's decision to sell Douyin even more. He's a sensible person. "All right. Thank you for your speech, Mr. Bai. Now it's time for the Q&A session." The host smiled warmly. Any audience member with a question is welcome to ask. A few people in the front row raised their hands, and when they were called on to ask questions, they talked about trivial matters. Bai Yuntao answered fluently and was full of energy. Needless to say, it must have been rehearsed beforehand. Jiang Kaiwei is a seasoned veteran in the business world. She'll definitely handle this kind of situation well. Bai Yang looked back and saw that Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Ting were indeed behind him. Bai Yang smiled. Bai Sheng and Bai Xia didn't come. This indicates that the Bai family is now splitting apart, and the conflict between the two sides is about to escalate. Once they decide to formally split, the deepest hidden time bomb will explode. Then, Jiang Kaiwei, you'll know what pain really is. The host spoke again. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Bai. Does anyone else have a question?" Bai Yang stood up abruptly. "I have a few questions, and I wonder if Mr. Bai Yuntao could answer them for me." Bai Yang. Seeing Bai Yang stand up, Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Ting both had a bad feeling. Bai Yuntao's pupils dilated in shock. Why is he here? Jiang Kaiwei quickly gestured to Bai Yuntao, telling him to ignore Bai Yang and end the question and answer session directly. But Bai Yuntao is extremely competitive and wants to confront them head-on. Moreover, many people at the scene recognize Bai Yang. Bai Yang, the founder of Douyin? He's here too. This is going to be interesting. I want to hear what he has to say. Bai Yuntao smiled and said, "Please ask. I also very much hope to have a good exchange and discussion with you." Bai Yang said calmly, "I've heard you say a lot just now, but there's one question you haven't mentioned at all. So, how do you make a profit from this live streaming platform?" Bai Yuntao paused for a moment, then laughed. "Of course, we make a profit from audience tips and advertising revenue sharing." Bai Yang then asked, "So, may I ask, how much of your live streaming platform relies on user donations? And what is the percentage of revenue shared by advertising?" A portion of the revenue from tips goes to the streamer, and after the platform deducts its costs, there's not much left for them. How can you guarantee you'll be able to make a profit? The majority of viewers on game live streaming platforms are male. As we all know, men don't have a high spending desire. How can you ensure that their spending power can support the operation of your platform? These words immediately caused a huge uproar. The audience began to discuss it. Bai Yang's question was indeed insightful and a major one. Although most investors don't care whether Bai Yuntao can make a profit, a business that is obviously losing money won't attract any fools to take over. For a time, people's hearts began to waver. Bai Yuntao grew anxious, his voice trembling slightly. Fist this off course, I have a strategy. We can fund the event's operation, cultivate more star streamers to gain more fans and users, and improve profitability. Bai Yang smiled again. What you're saying still doesn't hold water. Because cultivating top streamers isn't about following a formula, it's about dealing with uncertainty. And frankly, those fans and users who are willing to pay are there for the streamer, not for your platform. So once the streamer leaves, all your previous operating expenses will have benefited someone else. If you want to retain top streamers, you'll have to spend more money and have less profit margin. What makes you so confident that you can generate more revenue? Bai Yuntao was completely speechless, and his expression changed drastically. He looked helplessly at Jiang Kaiwa. Chapter 119 From Guest to Host. Jiang Kaiwa never expected that Bai Yang would be so blatant in causing trouble. This unfilial son of mine is infuriating. Was it intentional? But she has no other choice now. Because of the problem pointed out by Bai Yang, she couldn't think of a strategy to deal with or answer it for the time being. Bai Yang continued. President Bai Yuntao, you can't answer this? That's all right. You're just starting out. It's normal to have questions. You can think about it slowly. I continued to ask my questions. What are the advantages of your live streaming platform? Why would users choose to watch the same game on your platform? Upon hearing this question, Bai Yuntao immediately laughed. That's right within his firing range. It's very simple. As I mentioned before, our platform has a rich and comprehensive range of game live streaming categories, has partnered with major esports events, and also features distinctive streamers. Bai Yang waved his hand. In the end, you still have to rely on the streamers, right? Then what users like is not your platform. They will follow the streamers wherever they go. Your traffic doesn't come from the strength of the platform itself, but from the traffic brought to you by the streamers. This dependency model is very prone to problems. First, you can't guarantee that you can cultivate a streamer who is loyal to the platform, and second, you can't guarantee that the streamer won't cause problems. Imagine if your streamer says something they shouldn't during a live stream, or if they go from being a distinctive streamer to becoming a particularly lewd one. How would you manage them? How would you ensure the platform doesn't run into trouble? Don't forget how many online games attracted regulatory crackdowns a few years ago. You're doing online game live streaming. Have you thought about these issues? The bigger your platform and the more streamers you have in the future, the greater the uncontrollable risks will be. Bai Yang's wave of criticism and questioning completely silenced Bai Yuntao. The air conditioning in the venue was very strong, but Bai Yuntao's forehead was still covered in cold sweat, and his knees were trembling slightly. He needed to press his hands down firmly to keep himself from shaking too much. This wasn't the first time Bai Yang had attacked him, but it was definitely the most devastating one. He only realized now that Bai Yang had grown up. Moreover, the gap between the two is really, really big. The feeling of being overtaken by Bai Yang during the college entrance examination returned, and that suffocating and powerless feeling enveloped him once again. He could only utter a few words. Thisui. Bai Yang continued his aggressive questioning. Let's not talk about the streamers. Since you're an internet company, what technological innovations do you have? What amazement do users experience when they open your platform? At least in my opinion, your app and website design are unremarkable and make people not want to stay or even open them. If there's no technological innovation, where have you spent your investment? If I'm not mistaken, besides signing streamers, it's been used for advertising and promotion, right? Here's another problem. You've spent hundreds of millions, and you only have a little over 200,000 users. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Logically, as the industry develops, the cost of acquiring new users will only increase. How much are you planning to spend on advertising next? Bai Yang looked around and said, Fellow investors, you are all savvy people. What does it mean for a technology company to spend the majority of its budget on advertising and have so little investment in research and development? Those who know, know. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the company collapses. Not only that, but operating like this will deplete our cash flow very quickly. Once the company collapses, we might not even be able to pay the streamers' salaries. At that time, those who have invested will only lose everything and become the harvested head, a metaphor for being exploited, and the platform itself will be heavily indebted, making it difficult to find someone to take over. So in my opinion, By Yuntao, your project has absolutely no investment value. Only by going bankrupt now can you make the greatest contribution to society. Now that I've finished speaking, who agrees? Bai Yang handed the microphone back to the stunned host, then sat down with an air of nonchalance. The investors present started discussing it even more intensely. Bai Yang's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out many things that they felt were wrong but couldn't quite put their finger on. Some investors who had already committed to investing changed their minds and began to pay attention to Bai Yang instead. Most of the viewers of game live streams are grown men. As we all know, these guys' spending power is negligible, if not non-existent. Expecting them to make frequent impulsive purchases and spend money on in-game purchases is unrealistic. Bai Yang looked at Bai Yuntao smugly, not afraid of his rebuttal at all. Profitability and streamer issues are always key. If he can't solve them, he'll always be in an invincible position. Bai Yuntao was getting impatient. He asked directly, Bai Yang, what about your Douyin? Isn't it just an ordinary video platform? Didn't you have those questions just now? Bai Yang laughed. Bai Yuntao, don't try to extort money from me, okay? My Douyin is actually making a profit, and the revenue from advertising alone is a major part of it. Last month, it brought in 150 million in revenue, with a profit of over 30 million. Moreover, Douyin's main revenue sources are video e-commerce and image/text marketing. Douyin has precise algorithms that can push videos that users are interested in based on their profiles, increasing user stickiness. We have also partnered with JD.com and Taobao, allowing users to make purchases by clicking on video links. These are all sources of our revenue. We don't do anything that loses money. After he finished speaking, the audience erupted in prolonged applause. The investors present were extremely excited. A single business segment generates over 100 million renminbi in revenue per month and still manages to make a profit of 30 million renminbi. Making money on Douyin is absolutely insane. No wonder so many people are putting money into it. They all wanted to give Bai Yang money and get a share of the profits. Bai Yang bowed modestly to those around him, appearing confident and composed, as if this were his own exclusive investment presentation. Bai Yuntao was so angry on stage that his face turned a deep shade of liver. I'm clearly the main character. He originally intended to question Bai Yang, but unexpectedly, Bai Yang outmaneuvered him and even helped Bai Yang promote himself. They really shot themselves in the foot. This investment presentation was undoubtedly a failure. The presentation ended in this awkward atmosphere. After collecting a pile of business cards, Bai Yang and Li Wenbin were finally able to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, a sharp voice called out to him. Bai Yang, stop right there. Chapter 120. How dare you call me poisonous? Besides Jiang Kaiwei, there was no one else who could stop Bai Yang. At this moment, Jiang Caiyue's expression was ferocious and furious. She personally set up a stage for Bai Yuntao to perform, but in the end, it all benefited Bai Yang. I just can't swallow this anger. Bai Yang chuckled, then patted Li Wenbin on the shoulder and turned to leave. Bai Yang, what's wrong with you? Bai Ting shouted angrily. She was also hoping that Bai Yuntao could attract investment to fill the hole in her milk powder factory. Now that Bai Yang has messed everything up, he's naturally furious. Bai Ting couldn't help but yell, Mom's calling you, are you deaf? You're such a motherless brat. Bai Yang turned around, went up to Bai Ting, and slapped her across the face. Smack! Bai Ting's face was numb from the beating. She stood there, her eyes red, staring straight at Bai Yang. She never expected that Bai Yang would dare to hit her in front of Jiang Kaiwei. Mom, you saw it. Bai Ting shrank behind Jiang Kaiwei and said, Bai Yang is completely lawless now. Bai Yuntao also said, Brother Bai Yang, you've gone too far. It was one thing for you to ignore the family before, but now that I want to do something for the family, you're here to cause trouble and even hit me. I know you're afraid I'll steal your thunder and become your rival, but this will only temporarily frustrate me. It won't defeat me. I have my mom and sister's support. I won't lose. Seeing his expression, Bai Yang snorted disdainfully, then pinched his nose and shook his head. He farts without warning. It stinks. I'm out of here. Bai Yuntao became anxious. What? What do you mean? Jiang Kaiwei finally spoke up. Bai Yang, you're very arrogant now, aren't you? Do you think you've grown wings? Do you think I can't do anything to you? Your Douyin is just a startup. If I really wanted to take action, you would definitely go bankrupt. I, Jiang Kaiwe, mean what I say. After hearing this, Baiyang initially showed no reaction, then pretended to be surprised as he looked at Jiang Kaiwe. Oh, Jiang Kaiwe, was that you speaking just now? I thought you were dead. Jiang Kaiwe angrily said. Yuri cursing me to die? You should have died long ago, Baiyang shouted. From the moment you abandoned me, you were no longer worthy of being my mother. From the day you abused me, we became enemies. Of course, I want my enemy dead. Yu. Jiang Tsayue's face turned deathly pale, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Bai Ting covered her face and said to Jiang Kaiwe, Mom, let's go, don't pay attention to him. He's just a mad dog. Jiang Kaiwe shoved her away. Get away from me, she then said to Baiyang. You unfilial son. Let me tell you, you sabotaged Xiao Tao today, and I'll sabotage you next. I, Jiang Kaiwe, have struggled for decades, and I'm not someone to be trifled with. Just wait. Xiao Tao will surpass you sooner or later, and do even better than you. Your Douyin thing will only be a complete failure. Then you'll understand that Xiao Tao, whom I personally nurtured, is the most outstanding talent. Baiyang chuckled. Really? Well then, go ahead and imagine it for yourself. By the way, I hope the next time I see you is at your funeral. I will personally set off a string of firecrackers next to your grave. At the moment of my death, I will come to you and give you a proper send-off. I hope you don't die too easily, otherwise I will regret it. This is just the beginning. Next, I will show you what pain is, what it means to be abandoned by everyone, and what true despair is. You, Jiang Kaiwe broke down, angrily saying, You will be condemned by everyone for doing this. Don't forget, you are my son, you came from my body, and you can't change that. Bai Yang countered with a question. So, are all the things you've done honorable? Won't you be condemned by everyone? Jiang Kaiwe was stunned. Bai Yang's gaze towards Jiang Kaiwe was as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Jiang Kaiwe, you know perfectly well how you got to where you are today. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, you know in your heart. What goes around comes around. If heaven doesn't punish you, I will. Jiang Kaiwe was stunned, and her breathing became rapid. She hadn't expected Bai Yang to be so aggressive. She never expected that her words would make her so unsettled. It's even a little painful. You unfilial son, you are so cruel. Bai Yang laughed again. Poison? My God, Jiang Kaiwe, how dare you call me poisonous? If my poison has 100, yours has at least 10,000. I used to scavenge for food from trash cans, and you stripped me naked and made me stand outside as punishment. After I fainted from hunger, I ate nothing but plain rice until I vomited. You made me kneel on aluminum cans and kept beating and scolding me. You once gave me hope, and then crushed it. How dare you ask if this is poisonous? You treat your adopted son like your own, but treat your biological son like an enemy. Jiang Kaiwe, you are the unreasonable one, the one who deserves to die the most. You're calling me toxic now that I've only done this much? Compared to you, I'm nowhere near as good. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwe gritted her teeth and said, You unfilial son, you don't understand anything. I was training you, nurturing you. I am your biological mother. How could I harm you? It's your own fault for being so useless and choosing to fall into depravity. Now it seems my initial judgment was correct. You're ruined, completely beyond saving. Bai Yang chuckled and said, What a crazy woman. The journey is long and the mountains are far. Let's take our time and see. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao were both stunned. They hadn't expected Bai Yang's hatred to be so intense that even Jiang Tsayue's authority couldn't suppress it. It is said that there is a bloodline suppression between mother and child, but Jiang Kaiwe was clearly at a disadvantage just now. Mom, are you all right? Bai Ting stepped forward and asked cautiously. Jiang Kaiwe looked dazed, her face blank, and her eyes lifeless. She seemed to have aged several years in an instant, and her once radiant and elegant demeanor had vanished. Bai Ting said with some worry, Mom, don't scare me. Now, all she can rely on is Jiang Kaiwe. If Jiang Kaiwe really collapses, she will have to face that huge hole of hundreds of millions of yuan all by herself. Bai Yuntao also stepped forward to help Jiang Kaiwe up, saying, Mom, Bai Yong was just spouting nonsense. You are the best mother in the world. He just doesn't know how to appreciate it. Please take good care of yourself. We'll regroup and definitely defeat him. Jiang Kaiwei suddenly hugged the two of them tightly. My child, my child. Jiang Tsayue's tone changed, and she chuckled. My children, you are all my good children. Bai Yong, I won't let him get away with this. Chapter 121, There's Still a Date. Seeing Jiang Kaiwei like this, Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting both felt a strange feeling. Fortunately, after taking 2 deep breaths, Jiang Kaiwei returned to her original state and said calmly that she wanted to go back first. Xiao Tao, don't worry. Although this investment meeting wasn't very successful, Mom can still find new investors for you. After hearing this, Bai Yuntao said somewhat uneasily, Mom, I'm afraid that if our reputation gets out. Jiang Kaiwei laughed. Get out? Impossible. People in the business world are all very shrewd. They won't talk about things that make money, nor will they talk about things that don't. The former doesn't want others to share their pie, while the latter wants others to die quickly so they can dominate the world. Remember this. If someone tells you how profitable a project is, or how unprofitable it is, be wary. That's what they call every man for himself, or heaven and earth will punish him. After listening, Bai Yuntao nodded as if he understood, but not quite. After learning that it would not affect his future investments, Bai Yuntao felt relieved. Damn, Bai Yong, you think you can defeat me like this? No way. I'll make you pay. After escorting Jiang Kaiwei back to her room to rest, Bai Yuntao began to discuss things with Bai Ting. Bai Yong is going too far now. We have to teach him a lesson. Bai Yuntao clenched his fist. That good-for-nothing thinks he'll be fine after leaving the Bai family? Impossible. He recalled how he used to bully Bai Yong, treating him like a dog and trampling him underfoot. Looking at him now, the contrast was too great. If he hadn't been crushed, he might have accepted it willingly. But the fact that someone who was once inferior to him was now crushing him was something he couldn't swallow no matter what. Bai Ting asked, So, have you come up with any ideas? Bai Yong is riding high right now. Do you think we can handle him? Bai Yuntao asked, somewhat puzzled. Bai Ting, what's wrong? You seem a bit listless. Are you afraid of Bai Yong and don't dare to fight back? Bai Ting shook her head. How could that be? I hate Bai Yong just like you. If it weren't for him, how could I have lost so much money now I don't even dare to answer the phone? It's all his fault. She still harbors a deep-seated resentment, unsure whether Jiang Kaiwei was responsible for the death of her adoptive father. To this day, Jiang Kaiwei has not given a clear answer, leaving her feeling anxious and uncertain. Bai Ting felt particularly uneasy when she was with Jiang Kaiwei. She had a good relationship with her adoptive parents. If things really were as Bai Yong said, that her biological mother killed them, that would be too cruel. Bai Yuntao said, Since you also know that Bai Yong is despicable, that's good since he intends to ruin my reputation, I'll ruin his reputation too. I just don't believe he could be so clean. On the other hand, after returning to school, Bai Yong mainly focused on attending classes and studying, handling company affairs in his spare time. After expressing his intention to sell Douyin, Bai Yong asked Li Wenbin to contact Tencent. Initially, Li Wenbin and Su Yu both felt that it would be better to find Ali, because they had a stronger liking for Ali's Jack Ma and felt that he was someone who could understand Douyin. But Bai Yong still chose the Penguin. On the one hand, Tencent's backing by the 2 major social media platforms, WeChat and QQ, is helpful for promoting Douyin. On the other hand, Tencent is more adept at the mobile and online game industries, making it the best partner for Bai Yong, who is about to launch a game company. Moreover, Ari's Jack horse may seem like everyone's father horse now, but in reality, he's not very clear-headed when it comes to matters of principle. The fact that he could say, I'm as busy as the president, but I don't have the power of the president, already speaks volumes. Bai Yong didn't want to be too closely tied to him. Although Li Wenbin didn't understand, he still helped contact the investment manager at Tencent. Tencent was naturally very happy to learn that Douyin, this star unicorn, wanted to sell itself. However, after hearing the price of 30 billion, they hesitated and thought about talking to Bai Yong face-to-face. When Su Xing learned that Bai Yong wanted to sell Douyin, he was first taken aback, then laughed. 30 billion then, Bai Yong. You can at least get more than 10 billion, right? What's wrong? Want to achieve financial freedom and retire early. Bai Yang replied. Mr. Su, I'm not even 20 years old yet. Retirement is too early for me. I do have plans for the future, and for now, I should prioritize my studies. I'm not Bill Gates. He has a father who is a senator, so he can drop out of college to start a business. I still value that diploma. Su Xiang laughed even louder after hearing this. All right, go ahead and do it. I have no objections. But if you start a business again next time, remember to call me along. He had been in the business world for decades, and he had never met a young man as interesting as Bai Yang. Not only are they not easily swayed, but they are also able to take things in stride and have great courage. That's rare. The next day, a delegation from Tencent arrived. After gaining a general understanding of Douyin's operations, they asked a few key questions, to which Bai Yang naturally answered fluently. The people from Tencent were in high spirits when they talked with Bai Yang, and they burst into laughter from time to time. Regarding the acquisition amount, Bai Yang insisted on a bottom line of 30 billion yuan and refused to budge. This price might be a bit high, but Douyin currently has tens of millions of active users, and this growth rate will only increase in the next 6 months. With the promotion from your Tencent social media platforms, it's possible that it could break 100 million. Furthermore, I will continue to collaborate with you in the future. I have a few good ideas in the mobile game field, so you don't need to worry about me just leaving. With this 30 billion, you're not just buying the present, but also the future returns. Upon hearing this, the representative from Tencent was pleasantly surprised. Oh, so you also have plans to enter the mobile game market? Bai Yang nodded. Don't forget, I started out with a sheep game. This game doesn't even have hundreds of thousands of daily online players yet, which I believe many similar games can't achieve. The penguin representatives looked at each other and then said, in that case, we think this investment is indeed worthwhile. But Bai Yang, could you leave behind an agreement or a memorandum to record what you just said about your plans to collaborate with us on a mobile game? Bai Yang smiled and said, of course, that's no problem. The two sides hit it off immediately and then finalized a series of other matters. After seeing off the Tencent group people, Bai Yang took out his phone to take a break. At this moment, a notification popped up in the schedule. He exclaimed, oh dear, I almost forgot about that. Chapter 122 by Yun Tao is up to his old tricks again. Bai Yang only remembered that he actually had an appointment today after seeing the schedule reminder. He had made plans with Jiang Tianai to have hot pot together today. The location was chosen by Jiang Tianai. It's a small shop with a low average cost per person. It's clear that Jiang Tianai intentionally cultivated an image of an ordinary commoner, not wanting Bai Yang to realize that she was a rich heiress from a prominent family. Bai Yang actually wanted to laugh a little. However, in order to further discuss the Jiang family, he felt that cooperating with the act wouldn't be a bad thing. In his previous life, during the years he lived as a spirit, Bai Yang clearly saw the true nature of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianai seems harmless now, but after the Bai family got into trouble and the Jiang family was also affected, she couldn't escape the fate of everyone being evil and exposed the dark side of her heart. So much so that what she did later couldn't be described as simply outrageous. Bai Yang wants to take revenge on Jiang Kaiwei, and Jiang Tianai can play a significant role in that. When it was almost time, Bai Yang took a taxi there. Jiang Tianai was waiting at the door, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. She wore a pink dress and a pink bucket hat today, her Lolita-style look exuding a pure and alluring charm. I'm sorry, something came up and I'm late. After getting out of the car, Bai Yang walked over quickly. Jiang Tianai handed over a cup of milk tea. It's okay. You're an entrepreneur. It's normal to be busy. Bai Yang took the milk tea but didn't drink it right away. He said, Jiang, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me by my name from now on. Jiang Tianai laughed and said, you told me not to be polite, but calling me Jiang Tongxue all the time makes me seem even more distant. Then what should I call you? Bai Yang thought to himself, if we're really being polite, shouldn't I just call you Auntie? You can call me Xiao Ai. Jiang Tianai stared at Bai Yang, her face burning slightly. Fortunately, she had applied a lot of blush, so it didn't look too red. Okay, Xiao Ai. Bai Yang pushed open the door of the hot pot restaurant. Come in. I'm a little hungry. Oh, Jiang Tianai responded with some disappointment. At that moment, someone nearby furtively took out a camera and snapped a picture of Bai Yang opening the door for Jiang Tianai. When ordering, Bai Yang asked Jiang Tianai if she had any dietary restrictions. Jiang Tianai said she didn't eat cilantro, but anything else was fine. Bai Yang ordered several meat dishes. He was really exhausted these past few days and needed to replenish his protein. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Tianai finally spoke. Bai Yang, I've seen your interviews and some news reports. Your biological parents and several older sisters are all gone. Yes, that's all, Bai Yang replied frankly. Jiang Tianai said, oh, then sighed and said, it's really not easy for someone with such a tragic background as you to achieve what you have today. You can only imagine how much suffering you have endured. To be honest, I also have a few relatives with the surname Bai, and I also have a half-sister. My older sister is older than me, almost old enough to be my mother. My dad even said he wants me to go see her today. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me so embarrassed. Bai Yang glanced at Jiang Tianai's chest and nodded. Yeah, it's quite big. He knew, of course, that she was referring to Jiang Kaiwa. She can be your mother, and she used to be my mother too. Jiang Tao asked Jiang Tianai to go see Jiang Kaiwa. Interesting. Jiang Tianai was somewhat surprised. Didn't he find it strange at all? When she mentioned this to others in the past, they would exclaim in surprise, saying things like, no way, or your dad is amazing. Why is Bai Yang so calm? The next second, Jiang Tianai was filled with awe again. He's definitely a man destined for great things. His emotions are so stable, unlike other young men who are easily alarmed and lack any composure. Looking at Bai Yang, Jiang Tianai couldn't help but think about many things related to him. Having lost both parents at a young age and with the sudden death of a family member, he developed an inferiority complex and introverted personality in his adoptive parents' home, which fostered his calm and reserved character. But beneath that icy exterior, there must be a passionate heart, right? Bai Yang, I must wrap you in my warmth. Bai Yang, I've actually wanted to start my own business for a long time. I wonder if you could give me some pointers. Jiang Tianai looked at Bai Yang nervously. Bai Yang asked softly, what are your hobbies? When you don't know what to do, starting with your own interests and hobbies is the best choice. Jiang Tianai thought for a moment, then said, I usually enjoy baking, cooking, playing the piano and violin, and I've also studied painting and ballet. Goodness, are you putting on a talent show? Bai Yang said, since you are so talented, you could consider becoming a self-media creator, such as starting a public WeChat account or becoming a content creator on Bilibili. You can also join my Douyin account and post some works there, which would be great. Jiang Tianai asked with some doubt. Is this also considered starting a business? Bai Yang added, of course, self-media is entrepreneurship, and it requires a lot of strategy. It's not just about being able to sing, dance, and play an instrument. If your budget allows, you can set up a studio and hire people to shoot videos, edit videos, make covers, do publicity, and so on. This is a very suitable way for you to start a business. It's already quite an achievement that you can manage a small team well and keep the studio profitable. Jiang Tianai's eyes lit up after hearing this. She felt that what Bai Yang said was something she had never heard before, and a sense of novelty and admiration welled up in her heart. Okay, I'll give it a try when I get back. Bai Yang, could you take a look and give me your feedback? Bai Yang nodded. Okay. Jiang Tianai was overjoyed, feeling that she had taken another step closer to her idol. As the two chatted, the waiter brought out the food, and they continued talking while eating. Bai Yang, you haven't been to the capital for long. There are many places you haven't been to yet, right? Jiang Tianai's breathing became a little rapid. If you have time, I can take you sightseeing. I know this place in the capital quite well. Bai Yang paused for a moment, then said, okay, no problem. Jiang Tianai smiled again, feeling that the meat in the bowl smelled even better. Just then, a group of men and women walked into the shop and headed towards Bai Yang and his group. The one in the lead was none other than Bai Yuntao. Bai Yang, what a coincidence. Bai Yuntao looked at Bai Yang with a mischievous grin. Bai Yang glanced at him and said, I was just looking forward to having a nice meal, but you have to come and ruin my appetite. Are you really that shameless? Asking for a beating again, huh? Bai Yang gritted his teeth and said, Bai Yang, don't be so smug. He looked at Jiang Tianai and laughed. Is this your girlfriend? TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't know you were such a player. Jiang Tianai's face flushed again. No. Bai Yang interrupted her. Little beauty, you've mistaken me for someone else. This Bai Yang is no good person. No sooner had he finished speaking than a heavily made-up woman behind him stepped forward and grabbed Bai Yang's arm. Darling, how could you leave me? Chapter 123. Your seniority is higher than his. This sudden turn of events surprised Jiang Tianai. What's going on? Especially this woman. She called Bai Yang darling. The heavily made-up woman continued, her voice trembling with tears. Darling, now that you're rich, you can't forget me. A wife who has shared hardship should not be abandoned. These are the words you said to me back then. Don't you remember? I'm pregnant. You can't leave me. The two men behind Bai Yuntao took out their cameras and started snapping pictures of Bai Yang. TSK, Bai Yang. I never expected you to cause such a big mess when you're only a freshman. If this gets out, it might not be good for you, right? Bai Yang shoved the heavily made-up woman aside, then calmly ate a piece of fatty beef. Bai Yuntao, what are you up to now? Bai Yuntao laughed. Hee, Bai Yang. Didn't you always like to cause me trouble before? Now I'll show you what's what. If others knew that the founder of Douyin had a messy love life at such a young age, got someone pregnant, and was caught cheating on his wife, do you think your users would think of you? Bai Yang then asked, it is indeed quite troublesome. So what do you want in return for letting me go? When Bai Yuntao saw him like this, he thought he had surrendered and became extremely excited. He waved his hand, signaling the actress to leave. Bai Yuntao sneered. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this sooner? You ruined my investment before, so just compensate me for my losses. 1 billion, isn't that fair? I can accept installments. Bai Yang wiped his hands. 1 billion? Can I interpret this as extortion? Bai Yuntao pointed at Jiang Tianai. If you don't agree, I'll not only expose you, but also your girlfriend. Bai Yang, someone like you who climbed up from the bottom is considered dirty by everyone. People will definitely believe that you are a poor person who suddenly became rich, so you did a lot of messy things. So compared to me, you're still far behind. Just accept your fate. Jiang Tianai understood at this point. Oh, so you were framing Bai Yang. She gritted her teeth and said, that's shameless. What's your name? Bai Yuntao glared at Jiang Tianai. What's it to you? She's just a bitch. How dare she talk to me like that? Bai Yang has already given in, so you should shut up too. What right do women have to interrupt when men are talking? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianai was immediately furious. Although she wasn't spoiled, no one had ever insulted her like that before. If Bai Yang hadn't been there, Jiang Tianai would have already abandoned her ladylike image and slapped him across the face. Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh, and then said, Bai Yuntao, I've discovered that besides being a jerk, you're also exceptionally talented in another area. What? You're asking for it. You really know how to court death. Bai Yang picked up his phone and turned on the screen. Look, what's this? When Bai Yuntao looked up, he discovered that Bai Yang was recording again. You? Bai Yang laughed and said, your car is too conspicuous. I saw it as soon as it parked at the entrance. So I prepared to welcome you in advance. But I didn't expect you to still be so forgetful. Bai Yuntao, don't you understand the basic principles of recording? Do you still think you've got my Achilles heel? Bai Yuntao was so angry that he was trembling all over. He never expected that he would be tricked by Bai Yang again. He fell into the same trap twice. He reached out to try and snatch the phone back. Bai Yang was one step ahead of him, grabbed his wrist, and then slammed it hard on the table with his chopsticks. Bai Yuntao let out a pig-like scream, his facial features distorted, which also attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. Jiang Tianai was stunned, her mouth agape, unsure what expression to make. She never expected that Bai Yang had such a side to him. He's decisive and ruthless, which makes him even cooler. Bai Yang said, how dare you touch my phone, you bastard. Get out of here. Don't disturb my meal. Bai Yuntao clutched his hand, tears welling in his eyes from the pain, and said, you Bai Yang. After stammering for a long time, Bai Yuntao couldn't say a word and could only grit his teeth and leave with his men. After the farce ended, Bai Yang said to Jiang Tianai with a blank expression, sorry, did I scare you just now? Jiang Tianai waved her hand. No. People are afraid of becoming famous, just as pigs are afraid of getting fat. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Yang, with your business so big, it's normal to have one or two enemies. But you still need to be careful in the future, maybe bring a bodyguard when you go out. Yang smiled and said, "Thanks for the suggestion, I'll consider it. Let's eat something first." Jiang Tianai asked again. That person was too much. He didn't look very old, but his intentions were so malicious. "Who is he?" Yang said mysteriously. "It's okay, I'll take care of him myself. You'll soon find out who he is." Jiang Tianai felt a surge of turmoil as she looked at Yang, who remained calm even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. He's truly a man who accomplishes great things. Follow him, you can't go wrong. An hour later, Yang and Jiang Tianai walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Tianai said, "Yang, thank you for treating me to hot pot. I had a very enjoyable meal today. Maybe we can meet up again sometime." Yang nodded. "Yes, if there's an opportunity, of course. Be careful on your way back. I have to go now." As Jiang Tianai watched Yang's retreating figure, she felt a strange sense of loss. She glanced into the shop and saw that the milk tea she had given Yang was still there on the table, untouched by Yang. Yang, doest he like milk tea? After returning home, Jiang Tianai immediately took a shower and changed into a more formal outfit, preparing to go with Jiang Tao to find Jiang Kaiwei. "Your brother is still away on a business trip and can't come back, so let's just go this time," Jiang Tao said. "Your older sister has been going through a lot lately. Be careful what you say when you see her later." Jiang Tianai was a little nervous. "Okay, Dad, I'll be careful." She knew from a young age that she had a half-sister who was married and had several children, but she had never met her. "Now that we're meeting for the first time, I really don't know what to do." However, on the way, she remembered the hot pot she had with Yang during the day, and an undisguised smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, Jiang Tao added, "By the way, your brother-in-law and your 4 nieces are not here. Only your sister's adopted son, that is, Yun Tao, is still with her. This Yun Tao is about your age, but you are of a higher generation than him. Be careful when you meet him, and be a little authoritative." Jiang Tianai nodded. "Okay." Chapter 124, Yun Tao's Vicious Scheme. Jiang Tianai asked softly, "Dad, this what kind of person is Yun Tao, my sister's adopted son?" Jiang Tao scoffed. "It doesn't matter what kind of person he is. He's just an adopted son. There's no need to care too much about him. You should mainly think about how to get along well with your older sister." Jiang Tianai nodded obediently. Jiang Tao then spoke up, and, "What's wrong, Dad?" "And nothing." Jiang Tao originally wanted to mention Yang's matter as well, but he swallowed the words back. Yang is a completely negative figure in his eyes. Moreover, Jiang Tao judged that Jiang Kaiwei and Yang would definitely not reconcile, and Yang would not return to the Bai family. From now on, we're strangers, so there's no need for further introductions. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiwei was sulking. Sheng hasn't answered her calls in a long time since graduation. Bai Xia only gave a perfunctory answer, saying that Bai Sheng was not feeling well, but she didn't know what exactly happened. Jiang Kaiwei has people in Yunqing who say they haven't seen Bai Sheng return. That means they're still in the capital and hiding from me. This has never happened before in all these years of marriage. The hole that Bai Ting created is getting bigger and bigger, and the milk powder factory is basically doomed. Fortunately, the land was still valuable, so Jiang Kaiwei decided to change her approach and develop other industries. This way, the dirty money from Gangcheng could still be laundered, and she could continue to make money from the projects. Startup capital is one issue. Jiang Kaiwei didn't want to touch the Bai Group's cash, partly because she didn't want to take risks, and partly because she preferred to provide financial support to Bai Yun Tao rather than Bai Ting. So in order to get more money, she had no choice but to temporarily reconcile with Jiang Tao, which meant she was willing to meet her sister. She has done this kind of flexible and adaptable thing countless times over the past 2 decades. But today she felt extremely frustrated. "Xiao Tao, Bai Ting, when you see your aunt in a little while, just talk to her as usual. And your maternal grandfather, answer whatever he says, but don't make any absolute statements." Bai Yun Tao and Bai Ting listened very attentively. They are both facing significant setbacks in their careers. But it doesn't matter. As long as Jiang Tao is willing to help, everything will be all right. So whether it's Jiang Tao or that aunt they've never met, they both try their best to please her. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Kaiwei went upstairs to change her clothes. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting were a little nervous. I heard that Grandpa was a child born late in life, and Auntie's age is about the same as mine. Bai Yuntao took a deep breath. I'm afraid I'll be a college student this year, right? Bai Ting said, yes, I found out that my aunt's name is Jiang Tianai, and she's a talented woman. Bai Yuntao laughed. A talented woman? That makes things easier. I've also learned many talents since I was a child, so we might have a lot in common. Bai Ting then asked, by the way, didn't you go and set a trap for Bai Yang? How did it go? When this matter was mentioned, Bai Yuntao's face darkened. This time, he tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. Not only did he get a beating from Bai Yang, but he was also recorded. He was worried about this. What if Bai Yang leaked the recording one day? Just then, the nanny came in and said, young master, young lady, the guests have arrived. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting quickly got up to greet them. Jiang Tao and Jiang Tianai got out of the car in the courtyard and prepared to walk inside. Bai Yuntao stood at the door and saw Jiang Tianai in the sunlight. Holy crap! Bai Yuntao quickly covered his mouth and then ran into the house. Xiao Tao, what are you doing? Bai Ting was stunned and quickly turned around to chase after him. From the perspective of Jiang Tao and his daughter, the Bai siblings were standing with their backs to the light, so their faces were not very clear. Jiang Tianai asked, puzzled, Dad, why are they running? Jiang Tao frowned. That man is your sister's adopted son. He ran away as soon as he saw us. What an ill-mannered bastard. Bai Ting caught up with Bai Yuntao. Xiao Tao, what are you doing? Grandpa and Auntie are already at the door. Bai Yuntao trembled and hugged his arms, saying, I'll tell you the details in a bit. You go and greet them for me first. Bai Ting asked in confusion, why? Go quickly. After calling Bai Ting away, Bai Yuntao went straight into the room. What happened? Bai Yuntao's mind is full of questions. The person Bai Yang was dating was actually his aunt? The second young lady of the Jiang family. My God, this is insane. Does Bai Yang know his aunt's identity? No, he definitely doesn't. That guy just arrived in Beijing and isn't familiar with Grandpa. How could he possibly know his aunt? Besides, if he really knew it was my aunt's words during the day, he would have said it directly and wouldn't have needed to use a recording to deal with me. After sorting things out, Bai Yuntao gradually calmed down, and his mind became much clearer. He suddenly grinned maliciously. Wouldn't it be interesting if they didn't know each other's identities? If Bai Yang and his aunt really have something going on, that's a twisted plot that even German orthopedic surgeons couldn't save. Ha ha, Bai Yang, you're really finished this time. Bai Yuntao thought to himself, since Bai Yang is on a date with Jiang Tianai, and they are both hiding their identities from each other, why not just go with the flow? If they really got together and had something happen, it would be a huge scandal. Jiang Tao will definitely not let Bai Yang off the hook, and Bai Yang will certainly be unable to face anyone. Wouldn't you then be free of obstacles? Even if it's not exposed, it can still be used as leverage to blackmail Bai Yang. It's practically an invincible tactic. The more Bai Yuntao thought along these lines, the more excited he became. That's right, let's do it. In Bai Yuntao's mind, a plan was gradually being perfected. Downstairs, Jiang Tao and Jiang Tianai had already sat down, and Bai Ting got up to personally pour them tea. Grandpa, Auntie, please have some tea. Bai Ting glanced at Jiang Tianai and was immediately captivated by her beauty. She's definitely the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. She's beautiful. She was also even more curious about Bai Yuntao's reaction. Jiang Tao and Bai Yuntao had met before, so it's very likely that he ran away because of his aunt, Jiang Tianai. But Jiang Tianai has a beauty that could bring ruin to a country. So why does Bai Yuntao look at her like she's a ghost? Are you shy? Jiang Tianai laughed and said, Bai Ting, we are the same age. Although I am a generation older than you, it is not good to always call you that. You should still call me by my name. It will feel more natural that way. I heard you also studied finance. Although we went to different schools, I can still call you senior. Bai Ting was stunned. Oh, this isn't a good idea, is it? Jiang Tianai smiled and said, There's nothing wrong with it. We're all family. Bai Ting's heart trembled slightly. A family? Really? Jiang Tao coughed and said, By the way, shouting, where's your mom? Chapter 125 is still about Bai Yang. Bai Ting quickly said, "Oh, Mom, she just went upstairs to change her clothes. I'll go get her right now." Jiang Tao was somewhat displeased. "You haven't changed it for so long, and you're only starting to change it now that I'm almost there." Jiang Tianai smiled and said, "Dad, maybe that's just my sister's personality. You don't always have to be so serious. It's always a good thing for fathers and daughters to meet." Jiang Tao stopped talking and picked up a cup of tea to drink. "We're here, what's the rush?" Jiang Kaiwei walked behind Bai Ting and muttered a few words. She was wearing a simple light blue dress, and her hair was tied up. The unique aura and charm of a young woman was overwhelming. Jiang Tianai quickly stood up, swallowing hard. "Sister, sister." When Jiang Kaiwei saw Jiang Tianai, she didn't say much. She took a few steps and then said, She glanced around the living room and frowned, asking, "Where's Xiao Tao?" Bai Ting said, "Xiao Tao, he seems to have diarrhea, so he went back to his room to rest." Jiang Kaiwei felt that something was wrong after hearing this. However, she didn't think too much about it and sat down opposite Jiang Tao, her eyes fixed on the teacup on the table. She felt that nothing looked as nice as that teacup now. Jiang Tao coughed and said, "Kaiwei, I heard you were sick before. Are you feeling better?" Jiang Kaiwei nodded. "Okay." Jiang Tianai quickly picked up a box of high-end nutritional supplements. "Sister, I specially went to the China World Trade Center a couple of days ago to buy these for you. Take them to nourish your body. Running such a big company and accompanying your child to school in Beijing must be very tiring." Jiang Kaiwei simply hummed in response, without saying anything more. The atmosphere became a little awkward, and none of the four people knew what to say. Bai Ting could only urge the nanny to bring the food up, and then call everyone to eat. Bai Yuntao still refused to come down, so the four of them ate first. During the meal, Jiang Tao kept talking about the changes in Beijing and the Jiang family in recent years. Apart from Bai Ting chiming in a few words like a straight man, Jiang Kaiwei remained silent. Jiang Tao also spoke less and less, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction with his daughter's silence. Bai Ting felt that this wouldn't work. With things so deadlocked, how can we possibly get the Jiang family's support to turn things around? She continued, "By the way, Auntie, I heard you're also in college?" "Which college?" Jiang Tianai was a little embarrassed. "I'm from Yinbei University, but I'm not very good at it." "Oh, what a coincidence. Xiao Tao is also from Yinbei University." Bai Ting smiled and looked at Jiang Kaiwei. "Mom, Xiao Tao and Auntie are both very outstanding. It seems that both our families have high hopes for them. Their future is bright." Jiang Kaiwei said indifferently. "So what if it's Yinbei? That rebellious son still passed the exam, didn't he?" "Rebellious son?" Jiang Tianai was unaware that Jiang Kaiwei had a biological son. Jiang Tao coughed a few times. "Kaiwei, weren't you from Yinbei before? Speaking of which, you should be Tianai's senior, right?" Jiang Tianai's eyes lit up. "Sister, really? That's great. We can go to the school together sometime. What's your major?" Jiang Kaiwei gripped her chopsticks tightly. "It's been so long. Let's not talk about it anymore." Bai Ting quickly chimed in. "Auntie, did you have a boyfriend at Yinbei University? You're so pretty. You must have had a lot of guys pursuing you, right?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's image immediately came to Jiang Tianai's mind. "No. How could I besides? Students should focus on their studies." Jiang Tianai's tone became coy, and her cheeks flushed. Bai Ting could obviously tell there was something going on, so she quickly teased, "Oh, Auntie, do you already have someone in your heart? Why don't we talk to Xiao Tao about it later? He's a well-known young entrepreneur in Yinbei now, a rising star in startups, and he has a wide network of connections. Maybe he can help you." Jiang Tianai was embarrassed. "What do you mean? I have someone in my heart." "No, it's not like that." Jiang Tao coughed and said, "Tianai, I don't object to you dating, but you must find the right person. Even if we're not talking about being a perfect match in terms of social standing, we should at least have some financial stability. We don't want to end up with some poor guy." Jiang Kaiwei suddenly spoke up, shouting, "Go check on Xiao Tao and tell him to come down and eat something." The atmosphere turned cold again. Bai Ting said, "Okay, Mom." After she went upstairs, Jiang Tianai felt like she was superfluous and quickly said, "Dad, I'll go see my nephew Xiao Tao too." Only Jiang Tao and his daughter Jiang Kaiwei remained in the living room. Jiang Tao wiped his mouth. All right, just say what you need to say. Jiang Kaiwei added, what else could it be? It's just about Bai Yang, isn't it? Upstairs, Bai Ting knocked on Bai Yun Tao's door and asked, Xiao Tao, are you all right? Your aunt is here too. Everyone cares about you. Eat something. Bai Yun Tao did not reply, but instead sent a message to Bai Ting via WeChat. Bai Ting was puzzled. It's just a stomachache. How come you can't even speak? She smiled and said to Jiang Tianai, Auntie, don't worry, Xiao Tao should be fine. Jiang Tianai nodded, then said, by the way, you just said that Xiao Tao is also starting a business? Bai Ting immediately perked up. Yes, Xiao Tao's project is very promising. It's a game live streaming platform called Panda TV, and it's doing very well now. If you have time, Andy, you can take a look. Jiang Tianai listened, but didn't really take it to heart. She was still thinking about Bai Yang, wondering what he was thinking and doing now that he had encountered difficulties with others today. Time flies, and another half-month has passed. Everything was calm and peaceful. On Jiang Caiyue's side, since talking with Jiang Tao, Bai Yun Tao's fundraising process has indeed become much smoother, especially for Panda TV. Although Bai Ting's crisis was still ongoing, it was not as urgent as before. She was busy negotiating to change the land use of the milk powder factory, while also looking for new profit points and business models. On the other side, Bai Xia and Bai Wen sat together, looking at each other in silence. Sister, how is Dad doing? Bai Wen has been busy with her thesis at school recently and is not very clear about the current situation. Bai Xia shook her head. Dad is eating and drinking normally, but he still doesn't talk much and locks himself in. I don't know what he's thinking. I'm more worried about Xiao Yang. I heard from my friends in Beijing that Xiao Tao has received a lot of investment and is almost as popular as Xiao Yang. I suspect it was Grandpa who intervened, but there's been no news about Xiao Yang. Could it be? Just then, a news item popped up on their phones. Tencent's biggest acquisition this year. Douyin founder successfully sells himself, cashing out billions and retiring with flying colors. Bai Xia suddenly stood up. What? Chapter 126, is it wrong for him to do the right thing? Bai Xia and Bai Wen could hardly believe what they were seeing. After repeatedly confirming the information and searching several news websites, Bai Xia finally dared to verify its reliability. Did Bai Yang really sell Douyin, the platform he founded? This. Bai Xia's breathing became rapid. What happened to Xiaonong? That doesn't make sense. Douyin is doing so well now. So many people are optimistic about it, and it has also received support from so many big shots. No matter what, it should not be given up easily. Why choose to retire at this crucial moment? Bai Wen had the same thought. Could it be that Xiao Yang's company is in trouble? Bai Xia shook her head. No. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid Tencent won't spend that much money. 30 billion. That's their biggest investment this year. It's Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang must be feeling too much pressure and doesn't want to continue. Bai Xia has sold his own businesses and subsidiaries in the past, but they couldn't manage it all, and they couldn't see any future prospects, so they found someone to take over. Douyin is currently very popular, so there's no reason to cut losses. The only reasonable explanation is that Bai Yang was under some kind of pressure and had to withdraw. Bai Xia immediately realized something. It was Mom and Grandpa who made the move. With the Jiang family's influence and Mom's manipulations, they must have joined forces to ruin Xiaoyang. She dared not say any more. Bai Wen asked in confusion, Grandpa? Why is Grandpa treating Xiaoyang like this? You don't know last time, Dad, Grandpa, and I went looking for Xiaoyang together. Upon learning of what happened last time, Bai Wen panicked. Fist this, Grandpa. You can't do this. Xiaoyang suffered so much injustice in our family. If it were me, I wouldn't have accepted the investment so easily either. Sis, what do we do now? Bai Xia said. We can only go to Grandpa. No, Grandpa won't change his mind so easily. Let's discuss it with Dad first. Her mind went blank for a moment. We must save Bai Yang. We can't let his hard work go to waste. At that moment, Bai Xia thought of something. That's right, maybe he can. Bai Wen was confused. Him? Who is that? At this moment, Bai Yun walked in from outside. Big sister, second sister. Bai Yun was in high spirits, her face beaming as if she had found money. She couldn't wait to say it as soon as she came up. Our company just reached a cooperation agreement with Tencent, and I've been selected as the advertising spokesperson. This is the best opportunity I've ever had. This was good news, but Bai Xia and Bai Wen showed no sign of happiness. Xiaoyan, congratulations. Bai Xia nodded, then picked up her bag and was about to leave. Bai Yun was puzzled, then grabbed Bai Xia's wrist. Sister, what's wrong? Bai Xia sighed. It's Xiao Yang, he's like this now. He sold Douyin? After hearing Bai Xia's story, Bai Yun was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Although she didn't like Bai Yang, she had to admit that Douyin was very successful. Many of her celebrity friends enjoy watching it, and her company leaders are also considering whether to join Douyin. It can be said that its future is limitless. Now he just sold it off directly? This doesn't make any sense at all. Bai Wen's nose stung with tears. It was Mom and Grandpa who did it. They just wanted to make Xiao Yang unable to continue. They're so cruel. Why treat him like this? Is it wrong for Xiao Yang to do well and be excellent? This way, Xiao Yang will only harbor hatred towards us. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun was stunned. Grandpa made a move? No wonder the Jiang family is so powerful. Bai Yun took a deep breath and then said, It seems that Bai Yang has learned his lesson this time. Bai Xia was puzzled. Xiao Yun, what do you mean? Bai Yun shrugged and said, Is there any need to say anything? He's finished now. That's what happens when you don't know your own limitations. Bai Wen then said, Xiao Yun, he's our younger brother. Now that he's suffered a setback in his career, we should sympathize with him and help him. Bai Yun said, Second sister, don't you understand? Bai Yang will never acknowledge us again in this lifetime. How can you help him with sympathy and assistance? Besides, he's not losing out now. He got billions in cash from selling Douyin, right? An ordinary person couldn't earn that much money in 10 lifetimes. Isn't he satisfied? Second sister, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're really meddling in things that don't concern you. Bai Xia shouted, Xiao Yun, you're wrong. This is just the first step. Next, Xiao Yang will have no career, no support, meaning he'll be completely at the mercy of others. How can he possibly finish his 4 years of university in Beijing? Only by doing our best to help him, and letting Grandpa and Mom know that Xiaoyang is not alone, that Xiaoyang still has the strength to fight back. Can we ensure his safety? Having worked in the business world for many years, Bai Xia knew all too well. Once you fall, you'll eventually be devoured by someone. No matter how much money Bai Yang has, he can't protect himself from being harmed. He has no support, no background or family connections, and in the capital, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. After hearing this, Bai Yun said, So what? There's nothing we can do. Besides, he went so far before. Isn't it normal for him to end up like this? If he had bowed down to Mom and Grandpa earlier, none of this would have happened. He even joined forces with the Su family. That's suicide. If you want to help, you can, but I won't. Bai Xia sighed. I know I can't count on you. I'll go. Bai Yun asked in confusion. Big sister, where are you going? Bai Yang was having a celebratory meal with Li Wenbin, Su Yu, and the others. Ha ha, Junior, congratulations. Li Wenbin never expected that Bai Yang could actually be sold for a high price of 30 billion. Moreover, Bai Yang also gave him 500 million. Su Yu, who was one of the earliest investors, also received more than 2 billion yuan and smiled happily. Bai Yang, you've really become a billionaire now. I never would have guessed that just a few months ago. You had nothing. Bai Yang smiled and said, Don't talk nonsense about having nothing. My parents and my sister are very supportive of me. And with all of you, let's work together in the future, and we will definitely create even greater glories. The next industry, mobile games, will be even more competitive and more complex to develop, so we won't have much time to rest. Tencent has received my plan and said they are very satisfied with it. They've already started working on it, so everyone should get ready. Li Wenbin and Su Yu readily agreed and decided to work with Bai Yang from now on. Just then, Bai Yang's phone rang. Upon seeing the number, Bai Yang immediately felt a headache coming on. Why is it her again? Chapter 127, The Only Way. The person who called Bai Yang was Jiang Tian AI. Bai Yang really didn't understand. Hadn't they just met once before? Why was she coming to see him again? As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Jiang Tianai's anxious voice. Bai Yang, I heard you sold Douyin and sold it to Tencent. Bai Yang nodded, intending to say, Yes, is there a problem? But it seems a bit too cold. He had subconsciously started to treat the Jiang and Bai families with a cold shoulder. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Why? Jiang Tianai is still useful to me for now, so I shouldn't distance myself from her too much. Jiang Tianai replied, "Tu don't quite understand. I was doing everything perfectly fine by Yang. Did something happen to you? And it was sold to Tencent. Did they do something to you? By Yang. It seems that Tencent's reputation has never been very good. Jiang, I know you mean well, but I really don't have anything to do. I've made a good profit from selling Douyin, and I don't seem to be in any trouble, so you don't need to worry too much." After hearing this, Jiang Tianai said, "Then I feel much more at ease. Oh right, there's an entrepreneurship sharing session at school in a couple of days. Shall we go together?" Bai Yang hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, "Okay, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang sighed softly. Suyu smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did you get a girlfriend at school?" Bai Yang shrugged. "I'm very busy, I don't have time." Suyu approached and said, "They say men with money go bad, so you have to learn to resist temptation and not let any bad women deceive you." Li Wenbin joked from the side, "Yeah, the more money you have, the more young models you get, and the more temptations you face. You'd better hold on." The three of them laughed heartily and continued to discuss their future plans. On the other side, Jiang Tianai was overjoyed that Bai Yang had accepted her invitation. She sprang up from her bed and went downstairs to find something to eat. The entrepreneurship sharing session she mentioned was recommended to her by Bai Ting, who said that star entrepreneurs from the startup world would be there to give speeches. Bai Ting was referring to Bai Yuntao. Jiang Tianai felt that since it was her nephew's speech, and it was at school, there was no reason not to go and support him. But should we just tell Bai Yang the truth now? Although he no longer runs a company, he is now worth over 100 million yuan and is no longer the poor boy his father described. But it feels a little strange to say directly that I am a member of the Jiang family. If I reveal my identity to Bai Yang and tell him that the person on stage is my nephew, it doesn't seem right. What if he thinks I'm deliberately showing off? After much deliberation, Jiang Tianai decided it was best to continue keeping a low profile and not let Bai Yang know her true situation, so as to avoid putting pressure on both of them. At that moment, Jiang Tianai, who was cooking a late-night snack on the first floor, saw a car slowly drive past her window, accompanied by the rumbling sound of its engine. Who could be coming so late? This car belongs to Bai Xia. At Jiang Shang's house, Bai Xia's attitude was even more humble than before. "Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid only you can help me with this matter." Bai Xia lowered her head and said, "Please go and persuade Grandpa to stop targeting Xiao Yang like this." After watching the news, Jiang Shang said, "Douyin is so profitable. Why would they sell it? I really don't understand. Does my brother have to be so ruthless? The key is that the buyer is Tencent, so he won't get any benefit from it either." Bai Xia added, "Xiao Yang must have been under some kind of immense pressure, forcing him to make this helpless move. Grandpa and Mom did this so that Xiao Yang would lose everything again. Although Xiao Yang is rich now, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Who knows when he might?" Seeing how anxious she was, Jiang Shang nodded. "I understand what you mean, don't rush. Although I've never met Bai Yang, I've read some reports about him, and he seems like a good person. Knowing my brother as I do, he is indeed capable of doing something like this. But what can we do now that it's already done? There are only two options right now. Either Bai Yang goes to my brother's house to apologize and seek his forgiveness, or he goes after all to apologize and seeks my brother's forgiveness. After all, we're family, and my brother wouldn't be so ruthless as to kill us all." Hearing this, Bai Xia felt somewhat desperate. Grandpa has a very stubborn temper, and Xiaoyang isn't much better. He probably won't be willing to back down. Jiang Shang then said, "Then only the second option remains. That means we should go find Kaiwa." "Looking for me, Mom?" Bai Xia asked with some doubt. "Will it work?" Jiang Shang nodded. "Don't let my brother's fierce appearance fool you. He has never truly let go of his daughter Kaiwa. Besides, when people get old, they always think about having many children and grandchildren and returning to their roots. Your mother gave birth to so many grandchildren for him. How could she easily give them up? If your mother is willing to give in, maybe my brother will let Bai Yang go." Bai Xia sighed. "But Xiao Yang has been treated like this, and my mother must be partly responsible. How can she let him off so easily? Jiang Shang then said. On the contrary, I think that Bai Yang selling Douyin might have nothing to do with your mother. Bai Xia looked up. Mr. Jiang, why do you think that? Jiang Shang laughed. You've never been a parent, so of course you don't know. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. That's an ironclad rule. No matter how cruel your mother is, she has always treated Bai Yang as her own son. As a mother, I would never be unhappy if my son achieved good results. So, from the parent's perspective, your mother would never be so cruel to Bai Yang, much less force him to sell his hard work. Bai Xia was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Shang probably didn't know what Jiang Kaiwei had done, so he came to this conclusion, right? The suffering Bai Yang endured at Jiang Tsayue's hands was so immense that he dared not even think about it. Perhaps she really wanted to leave Bai Yang with nothing, so that she would fawn over him? Even knowing the probability of success was low, Jiang Shang's suggestion was the only feasible method. Bai Xia nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll give it a try. Thank you. Jiang Shang smiled, and then saw Bai Xia out. As Bai Xia's car drove away from the courtyard, Jiang Shang's smile grew increasingly sinister. The next day, Bai Xia arrived at Jiang Tsayue's residence. The nanny led Bai Xia to the living room, and Jiang Kaiwei quickly went downstairs after learning that Bai Xia had come. I never expected you would come to see me, Jiang Kaiwei said coldly. What? Did your father send you? Bai Xia shook her head, took a deep breath, and asked, Mom, I came because there's something. Chapter 128, It's all his fault. Seeing Bai Xia's reaction, Jiang Kaiwei seemed to have guessed something. Just say what you have to say. Look at you. You don't act like a grown-up at all. Just as Bai Xia was about to speak, two women and a man walked in through the door. It was Bai Yun, Bai Ting, and Bai Yuntao. Big sister, you're here. Bai Yuntao seemed particularly happy and went over to Bai Xia, saying, I missed you so much. Why have you been coming to see me so many times these past few days? Bai Xia forced a smile. I don't have much time. Bai Yuntao then said, Big sister, I'm attending an entrepreneurship sharing session at school tomorrow. Why don't you come and check it out? Bai Ting said proudly from the side. Yes, big sister, Xiao Tao is really successful now. Not only did he successfully secure funding, but his live streaming platform also went live smoothly. He's a celebrity at Yanbei University now. Bai Yun was full of praise. I really didn't expect that Xiao Tao would be able to build such a big company and career in such a short time since he enrolled. It's really amazing. Now I'm even thinking of putting one in myself, hoping to share in Xiao Tao's good fortune. He. Bai Yuntao laughed heartily, scratching his head as he said, Oh dear, third sister, fourth sister, don't say that. I'm easily proud. If you want to invest, of course you can. You are all my good sisters. Without your support, how could I be where I am today? Seeing them celebrating together so happily, Bai Xia felt a pang of sadness. Did Bai Yang receive such support when he started his business? When he succeeded, did his family, his true blood relatives, really rejoice for him and cheer for him? Now that he has failed, do you feel sorry for him or even sympathize with him? No, definitely not. Bai Yuntao invited again. Big sister, how about it? Are you coming tomorrow? Bai Xia sighed. No, I have something to do, I can't go. Seeing her like this, Bai Ting felt quite smug. What did you say about me when I had that accident? You must be in trouble now, right? Serves you right. She said, Big sister, we're all family here. Just say what you have to say. We feel bad seeing you so gloomy. Bai Xia sensed the sarcasm in the words, but didn't pay much attention to it. I'm not here for my own sake. I'm here for Xiaoyang. It's Bai Yang again? Bai Ting couldn't help but say angrily, Big sister, he caused trouble at Xiao Tao's investment meeting last time and even spoke rudely to Mom. You're still going to plead for him? Aren't you being a bit too unreasonable? Jiang Tsayue's expression also looked somewhat unwell. Bai Xia, are you really trying to drive me to my death? Your dad's causing trouble at home, and your unfilial son's causing trouble outside. Xiao Tao's business is at a crucial startup stage, and you're all causing trouble. What exactly do you want from me? Bai Xia shook her head. Mom, I don't want to anger you to death, nor do I want to force you to your death. I just feel that Xiaoyang is, after all, my own brother. I can't just stand by and do nothing if something happens to him. Jiang Kaiwei frowned. Something wrong? What does he want? Bai Xia was somewhat surprised by Jiang Caiyue's reaction. Didn't she know that Bai Yang was selling off Douyin? Was Jiang Shang right? Bai Yang was forced to sell Douyin's business, but this was only Jiang Tao's action. Jiang Caiyue was not involved. Mom, didn't you see the news? Xiao Yang, he sold the Douyin he made. Everyone present was taken aback. Oh. Bai Yuntao thought he had misheard. Sold? Sold what? Bai Xia said. Bai Yang sold Douyin, which he built from scratch. His most successful work, and proof of his ability, his hard work, just like that. Jiang Caiyue stared at Bai Xia silently, her face expressionless. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting immediately sat down happily next to Jiang Caiyue and said, Mom, this is such great news. Bai Yang spoke arrogantly to you last time, and now he's ended up like this. It's karma. Mom, we really need to celebrate. Bai Xia frowned. Bai Ting, what do you mean? What are you celebrating? Do you think you're happy with Bai Yang like this? Is your happiness built on the suffering of your own family? Bai Ting couldn't help but raise her voice. Big sister, you're my own sister, and I respect you. But you can't always be so dismissive of me, can you? So what if I'm happy? So what if I'm joyful? I just can't stand Bai Yang. I'm happy that he's not doing well. He treated us like that, and now he's getting his comeuppance. He deserves it. Bai Yun also chimed in. Big sister, Xiaoting, stop arguing. Big sister, Xiaoting's words may be rough, but they make sense. Bai Yang was so arrogant before. He didn't know his own limitations, and he thought that just because he made a little money, he could go around showing off. Now society and reality are teaching him a lesson. Who told him to be so arrogant back then? It's not a bad thing for him to suffer a little now. Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. Well, Bai Yang, you finally stumbled, haven't you? Without you, I am the most successful entrepreneur in Yanbei. All the glory that once belonged to you is now mine. Just like the status and treatment that originally belonged to you as the only son of the Bai family, they are all mine. I won. Bai Xia stood up and said to Bai Ting, Bai Ting, you have the least contact with Xiao Yang and have no grudges against him. You should have been the only one in our family who could get along well with him and mend the rift. But how did you treat Xiao Yang the previous times? What was your attitude? Think about it yourself. Put yourself in his shoes. How could Xiao Yang possibly give you a nice look? Not only have you failed to do what you were supposed to do, you've also caused chaos everywhere. I think you really have ulterior motives. Bai Ting panicked as soon as she heard that. She grabbed Jiang Caiyue's arm and said, Mom, look, my eldest sister has lost her mind. She's completely siding with Bai Yang. Aren't you going to say anything to her? Jiang Caiyue glanced at her. That's enough. Bai Ting suddenly felt a chill on the back of her hand and stopped talking. Jiang Caiyue then added, Humph, what did I tell you? That unfilial son is destined to achieve nothing without me and the support of the family. He wouldn't listen to me, saying he was running away from home and cutting ties, but really he was just trying to escape my proper guidance. What a loser. Well, it seems he's learned his lesson now. Bai Xia clenched her fists. Mom, why do you say that? If someone hadn't interfered or forced him, how could Xiao Yang have done such a thing? Douyin is doing well, which means Xiao Yang is doing a good job. Why won't you admit his good performance? Jiang Caiyue's gaze was cold as she asked, You said someone is causing trouble. Who is this person? Chapter 129, No one sheltered him from the wind and rain. Bai Xia opened her mouth, as if to say it was Jiang Tao. But in front of Bai Yuntao and the others, she felt it was inappropriate to say it directly. Jiang Caiyue said to Bai Ting and the others, You guys, go upstairs. Bai Ting said, feeling wronged. Mom, just now my older sister. Jiang Caiyue glared at her. Didn't you hear me? Bai Ting was startled and quickly got up and went over. Bai Yuntao and Bai Yun dared not delay and immediately went upstairs. After everyone left, Jiang Caiyue looked at Bai Xia again. Can you talk now? Bai Xia then spoke up. Mom, this time when Xiao Yang got into trouble, I think it's most likely that Grandpa did it. Only Grandpa has the motive and the ability to do this. Otherwise, Xiao Yang would never have done such a thing. Jiang Caiyue's expression became somewhat complicated. Was it Jiang Tao who did it? How could he do such a thing? Bai Xia continued. Mom, Xiao Yang said a lot of unpleasant things and did a lot of bad things before, but he is still your son. This time, I'm begging you, please let Grandpa go. Jiang Kaiwei asked again. Me? How do you know I can? Jiang Tao is known for his ruthless methods. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor. When he gets into a fight, he's a ruthless character. That unfilial son deserved it. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Bai Xia panicked, walked over, knelt down on one knee next to Jiang Kaiwei, and tightly grasped her hand. Mom, our family should be harmonious and peaceful, should be reunited. Why does it have to be this way? I think that this time, if you can get Grandpa to stop doing anything to Bai Yang, then I can talk to Bai Yang. He will definitely remember your kindness, Mom. Believe me, Xiaoyang isn't the kind of ungrateful person. Jiang Kaiwei asked coldly. That unfilial son, isn't he ungrateful enough? I gave birth to him, and for the past year I've provided him with food and clothing and shelter from the wind and rain, and now he actually. Even if I were to genuinely help him, I doubt he would take it seriously. Bai Xia's eyes reddened. Mom, it's not that I want to contradict you. You said you would give him food, clothing, shelter, and protection from the wind and rain. But please tell me, who in this family has ever given him food and clothing or sheltered him from the wind and rain? Jiang Kaiwei became mysterious, her eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead. Bai Xia cried. Mom, none of us have ever shown him any warmth. Not only that, we've always stirred up trouble for him. We've hurt him so badly, Mom. Now, even my grandfather has joined the ranks of the persecutors. Our two families, which should have been Bai Yang's closest and dearest relatives, are now joining forces to strangle him and shatter his dreams. Isn't this enough? Can't we stop? Jiang Kaiwei covered her eyes with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. Enough. Stop talking. You get out too. Bai Xia started sobbing and then said, Mom, there's one more thing. Dad said he's going back to Yunqing, and I am going too. I will take good care of the company and Dad in Yunqing, so you can rest assured. Jiang Kaiwei remained silent, as if in deep meditation, showing no reaction whatsoever. Bai Xia stood up, bowed, and then walked out. Jiang Kaiwei took a deep breath, and a tear rolled down her fingers. Meanwhile, Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao upstairs were gloating. Great! Bai Yang is definitely finished this time. We don't have to worry about him getting in the way anymore. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he's stumbled like this, you'll probably be the next heir to the Bai family, Xiao Tao. Bai Yuntao sat on the edge of the bed and said calmly, I can't be too absolute in my words. I didn't go all the way in the past, which is why I caused a series of troubles later on. We must learn from this experience. Bai Yun frowned. To wipe them out completely? Xiao Tao, what are you trying to do? Do you mean to? What are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding businessman and citizen. Bai Yuntao sneered. Although Bai Yang sold Douyin, he must have cashed out at least 1 billion yuan, right? With that money, he can make a comeback at any time. We need to find a way to squeeze him dry. Bai Yun nodded. That's right. He's just like a cockroach, incredibly tenacious. Do you have any good ideas? Bai Yuntao grinned. I just learned something very interesting a couple of days ago. There's something we can do about Bai Yang and my aunt. Bai Yuntao's eyes widened. Auntie? You mean Jiang Tianai? What happened between her and Bai Yang? The next day, inside a large lecture hall at Yanbei University. Bai Yang, hurry up, there won't be any seats left. Jiang Tianai pulled Bai Yang over and said with a smile, If you're slow, you won't get a good seat. Bai Yang said casually, No need to sit so close to the front, just sit anywhere. Jiang Tianai said, How can we just sit anywhere? There are a lot of impressive people here for this lecture. Look how many people there are. It's so lively. Bai Yang sighed softly. I didn't come here to listen to a lecture. He was just making a casual comment. Jiang Tianai's mind went blank. They're not here to listen to a lecture? Then what are they here for? Could it be that his real intention this time wasn't to attend the lecture, but simply to sit with me? So it doesn't matter where you sit? Jiang Tianai's face immediately turned red. Oh dear, I was so naive. I didn't understand what Bai Yang meant. Bai Yang, you should have said so earlier. You're always so arrogant and two-faced. How was I supposed to know? Let's just find somewhere a corner or something. Anything, how about that? Jiang Tianai's breathing became a little rapid as she pointed to a few empty seats in the corner. Bai Yang nodded. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, I'm just here to keep Jiang Tianai company and kill time, so I'll just listen casually. Right now, All he can think about is the mobile game project he's going to work on next. Seeing Bai Yang's approval, Jiang Tianai became even more certain of her earlier idea. Okay, next time I go to the movies, I should buy one of those corner tickets. Just then, Jiang Tianai's phone vibrated. When Jiang Tianai saw that it was Bai Ting calling, she thought that Bai Ting was also at the scene, so she thought she might as well introduce her to Bai Yang. Hey, shouting, I'm at that entrepreneurship sharing session you mentioned right now, what's up? Bai Ting then said, Auntie, Xiao Tao is with me. He's going to give a report on stage in a little while, and he'd like to see you first. Could you come outside for a moment? Chapter 130, I want to apologize to Bai Yang. After hearing Bai Ting's words, Jiang Tianai readily agreed. After all, it's just meeting one's own nephew. What problem could there be? However, when Jiang Tianai arrived outside the venue and saw Bai Yuntao for the first time, she was immediately stunned. Aren't you the one from that day? Jiang Tianai's face darkened as she recalled Bai Yuntao's ferocious expression that day and his malicious framing of Bai Yang. Without saying a word, Bai Yuntao stepped forward and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Auntie. I was wrong. Bai Yuntao burst into tears, sobbing as he said, Tu was so confused before. Jiang Tianai was stunned. She had never seen a boy cry like that before. If this is acting, it's incredibly realistic. Can you please stop? This is too much. It's not good if someone sees us. Bai Yuntao stood up, his eyes red and swollen. Auntie, I didn't know who you were at the time, and I spoke recklessly to you, so I really know I was wrong. Jiang Tianai frowned. So that night, you hid in your room and wouldn't come out. But you think you can get away with just apologizing to me? You did such a terrible thing to Bai Yang last time. Don't you feel any remorse for him? In her view, Bai Yuntao's attempt to frame Bai Yang and ruin his reputation was clearly more egregious than his rudeness towards her. Bai Yuntao said with a sob in his voice, Yes, Aunt, I'm really sorry. I was just angry. Bai Yang caused trouble at my investor meeting, and I was just angry. My approach was wrong. I should have been gentler. Nonsense. How could Bai Yang do such a thing? Jiang Tianai simply refused to believe it. But this was also within Bai Yuntao's calculations. This also shows that the bond, or even the feelings, between Jiang Tianai and Bai Yang are deeper than he thought. This is definitely good news. That means his plan has a good chance of succeeding. Bai Ting stepped forward and said, Auntie, I can testify to this. Bai Yang did cause trouble back then, which made it so that no one would invest in Xiao Tao, and the company almost failed. Xiao Tao isn't as bad as you think, but Bai Yang isn't perfect either, Auntie. Who in this world hasn't made mistakes? Now that Xiao Tao knows he was wrong, can you please be lenient and forgive him this once? We're all family. There's no need to make things so tense, right? Jiang Tianai was speechless for a moment. A family? No matter what you did last time was a bit too much. Jiang Tianai said to Bai Yuntao, the people you should apologize to are not only me, but also Bai Yang. Bai Yuntao nodded. Yes, I understand. Auntie, to be honest, the reason I came to this sharing session and even had my fourth sister invite you is to properly apologize. How about we go to a restaurant near the school for lunch together after the sharing session? Let's all sit down and have a good talk, okay? Jiang Tianai felt that there shouldn't be any problem with this. Okay, but you'd better show some sincerity. Jiang Tianai reminded her again. Also, you can't reveal my identity or our relationship, understand? Bai Yuntao verbally agreed, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that Bai Yang didn't know Jiang Tianai's true identity. Jiang Tianai didn't say it herself. Ha 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 ha. This is truly divine intervention. This is truly divine intervention. Jiang Tianai then said, Then I'll go back first. After the sharing session, remember to take the initiative to find Bai Yang. I'll pretend I don't know you, but you better not give yourself away. Bai Yuntao readily agreed. Watching Jiang Tianai's departing figure, Bai Ting looked at Bai Yuntao uneasily. Aren't you afraid that Bai Yang will reveal everything later? What if Annie finds out that Bai Yang is his nephew? Wouldn't your plan be ruined? Bai Yuntao laughed and said, I have a way of dealing with this, don't worry. How are you doing with the things I asked you to prepare? Bai Ting took out a bottle of medicine and said, I got this from my mom. She said that taking this can help people fall asleep quickly in a short time. Bai Yuntao sneered. Fine. Tonight we'll decide everything. I'll make sure Bai Yang can never recover, and I'll seize upon the Jiang family scandal to completely control both the Bai and Jiang families. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were watching him from afar. Bai Yang took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. Oh dear, Bai Yuntao, don't you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Why do you always act recklessly? At the sharing session, Jiang Tianai returned to her seat and found that Bai Yang was not there, which she found strange. Student Jiang. Bai Yang's sudden appearance startled Jiang Tianai. Bai Yang, where did you go? Bai Yang remained expressionless. Didn't you walk for a long time too? I went to the restroom. Jiang Tianai patted her chest. Oh, I'm sorry, I answered a phone call. Bai Yang didn't say anything, pretending to know nothing, and sat down. The sharing session began as scheduled, and Bai Yuntao also took the stage. Jiang Tianai glanced at Bai Yang uneasily. He was a little worried that Bai Yang would get angry or feel unhappy, but Bai Yang remained calm throughout. Jiang Tianai was a little confused, but then she immediately remembered that she should pretend to be surprised. Ah, isn't that the guy from that day? So he's Bai Yuntao. Terrible acting. Bai Yang mentally scoffed, then said cooperatively, yeah, it's him. But there's nothing to be surprised about. He is indeed one of the more capable entrepreneurs in our school. Jiang Tianai said, but what he did before was really too much. If you hadn't seen him in advance and been on guard, Bai Yang, I don't know what would have happened. Bai Yang said, competitors are rivals. This kind of open and covert fighting is normal. I'm used to it. I know him too well. He's just a hypocrite with a sanctimonious appearance and low moral character. It's not surprising that he would do such a thing. Jiang Tianai was somewhat surprised. Does Bai Yang know him very well? Her heart skipped a beat. If Bai Yang has a thorough understanding of Bai Yuntao's background, could he discover Bai Yuntao's relationship with the Jiang family, and thus learn about his own identity? If Bai Yang knew that he was Bai Yuntao's aunt, would he still be friends with him? Bai Yang said calmly, I wouldn't say I understand him, but I've heard a lot about him, including one of his quirks. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiang Tianai asked. Bai Yang turned his head and said softly, actually, he's a... After hearing this, Jiang Tianai's eyes widened immediately. Really? Chapter 131, Bai Yuntao's Confession. Bai Yang laughed and said, of course it's true. This Bai Yuntao has really heavy tastes. He likes that kind of thing the most. Jiang Tianai couldn't help but cover her mouth, frowning. Ah, this. She's now glad she never ate with Bai Yuntao. I don't want to eat together again in the future. Bai Yuntao was giving a speech on stage, his eyes occasionally glancing at Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai in the audience. Humph, they seem to be having a pretty intimate chat. Bai Yang, you're about to find out what kind of mistake you made. This time, I'm going to deliver the final blow. Bai Yuntao became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his performance during the speech improved significantly. He touted his live streaming platform as one of the best businesses on the internet, claiming that anyone could become a streamer and realize their dream of becoming a star. Many students below were encouraged and applauded continuously. Even Jiang Tianai was impressed by Bai Yuntao, realizing he was no ordinary person. But when she looked at Bai Yang, she noticed a hint of indifference in his eyes. After the speech, the sharing session came to an end. Bai Yang knew that there was more to come, so he offered to go to the restroom to wash his hands. Sure enough, Bai Yuntao came looking for him very soon. Brother Bai Yang, too want to have a good talk with you. Bai Yuntao put on that pitiful look again, with a wronged expression and tear stains that looked like they might have been from eye drops, making him appear very helpless and innocent. Passers-by couldn't help but turn around and take a look when they saw it. Bai Yang knew he was about to put on an act again, so he said, let's talk about it somewhere else. Reaching a corner near the venue, Bai Yang narrowed his eyes. What are you up to now? Bai Yuntao wiped away his tears and said, I want to say I'm so sorry, brother Bai Yang. I made a mistake. I know I was terribly wrong. I'm sorry. I hope you can give me a chance to make it up to you. I sincerely hope that we brothers can reconcile. I heard from my older sister that you've sold your Douyin account. Even though you didn't say it, it must have been Grandpa who pressured you, right? Brother, I've always treated you badly. I've abused you, ostracized you, and wronged you at home. I admit all of that, but it was only because I was afraid of losing everything I had at home. Bai Yang remained silent and continued listening to him speak. Bai Yuntao sobbed. Two grew up in an orphanage. I didn't have my own room, just a small bed that was a little over a meter long. I had to share toys and the toilet with many other people. I have nowhere to play properly, and I don't even have anyone to talk to. I'm so lonely and isolated. It wasn't until my mom and dad brought me home that I had my own home, my own room, and kind and friendly family members. After Mom brought you back, I started having nightmares. In my dreams, I saw myself back in that little bed, and I had to share a toilet with a bunch of people again. I was so scared. I didn't want to lose all of this. So all I can do is I'm sorry, brother. I hurt you. But you still have your adoptive parents when you leave home, while I have nothing when I leave the Bai family. After saying that, Bai Yuntao knelt down and said, I was wrong, brother. I know now that we've all had a hard time. Our family is falling apart, and we can't go on like this. Bai Yang looked at Bai Yuntao, who was sobbing in front of him, and his breathing became rapid. He spoke of his own tragic childhood and how he prioritized the overall interests of his family. That mouth of hers, she really knows how to talk. If he hadn't been reborn, Bai Yang would definitely have believed him and forgiven him. But Bai Yang now knows very well. Not a single punctuation mark from Bai Yuntao's statement can be trusted. He's lying. He could conceal his true identity. This person, who even deceived Jiang Kaiwei, is truly a vicious individual. Bai Yuntao, your sins in 2 lifetimes can be redeemed with just one word. That is death. Bai Yang clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. One day, I will make Bai Yuntao despair and destroy himself. So what do you want me to do? Bai Yang asked casually. Bai Yuntao thought he had fallen for a trap, and cried even harder. Brother, I know you can't forgive me so quickly and go back home. But I still hope you can give me even a little bit of kindness, even the smallest bit. Bai Yang did not answer him. Keep acting. State your purpose. Bai Yuntao continued. Brother, the reason I did that to you last time wasn't because I wanted to ruin you. I was just jealous. Because the girl you were dating, Jiang Tianai, is the person I have a crush on. Bai Yang frowned. What? This is clearly a lie. Bai Yuntao must already know Jiang Tianai's identity. What was his purpose in saying that? Bai Yuntao continued. Yes, that's why I'm jealous of you. Besides making things difficult for you, I also want to get her attention. You know, brother, a lot of guys do that. They deliberately create some trouble to attract the attention of the girl they like. Brother, how about we go out for a meal together later? Let's put aside our past prejudices and have a good time eating together. Fourth sister is here, and Tianai is here too. Let's have a good chat. But could you please not expose our relationship otherwise? If Tianai knew how I treated my own brother, she definitely wouldn't like me anymore. Bai Yang understood. You want Jiang Tianai to get involved too, right? Bai Yang could already guess what Bai Yuntao was going to do. I see. Drugging? Framed? It's really nothing new. Bai Yang suppressed the urge to smile and said, All right then, but I still really hate you. You bastard, you heartless piece of trash. Bai Yuntao clenched his fists, trying to keep his facial expression normal and calm. Brother, you were right. You were right. Please let me atone for my sins. Bai Yang nodded. It's just a meal. What sins can you atone for? Trash. You think too highly of yourself. Later, at a music restaurant, Bai Yang, Jiang Tianai, Bai Ting, and Bai Yuntao sat together. The waiter placed 4 cocktails in front of them, and the 4 of them looked at each other awkwardly as they looked at the food and drinks. Bai Yang, I made a mistake before. Bai Yuntao lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Tianai watched from the side, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Bai Yuntao's apology seemed quite sincere. Perhaps, as he himself said, it was just a moment of confusion. Bai Yang then said, Your repentance means nothing to me. If you do something so despicable again, you'd better pray for good luck. Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth and raised his glass. I'll remember this, Bai Yang. Let's forget about those unpleasant things. Bai Yang glanced at the wine in his glass, then at Jiang Tianai beside him, and then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Bai Yang drink the wine, Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting were overjoyed. Chapter 132, Getting Involved. The restaurant owner has been bribed by Bai Yuntao and his gang. Therefore, the wine given to Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai just now contained drugs that could cause unconsciousness. At that time, once Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai faint, then they can be put in the same bed. When the time comes, capturing some exciting scenes will be enough to put Bai Yang and the Jiang family under my control. Student Bai Yang. Just as Jiang Tianai was about to say something, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her head. It felt as if two stones were pressing down on her shoulders, and for a moment Jiang Tianai felt as if she couldn't move. Thump. Jiang Tianai first lay down on the table. Bai Yang also felt the effects of the medicine taking hold, his whole body feeling numb and tingly. Bai Yang, you don't need to force yourself. Bai Yuntao finally revealed his true colors. Go to sleep. As long as you fall asleep, you won't have to worry about anything. Bai Ting breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Bai Yang, you always think you're so smart, but you're actually just a fool. This time, I'm going to make you pay back everything you owe us. You made a lot of money selling Douyin, didn't you? This time, I'm going to make you pay it all back to make up for all my previous losses. Bai Yang sneered. Bai Ting, you're really stupid. Bai Ting's eyes widened. What did you say? Bai Yang said. To be sold out and still help the seller count the money. What is that if not stupidity? He smiled again. As expected, Bai Yuntao used the most old-fashioned method of drugging and framing him. He probably wanted to smear himself by claiming that he had improper thoughts about his Aunt Jiang Tianai, thereby provoking Jiang Tao's anger and ultimately causing his own complete downfall. That's really vicious. However, just now, Bai Yang also sent Suyu a message. Now, Suyu has also led people to guard outside. Wherever Bai Yuntao dares to take them, Suyu will send people to follow. Once Bai Yuntao is ready to succeed, Suyu will lead her men to break down the door. Bai Yuntao wants to frame him, but he'll be the one caught red-handed. Both Bai Yuntao and Jiang Tianai still had drug residue in their bodies, and he couldn't deny it. This is what it means to get involved. Bai Yuntao, you are the one who is about to be finished. I'm going to personally push you into hell. But you won't be alone. Jiang Kaiwei and the others will be coming to join you soon. Bai Yang chuckled. Bai Yuntao, Bai Ting, you guys. You are so pitiful. After saying that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Even at this point, you're still being stubborn. Bai Yuntao gritted his teeth and said, let's see if you can still be so stubborn when you kneel down and beg for mercy. Next, Bai Yuntao called people over to take Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai away and send them to the hotel that had been booked beforehand. Bai Ting was a little worried. What if they wake up and find out it was us? What if Annie finds out we're up to something? Grandpa won't let us get away with it, will he? Bai Yuntao said. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I don't believe they would dare to fight to the death, willing to bear the stigma rather than be exposed. This time, I will make sure Bai Yang is utterly disgraced. Bai Ting then asked, what if Bai Yang gives up and refuses to pay up no matter what? Bai Yuntao said, don't be afraid. As long as Jiang Tao believes what happened between his daughter and grandson, he will definitely think that this is Bai Yang's revenge. Then Jiang Tao will definitely find a way to make Bai Yang pay the price and leave him with nothing. That way they'll start fighting amongst themselves, and we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Bai Ting frowned. Having sex? Bai Yang is already like this. How could it happen? Suddenly, she realized something. Xiao Tao, you wouldn't be thinking of. Bai Yuntao sneered. A woman as beautiful as Jiang Tianai would make any man's heart flutter. I'm a man too, and I'm just a member of the Bai family. I'm not related to her by blood. If something really happens, it's no big deal. Once the traces are cleared up, and there are photos of Bai Yang and her, then naturally, it was all done by Bai Yang. Bai Ting's breathing became rapid. You like this, you like this. Bai Yuntao then hugged her tightly. Fourth sister, don't worry. You're still the only one in my heart. This is just a last resort. I can't just find any guy to do this. More people mean more risk, right? Don't worry, we'll definitely be together. What's mine is yours. This is all for our goal, so that we can successfully take revenge. Bai Ting's eyes reddened. You better keep your word, you bastard. Bai Yuntao hugged her even tighter and said, you are the only one who knows my identity, and I know everything about you. We know each other inside and out, and we share the same goal, so of course we're one. Bai Ting closed her eyes, then gave a bitter smile. Then what should I do? Just watch from the sidelines? Or keep watch for you? Or do you want me to help you push it? Bai Yuntao knew she was unhappy, so he patiently said, just wait at the door, I'll be right there. Don't worry, I promise, This is the first and last time. Bai Ting sighed, her expression somewhat complicated. She hugged her arms tightly and started walking towards the door. It seems like it was the same a year ago. Bai Yuntao suddenly asked me out, tearfully telling me that Jiang Kaiwei had brought Bai Yang back, and that he would soon fall out of favor, which terrified him. Bai Ting comforted him for a long time. After drinking too much, Bai Yuntao suddenly revealed a fact that surprised her. Fourth sister, I'm not actually an orphan. I know who my parents are. Bai Ting was startled and was completely bewildered when Bai Yuntao suddenly tackled her. Fourth sister, now that you know about this, why don't you stay with me? I know you also hate the Bai family, the Jiang family, and Jiang Kaiwei, right? Especially Bai Yang. You're also very afraid that he'll become the heir of the Bai family, aren't you? Then why don't we join forces? Come on, let's consider this our alliance. I'll definitely treat you well. Bai Ting wanted to resist, but she was unusually weak that day. A fool who gets sold out and then helps the seller count the money. Bai Yang's words kept echoing in Bai Ting's mind. Bai Ting felt very heavy and reached out to open the door. Behind him, Bai Yuntao had already started taking off his clothes, and his expression gradually became distorted as he looked at Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai lying on the bed. When Bai Ting opened the door, a large hand pushed her down from the outside. What are you doing? Jiang Kaiwei strode into the room with a high-pitched voice. Mom! Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting were taken aback. Why did Jiang Kaiwei come? Is chapter 133 enough? As soon as Jiang Kaiwei entered the room, she saw Bai Yuntao standing by the bed, looking panicked. Looking at the bed, there was a man and a woman lying there, already fast asleep. Bai Yuntao had never been so flustered in his life. Mom Momio. Jiang Kaiwei stepped forward, her eyes wide open. What are you doing? Bai Yuntao swallowed hard. Too. His mind went blank, and he had no idea how to defend himself. Why did Jiang Kaiwei suddenly appear here? Jiang Kaiwei was furious. Idiot. Hopeless idiot. This was the harshest reprimand she had ever given to Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao had never been scolded like that before, and for a moment he felt very wronged. Coupled with the fear of being exposed, tears immediately streamed down his face. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the room, Suyu stood to the side with several people, their expressions also blank. Jiang Kaiyohai, is she here? She received a message from Bai Yang saying that Bai Yuntao was trying to harm him, and that he was going to wait for her at the restaurant with his men. He said that all she had to do was follow him closely and seize the opportunity to catch Bai Yuntao in the act. Seeing Bai Yuntao bring over the unconscious Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai, Suyu roughly understood what Bai Yuntao was planning. She had originally planned to wait a little longer before rushing in. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kaiwei suddenly appeared, catching everyone off guard. In that case, it seems impossible to catch Bai Yuntao in the act. Should we go in or wait here a little longer? Inside the room, Jiang Kaiwei glanced at Bai Yuntao and herself. What two hopeless idiots! She glared at Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting. Bai Ting quickly stepped forward. Mom, this was all my idea. Shut up, Jiang Kaiwei shouted. How could I have given birth to two such stupid things? Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting were completely baffled by Jiang Kaiwei. Why is Jiang Kaiwei so easily angered? Besides, doesn't she really dislike Bai Yang? If Bai Yuntao successfully framed Bai Yang, Jiang Kaiwei would also benefit. So why is she so angry? Jiang Kaiwei urged Bai Yuntao to hurry up and go out. But it was too late. You're all here. Suyu appeared at the door, arms crossed, and said, I just don't know what your purpose is in getting together like this. Upon seeing Suyu, Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting's expressions changed again. The appearance of this woman is tantamount to the secret being exposed. Bai Yuntao began to feel fortunate that the first person to enter the room was Jiang Kaiwei. If it were Suyu, they would be finished by now. Suyu, this is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Kaiwei raised her voice, trying to overpower Suyu in terms of momentum. But Suyu had waited for Jiang Kaiwei to reveal her weaknesses for a long time. So how could she give up now? Jiang Kaiwei, no matter how much you deny it, it's no use. I've been filming how Bai Yang got here. This is clearly the work of your precious adopted son. If you want to argue, why don't we go to the police station? Bai Yuntao's blood ran cold. Following and filming? In other words, Bai Yang had already seen through all of this long ago. Was he deliberately falling into a trap to get Suyu to follow him? Just to catch himself in the act. So, I was the prey all along. Looking at Bai Yang, who was still unconscious on the bed, Bai Yuntao felt a surge of anger. Why? Why did I lose to you again, Bai Yang? When I beg you, please just die. Jiang Kaiwa spoke up at this moment, saying to Suyu, Bai Yang and Xiao Tao had dinner and got drunk. Xiao Tao brought him here to rest. Is there a problem? Suyu, mind your own business. Your Su family's business is in such a mess, and you don't care at all. Instead, you come to Beijing with Bai Yang and cause trouble. Don't you feel ashamed? Suyu laughed. Jiang Kaiwa, don't you find it ridiculous to say these things now? Bai Yang has a good alcohol tolerance. How could he be drunk after just a few drinks? And this female classmate, she also got drunk? What a coincidence. They are all students from Yinbei University. Can't we just send them back to school? Who would believe what you're saying? Jiang Kaiwa angrily retorted. I'll say it again. It's none of your business. Get out of here. Suyu said again. Why should I listen to you? Jiang Kaiwa, you all better stay here quietly. After saying that, she told her bodyguards to guard the door, and then she closed the door. Seeing this, Jiang Kaiwei asked again, What do you want to do? Suyu said, What am I doing? Of course, I'm making you pay the price. But don't worry, I'll give this opportunity to Bai Yang. We'll settle our score later. She went to Bai Yang's side and kept shaking him, calling out, Bai Yang, Bai Yang. Bai Yuntao felt a chill run down his spine and rushed to Jiang Tsiyue's side, pleading in a low voice, Mom, I was wrong. Please think of something, if. Jiang Kaiwa took a deep breath, then took out her phone and made a call. Bai Yang slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of soreness and weakness in his body. What time is it now? Suyu said, What time? Look at them. Bai Yang slapped his forehead for about 10 seconds, finally clearing his vision again. Bai Yuntao, Bai Ting, and he was somewhat surprised when he saw Jiang Kaiwa. Why is Jiang Kaiwa here too? Isn't it just Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting? Jiang Kaiwa stared at Bai Yang, her gaze somewhat complicated. Nobody knows what she's thinking. Bai Yang's mind was still a bit muddled. He kept clutching the bed sheet beneath him, trying to clear his head as quickly as possible. He saw Jiang Tianai standing next to him. Both he and Jiang Tianai's clothes were intact, so Bai Yuntao definitely hadn't succeeded. Suyu whispered from the side. When I arrived, Jiang Kaiwa had already come in. I see. Bai Yang never expected that even after personally entering the game, he would still lose by more than half a point. But for now, it's enough. He quickly adjusted his posture and said coldly, Then what are we waiting for? Let's call the police. There are definitely drug residues in Mai and Jiang Tianai's bodies. The restaurant and the hotel have surveillance cameras. Bai Yuntao, let's see how you try to explain this away this time. Bai Yuntao's face was pale, and his lips trembled incessantly. Bai Ting immediately retorted, Call the police? Bai Yang, why would you call the police? We saw you weren't feeling well, so we brought you here to rest. What's wrong with that? Bai Yang laughed and said, Sure, tell that story to the police and see if they believe you. Call the police. Bai Yuntao quickly said, Brother Bai Yang, I was wrong. I didn't know anything. Please don't make things worse. We can talk. Smack. Jiang Kaiwa suddenly slapped Bai Yuntao across the face. Bai Yuntao was hit so hard that he almost fell to the side. Smack. Before Bai Yuntao could react, Jiang Kaiwa slapped him again, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Kaiwa turned to look at Bai Yang. Is that enough? Chapter 134 The self-inflicted injury ruse is useless. Jiang Tsiyue's sudden outburst, especially directed at Bai Yuntao, was quite unexpected. Even Suyu didn't expect this, and was frozen in place for 2 seconds. Bai Yang watched all of this coldly. Isn't that enough? Jiang Kaiwa took an eyebrow trimmer out of her bag. She lifted Bai Yuntao up, making him expose his arm, which she then placed on a chair. Mom, what are you going to do? No. Although small, eyebrow trimmers are extremely sharp. With just a little force, a deep gash can be left in the human body. Jiang Kaiwa slashed at Bai Yuntao's arm without hesitation. Oh! Bai Yuntao screamed as a cut appeared on his arm, from which blood gushed out. Bai Ting was startled. Mom, what are you doing? Normally, Jiang Kaiwa would never say a harsh word to Bai Yuntao. So why is she resorting to such a cruel act now? Jiang Kaiwa, holding the eyebrow trimmer, looked at Bai Yang. Well, Is that enough? Bayang looked at her and smiled coldly. What? Trying to play the victim for me? Save it. Jiang Kaiwei gritted her teeth and said, You unfilial son, don't go too far. What do you want then? Bayang said, What do I want? Of course, I want you all to go to hell. You guys got lucky this time, but I still won't let you off easily. Jiang Kaiwei said, As long as you don't call the police, you can name your terms. She knew very well that once she called the police, although Bai Yuntao had not caused any serious consequences and would not be severely punished, he would still have a major stain on his record after giving a statement. Moreover, this matter also involves Jiang Tianai. If Jiang Tao finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Jiang Tao never liked his adopted son. If they find out that Bai Yuntao has made a move against Jiang Tianai, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Yang chuckled, Conditions? What conditions can you offer? Do you think I'm short of money right now? Jiang Kaiwei, what you owe me, I'm afraid I can never repay in this lifetime. Only going to hell will make me feel better about Bai Yuntao. Jiang Kaiwei was stunned, and a hint of sadness appeared on her face. Bai Ting questioned, Bai Yang, do you have to do this? Xiao Tao is still your brother. Mom has already gone to such lengths, and you still won't calm down. You weren't actually harmed, so can't you just stop now? Bai Yang glared at her fiercely. Shut up, you slut who colluded with Bai Yuntao. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting swallowed hard, a feeling of indescribable humiliation welling up inside her. Bai Yang asked Suyu to help him stand up, and then went to Bai Yuntao, who was already sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Yang, spare me, spare me. Bai Yang chuckled. Let you go? When you were hurting me, did you think about this now? Bai Yuntao said through gritted teeth. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Bai Yang shook his head. You don't just know you're wrong. You know you're about to be finished. His gaze was like 1,000-year-old ice, making Bai Yuntao tremble uncontrollably. Bai Yang glanced at Jiang Tianai on the bed again and said, Suyu, call the police. Tell them someone is trying to drug and rape a woman here. Jiang Kaiwei stood up, her eyebrow razor still dripping blood. You unfilial son, do you really want to go against me? Are you really going to show me no mercy at all? Have you thought about the consequences? You've already lost your company. Do you really want to go down in flames? Bai Yang laughed and said, Whether my company has it or not is none of your business. Face and sentiment. Jiang Kaiwei, from the moment I left the Bai family, I said goodbye to so-called kinship and affection. Now, I only feel endless hatred for you. You can't expect any forgiveness or anything good from me. Our fate is sealed. It's a fight to the death. Jiang Kaiwei, I'll peel off your mask of hypocrisy sooner or later. Jiang Kaiwei froze on the spot. Her hand loosened, and the eyebrow trimmer fell to the ground. She stared intently at Bai Yang's retreating figure. I never imagined he could be so heartless. It was at this moment that Jiang Kaiwei realized what kind of opponent she had encountered. Subsequently, the police arrived at the scene and conducted an investigation and collected evidence. The police officers handling the case were astonished when they learned that Jiang Tianai and Bai Yuntao were related. He wants to seduce his aunt. This kind of mind-blowing thing is probably something even novels wouldn't dare to write. After Bai Yuntao was apprehended, he was immediately given a pair of silver bracelets. Despite Bai Yuntao's loud crying and insistence on denying the allegations, he was highly suspicious. Jiang Kaiwei remained silent, her expression terrifying. Bai Yang and Jiang Tianai left blood samples. Although the test results are not yet available, those involved understand. Jiang Tianai was completely bewildered throughout. She had drunk quite a bit, so her mind was still hazy, and even after being woken up, she wanted to continue sleeping. Therefore, her statement has not yet been taken. Jiang Tao had already arrived. He didn't come alone. He was accompanied by an elderly man in a black jacket. Upon seeing the elderly man, the police leaders all stood up to greet him, shook hands, and exchanged pleasantries. The old man chatted with them for a while with a smile. Not long after, Bai Yuntao, who had already been handcuffed, was released. Grandpa, knowing that Jiang Tao had used his connections to save him, Bai Yuntao stepped forward and began to cry. I'm innocent. Jiang Tao kicked out and hit Bai Yuntao squarely in the chest. After letting out a scream, Bai Yuntao collapsed to the ground again, clutching his chest and groaning incessantly. You beast! Jiang Tao roared. If anything really happens to Tianai this time, I'll tear you to pieces. After learning what had happened, he immediately understood Bai Yuntao's plan. To deal with Bai Yang, he even dared to risk his own daughter? Jiang Tao was furious. He even wanted to sue Bai Yuntao directly, so that he could spend the rest of his life in jail. However, after calming down, Jiang Tao also realized that no matter how bad Bai Yuntao was, he was still the only son of the Bai family and his only grandson. If this matter were to be made public, it would be a huge blow to the Jiang family. A large family can lose money, but it absolutely cannot lose face or dignity. Therefore, he had no choice but to protect Bai Yuntao, even if he didn't want to. He breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Jiang Tianai had not yet woken up. If Jiang Tianai knew that she was almost defiled by her own family, then she'll be haunted by that trauma for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Jiang Tao couldn't help but go up and kick Bai Yuntao a few more times. Bai Yuntao cried out that he was wrong, but he still had several shoe prints on his body and face. Jiang Kaiwa watched Bai Yuntao being beaten. Although she felt sorry for him, she didn't say anything because she was in the wrong. She just let Jiang Tao curse her. Bai Yang and Su Yu, on the other hand, looked like they were watching a show, wishing they had a handful of melon seeds in their hands. Seeing Bai Yang's smug look, Bai Ting felt a surge of turmoil in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. I originally thought I could send Bai Yang to hell in one fell swoop. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Bai Yang stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed. Good. Good. Well done. I love watching dogs fight. Jiang Tao stopped and turned to look at him. What did you say? Chapter 135. This is just the beginning. Bai Yang laughed. Mr. Jiang, can't you understand human language? I said, I love watching dogs fight. Jiang Tao then said, You are not allowed to go near my daughter again. Bai Yang chuckled and said, Mr. Jiang, please don't flatter yourself. But now it seems you're going to let this matter drop. The Jiang family's background and connections are indeed very strong. Jiang Tao asked, What? What do you want? Bai Yang laughed. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you guys were funny. But I also suffered losses, so you should compensate me in some way, right? He knew that he had done enough. The Jiang family wields considerable power, and the deeper the investigation into this case goes, the more resistance and trouble we will encounter. The best course of action now is to demand some material compensation and leave. Moreover, they have already prepared their next move against Bai Yuntao and Jiang Kaiwa. The collapse of the Bai and Jiang families has only just begun from this moment on. Jiang Tao asked, What do you want? Money. 40 million. Bai Yang held up 4 fingers. Take them out, and we'll be unrelated. 40 million. Bai Ting's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Bai Yang laughed and said, You, Bai Yuntao, Jiang Tao, and Jiang Kaiwa, each of you is offering 10 million. That's a very cheap price. Do you think your reputations aren't worth 40 million? Jiang Tao angrily said, Bai Yang, don't go too far. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have this leverage over me? Bai Yang cupped the back of his head with both hands, looking at him with amusement. Do you have a plan? Then why not use it now? Now that the money's in my account, I won't bring this up again. Otherwise, you can expect to be trending on social media tomorrow. Jiang Tao was so angry that his hands trembled. He took a deep breath and then sat down next to Bai Yang. Bai Yang, it's not that I can't pay this money, and I don't need it. But I don't want our relationship to be ruined because of this little bit of money. You're my grandson, and I haven't done anything to wrong you, have I? Kaiwa treated you very badly in the past, but I was innocent, wasn't I? I was very willing to mentor you, and I can forgive and forget what happened before. I heard you sold your company. Are you having any difficulties? You can tell me. Bai Yang then said, I have no relationship with your Jiang family. Don't think that only Jiang Kaiwa is my enemy. Your sins are actually greater. Jiang Tao, you will eventually be punished for the mistakes you made back then. This is nothing compared to what you've done. Jiang Tao's body stiffened instantly. He didn't immediately understand what Bai Yang was talking about. But Bai Yang's expression told him that things couldn't possibly go the way he wanted. Bai Yang has truly reached a point where reconciliation with the Jiang family is impossible. All right, Bai Yang, you'd better think this through. Jiang Tao said, I'll give you the money. But you have to keep your word and not mention this matter again. Jiang Kaiwei remained expressionless, her eyes blank, as if she had lost all emotional fluctuations. Soon, Bai Yang received a text message informing him that 40 million had been deposited into his account. All right, I've got the money. I'm leaving now. Bai Yang chuckled. Remember to keep that bastard Bai Yuntao in check in the future, otherwise next time, even 400 million won't be enough to quell the situation. After saying that, he walked out with Su Yu. Jiang Tao looked at Bai Yuntao, who was curled up in a ball on the ground, and was furious. 40 million. You'll have to pay me back in full. If you're short even a penny, you'll regret it. Bai Yuntao was pale and trembling all over. 40 million? He has invested all his money in the company's operations. At most, the cash amount is only 1 or 2 million. Where did you get these 40 million? Mom. Bai Yuntao could only let his tears flow freely, and then he said to Jiang Kaiwei, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Please save me. Jiang Kaiwei looked at Jiang Tao. I'll give you 40 million. Xiao Tao is short of money everywhere. He does business lately. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and asked, Kaiwei, are you still going to protect this good for nothing? Jiang Kaiwei retorted, what right do you have to say that? You. Just as Jiang Tao was about to continue his tirade, a policeman walked in from outside. Who is Jiang Tianai's family member? She's already awake. Jiang Tao quickly ran out. Bai Yuntao looked at Jiang Kaiwei, knelt down and crawled to her side, crying loudly. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. Jiang Kaiwei said, Xiao Tao, you've really done something stupid this time. Remember this. You are my son. You are someone I raised. Even without these methods, you can beat Bai Yang in a head-on business competition. You shouldn't be having these kinds of thoughts. Do you understand? Bai Yang wiped his nose. Yes, Mom. I remember. I'll be careful. Don't worry. He was genuinely terrified this time. Especially when he was first handcuffed, he felt as if he had been sentenced to death. He never wants to experience that kind of living hell again in his life. Thinking of Bai Yang's smug look just now, Bai Yuntao was even more furious. Bai Yang, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. I will never let you go. On the other side, Jiang Tao saw that Jiang Tianai had woken up and quickly went over to hug his precious daughter. Tianai, how are you? Dad will take you to the hospital for a checkup in a bit. Jiang Tianai's mind was still foggy. What would happen to me? This Isa police station? Why am I here? Jiang Tao thought for a moment and said, Oh, you drank too much with Xiao Tao and the others tonight, then got into an argument and were sent here. But Dad has taken care of it. You'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianai quickly asked, what about Bai Yang? I came here drinking with a classmate tonight. His name is Bai Yang. Dad, how is he? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tianai still doesn't know Bai Yang's true identity. Should I tell you? Jiang Tao realized that once he spoke out, Jiang Tianai would know about the relationship between Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yang, especially since Bai Yang might cause trouble in the future. He's fine that Bai Yang left a long time ago. He's doing great now. You don't need to worry about him. Jiang Tianai said, Oh dear, I should apologize to him. Who started the fight? Is he all right? Jiang Tao immediately said, Tianai, listen carefully. That Bai Yang you must not associate with him anymore. I've decided to apply for an international exchange program for you. You'll be studying abroad for 2 years, just like your brother. Jiang Tianai was stunned. Having just come to her senses, she couldn't understand her father's sudden arrangement at all. Dad, I'm not going. Chapter 136 Face comes first. Jiang Tao was a little angry. Whether you go or not is not up to you. Dad is doing this for your own good. Jiang Tianai said, Dad, I finally got into Yanbei University, which is the best university in the country. Why do you want me to leave again? Who told you to leave? You're on an exchange program. You're still a student at Yanbei. No, I'm not going. As Jiang Tianai spoke, she took out her phone. Jiang Tao seemed to realize something and asked, Tianai, who are you texting? It's not Bai Yang, is it? Jiang Tianai asked doubtfully. Dad, I'm almost 20 years old. Do you still treat me like a child? Besides, what's wrong with me sending a message to Bai Yang? He got involved tonight too, so I should at least give him a proper talking to, right? Jiang Tao immediately said, No. You're not allowed to talk to him anymore. Jiang Tianai instinctively put her phone away and said, Dad, what are you doing? You're acting so strange all of a sudden. In her memory, Jiang Tao would not overly restrict her. Is there something wrong with contacting Bai Yang? Jiang Tao was getting a little anxious. He knows his daughter very well. Judging from this, she has most likely developed some inappropriate feelings for Bai Yang. Wouldn't that create chaos? Bai Yang, in short, I won't stop you from making friends with anyone else, but not Bai Yang. Young people are bound to be rebellious, so Jiang Tianai asked again, why? Didn't you always tell me to associate more with promising young people? Bai Yang created Douyin, a phenomenal product, in just a few months on his own. Isn't that remarkable for someone so young? Although he has sold Douyin now, he must be a billionaire now, a successful person at least. I can learn a lot from him. Jiang Tao was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't refute that. But he couldn't tell the truth directly. The fewer people who know that Bai Yang is Jiang Tsayue's biological son, the better. Otherwise, others will know that her daughter values her adopted son more and ignores her more outstanding biological son. Where does that leave his pride? Jiang Tao often says that he has done a good job of educating his family and would never let others know about such a shameful thing. Tianai, just listen to your father. Sigh. He muttered to himself, what a tragedy. Jiang Tianai was very puzzled when she saw Jiang Tao like this. Why does he have such a strong opinion about Bai Yang? Bai Yang didn't do anything wrong, did he? Meanwhile, Bai Yang was in a very good mood on his way back. Although it didn't completely destroy Bai Yuntao, it still severely damaged his vitality. From now on, Bai Yuntao can no longer pretend to be that innocent little rabbit. Everyone will see his fangs, and his despicable nature will be impossible to hide. Suyu then asked, Bai Yang, you're getting so close to Jiang Tianai now. What if Jiang Tao really tries to target you on purpose? What are your plans? She felt a little scared afterward. The Jiang family is extremely powerful and wealthy, and they have been able to establish a firm foothold in the capital, basically having influence in both politics and business. Tonight, he only invited one person over for a brief chat, and that was enough to resolve the matter peacefully for Bai Yuntao. What if we really have to take action against Bai Yang? Bai Yang said, Don't worry, Jiang Tao cares about his reputation and won't go too far with me. He must be having a headache right now, figuring out how to resolve the ambiguous relationship between me and Jiang Tianai. Jiang Tao doesn't want to make it public that I'm his grandson, but he can't control Jiang Tianai, so he must be very upset. Suyu looked at Bai Yang. Didn't you never meet Jiang Tao before? How do you know so much about them now? Bai Yang smiled without saying a word. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Suyu changed the subject. Speaking of which, I think Jiang Tianai is actually quite pitiful for being kept in the dark. When are you planning to confront her? Suyu's hatred for the Jiang family was basically focused on Jiang Kaiwei alone. She didn't have much ill will towards Jiang Tianai. Bai Yang felt it was somewhat inappropriate for him to regard Jiang Tianai as the wife of the disgusting Jiang family. Bai Yang laughed again. Suyu, revenge is something that's never over until the very end. You think Jiang Tianai is innocent, but she is, after all, Jiang Tao's daughter and Jiang Tsayue's sister. If we succeed in our revenge, do you think she, as a daughter of the Jiang family, will let us off easily? This was a set of excuses, but Bai Yang didn't reveal the most important reason. That's why Jiang Tianai looks harmless now. But in reality, after a while, when the time bomb attached to the Jiang and Bai families explodes, she will reveal her true nature. No one in the Jiang family, from top to bottom, can be trusted. Bai Yang then said to Suyu, This time we didn't deal a fatal blow to Bai Yuntao, but we can still proceed with the next step of our operation as originally planned. Suyu nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. It was already very late, so Bai Yang did not return to his dormitory but chose to rest in his rented apartment off campus. The next morning, Bai Yang glanced at the calendar and found it was Sunday. Since I don't have classes, I should focus on writing the project proposal and preparing for the new mobile game. Bai Yang had already decided to create the most popular MOBA mobile game, which later became known as Honor of Kings. In the MOBA mobile game Honor of Kings, characters such as Li Bai, Lanling King, and Daji are all famous figures from the mythology and history of the Xia dynasty. With its dazzling skills and easy-to-understand equipment system, Coupled with the current popularity of League of Legends, it will definitely attract a large number of players. Moreover, the configuration of smartphones in China is not high at present, so the game graphics and such do not need to be too complicated. As domestic internet speeds improve and smartphone configurations become more advanced, these can be gradually upgraded. Baiyang is targeting users' fragmented time. In League of Legends, a single game can take at least half an hour or even 1 or 2 hours to completely destroy the opponent's phone, and there are skill requirements such as warding and last hitting. But King of Glory allows people to have an exhilarating battle within 20 minutes, just like Douyin, which can firmly occupy people's fragmented time. Moreover, King of Glory is easy to get started with, and even girls who are not into games can easily pick it up. Software with a large female user base naturally attracts a group of male users, and girls are also more willing to spend money online. Therefore, the game's immense popularity and profitability are promising for the future. Baiyang was so engrossed in writing that he quickly finished the proposal. With the current billions of dollars in funds, it's more than enough to develop a mobile game. The rest, of course, are weapons for revenge. Wealth is the most powerful force for navigating this world. Just then, Siyu called. Baiyang, everything is ready. When would you like to make our move? Chapter 137 Jiang Tao's Transformation. After returning home, Bai Yuntao felt uneasy. He was unsure of Jiang Tao's current attitude towards him. He felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled the beating and scolding he received from Jiang Kaiwe that night. The wound on his arm has not yet healed. Looking at the slowly forming wound, Bai Yuntao was still shaken. However, after a few days, Bai Yuntao found that everything had calmed down. Jiang Kaiwe was still very kind to him, and even helped him heal his injuries. Xiao Tao Mom had no choice. Given the situation, Baiyang wouldn't be satisfied without resorting to self-sacrifice. Jiang Kaiwe sighed and said, I understand your thinking, but it was indeed too reckless. I'm very worried, you know. Bai Yuntao lowered his head. Yes, Mom, I know I was wrong. I've caused you trouble this time. Then came a few more tears, and then the mother and son showed their love and filial piety. What surprised Bai Yuntao even more was that Jiang Tao's attitude towards him had improved. On the 8th day after the incident, Jiang Tao personally visited the home. When Bai Yuntao returned from school, he was also startled to see Jiang Tao. I thought Jiang Tao was going to come and confront me again, but to my surprise, he started by talking about investing. I've thought it over. Since Baiyang refuses to be our family and insists on being our enemy, let's make him suffer a bit. Jiang Tao glanced at Bai Yuntao. Although you are Tsai adopted son, you are still my rightful grandson. Although Baiyang sold Douyin, he still has a lot of cash on hand. He is very likely to make a comeback. You need to do better and stronger than Baiyang, understand? Upon hearing this, every cell in Bai Yuntao's body seemed to scream. He finally gained Jiang Tao's approval. Grandpa, you're not angry with me anymore? Bai Yuntao was still worried. What if he was still angry about Jiang Tianai? Jiang Tao's face darkened, and he said, Of course I'm angry. But then I thought about it, and you're willing to use such unscrupulous means to deal with Baiyang, which is quite a show of courage. If you can use that courage and intelligence in the right place, you might very well be able to accomplish something great. Now, I want you to go and prove to Baiyang and everyone else that the people trained by our Jiang family are no less capable. Jiang Tao's statement gave Bai Yuntao a lot of motivation. Grandpa, please believe me. I will definitely defeat Baiyang. Don't worry. He sold his Douyin account, but I will never give up my live streaming platform. Look, this is our Panda TV data, including the number of active users. Bai Yuntao began to vividly describe the businesses he had done and his achievements. Looking at these data, Jiang Tao also felt that although Bai Yuntao was dishonest and had poor character, he was still a promising talent in terms of business skills. Your user growth rate is pretty fast. Jiang Tao pointed to one of the columns. In just 2 months, you already have nearly 30 million users. He had some doubts. Were these numbers inflated? Bai Yuntao said confidently, Grandpa, don't worry. All these user growth data are real and reliable. At the last investment meeting, Baiyang publicly criticized my Panda TV, saying that it didn't have enough active users and the revenue from tipping was not high. So I immediately addressed this weakness by using many methods, such as improving the quality of the live streams and standardizing the training of the streamers, and finally overcame this major problem. Jiang Tao nodded. Okay, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. I will invest another sum of money in you. Once I invest, my friends will naturally follow suit. Bai Yuntao was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you. Jiang Kaiwa patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Tao, your mom and Grandpa both believe that you are definitely better than Bai Yang. That unfilial son refuses to admit his mistakes no matter what, and reasoning with him won't work. So the only way is to use reality to wake him up. Bai Yuntao nodded. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely make you proud. He was overjoyed. Bai Yang, now you know, right? Even if you can see through my plan, so what? I'm still perfectly fine now, aren't I? I was born to be high above, and no storm can bring me down. And you are still that worthless slut who has to fight tooth and nail to survive. As Jiang Tao said, after his investment, many investment institutions extended olive branches to Bai Yuntao. Moreover, due to the success of Panda TV, Bai Yuntao also received an award for Most Watched Young Entrepreneur from an Internet Youth Association. Although this award isn't a big name, it was created by several big names in the industry. Winning this award essentially qualifies you to attend a conference in Wuzhen. That day, Bai Yuntao was in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the gift. He was in high spirits and overjoyed, and said to Bai Ting beside him, Fourth sister, the situation is really great right now. Soon, the whole country will know my name, and I will be able to showcase my talents on a bigger stage. If I can do a good job, Jiang Tao might even let me take over the Jiang family's business. Bai Ting frowned and said, Aren't you being too optimistic? Jiang Tao has a son. How could he possibly let you inherit the Jiang family business? Bai Yuntao said, You mean our uncle? Haha, I heard he's not interested in doing business and studied music abroad. How could such a pretty but useless person possibly be a match for me? If even Bai Yang can be dealt with, what can a sissy like him who can only play musical instruments and sing accomplish? Bai Ting sighed softly. Ever since that incident, she has felt quite uneasy, as if something bad is about to happen. Moreover, there has been no news from Bai Yang during this period. It seems as if he has temporarily fallen silent. However, with Jiang Tao's support, everything should be all right. Meanwhile, Bai Yang also learned about Bai Yuntao's award. How could he win an award like that? Haha, Jiang Tao must have invested a lot of money behind the scenes, right? Li Wenbin laughed and said, Yes, I heard that the biggest source of funding behind Panda TV is the Jiang family. Bai Yuntao is incredibly powerful now. Everyone says he might go to Wuzhen to have dinner with some big shots. Bai Yang said, Humph, go to Wuzhen? Does he even deserve it? All right, we'll get started once he's on stage. Let Jiang Tao and Jiang Kaiwen know what kind of product they put in so much effort and had such low costs. Chapter 138 Arrested Again. The awards ceremony was quite lively. Hundreds of people gathered in an exquisite and luxurious hall. The women were dressed in elegant gowns, while the men were dressed in suits, exuding an air of sophistication. When Bai Yuntao took the stage, the audience erupted in applause. That's Bai Yuntao, the founder of Panda TV. He's supposedly still a student. I heard he's Mr. Jiang Tao's grandson. He's indeed a handsome and talented man. I heard that the Wuzhen Internet Conference has already sent him an invitation, and maybe some of the big shots in China will help him too. With the gaming industry so booming right now, only people like him, with insight, courage, and capital, can succeed in this field. The audience below began to praise and discuss Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao was very proud of himself, leaning on the podium, looking quite triumphant. He first introduced his company and business, especially the development of Panda TV, explaining that his company's future looks bright. Then Bai Yuntao spoke with great emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era of great change, a technological and scientific explosion, and we will experience many significant changes in our lifestyles. In this era, we must adhere to our principles and ethics, especially to comply with laws and regulations, and operate within a certain framework in order to develop a healthy industry. This is a major responsibility for young entrepreneurs of our time. It must be admitted that Bai Yuntao is quite good at this. He captivated the audience with just a few words. Everyone felt that live streaming platforms were indeed the next big thing and a highly profitable investment project. Seeing several big names in the investment industry nodding frequently, Bai Yuntao was even more delighted. After he thanked them and left, Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Ting waited for him backstage. Xiao Tao, you did a fantastic job this time. Jiang Kaiwei nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, you are a natural talent in this area. I believe your grandfather is very happy in the audience. Bai Ting handed him a bottle of water. Xiao Tao, I reckon our company will receive a lot of investment this time. We won't have to worry about funding like before. Bai Yuntao took a sip of water and said smugly, Fourth sister, of course. We're now. However, before he could finish speaking, two men in police uniforms walked over. Are you Bai Yuntao? One of the older policemen spoke up and asked. Bai Yuntao asked, somewhat puzzled. That's me, so what? The police officer nodded. Please come with us. What? Bai Yuntao, Jiang Kaiwei, and the others looked surprised. What did you say? The police officer said. Your company has streamers suspected of disseminating obscene materials and organizing erotic performances. We are now going to interrogate you. You're in charge, you can't be completely unaware of these things, can you? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntao's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Tsayue's eyes widened, and she stepped forward to ask, Officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? My son's company has always been operating legally. What you're saying are personal matters, and they shouldn't be related to my son, right? The middle-aged policeman patiently said, whether it's related or not, we need to let the evidence speak for itself. Therefore, we need Bai Yuntao to come back to the police station with us to assist with the investigation. We hope you can cooperate. No sooner had he finished speaking than another young policeman stepped forward to take Bai Yuntao away. Bai Yuntao panicked. Let me go. I'm not going to the police station. I'm innocent. What erotic performance. Two don't know anything about it. Mom, please help me. A lawyer. Please get me a lawyer. Jiang Kaiwei, unaware of what had happened even within the imperial court, could only follow immediately. As soon as I reached the door, a burst of flashbulbs went off. Several people who looked like reporters were already lying in wait. Their cameras were all pointed at Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao was sandwiched between two policemen, looking quite disheveled, a far cry from his earlier charisma on stage. Stop filming. Jiang Kaiwei was furious, and she vented it all on the reporters. What are you filming? Don't you know what privacy is? I'm going to sue you all to death. That's so embarrassing. What was supposed to be a chance to show one's face has turned into a chance to expose one's buttocks. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped out from among the reporters. Who else could it be but Bai Yang? Bai Yang laughed and said, Hey, isn't this Bai Yuntao, who won the award tonight? Why are you looking so down now? Upon seeing Bai Yang, Bai Yuntao immediately understood everything. He then became furious. Bai Yang, it was you again. You were plotting against me. Framed. Officers, this man is framing me. Investigate him. He has problems too. This matter has nothing to do with me. The policeman gripped Bai Yuntao's shoulder tightly. Behave yourself and don't move. Bai Ting stepped forward angrily and said, Bai Yang, are you never going to stop? Xiao Tao did better than you, so you have to pull this stunt. Do you think we're easy to bully? Do you still have any humanity? Bai Yang chuckled, humanity? Do you even have that? Would the police arrest someone without evidence? Clearly, in order to gain traffic, you are tacitly allowing those female anchors to engage in borderline performances, or even to send large amounts of gifts and induce consumption, etc. I had no trouble finding this evidence. And you're trying to pin it on me? Bai Ting, are you blind or stupid? Upon hearing this, Bai Ting became somewhat flustered, and her gaze darted away. Bai Yuntao's heart raced, and his expression froze. But then he immediately turned and yelled at the reporters, You've been fooled. This is a frame-up. It's all a frame-up. He's slandering me. This person is slandering me. At this moment, Jiang Tao also came out and was stunned by the scene before him. What happened? Why was Bai Yuntao arrested again? Bai Yuntao shouted loudly, Grandpa, save me, Grandpa. I'm innocent. I don't know anything. It's all Bai Yang's fault for framing me. The police officer shouted, Behave yourself and stop yelling. Jiang Tao watched as the police shoved Bai Yuntao into the car, then turned to look at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, I was wondering why you've been so quiet lately, so you were still plotting against us. Bai Yang laughed. Dealing with you doesn't require any special planning. You scoundrels have too many weaknesses. You wouldn't be able to handle it even with just a little manipulation. As I said last time, that was just the beginning. These are just appetizers. You'll gradually learn what real scheming is. Jiang Tao was furious. Do you have to talk to me like this? Bai Yang, I was originally going to show you some mercy. Now that you're heartless, don't blame me for disowning you. Chapter 139. Difficult to turn the tide. Faced with the furious Jiang Tao, Bai Yang chuckled. Whatever you want. Bai Yang looked nonchalant, then turned and walked out. Jiang Tao took a deep breath and then said, What a rebellious son. Jiang Kaiwei then said to Jiang Tao, I told you long ago, but you just didn't believe me. You thought he would obey you. Haha, he's just an ungrateful dog. After being lectured by his daughter, Jiang Tao felt utterly humiliated. Let's deal with your adopted son's problem first, and then we can talk about my business. Jiang Kaiwei glared at him, then told Bai Ting to hurry up and prepare the car. Once they arrived at the police station, they finally understood what had happened. It turns out that there are indeed many streamers on Panda TV who engage in illegal performances and even induce viewers to give rewards, and then send some private videos of the streamers to the top donors, etc. 2 weeks ago, someone reported these activities. After a long investigation and evidence collection, the police arrested several live streamers involved in pornography before gradually tracing their way to Bai Yuntao. Because those streamers all admitted that this was part of their internal training, and the platform would hint to the streamers that they could come up with some exciting projects to attract viewers. Jiang Tao was furious upon learning of this. No wonder Bai Yuntao's live streaming platform had such a rapid increase in users. Turns out, it's because he took this crooked path. Jiang Kaiwei closed her eyes, covered her face, and sighed softly. Xiao Tao is too impatient. I told you long ago that we can't do things that are too opportunistic. Jiang Tao turned to look at her. Kaiwei, what's wrong with you? He's already in such a terrible state. Why are you still protecting him? Is this called taking shortcuts? This is a crime. He hadn't expected that Jiang Tsayue's favoritism towards Bai Yuntao would be so severe. In reality, he still disliked Bai Yuntao and chose to support him, but simply didn't have a suitable person to deal with Bai Yang. I never expected Bai Yuntao to embarrass him so much. Jiang Kaiwei asked calmly. Crime? Then I'd like to ask, how many of those people on the rich list are truly clean? Take yourself for example. Would you dare say that you've always operated with integrity? Xiao Tao made a mistake this time because his actions were discovered, and that unfilial son even caught him red-handed. Jiang Tao was speechless for a moment after hearing this. Being conscientious and law-abiding? Can you make big money that way? Jiang Kaiwei continued. Only those without morals can earn more money. If you really want to make money legally, the best way is to find a factory job. Do you want your grandson to live that kind of idle life? Jiang Tao sighed. Fine. I can't argue with you, okay? This isn't my daughter at all. They are clearly my ancestors. Jiang Kaiwei continued. You are one of Xiao Tao's investors, and now the whole world knows that he is your grandson. You decide what to do. Jiang Tao knew what she meant. Just like last time, he had to protect Bai Yuntao. For Jiang Tao, this was not a difficult task. Bai Yuntao is currently only a suspect. There is no concrete evidence yet. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have just asked them to cooperate with the investigation, but would have formally arrested them. Bai Yuntao wasn't stupid. He knew that confessing would mean spending his life in jail, so he remained silent during the interrogation, no matter how the police tried to coax him. He had no choice but to release Bai Yuntao temporarily. With a little manipulation from Jiang Tao, Bai Yuntao's investigation will come to nothing. Then we can just drag out a few company executives and interns to take the fall. But Bai Yang did not let this opportunity slip by. Many news articles have already been published online. Shocking. The largest live streaming platform actually did this in public. How exciting. He was taken away as soon as he stepped off the stage. What exactly did the up-and-coming entrepreneur Bai Yuntao do wrong? Controversy surrounding live streaming platforms raises questions. Will the founder of Panda TV be imprisoned? This has become a trending topic on major platforms, and many independent media outlets are also spreading this story. Almost everyone knows that Panda TV is involved in pornography and that its founder, Bai Yuntao, is under investigation. Although Bai Yuntao was released that same day, netizens were still discussing it intensely, thinking that Bai Yuntao was about to be proven guilty. Looking at the comments online and the criticisms from various official media outlets, Bai Yuntao was sweating profusely, and his fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Now, his company, his live streaming platform project, and even his own reputation are completely ruined. All those previous investments have basically gone down the drain. Bai Yuntao was burning with rage. Baiyong, Baiyong, Baiyong. I've ended up like this because of you. I will make you pay the price. When Bai Yuntao thought of Baiyong, a terrible idea popped into his mind. Bai Ting and Bai Yun stayed by his side, also falling into a deep silence. The two of them also invested money in Bai Yuntao's live streaming platform. Now that things have turned out this way, their savings of many years have all gone down the drain. Bai Ting already had the failure of her milk powder factory project, and now she still hasn't figured out how to sell land to pay off her debts. She has almost lost all the cash she had left, which is undoubtedly a major blow. Bai Yun is similar. She has struggled in the entertainment industry for years, losing all the little savings she had accumulated. Recently, she has been having nightmares every night and has started losing her hair. When Bai Yuntao was at the height of his fame, Bai Yun would go around saying that he was her younger brother and would often post on her WeChat moments to show off. For example, my brother said he got a 1 billion yuan investment, and I was stunned. I said, even when I was filming, I've never seen an investment of 1 billion yuan. Seeing how popular my brother's live streaming platform is, I even considered working for him. He said he'd get me featured on the homepage. My little brother won an award. I heard he was even invited to a conference in Wuzhen. I told him he'd get Jack Ma's autograph for me if he went, and he agreed. It's so great to have a little brother. Such as these. Her friends and colleagues in the industry expressed their envy after seeing this, and gave her a thumbs up. Bai Yun's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she dreamed every day that Bai Yuntao could take Panda TV public so that she could cash out and make a fortune, and then achieve financial freedom. But with Bai Yuntao being taken away, all of this came to naught. Bai Yun deleted all those posts on her WeChat moments. The words of blessing she had received now seemed so glaring, the most heartbreaking irony. Even now, Bai Yun feels that people around her who look at her for too long are just mocking her. Look, she's Bai Yuntao's sister, TSK Tisk TSK. It is said that poverty-stricken couples suffer 100 misfortunes. In fact, as long as money is lost, relatives and friends will have some opinions. Now Bai Yun feels that her younger brother is somewhat unreliable. However, out of consideration for her feelings, she really couldn't say anything. Consider Bai Yang. He has already cashed out a fortune and is said to have become a multi-millionaire. Bai Yun had previously mocked Bai Yang for being stupid to sell Douyin. Now it turns out she was the idiot. Bai Yun couldn't help but call Bai Xia. Big sister, do you know how Bai Yang is doing now? Chapter 140, the second target. Bai Xia was busy at the company at the time and asked, why did you suddenly ask about Bai Yang? Bai Yun seemed a little awkward and said, just wanted to ask. Never mind. How are you, big sister? Bai Xia shook her head. Not good. I don't know what dad has been thinking lately. He always stays in his room and doesn't come out. The company is also a mess. The new product has made no splash at all since it was launched. The BIS Group invests in and operates in many industries, but its main business is children's toys and children's clothing. When Jiang Kaiwa first started her business, she made a fortune by selling knock-offs of popular foreign toys, and she became quite famous in China. When it was Bai Xia's turn, she followed Jiang Caiyue's path, but in terms of product selection, she was clearly not as good as her mother. In addition, the recent incident involving Bai Yang has left me exhausted, which has also affected the launch of new products. When Bai Yun learned that her home had become like this, she felt even worse. It's all Bai Yang's fault. She couldn't help but curse. Bai Yang? How is this related to Bai Yang again? Bai Xia suddenly froze. Is there something happening in the capital again? After much hesitation, Bai Yun finally spoke up. Big sister, don't you know? Xiao Tao has been acting strangely lately. After hearing Bai Yun's account of Bai Yuntao and Panda TV, Bai Xia's eyes widened. How could this happen? Xiao Tao has his mother and grandfather watching over him. How could such a mistake occur? Bai Xia had a preliminary understanding of Bai Yuntao's low moral character, but she still couldn't believe that he would do such disgusting things while doing business. Bai Yun said, "Big sister, it's not that Xiao Tao made any mistakes, it's that Bai Yang is meddling. So many people don't care, but he had to make an accusation, which has made Xiao Tao so embarrassed now. Big sister, Grandpa and Mom are furious now. It seems like they're going to gang up on Bai Yang. Oomph, he's in for it." Upon hearing this, Bai Xia suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She tried to speak, but failed, and her body went limp, causing her to slide to the ground. Thump. Hearing that something was wrong, Bai Yun quickly asked, "Big sister, what's wrong?" Bai Xia gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine. You mean, Mom and Grandpa teamed up just to deal with Bai Yang?" Bai Yun nodded. "Yes, I heard it from Bai Ting." "Stop them," Bai Xia shouted. "Bai Yang is not the same as before. He can't be easily manipulated. Going to fight him now would be disastrous." Bai Yun frowned. "Big sister, aren't you exaggerating? Do you really think Grandpa can't beat Bai Yang?" Bai Xia sighed helplessly. "That's not what I meant, but when two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. Why do we have to make it like this? I can't get over this now, Xiaoyan. You have to help me persuade Mom and Grandpa. Stop provoking Bai Yang." Bai Yun dismissed it. "Big sister, aren't you just worrying unnecessarily? The Jiang family's finger is thicker than Bai Yang's thigh. And now that Bai Yang has bought Douyin, he hasn't made any new moves for so long. He's keeping an eye on Xiao Tao every day now. What can he possibly do? Wait until Grandpa takes action." Bai Xia sighed and interrupted her. All right. Stop talking, tell Mom I'm going to Beijing in a couple of days." Bai Yun was stunned. "Big sister, you're not going to argue with Mom again, are you? Do as I say." Bai Xia hung up the phone immediately. "How could this happen?" Bai Xia said in frustration. "Why did it have to turn out like this? It was clearly Xiao Tao who made the mistake. Xia, I'll go to the capital with you too." Bai Xing walked into the office without anyone noticing. Bai Xia exclaimed, "Ah," and then asked, "Dad, when did you get here?" After graduation, Sheng looked completely different from before. He had a mustache on both his upper and lower lips, and his cheeks and eye sockets were sunken, making him look like a skull, which was very frightening. Bai Shixing raised his withered arm. "I'm going to Beijing. I need to find Jiang Kaiwei and get some answers." Bai Xia stepped forward and said with concern, "Dad, you should go to the hospital to get checked out first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll fall ill before you even reach the capital." Bai Sheng said, "I will go to the hospital. I need to take good care of my health now. I can't die before Jiang Kaiwei." Bai Xia was stunned. "Dad, how could you say that about Mom?" Bai Sheng did not answer, but waved his hand and turned to leave. Bai Xia watched his retreating figure, unable to imagine what Bai Sheng had been thinking during this time. On the other side, Bai Yang and Su Yu sat opposite each other, each raising their wine glasses. Cheers. After clinking glasses, the two took a sip and let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Yuntao is basically finished now. Should we add fuel to the fire? Su Yu asked with some excitement. Bai Yang smiled and said, "Now that Jiang Tao has exonerated Bai Yuntao, and the internet has no memory, they should be fine after playing dead for a while. But after this round, it will probably be severely damaged. Panda TV will only be able to exist in a half-dead state, and will only be able to find a sucker to sell it off and cash out. We'll have to wait a while longer to deal with Bai Yuntao." Su Yu stroked her chin. Bai Yuntao is backed by the Jiang family now, so it's indeed very difficult for him. "So what do you plan to do? Just wait like this?" Bai Yang laughed. "Of course not. Besides Bai Yuntao, the Bai family owes me a lot more. Take that idiot Bai Yun for example. She didn't make things easy for me back then, and I won't let her have an easy time now either." Su Yu became expectant and moved forward slightly. "So you already have a plan?" Bai Yang nodded and said, "Bai Yun actually has a black mark on her record. Once it's exposed, her acting career will be over." Su Yu sat up straight. "Oh? Does she like taking drugs?" "It's not news in the entertainment industry that celebrities use drugs. If it's exposed, they'll usually be blacklisted. If Bai Yun really has that kind of fetish, she will be doomed." Bai Yang shook his head. "It's even more serious than that. But in addition to killing her, I also need to destroy her spirit. I'll deal with her the way I dealt with Bai Yuntao this time. The most enjoyable moment of a hunt is when you shoot your prey down into hell when it's in a state of heightened excitement. Only in this way can it be a perfect strike. Bai Yang revealed a satisfied smile. I won't let anyone in the Bai family go. After Bai Xia, Bai Wen, Bai Yun, and Bai Ting are dealt with, it will be Jiang Kaiwei and the others' turn to pay the price. Su Yu couldn't wait any longer. Bai Yang, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me quickly, what is Bai Yun's black mark? Bai Yang smiled and said softly. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes widened. Really? Then she's really finished this time. Chapter 141 Mr. Zhang. The next day, Bai Yun arrived at the company as usual, ready to get her makeup done for the advertisement shoot. Suddenly, her agent rushed in excitedly. Bai Yun, you're about to take off. Bai Yun asked, somewhat puzzled. Sister, what's wrong? The agent laughed and said, you've just been spotted by a film crew. They want you to be in their movies too. Although it's a supporting role, she has a lot of screen time. She could be considered the second female lead. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun became excited. Oh, what kind of drama is it? For an agent to be this happy and confidently declare that the production will be a hit, it must be something big, right? The agent laughed and said, it's a historical drama, spearheaded by the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, and produced by CCTV. As long as you can act well, your career will definitely take off. Hearing this, Bai Yun found it hard to believe. Really? I can act in serious dramas now. Although historical dramas don't have a large audience, they are well known due to government support and promotion. More importantly, they can gain recognition from the State Administration of Radio and Television, which means they will have many more opportunities in the future. Many big stars hope to transition to serious dramas because it shows that they have gained recognition for their acting skills and status. Moreover, the actors in serious dramas are all veterans in the industry. Being able to build good relationships with one or two of them can save you from taking several years of detours, and the network of connections you accumulate is extraordinary. The agent laughed and said, I've already spoken to your fan leader. The announcement will be out soon. The boss said to promote you properly. Bai Yun was overjoyed. That's great. That's great. My talent has finally been recognized. The agent then said mysteriously, let me tell you something else. It's rumored that you were selected this time because a big shot spent money on you behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun asked with great surprise, which big shot is it? To actually manage to get a role in a serious drama, that's really something. Does this mean I'm going to marry into a wealthy family? Although the Bai family is quite wealthy, it's still not enough compared to truly wealthy families. Jiang Kaiwei, in particular, has always had reservations about her acting career and has not offered much support. On the Jiang family side, Jiang Tao didn't care much about his granddaughter. Therefore, Bai Yun has always wanted to reach the next level. She had a premonition. If she seized this opportunity, she could break free from Jiang Tsayue's control, turn her life around, and fulfill her dreams. Bai Yun could almost see herself walking the Oscars red carpet, receiving the attention of thousands, and shining brightly in front of cameras around the world. Afterwards, Bai Yun told her family the news and invited them to attend the opening ceremony. Bai Xia and Bai Wen were both happy for her, while Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao were still a bit overwhelmed, but they also offered their blessings. Because Bai Xia and Bai Shisheng are still in Yunqing, and Bai Shisheng is still recovering, they cannot come for the time being. Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao are currently thinking about how to avoid bankruptcy, and Jiang Kaiwei is racking her brains to come up with ideas for them, but she can't go either. So only Bai Wen went to the scene. As expected, many celebrities and stars were present at the opening ceremony. Although Bai Yun wasn't very famous among them, she was positioned relatively centrally because of her important role. When the host interviewed her, Bai Yun said with great pride and happiness, I am very happy to be able to participate in the filming of this drama. I have loved our country's culture and history since I was a child, and I have been learning about traditional culture. To me, these things left by our ancestors are our wealth. I will also lead by example and spread positive energy during this performance. After he finished speaking, a patter of applause rang out in the room. Bai Yun felt good about herself and smiled throughout. Just then, she saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the venue. It was Bai Yong. Bai Yong stood with his hands in his pockets, his feet slightly apart, a wicked smile on his face, exuding an aura of domineering authority and majesty. What's this bastard doing here? Bai Yun instinctively felt that Bai Yong was there to cause trouble. After the opening ceremony, Bai Yun looked around anxiously. She was a little scared. He heard that Bai Yuntao was taken away by the police after he stepped down from his post. But it was all Bai Yang's doing behind the scenes. She was terrified. What if Bai Yang did it to her again? What's wrong, Bai Yun? You're not looking for me, are you? Bai Yang suddenly appeared behind her, startling Bai Yun. Damn, you scared me to death. Bai Yun angrily retorted. What are you doing here? Is this a place for you? Bai Yang smiled and said, why can't I come? You're so great just because you played a supporting role. If you played the lead role, wouldn't you be arrogant? Putting on airs before even becoming famous. That's so typical of you. Bai Yun got even angrier. What I do is none of your business. I feel like throwing up just looking at you. Is that not allowed? Oh, by the way, did you hear that Grandpa is going to punish you? So you came to me to plead for you? Let me tell you, impossible. You've ruined Xiao Tao's life. Grandpa is definitely going to punish you. Just then, Bai Wen arrived. Xiaoyang, what are you arguing about? Seeing Bai Yang there, Bai Wen was equally surprised, followed by unease. Bai Yun added, second sister, it wasn't enough that he caused trouble for Xiao Tao last time. He has to come and cause trouble for me too. It's disgusting. She then said to Bai Yang, let me tell you, don't think that just because our family did something wrong to you, you can be unreasonable. You've only lived in our house for a year. Even if we did something really outrageous to you, there's nothing unforgivable about it. Don't keep bringing it up. Always appearing as a victim, then crying and complaining about this and that. Aren't you disgusting? Bai Yang listened quietly, then said, Bai Yun, you really are the dumbest one in the Bai family. You say you have nothing unforgivable about you? Let me tell you, your ruthlessness is no better than Bai Yuntao's. After saying that, Bai Yang rolled up his sleeves, revealing a patch of burned skin on his upper arm. Bai Yun's eyes flickered when she saw it. Bai Yang asked coldly, do you remember how you got this on? Do you still have the nerve to say those things just now? Bai Wen asked in confusion, Xiao Yun, what's going on? Tell me. Bai Yun gritted her teeth. You're crazy. I didn't mean it. You're always getting caught up in these trivial things. You're really sick. Suddenly, the agent also rushed over. Bai Yun, what's wrong with you? You're having dinner with the director and the others later. When she saw Bai Yang, she exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? Bai Wen and Bai Yun were stunned. Mr. Zhang? Chapter 142, Let's Dance. The agent's words completely confused Bai Wen and Bai Yun. Mr. Zhang, Bai Yun asked, Sister, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The agent replied, How could I be mistaken? Mr. Zhang is a very important guest of our company. The boss had dinner with him just 2 days ago, and now he's one of our shareholders. Bai Yun's face turned pale instantly, and her mind went blank. What? Shareholders? She would rather believe the world ends tomorrow than believe that Bai Yang has become a shareholder in her company. Bai Wen's pupils contracted, and goosebumps rose all over his body in an instant. What surprised her even more was that Bai Yang had already announced to the public that his surname was Zhang. This was his resistance, and also his more intense revenge. The surroundings became extremely quiet, and even the air seemed to freeze, making the two Bai sisters feel suffocated. Bai Yang maintained a calm smile throughout. The expressions on the faces of the two women were quite pleasing to his eye. A wave of pleasure washed over him, making him feel that he had never been so happy to be alive. Sis, are you sure you're not mistaken? Bai Yun was still a little unwilling to give up. He's just a student, and besides. The agent looked puzzled. I know Mr. Zhang is a student. Doesn't that just show he's young and promising? Bai Yun, what's wrong with you today? You got this role thanks to Mr. Zhang, so why don't you thank him? What? Was it Bai Yang who supported him from behind? This isn't right, is it? Why would Bai Yang help him get such a big opportunity? Something's really wrong. Bai Yun suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ancient ice cave, and sensed that something was wrong. What was originally an opportunity suddenly seemed to turn into a crisis. Is there something else ulterior motive behind Bai Yang's actions? Seeing Bai Yun lost in thought, the agent asked in confusion, Bai Yun, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you thanked them yet? You two knew each other before? I don't know you, thank you. At this moment, Bai Yun felt as if there was a fly stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. Bai Yang chuckled. Never mind. She's probably a little nervous. That's only natural. Let's go eat first. The agent smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Zhang. The boss and the others are already waiting for you. Bai Wen and Bai Yun's hearts were racing, and they had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Bai Yun asked anxiously, Second sister, what should we do? Bai Yang is definitely up to no good. He also claimed his surname was Zhang. What is he trying to do? Bai Wen patted his chest and said, I don't know either, you go ahead first. I'll talk to Mom and my older sister. If Bai Yang tries anything, Mom and my older sister will stop him, so don't worry. Bai Yun was finally relieved. At a round table, the boss of the film and television company where Bai Yun works, along with several senior executives, sat together. The table was laden with food and wine, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and drink. Bai Yang sat next to boss Bai Yun, his expression calm. Young Master Zhang, I salute you. The boss raised his glass. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's matchmaking and Mr. Su's help, how could we have joined this project? We are so grateful. The other executives were the same, treating Bai Yang with great deference. Bai Yang also behaved humbly and politely, responding to each question with great elegance and poise, behaving exactly like a young nobleman. Bai Yun watched from the side, feeling both uneasy and angry. Bai Yang, what are you pretending for? What, young Master Zhang? You're nothing but a nouveau riche. She recalled how Bai Yang looked when he was in the Bai family. He was so inconspicuous and down on his luck, and he was always dirty. He would always lower his head when he saw people, as if he was afraid to be seen. The current Bai Yang is completely different from what he used to be. During Bai Yang's conversation with his boss, Bai Yun gradually learned about Bai Yang's new persona. He now identifies himself as Zhang Yang, a top scorer in the college entrance examination in a southern region. His father, Zhang Xuebiao, is a teacher, and his mother, Feng Yuan, is unwell and stays at home to take care of the family. He also has a younger sister, Zhang Jingxue, who is in high school. Su Xiang was his benefactor. By doing business with Mr. Su, he made a fortune and is now worth over 100 million yuan. He has started investing and is preparing for his next venture. Aside from the fact that the name wasn't real and that the previous activities on Douyin were concealed, all of these things are completely true. Bai Yun didn't understand Bai Yang's intention. Why did he suddenly change his name to the outside world? But what bothered her even more was Bai Yang's investment in her company. They're probably after me. But now she couldn't understand Bai Yang's thoughts at all, and didn't know what Bai Yang was plotting. Originally, they were the ones being manipulated and controlled, but suddenly they began to control their own destiny. This disparity left Bai Yun feeling extremely upset. She felt particularly upset when she heard people at the dinner table praising Bai Yang. Young Master Zhang has achieved so much at such a young age. We are truly envious. If my son were even half as good as young Master Zhang, I would be so grateful I would go back and burn incense. Young Master Zhang is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination. His brain is too sharp. This just goes to show that geniuses can achieve success in any field. These words certainly contain elements of flattery, but undeniably, they are all descriptions of facts. Bai Yang is indeed very outstanding now. Seeing that Bai Yun was distracted, the boss called out to her. Bai Yun, Mr. Zhang is your benefactor. Why don't you come and have a drink with him? You really don't know any better. Bai Yun reluctantly raised her glass and said to Bai Yang, Mr. Zhang, I toast you. Bai Yang did not react at all, as if he had not heard what she said. Bai Yun felt like her back teeth were about to shatter. What right does Bai Yang have to put on airs like this in front of me? Does having money make you superior? The agent kicked Bai Yun from below. Bai Yun had no choice but to get up, pick up a glass of red wine, and walk towards Bai Yang. Facing Bai Yang, Bai Yun bowed slightly, trying her best to appear very humble. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Bai Yang smiled and looked at Bai Yun's boss. I thought your actor was quite capable, but how come his voice is as soft as a mosquito's buzz? The boss immediately turned pale and said to Bai Yun, What's wrong with you? You don't even know how to offer a toast? You're speaking so softly, I can't even hear you. Bai Yun's fingers trembled slightly, She clenched her teeth, and tears welled up in her eyes. This situation is extremely humiliating for her. Young Master Zhang. Thank you. Bai Yun bowed deeply and shouted loudly. Good, you're full of energy. Bai Yang chuckled. By the way, I heard that you can dance, Bai Yun. I wonder if I could show you how. Chapter 143. The acting wasn't very good. Dance. Bai Yun suddenly raised her head, her eyes almost bulging out. Now? Here. Bai Yang pointed to an empty space next to him. Isn't this enough for you to jump? What? You don't know how to jump. You said you didn't want to jump for me at all. At this moment, Bai Yun wished she could go over and bite Bai Yang to death. Of course I don't want to dance for you. I'm your own sister. How dare you point fingers at me? The boss then said, Bai Yun, it's a big honor for you that young Master Zhang wants to see you dance. Don't embarrass him. What's wrong with dancing for a bit? Bai Yang has now injected a large sum of money into their company. These days, who can just casually pull out 50 or 60 million? So Zhang Yang is definitely a big spender you absolutely can't afford to offend. Moreover, what's so bad about actresses dancing for sugar daddies? There are far more outrageous practices in the entertainment industry. Bai Yun was so angry that her body started to tremble again, and then she said, "Tu really don't know how, and I'm not feeling well today." Bai Yang continued, "Are you not feeling well? Okay then, you don't have to act in this play this time either. If you can't even overcome a small flaw, you probably can't do something as hard as filming well either. So what's the point of talking about it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yun panicked. She desperately wanted this opportunity. Wait, I'll jump. Bai Yun suppressed her discomfort, took off her high heels, and stepped barefoot onto the carpet in the private room, where she performed a simple folk dance. Okay. Some of the company leaders present took the lead in applauding. But when they saw that Bai Yang was expressionless and did not react at all, they all remained silent. Bai Yun danced like a fool for almost 5 minutes under the silent gaze of everyone. This process was extremely agonizing, especially when Bai Yang was present. Bai Yun felt like she was dancing on the edge of a knife, and every second was so painful. The younger brother who was once used for his own amusement is now a guest of honor, able to give orders and do whatever he wants to him. Bai Yun bit her lower lip, thinking to herself, is this what they call retribution? For a fleeting moment, she wanted to expose Bai Yang's pretense. But once everyone finds out that Bai Yang is her younger brother, wouldn't the things she did to Bai Yang before also be exposed? Knowing she was in the wrong, she chose to keep quiet. Looking at Bai Yun, Bai Yang sneered, you do have some skill at jumping. By the way, I heard you also have a cat, and it eats really high-end cat food every day? When Bai Yun heard Bai Yang mention cat food, she couldn't help but shudder. In the past, she had used Mimi to make things difficult for Bai Yang quite a bit. Moreover, she also knew that Bai Yang was so hungry at the Bai family's house that he was forced to steal cat food. Because Bai Yang would steal cat food, it was all Bai Yun's doing from beginning to end. Bai Yun knew that Bai Yang would come out in the middle of the night to find leftovers to eat. So, for reasons she didn't know, she wondered if Bai Yang would choose to eat cat food if he was too hungry. Bai Yun first threw away the leftover food, then put the cat food in the living room, and then hid a camera next to it. Sure enough, Bai Yang, who was starving, couldn't find anything to eat, and didn't dare to open the refrigerator, actually ate the cat food. Afterwards, Bai Yun sent the video she had taken to the Bai family's group chat. When Jiang Kai-wei and Bai Xia found out, they punished Bai Yang again, beating him up and making him stand outside the villa in the cold wind all night. Bai Yun's recollection made her forget to answer, and her agent reminded her again. Bai Yun, young Master Zhang is asking you a question. Bai Yun then hurriedly said, yes. Bai Yang smiled and said, I've heard that actors often improvise. In that case, why don't you act as a cat for me? Since you own a cat, you must have some life experience and observation skills, so your acting will definitely be very convincing. Bai Yun's eyes widened in shock, and then she said, no. The boss slammed his hand on the table. Bai Yun, you think it's no good just because you say so? What young Master Zhang said isn't wrong either. What's wrong with just acting? This is an opportunity. If young Master Zhang is satisfied, your acting career will be much more stable from now on. Bai Yang crossed his left leg over his right and stared at Bai Yun mockingly. Not going to act? Well, it seems your professional skills aren't up to par either. Bayan almost burst into tears. She had never been so humiliated. The agent gestured several times, signaling Bayan to do as she was told. Having no other choice, Bayan bent down, braced herself with her hands on the ground, and began to imitate the movements of a cat for this opportunity. The effect was naturally not good, because Bayan's mind was not on the performance at all. Especially since she was wearing a fitted long dress today, kneeling on the ground with her hands supporting her body looked rather unseemly, and could be described as extremely disheveled. Bayan didn't dare open her eyes, unable to imagine what kind of looks everyone was giving her. Every second she felt like she was covered in needles, and every movement was incredibly painful. Even the agent couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned to look at Bayan, only to find that Bayan and the boss were both staring at Bayan with amusement. At this point, Bayan added, "Can't the cat you're playing even meow?" Bayan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears on the spot, tears streaming down her face. Wah! All she wants now is to go home. She'd go home even if she were given an Oscar for Best Actress. Bayan couldn't help but laugh after reading it. I thought it would be more of a task, and I would be more mentally prepared, but it turns out it's nothing special. Just a pretty face, an actor. Those present also felt that Bayan had gone too far, but no one dared to say anything. However, they were all puzzled. Why was Bayan targeting Bayan so much? Could it be that there's some kind of grudge between the two? If there really is some kind of grudge, it must be some kind of irreconcilable hatred, right? Otherwise, why would they humiliate the other person so excessively? The dinner ended unhappily, and Bayan cried the whole way home. Damn Bayan. I was just joking with you before, playing pranks on you. Do you have to treat me like this? I won't let you get away with this. I won't let you get away with this. She ran back to Jiang Caiyue's villa in tears, only to find Jiang Caiyue sitting in the living room, seemingly waiting for her. Upon seeing Jiang Caiyue for the first time, Bayan began to cry and scream. Mom, Bayan is bullying me. Jiang Caiyue already knew the basic situation from Bayan. She was also shocked by Bayan's transformation. What infuriated her most was Bayan's unauthorized change of surname. Jiang Caiyue patted Bayan on the back and said softly, "Take your time. The sky isn't going to fall. What did that unfilial son do? With his mother around, he'll never cause any trouble." Chapter 144, I Have No Scandal. Over the next hour, Bayan cried and shouted, finally recounting everything that had happened at the dinner party. Which unfilial son would dare to do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Caiyue was so angry that her hands trembled. She stood up and paced back and forth. Bayan is now active in the investment circle under a new identity. Moreover, they extended their reach to the Bai family. Bayan's actions became increasingly drastic. Jiang Caiyue took a deep breath and managed to calm herself down. Xiaoyan, why don't you turn down this role? I'll figure out how to cover the breach of contract fee. After hearing this, Bayan shook her head. No, Mom. The penalty for breach of contract is very high, and this play is very important to me. If I quit now, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to establish myself in this industry in the future. After hearing this, Jiang Caiyue said, What's the big deal? There are plenty of places to film. Do we have to stick to this one thing? Bayan is spending money to promote you now, but he's not helping you. He's ruining you. Can't you even understand this? You still want to stay in that production crew? He'll eat you alive. Bayan cried. Mom, how could I not know? Now I really have no choice. If I had known earlier that Bayan was behind this, I definitely wouldn't have taken this role. But the problem is there's no turning back now. She herself felt helpless. I thought joining the new show was great news. But now it has become her nightmare. It's all Bayan. It was Bayan who turned a beautiful dream into a nightmare. Bayan grabbed Jiang Caiyue's sleeve and said, Mom, please help me. Otherwise Bayan will definitely. Seeing her like this, Jiang Caiyue couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, Stupid, so stupid. She wasn't just talking about Bayan, but also about herself. Previously, all attention was focused on Bayan Tao, fearing that Bayan would make a comeback. Unexpectedly, he has now made a move against Bayan. At this moment, Bayan ran over, holding up her phone, and said, Mom, It's my older sister on the phone. She knows about Xiao Yun's situation too. Although Jiang Kaiwei was somewhat dissatisfied with Bai Xia, she was still her daughter after all, and she treated Bai Yun like a younger sister. At this point, I should have an idea. Sure enough, Bai Xia offered a suggestion. Mom, why don't we let Xiaoyan join the crew with her own investment? That way we can at least have some say in the project. Xiaoyang has gone too far this time. We can only deter him by increasing our support for Xiao Yun. Jiang Kaiwei said. You mean, I should also put some money in? But now, previously, in order to clean up the mess of Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao's project, Jiang Kaiwei took a lot of money from the Bai family and also asked Jiang Tao to contribute money, spending several 100 million yuan in total. Even with a large fortune, suddenly having to come up with so much cash would likely be a huge financial blow. Moreover, Jiang Kaiwei never wanted to invest in the film and television industry, so she never supported Bai Yun's work. Now we have no choice but to pour money into it. We managed to get through this time. But what about next time? What will we do next time? Jiang Caiyue's mood plummeted to its lowest point. Bai Xia could sense Jiang Caiyue's reluctance, and then said, Mom, please consider this as a favor to Xiaoyan. Over the years, Xiaoyan has been working hard at home all by herself, and it hasn't been easy for her. This time, we'll help as much as we can. And I've looked into it. The show Xiaoyan is in has the support of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, and CCTV, so it's unlikely to lose money. Just think of it as an investment. Most people wouldn't have the chance to vote even if they wanted to. You'll have to ask Grandpa first. Jiang Kaiwei took a deep breath and then said, Find this unfilial son, he forced this upon us. Now, in order to deal with Bai Yang, she has to risk not only money, but also her reputation. Why? I clearly had the advantage, but I'm the one suffering losses right now. Jiang Kaiwei was truly unwilling to accept this. That unfilial son, I'll skin him alive sooner or later, and I'll make him kneel down before me and admit his mistakes. When Bai Yun learned that Jiang Kaiwei was willing to help her financially, she immediately stopped crying and smiled. Thank you, Mom. I definitely won't let you down this time. Jiang Kaiwei said, Listen carefully. If Bai Yang dares to bully you again, bring out me and your grandfather. We're rich and powerful. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. Furthermore, now that he's doing business with your company, take this opportunity to gather information about him and see what this rebellious son is up to next. Bai Yun nodded. Yes, Mom, I will definitely be careful. Afterwards, Bai Xia asked to speak with Bai Yun alone for a few minutes. Xiaoyan, you must remember that Mom and I are helping you because we hope you'll be all right, and we don't want you to cause trouble. This matter with Xiaoyang ends here. Bai Yun retorted. Why? Big sister, are you being biased? Why should I stop just because he bullied me? Someone as petty as him won't let this go easily. I'll make him pay. Bai Xia questioned loudly. And what about yourself? Does that mean Xiaoyang is targeting you for no reason? Didn't you do those wrong things before? Now that Xiaoyang has the power, he's come looking for revenge. It's only natural. Bai Xia's words left Bai Yun speechless for a moment. But like Jiang Kaiwei, she still insisted that she had not done anything wrong. Big sister, I was just playing a prank on him. He really was wrong. If he dares to mess with me again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Now that Grandpa and Mom are on my side, there's nothing to be afraid of. Unlike Xiao Tao, I didn't do anything illegal or disorderly behind the scenes that gave Bai Yang something to use against me. I'm completely innocent. Bai Xia sighed on the other end. Why are you all like this? Oh well, I can't control you anymore. Bai Yun comforted Bai Xia with a few words, telling her that everything would be all right. For the next few days, Bai Yun waited patiently for Bai Yang to come and cause trouble again. Surprisingly, Bai Yang did not come, and everything went smoothly without any trouble. The initial filming went smoothly without any issues. Bai Yun was also a little puzzled. Could it be that Bai Yang knew that he had called for reinforcements, so he dared not come again? She shared all of this information with Jiang Kaiwei. Jiang Kaiwei sneered after hearing this. I knew that unfilial son wasn't that capable. If we use a little trickery, he'll know to back down on his own. Xiaoyan, you must learn from Xiao Tao's lesson and never do anything rash, or he'll find something on you. Although it didn't really hurt Bai Yang, for her, getting Bai Yang to behave was already a victory. During this period, She was really exhausted because of Bai Yang's matter. Bai Yun said confidently, "Mom, don't worry. I've never done anything illegal. There won't be any problems. Bai Yang wants to find dirt on me, but he can't find a single thing." Chapter 145, Just You Wait. Seeing Bai Yun's confident expression, Jiang Kaiwei felt somewhat relieved. Of all his daughters, Bai Yun is the most obedient. Now, she has to rely on herself in both her career and life, so she has been careful with her words and actions since she was a child. Therefore, Jiang Kaiwei is still confident. Bai Yun is unlikely to suffer the same fate as Bai Yun Tao, whose reputation was ruined due to his personal conduct. Speaking of Bai Yun Tao, he has been in a terrible mood these past few days. The news that he had been taken away for investigation spread not only in the venture capital circle, but also gradually reached the school. Although Jiang Tao's intervention prevented him from being definitively proven guilty, the school wouldn't pursue the matter further, and it's impossible for him to leave any stain on his record. But that's how a person's reputation is. Once it's ruined, it's shattered. Even if you've been wronged and managed to recover, there will still be a scar, and others will always point fingers at that scar. Therefore, Bai Yun Tao's reputation is obviously not as good as it used to be. Some classmates have even started to deliberately avoid him, or even gossip about him behind his back. All the past glory and attention have now vanished. This caused Bai Yun Tao, who always cared about his reputation and dignity, great pain. Not to mention the investors who lost money on him, who call him dozens of times a day, urging him to pay back the money quickly or else they'll see him in court. Bai Yun Tao felt a little breathless, and even the vibration of his phone triggered a kind of post-traumatic stress disorder. All of this is because of Bai Yang. His hatred for Bai Yang was also growing in his heart, and it grew stronger day by day. Damn it! Bai Yang, why don't you just die already? Bai Yang, I will make sure you suffer a terrible death. Bai Yun Tao picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Xiao Tao?" A somewhat weathered and deep voice came from the other end. After taking a deep breath, Bai Yun Tao said, "Dad, it's me. I need your help." That day, after finishing filming, Bai Yun prepared to drive home. Just as she arrived at the parking lot, she saw Bai Yang again. Bai Yang wore a black suit jacket over a snow-white shirt, and black trousers that perfectly accentuated his long legs. He leaned against Bai Yun's car, swiping his phone screen with his finger, seemingly waiting for Bai Yun. "Why are you here again?" Bai Yun stepped forward angrily and said, "Get away from my car. It's filthy." Bai Yang stood still and laughed. "Hee hee, Bai Yun, you said the same thing when you first met me. It really brings back memories." When Bai Yun saw Bai Yang smile, she felt a chill run down her spine for a moment. "What exactly do you want?" Bai Yun swallowed hard, her heart filled with unease. Bai Yang said, "What am I doing here? I want to tell you that I'm going to see Jiang Kaiwei again tonight. Last time we used a feint to the east and a diagonal maneuver instead of going directly to her. This time, I'm telling you all to be prepared." "What?" Bai Yun was shocked. "Yuri coming again? Bai Yang, what are you trying to do?" Last time, Bai Yang said he wanted to find Jiang Kaiwei so that he could transfer his household registration. He even vandalized the Bai Group headquarters, causing unrest among everyone. Is he coming again? Bai Yun wanted to say a few words to tell Bai Yang not to come over. But now, whenever she sees Bai Yang, she is reminded of that humiliating night. Bai Yang is no longer the child he used to boss around. Bai Yang said calmly, "What am I going there for? To take revenge on you, to enjoy your suffering. The more you suffer, the happier I am. Some of you are about to be pushed into the abyss by me, and of course I want to see your suffering for myself." Bai Yun gritted her teeth and said, "Bai Yang, are you ever going to stop? No matter how badly we treated you in the past, that's all in the past. You just want money, right? Name your amount, and I'll talk to Mom and Grandpa to make sure you're satisfied." Bai Yang's face darkened. "Bai Yun, listen to me. No amount of money can wash away your sins, nor can it erase my hatred. I am your sworn enemy. Anyway, I will be there as scheduled. Just wait for me." After saying that, he turned and left. Bai Yun watched Bai Yang's retreating figure, wanting to go over and call out to him, but she still couldn't utter a single word. After returning home, Bai Yun immediately told Jiang Kaiwei about it. When Bai Wan, Bai Ting, and Bai Yun Tao found out, they also felt that something was very wrong. Jiang Kaiwei frowned and turned to look at Bai Yuntao. Xiao Tao, have you gotten into trouble again recently? Bai Yuntao cried out that he was innocent. Mom, I didn't. I really didn't. I've been dealing with the mess on the live streaming platform these past few days. I'm so busy. Jiang Kaiwei then looked at Baiwen. Baiwen waved her hands repeatedly. I've been preparing my graduation thesis the whole time. I haven't even left the house. I haven't contacted anyone except my older sister. Jiang Kaiwei turned her gaze to Bai Ting. Bai Ting shook her head. Mom, Xiao Tao and I are both dealing with messes. Someone has finally taken over the land where the milk powder factory is located. Now I'm thinking about how to sell it for a better price. I haven't done anything else. Jiang Kaiwei squinted at Bai Yun. Xiaoyun, that unfilial son didn't contact anyone else, but he specifically told you about this. Could it be that you've been thinking about it these past few days? Bai Yun panicked. Mom, don't you know me? I'm always very careful in what I do. Although I'm a bit mischievous, I cherish my reputation and never do anything that would give anyone a handle to use against me. If I don't have good professional ethics, how will I survive in this industry in the future? Jiang Kaiwei fell silent. The Bai family members who remained in Beijing are all here. Whom is Bai Yang trying to cause trouble for this time? Jiang Kaiwei pinched her chin. Is he targeting me again? This unfilial son, I don't have any dirt on him. I guess it's still about changing my household registration. Baiwen sighed softly. Mom, since Bai Yang is so eager to change his household registration, why don't we just agree to it? Jiang Kaiwei glared at her. What did you say? You want me to admit defeat to that unfilial son? Impossible. He will never be able to leave my grasp for the rest of his life. Baiwen retorted. Mom, when will this end? Aren't you tired? Let him change his household registration, and then he can do whatever he wants. Whether he wants to be surnamed Zhang or Li, it has nothing to do with us. Even Bai Yun was starting to waver. Yes, Mom. If Bai Yang stays on our household registration, he'll be a menace sooner or later. Why insist on keeping him there? Wouldn't it be better to just break up now and everyone be free? Jiang Kaiwei said. No need to say anything more. That rebellious son can come and go as he pleases. I'm not afraid of him at all. If he's got the guts, let him put a knife to my throat and kill me. Chapter 146, A Late Night Visit. In Jiang Tsayue's villa, everyone's face was filled with unease. During dinner, everyone was silent as they ate together, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. When Bai Yang threatened to go to the Bai family, they were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were prepared to deal with Bai Yang. But this time, he had lost his previous confidence. Baiwen returned to her room and immediately called Bai Xia. Sis, something terrible has happened again. Bai Xia asked, what's wrong? Is it about Xiaoyang? Now, whenever Bai Xia hears that something is happening in the capital, she knows that Bai Yang has made a new move. Baiwen nodded. Yes, he said he'd come to talk to Mom again tonight, and that something big is going to happen to one of us. Bai Yang, he really wants to wipe them all out. Bai Xia rubbed her forehead. How could this happen? Did Xiao Tao do something again? Baiwen gave a wry smile. Now, whenever something happens, everyone will unanimously think that Bai Yuntao offended Bai Yang. Back in the Bai family, whenever Bai Yuntao got into trouble, everyone would think it was because Bai Yang had offended him. It's true what they say, fortunes change. Sister, no, Mom just asked everyone, and they all said they haven't done anything lately. I think Bai Yang still wants to ask about the household registration issue. But now, Mom still won't give in. She insists that Bai Yang can never leave her grasp for the rest of his life. Bai Xia sighed. There's really no way to deal with this now. If Xiaoyang comes over in a little while, you must not argue or make a scene. In particular, you must block Mom and prevent her from having a direct conflict with Xiaoyang. My dad and I will be leaving soon. It's better for our family to be together than to be split in two like we are now. Baiwen suddenly asked, so how's Dad doing lately? Has he forgiven Mom? Bai Xia fell silent. Baiwen panicked. He doesn't really believe that Mom poisoned Uncle, does he? How can we believe such nonsense? And if it gets out? Bai Xia said, Dad just doesn't want to make a big fuss or let the matter get out, so he's been suffering a lot lately. We have other relatives in our family. If they find out that it was the woman Dad married who killed second uncle, what will become of our family? But he just couldn't convince himself. Baiwen swallowed hard, then sighed. Bai Yang, Yang, it's all Yang. Why does he say so much for no reason? Who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause this time? Bai Xia then said, Xiaowen, you're wrong. It's not that Yang caused us to be like this. It's that we did something wrong, and then Yang pointed it out. He hung up the phone after saying that. Baiwen remained silent, sitting by the window in a daze, quietly waiting for Yang to arrive. But Yang still hadn't shown up by midnight. Bai Ting was getting impatient. Is this Yang deliberately standing us up? He said he was coming, but he didn't. What's he up to? Bai Yun was so sleepy. I really can't go on. I'm going to sleep now. I'm exhausted from filming these past few days. Jiang Kaiwei sat silently in the living room, her eyes fixed on the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her. Baiwen advised from the side. Mom, why don't you go and rest first? Jiang Kaiwei shook her head. You guys go to sleep. I'm fine. I can't sleep thinking about how that unfilial son tricked me. Upon hearing this, the others knew that Jiang Kaiwei was already angry and shouldn't stay any longer. So Bai Yun and the others went back to their rooms to prepare for sleep. But shortly after they lay down, a loud horn sounded outside. Beep, beep. Bai Yun was so frightened that she sat up in bed. What happened? She grabbed a coat, draped it over her shoulders, and quickly walked out of the room. Bai Wen, Bai Ting, and Bai Yuntao also rushed out in a panic, looked at each other for a moment, and then started walking downstairs. Upon arriving on the first floor, one sees several large, white, luminous dots visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Several large headlights were on at the same time, indicating that a lot of people had arrived outside. The door was open, and Jiang Kaiwei went out. Bai Yun and the others quickly followed. In the courtyard, Jiang Kaiwei stood in front of the villa. 20 meters in front of her was a young man wearing a suit jacket, walking with confidence and ease. Bathed in moonlight, he was surrounded by several luxury cars, exuding an imposing aura. Who else could it be but Yang? Yang smiled and slowly walked towards Jiang Kaiwei and the others. With each step Yang took closer, it felt as if he were stepping on the hearts of Bai Yun and the others, making them feel a chill of fear. Did I disturb your rest? If so, that's great. Yang stood about 2 meters in front of Jiang Kaiwei, smiling happily. Jiang Kaiwei crossed her arms. Disturbing my peaceful sleep in the middle of the night. You unfilial son. You're not only impolite, but you also have no manners. Yang laughed and said, It's none of your business if I lack manners. I can come whenever I want. Only when I've kept you all in constant turmoil can I sleep soundly. Baiwen stepped forward and said, Xiaoyang, that's enough. Let's sit down and have a proper talk. When will this cycle of revenge end? Dad is very ill in Yunqing, and my eldest sister is also exhausted from work and things here lately. We've had a tough time these past few days, haven't we? Why won't you just leave us alone? Yang glanced at her. Let you go? Did you ever let me go back then? Now you know what family is, and you know how to sit down and talk things out. It's only because I can hurt you now and get revenge on you that you're starting to talk about reason. When it comes to reasoning, you are even more vicious than I am. All of you are devils who deserve to go to hell. Bai Yun angrily said, Yang, what's wrong with you? Coming here in the middle of the night to curse is already outrageous enough, but you also want to curse us. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you have money now and can buy a car and a house, you can do anything. Do you believe me when Mom and Grandpa casually throw money at you? You humiliated me to my face last time. Have you forgotten? If we are devils, then what are you? You are trash, garbage. Recalling the humiliation she had suffered, Bai Yun finally unleashed all the anger that had been building up inside her. Yang looked at her and smiled. I hope you can maintain this fighting spirit in a while. I told you, I'm here today, and I'm going to push one of you into the abyss. That person is you, Bai Yun. Bai Yun was stunned, and everyone else stared at her too. Me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Have I done anything wrong? Yang smiled and took out a printed photo. Then take a close look for yourself. After saying that, he casually threw the photo on the ground. Yun was puzzled, wondering what exactly it was. She picked it up and looked at it, then said, Yang, are you crazy? What's wrong with this photo? Yang chuckled and said, You really are an idiot if you can't even see that. Chapter 147. Please forgive your sister. Who are you calling an idiot? Bai Yun was furious. This is just an ordinary photo. Who are you trying to scare? Bai Yun Tao strode over. Third sister, let me see. He took it and looked at it, and said, yeah, it's just a normal photo. Bai Wen and Bai Ting also joined in. They discovered that it was just a selfie of Bai Yun, nothing special. Bai Yang, is this the thing you're talking about that can push people into the abyss? I thought you had some juicy tidbits to share, but this is all. I'm really disappointed this time. I thought you might have something explosive, haha. Bai Ting made no attempt to hide her sarcasm and ridicule. Bai Wen also couldn't understand what Bai Yang meant by showing her this photo. Bai Yun then said, Bai Yang, if I remember correctly, this photo was taken when I traveled to Shaorizi last year. Is there a problem? What are you trying to do by printing out my photo? It's disgusting. Bai Yang looked at them, his expression calm and composed. He looked at Jiang Kaiwei. These are the children you raised? Look at them, they're all idiots. They didn't even realize they were about to die. Jiang Kaiwei stepped forward, took the photo, and stared at it for a moment before being stunned. Bai Yun said, Mom, look, isn't Bai Yang acting crazy? Smack! Jiang Kaiwei slapped Bai Yun across the face, sending her face flying to the side. Bai Yun had a bright red 5-finger mark on her face, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Mom! Bai Wen and Bai Ting were startled. What are you doing? They rushed over to help Bai Yun up, and when they saw the handprints on her face, they couldn't bear to look at them. Useless wretch. Scoundrel. Jiang Kaiwei threw the photo at Bai Yun. Are you trying to get us killed? Bai Yun's face burned, and she could taste the metallic flavor in her mouth. Feeling wronged and completely bewildered, she asked, Mom, what happened to me? Jiang Kaiwei scolded. Why did you have to take pictures at the sanctuary of the gods of the toilet? You scoundrel. Everyone present was stunned by these words. Bai Wen quickly picked up the photo and saw that the background of Bai Yun's photo was indeed a Japanese shrine, with a stone tablet on the left. Her attention was focused on Bai Yun, and she didn't notice the 4 large characters on the stone tablet, which were the name of the divine toilet. This? Bai Wen looked at Bai Yun with a pale face. Bai Yun still didn't understand. What's wrong, isn't that just a tourist attraction? Bai Yang laughed. You really are hopelessly stupid. You even went inside to take pictures. I've already downloaded all those photos. Once they're posted, wow, that'll be so much fun. Everyone except Bai Yun fell silent, and a chill ran down their spines. If people find out that Bai Yun took photos in the public restroom, her acting career will undoubtedly be completely ruined. Moreover, if Bai Yang stirs up trouble and tries to elevate Bai Yun to the status of the Bai family or the Jiang family, public opinion will be in uproar. Once something escalates to the point of stirring up nationalistic sentiment, one can commit a crime, but one must never make a mistake. If someone commits a crime, the money from the Jiang and Bai families can help them get away with it. But once this mistake is made and it's widely publicized, things become much more complicated. Especially now that Bai Yun has also starred in a historical drama, it will sound even worse if word gets out. A person smiling and posing for a photo at the sacred toilet is actually acting in a historical drama about the Xia kingdom. Jiang Tsayue's gaze towards Bai Yun was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. She knew that her daughter was ruined. All the money invested in her before has gone down the drain. At this moment, Jiang Kaiwei finally understood why Bai Yang had used the alias Zhang Yang to invest in Bai Yun and why he had given her the opportunity to act in this serious drama. Everything was designed to make Bai Yun climb higher and fall harder. The depth of his intentions, the ruthlessness of his moves, and the malice of his schemes all sent chills down Jiang Tsayue's spine. Bai Yang is serious. He said he would destroy the entire Bai family, and he meant it. Bai Yun asked in confusion, What's wrong? You guys, it's just a photo, isn't it? Xiaoyun, stop talking. Bai Wen was extremely anxious. Seeing that his stupid younger sister still didn't understand anything made him even angrier. Bai Ting gritted her teeth and said, Third sister, You've really got us killed. Bai Yuntao's face turned deathly pale. He was even more nervous than when he was arrested and interrogated by the police. Even if a business fails and goes bankrupt, one can still pretend to be dead. But if people find out that I have a sister who is a traitor, wouldn't my life be ruined? This will become a stain on my reputation, and it will be used against me whenever I appear in public in the future. Thinking about this, Bai Yuntao's mind went blank. Bai Yang enjoyed their bewildered and terrified expressions, feeling quite satisfied. The photos will be posted on schedule soon, and all netizens will see this set of photos in a few hours. When the media reporters start work at 8 or 9 o'clock, it will be even more lively. At the same time, during the morning rush hour, everyone will take out their phones to check the news and will know about the Bai family scandal at the same time. Congratulations, Bai Yun. Didn't you want to become famous? I've got you covered this time. However, this is just a one-time moment of fame. There won't be another. After Bai Yang finished speaking, Bai Yun realized that something was wrong. After Bai Wen explained to her, Bai Yun quickly stood up. No. Bai Yang, I beg you, don't post it. Don't expose me. Xiaoyang, we're still siblings from the same mother. Can't you be a little less cruel, sister? Sister apologizes for the mistakes she made in the past. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly bowed and apologized. She finally had a chance to turn her life around, and now it's all about to be gone. Not only is it gone, but she will also never be able to act again or do what she loves. This was an incredibly heavy and devastating blow to her. Bai Yang asked in an icy tone, Are you in despair? Bai Yun nodded. Despair? Xiaoyang, I beg you, please don't. I'll give you anything you want. Just please let me go. Bai Yang's lips curled up, and he said in a cold tone, So you know what despair is? The despair I felt when I was in the Bai family was 1,000 times worse than what you're feeling now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun knelt down with a thud. Xiaoyang, I was wrong. Your sister was wrong. Bai Yun kept slapping herself until her face was swollen, and more blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her head was buzzing. Xiaoyang, is this enough? Please forgive your sister, okay? Chapter 148, Giving Hope, then Destroying It. Seeing Bai Yun slap herself and cry her heart out, Bai Yang's expression remained completely unchanged. Bai Yun was still pleading, scraping her knees on the ground as she approached Bai Yang. Xiaoyang, I didn't do well in the past. Please don't hold it against me. I will definitely treat you well from now on. Whatever you want, I'll give you. She lowered her head and burst into tears. Bai Wen was heartbroken and said to Bai Yang, Xiaoyang, the past can't be undone. Can't we give each other a chance to start over? What's the point of dwelling on past hatred? People have to move on, don't they? Bai Yang was silent for a moment, then reached out his hand to Bai Yun. Bai Yuntao and Bai Ting stared in astonishment. Was Bai Yang persuaded? Xiaoyang forgiven your sister? Bai Yun looked up in disbelief. A look of relief appeared on Bai Wen's face. It seems that Bai Yang's heart is made of flesh and blood. Smack! Bai Yang slapped Bai Yun hard across the face, causing her to fall to the ground sideways. Bai Yang said, Do you think this will work? Do you think this will erase all the mistakes you've made? He knew that Bai Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. Bai Yun was simply afraid that her dreams and career would be ruined. She didn't think she had done anything wrong, nor did she think she had committed any heinous crime. It's simply about bowing down to protect one's own selfish desires. Bai Yun covered her face and sat up. Xiaoyang you. Bai Yang laughed. You think you still have a few hours, so you have a chance if you beg me, right? Then let me tell you, it's too late. The photos were already uploaded online before I even stepped into this place. No matter how much you beg me, it's useless. Your disgrace is already sealed. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding directly in Bai Yun's mind. Jiang Kaiwe froze, her eyes widening in shock. The others turned pale instantly. They really did have hope. They thought that Bai Yang wouldn't release the photos after venting his anger, or he could keep it as leverage to continue extorting money from others. But Bai Yang did not. He never once considered showing mercy. What he wants is for the Bai family to be destroyed. How could you do this? Bai Yun roared, Bastard! You're the biggest bastard in the world. Having lost her mind, she stood up abruptly and forcefully pushed Bai Yang. Without hesitation, Bai Yang raised his foot and kicked her hard in the chest. Oh! Bai Yun screamed and fell to the ground, coughing and crying out in pain. Bai Yang said coldly, Don't touch me, you slut. Giving people hope, then utterly crushing them into despair, isn't that what you do? I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Bai Yang. Baiwen went over to help Bai Yun up, crying out, "How could you do this? She's your sister, right?" Bai Yang interrupted her. "Listen carefully, I don't have a sister. In my eyes, you are already dead." When Baiwen saw him like that, she was instantly terrified and got goosebumps. She swallowed hard. She felt like prey being targeted by a lion. With just the slightest movement, a lion can kill its prey. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Kaiwa actually started clapping. She sneered. "Fine, fine, you unfilial son, though you are utterly depraved, you still have my charm. Exterminate them all, leave no way out. That's the right way. If I were in that situation, I would have done the same." Bai Yang looked at Jiang Kaiwa. "You don't need to put on an act here, and you don't need to think that this will provoke me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If someone wrongs me, I will repay them tenfold. This is my principle, and it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Kaiwa, you abandoned me when I was young. You have no right to say those things." Jiang Kaiwa actually laughed. "Bai Yang, you'll regret this." Bai Yang frowned slightly, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and found her somewhat inexplicable. But he quickly came to terms with it. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, so it's not surprising that Jiang Kaiwa was putting on a brave face at a time when the Bai family was on the verge of collapse. Let's see who truly regrets it. After saying that, he turned and left, disappearing into the bright headlights. "Mom!" Bai Yun cried out loudly. You have to save me." Jiang Kaiwa didn't say anything, but turned around and went back into the house. As expected, the online discussion exploded. This actress named Bai Yun actually went to the public restroom to take a selfie, and she was laughing. What the hell is she laughing at? What are the state administration of radio, film, and television doing? How can someone like this be allowed to act, and even in serious dramas? Don't they conduct background checks before filming? I've never heard of this person before. Are they desperate for fame? She's either stupid or malicious, or both. Why not ban this kind of actress? Are we just keeping her around for the holidays? Bai Yun's Weibo was immediately flooded with comments. Trending topics included phrases like actress taking selfies in the sacred toilet, Xia Kingdom actress in the sacred toilet, and actors of serious dramas visiting the sacred toilet for worship. Bai Yun did become famous, but she was also ruined. The brokerage firm announced the termination of the contract directly, and the compensation process has been initiated. The production crew suffered as a result, with all filming halted and at risk of being cancelled. Other actors were also affected to varying degrees, and they all issued statements saying that they were not familiar with Bai Yun. Now, Bai Yun's reputation in the industry has gone from being unknown to being universally disliked. Many former partners were cut off at lightning speed, and many previous endorsements were immediately terminated. While a great deal of public opinion is still brewing, another voice has emerged. If Bai Yun dares to do something like this so brazenly, it means she herself is a resource-rich person. Bai Yun's family is very wealthy, and her maternal grandfather is even more remarkable. Being blacklisted now has no effect on her at all. For him, acting is just a hobby. Now he can simply go back and inherit a fortune of hundreds of millions, and he's living a very comfortable life. Such guiding remarks were also arranged by Bai Yang. As he planned, these remarks once again angered netizens. So they resorted to a human flesh search tactic, wanting to thoroughly investigate Bai Yun's family background. This move was later called opening the box. Soon, Bai Yun and the Bai family, including the Bai group, were brought into the spotlight and put on trial. Zhang Tao is not affected for the time being. On the one hand, he has only recently started to cooperate with Jiang Kaiwa and is not deeply tied to the Bai family. On the other hand, the Zhang family's background and influence are indeed profound. They have long kept many things hidden in plain sight and do not usually show their faces, making them difficult to be investigated. But this was enough to keep Bai Yun and the others from sleeping well. Oh no, what do we do? Bai Yun cried even harder in front of the computer. It's really all over. Bai Yang is so cruel. Bai Wen gently comforted her from the side, but she was also very anxious. At that moment, Bai Ting knocked on the door and came in, her face looking rather grim. Second sister, third sister, Grandpa is here and wants you to come downstairs. Chapter 149 Husband and Wife United. After seeing the news, Jiang Tao immediately came to find Jiang Kaiwei. What a wonderful daughter you've raised. Jiang Tao was furious. What if this mess really ruins the family's reputation? Jiang Kaiwei crossed her arms, seemingly indifferent. She's also your granddaughter. So how did you raise her? Jiang Tao was speechless for a moment, then said, Kaiwei, is there any point in saying this now? Have you already been pushed to this point by Yang, and you still want to argue with me? You said before that as long as you slowly wear him down, he would admit defeat and come back to you on his knees begging for mercy. What's happening now? We've invested hundreds of millions, and it's not even made a splash. What's the next step? I can't keep watching like this forever. Can't you resolve your issues with Yang properly? Jiang Kaiwei snorted and said, It wasn't me who made him leave in the first place. That unfilial son wanted to run away from home himself. Is that my fault? Just as Jiang Tao was about to continue arguing, Bai Ting and the others came downstairs. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Bai Yin called out timidly. Jiang Tao stood up and pointed at her. What a spendthrift. She's so stupid, incredibly stupid. Haven't you read any history books since you were a child? How can you even go to that place? No wonder you can only end up in the entertainment industry, as a low-class actor. Look at the trouble you've caused. What good is an apology? Your reputation is ruined now. Even if you apologize with your death, it won't make a difference. Bai Yun was so upset by what she was said that she broke down in tears in front of everyone. Jiang Kaiwei shouted, Cry, cry, cry? All you do is cry. That unfilial son wants to see you like this, you spineless coward. Go back. Bai Yun was called down and then back up again, which was a bit puzzling, but she had no choice but to comply. Jiang Tao looked at Jiang Kaiwei. Kaiwei, it's no use feeling sorry for your daughter. She's completely ruined this time. I reckon the Bai family is finished too. The previous failed investments in the milk powder factory and the involvement of the live streaming platform in pornography will all be brought up again. You said you were so confident in dealing with Yang, but now he's killed you in one move. Jiang Kaiwei raised her head and said, Do you think I'm that easy to defeat? Besides pouring cold water on me, what else can you do? Do you think you can teach that unfilial son a lesson by scolding me and my daughter? Jiang Tao swallowed hard and asked, Tell me, do you have a solution? Jiang Kaiwei said, That unfilial son now wants to destroy the entire Bai family one by one. He only stayed in the Bai family for a year and has already gathered so much dirt on them. On the surface, he looks like a gentle lamb, but underneath he's cunning and shrewd. Hee. Then let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Tao seemed to understand something. You mean, target his adoptive parents? Jiang Kaiwei said, Zhang Shuabiao is also working in Beijing now. It's easier to get to him than to go directly to that rebellious son. Jiang Tao was silent for a moment, then said, Can it work? How confident are you? Jiang Kaiwei said, I'm at least 80% sure. Everyone has weaknesses and flaws. That unfilial son is so heartless now, and his adoptive father, Zhang Shuabiao, is no better. Jiang Tao nodded. All right, I'll send someone to investigate. There's one more thing. I found out about Yang. Do you know what he's been busy with lately? Jiang Kaiwei asked. What is he going to do now? Jiang Tao said. He's now preparing to make mobile games. Mobile games? Jiang Kaiwei frowned. That unfilial son is up to this kind of empty rhetoric again? Does he really think he can get anything done? Jiang Tao also said. Yeah, I also think he's gotten a bit arrogant. I heard he's invested in several game studios, spending money like water. It's ridiculous. He was able to succeed on Douyin because he started early and there was no one in China competing with him. There are so many people making mobile games now, and he actually thinks he can make it big. It would be a miracle if he didn't get crushed. Jiang Kaiwei said. It seems this rebellious son is destined for his own destruction. All right, let him be smug for a couple of days. After finishing the business, Jiang Tao asked. Also, Kaiwei, what happened between you and Bai Shixing? Jiang Tsayue's eye twitched slightly. Then she said, It's none of your business. Jiang Tao said, This time all sorts of rumors are circulating. I think the Bai family's business will be affected to some extent. While it won't be the end of the world, it will be severely weakened. At this time, you two must work together. Jiang Kaiwei stood up and was about to leave. I told you, my affairs are none of your business. His back view was resolute, and his footsteps were equally indifferent. On Bai Yang's side, a relieved smile appeared on his face as he looked at the online condemnation of Bai Yun and the Bai family. At this rate, the rift in the Bai family will only widen. By then, there will only be more excitement. He is currently preparing to attend the World Internet Conference in Wuzhen. The Honor of Kings mobile game project is already underway, and Tencent has also expressed its support for Bai Yang. And as Bai Yang predicted, after Tencent took over Douyin, they did discover a problem. Apart from Bai Yang, there really wasn't anyone who could do Douyin well. This product was too advanced. Many people didn't understand its logic and traffic generation strategies. In particular, the Penguin's consistent tendency to borrow ideas has resulted in a lack of innovation, and without Bai Yang's leadership, it cannot come up with anything new. When Douyin was in Bai Yang's hands, it had tens of millions of users, but in less than a month, it has lost millions of users. So Tencent is also hinting that Bai Yang might come back to work on Douyin. But Bai Yang had no interest in working for others. He wanted to buy Douyin back in the future and continue being his own boss. Su Yu said from the side, "When we go to Wuzhen, we need to make friends with a few big shots. With their protection, our path will be much wider." Li Wenbin was also excited. "Yes, Junior, you can see further and go faster by standing on the shoulders of giants. This year, Jack Ma and Dong Gu will be coming, especially Dong Gu. JD.com, which he has now surpassed 100 million users. It will probably surpass Taobao soon. Dong Gu is also getting into finance, which I see as a huge opportunity." At this moment, Bai Yang suddenly said, "Standing on the shoulders of giants can allow you to see further and stand higher. But the fall from which you fall is also the most tragic. Of course we need influential people, but we can't just rely on anyone." These words left Su Yu and Li Wenbin somewhat puzzled. "Bai Yang, what do you mean? Do you think Brother Dong or Brother Go will collapse?" Chapter 152 Bastards. Bai Yang smiled and said, "I didn't say that. It's just that JD.com is on the rise right now. If you go and add to its success, they won't take you too seriously. Providing help when it's most needed is the best approach, isn't it? JD.com is developing rapidly, and it has indeed done a good job in the future. However, Dong Gu is a very controversial and unpredictable person. Cooperation is fine, but treating someone as a benefactor is a bit inappropriate. After all, you're taking off by relying on someone else now, but if they fall from grace in the future, you'll also have to bear some of the attacks they suffer. There's no such thing as getting all the benefits without suffering any losses in this world." Su Yu asked, "That's true, but to whom should we offer help in times of need?" Bai Yang smiled without saying a word. "Let's see how it goes. In short, everyone should keep a low profile before we go." Li Wenbin squinted at Bai Yang with a half-smile. "Junior, I always feel like you're hiding something from us. Do you already have someone in mind?" Bai Yang smiled and shook his head. Actually, he did have someone in mind. That was Huang Zheng, who created Pinduoduo. Bai Yang inquired with the organizers of the Internet Conference and learned that Huang Zheng himself would also be attending this year. Huang Zheng is currently still working on games, and the launch of Pinduoduo is expected next year. If I could invest in advance, I would also be the founder of Pinduoduo in the future. Bai Yang originally wanted to run Pinduoduo himself, but unfortunately, one person's energy is always limited. Doing everything yourself won't work. It's better to cultivate a few capable subordinates and become a business magnate. If Prime Minister Zhuge Liang had had more talented subordinates back then, he wouldn't have had to do everything himself, and he might have lived a few more years, and the northern expedition might have been successful. Su Yu suggested, "All right, everyone's worked hard these past few days. How about we go out and get something to eat together? It's the weekend, and Bai Yang doesn't have classes at school, so let's all get together." Li Wenbin nodded and then said, "By the way, Junior, weren't you always hanging out with that pretty girl? How's it going? Why don't we invite her along this time? We can all get to know each other." Previously, Li Wenbin often went to Yanbei University to pick up Bai Yang to discuss matters. He happened to run into Jiang Tianai a few times when she came to see Bai Yang, and he remembered her after that. Su Yu coughed and said, "Li Wenbin, you're a grown man. Why are you so gossipy? Why don't you worry about the fact that you're still single?" Li Wenbin didn't know that Jiang Tianai was actually Bai Yang's aunt, and he really mistakenly thought that the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. Wouldn't this create chaos? Bai Yang replied, Senior is joking. I'm not that close to her. All right, let's go. The three of them went downstairs together to discuss what they should drink later. As soon as Bai Yang went downstairs, he saw a familiar figure waiting downstairs. She wore a yellow floral dress. Her pigtails fell over her shoulders, and her long, slender, fair legs were crossed, giving her an excellent air about her. Jiang Tianai. Suyu raised an eyebrow, while Li Wenbin gave her a knowing smile. Bai Yang. Upon seeing Bai Yang, Jiang Tianai quickly stepped forward and asked, How have you been lately? Since being drugged by Bai Yuntao, Jiang Tianai hasn't seen Bai Yang, and Bai Yang's responses to her have been rather cold, which makes her somewhat worried. Could it be that Bai Yang finds being with me troublesome, so he doesn't want to pay attention to me anymore? Bai Yang frowned. How did you end up here? Jiang Tianai said, Oh, I just found out by asking around. Inquire about. Is it an investigation? Bai Yang said somewhat displeasedly. I'm doing fine lately, but I'm going to have dinner with some friends now. You must be Bai Yang's girlfriend? Li Wenbin then came up from behind, grabbed Bai Yang's shoulder, and laughed at Jiang Tianai. Haha, I'm also from Yinbei University. Junior, what's your name? Jiang Tianai blushed. What girlfriend? My name is Jiang Tianai. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin laughed and said, Oh, Jiang, you're here to see Bai Yang? What a coincidence. Let's go grab something to eat together. Bai Yang turned his head. Senior, what does it matter? Every time the three of us get together, we can't help but talk about work and acute Junior. It's nice to talk about something else. Li Wenbin patted him on the shoulder. It's my treat today, let's go. Bai Yang had no choice but to agree. Suyu whispered with a smile to Bai Yang. So you tried to use Jiang Tianai to your advantage. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Bai Yang shrugged. None of your business. Seeing Suyu and Bai Yang being so intimate made Jiang Tianai feel a little itchy inside. Suyu led them to a small tavern, and the four of them sat down and began to chat. With Jiang Tianai around, Bai Yang indeed stopped discussing work, and with the added effect of alcohol, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. At that moment, Li Wenbin received a phone call. Excuse me, an investor is looking for me. I'll talk to him in a bit. After he left, only Bai Yang and the other two were left. Suyu looked at Jiang Tianai, Jiang Tianai looked at Bai Yang, and Bai Yang drank his wine by himself. The atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Just then, someone at the next table suddenly shouted, I told you, I won't add you on WeChat, don't you understand? A woman shouted angrily, drawing everyone's attention. A young man with tattooed arms stood next to two beautiful women, holding a phone and saying with a grin, Hey, ladies, it's fate that we met. Let's be friends and grab something to eat together. My brother's watching over here. Can you give me some face? Just add me in. Come over for a drink. One of the blonde girls said, I told you I don't want to add you. Can you please leave? You're so annoying. What do I care about your pride? Get lost. The tattooed young man's expression changed, and he said, Hey, aren't you being a bit too polite? My brothers are watching right here. How can you embarrass me like this? And another thing, do you really think you're something special? I'm asking you for your authority because I respect you. Don't put on airs here. You don't deserve it. The blonde woman said, Whether I'm good enough or not is none of your business. If you're so keen on being good enough, go back to your mother. The tattooed young man got angry and reached out to grab her. Unexpectedly, he ripped off a head of blonde hair. Oh, it was a wig. The girl quickly covered her face. What are you doing? Get away. Her companion also stood up and said, I'm going to call the police. Where's security? The tattooed young man was already in a frenzy, chuckling as he pinched his wig. Call the police? Go ahead and do it if you dare. At this moment, Jiang Tianai tugged at Bai Yang's arm. Bai Yangdo, we need to help? Bai Yang said, There are security guards and police outside. What can we do? Don't get involved in strangers' business. If you're really in a hurry, just call the police. Jiang Tianai said, They're not strangers, I know these two girls. Bai Yang did not answer. He certainly knew those two women. Those are two bastards. Chapter 151 I'm in a really bad mood right now. Bai Yang recognized the man the moment the tattooed man ripped off a head of blonde hair. That woman is Bai Yun. Sitting opposite her was Bai Wan. It looks like she went out for a walk to clear her head, but didn't want to be recognized. After Jiang Tianai recognized them as her two nieces, she naturally wanted to save them. Jiang Tianai said anxiously, "Bai Yang, those two are my friends." She hoped Bai Yang could help her out of the predicament, but she was too embarrassed to say so directly. Bai Yang understood what she meant, but he knew he wouldn't make a move. What's the rush? Let's wait and see. The people here are all quite well behaved. They're unlikely to cause any major trouble. To everyone's surprise, the tattooed man immediately recognized Bai Yun. Damn, aren't you that female traitor? Bai Yun's face turned deathly pale. What traitor? I'm not. I didn't. You can't talk nonsense here. Where did I lie? Your photos are all over the internet. Are you still trying to deny it? The tattooed man looked indignant. Aren't you just Bai Yun, the female traitor who took a photo in the sanctuary? I knew you were ungrateful. Looks like you need a lesson. Feeling guilty, Bai Yun took several steps back. Upon hearing this, the guests present all cast strange glances at Bai Yun. Previously, people felt sorry for her, and some men even wanted to help her. But now there's no sympathy at all. Even the security guards have chosen to stop and watch the show. Bai Yang secretly mocked Bai Yun's foolishness. Even if they want to come out and show their faces in public, they have to wait until the storm has passed. Internet memory only lasts 15 days. Can't you even bear half a month of loneliness? What a stupid woman. Then, Bai Wen stood in front of Bai Yun and loudly retorted, "What traitor? My sister just took a picture. She doesn't know what kind of place that is. You're labeling someone a traitor based on just one photo? That's unreasonable. If you don't welcome us, we'll just leave." After saying that, he took Bai Yun's hand and walked out. But the tattooed man had no intention of letting them off so easily, and stood directly in front of them. "Hey, you think you can run away after becoming a traitor? You're dreaming." He picked up a bottle of liquor and slammed it on the table. "Drink this, and I'll let you go." Looking at that bottle of high-proof liquor, Bai Wen felt that after drinking it, he would probably be unconscious. "Don't even think about it. I'm calling the police right now." After saying that, he immediately took out his phone. The tattooed man stretched out his thick arm and snatched Bai Wen's phone in one swift motion. "Call the police? You traitorous dogs. Even if the police come, they won't help you. Don't waste your time. Either you obey and drink, or I'll act on behalf of heaven and deal with you right now." At the next table, the tattooed man's companions also expressed their support. Bai Yun burst into tears out of fear. She's been feeling really down these past few days and wanted to go out for a drink to clear her head. "I never expected something like this to happen. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong?" Bai Wen trembled, unsure how to deal with the current situation. "Stop." Jiang Tianai couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to say, "You're a grown man, bullying two girls. What's the difference between this and being a traitor? I've already called the police. Get out of here." The tattooed man became enraged upon hearing that someone had called the police. Turning around and seeing Jiang Tianai, he revealed a lewd smile and said, "Anyone who helps this traitor must be a traitor themselves, right? Then you drink this wine." Bai Yun and Bai Wen were both stunned when they saw Jiang Tianai. "What's my aunt doing here?" Only then did they see Bai Yang behind Jiang Tianai. "He's here too." Bai Yang continued eating and drinking as if nothing had happened in the bar. Bai Wen's heart sank, and her nose stung with tears. Even when he was being harassed, Bai Yang refused to help and wouldn't even give bystanders a second glance. Is he really that heartless? The tattooed man was even more arrogant than before, and he went over to pull Jiang Tianai over. "Come on. Didn't you want to help the traitor? Come here." Jiang Tianai was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, saying, Didn't you hear me? I've already called the police." The tattooed man chuckled. "Call the police then. I'm sworn brothers with the police chief here. Why would he help you instead of me? Besides, you guys are traitors." Seeing Jiang Tianai's terrified expression, his drunkenness turned into desire, and he was about to pounce on her. Jiang Tianai instinctively dodged to the side, and the tattooed man couldn't stop in time, so he bumped into the wine bottle on Bai Yang's table. With a loud crash, the wine bottle was first knocked over on the table, then fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Feeling incredibly humiliated after missing his target, the tattooed man angrily yelled, "Damn it, you bitch." Just as he was about to make another move, someone grabbed his arm. Bai Yang stood up and said coldly, "You've been drinking too much urine, haven't you?" The tattooed man glared angrily. "What are you doing? Trying to be the first to stick your neck out?" Bai Yang pointed to his clothes, which were partially stained with alcohol. "Look what you've done, and you haven't even apologized?" The tattooed man looked at Bai Yang like he was an idiot. "You're the one who's drunk too much urine." Bang! Bai Yang picked up a wine bottle and smashed it over the head of the tattooed man. The tattooed man had a gash on his head, from which blood was flowing continuously. He suddenly became quiet, swaying unsteadily, still not realizing what had happened. 2 seconds later, the tattooed man clutched his wound and said through gritted teeth, "You bastard. I'm in a very bad mood right now, so you'd better watch your words." Bai Yang grabbed the tattooed man by the neck. The man's face turned red from suffocation, and he looked extremely painful. He is indeed in a very bad mood right now. Originally, I didn't want to get involved, but Jiang Tianai insisted on being the first to speak out, and it even affected me. After this counterattack, it seemed as if he had stood up for Bai Wen and Bai Yun. How disgusting. So he vented all his anger on the tattooed man. Upon seeing this, the tattooed man's companion immediately got up and went to help, cursing as he did so. Bai Yang turned his head and glared at them intently. His height of over 1.8 meters and his murderous gaze immediately stunned everyone, making them afraid to approach him. The tattooed man was being choked by Bai Yang until his eyes were rolling back in his head. "Get out of here." Bai Yang swung his arm and released his grip, throwing the tattooed man aside. After coughing wildly a few times, the man staggered back a few steps before finally losing his balance and falling to the ground. The tattooed man's companion went up to help him up, glanced at Bai Yang, and immediately ran outside. They were just a bunch of bluffing, boastful thugs. When they encountered someone even fiercer than themselves, they naturally ran away. Everyone present was startled and stared at Bai Yang in silence. Bai Wen and Bai Yun covered their mouths, their eyes almost popping out. Unexpectedly, Bai Yang, who always seemed refined and ruthless, turned out to be so vicious and violent when he took action. His aggressiveness is in no way inferior to Jiang Tsayue's. The thought of always having to oppose people like this filled Bai Yun with dread. Bai Yang sighed softly and said to Su Yu, "Let's go. We won't drink anymore." Jiang Tianai quickly stepped forward. "Bai Yang, I'm sorry." Chapter 152 Serious Error. Jiang Tianai felt very guilty. Last time I had dinner with Bai Yang, Bai Yuntao came over and caused trouble, making things very chaotic. This time, I went out drinking with Bai Yang, and it was all because of me that Bai Yang ended up in a rather embarrassing situation. Could it be that we are truly destined to be apart? Why is it that nothing good ever happens when we're together? Bai Yang turned to Jiang Tianai and said, "Since they are your friends, you should go and keep them company. I have to go now." Jiang Tianai panicked. "Bai Yang, I didn't mean to just now." "All right, that's enough." Bai Yang waved his hand. He was genuinely a little tired. On one side is the Jiang family, and on the other is the Bai family. If they really meet, nothing good will come of it. What bad luck. Bai Wen also stepped forward and said, "Bai." "Shut up." Bai Yang's eyes turned cold. "I don't need your thanks. I wasn't trying to save you either." After saying that, he left the bar with Su Yu. Jiang Tianai wanted to step forward and say something, but felt somewhat powerless and didn't know how to explain to Bai Yang. Could it be that I'm disliked? But now that things have come to this, there's no use thinking about it anymore. She turned and glanced at Bai Yun and Bai Wen, then sighed softly. Bai Yun and Bai Wen quickly packed their things and left the bar. Once they reached a slightly quieter street, Bai Wen stopped the car and let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Yun in the back row was already sobbing uncontrollably, while Jiang Tianai next to her remained silent. Bai Yun wiped away her tears. "What did I do wrong to deserve this treatment? What traitor? I had no idea." Bai Wen said, "All right, Xiao Yun, you did make a mistake. Just because you didn't know doesn't mean you're not wrong. Does not knowing the law mean you're not guilty? I told you before you left that we should wait until things calm down. Drinking at home is just as good, but you insisted on going out clubbing to relieve your boredom. Sigh if it weren't for Bai Yang." Hearing Bai Wen call out Bai Yang's name, Jiang Tianai was startled out of her silence. "Bai Yang? You two know each other." Bai Wen was taken aback. "Does Jiang Tianai not know Bai Yang's identity?" Bai Yun said, Of course I know he is. Bai Wen quickly interrupted him, saying, Ah, Bai Yang, of course I recognize him. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our area. He was often in the news recently, so I recognize his face. It's better not to know. If Jiang Tianai finds out that Bai Yang is her younger brother, then the fact that Bai Yang left home and that the Bai family abused him will soon be exposed. She didn't want to face these things again. Moreover, Jiang Tianai was unaware of Bai Yang's affairs, which was likely the result of Jiang Tao intentionally concealing them. If she were to reveal it now, wouldn't she be inviting trouble? Oh, Jiang Tianai believed Bai Wen's statement, then sighed. Bai Yang is my friend, but I always cause him trouble. I guess he doesn't want to see me anymore, right? Women understand women's thoughts best. Bai Wen and Bai Yin looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Tianai's tone, and those words just now. Could it be that she has fallen for Bai Yang? Good heavens! Bai Yang is her own nephew. On the other side, Bai Xia and Bai Sheng finally arrived in the capital. The way Sheng looks after graduation is very different from before. He used to look somewhat plump and overweight, but his figure gradually became more chubby. But now he has lost more than 10 kilograms, and his whole demeanor is different. A gloomy and sad look is always on his face, with a hint of unsettling morbidity. Dad, are you all right? Bai Xia looked at Bai Sheng with some unease. Bai Sheng shook his head lightly. It's nothing, go find Jiang Kaiwen now and explain my meaning to her. I have my own things to do. Bai Xia nodded with a complicated expression, then asked, what if Mom doesn't agree? Bai Sheng said, tell her she has to agree, whether she likes it or not. Such assertive words coming from Bai Sheng's mouth made Bai Xia feel a little uncomfortable. After parting ways with Bai Sheng, Bai Xia took a car to Jiang Tsayue's residence. Jiang Kaiwa had to go out today, so only Bai Yun and Bai Wen were at home. Both of them were very happy to see Bai Xia arrive. Big sister, you've finally arrived. When you're not in the capital, things are in complete chaos here. Bai Xia looked at Bai Yun and asked, it was Xiao Yang who did it, right? Bai Yun, recalling her recent ordeal, couldn't help but tear up. Big sister, do you think Bai Yang is even human, doing what he did? I'm his own sister, and he ruined me like this. Now I have nothing left. Bai Xia sighed softly. Bai Yang had nothing in the past either. He only had us. But we abandoned him too, didn't we? Bai Yun asked in confusion. Sister, why are you still taking his side? Aren't I the one who's most wronged right now? Bai Xia said calmly. You feel wronged, but you only know that you feel wronged. You can still live in a villa of over 400 square meters, have millions in bank deposits, own 3 houses, and receive hundreds of thousands in dividends from the company every year. With all this, even if you don't go out to work, you can still live more comfortably than most people. And yet you still have the nerve to say you're aggrieved. What did we give Bai Yang back then? A full meal, a bit of care, not a single word of greeting. It was a miracle that he survived. Bai Wen and Bai Yun fell silent. Bai Xia added, Xiao Yang now holds a tremendous amount of wealth and can use various methods to deal with us and take revenge on us. But we don't have many options right now, which already speaks volumes. Firstly, we weren't as good as we imagined, and secondly, Xiao Yang wasn't as bad as we imagined. Right now, Xiao Tao and Xiao Yun, you've already been targeted by Xiao Yang. The next one could be Xiao Wan, or it could be me. Bai Wen shuddered, then said, Tu really didn't do anything. What could he possibly do to me? Besides, I only protected Xiao Tao in the past. Is it necessary for him to be so ruthless towards me? Bai Wen is confident in his conduct regarding his private life. Moreover, she is more clear-headed than Bai Yun and would not make the mistake of unknowingly taking photos in the public restroom. Bai Yang wants to get revenge on her, but it probably won't be so easy for him to find a way in. Bai Yun gritted her teeth and said again, Does Bai Yang think we're fish on a chopping board? I refuse to believe we really can't do anything to him. By the way, big sister, there's something I need to tell you. Bai Xia had a headache. What is it now? Bai Yun said, It's not my problem. It's my aunt's problem. Auntie, are you talking about Jiang Tianai? Bai Yun nodded. That's right, it's her. She has made a very serious mistake. Chapter 153, We Will Never Let Them Go. A serious error? Bai Xia asked curiously, what is it? Bai Wen knew what Bai Yun wanted to say, and hesitated for a moment. Xiao Yun. But Bai Yun blurted out what had happened that day. Xiaoyang and his aunt. Bai Xia's eyes widened. You're not kidding, are you? If what Bai Yun said is true, and Jiang Tianai has developed feelings for Bai Yang, wouldn't that create chaos? Doesn't Xiaoyang know? Bai Xia sensed that something was wrong. Bai Wen shook her head. It seems they probably don't know. If they knew my aunt's identity, how could they possibly be sitting together eating? You know, Bai Yang is currently very hostile towards our family and Grandpa's family. He treats Grandpa like that, so he definitely won't be close to you after he finds out who Andy is. I'm afraid even Bai Yang himself didn't expect that the classmate he was dating would actually be his aunt. Bai Yun sneered. It would be best if Bai Yang could also develop feelings for his aunt, and then discover the truth, and the lovers would end up as aunt and nephew. That would be really interesting. Bai Xia shouted. Xiao Yun, what are you saying? This is getting more and more outrageous. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace to both our families. No, I have to go and remind Xiaoyang. This is no joke. We absolutely cannot let this mistake continue. Bai Wen quickly said, Sister, it's better if you don't get involved in this. Think about it. When Xiao Tao had his accident last time, both Aunt and Bai Yang were there, but afterwards the two of them continued to date each other. This shows that Grandpa kept silent about the truth. In other words, Grandpa doesn't intend to tell the truth either. Wouldn't it be redundant for us to speak up at this time? Perhaps Grandpa has other considerations. It's better if we don't interfere. After hearing this, Bai Xia hesitated. Just then, Jiang Kaiwei returned. Mom! Bai Xia stood up and greeted them cautiously. When Jiang Kaiwei saw her, she asked again, Where's your dad? Bai Xia honestly explained. Dad has also arrived in Beijing, but he has other things to take care of and will be able to come see you later. There are some things I need to tell you first. Jiang Kaiwei didn't seem surprised and said, Let's talk upstairs. As soon as Jiang Kaiwei entered the study, she asked, You and your father are both in Beijing. What about Yunqing? Are you leaving the company to those useless vice presidents? Bai Xia closed the door, took a deep breath, and said, Mom, this is the other thing I want to talk about. Dad plans to sell his shares in buys. Jiang Kaiwei turned around abruptly. What did you say? Bai Xia added, Mom, don't worry. Dad's idea is to sell the shares to the Jiang family, to Grandpa. Jiang Kaiwei was taken aback again. What does he mean? Bai Xia sighed. Dad said that the Bai family now belongs to the Jiang family. We might as well sell ourselves to the Jiang family, and he'll take a penny. Dad said he's tired. Jiang Kaiwei asked again, Tired? Then he could have sold his shares to me. Why give them to Jiang Tao? Bai Xia lowered her head. Dad said he can give his shares to anyone, but not to you. Jiang Kaiwei was stunned again. Then a flash of inspiration struck her, and she seemed to understand something. He still wants a divorce, doesn't he? Since they're not even willing to give me shares, then it's time to sever all ties. Bai Xia hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, then nodded. Have him come over here. Jiang Kaiwei slammed her hand on the table. That bastard. Is he deliberately trying to disgust me? Bai Xia added. Mom, Dad also said that it's no use if you disagree. He still wants to sell it. And if you don't agree, he won't come to see you. He's just asking me to let you know. Jiang Tsayue's mind went blank for a moment. She still found it hard to believe that these words actually came from Bai Sheng's mouth. Once Jiang Tao invests and buys, the other shareholders will definitely side with Jiang Tao, and they will be sidelined. Normally, just one extra glance at him would send shivers down Bai Sheng's spine. Now he actually dares to undermine me. No, I can't agree to that. I'll make him give up on that idea. Bai Xia added, Mom, things are different now. Dad isn't the same dad he used to be either. He no longer wants to stay at the Bai family or at home. Jiang Kaiwei shouted. Then what does he want to do? Run away from home like that rebellious son. Go tell him. It's impossible unless I'm dead. Tell him to come to me in person and say it. If he's a man, he shouldn't do such a cowardly thing. Bai Xia, he asked you to be his shield, and you're really willing to do it? Bai Xia said helplessly. Mom, things have come to this point. Don't you understand? I've made myself clear. Dad now believes you killed second uncle. He doesn't want to see you, and he even wants to be your enemy. Furthermore, Dad plans to win Xiaoyang back and support his business with his own money, all to get rid of your influence and start a new business owned by the Bai family. He said that he had always been controlled by you in the past, but now he feels that he can't continue like this. Every word of these words was a severe blow to Jiang Kaiwei. Jiang Kaiwei never expected that she would lose control of the situation. Everything she was familiar with was slowly changing. Even Bai Sheng, who was most afraid of her, was deciding to leave her. Jiang Kaiwei clenched her fist and slammed it on the table. That bastard. He has to cause me trouble at a time like this. He's still helping that unfilial son. He's already acknowledged him as his father, and he's still rushing to lick his boots. He's really useless. After finishing her tirade, Jiang Kaiwei wasn't satisfied. She picked up the teacup and teapot on the table and threw them hard on the ground. Before long, the ground was covered with debris. Bai Xia took a deep breath and said, "Mom, no matter how angry you are, things won't change." "Shut up. Get out." Jiang Kaiwei roared angrily, and Bai Xia had no choice but to retreat. After the door closed again, Jiang Caiyue's gaze turned fierce. "No, he can't do anything unless I approve. Want to join forces with that rebellious son? Dream on. I'll make you pay." 2 days later, Bai Yang packed his luggage and prepared to head to Wuzhen to attend the internet conference. Because he had classes in the morning, he could only go to his rented apartment off campus to pack his things after class. Suyu was waiting for him in the underground parking lot. However, when he took the elevator to the parking lot, he did not see Suyu anywhere. However, the car door was open in the parking space. "Suyu." Bai Yang immediately sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Who? Chapter 154, A Close Call. The different atmosphere made Bai Yang clearly sensed that there were other people in the garage. And they are definitely not people who are beneficial to them. Bai Yang gripped the umbrella tightly and quietly untied the rope binding it. At that moment, a dark figure rushed out from the side and struck him hard on the back with a stick. Well, Bai Yang felt a wave of dizziness, and his back felt like it was broken, causing him unbearable pain. However, he has become much stronger recently, and with his height of over 1.8 meters, he is not so easy to take down. Bai Yang gritted his teeth, quickly turned around, and found a man wearing a baseball cap and a thick mask, holding a water pipe, staring intently at him. Without hesitation, the masked man raised the water pipe and was about to strike again. Bai Yang didn't let him succeed. He reluctantly opened the umbrella and then suddenly started pushing him. The huge, sturdy black umbrella acted like a shield, protecting Bai Yang well, while its metal tip also gave it an aggressive look. The masked man was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yang to be able to fight back with an umbrella, and was momentarily overwhelmed. Using his strength advantage, Bai Yang knocked the masked man to the ground, and the water pipe also fell to the ground with a loud bang. Knowing he was no match for Bai Yang and fearing he would alert others, the man immediately began running away as if his life depended on it. Bai Yang wanted to give chase, but then he remembered that Suyu was still missing and might have been attacked by this man, or even be in danger. "Suyu! Suyu!" Bai Yang shouted as he searched for someone, only to find that the person he was looking for was lying in the car. Fortunately, Suyu did not have any obvious wounds or bleeding. However, there is a strange smell around the mouth and nose. Looks like he's been knocked unconscious. Bai Yang was worried that the masked man might overdose on medication and hurt Suyu, so he immediately drove to the hospital. Bai Yang got his driver's license during the summer vacation, but he didn't have enough actual driving experience, so he didn't dare to drive too fast along the way. He called Li Wenbin and said he was going to miss his flight. "Senior, you go first. I'll take a later flight, don't worry, it'll be fine. Once you arrive, find a young man named Huang Zheng. I'll send you his information in a bit." After arranging everything, Bai Yang arrived at the hospital. After examination, Suyu was found to be unharmed, and his own wound was also fine. Some medicine would suffice. When Suyu woke up, she slowly remembered what had happened before. "I was waiting for you in the garage, but just as I was about to open the car door, someone covered my mouth from behind with a really smelly rag, and then I slowly passed out." "Bai Yang, are you alright?" Bai Yang nodded. "Don't worry, I'm fine. That guy ran fast, but there must be surveillance cameras in the parking lot. I'll call the police to handle it in a bit. You won't be going to Wuzhen this time. Stay here and cooperate with the police investigation." Suyu agreed, then asked, "Is it Jiang Kaiwei and the others?" The only people who would be ruthless towards Bai Yong are those from the Bai family. Bai Yong shook his head. I don't think so. I know Jiang Tsayue's style of doing things very well. If you do something illegal or disorderly, either don't do it at all, or if you do, be thorough and leave no trace. This time there was only one opponent, and they chose a place with surveillance cameras everywhere. This job was really sloppy. However, the fact that he knew to ambush near your car shows that he did his homework. Otherwise he wouldn't have known our action plan. I suspect it was by Yuntao or by Ting who did it. This isn't the first time they've resorted to such underhanded tactics. They're probably a leopard can't change its spots. We'll deal with them slowly once we find some leads. Su Yu looked worried. Then you must be careful on your long trip this time. There might be danger in Wuzhen. Bai Yong laughed. With so many big names at the internet conference, the security measures are bound to be top-notch. Who would dare to act recklessly? They should know now that the sneak attack failed, and they're probably feeling pretty guilty, so they won't cause any trouble in the short term. Be careful these next few days. Once I return to the capital, I won't let a single one of them escape. Seeing Bai Yang's smile, Su Yu felt a sense of reassurance. Thinking that Bai Yong was a few years younger than her, yet she was being protected by this big boy, she felt a little embarrassed. Watching Bai Yang's departing figure, Su Yu said calmly, Bai Yong, I hope everything goes well. On the other side, Zhang Xuebiao packed his things and prepared to go home after get off work. He now lives alone in a residential building near the school. Although his wife and daughter are in Yunqing and Bai Yong is too busy to visit often, he still lives a very rhythmic and contented life. Bai Yong bought this house for him, and he felt both at ease and proud living there. Land in Beijing is incredibly valuable, and this area is a school district, so the prices are exorbitant. He initially told Bai Yong not to be so extravagant, saying that walking a few more steps wouldn't hurt. But Bai Yong insisted on buying it and giving it to him. To avoid attracting attention, Zhang Xuebiao would go home very late every day after school and take an extra detour to avoid his colleagues discovering his residence. On his way back, Zhang Xuebiao called Feng Yuan as usual. Honey, how are you feeling? Go for a walk tonight and get some sunshine. How are Xiaojing's studies going? Tell her to study more with her brother and not to be lazy. Xiaoyang is doing well lately. I had dinner with him just 2 days ago. He seems to have gotten a bit stronger, so don't worry. After talking all the way, we finally arrived at the side gate of the community. Meanwhile, an old acquaintance with whom he was not very close was waiting for him. It's graduation. Zhang Xuebiao was startled at first, but then calmly said to the person on the other end of the phone, Honey, I need to call my senior's parents in a bit. We'll talk later. Bai Sheng stepped forward first and said, Teacher Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhang Xuebiao nodded politely. Mr. Bai, no need to come. He couldn't continue speaking halfway through his sentence because Bai Sheng looked very different from before. He appeared much thinner and more haggard, and even though he had tidied himself up, he no longer had the same energy and spirit as before. Bai Sheng said, I waited for you at the entrance of the community yesterday, but you didn't show up. I thought you must have come through another gate. Bai Yang has made so much money. You didn't have to hide it like this, but you're still so low-key. It's really rare. Zhang Xuebiao frowned slightly. Mr. Bai, if you have something to say, you can say it directly. They actually used the honorific you. It seems that quite a few things have really changed at the Bai family's place. He recalled Bai Yang's revenge and suddenly understood a lot more. This son of mine must have brought a great blow to the Bai family, right? What does Bai Sheng want to do after graduation? Bai Sheng asked, Teacher Zhang, shall we talk somewhere else? I have already had someone check your identity. Zhang Xuebiao's expression changed. Chapter 155 Two Fathers. Zhang Xuebiao composed himself and said, I really don't understand what Mr. Bai is saying. I'm just an ordinary schoolteacher, and my background isn't like yours, where you're from a wealthy and noble family. What's there to investigate? Bai Shishing didn't mince words and said, Teacher Zhang, you are indeed not a rich young master from a wealthy family, but you served in the army early on, and you were an outstanding soldier. You even received a second-class merit award. If it weren't for that accidental injury that severely damaged his body, he would probably have already risen to a high position by now, right? Zhang Xuebiao squinted. Mr. Bai, please don't continue. I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. Baisheng quickly said, Teacher Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to reopen your wounds. I just wanted to learn more about you, but I never expected that you would have such an extraordinary background. Actually, I didn't come here to bring up these things. I want to ask you for a favor. Zhang Xuebiao asked, What? Baisheng lowered his head slightly. Please persuade Bai Yang to return to the Bai family and acknowledge his ancestors. Zhang Xuebiao was puzzled, wondering what trick the Bai family was up to this time. Bai Sheng then added, Don't worry, I genuinely want him back this time. I'm ready to divorce Jiang Kaiwe. Bai Yang will never be harmed again. You are still his adoptive father, and I don't want to separate you two. I know I'm no longer qualified to be his father. As long as he is willing to forgive me and rebuild the Bai family, I will be content. Zhang Xuebiao was startled, somewhat confused by Bai Shisheng's meaning. But he had a vague feeling that the Bai family was truly in dire straits. Otherwise, why would Bai Sheng come to him so humbly and offer such generous terms? How can Bai Yang revitalize the Bai family? The premise for revival is that the Bai family has already collapsed, right? Zhang Xuebiao then added, Mr. Bai, we are both fathers, and I understand how you feel. However, I still want to say that your words are probably not very useful. If you are truly sincere, you should go to Bai Yang in person. Only if he approves will it really be useful. Bai Sheng sighed. Teacher Zhang, if only it were that simple. I'm afraid Bai Yang wouldn't want to see me again. What he values most is your family. Your words carry far more weight than mine. Please. The Bai family is in ruins now, and he's the only one I can count on. Bai Sheng's words and tone were very sincere, and even a little tearful, which made people feel somewhat sorry for him. These are indeed his heartfelt words. Today, most of the Bai family's businesses are in Jiang Tsayue's hands. However, given the suspicion that Jiang Kaiwe had caused his brother's death, he could not continue to tolerate this woman controlling the Bai family. Bai Yuntao was trained by her, so naturally she couldn't rely on him. Although Bai Xia was capable, she was no match for Jiang Kaiwe. His only hope was his own son, Bai Yang. But Zhang Xuebiao still sighed. Mr. Bai, you misunderstand. There are only two reasons why Xiaoyang values me. First, I genuinely care for him and treat him like my own son. Second, I never try to control or discipline him too much. I support him in many things, and then I try to understand him. Your Bai family treats Xiaoyang the opposite way. You have many hopes and demands, but you don't care what kind of person he is. You were an accomplice when Jiang Kaiwe abused him. Everything he's doing now is to make the entire Bai family and even the Jiang family pay the price. How could he possibly stop so easily, let alone help you revive the Bai family? To put it bluntly, you're only now realizing he's your son? Where were you all this time? Graduation was a huge shock to Sheng, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Yes, Bai Yang's excellence didn't happen overnight, nor did his intelligence appear suddenly. What has he been doing all these years? While Sheng was lost in thought after graduation, Zhang Xuebiao had already left without him noticing. At that moment, neither of them realized that a pair of eyes were watching them from a distance. Wu Jin. After getting off the plane, Bai Yang immediately went to meet up with Li Wenbin. Looking at the publicity for the conference along the street and the volunteers coming and going, Bai Yang was filled with emotion. At this time, Lu TV had not yet experienced any major scandals. Jack Ma was still a legend. Donggu had not yet gone to Minnesota, and Baofeng Player and Xuanlei were still thriving. Xiaomi phones are still targeting the low-end market. Huawei phones haven't yet taken a commanding lead, and Apple phones still dominate the market. The entire internet industry was developing at a frenzied pace, with everyone firmly believing that a bright future lay ahead and that money was everywhere. Unfortunately, this prosperity was short-lived. A pig that flies when the wind blows will eventually fall down when the wind dies down. Bai Yang clenched his fists, thinking that he must survive the upcoming giant waves and live a wonderful life, so that his rebirth would not have been in vain. After getting off the car, Bai Yang arrived at the hotel that Li Wenbin had prepared and found that he was already waiting for him in the lobby. Junior, you've finally arrived. Li Wenbin stepped forward and took Bai Yang's suitcase. Any news from the police? He also learned about the parking lot incident and was still a little scared when he thought about it. Bai Yang shook his head. It won't be that fast. It will probably take some more time to investigate. But they dare to do such a thing right under the emperor's nose. They can't escape. Li Wenbin added. In my opinion, now that you're worth hundreds of millions, you should think of ways to protect your own safety. At least we need bodyguards or something. Otherwise, what will we do if this kind of thing happens again? Bai Yong nodded in agreement, then asked, Senior, where's the person I asked you to find? Li Wenbin said, I've inquired about Huang Zheng. He's also in Wuzhen now. How about we go find him directly? Bai Yong thought for a moment and said, No rush. Let's take it slow. If you go to Huang Zheng now, you're unlikely to get his attention. Despite his humble background, Huang Zheng had already made a name for himself in the industry long ago. In 2006, Duan Yongping, the founder of BBK Electronics, had lunch with Warren Buffett for a staggering $650,000 and also brought Huang Zheng along. Furthermore, the fact that Pinduoduo was able to spread rapidly and even go viral online with its cut-one-cut strategy demonstrates the support of Tencent's traffic and indicates that Tencent has a special relationship with him. Therefore, in terms of connections, Huang Zheng is now much stronger than Bai Yong. If I go there now, people might not think highly of me. But heroes cherish heroes, and Bai Yong is confident that he can win him over with his personal charm and the advantages of being a reborn person. Li Wenbin suddenly added mysteriously, By the way, Bai Yong, I have some good news to tell you. Bai Yong asked in confusion, Good news? What good news? Li Wenbin gave a wicked smile, then leaned close to Bai Yang's ear and whispered something. To everyone's surprise, Bai Yang's eyes widened upon hearing this. Senior, how could you do such a thing? Chapter 156 The First Night in Wuzhen. The good news that Li Wenbin shared with Bai Yong was that Jiang Tianai had also come to Wuzhen. It turns out that Jiang Tianai had already exchanged contact information with Li Wenbin during their last drinking session. After Bai Yong and she parted on bad terms, Jiang Tianai would occasionally try to subtly inquire about Bai Yang's situation through Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin didn't think much of it and actually told them about his trip to Wuzhen. Junior, Jiang Tianai clearly has a crush on you. I think she's a good girl. You two should get to know each other better. But for Bai Yong, this is definitely not good news. Seeing Li Wenbin's naive desire to play matchmaker, Bai Yong was speechless. Senior, do you know Jiang Tianai's background? Li Wenbin shook his head. Bai Yong had no choice but to confess. She is Jiang Tao's daughter. Li Wenbin shuddered, cold sweat pouring down his face. He swallowed hard. But Jiang Tao is already that old, how will he conceive in his old age? Wait a minute. If she's Jiang Tao's daughter, wouldn't she be your aunt? Bai Yong took a bottle of Coke from the hotel refrigerator. Yeah. Do you still think it's a good thing for me to be with her? Li Wenbin then realized that he had made a huge mistake. Junior, I'm so sorry. I was really confused. If this gets out and other people find out, it'll be terrible, absolutely terrible. Then why don't you just say so? Bai Yong sighed. The reasons are complicated. I'll tell you when I have the chance, but for now, it's best for us to avoid contact with her unless absolutely necessary. Li Wenbin gave him a "you guys are making a mess" look, and then said, But I already told you about our upcoming itinerary. Seeing the murderous glint in Bai Yang's eyes, Li Wenbin quickly said, She said she wanted to bump into you, so should I go and try to persuade them? Bai Yong sighed. Forget it, there are so many people in the venue. She might not be able to find me. Anyway, be more careful in the future. And hey senior, you need to keep your mouth shut. The internet conference only lasts 3 days, so we don't have much time. We need to hurry up and get down to business. After saying that, Bai Yong started contacting people at Tencent. The contact person at Tencent is Zhou Yongyuan, and he's the one who invited Bai Yong to this internet conference. Bai Yong first explained that he was there, and then hoped that Zhou Yongyuan could arrange an opportunity for him to meet Pony Ma. Zhou Yongyuan said, That's no problem. The chairman knows about Douyin, and he even said he admires you. But I estimate there won't be much time, since the chairman has been very busy these past few days. It won't take too long. Just give me 15 minutes. Bai Yong was confident that he could make Xiao Ma remember him within 15 minutes. At that point, the rest will be much easier. Bai Yong went through the list of big shots he was going to meet this time, making sure he could meet with them in the next few days. The ultimate goal is to appear at their dinner party. What was said at the Wuzhen Internet Conference? What was the theme? What did the bigwigs do? And what did they talk about? Much of this is something that ordinary people don't understand or care about. But the most well-known photos are of these big shots having dinner together. A group photo at a dinner table can reveal who the top figures in the industry are and what their social standing is. It can even indirectly reflect the development of the industry. For example, when the internet industry was in a downturn, no group photos of the bigwigs in Wuzhen were released. Therefore, if he were to appear in that photo, he would definitely become a prominent entrepreneur in the industry again, and Baiyang wouldn't have to worry about financing for a long time to come. Baiyang also has his chance. Because of Douyin's popularity and success, he received a small award at this year's internet conference and was given 10 minutes to speak. Including the 15 minutes for his meeting with Little Ma, Baiyang's opportunity this time is 25 minutes. 25 minutes might not even be enough for a game, but Baiyang wanted to use it to further change his fate. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Seeing Baiyang's tense expression, Li Wenbin said repeatedly, "Junior, do things one step at a time, and take things one bite at a time. Look on the bright side. You now have billions in cash on hand, which is a fortune you can never spend in a lifetime. Even if you can't handle it this time, there will be other opportunities in the future. Besides, you're an investor now, so why are you afraid that others won't believe in you?" Baiyang laughed and said, "Senior, this money may seem like a lot right now, but it won't be enough if we really want to do something big." He actually had a bigger goal in mind. That is new energy vehicles. Developing real industries and technology is the answer for the future. Manufacturing cars is a huge undertaking, and the funds he currently has are simply not enough to cover the costs. Li Wenbin, of course, couldn't see through him. As soon as he saw that it was time for dinner, he immediately dragged him out to eat. Zhejiang province is known as a culinary desert, with many famous dishes that are actually tasteless. For example, the famous Westlake vinegar fish is so delicious that you can eat it without making a sound. Baiyang was already tired, so the two of them found a Cantonese restaurant nearby to have a meal. Perhaps it was fate, for just as the dishes were served, four familiar figures walked in. Jiang Tao, Jiang Kaiwei, Bai Xia, and Bai Yuntao. They've arrived too. Baiyang's appetite has halved. What bad luck. What terrible bad luck. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Baiyang was not surprised when Jiang Tao and his daughter Jiang Kaiwei came over. But the fact that Bai Yuntao was also invited made Baiyang feel a bit interested. Bai Yuntao's live streaming platform has completely failed. He lost so much money to Jiang Kaiwei and Jiang Tao, yet he still managed to attend this big event. It seems that Jiang Kaiwei has already given up on everything. Jiang Kaiwei also saw Baiyang, her chest heaving, wishing she could go over and give him a good beating. Bai Xia quickly advised, "Mom, please calm down. Now is not the time to worry about such things. We've come to Wuzhen to ask for help. Let's avoid unnecessary disputes." She glanced at Baiyang with a complicated expression, feeling quite uncomfortable. Jiang Tao also said, "Kaiwei, it's not surprising that he came here, but he's just here to experience the atmosphere of the venue. No big shot will want to pay attention to him. I've already made plans with Jack Ma, so let's not mess things up at this time." Jiang Kaiwei then managed to control her anger. However, seemingly on purpose, she chose to sit at the table next to Baiyang. "Senior, let's pack it up and take it home to eat." Baiyang wiped his mouth and got up to leave. "The air here is already dirty. I'm afraid I'll have a problem if I eat any more." Jiang Kaiwei stood up. "You." Bai Xia quickly pulled Jiang Kaiwei to sit down. Just as Li Wenbin was about to call the waiter to help pack the leftovers, two more girls walked in. Baiyang. Chapter 157 Too Deep. The person named Baiyang is Jiang Tianai, and her roommate Du Sueki is next to her. Upon seeing the two of them, both Baiyang and Jiang Tao's groups had mixed feelings. Jiang Tao was puzzled. Why would his daughter come here? But when he glanced at Baiyang, his face instantly turned pale. Goodness, really? Bai Xia got goosebumps when she remembered what Bai Wen and Bai Yun had told her before. Could it be that this aunt has really fallen for her nephew, Baiyang? Jiang Tsayue's lips curled slightly upwards, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Baiyang looked surprised, but not because of Jiang Tianai's sudden appearance. It was Du Sueki. Baiyang couldn't help but mutter to himself, "She's here too." This woman was someone Bai Yang had truly witnessed firsthand how powerful he was when he was a spirit in his previous life. Her future identity will also be extraordinary. Bai Yuntao's wife. Bai Yuntao was also present tonight, marking their first encounter. Bai Yuntao's gaze was now fixed on Du Sueki, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. But in their original memories, their meeting wouldn't have happened so soon, would it? Bai Yang frowned slightly. It seems that because of his rebirth, some things have changed on the timeline. Dad. Jiang Tianai then realized that her father, sister, nephew, and niece were all there. This is a bit awkward. She didn't know about the relationship between Bai Yang, Jiang Tao, and Jiang Kaiwei, but she remembered that Bai Yuntao and Bai Yang had some unpleasantness between them. Now that his family members are so close to Bai Yuntao, won't Bai Yang have any doubts? If he knew that Bai Yuntao was his nominal nephew, wouldn't he misunderstand him further? Thinking too much is useless. Jiang Tianai stepped forward and said to Bai Yang, Bai Yang, what a coincidence. I'd like to introduce you to my family. She walked behind Jiang Tao. This is my dad, and next to him is his daughter, my sister, Jiang Kaiwei. This introduction almost made Li Wenbin laugh to death, so he had to eat and drink like crazy to shut himself up. Jiang Tao and his group felt nothing but awkwardness. But Jiang Tao didn't dare to tell the truth directly. Jiang Tao had long regarded Jiang Tianai as the apple of his eye, and if he were to reveal the truth now, wouldn't that break his heart? He would rather Bai Yang tell the truth himself and let him be the villain than be the murderer who shattered his daughter's dream. However, Bai Yang clearly didn't seem like a bad person. He continued to urge the waiter to pack the food up and take it away. Seeing that Bai Yang was about to leave, Jiang Tianai immediately went up to him and said, Bai Yang, you haven't been replying to my messages lately, what's wrong? Bai Yang said, I'm not that free. I'm on my phone 24/7. Your dad and sister are both here. Please spend more time with your family. Jiang Tianai was getting anxious. No matter how busy you are, you must have time to reply to me, right? Don't you ever check your phone at all? I came to Wuzhen this time specifically for you. I knew you were here, and it was because of this that I followed you, just to find out this. Do you know how long I waited outside the hotel? Waiting outside the hotel? How did she know? Bai Yang glanced at Li Wenbin. Feeling guilty, Li Wenbin helped the waiter pack the food. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. Bai Xia's heart began to race, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. This is truly chaos. Without a doubt, Jiang Tianai is truly smitten. Fortunately, Bai Yang didn't have any feelings for her, so it shouldn't lead to any serious mistakes. Hopefully, Jiang Tianai will realize her mistake and stop fawning over him. Bai Yang said coldly, Do whatever you want. It's none of my business. It's all packed, senior, let's go. After saying that, he picked up his lunchbox and strode out. When Jiang Tianai saw Bai Yang's attitude, her heart sank, her nose stung, and her eyes immediately reddened. Why are you so cold to me? Du Sueki couldn't stand it anymore. She stood in front of Bai Yang, put her hands on her hips, and said, Bai Yang, you've gone a bit too far. You and Tian Ai were classmates, and wasn't it you who took the initiative to talk to Tian Ai in the first place? Now that you're rich from your business, you don't want her anymore, do you? Don't look down on me, you little brat. You might not even be good enough for our Tian Ai. Did Bai Yang take the initiative to strike up a conversation with Jiang Tian Ai? Jiang Tao, Jiang Kaiwei, and Bai Xia were all startled at the same time. Could it be that Bai Yang also doesn't know Jiang Tian Ai's identity? Or was he deliberately doing this to get closer to Jiang Tian Ai, just to spite the Jiang and Bai families? Or was he trying to obtain some information from Jiang Tian Ai? Bai Yang gave Du Sueki a cold look, then questioned, What does this have to do with you? Get out of the way. Bai Yang's imposing aura frightened Du Sueki, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Bai Yuntao stood up and said, Bai Yang, aren't you going a bit too far? At this moment, he showed no mercy and stepped forward to defend Du Sueki. The problem is, Bai Yang was too lazy to pay them any more attention and strode away from the restaurant. Seeing Bai Yang leave like that, Jiang Tianai sat down dejectedly. Jiang Tao stood up and went over to her, saying softly, Tianai, you saw it too, right? That Bai Yang is such a rude person who doesn't take you seriously at all. Don't be sad, it's not worth it. Also, listen to your father. Hurry up and prepare to study abroad. But Jiang Tianai said, Dad, don't say that. It must be because I took it upon myself to do it this time. Besides, Bai Yang and Xiao Tao didn't get along well before, and I think that's probably the reason. Jiang Tao was shocked. His own daughter has fallen so deeply into this. Jiang Kaiwei didn't say anything the whole time, and even seemed a little gloating. Bai Yuntao stepped forward and smiled at Du Sueki. Hello, my name is Bai Yuntao. Du Sueki glanced at him and said, Oh, you must be Tianai's nephew? I've heard of you. Thank you for just now. Bai Yuntao laughed and said, It's nothing. Bai Yang has always been so arrogant. I've disliked him for a long time. What kind of skill is it to bully girls? He came to Wuzhen for a conference, and so did I. Just you wait and see, my career will definitely surpass his in the future. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Du Sueki seemed to have guessed what was going on. Could this guy have a crush on me? A sense of pride in being recognized arises spontaneously. However, she was even more furious about Bai Yang's behavior. I almost revealed Tianai and the Jiang family's background just now. This blind fool doesn't even know who Tianai and the Jiang family are, does he? If I really told him, it would scare him to death. Chapter 158. This young man is quite interesting. After hearing Du Sueki's words, Bai Yuntao was both amused and exasperated. How could Bai Yang not know the Jiang family's background? Moreover, even if they didn't know Jiang Tianai's identity before, they should know it now. Du Sueki's claim that Bai Yang would be startled is complete nonsense. However, that's not the main point. Bai Yuntao has now taken a liking to Du Sueki, so he's been showering her with attention, inviting her to dinner and such. Jiang Tianai remained sullen, as if something was missing from her heart. They gathered together and ate a meal with some awkwardness between them. Seeing Jiang Tianai's sullen expression, Bai Xia seemed to be intentionally telling her the truth. Auntie, actually. Bai Xia, if you have time tomorrow, go and see if there are any forums or events that Xiao Tao can participate in. He's come all this way, so we should make the most of the opportunity. Jiang Kaiwei interrupted her directly. Bai Xia was secretly surprised, but then shut her mouth under the intimidating gaze of Jiang Kaiwei. After dinner, Bai Xia followed Jiang Kaiwei back to the hotel, and then asked, Mom, why didn't you let me say it just now? Jiang Kaiwei simply turned around and coldly asked, Why did you have to be so nosy? Mind your own business, can't you? What Jiang Tianai does is none of your concern. If you dare to say anything in secret, you'd better watch out. This was the first time Bai Xia had heard Jiang Kaiwei make such a direct threat to her. On the other hand, Bai Yang wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. He focused his attention on the meeting in Wuzhen. This is the real priority at this stage. On the opening day of the internet conference, Bai Yang attended a forum at the introduction of Zhou Yongyuan. The forum introduced several strategic directions for Tencent's future, but it was really just a few pages of PowerPoint slides that looked somewhat inspiring. Pony Ma was also present. The agreed-upon 15-minute meeting was scheduled for 15 minutes after the forum ended, as Pony Ma had to rush to the next forum as soon as the time was up. After listening patiently to the forum, Bai Yang was led to a lounge. Little Ma is waiting for him there. Compared to what he appears on TV, the young man in front of me is undoubtedly more amiable, and you could even say he's a bit shy. Ah, you must be Bai Yang. You're so young. Please have a seat. Little Ma pointed to the seat next to him, indicating that he should sit down. Bai Yang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly, saying, Mr. Ma, I've come to bother you today to discuss our upcoming cooperation. Yes, I know about your situation. Douyin is doing well, and you're also working on a new mobile game project. We've collaborated on these. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Pony Ma's attitude towards Bai Yang is quite good. After all, the acquisition of Douyin has given Tencent Group a new growth point for its traffic, which is like adding wings to a tiger and icing on the cake. Bai Yang then held up 2 fingers and said, 2 words, e-commerce. Little Ma's expression changed slightly. Tencent has actually had ideas about e-commerce for a long time. However, Zafubo and Taobao are currently at their peak, and it is difficult for any e-commerce platform to compete with them. Even JD.com's JD.com is only just starting to catch up and cannot yet compete with it. Tencent has a large number of social media users and abundant resources. It's impossible for them not to monetize their assets. Unfortunately, we're just doing all the work for others now. Many users choose to browse Taobao and then share the links on their own social media platforms. Pony Ma has wanted to get into e-commerce for a long time, but it's been difficult for the company to come up with a suitable plan. Pony Ma asked, "So what are your thoughts? But aren't you going to get into mobile games and e-commerce next?" Bayang said, "No, I just wanted to give you a suggestion, and I don't like Jack Ma." As soon as he said that, little Ma became interested. He looked around and asked, "Why?" Jack Ma is now the godfather of the internet industry, the ancestor of e-commerce platforms, and someone young people willingly call dad. People like Bayang should have grown up listening to Jack Ma's entrepreneurial myth. He actually said he didn't like Jack Ma? That's surprising. Bayang said, "Although Jack Ma is capable, he is too arrogant and domineering, and he judges people based on their talent rather than their character. He may have had some vision in the past, but that was all thanks to the country's opening up and his father-in-law's resources, but he believed it was all due to his own abilities. I don't like this kind of person, so when Alibaba came to talk about acquisition, I ignored them at all, because I knew that as long as we sold ourselves to them, Douyin would be squeezed until it had no value left. If you were to compare Jack Ma and his Alibaba to something, they'd probably be like Apple's iPhone. They acquire any company that's doing well in the market and might pose a threat to them, and then destroy it. At this rate, Jack Ma will crash and burn sooner or later. The higher he climbs today, the harder he will fall in the future." After Bayang finished speaking, he noticed that little Ma's eyes immediately changed. "I never expected that someone so young could see so much." Little Ma adjusted his glasses and said, "To be honest, this is the first time I've heard someone say these things." Then he said to Bayang, "Go on. Do you have any ideas in the e-commerce field?" Bayang continued, "You've already got WeChat Pay set up. The next step is to talk to JD.com and get WeChat to cooperate with JD.com. From now on, you can use WeChat Pay to buy things on JD.com, and you can also log into JD.com on WeChat to buy things. In this way, we can take away a portion of Alibaba's market share." Little Ma smiled after hearing that. Anyone can see these things. Donggu and Jack Ma have a lot of conflicts. Back when we hadn't launched WeChat Pay, he didn't want to use Zhifubo anymore. Now that Weixin Pay is available, of course they want to join forces with us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We've actually been working on your suggestion for a while now. However, Bayang suddenly changed the subject. But the main point I want to make is below. Cooperating with JD.com can have some effect, but it's far from enough. Xiagua still has so many untapped markets, not only in big cities, but also in many rural areas. It's not that they lack purchasing power, but rather that they lack the space to consume. If we can stimulate their spending enthusiasm, don't you think it would become a trend? Upon hearing this, little Ma's expression changed again. At this moment, the secretary came over and indicated to Brother Ma that it was time. But little Ma said, "Tell them I'll be there later." He then smiled at Bayang and said, "What a coincidence. I just heard someone say almost the same thing a while ago." Chapter 159, wanting to make Bayang look embarrassing. Bayang smiled. He knew that the person little Ma was talking about was most likely Huang Zheng. That was also his purpose. The relationship between little Ma and Huang Zheng must be extraordinary, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to have a place in prestige in the future. Therefore, what I said today will also reach Huang Zheng's ears. People are naturally drawn to their own kind. It's a two-way street. Who wouldn't want to work with like-minded people? This applies to couples, colleagues, friends, superiors and subordinates, and so on. Bayang added, "That's a perfect match. I do have some ideas about developing this new e-commerce platform, and I'd be happy to share them with you if Mr. Ma is willing to listen." How could little Ma not be happy? So he asked Bayang to speak boldly. Then, Bayang said, "I think the first thing to do to beat Jack Ma's Taobao is to offer low prices." He shared his ideas about being sexy, but didn't reveal much about the actual details. It was all conceptual stuff. If we were to explain the cancellation of shopping cart options, the cut-off mechanism, and other similar features now, and Pony Ma were to simply tell Huang Zheng to follow suit, wouldn't he be at a huge disadvantage? After listening, Brother Ma indeed felt that Bai Yang's words made sense and nodded repeatedly. The conversation, which was originally scheduled for 15 minutes, stretched to almost an hour before it finally ended when Little Ma had to leave. Afterwards, Brother Ma gave Bai Yang his contact information, saying that they could talk in detail later. Bai Yang knew that he had achieved his initial goal and only needed to calmly move on to the next step. During lunch, Bai Yang was in a very good mood and even told Li Wenbin about how he had a pleasant chat with Brother Ma. To everyone's surprise, Li Wenbin's expression turned somewhat gloomy. "Junior, it's not that I want to upset you, but I still have to remind you that kid Bai Yuntao has gotten cocky again." It turned out that while Bai Yang was meeting with Little Ma, Bai Yuntao was chatting and laughing with Jack Ma. Jiang Tao took him there. The Jiang family provided a lot of help when Alibaba was starting out, and Jack Ma and Jiang Tao are old acquaintances. Bai Yuntao, and he probably talked about much more than that during their meeting. Li Wenbin said, "I only found out today that the Jiang family has this kind of relationship with Jack Ma. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Bai Yuntao made so many mistakes, and now it's all wiped clean. Sigh, what a pity." Li Wenbin said it was a pity because he felt that if Bai Yang could cooperate with Jiang Tao, these resources would definitely not have gone to Bai Yuntao. In his heart, he still felt that Jack Ma was more worthy. Bai Yang has now established basic contact with Tencent. If he also has Ali's help, wouldn't he be able to take off even faster? But Bai Yang calmly said, "Only when the tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked. Bai Yuntao has no real skills, so no matter how many resources you pile on him, it won't help." Li Wenbin added, "But with Jack Ma and the Jiang family as his backers, what if this kid uses their power to his advantage and does something to harm us?" Bai Yang chuckled. "What else can we do? Just kill him like before." In the afternoon, Bai Yang went to attend his own awards ceremony. After receiving the award, Bai Yang shared his predictions for the future consumer market and e-commerce. E-commerce is doing very well now and has a good momentum, but it also has obvious shortcomings. It has achieved good coverage in first and second-tier cities, but the consumption potential in other places has not been released. As the country develops and infrastructure improves, the living standards of people in these areas will continue to rise. They will definitely want more, better, and cheaper things. If we can seize this opportunity, I believe the next big thing is right here. After the speech, everyone burst into applause. The host took the microphone, went on stage to thank Bai Yang, and then asked the people in the audience if they had any questions for Bai Yang. At this moment, a young man in the audience stood up. "Bai Yang, I think what you're saying is complete nonsense." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Who else could this young man be but Bai Yuntao? Bai Yang maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. All right. You disrupted his speeches in the past, so now you're giving him a taste of his own medicine, huh? That depends on whether you have the ability." Bai Yang asked calmly. "Isn't this Bai Yuntao, CEO of Panda TV? What's your problem?" Bai Yuntao's face immediately turned ugly. Don't insult someone by revealing their weaknesses, and don't hit someone in the face. But Bai Yang's act of directly revealing Bai Yuntao's dark history is simply rubbing salt into Bai Yuntao's wounds. Oh, so he's the owner of Panda TV? They burned through hundreds of millions, and it said they're still barely surviving, unable to even pay their streamers' salaries. It seems like he's involved in prostitution, right? How come he's still able to get out of there? The audience members were buzzing with discussion, and their gazes toward Bai Yuntao held a strange quality. Bai Yuntao composed himself and then said, "What you just said is completely unsupported by any data or case studies. You say that the consumption potential of first and second-tier cities is about to peak. What evidence do you have? Besides, in other smaller places, where income levels are so low, people are used to saving every penny. So how could they possibly afford to buy so much stuff?" I saw a news report before that a McDonald's opened in a small county town. Although it was packed, most of the customers were just trying it out. It shows that they don't have much money at all. They're just inexperienced and want to try new things. It's like a wild boar can't eat fine chaff. Many people believe that there is still a large, untapped market for consumption in first and second-tier cities, while other places cannot drive any consumption. So what you just said is nonsense. This questioning was indeed quite insightful. and many people at the scene who had doubts about Bai Yang began to slowly side with Bai Yuntao. Besides Bai Yuntao, Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Xia were also in the audience. Jiang Kaiwei nodded in satisfaction. Good. Xiao Tao has indeed made great progress. His counterattack against Bai Yang this time was excellent. I think it's time to teach Bai Yang a lesson. But Bai Xia was not so optimistic. She had her own judgment about the actual abilities of Bai Yuntao and Bai Yang. Bai Yang didn't answer directly, but laughed. Ha ha, it's really quite funny. Those present were somewhat puzzled by the laughter. Bai Yuntao was even more unconvinced. What are you laughing at? Am I not telling the truth? Bai Yang then said, I'm not laughing at anything else. I'm laughing at you. Chapter 160, he brought shame upon himself. Bai Yuntao retorted defiantly, Laugh at me? What's so funny about me? Bai Yang then said, You're saying I don't have any data? Then I'd like to ask you something. You just kept saying that many people believe that cities outside of first and second tiers have insufficient consumption potential. Come on, tell me, who are all these people? Please list 3 names. Bai Yuntao was dumbfounded after hearing this. Those words he just said were just made up on the spot. Now, if you ask him to name someone, how could he possibly say it? He could only stammer for a long time, but couldn't even utter a fart. Bai Yang continued his attack, saying, You can't answer that, can you? Then I'll answer it. If you need data, of course I have it here. He asked Li Wenbin to bring his computer, then connected it to the meeting equipment and displayed a slide from a PowerPoint presentation. The screen displays a bar chart with detailed annotations that are concise and clear, making it easy to understand and visually pleasing. Many of the audience members were CEOs or managers of companies. They inevitably have to look at a lot of PPTs used by their subordinates for reports, most of which are just a bunch of text with chaotic logic, giving them a headache. But what Bai Yang presented was exactly the kind of concise, effective, and information-dense PPT that they preferred. This single page of icons alone has already won over many of the audience members and made them feel quite favorably toward Bai Yang. And this is just one page. How amazing will the rest be? The anticipation is off the charts. It seems this young man has a lot of good stuff hidden away. Bai Yang began his explanation. This is data from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, a basic survey of rural population and savings. It's not hard to see that, combined with the local price level, they possess the consumption potential I mentioned. However, due to the lack of surrounding consumer venues and scenarios, it is difficult to unleash this consumption potential. The example you just gave of McDonald's in a small county being packed perfectly illustrates my point. People crave better things. McDonald's is just ordinary fast food for us, but for them it's something new and a symbol of sophistication. For our internet industry to develop healthily, we need to meet people's aspirations for a better life, bring them better things, and complete a positive cycle of mutual benefit. This is the normal direction for the development of the industry. After he finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause, and praise for Bai Yang was endless. That's so well said. No wonder they won this award. I've never heard anyone speak so clearly and logically. I heard Bai Yang is still in university? Really? His future is truly limitless, like the sea that cannot be contained. These words were very positive, but to Bai Yuntao and Jiang Kaiwei, they were more piercing than poisonous thorns and caused more harm. On what grounds? Bai Yang was nothing more than an abandoned son of the Bai family, an unloved son. He didn't have many resources, didn't receive a better education, and wasn't deliberately cultivated. Why does he receive so much praise and attention? Jiang Kaiwei was so angry that her face turned pale and she trembled all over. The thing she would rather die than admit happened again and again. You unfilial son, I refuse to believe you can remain so smug. After saying that, she angrily left her seat and strode out. Bai Xia glanced at Bai Yang and Bai Yuntao with a complicated expression and then quickly followed. The person who was in the most awkward position at this moment was naturally Bai Yuntao. He originally intended to retaliate in the same way Bai Yang had made things difficult for him, and then watch Bai Yang make a fool of himself. As a result, he became a laughingstock. What a tremendous irony. Bai Yang asked coldly, Bai Yuntao, do you have any more questions? Bai Yuntao didn't dare to say anything more. He sat down in a sullen manner, and later, unable to sit still any longer, he walked away alone. Soft laughter rippled through the crowd, followed by continued applause for Bai Yong, seemingly celebrating his victory. After the meeting, Bai Yong packed his things, preparing to go to a coffee shop with Li Wenbin to rest. "Mr. Bai, please wait a moment." A man wearing black-rimmed glasses, with bright, piercing eyes, and dressed in a black suit, looking very smart and robust, walked up. Bai Yong recognized him immediately. If it's not Huang Zheng he's looking for, then who is it? Huang Zheng was also present at the scene. Huang Zheng was quite excited after hearing what Bai Yong said. At this point, he already had the idea of creating an e-commerce platform specifically to tap into the consumption potential outside of first- and second-tier cities. Every word Bai Yong just said came from his heart. As the saying goes, true friends are hard to find, and Huang Zheng couldn't help but come directly to him to discuss things. Bai Yong remained calm. "You must be Mr. Huang Zheng, right? I spoke with Mr. Ma yesterday, and I remember you." He couldn't directly reveal that he had been paying attention to Huang Zheng before, as that would seem deliberate and beneath him. No one will deliberately verify what little Ma talked to him about, so he can say whatever he wants. Huang Zheng was pleased to hear that Xiao Ma Gu and Bai Yong had talked about him. Really? That's such a coincidence. What Mr. Bai just said has also been very helpful to me. I wonder if we'll have a proper chat sometime. Li Wenbin was delighted. "Great. That's perfect for us. We have another event to attend." Bai Yong took out a business card holder and pulled out a card. "Why don't we exchange phone numbers and have a proper chat later?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Huang Zheng's eyes, but he readily accepted the business card and then took out one of his own and handed it over. "All right, Mr. Bai, I look forward to your guidance in the future. If you have the opportunity to visit us, I will certainly treat you well," Bai Yong said with a smile. "No need to be so polite. Since we share the same ideals and are close in age, there's no need to call each other sir or master. Just calling each other by our names is fine. But since you are my senior, I'll call you Big Brother." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's brows relaxed. "All right, Bai Yong, let's have a good exchange in the future." After Huang Zheng left, Li Wenbin asked with some confusion, "Junior, this is a great opportunity. Didn't you want to find him? Why are you deliberately pushing him away now?" Bai Yong laughed. "Senior, you've been abroad for too long and have forgotten the social customs and etiquette back home. Huang Zheng's influence and connections are much stronger than mine. He has Duan Yongping behind him, who is the godfather of marketing. At the same time, Pony Ma also admires him very much. If you want to work with him, you can't be overly enthusiastic from the start, or you might not get his attention. We need to create some suspense for him and keep him in suspense so that we can get a negotiating position on equal footing." Li Wenbin seemed to be deep in thought, and his gaze towards Bai Yong became strange, as if he felt that this young man possessed a maturity beyond his years. The two found a coffee shop, and as soon as they sat down, Bai Yong received a call from Suyu. "Bai Yong, the police have already found some clues about what happened in the parking lot last time." Chapter 161, The Ruthless Mastermind. "Oh, what clue?" Bai Yong perked up. Last time, when the parking lot was attacked, Bai Yong and Suyu were almost in grave danger, their lives hanging in the balance. Now that the police have uncovered clues, he is naturally going to investigate thoroughly to find out who is trying to harm him behind the scenes. The suspect is actually quite obvious. It's almost certainly Bai Yuntao who's behind this. Although he had many enemies, most of them were just a few from the Bai family. Very few people would dare to do that. Jiang Kaiwa wouldn't make things so flawed. That leaves only Bai Yuntao, that seemingly respectable but easily angered and impulsive idiot. Unexpectedly, Suyu said, "That person is probably already dead." "What?" Bai Yong was stunned. "Dead? What happened?" Suyu said, "Based on the surveillance footage, the police tracked down the person's location. After some investigation, we found out that the man was a petty thug who often did nothing but loaf around in the neighborhood. This hoodlum is called Du Dafu. Several policemen in the station have arrested him. They even know where he lives and where he usually goes. We all thought we could find him by following this clue, but we found that there was no one at his residence. We waited for 2 days and 2 nights, but he was nowhere to be found. But most of his things are still there, so it doesn't seem like he's fleeing to escape punishment." Bai Yong asked, "Did you run away home?" Suyu smiled bitterly. The police thought so too, But when they checked his registered residence, they found that his family had long since severed ties with him and had no idea how he was doing or whether he had come back. Both the police and I estimate that his fate is probably not good, and he may already be dead. Baiyang was slightly taken aback. Such a thing actually happened? Could it be that Bai Yuntao hired someone to do this? To silence them? Such quick hands, such a cruel heart. Su Yu added, there's another thing. The police officers who arrested Du Dafu all said that he used to be a petty thief, but this time he actually dared to injure someone with a weapon, which surprised them quite a bit. Baiyang, I'm a little worried. I'm afraid the people targeting you this time are no ordinary guys. Although I have my doubts about Jiang Kaiwa, she shouldn't be more than that, right? Bai Yuntao is even less likely to be involved. He's still just a child, and Jiang Kaiwa has been so strict with him. His social relationships shouldn't be too complicated. After hearing this, Baiyang smiled and said in a relaxed manner, don't be afraid. I'm with my senior now, so there's nothing to worry about. Please be careful over there, and it would be best to have someone protect you. I'll be very careful here. After hanging up the phone, Baiyang made an excuse to go out for some fresh air and went outside the coffee shop to ponder. Su Yu's analysis makes a lot of sense. Jiang Kaiwa was dissatisfied with herself, but her goal was only to mentally break her down and eventually make her submit to her. Physical annihilation is probably not what Jiang Kaiwa wants. As for Bai Yuntao, someone who is a complete mess in business, careless and full of flaws, it's truly unbelievable that he could do something so flawlessly and even destroy the evidence. Who could it be? Baiyang scratched his head, genuinely lacking a clue for the moment. Moreover, now that the petty thug named Du Dafu is gone, and the case can't be investigated any further, so the plan to use this to strike at the Bai family can only come to nothing. It's really a bit of a pity. Baiyang clicked his tongue. However, the Bai family also has its share of scandals. If one doesn't work, they can just find another. Baiyang went over his thoughts again, and then prepared to meet up with Li Wenbin. Baiyang, you stop right there. Du Sweki suddenly appeared out of nowhere, striding forward angrily. You! Come with me. Baiyang felt nauseous when he saw her. It is said that wolves seek wolves, tigers seek tigers, and dung beetles seek cicadas. It's disgusting that Du Sweki could get together with Bai Yuntao. Du Sweki, I am not your subordinate. You have no right to order me around. Get out of the way. Baiyang left after saying just one sentence. Du Sweki grabbed him and said, I've been following you all day. You think you can just make me leave? Not so easy. You made Xiao AI cry. You have to give me some explanation, right? Baiyang shoved her away. I don't owe you any explanation. Also, stop following me around all the time. Aren't you all tired of doing this kind of thing? Did your family send you to university just so you could learn these things? Whether Jiang Tianai cries or not is none of his business. Initially, Baiyang's intention was to get close to her and obtain some information about the Jiang family. Secondly, Baiyang knew that Jiang Tsayue's biggest annoyance was Jiang Tao's 2 children with his stepmother, so getting involved with Jiang Tianai would at least break her defenses a little. But now it seems that Jiang Tianai is trying to hide her identity, and Jiang Kaiwa doesn't seem to care about her relationship with Jiang Tianai. Neither of the 2 plans worked, so Baiyang naturally didn't want to pay any more attention to her. Besides, Jiang Tianai isn't a good person at heart, so why get close to her? Du Sweki was furious. Baiyang, I never expected that you, who acted so respectable on stage, would be such a scumbag at heart. They treated you so sincerely, and you treated them so badly? Sincere? Baiyang really wanted to laugh. How many times have I met Jiang Tianai? And yet she's so persistent in pursuing me. What sincerity? It's nothing more than a disguise for extreme possessiveness. She's always had whatever she wanted since she was little, and now that she's set her sights on Baiyang, she feels he should belong to her too. Baiyang ignored her, which naturally drove Jiang Tianai crazy, but she couldn't tell from the surface. Du Sweki, Baiyang said seriously. Which law says that I have to repay her for the sincerity she shows me? Don't be unreasonable. Get out of here. Du Sweki's eyes widened as she stood in front of Baiyang, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, You bastard. I'm going to expose you on the school's online forum. Baiyang shrugged. Whatever, please do as you please. You. Du Sweki panicked and grabbed Baiyang's arm, pulling him back repeatedly. Baiyang swung her away forcefully again, and Du Sweki was thrown back several steps by the force. Oh. A stylishly dressed girl holding a cup of coffee was knocked down by Du Sweki. The cold coffee spilled all over her, soaking her jeans and white short-sleeved shirt, leaving large, unsightly yellow-black water stains. Are you blind? The girl was furious and sat up, glaring at Du Sweki. Du Sweki panicked and shook her head, saying, I don't know, I didn't mean to, it's all because. Smack! The girl slapped her across the face, leaving a 5-finger mark on Du Sweki's face. Then the girl grabbed Du Sweki and said, Do you know how much this dress is worth? You're not allowed to leave now. I'll deal with you when my boyfriend gets here. Du Sweki panicked a little and, not knowing where she got the courage, bit the girl, forcing her to let go in pain. She then immediately ran behind Baiyang. She pleaded softly, Baiyang, save me. Chapter 162. You think your name is Bai Yuntao? Baiyang was completely speechless. As expected of Bai Yuntao's woman, she really has no shame. The girl stood up and snapped. Fine, you're all together, aren't you? Stay put, my boyfriend's coming right now. Du Sweki had always grown up in a sheltered environment. When had she ever seen anything like this? A chill ran down her spine. Baiyang wanted to leave and didn't want to get entangled in this matter. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately asked the girl, Who's your boyfriend? Is he very impressive? The girl chuckled and said, Impressive? In the whole of Wuzhen, my boyfriend is the boss. Baiyang was delighted upon hearing this. Very good, very good. What are you laughing at? The girl asked, displeased. Baiyang pointed to Du Sweki behind him and said, I advise you to be careful too. Her boyfriend is no ordinary person. Her name is Du Sweki, and her boyfriend is Bai Yuntao, who is my good brother and also the president of Panda TV. So if you mess with us, he won't let you off easily. The girl put her hands on her hips and said, Fine, Bai Yuntao, huh? I'll deal with you guys first, then I'll go after him. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Baiyang immediately grabbed Du Sweki and ran outside. Hey, stop right there. Come back here. The girl was furious and wanted to chase after him, but Baiyang was tall and strong, taking one step as much as she took two, and even Du Sweki was dragged so hard that she was almost lifted into the air. After running for an unknown amount of time, Baiyang finally stopped and released Du Sweki's arm. Du Sweki was already out of breath from running and almost vomited on the spot. When Baiyang loosened his grip, she lost her balance and almost fell over. Huff, 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 you even human? Du Sweki started cursing loudly. Baiyang chuckled. I'm not human? If I weren't human, wouldn't you have been killed by now? Aren't you going to thank me? Du Sweki glared at him. You expect me to thank you? What nonsense were you spouting? When did I become Bai Yuntao's girlfriend? What are you up to? Now that things had come to this, Baiyang was too lazy to argue any further. So he simply left and called Li Wenbin to meet him at the hotel. Du Sweki wanted to chase after him again, but she was already exhausted. She's still catching her breath. How could she possibly have the strength to chase after someone? Night. Bai Yuntao was sulking in the hotel. Bastard. Baiyang, you deserve to die. He felt utterly humiliated when he thought about what had happened during the day. On the way back, Jiang Kaiwe scolded him a few times, saying that he was not well prepared, that his words were not coherent or logical, and that he deserved to be refuted by Baiyang, etc. Bai Yuntao was furious, wondering if he should go out clubbing and drinking later, or find some hostesses to help him relax. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Who is it? Bai Yuntao was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Kaiwe and Bai Xiao went out, and Jiang Tao was having dinner with Jack Ma and the others. Logically speaking, no one should be looking for him now. Room service, a somewhat gruff voice called out. Bai Yuntao wondered, why would a 5-star hotel send a man to do room service? He went over and opened the door. I don't need it right now. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yuntao was grabbed by the collar by a pair of large hands and slammed against the wall. Hey, do you dare to do it? Bai Yuntao felt very short of breath and could barely speak. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? A burly man with a fierce face, tattoos all over his chest, and arms thicker than Bai Yuntao's thighs stared at him. Tell me, are you Bai Yuntao? Bai Yuntao nodded with a look of horror. He saw several elegantly dressed men and women behind the burly man, one of whom had a face full of grievance and anger, and his white short-sleeved shirt had some yellow and black stains. The burly man tightened his grip on his wrist and asked again, "So you're the only one called by Yuntao? Is your girlfriend Du Sweki?" "Girlfriend? Du Sweki?" Bai Yuntao was stunned. "I know Du Sweki. You're the one I've been looking for." The burly man slapped down hard twice. After two sharp cracks, Bai Yuntao's face swelled up like a pig's head. His head was buzzing, and he was screaming in pain. He instinctively started to play the victim. "Brother 3 don't know anything. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "I do know Du Sweki, but she's not my girlfriend," the tattooed man angrily retorted. "What the hell are you pretending for? Damn it, your guys dare to bully my girlfriend. You've got some nerve. I'll teach you a lesson today, but if there's a next time, I'll skin you alive." After saying that, he slapped her twice and kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Bai Yuntao touched his buttocks and groaned pitifully on the ground, still completely dazed. Those people spat on the ground a few times and then left. Bai Yuntao was in a daze and had no idea what was going on. "I didn't provoke them, did I? Du Sweki? When did she become my girlfriend? What business is it of mine if she messes with someone else?" The next day, Bai Yang received a call from Huang Zheng, asking if they could have lunch together. This time, Bai Yang did not refuse. He knew that the time was right. Once the fish took the bait, it was time to reel it in. In the restaurant, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Bai Yang, Huang Zheng couldn't wait to ask, "Bai Yang, I saw the PPT slide you shared yesterday. The content was quite good. Is there anything you didn't mention?" Bai Yang smiled, then took out his computer. "Of course, I've always wanted to create an e-commerce platform that can rival Taobao and JD.com, or even surpass them in scale. So I did a lot of research." After finishing speaking, he began to present the PPT he had prepared earlier and started explaining it to Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng liked it more and more as he looked at it, and listened more and more attentively as he listened. Judging from his expression, Bai Yang knew that he had basically won over this business prodigy. Finally, Huang Zheng couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "Good, good, good. Bai Yang, you really are my soulmate. You've thought of everything I've thought of, and even things I haven't thought of. I dare say the contents of your PowerPoint presentation are worth 10 billion. He thought his ideas were already very advanced and bold, but he didn't expect that Bai Yang had thought further ahead and done more research in this regard. Bai Yang laughed and said, "You flatter me. Actually, just discovering the demand and having a direction is only the first step. The important thing is to create something different from the other two platforms so that we can do it for a longer period of time." Huang Zheng became interested. "Oh, what is it?" Bai Yang fell silent, staring at Huang Zheng with a smile. Huang Zheng immediately understood. "Look at my brain, I got so excited I forgot. Bai Yang, I'm not the kind of person who gets something for nothing. Tell me, what conditions do you want?" "Let's call Chapter 163 Nemu." Bai Yang laughed and said, "It's not about any conditions. I just hope to sign a performance-based agreement with you, Mr. Huang." "A bet?" Huang Zheng immediately became interested. A betting agreement, literally speaking, means that both parties bet on whether a certain event will occur and the winning party receives the maximum benefit. For example, some companies might be acquired for 50 million, but then a performance-based agreement is signed, stipulating that if the company's sales reach a certain amount this year, the acquisition price can be raised to 100 million. Once the betting target is achieved, your net worth can double. But if you fail to achieve it, you might not even get the previously agreed upon 50 million. Take a gamble, and you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, but if you lose, you might end up with nothing. Bai Yang said, "We can take a gamble. If I win, I'll own a majority of the shares in this platform, but you'll become the chairman. How about that?" Huang Zheng laughed. "Bai Yang, you mean if I win, I'll have to work for you? Interesting. What if you lose?" Bai Yang said leisurely. "Then let's switch it up. You own the majority of the shares, I'll work for you, and I'll also inject an extra 500 million into the company. How about that?" Seeing his confident and calm demeanor, Huang Zheng's curiosity grew even stronger. "So what shall we bet on?" Bai Yang extended his right index finger and said, "I'll take the company public within a year. If I succeed, I win." "A year?" Huang Zheng's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? Going public is no easy feat. In China, just going through the IPO and other listing processes, as well as the China Securities Regulatory Commission's review, would take at least a year and a half. If you go to Hong Kong for stocks, the financial regulations are even stricter. Needless to say, the U.S. stock market, being a long-established capitalist country, is even more stringent in its scrutiny of Chinese companies. Would they really let you easily go public and earn U.S. dollars? He had previously worked with Duan Yongping in the United States, so he knew all too well the ins and outs of the business. No matter how you look at it, Huang Zheng believes that Bai Yang's claim of going public within a year is nothing short of delusional. Bai Yang, don't you want to think this through? This is too difficult, extremely difficult. Even though he admired Bai Yang, Huang Zheng thought he had chosen an extremely difficult task. Or rather, it's simply impossible. Bai Yang confidently stated, whether it's difficult or not is my business. Whether you agree or not is your business. Huang Zheng readily agreed. Okay, it's settled then. If Bai Yang can really do it, Huang Zheng would be willing to work for him. The two quickly drafted a contract and agreement, then signed it and kept copies for each other's records. Bai Yang, now that we've decided to do this, what do you plan to name this e-commerce platform? Huang Zheng pushed up his glasses. I've thought about it a lot, but it all feels a bit off. For example, Tao Tao, Tao Tao, Jingdaidong, etc., all have the influence of others and lack distinctive features. Bai Yang laughed. How about calling her Bing Cici? Bing Cici. Huang Zheng frowned slightly. This sounds strange, but it is indeed catchy and quite creative. Bai Yang said, the word Bing means group buying, and she means more. The unique feature of our platform is group buying. Many supermarkets and shopping malls have promotions now, offering discounts for group purchases, right? We can do that too. An item that originally sells for 100 yuan can be sold for only 80 yuan if multiple people buy it together. After hearing this, Huang Zheng clapped his hands and said, in that case, there will definitely be many people who will join together to place a group order. But the problem is, how can we ensure that so many people will join the group order? Bai Yang smiled slyly and said, then we'll have to ask Brother Ma for help. If you want to gather enough people for a group purchase, then send the product link to your WeChat friends, QQ friends, or chat groups. It's foolish not to take advantage of a bargain. Once others click on the link, they'll have to download our app and then buy this product. This will increase downloads, increase sales, and at the very least, promote Pinduoduo. It's a win-win-win situation. I call this pattern. Cut it once. Huang Zheng stroked his chin and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. However, Huang Zheng soon became worried again. This is indeed a good idea, but the problem is, how can we achieve the first step, which is to lower the price? If a product originally cost 100 yuan is now selling for 80 yuan, then if a product originally cost 10 yuan is slashed, wouldn't it only cost 8 yuan? That wouldn't even cover the shipping cost. Bai Yang smiled and said, I've also thought of a way to do that. All we need to do is... Just as Huang Zheng was about to continue speaking, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside, making a great commotion. The restaurant was filled with noise, drawing everyone's attention. Walking in the middle was a middle-aged man with a large head, who was being surrounded by a group of people and enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a smiling face, chatting and laughing as he walked, appearing relaxed and calm. Bai Yang knew both of these people. Jack Ma and Jiang Tao. The two of them seemed to have a really good relationship. At this moment, Jiang Tao also noticed Bai Yang. Why is it him again? Jiang Tao stopped, glaring at Bai Yang with a displeased expression. Jack Ma followed his gaze and asked, What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? Do you know that Bai Yang? Jiang Tao hummed in agreement, somewhat puzzled. Jack, you know him too? Jack Ma laughed and said, He's a little star in our circle now. It's not easy for someone so young to have achieved what he has. When I was his age, I never even thought about starting a business. This may well be the truth. Jack Ma had a broad vision when he was young, and his family had great resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to learn English and understand computers and the internet before the opening up of China. However, he initially wanted to stay within the system, just like his father. Later, with the help of his father-in-law, he gradually began to accumulate the capital to start his own business. Hearing Jack Ma's praise of Bai Yang, Jiang Tao felt rather uncomfortable. To be honest, he really wanted to say proudly and naturally, This is my grandson. But now, Even if he said it, Yang wouldn't admit it, and he would only humiliate himself. Yang didn't care when he saw Jiang Tao and the others. Instead, he continued talking to Huang Zheng. Let's continue. Here's what I'm thinking about the low price issue. To everyone's surprise, Jack Ma walked straight over and said, "You must be Yang. I've seen you on the news before and heard about you." Facing such a big shot and senior, Yang smiled politely. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I've long admired your name." Huang Zheng nodded to Jack Ma without saying anything more. Jack Ma then asked, "Have you been planning to start a business recently? How about we collaborate?" These words stunned everyone present. Chapter 164 No Face. Jack Ma actually asked Yang directly if he wanted to start a business. This is an enormous honor. With Jack Ma's endorsement and support, isn't that like catching a fast train to take off? Jiang Tao frowned slightly. Jack Ma already agreed to support Yun Tao's new business yesterday, and now he wants to support Yang too? Won't that just lead to them kicking each other while they're down? Of course, Jack Ma was unaware of Yang and Yun Tao's relationship with Jiang Tao. He simply wanted to give the promising young man a chance. Thinking about it this way, Yang was able to attract Jack Ma's attention and recognition simply through his own efforts and achievements. Yun Tao had to rely on his connections and personal relationships to get Jack Ma to give him a second glance. Looking at it this way, it's true what they say. Comparisons are odious. Jiang Tao felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would be if his and Yang's positions weren't opposed. Huang Zheng glanced at Yang without showing any emotion. If Yang agrees here, then I will have no chance to cooperate with him. Once Jack Ma agrees, then Pony Ma will not support Yang, and there's no point in even thinking about a new e-commerce platform. Even if one is created, it will be subordinate to Taobao. It remains to be seen whether Yang can withstand the pressure from Jack Ma and the temptation of immediate success. Yang looked calm and said with a smile, "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ma, but I have already found a partner and project to cooperate with. Let's have another chance to work together." Jack Ma's expression turned somewhat serious after being politely declined. He asked, "Oh, what kind of project is it? Can I listen to it? You wouldn't keep this a secret, would you? Are you afraid I'll steal your business?" Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in Jemmerk's tone. Whether they felt sorry or gloated, everyone was waiting for Yang's reply. Huang Zheng was also a little nervous. Would Yang reveal his plans to work on Pinduoduo now? Yang replied calmly, "What I want to make is mobile games, which I'm afraid Mr. Ma wouldn't be interested in." Making mobile games? Huang Zheng then remembered that Pony Ma had mentioned this. After selling Douyin, Yang was indeed preparing to develop a mobile game, which is why he continued his cooperative relationship with Tencent. It just so happens that he works at the game company now, so it became very natural for them to chat together. From Yang's perspective, this is not a lie. Bing6 was a project he collaborated on with Huang Zheng, but he only received a larger share of the profits. After all, it would be very difficult and time-consuming to build up Bing6, and he doesn't have that much energy and time right now. His next profit driver is the mobile game, which is almost ready to be launched. Once we return to the capital, the mobile game, Honor of Kings, can begin operation. Mobile games? That's true. I don't think making games has any future. Jack Ma made no attempt to hide his opinion, saying, "Games are something that can't last long in China. Our creative environment doesn't allow it." Yang just smiled and didn't say anything. Jack Ma then said, "Yang, I see you're young and have a lot of potential, so why are you so stubborn? Listen to me. There's no future in continuing to make games. The future of the internet is inevitably in the financial sector." This is something Jack Ma has consistently emphasized at the Internet Conference. With Sifubo's development booming, Jack Ma has already begun preparing for his next big move. Yang knew that Huabei was about to be launched, followed by Jiebei, and so on. What Jack Ma is actually trying to do is to create an internet-based high-interest loan bank, and then implement the consumer credit model. Yang understood this very well, and didn't intend to pay any attention to it. For him, following Jack Ma indefinitely meant there was no future. "Mr. Ma, my project is progressing steadily, and I really don't want to give up halfway." Yang smiled and said, "If there's a chance in the future, let's cooperate again. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Jack Ma understood Yang's meaning. so he wiped his face and left. Everyone else present was extremely surprised. Their hearts were racing, and they looked at Bai Yang as if he were a monster that had fallen from the sky, thinking that he was simply incomprehensible. Jack Ma is now the closest to God in the business world. For the average entrepreneur, being able to exchange a single word with Jack Ma is already a blessing, something to be grateful for. As a result, Bai Yang still refused. Jack Ma gave him 2 chances, but he refused both times. What medicine did you take? Jiang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yang, your arrogance has not only not changed, but has become even more pronounced. This will get you into trouble sooner or later. After Jack Ma left, Huang Zheng laughed. Bai Yang, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid that Jack Ma will hold a grudge against you and come after us when our business grows bigger? Bai Yang then said, it's all right, competitors pay the original price. Once Pinduoduo becomes successful, it will inevitably clash with Alibaba sooner or later. Let's consider this a preemptive declaration of war. I don't like playing games. Huang Zheng glanced at Bai Yang with considerable appreciation, then said, all right, let's get started on the preparations. I estimate that a little over 100 million will be enough for the initial funding. After they finished discussing their plan, they said their goodbyes and returned home. Bai Yang let out a long sigh. All right, things are settled here. Now we can start causing trouble for the Bai family. On the other side, Bai Yuntao, whose head had been beaten into a pig's head, was crying to Jiang Kaiwei. Mom, I don't know anything. They just barged in. I'm so wronged. I haven't gone out at all. I haven't caused any trouble, and I don't even know them. Jiang Kaiwei rubbed the bridge of her nose and then said, they mentioned that Du Sueki. During the meal earlier, Jiang Tianai introduced Du Sueki to everyone, and she herself had some impression of her. But why did the people who beat Bai Yuntao mention her name this time? The only solution is to call someone over and ask them. But she didn't want to communicate with Jiang Tianai, so she handed the matter over to Bai Xia. Just then, Bai Xia returned and said, Mom, I found out everything. The hotel receptionist said those people weren't ordinary thugs. The leader was a well-known local bully with a very complicated background. It will probably take some time to investigate. The police said they would do it as soon as possible. As for Du Sueki, my aunt said she would bring Du Sueki over in a little while to explain the situation. Upon hearing that Jiang Tianai was coming, Jiang Kaiwei stood up and said, then you talk to her. Besides, I have a feeling that this matter is related to that rebellious son, Bai Yang. Ask around further. If it really is related to that rebellious son, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia felt a pang of sadness, then sighed helplessly. Yes, I will find a way. As soon as Jiang Kaiwei went upstairs, Jiang Tianai and Du Sueki arrived. Upon seeing Du Sueki, Bai Yuntao immediately switched into acting mode. Ouch, it hurts so much. It really hurts so much. Seeing Bai Yuntao like this, Du Sueki stepped forward and said apologetically, Bai Yuntao, what's wrong with you? It's all Bai Yang's fault. He's the one who caused all this trouble. Chapter 165, A Turtle Looking at Green Beans. Bai Yang. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia was somewhat surprised. Is this really related to Bai Yang? Du Sueki said somewhat guiltily. Yes. It was he who deliberately provoked those thugs and then used Xiao Tao's name, which caused Xiao Tao to suffer an undeserved disaster. I really don't understand why Bai Yang likes to cause trouble so much, and why he drags innocent people into it after he gets into trouble. Bai Yuntao was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth. It really was that bastard. Not content with causing trouble for me before, now they've even learned to send people to beat me up? Big sister, you heard that too, right? Bai Yuntao looked aggrieved and cried. I was just doing what Mom told me to do, to get revenge for what he did to me at my investment speech last time, and now he's sent people to beat me up again. It's obvious that after I treated him the way he treated me, he retaliated in kind, sending people to attack me. Bai Xia frowned. Wait, he brought others to beat you up. How can that be considered an eye for an eye? Bai Yuntao's heart tightened. Realizing he had let something slip, he quickly turned to Jiang Tianai. Auntie, you have to stand up for me this time. This Bai Yang is clearly trying to make trouble for our family, especially since he's single-mindedly trying to harm me. Jiang Tianai also felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Bai Yang, why did you do this? Did you have some kind of grudge against him before? Bai Xia and Bai Yuntao both fell silent. To tell the truth would be to reveal Bai Yang's true identity. But Jiang Tao had already instructed that Jiang Tianai must not know the truth, lest she be hurt. After a while, once Jiang Tianai is sent abroad, everything will be fine. Therefore, they must remain silent for the time being and avoid saying anything if possible. At this moment, Bai Xia remembered another question. By the way, Sweki, why do those people say you are Xiao Tao's girlfriend? Du Sweki blushed. It was Bai Yang who made things up. Bai Xia shook her head. That's not what I asked. Why did Bai Yang bring this up? Didn't he offend someone? He could have just mentioned Xiao Tao's name. Why did he have to bring up your relationship with Xiao Tao? I just don't feel like it makes logical sense. Du Sweki was at a loss for words. She deliberately concealed the fact that she had bumped into the woman. Otherwise, wouldn't she have become the one causing trouble? Bai Yuntao suddenly spoke up. Big sister, isn't this simple? Bai Yang isn't just polite to me, he's also not polite to Annie. Seeing that Sweki is my aunt's best friend, they must want to mess with her. That's why they deliberately spread rumors and caused so much trouble. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xia and Jiang Tianai felt a chill in their hearts. Does Bai Yang really despise the Bai and Jiang families that much? Du Sweki looked at Bai Yuntao with gratitude. Bai Yuntao deliberately flicked his bangs, thinking he looked very cool as he gave Du Sweki a quick, flirtatious look. The two of them, like turtles staring at green beans, gradually developed a liking for each other. Bai Xia sighed. Then while Bai Yang is still in Wuzhen, I'll go and talk to him. If it really is his fault, I'll handle it accordingly. Jiang Tianai chimed in. I'll go too. Bai Xia's eyes were somewhat complicated. Auntie, I know what you mean, but Bai Yang's attitude towards you before was indeed a bit cold. Your going there probably won't be of any use, and might even make things more unpleasant for everyone. So why bother? Perhaps I should go and sound them out first. Jiang Tianai asked with some doubt, but he doesn't seem to treat you very well. Are you really confident going alone? Bai Xia was at a loss for words. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bai Yuntao subconsciously shrank his neck. Bai Xia went to open the door and found Baiwen standing outside. Baiwen was wearing a light yellow floral dress and a matching sun hat, his hair falling straight down his shoulders, and he was looking at her with a smile. Xiaowen, what brings you here? Bai Xia asked, somewhat surprised. Baiwen laughed and said, Why can't I come? My teacher was also invited to Wuzhen for an interview, so I came along and also stopped by to see you and Mom. I just finished my work and came straight here. Aren't you surprised? Bai Xia gave a wry smile. It was quite a pleasant surprise. How she had just wished that the person knocking on the door was Bai Yang. If Bai Yang is willing to come over and explain things clearly, clarifying the misunderstandings from this time and the previous ones, many problems will likely be solved. But Bai Yang could no longer do that, and was gradually drifting further and further away from himself and his family. Thinking of all this, Bai Xia felt another pang of pain in her heart. Big sister, what's wrong? Baiwen noticed that Bai Xia's complexion was not good. Before Bai Xia could explain, Bai Yuntao immediately stepped forward and said, Second sister, isn't it all because of Bai Yang? He's trying to beat me to death this time. I'm so scared right now. I'm really, really scared. After saying that, she burst into tears again, her eyes filled with tears. Jiang Tianai frowned, thinking to herself, why does such a big boy cry so easily? On the contrary, Du Sweki believed that Bai Yuntao's true nature meant he must be a very sincere person. After hearing the whole story, Baiwen took a deep breath and said, Big sister, I need to talk to Bai Yang about something. He really went too far this time. They actually dared to use Xiao Tao's name to kill someone else. And this is still in Wuzhen. What if they go back to the capital or Yunqing in the future? He thinks he's gotten arrogant now that he has some money, right? Then we can't tolerate him anymore. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, he might be capable of hiring someone to commit murder in the future. Baiwen still felt somewhat guilty towards Bai Yang. But when she saw that her repentance had not moved Bai Yang at all, and that Bai Yun had become like this because of Bai Yang, with her career ruined and her life worse than death, she finally woke up. There is no room for reconciliation between her and Bai Yang. Bai Yang will only keep trying to destroy himself and this family. Bai Xia then said, All right, don't be too angry. I think there might be some misunderstanding. Baiwen grabbed Bai Xia's hand. Xiao Tao is already like this. What are you still misunderstanding? We need to give him a good warning now, or our family will never have a peaceful day. Bai Xia wanted to say a few more words, but considering that it was better for Bai Wen to accompany her than for Jiang Tianai, she agreed. When they arrived at Bai Yang's hotel and identified themselves as his sister, the receptionist said, "Mr. Bai is not here right now." "Then we'll wait." Baiwen crossed her arms over her chest. She felt only shame when she thought of how humble she had been before. "Baiyang, I'll make you feel the same way too." Chapter 166, Treating Children as Slaves. Baiwen's change in attitude made Bai Xia feel even more uneasy. Although the Bai family is now somewhat divided, Jiang Kaiwei is still the main figure in reality. If she herself still needs to rely on Jiang Kaiwei, how much more so can Bai Wen and the others? Moreover, Jiang Kaiwei was certain that Jiang Tao would not abandon his daughter, so he would definitely use the Jiang family's resources to support Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yuntao. With a clear backer and Bai Yang's long-standing hostility towards the Bai family, Bai Wen's previous guilt and unease have vanished. Bai Xia couldn't help but sigh. "Bai Yang, oh Bai Yang, is this what you wanted to see?" Finding Bai Yang's whereabouts is not difficult, as he is already a minor celebrity in Wuzhen. Especially after Bai Yang directly rejected Jack Ma, some negative rumors began to spread. For example, things like a petty person getting ahead, disrespecting elders, or becoming arrogant and complacent. I thought he was actually quite reliable before, but it turns out he's nothing special. Now he's showing his true colors. Baiwen said, "I really thought he could be a good younger brother, but now it seems he's just a simple-minded, reckless, and stubborn person." After nagging all the way, Bai Xia and Baiwen arrived at a lively venue. They found out through their connections that Bai Yang would be attending an interview here today. The huge conference hall was packed with people, all dressed exquisitely and elegantly. Their conversation filled with professional terms and jargon, and the air was permeated with a refreshing fragrance. Bai Xia and Baiwen found a place to sit down, planning to have a proper talk with Bai Yang after his interview. The interview format was quite simple. A host, Bai Yang, and a senior figure in the industry chatted together. The guest invited for this interview was Lu Shiwa, a well-known figure in the mobile phone industry. He can be considered a big shot, and his appearance was met with applause. Bai Yang made his appearance soon after. His impeccably tailored suit, meticulously styled hair, tall and upright figure, and handsome, sunny face immediately drew everyone's attention upon his arrival. "That's Bai Yang. He's really handsome and seems quite reliable. Can someone who dares to directly confront Jack Ma be an ordinary person? But I wonder where he gets such confidence at such a young age. Does he have some kind of background? What kind of background does Bai Yang have? Haven't you heard? He's an orphan, and his adoptive parents are just ordinary people. He earned his first pot of gold by selling vegetables when he was still in high school. This guy dares to go head-to-head with Jack Ma. He's really a bit too young and arrogant. But it's not surprising. He seems to have 10 Cent backing him. So he has some kind of powerful backing, right? Shaw, what kind of backer is that? Even Little Ma wouldn't dare to directly confront Jack Ma. If he really forced Jack Ma to take action, would Little Ma really help him?" Hearing these comments, Bai Xia felt a little uncomfortable. She worried that Bai Yang might actually be targeted by Alibaba or become a victim in the battle between the two big shots. "Xiaoyang, this stage is still too early for you," Baiwen said from the side. "Big sister, you don't need to feel sorry or worry about him. He brought this on himself. Someone like him, thinking that he's the most important person in the world and that no one can deal with him, is bound to crash and burn sooner or later. I've been reflecting on this lately. I was too lenient with him before, and I spoiled him. We can't do that in the future." After hearing this, Bai Xia sighed softly and said nothing more. Bai Yang, on stage, maintained his confidence and composure throughout. These interviews are actually quite relaxed. There's no need to be overly nervous. Many people assume that conversations between industry leaders are discussions about the future of the industry or are full of profound and mysterious Zen wisdom. But most of the time, the big shots talk about everything except work in their professions, and in private they talk mostly about women and dirty jokes. Bai Yang also felt a bit emotional when facing Lu Shiwa. Lu Shiwa is still a key figure in Chinese mobile phones. But who would have thought that a brand that is now popular all over the country would be unknown to everyone in a few years? Lu Shiwa will soon be taking a position at Dami Mobile, starting the second spring of his career. Bai Yang's fondness for the Dami phone was second only to that of the far superior Huawei, so his conversation with Lu Shiwa was also very harmonious. The two started by talking about the internet, then moved on to everyday family matters and anecdotes from their previous entrepreneurial ventures. Bai Yang was able to keep up with all sorts of topics, and the conversation went very smoothly. Lu Shiwa also greatly admired this young man. To handle light matters with ease and heavy matters with ease, this is a skill not everyone possesses. Lu Shiwa suddenly changed the subject. Bai Yang, I heard that you were the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It's not easy for a student to achieve this. Speaking of which, it must be related to your family education, right? Could you share your parents' parenting experience with me so I can teach my child when I get back? The people in the room laughed, but this was indeed a question that many people cared about. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yang said, Actually, my parents didn't do much. They simply taught me to be sincere and that happiness is the most important thing. So I don't get carried away when things are going well, and I know to be optimistic when things are going badly. I strongly agree with the saying that parents are the best teachers for their children. Teaching children by example is always more important than simply telling them what to say. If parents are control freaks and abusers, then no matter what they instill in their children every day or try to cultivate their good qualities, it will still be a waste of time and will only make the children become problematic people. Many people in the world are actually unable to escape the influence of their parents throughout their lives. I am very lucky to have been raised by my current adoptive parents, rather than by my biological parents. Otherwise, I would probably be ruined by now. Fortunately, they didn't have the chance to teach me a lesson, otherwise you probably wouldn't be here to see me. This statement immediately sparked interest and discussion among many people. Bai Xia and Bai Wen's expressions turned extremely ugly. Lu Shiwa then asked, I remember now, your biological parents died a long time ago. So, are you saying they were control freaks? And even abused you? Bai Yang chuckled. Although I'm not very familiar with them, I've heard some things about them. My birth mother was a complete madwoman, a sadistic psychopath. In her eyes, she was always right, and children were her tools, with only obligations to her and no rights. In other words, she felt that her child was her slave, and she believed that her love for her child was a form of charity. If she didn't want to give charity anymore, the child could only silently endure it and reflect on it. Any doubts or dissatisfaction you have about him are wrong. Those present couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Is there really such a vicious woman? Chapter 167. You're committing a crime. Do you understand? Bai Wen couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to refute Bai Yang. But Bai Xia held her down and said, Although this forum isn't high profile, the people who come here are all extraordinary individuals. Don't be presumptuous. Bai Wen, being a student and young and impetuous, didn't take his words seriously. Sister, I don't think I've been presumptuous at all. Didn't you hear what Bai Yang just said? Was that even human language? Is our mother that kind of person? Bai Xia said quietly, You don't think so? Bai Wen also fell silent. On stage, Lu Shiwa was somewhat surprised. There are mothers like that? That sounds really scary. Parents always treat their children like precious gems, never like slaves. Although it's not appropriate for me to say this, it's really a good thing that you, Bai Yang, have never been disciplined by her. Bai Yang smiled and agreed. I think so too. Lu Shiwa had a quirk. He loved to talk. Seeing how easygoing Bai Yang was, and driven by his own intense curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, So, what about your older sisters? What kind of people are they? Bai Yang smiled and said, In short, they are all hypocrites, all show and no substance. They have been completely tamed by my mother who died young. They will probably only live a life of conformity. There's really nothing to say about them. If I had to say something, it would be about my eldest sister. Although she is a strong woman, her business skills are actually just so-so. She can't withstand even the slightest storm. Although the second child was a top student from a young age and had good grades, it was all just theory. She went on to graduate school after completing her undergraduate degree, and then she wanted to pursue a doctorate. She's not particularly studious. She just wants to continue living a comfortable life under the guise of being a student. She's afraid of employment and independence, and she often puts on a kind facade just to make herself appear to fit the persona of a businesswoman. In reality, her understanding is extremely naive. Hearing Bai Yang verbally abuse her on stage, Bai Wen was so angry that she stomped her feet, wishing she could go up and tear Bai Yang's mouth apart. "I'll Bai Yang you." Bai Wen's eyes reddened with anger. "Big sister, he talked about me like that. And you too. Aren't you angry at all?" Bai Xia sighed and said, "Xiao Wen, you have to understand. He's the one on stage now, the one who can chat and laugh with other big shots. Perhaps what Xiaoyang said isn't entirely unreasonable. Ask yourself honestly, were all the things he just said wrong? After you graduated from university, I wanted you to come to the company to train. But after only 2 days, you said you couldn't handle it and weren't used to getting up early. You didn't even stay for half a month before you said you were going to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam. Do you really enjoy reading, or do you simply not want to go to work?" Bai Wen swallowed hard and then explained, "I just want to learn more knowledge, get a higher degree, and then help my family. Besides, what's wrong with me continuing my studies because I really don't want to work? Lots of people do the same." Bai Xia added, "Others are doing that because they are unemployed after graduation and can't find jobs, so they want to improve their education. Our family has ready-made companies and businesses that could directly get you a job, but you don't appreciate it. Isn't that right?" Bai Wen was speechless for a moment, then said, "I'm nothing like that." "Oh right, why are you bringing this up?" "We're here to help Xiao Tao get revenge." Bai Xia then asked, "Xiao Tao Xiao Wen, you previously realized that you had protected Xiao Tao, which caused Xiao Yang to suffer so much injustice. How come you've become the same as before now?" Bai Wen said, "Big sister, the situation is different now. Grandpa wants to mentor Xiao Tao, but Bai Yang doesn't appreciate our efforts at all. Since that's the case, why should we continue to be polite to him? I think that even if we're just going to let Bai Yang go home, we need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how will he treat us when he comes back? In short, we must help Xiao Tao get some justice this time." This time, it was Bai Xia's turn to remain silent. After the forum ended, Bai Yang and Lu Shiwa exchanged business cards and talked for a while before parting ways to prepare for dinner. Just as Bai Yang and Li Wenbin were about to leave, Bai Xia and Bai Wen went up to them. "Bai Yang." Bai Wen walked ahead and said to Bai Yang without any politeness, "You really had the nerve to say those things on stage, thinking you knew me so well." When Bai Yang saw the two of them, he immediately felt nauseous. "Seeing you before dinner is really unlucky. No, seeing you anytime is especially unlucky." Bai Wen got even angrier. "Bai Yang, do you think you're so great and capable? Let me tell you, no matter how capable you are, you can't change the fact that you're a member of the Bai family. When you were talking about Mom and me on stage, you were actually talking about yourself." Bai Yang shrugged. "Whatever, say whatever you want. You'd better turn on a loudspeaker and repeat what you just said." However, even Zhang Tao and Zhang Kaiwa don't dare to admit it directly. "If you do this, don't blame me for making things difficult later." This sentence hit Bai Wen's weak spot. If the truth were made public, and people knew that Bai Yang had an indirect relationship with the Bai family, then the things that happened in the past, such as how Bai Yang was abandoned and abused, would be revealed to the world. Bai Wen dared not continue. Bai Yang sneered and said, "Are you feeling guilty? Don't talk nonsense about things you yourself aren't confident about, or you'll just make yourself look like a clown. Jiang Kaiwe has already tacitly agreed that I said she was dead, and now you're running out to defend her. Who do you think you are?" Bai Wen angrily retorted, You. Fine, I won't argue with you. I came here to ask you something. Xiao Tao was beaten up. Does this have anything to do with you?" Bai Xia looked at Bai Yang with some concern. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang smiled with relief. "Oh, that good-for-nothing really got beaten up? Good. Yes, it's related to me. I was the one who mentioned his name. Is there a problem? It's unbelievable that those people could actually find someone based on a name. He seems to have some skills. At least he's a big shot in Wuzhen. That's good. It means Bai Yuntao really suffered, and that's something to celebrate." Seeing Bai Yang's nonchalant attitude, Bai Wen became even angrier. "Bai Yang, I never imagined you'd become this kind of person. You're committing a crime, do you understand? Chapter 168, Let It Slip. A crime? What crime did I commit? Yang found her particularly funny. Li Wenbin, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. Yeah, you little sister are really something, coming right up to talk about Yang like this and that. May I ask what evidence you have? Yang is now an outstanding young entrepreneur. If you slander him here and damage his reputation, then you are committing a crime, understand? Baiwen retorted angrily. Where did I commit a crime? I'm telling the truth, and he himself admitted it. Xiao Tao being beaten is indeed related to him. You need to explain yourself clearly today. Yang ignored her completely and was about to walk away. Baiwen stepped forward and reached out her hand, trying to grab him. Yang swung his hand back and slapped Baiwen across the face. Xia stared wide-eyed at Yang and Baiwen, her gaze towards Yang particularly unfamiliar, as if she didn't recognize him. You. Baiwen covered his face. You hit me? Yang flicked his wrist, his tone icy. Can't you people stop being so idiotic? Am I hitting you or touching you? What the hell are you asking? Baiwen got angry. Fine, fine. You really are just like Mom said, completely useless now. I even spoke up for you before, thinking you would repent, but you're still the same as before. You disgust me. I'll call the police as soon as I get back. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant then. Yang looked at her and chuckled. You're quite the righteous one. What? Do you think you're so innocent? They say a clear conscience fears no accusation, but don't you know your own actions? Baiwen was taken aback, then said, So you've learned to scare people, huh? Yang, let me tell you right now. One day, you'll definitely pay the price. Yang chuckled and said, You'd better remember this. You'll be the one who pays the price. After saying that, he and Li Wenbin strode away. Baiwen was so angry that her hands were trembling. Then she turned to Xia and said, Big sister, now you see, Yang really doesn't deserve our sympathy. At first I thought I had really done something wrong, but now it seems that this is just his nature to be so mean. What Xiao Tao did to him was not excessive at all. Even if Xiao Tao went too far, even if Xiao Tao isn't a good person, the wicked will be punished by the wicked. But at least Xiao Tao calls us sister, and Mom and Grandpa value him even more. We need to distinguish between what's more important and what's less important. Xia took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. Let's see. Coincidentally, the police did call. The police officer in charge of the investigation said to Xia, Ms. Bai, please bring Bai Yuntao and Du Sweki to the police station. There are some things we need their cooperation in verifying. Xia readily agreed. Big sister, how's it going? Is there any progress? Baiwen was very excited, thinking that she had finally found something to use against Yang. Xia said, The police asked us to cooperate with the investigation, but they didn't say anything specific. Don't always have preconceived notions. The two then took Bai Yuntao and Du Sweki and headed to the police station. Jiang Tianai followed along, still somewhat unable to believe that Yang had caused this incident. At the police station, they were greeted by a policewoman with a ponytail. Baiwen asked impatiently, Officer, is there any news? Have those people been caught? The policewoman said, We checked on those people, and their version of events differs slightly from yours. Baiwen was stunned. Entering and exiting? Du Sweki's expression changed, and she unconsciously moved to stand next to Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao, bursting with a desire to perform, raised his voice. So what if there are discrepancies? They were the ones who hit me. No matter what, they're in the wrong. Baiwen immediately chimed in. Yes, it's definitely wrong of them to hit people. Also, officer, I have a lead to provide. A man named Yang has admitted to being involved in this matter. What? Jiang Tianai's face paled instantly, somewhat unable to believe it. The policewoman frowned. What Yang? Why didn't you mention him before? Xia sighed. All right, officer, don't worry about that for now. Tell me what you found out. The policewoman said, They say that this whole thing was caused by you. Take a look at this. She turned her computer around and pointed to the screen, saying, This is a surveillance video from the day of the incident that we found. The surveillance footage shows Du Sweki and Yang talking at the entrance of a coffee shop. As Yang was about to leave, Du Sweki suddenly became agitated and grabbed him. Yang pushed her back forcefully, and Du Sweki stumbled back a few steps, bumping into a stylishly dressed girl. After arguing for a while, Du Sweki hid behind Bai Yang. Then Bai Yang said something, and immediately pulled Du Sweki and started running. Bai Yuntao recognized the girl at a glance as one of the people who had broken into his room. Du Sweki's face turned ashen, and she didn't know what to say. Xiaoxua, why didn't you tell me about this? What do you want with Bai Yang? Jiang Tianai's eyes widened, and she asked in confusion. Bai Wen also began to feel uneasy. According to Du Sweki's previous statement, it was Bai Yang who provoked those thugs and then deliberately used Bai Yuntao's name to shift the blame, causing Bai Yuntao to suffer an undeserved disaster. In retrospect, it is clear that Du Sweki caused the trouble first, and Bai Yang was not only innocently implicated, but also helped Du Sweki escape. The reversal came somewhat suddenly, silencing everyone present. Bai Xia felt a sharp pain in her heart and sat down weakly, clutching her forehead. It's happening again. I and my family have wronged Bai Yang once again. Tu went to find Bai Yang to reason with Bai Yang. Du Sweki said, looking aggrieved. He was so rude to Xiao Ai, so I just wanted him to apologize to you. But look at his attitude. Jiang Tianai said with mixed feelings, you can't lie. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just said it sooner? Neither Bai Yang nor you should have made things like this. If it weren't for this surveillance footage, Bai Yang wouldn't be able to explain himself. You're such a grown man. Can't you even understand this much? She knew it was perfectly reasonable for her best friend to stand up for her, but she never expected Du Sweki to do something so stupid. Du Sweki had no way to defend herself, so she looked down at the floor and her breathing became rapid. Bai Yuntao quickly stepped forward and said, Auntie, you can't blame Du like that. Even if we're 90% wrong, Bai Yang is still 10% wrong. He's always been like this at home. I know him too well. These words caused another moment of silence in the room. Jiang Tianai's voice trembled slightly. Bai Yang used to be at home, what do you mean? Chapter 169, I talked to him again. Jiang Tianai asked in confusion. Xiao Tao, what did you mean by that just now? Actually, she had suspected before. Could Bai Yang have some kind of relationship with Bai Yuntao and the others? But Jiang Tao had made it clear to her that there was no connection between the two, and the surname Bai was also very common in Yunqing, so she didn't dwell on it too much. Bai Yuntao realized he had let something slip and couldn't help but shudder. The fact that Bai Yang is actually Jiang Tianai's nephew was kept secret even from Jiang Tao. What if I accidentally let it slip? That would be terrible. No, Auntie, I misspoke. Bai Yuntao stammered. What I mean is I've met Bai Yang before, and his reputation wasn't great when he was in Yunqing. Hearing this, Jiang Tianai was somewhat skeptical. Bai Xia spoke up. Auntie, that's not the point. Let's think about what to do next. This time, it was Miss Du who offended someone first. Bai Yang is innocent, so I think we should apologize to Bai Yang properly and explain things clearly. Bai Wen continued, why apologize? We are victims too. And Bai Yang did mention Xiao Tao's name. But this has nothing to do with Xiao Tao. It's all Bai Yang's malicious attempt to frame us, isn't it? Jiang Tianai was suddenly caught in a dilemma. If both sides were to concede equally and compromise, neither Du Sweki nor Bai Yang would likely be happy. Bai Xia sighed and said, after all, this was caused by Miss Du. If Miss Du hadn't gone to Bai Yang, this probably wouldn't have happened, and she wouldn't have given Bai Yang this opportunity, right? We were the ones who handed him the knife. If it were you, wouldn't you have done the same? She only said half of what she meant. Bai Xia further pointed out that if Bai Wen and others had the opportunity to frame Bai Yang, they probably wouldn't have hesitated either. Bai Yuntao, in particular, is likely to go even further than Bai Yang. Bai Wen retorted, unconvinced, but I still think apologizing to him is too unreasonable. He's been targeting us all along, and now he wants to. Stop talking. Jiang Tianai said, I'll go talk to Bai Yang. In the hotel, Bai Yang was listening to the news with headphones on while packing luggage with Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin asked, somewhat puzzled, Junior, why are you in such a hurry to go back? There are still some activities to come here. Bai Yang then said, Huang Zheng has already left and started taking action. We can't fall behind, can we? I also need to keep an eye on the development of the mobile game and get it released for public beta as soon as possible. Li Wenbin said, then you'd better be careful when you get back. Those who wanted to attack you might still try. The police can't catch anyone now, probably because they disposed of the body. They were so ruthless, who could it be? As they were talking, a message popped up on Li Wenbin's phone. Li Wenbin picked it up and took a look. His expression changed slightly, and then he glanced at Baiyang nervously. Baiyang noticed his unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Wenbin said, "It's Jiang Tianai. She said she wants to see you and clarify some things. I have nothing to say to her. I told her not to bother me anymore. We're really not close." Baiyang didn't seem to care, as if he were talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Li Wenbin sat down and said, "She's innocent, isn't she? She's just a girl with good intentions. Why be so heartless? Maybe she's here to cut ties with you? It's better to be clear about things. I know these rich heiresses. They're like icebergs most of the time, but once they fall in love, they can be deadly. If they get entangled with you and you can't part amicably, the consequences could be dire." After hearing this, Baiyang sighed softly. "Okay, tell her to meet at the coffee shop across from the hotel. Also, I only have 20 minutes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianai really stuck to him like a leech. This matter is neither a big deal nor a small one. If we just tell the truth, then that's the end of it. But the problem is that Baiyang always feels that this villainous woman, who hasn't turned evil yet, still has value to be exploited. At least it's good enough to annoy Jiang Tao. And who knows, at some point, I might need her infatuation and entanglement." When the appointed time for their meeting arrived, Baiyang found that Jiang Tianai had arrived early and found a seat against the wall. The coffee shop was bustling with noise, the sounds of people talking and music mingling together, making you feel like you had entered a different world. Jiang Tianai wore a blue and white dress. Her hair was pulled up high, revealing her snow-white nape, which complemented her slender figure perfectly. No one would deny that such a back view belongs to a rare beauty. Baiyang ordered an iced Americano at the bar, while looking around to see if any other members of the Bai family were there. After getting the coffee, Baiyang walked over without saying a word and sat down directly in front of Jiang Tianai. Jiang Tianai was holding a hot latte, her clear eyes staring blankly at the table. She was slightly startled when the man who had been dominating her mind suddenly appeared. "Baiyang, you're here. Would you like something to drink? You've already ordered." Baiyang inserted the straw into the cup and asked, "Just say what you have to say. I have to catch a flight in a bit." "Oh, you're already going back? I thought." Jiang Tianai opened her mouth, then said, "I am here to apologize on behalf of Sweki. The police have already reviewed the surveillance footage of what happened a few days ago, and know that it wasn't your fault." Baiyang nodded slightly, took a sip of coffee, savoring its bitterness and sweet aftertaste. And then? Jiang Tianai added, "And by Yun Tao, he's already forgiven you, so this matter. He doesn't blame me?" Baiyang laughed. "There's no need to tell such lies, no one will believe it. There's nothing strange about us. I won't rest until he's dead, and vice versa." Jiang Tianai covered her mouth, her eyes filled with worry. "Baiyang, how could you say such terrible things? We're all from the same school. Besides, even if you have conflicts or competition between you, that's normal. Why do you have to make it like this?" Baiyang looked at her and chuckled. "Some things, if you can't figure them out, then don't think about them. I also want to give you a piece of advice. There are many beautiful things in life. You can focus your attention on other things. You don't have to concentrate on these things. Similarly, you don't need to pay so much attention to me. What's the point of spending these past few days in Wuzhen? Even if the scenery and culture here are nice, you wouldn't be in the mood to appreciate it, would you? It's not worth it. Don't do that again." Jiang Tianai was stunned and asked, "Baiyang, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 170, A Sudden Realization. Seeing Jiang Tianai's reddened eyes, Baiyang rubbed his nose and said, "I've made myself perfectly clear. You should focus your attention elsewhere from now on. I can't reciprocate your enthusiasm, nor do I want to. From now on, let's be strangers." Neither in his past life nor in this one, Baiyang had ever said such heartless words to a girl. Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Xia, and those people? In Baiyang's eyes, they didn't count, because they weren't even human. This was the first time Baiyang had spoken such resolute words, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, wondering how Jiang Tianai would react. From the moment she entered the room until now, Baiyang has no longer considered her as a tool. Because Jiang Tianai was so serious, it even showed a hint of genuine emotion, and it was clearly not acting. Yang was starting to waver. Yang has always cherished and tended to protect genuine feelings, such as the care and love shown to him by Zhang Xuebiao's family. Especially after his year-long experience in the Bai family, almost all his beautiful imaginations about human relationships were shattered. When he encounters someone who truly cares for him again, he can't help but feel an instinctive protective urge. Jiang Tianai's shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt, as if she had not understood Bai Yang's words. Why? There's nothing seriously wrong between us, is there? Bai Yang, do you think something's wrong with us? Bai Yang sighed and said, there are only problems between us. You don't need to ask anymore. It's pointless to ask. All right, it's about time. I should get going. Jiang Tianai took a deep breath and then said, Bai Yang, you could try to get to know me a little better. I know that my family situation might make you feel a bit distant, but I don't think this is a problem. We can get along very well. Bai Yang frowned, feeling that Jiang Tianai was getting more and more outrageous. He clenched his fists, hesitating whether to tell Jiang Tianai the truth and reveal their real relationship. Jiang Tianai, listen carefully. The truth between you and me is actually. Jiang Tianai thought Bai Yang was about to say something important, so she immediately leaned forward, her eyes clear and full of anticipation. Bai Yang felt something blocking his throat. He took a sip of his coffee. I think we don't need to make so many fuss about things. Let things take their natural course. For example, you asked your senior about my trip to Wuzhen. In an instant, Bai Yang felt an electric shock, and his previously dazed nerves instantly became alert. His pupils constricted, and the color drained from his face. The person who attacked me in the parking lot a few days ago clearly knew I was coming to Wuzhen. Jiang Tianai is one of those who knows her itinerary and has the ability to send people to ambush her. When Bai Yuntao saw himself in Wuzhen, he was clearly a little surprised. But if he really sent someone to deal with him and knew the operation had failed, he should have felt guilty. So why was he surprised? My previous guess might have been wrong. Could it be that the person who sent people to deal with him is this seemingly innocent girl in front of him? It's you? Bai Yang couldn't help but ask a question. Jiang Tianai looked puzzled. What? What's wrong with me? She's acting. Bai Yang's breathing became rapid, but he quickly regained his composure thanks to his strong mental fortitude. I have something to do. I'll be going now, Bai Yang said. Don't contact me again. I almost let my guard down. Bai Yang took a deep breath and quickly left the coffee shop. If Du Sueki and Bai Yuntao's meeting could have happened earlier, then Jiang Tianai's descent into darkness and ruthlessness would have occurred as well. Even though there is no evidence yet, Bai Yang still feels that this girl is quite dangerous. We cannot stay any longer. Jiang Tianai wanted to get up and try to stop Bai Yang, but Bai Yang was walking much faster than she expected, and she couldn't catch up at all. Watching Bai Yang's departing figure, Jiang Tianai felt all the strength drain from her body. She could only sit down on a chair, take a deep breath, and let the tears flow freely. Jiang Tianai clenched her fists and bit her lower lip tightly. A strange, burning sensation rose in her heart and slowly began to burn through her body and reason. Bai Yang took a taxi to the airport, bought the earliest flight, and rushed back to Beijing. Before boarding the plane, Bai Yang sent a message to Su Yu, asking her to investigate as soon as possible what connection there was between Du Dafu, who attacked him, and the Jiang family. Su Yu was initially puzzled when she heard this. Although Jiang Tao also had grudges against Bai Yang, he ultimately regarded Bai Yang as his own grandson, so he shouldn't have gone to such lengths. Moreover, the Jiang family is a large and influential family. If they do something like this, it will probably sound bad if word gets out. No matter how you look at it, Du Dafu shouldn't have any connection with the Jiang family. However, since Bai Yang had spoken, Su Yu did as he was told. After Bai Yang took a nap on the plane and sorted out his thoughts, he calmed down a bit. It was a close call today. I almost got fooled by Jiang Tianai. Now that he thinks about it, Bai Yang already has an answer in his heart. It all depends on whether Su Yu can provide him with reliable evidence as soon as possible. 3 hours later, Bai Yang landed in Beijing and received a message from Su Yu as soon as he turned on his phone. Su Yu said, there really is a clue. I didn't have the ability to investigate on my own in Beijing, so I asked Mr. Su for help. When Mr. Su learned that you might still be in danger, and that the threat came from the Jiang family, he was very worried. He immediately introduced me to some capable people and asked them to use other methods to investigate. Only then did we realize that Du Dafu seemed to have made a fortune before he died, and he was much more generous when he went to the foot massage parlor to find prostitutes. He himself said that he had made a deal. Then I followed your line of thought and found that Du Dafu used to work as a security guard. He was fired for petty theft and had a bad reputation in the company. It is said that he was about to be sent to jail, but for some reason he was only fined and fired. Jiang Tao is one of the investors behind that company. Suyu laid out the facts she had uncovered and broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, they actually got involved with the Jiang family. Bai Yang then asked, "This company wouldn't happen to be related to Jiang Tianai, would it?" Suyu's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "That's what I was just about to say." After the college entrance examination, Jiang Tianai worked as an administrative clerk at this company for a period of time. Bai Yang rubbed his temples. "I think I know what's going on. It seems my previous thinking was right. Staying away from the Bai and Jiang families was definitely the right choice. They're all a bunch of lunatics." Suyu was very puzzled. "Bai Yang, what exactly happened?" Chapter 171, The Old Man's Intention. Bai Yang sighed and said, "It's nothing. I'm just speculating at the moment. Jiang Tianai, she might have some kind of problem, like a split personality." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "You suspected her? Split personality? What do you mean by that?" Bai Yang sighed softly. He didn't know how to explain it. In fact, Bai Yang had always been very puzzled. In his previous life as a spirit, he witnessed firsthand how Jiang Tianai drove Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yexing's family to the brink of ruin, and how she cooperated with Bai Yuntao to seize the Jiang family's assets. It's rather strange and sudden that she transformed from a gentle and kind girl into this. Looking at Jiang Tianai, whom he saw in the coffee shop today, Bai Yang felt a sense of conflict. If Jiang Tianai really did this, either her acting is too realistic, or she really has another side to her. Bai Yang sighed softly, then said, "In short, let's deal with the Bai family first. We can deal with Jiang Tao and Jiang Tianai later." Suyu asked again, "Have you made up your mind yet?" Bai Yang nodded. "Yes, but I'll focus on setting up the e-commerce platform and the mobile game in the next few days. Let them calm down for a few days first." Suyu couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. "Bai Yang, I really admire you. How can you manage to do so many things in 24 hours? Bai Yang smiled but didn't say anything. He knows all the correct answers, as well as what the pitfalls are and what the right ones are, so he can proceed with ease and save a lot of time. But this trip to Wuzhen made him gradually realize that some things had been quietly changing and that he had to be careful. Uncertain factors like Jiang Tianai should no longer be around. My initial misjudgment almost ruined everything. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and it did not cause too much of a problem. Just then, Bai Yang's phone rang. When he saw that the number was from Yunqing, he felt something was wrong. After the call was answered, Bai Wen's angry voice came from the other end. "Bai Yang, are you out of your mind? We apologize to you, and you not only don't appreciate it, but what else do you want? What exactly did you say to your aunt? She's your elder, after all. Why did you have to make such a scene? I really see through you now." It turned out that after Jiang Tianai returned home, she suddenly burst into tears and wouldn't say anything when asked. Bai Xia, Bai Wen, and Du Sueki stayed by her side, while Jiang Tianai just cried without saying a word. Bai Wen added, "Let me tell you, the reason we don't tell Annie the truth isn't because we're afraid, it's just that we don't want to acknowledge you as part of this family. Now, I never expected you to take advantage of this and deliberately flirt with Annie. Aren't you just trying to disgust us? Let me tell you, no way. Grandpa will definitely find a way to deal with you. Don't take yourself too seriously. Your aunt is completely." Bai Yang interrupted her directly with a question. "Bai Wen, do you think your life has been too smooth?" Bai Wen was stunned. What do you mean?" Bai Yang said, "It's nothing. Just you wait. I'll let you know. Besides, if you're so capable, go ahead and try to hurt me again. You've done just as many things to harm me in the past. You're all seasoned veterans. But things are different now. You'll have to wait and see what happens." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang immediately blocked the number. Looking at the terrifying expression on Bai Yang's face, Suyu asked softly, "Bai Yang, are you all right?" Bai Yang shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry. But someone's going to be in trouble. 1 week later, after finalizing the launch plans for Pinduoduo and the public beta release date for Honor of Kings mobile game, Baiyang finally had some free time. During this period, he spent over $1 million to buy a carbon fiber bicycle, which he used not only to ride to class, but also to exercise. In addition, he hired 2 bodyguards to ensure that someone was always watching him within 100 meters, but not too conspicuously. That day, he rode his bicycle to Yanbei Normal University. This is the school where Baiwen studied for her undergraduate and graduate degrees, and Baiyang came here this time to find her advisor, Song Yuqing. Song Yuqing is 42 years old this year. At this age, he can serve as a professor at a university and even have a tenure at a prestigious school like Yanbei Normal School. His abilities can be said to be quite outstanding. It wasn't difficult for Baiyang to get him to meet up. People with a net worth of billions find it easier to do many things. Song Yu didn't look particularly old as he grew up. Although he wore a very old-fashioned shirt and baggy trousers, and carried a rather dowdy backpack, making him look a bit old-fashioned, you could still feel a touch of heroism in his brows. When he met Baiyang, he was somewhat surprised and puzzled. "Mr. Bai, is that right? You were looking for me." Baiyang laughed. "Professor Song, you are much older than me, about the same age as my father, so you don't need to call me Sir. Just call me by my name. I'll say a few words and then leave. It won't bother you too much." Song Yuqing was somewhat uneasy. He had spent almost his entire life in an ivory tower, and all his promotions were done step by step, relying on his father's connections. He had lived each day without any trouble, following the path his family had paved for him. Facing a mature businessman like Baiyang, he still felt a little awkward. Although he was old enough to be Baiyang's father, he always felt that Baiyang could see right through him. "Then you tell me," Baiyang asked. "Baiwen is your student. You have a good impression of her, right? She often comes to your house to help out, tutors your daughter, and even does housework. Except for a few months ago when you had to go back to Yunqing. You didn't have much contact, but you've been exchanging messages, right? You're divorced now, and she's helped your family a lot. But she doesn't have to worry about graduating, so she doesn't have to curry favor with anyone. But she's been especially attentive to you." These words were like knives, slowly cutting into Song Yuqing's body. "What are you trying to say?" Song Yuqing became anxious. "Baiwen and I have a completely clean relationship. As for the chat logs you mentioned, I swear, they can all be made public. You can read them word by word, and you won't find a single problem." He was very agitated. If it weren't for his years of self-control, he probably would have already spewed out a torrent of anger. Although his position and job were not difficult to obtain, such a scandal, once it spread, would be a major blow to his family's reputation and clan. Song Yuqing added, "If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'm going to call the police." Baiyang smiled and said, "Professor Song, you've really misunderstood me. I'm not saying you and Baiwen have anything going on. I believe you and she are innocent." Song Yuqing was stunned. "Then what do you want to say?" Chapter 172 Sudden Attack. Baiyang's earlier words sounded so serious that Song Yuqing thought he suspected that he and Baiwen had done something that crossed the line between teacher and student. Once this scandal is exposed, it will be a disaster with no hope of redemption. Although such things happen in every school, some people have even become accustomed to them. But some things weigh less than 4 ounces on the scale, but become incredibly heavy once they're on it. The system is designed to create a specific position for each person, and many people are eyeing Song Yuqing's position, while others are eager to get rid of him and take his place. Even if Baiyang said he wasn't referring to himself and Baiwen, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Baiyang said quietly, "It's like this, don't you think it's a bit abnormal that Baiwen often comes to your house to help out?" Song Yuqing frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say? I didn't exploit her. I give her a thank you fee every month as compensation, and the price is very fair. If you're trying to portray me as that kind of unscrupulous mentor, you're mistaken." He didn't know where Baiyang got this information from. Could it be that they deliberately investigated me? Regardless of the purpose, doing this kind of thing is hard to call normal, and Baiyang's intentions made him very uneasy. Baiyang laughed and said, "Professor Song, you don't need to be nervous. As I said, I came to see you this time not to target you. I want to remind you that Baiwen is the one with ulterior motives." Song Yuqing asked suspiciously, "Have ulterior motives?" Xiaowen is my prized student, an outstanding girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Baiyang chuckled and said, the reason she visits your house so frequently is actually because she has ulterior motives. In a high-end residential area in Chaoyang District, Beijing, Baiwen wore a light purple sundress and white stockings, showcasing the youth and cuteness of her age. Judging from her clothes and makeup alone, it would be hard for others to believe that she is a female graduate student from a prestigious university. Baiwen skillfully went upstairs and knocked on a door on the 18th floor. Momo. As soon as I called out, the door opened in response, and a lovely young girl from Yongyang smiled and extended her hand. Those hands were pinkish white, and just looking at them seemed to release a delicate fragrance. You could even vaguely see a few bluish veins, which was quite adorable. Sister Wen, when you're here. Song Yuma smiled shyly. Her cheeks flushed, her red lips, coated with lipstick, glistened slightly in the light, and her teeth bounced back like jelly when touched. Baiwen took a deep breath, quickly entered the room, closed the door, and immediately grabbed Song Yuma's slender waist to pull her over. Song Yuma leaned in suddenly and pressed herself against him. Their noses touched lightly, their breaths mingling. Sister Wenwen, it's been so long since you've come. Song Yuma's voice trembled slightly as she repeatedly touched Baiwen's back with both hands. Baiwen leaned on Song Yuma's shoulder and whispered, I'm sorry, I've been really busy lately, so I haven't been able to come see you often. By the way, how have you been lately? Is your teacher still pushing you to learn piano? Ugh, I'm so annoyed. My piano teacher keeps staring at me. It's so annoying. I've also met some really annoying people. Men really are all so disgusting. The two chatted about their recent situations and complained about the unpleasant things they had encountered. As they chatted, their conversation gradually drifted to the topic of sex. Half an hour later, Baiwen held the scantily clad Song Yuma in his arms and said softly, Momo, a lot of things have happened in my family recently, so I'm afraid I won't be able to visit you as often as possible in the future. Song Yuma asked anxiously, what's wrong? Sister Wenwen, isn't your family very wealthy? What troubles could you possibly have? Baiwen was both amused and exasperated. You have to consider who you're comparing yourself to. Our family seems quite wealthy now, but compared to my maternal grandfather's family, it's nothing. Moreover, a lot of things have happened to our family recently. The company is in a mess. My eldest sister gets a headache whenever she thinks about business matters. My parents are still going through a divorce. Such a big family is about to fall apart. My older sister told me that my mom is ready to agree to the divorce, sell the company, and start over in Beijing. These words contained too much information, clearly beyond what a girl Song Yuma's age could comprehend. She blinked her big eyes, somewhat confused. Then you're still in school, so you don't need to worry about these work-related matters yet, right? Besides, why would your parents want a divorce when everything is fine? Baiwen said angrily. Isn't it all because of my damned younger brother? He's the one who caused all of this. At first, I thought he was a victim and even felt sorry for him. I also thought about trying to win him back so that we could all enjoy family life together. He didn't appreciate it and even treated us like enemies. Now he's turned our family upside down. If he hadn't interfered, I don't know how carefree I would be right now. Song Yuma was equally furious, saying, there are people like this? They're really shameless. The two started cursing Baiyang back and forth, then began to be affectionate again. Just then, the sound of a key turning suddenly came from outside. Oh no, Dad's back. Song Yuma turned pale and was so frightened that she pushed Baiwen away. Baiwen fell onto the bed, her heart racing, and grabbed the underwear next to her and put it on. What to do? Sister Wenwen, why don't you tell me you came to see me? This won't do. We're like this. The footsteps outside the door became more distinct, and they sounded quite urgent. Song Yuma told Baiwen to hide under the bed and haphazardly stuffed her clothes into the blankets. Baiwen rolled under the bed, his face and body covered in dust. He was choked and instinctively tried to cough, but fearing being discovered, he had to cover his mouth and nose tightly with his hands. She could hear her own heartbeat. Her lips were bitten until they turned white, and her cheeks lost much of their color. Strange, Song Yuqing had a meeting at school today, so why is he back now? When the door opened, Baiwen was surprised to find that there were 4 legs. 2 of the feet looked familiar. They belonged to Song Yuqing. The other 2 feet by one was surprised to find that they also looked familiar. When Song Yuching saw his daughter wrapped in a blanket, her shoulders bare, he was so angry or anxious that he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Mo, what are you doing? Bai Yang chuckled, leaned against the door frame, bent one leg, and supported himself with the other, looking away. When Song Yuma saw a strange man there, she shouted, "Dad, what are you doing? Who is he?" Chapter 173, A Huge Scandal. Don't ask who he is. Song Yuching became extremely anxious. Tell me, what exactly are you doing? He felt like his world was collapsing. Bai Yang said that Baiwen came to his house to help out, not to curry favor with him, nor because she had any improper thoughts about him, but because she was interested in his daughter. It turns out that this is Baiwen's preferred type. He's not particularly close to men. Song Yuma had visited Song Yuching at school before, and Baiwen happened to see her there a few times. The two happened to share the same hobbies and preferences, so they hit it off immediately. When Bai Yang said this, Song Yuching absolutely refused to believe it. But Bai Yang had already sent people to keep an eye on Baiwen. After learning that she had gone to Song Yuching's house, he took the opportunity to invite Song Yuching along to catch her in the act. The sight of his daughter in disheveled clothes basically confirmed that what Bai Yang said was true. Song Yuma tried to argue. No, Dad, I didn't do anything. It's just I'm free to do whatever I want in my own room. Isn't that right? Why did you bring a stranger into your house? Get out. Bai Yang chuckled. Song, are you still going to pretend? No matter how well you hide Baiwen, her shoes are still at the door. Do you think your father and I are blind? Upon hearing this, Song Yuma was speechless, her face drained of all color. Baiwen, who was under the bed, was startled. That voice is Bai Yang? Why is he here? Was it he who brought Song Yuching here? Damn it. Why do you always have to go against me and my family? I'm your own sister. Bai Yang glanced around the room and immediately knew where Baiwen was hiding. Hey, Baiwen, are you still going to hide it? Do you really think your teacher and I are idiots? We've already seen you. Upon hearing this, Baiwen immediately trembled all over like a frightened bird, cold sweat pouring down his face. She instinctively closed her eyes, praying that it was all a nightmare, and that when she opened them, she would still be lying in her big bed at home, still the good student in Professor Song Yuching's eyes. As long as you open your eyes. The surroundings quieted down, and Baiwen slowly opened his eyelids. Bai Yang's face appeared before him, wearing an unsettling smile. Ah! Baiwen screamed and instinctively tried to stand up. But she forgot she was under the bed. Her head hit the hard bed frame, and her brain jolted, causing her to scream in pain. Bai Yang laughed, and then pulled out Baiwen, whose clothes were disheveled. Baiwen. Song Yuching's vision went black. It really is you. His own prize student was actually coveting his own daughter. And both of them are women. Startled, Baiwen quickly burrowed under the covers, covering her pale body, and said, Teacher, it's not like that, I just... Relaxed feeling. Yes, teacher, I just felt at home, so I was wearing less clothing. Bai Yang chuckled. Yeah. Not only are we dressed scantily, but we're also going to do something together in bed, right? Ask around and see who would believe these claims. Baiwen gritted her teeth and said, Bai Yang, it's you again? Do you really want to ruin our family's peace? Don't forget who you are. Bai Yang chuckled. What I am is none of your business, but it seems you've forgotten your own identity. He looked at Song Yuching and said, All right, Teacher Song, I'm handing this woman over to you. Now it's up to you. Looking at his daughter and student on the bed, Song Yuching felt a surge of frustration and anger. People from large families are the most traditional and value the continuation of their lineage the most. Song Yuching has such a daughter, and now she's a lesbian. If word gets out, how will he and his family face the world? For Song Yuching, this was absolutely a devastating event. Baiwen wanted to explain further. Teacher, it's really not what you think. Please believe me. I promise I'll never come again, okay? Unexpectedly, Song Yuma spoke up at this moment, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister Wenwen, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you don't want me anymore? She was still a pampered young lady, so she didn't understand many complicated matters. When she learned that her lover was going to be separated from her, she immediately became rebellious. Dad, I know that you can't accept all of this because of your traditional thinking. But I really have feelings for Sister Wenwen. Feelings that you may never understand. But all of this is true. Song Yuching was furious. Shut up. Shut up. Starting today, Yu Yuri not allowed to leave the house. Song Yuma shouted. Fine. I'm not going to school either. Go ahead and lock me up for life if you dare. Song Yuching was furious. He looked around and saw a curling iron on his daughter's dressing table. He picked it up and was about to hit her. Bai Wen and Song Yuma were terrified and huddled together, wrapping themselves in the blankets for protection. Song Yuching struck them repeatedly, and Bai Wen and Song Yuma inside the blanket cried out in pain, their heads and arms aching terribly. They dared not actually run out and expose their bodies to others, so they could only endure it. Bai Yang just watched, a slight smile on his face, without making any attempt to dissuade him. He knew very well that this was just the beginning, and everything was only just getting started. Perhaps tired from hitting him, Song Yuching let go and slumped to the ground. Dad. Song Yuma cautiously peeked out her eyes. Her hair was completely disheveled, and she had lost all her previous confidence and strength. Song Yuching angrily retorted, I don't have a daughter like you. He thought of Bai Wen and roared again. Bai Wen, Yu Yuri not my student anymore. I'm going to the school tomorrow to explain. I'd rather die than be your mentor. Upon hearing this, Bai Wen panicked and leaned out, saying, Teacher, no. This is not something to joke about. Changing advisors for graduate students is a major event comparable to the collapse of the sky. Generally speaking, once you choose a mentor, it's equivalent to the previous master-apprentice relationship, and it won't change unless there are special circumstances. If you change your advisor, or your advisor changes you, everyone will definitely think there's something wrong with you. Plus, Song Yuching has connections at the school, so his colleagues will give him face. If he doesn't accept students, no one else dares to. Then all of Bai Wen's hard work over the years will have been in vain. Who's joking with you? Song Yuching roared. To sever all ties with you. Bai Wen quickly said, Teacher, please let me explain. But Song Yuching stood up directly and didn't waste any more words with her. Bai Yang leaned against the doorway and said to Bai Wen with schadenfreude, Tsk. Bai Wen, look at you. You're really shameless. Chapter 174 You're just being a jerk. Bai Yang. Bai Wen couldn't take it anymore and shouted, What did I do to you? Bai Yang asked calmly, What did I do to you? Do I have to tell you this? Bai Wen, you don't think you're in this mess because you didn't deserve it, do you? Bai Wen broke down in tears, crying, Isn't this an undeserved disaster? I didn't do anything wrong. It was Mom who brought you home, and it was Xiao Tao who bullied you. What did I do wrong? At most, I only helped with a few pranks. It's you who won't let me go? You're a bastard. If I lose my future because of this, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang walked forward without saying a word and grabbed her hair. Bai Wen screamed in pain. What are you doing? Let go, let go. Slap, slap. Bai Yang slapped Bai Wen twice, making her cheeks swell and her head throb again. Bai Wen burst into tears, shouting, You actually hit your own sister. You beast. Mom is right, you're ruined. You're nothing but a beast and a bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Bai Yang shouted, Shut up. You slut. The air in the room froze instantly. When Bai Wen saw Bai Yang's angry and authoritative expression, his body began to spasm involuntarily again. Song Yuma wanted to help, but when she saw Bai Yang's frightening appearance, her courage and enthusiasm instantly dwindled. You didn't do anything wrong. You were just playing a prank. Bai Yang emphasized each word. If you had even a shred of conscience or a shred of morality, I probably wouldn't have treated you like this. But your heart is rotten. Bai Wen, you're a slut. Don't think I don't know, but the pocket money I get at the Bai family's house is actually split between you and Bai Yuntao. Bai Wen was stunned. How did he even know about this? But how could that be? Bai Yang continued. Originally, I could have had 100,000 yuan of pocket money a month in the Bai family, so I wouldn't have gone hungry or had such a difficult life. But you conspired with Bai Yuntao to embezzle the bank card that rightfully belonged to me, and then squandered the money inside. Because Jiang Kaiwei was strict with you when you were in school and didn't allow you to exceed your allowance, you set your sights on me and colluded with Bai Yuntao. So you naturally formed an alliance with Bai Yuntao. He did things that went too far for me, and you turned a blind eye to them. and even rubbed salt into my wounds. You may seem to be just covering up, but in fact you are just as ruthless and cruel as Jiang Kai-we and Bai Yuntao. You live a carefree and comfortable life at school, able to buy bags worth 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, travel frequently, and show off your wealth in front of your classmates, all because you've been sucking my blood. Baiwen was so stunned by what he said that she didn't dare to answer a word. She was frozen in place, and could only stare blankly at Bai Yang. Bai Yang yelled at her. That's my money. You take it and enjoy your life, while I suffer. Am I supposed to thank you? After shouting those words, Bai Yang felt much better, while Bai Wen and Song Yuma trembled, and didn't even dare to look Bai Yang in the eye. Now, you can slowly enjoy your retribution. Bai Yang coldly uttered a sentence and started walking towards the door. Bai Wen then realized she had made a terrible mistake and quickly reached out to grab Bai Yang. Wait. Bai Yang, Xiaoyang, little brother. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Go and talk to the teacher. Tell him not to be so cruel to me, and not to expel me. I can change it. The thought of his bright future and all his past efforts going to vanish made Bai Wen feel as if he were dead. She couldn't imagine that she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully tomorrow morning, or even tonight. Bai Yang stopped, coldly turning his stern profile. Bai Wen, a slut like you will never know what repentance is. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're doomed. I will not be fooled by such cheap tears. You should save that acting skill to ask Jiang Kai-we and Jiang Tao for help. I will not let you go. I will not let any of you go. That evening, the atmosphere in Jiang Tsayue's villa was unusually quiet, and also somewhat eerie. Bai Xia held Bai Wen expressionlessly, while Bai Wen was sobbing incessantly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Since leaving the Song family, she hasn't tidied her hair or makeup, nor has she changed her clothes. She looks incredibly disheveled, like a madwoman. Bai Yun, who was hiding at home to avoid the limelight, sat next to him, looking somewhat impatient. So she quietly put on her headphones, listening to something, though it was unclear what. Bai Ting and Bai Yuntao sat to one side, glancing at their phones from time to time and occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Song Yuqing told his family about the matter and asked the elders of the Song family to help him get justice. The Song family also holds a certain status in the capital, and it could even be said that they are slightly higher than the Jiang family. When the Song family patriarch learned of this, he immediately demanded an explanation from Jiang Kai-we. Jiang Kai-we was pragmatic and knew she couldn't handle the situation, so she invited Jiang Tao to help. Jiang Tao knew he couldn't avoid this, so he had no choice but to go to the Song family in person. We don't know what's going on yet. Everyone's nerves are on edge, and their hearts are constantly being tormented. Finally, Jiang Tao and Jiang Kai-we returned. Jiang Tao's face was extremely ugly. As soon as he entered the door, he took off his suit jacket. When the nanny went over to take it, he threw it at her instead. The nanny was so frightened that she thought she had done something wrong and quickly dodged away. Jiang Tsayue's gaze was unfocused. Dressed in a cheongsam, she possessed a certain charm, but at this moment, the frightening, gloomy expression on her face overshadowed her. They remained silent, yet their every action and expression spoke volumes about their anger. When they approached the Bai siblings, the atmosphere became even more oppressive, filled with a strong sense of tension. Bai Xia knew things were going badly, so she quickly pressed Bai Wen's head down and pinched her shoulder to signal her to stop crying. Bai Wen, Jiang Tao roared for the first time that night. Look what you've done. I never thought you could be so shameless. Do you know how badly your mother and I were scolded at the Song family just now? He never imagined that his granddaughter could commit such a heinous act. Bai Wen trembled and dared not answer a word. Are you mute? Jiang Tao roared again. At this moment, Bai Yuntao glanced at Bai Ting. Then Bai Ting actually stood up and said, Grandpa, please don't be angry. I think Bai Yang also bears a lot of responsibility in this matter. Chapter 175 Disheartened. Bai Yang, how is this related to Bai Yang again? Jiang Tao still felt humiliated when he recalled the scene at the Song family's house. Hearing Bai Yang's name only added fuel to the fire, and he spoke even louder. Bai Ting replied, My second sister just said that Bai Yang took Song Yuqing home early, which is how the scandal was exposed. He clearly did it on purpose, deliberately trying to cause trouble for our Bai family. Jiang Kai-we glared at her. You think you're so smart? Do you need to tell me these things? When has that unfilial son not been hoping for trouble for us? Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. If you were really clean, would that unfilial son have gotten so much dirt on you? Bai Ting quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. In short, you've completely disgraced me, Jiang Tao said angrily. Do you know how the Song family has been belittling us? We were originally on the same level, but now I have to give them some leeway when we meet. Both the Jiang and Song families are influential families in the capital and have a history of friendship. It would be perfectly acceptable for Jiang Tao to call the old patriarch of the Song family uncle. Needless to say, both families are extremely wealthy, so they no longer value material things. What they care more about is the number and quality of their children, as well as their future prospects. Jiang Tao has only 2 daughters and 1 son. Among his 2 daughters, Jiang Tianai is still studying. She was admitted to Yanbei University on her own merit, which is quite capable. However, she has not yet officially served the family and can only be considered a potential asset. Jiang Kaiwei is quite capable, but her relationship with herself has soured, and her child is in this state today. Her only son is still abroad and refuses to come back. Looking at the Song family, not only are there many members, but there are also those who pursue official careers, those who work hard in the business world, and those who, like Song Yuqing, engage in academia. Even if they don't achieve great success, they've at least carved out their own niche in the world. The head of the family, the old patriarch of the Song family, is still alive, and 4 generations live together in harmony. Upon seeing me, they immediately became very blunt. Phrases like, if your father were still alive, this wouldn't have happened, and I never imagined that our 2 families would suffer such misfortune were used. Every word hits me hard. Even if Jiang Tao wanted to retort, he lacked the confidence to do so. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness, realizing that having a fortune is ultimately useless. Who can we rely on to manage this family business? Jiang Tao was so angry that he felt a wave of sadness. He immediately let out a sigh of relief, plopped down on the sofa, and didn't say another word. Bai Wen then started crying again. Grandpa Mom, what did I do wrong? Times have changed. What's wrong with boldly pursuing your love? Bai Yang invaded my privacy and even hit me. He is clearly the one who is most at fault. Jiang Kaiwei retorted angrily. You brat, how dare you even speak up? Aren't you ashamed enough already? You did such a shameful thing yourself, and now you're blaming others? You just ignored everything I said, didn't you? Knowing full well that your unfilial son is now looking for faults with a magnifying glass, you were completely unprepared and acted as if nothing had happened. You deserve to end up like this. These words triggered Bai Wen's rebellious spirit, and coupled with the fact that his future was already ruined, he was somewhat desperate and began to loudly refute them. Mom, you didn't hear what I said clearly. I clearly didn't do anything wrong, so why can't I do this? There are so many children from wealthy families who secretly live a life of extravagance than I do. It's not fair to make me seem like I'm some kind of heinous criminal just because of this. Jiang Tao glared at her coldly. Fine, you're not wrong. You can pursue your happiness. Then he raised his voice. Bullshit. If you were an ordinary family's daughter, you could do whatever you wanted, but you were born into our family, and carrying on the family line is an important mission. Ordinary families might have a pittance, and if their lineage dies out, that's fine. But we don't have children. Are we just going to hand over such a large estate, the hard work of generations, to outsiders? Others might have affairs, but at least they left behind children and completed their jobs before moving on to other things. Besides, others managed to do all sorts of things without leaving a trace, but you, on the other hand, are completely self-righteous. Upon hearing this, Bai Wen became even more indignant. Why? Am I just a breeding machine? What kind of logic is that? Jiang Kaiwei crossed her arms and sneered coldly. You think it's unfair? Fine, starting tomorrow, you won't be living in this 400 square meter villa anymore, and you won't be taking this $3 million car. From now on, you'll have to take the bus to the city center, fly economy class, and take second class on the high-speed rail. Once you graduate, go and submit your resume, compete with tens of millions of graduates for jobs, or take the civil service exam and get a factory job. You enjoy so much wealth and luxury, yet you don't want to fulfill any of your obligations. Who do you think you are? Baiwen felt a tremor run through her body, and all her strength vanished. This was the first time Jiang Tao had been so angry and irritable, and the first time he had said such hurtful things to her. Jiang Tsayue's words, in particular, felt like needles piercing her heart. Bai Xia gently tugged at Bai Wen, signaling her to stop talking, then stood up and said, "Grandpa, Mom, there's no use dwelling on Wenwen's matter anymore. Mom is right. Xiaoyang really isn't going to let us go now. What we should do next and how to prevent this from happening again is the more important thing." Jiang Kaiwa sat down and said, "That unfilial son is rich now. He must have sent a lot of people to investigate our background, and who knows, he might have other dirty secrets on him. He's using a dull knife to slowly cut our flesh, trying to torture us." Jiang Tao was silent for a moment, then said to Bai Xia and the others, "You guys, you can all go out first." Bai Xia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led her younger siblings away. She had already accepted reality. The conflict between Bai Yang and the Bai family, as well as the Jiang family, was irreconcilable. If this continues, it will not end unless one side falls. But Bai Xia felt that she didn't want to see either of them fall. Moreover, it seems that both the Bai family and the Jiang family are starting to fall into chaos. After everyone left, Jiang Tao looked at Jiang Kaiwei and said, "Kaiwei, now you and I should unite. Otherwise, if Bai Yang sees us as a laughingstock, you won't be happy, will you?" Jiang Kaiwei said, "Then what are you going to do? Send someone to kill him?" Jiang Tao said with dissatisfaction, "What kind of person do you take me for? And still won't you call me father?" "My father is dead," Jiang Kaiwei said in a fierce tone. "She left with my mother." Jiang Tao pointed at her. Fine, keep sulking with me. You'll be happy when Bai Yang takes advantage of our weakness and the whole world laughs at us, right? What if he continues investigating and finds out what happened back then? Chapter 176, let's start over. That rebellious son, what happened back then? Impossible. Mentioning Bai Yang, Jiang Tsayue's face was still full of anger. "I can't let him ride roughshod over me. I just don't believe he has no weaknesses. How's the investigation into Zhang Xuebiao going?" She knew very well that if there was anything in this world that Bai Yang cared about, it was only Zhang Xuebiao's family. The thought that Bai Yang would rather leave her and the Bai family to return to Zhang Xuebiao's side filled her with rage. Jiang Tao said, "It has been investigated long ago. Zhang Xuebiao is an orphan with no background or support. He was able to study thanks to the orphanage's assistance, and then he joined the army. He only earned merit when he was in the army, but he left the army later due to health reasons. His wife, Feng Yuan, came from an ordinary family and had a hereditary heart condition, which worsened after she gave birth to their daughter. She has never been able to work since." Jiang Kaiwei snorted after hearing this. "Utterly ordinary. What can they possibly do? I feel it would be beneath me to lay a hand on them." Jiang Tao murmured. But it was this ordinary family that raised Bai Yang to be so outstanding. Jiang Kaiwei looked at her father. "Old man, what do you mean?" Jiang Tao added, "It's just what it says. Isn't that the truth? Bai Yang has achieved a lot, many of which Bai Xia and the others can't even come close to. Can you really deny it?" Looking at Bai Wen and Bai Yuntao, Jiang Tao really felt that it would be better to simply invite Bai Yang back, at least to ensure that such a large family business wouldn't collapse. Jiang Kaiwei tried her best and said, "Old man, remember this. Even if your rebellious son makes it into the top 3 on the Forbes list, it has nothing to do with you. That unfilial son of his will never learn. He'll always be that good-for-nothing who disregards human ethics. What will you get after he swallows up the Jiang and Bai family's assets? If I hadn't been holding on to his household registration book, he probably would have already changed his surname to Zhang." Jiang Tao was silent for a moment, then said, Fine, my daughter is going against me, and my daughter's son is going against me too. I, Jiang Tao, am truly blessed." Jiang Kaiwei said coldly, "That's your own fault. You brought it on yourself." Jiang Tao got angry. "How long are you going to argue with me? You say Bai Yang is a rebellious son, but are you very filial yourself? Like father, like son?" Jiang Kaiwei stood up again, clenched her fists, and said, You dare to talk to me about how the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked? If it weren't for you, Mom wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't be leaving. If I hadn't left the capital, how would I have met that good-for-nothing Bai Shishing? And how would I have given birth to that rebellious son Bai Yang? This is all because of you. You've brought this whole mess upon yourself. After listening, Jiang Tao nodded repeatedly, his fingers trembling. Great, great. What you said is really good. It's all my fault, all my fault. Jiang Kaiwa said, Of course it's your fault. Are you going to say it's my fault? I did nothing wrong. Jiang Tao squinted, seemingly unable to believe that the paranoid, crazy woman in front of him was his daughter. Thinking back to Jiang Tsayue's childhood, she was so bright, lively, cute, and generous. How did it turn out like this? Jiang Tao rubbed his forehead and said, Just keep arguing with me like this. Bai Yang is probably already thinking about how to deal with us next, and you're still arguing with me here. Jiang Kaiwa said coldly, It doesn't matter. If he's so capable, let him come and kill me himself. Let's see if he has the guts. Jiang Tao then said, All right. Can we get down to business? Now, let's sort out the current situation first, and then think about how to deal with Bai Yang. How did your talk with Bai Shishing go? Does he still want a divorce? Jiang Kaiwa snorted. Let's get a divorce then. That good-for-nothing, I've disliked him for a long time. He's been avoiding me lately, as if he really thinks I want to see him. Perfect. I can finally get rid of a burden. Jiang Tao said, More than 20 years of marriage, and you just divorced like that? How generous of you. Wouldn't that mean the Bai family would fall apart? Jiang Kaiwa said, The Bai family has long since disbanded. Jiang Tao sighed softly. All right. What are his conditions? You agreed to them too. Jiang Kaiwa said, Yes, we've agreed to everything. The Bai group is already half dead, so it's better to sell it off. I've already found a buyer. The total price is 28 billion. How we split the money depends on what he proposes in the divorce agreement. I'm too lazy to argue with him. Jiang Tao then asked, What happens after the Bai family is sold? Jiang Kaiwa said, I've already reached an agreement with a beauty company in Beijing. As soon as the money arrives, I'll immediately acquire them. When the time comes, Bai Xia and I will work together to get this company up and running. After Xiao Tao graduates, we'll support him in starting his own business. I refuse to believe we can't beat that rebellious son. To be fair, this plan is sound, and Jiang Kaiwa is capable of handling it. Jiang Tao nodded. All right, but we also need to give an explanation to the Song family. You can arrange that too. I'll keep an eye on Bai Yang's situation. Jiang Kaiwa gritted her teeth and said, That unfilial son, he's probably feeling pretty smug right now. Bai Yang took a special flight to Shenzhen, both to discuss mobile games and Pinduoduo, and to celebrate. He booked an executive room at the Mandarin Oriental, where he sipped red wine and ate freshly delivered Boston lobster in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, occasionally standing up to look at the distant city scenery through the hotel's binoculars. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and the setting sun, all these are beneath Bai Yang's feet, seemingly within reach. Looking down from a high place, that's what it feels like to be at a high place. Bai Yang laughed. Jiang Kaiwa, this is just the beginning. The taste of revenge was so wonderful that he was even a little obsessed with it, and he felt that it would be too boring to just wipe out the Bai family and the Jiang family all at once. The successive blows have undoubtedly created a rift between the Jiang and Bai families. The more fragmented they become, the more advantageous it will be for Bai Yang. Seeing how they were barely maintaining their relationship because of mutual benefit rather than kinship made Bai Yang feel particularly comfortable. Bai Yun and Bai Wen have lost their future and dreams, and Bai Sheng is basically ruined. Bai Yun Tao and Bai Ting have been hit hard, but not fatally so. Bai Xia is still pretending. Bai Yang swirled the wine in his glass, slowly thinking about who his next target should be. Just then, Bai Yang's phone rang. A message popped up. Bai Yang clicked to take a look. Well, Bai Yang suddenly sighed. He downed the red wine in one gulp and said, Fine, if that's the case, then let that time bomb explode. If you don't want to live a good life, then don't live one at all. Chapter 177, Bai Yang's ingenious idea. Bai Yang thought for a moment and then called Su Yu. I won't be in Beijing for the next few days. Keep an eye on Bai Yun Tao. He's with Du Sueki now, and the two of them are bound to cause trouble. Besides, There will definitely be big changes in the Bai family and the Jiang family soon. Don't try to do anything, and don't rush. Let's talk about it when I get back. Suyu laughed. You used to be so decisive and efficient. Why are you acting so hesitant and timid now? They're very weak right now. We should strike while they're down and kill them. I've waited so many years for this opportunity. Baiyang hesitated for a moment, then said, Don't worry, they're in a lot of chaos right now, and they'll probably collapse soon. Just wait for me to get back. After hanging up the phone, Baiyang let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, another phone call came in. Li Wenbin asked, Baiyang, the message I sent you. Baiyang said, I saw it. It was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. Li Wenbin sighed. I never expected Bai Yuntao to have such a background. I could hardly believe it when I found out. If Suyu finds out about this in the future, will she? Baiyang said. No one could have predicted things would come to this. Let's talk about it later. For now, let's just focus on doing our own things well. Senior, please keep an eye on things over there for me. I'll go talk to Huang Zheng tomorrow. The next day, Baiyang met Huang Zheng and Pony Ma at the Tencent headquarters. Baiyang, I've discussed that idea you mentioned with Mr. Ma, and we think it's feasible. Huang Zheng was quite pleased. The fight for a win model is indeed very innovative and practical, making it very suitable to promote as a unique feature. Little Ma nodded with a smile, then put away his smile and asked, But Baiyang, how can you be sure we can get the bottom price? And compared to Taobao, just having the ability to cut prices doesn't make us stand out. What's more, there's JD.com on the e-commerce platform now. How are you going to break through? Baiyang smiled and said, I've already considered this matter. Let's talk about the bottom price first. We can negotiate with the manufacturers directly and ask them to give us the factory price, eliminating the middleman. That way, the price will naturally come down. You know, there are many township enterprises and OEM factories across the country. Every year they worry about sales channels and customers. If our platform gives them an opportunity to attract more ordinary customers to place orders with low prices, wouldn't that be a good sales channel for them? After hearing this, Little Ma and Huang Zheng exchanged a glance and then nodded. Huang Zheng said, Baiyang, to be honest, I've thought about this approach before, but there's a problem. Although these factories are cheap, they may not be of high quality. If the quality of the goods sold is poor, will customers still buy them? Little Ma stared quietly at Baiyang, waiting for his solution. Baiyang chuckled and smiled easily. Mr. Ma, Mr. Huang, let me ask you, if someone goes to a 4S store to buy a car, and there is a car worth less than 100,000 yuan in front of him, and another car worth 1 million yuan, and he buys the former instead of the latter, what do you think is the reason? Little Ma laughed. Ha ha ha, that's naturally because he can't afford a car worth 1 million. Baiyang nodded. Yes, so if he bought a car for less than 100,000 yuan, wouldn't he hope that the interior and parts would be as good as those of a 1 million yuan car? And that it would be as fast as a 1 million yuan luxury car? Little Ma still shook his head. You get what you pay for, unless that person is mentally unstable. Baiyang shrugged. That's right. So when customers choose low prices, they should understand this. If they want to enjoy low prices, they must bear the cost of poor quality and durability. Moreover, although people look down on cars priced under 100,000 yuan, these cars usually sell the best. The reason is simple. Everyone likes to be cheap. We only need to crack down on counterfeit, shoddy, and harmful products. As for durability, that depends on individual needs. If everyone keeps their products new for 3 years, then old for 3 years, and then patched up for another 3 years, many businesses will be unable to operate. In this way, even though we may be criticized, ridiculed, and attacked by our peers, the people simply cannot do without us. Upon hearing this, Little Ma smiled again. What about the unique features? Baiyang said. My idea is, cancel the shopping cart. Cancel shopping cart? Pony Ma and Huang Zheng asked in unison in surprise. Why cancel it? Without a shopping cart, is it still a shopping app? Baiyang laughed again. You two probably don't know how many things are in many people's shopping carts, right? Little Ma and Huang Zheng shook their heads. Since the rise of e-commerce, the two of them have become wealthy. Whatever they need, their subordinates can help them get it, or they can simply go out and buy it. They don't need to worry about the price anyway. Even if they use online shopping apps, it's for market research and experience. They really don't understand the shopping experience of ordinary people. Bai Yang said, the minimum is a dozen or 20 items, and the maximum is hundreds of items in the shopping cart. This is because they think they will need it or buy it sooner or later, but they will forget about it as soon as they turn their heads. The so-called shopping cart is actually just a collection of favorites. After canceling the shopping cart, they will most likely buy it directly, since it's cheap and won't cost much. For those items that users used to like to collect, we can just give them a collection function. This way, Pinduoduo can become an app where users can directly trade with a single click, greatly increasing user activity and transaction frequency. Huang Zheng's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't help but lean forward a bit and said, Bai Yang, your idea is great. I think it'll work. Little Ma was full of praise, then took out his phone, opened WeChat, and pointed out a few places to Bai Yang. Bai Yang, here, and here are all interfaces that can be used to redirect to Bing CC. Bai Yang was very happy. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ma. With the traffic support from WeChat, Pinduoduo only offers medium, large, and extra large wins. After Little Ma left, Bai Yang smiled and said, Mr. Huang, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Huang Zheng laughed and said, it hasn't even officially started yet, and you already think you're sure to win? I'd love to work with you to make Pinduoduo a success, but I still think the idea of it going public in a year is a bit risky. By the way, how's your mobile game coming along? Bai Yang was about to answer when he was interrupted by a rapid phone ring. Bai Yang, something's happened. Chapter 178, It's a real pity she didn't die. The caller was Suyu. Her tone was rather urgent, so Bai Yang quietly apologized to Huang Zheng and then went outside to answer the phone. What's wrong? Tell me slowly, Bai Yang asked. Suyu said, just now, Baiwen attempted suicide. Is Baiwen going to commit suicide? Bai Yang chuckled and then asked, you didn't die? A relieved and happy smile appeared on his face. What could be more comforting than someone dying in the Bai family? However, Bai Yang estimated that Baiwen was unlikely to die. Given her personality, it's impossible for her to commit suicide. At most, it would be to attract attention and reduce her guilt. Sure enough, Suyu shook her head and said, no, it said that they didn't notice when she cut her wrists, but she was taken to the hospital in time. I'm worried the Bai family will hold you accountable for this, so you'd better be careful. Bai Yang was somewhat disappointed. Oh, he's not dead. Trying to pin it on me? Whatever. I'll be back in a few days. If they want to cause trouble, just say I'm ready to fight anytime. Oh, by the way, could you do me another favor? Huh? Isn't this a bit sarcastic? After hearing Bai Yang's request, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yang said, we have to be a little harsh on them. There's nothing to hide. Suyu nodded in agreement, while Bai Yang hummed a song, muttering, today is a good day, before going back to continue his conversation with Huang Zheng. Overjoyed, Bai Yang invited Huang Zheng to dinner, and the two drank until the early hours of the morning, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, in the capital, things were once again in turmoil for the Bai family. Wah, Xiaowen, why did you have to be so silly? Bai Xia held Bai Wen's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. At this moment, Bai Wen was already lying in the hospital bed, his arm wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. Bai Wen cried and said, my studies are ruined. My 2 years of graduate school have been wasted, completely wasted. How many 2-year periods are there in a lifetime? What's the point of living? She has been a top student since childhood, excelling in reading and exams, and always striving to be number 1 or number 2 in everything. But Bai Wen chose to be a big fish in a small pond rather than a small fish in a big pond. She didn't go to the best high school, nor did she aim for prestigious universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University. She stayed in a mid to high-level environment in her comfort zone. In this way, those from well-off families who are not as good at studying as her, and those who are good at studying but whose families are not as well off as her, she can always win, and she'll win until she's completely obsessed. Under Song Yuqing's tutelage, she was also the best student, enjoying almost every step of the way and living a life of envy and happiness. In addition, under Jiang Tseyue's tutelage, the Bai family members are most intolerant of failure and setbacks. Now that she has been expelled from Song Yuqing's sect, no amount of pleading will help, and for her, the world has become even darker. Bai Xiao wiped away her tears and said, Xiaowen, you still have such a long road ahead of you. Why do you have to do this? What's wrong with 2 years? Look at other people. She originally wanted to talk about Bai Yang, but how much more wronged and suffering did Bai Yang endure during his year in the Bai family than Bai Wen is now? He managed to pull through, and now things are even better for him. So how could Bai Wen do this? Her constant threats of suicide were both heartbreaking and frustrating for her. Bai Yun, Bai Ting, and Bai Yun Tao, who were standing nearby, also offered words of comfort. Jiang Kaiwei was on business in another city and was on her way back after hearing the news. Bai Ting said, Second sister, you don't need to blame yourself too much. In the end, this was all Bai Yang's doing. What does it have to do with you? I support you in this matter. You haven't bothered anyone, so why are you being kicked out? If Bai Yang hadn't informed on you, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He's meddling in other people's business and doesn't want us to have a good time. Bai Yun chimed in. That's right. Second sister, I understand you. He ruined my career too. Now I have to be extra careful when I go out. All thanks to him. I really don't know if we owed him something in our past lives, and now he's come back to collect the debt. What a wicked creature. Bai Yuntao said, Second sister, I think third sister and fourth sister are both right. Your current situation is all Bai Yang's fault. I used to call him brother, but now I realize I was completely wrong. He doesn't care about us at all. I've made up my mind. In my next business venture, I'm determined to surpass him. Whatever he does, I'll do too. I'm going to compete with him head on. Don't worry, sisters, I definitely won't lose this time. I'll make Bai Yang pay the price. Bai Wan, Bai Ting, and Bai Yun said in unison. Okay, Xiao Tao, we believe in you. Only Bai Xia remained silent with her head down. Bai Wen suddenly burst into tears again. Just thinking about Bai Yang's smug look makes my heart ache. Why? He's full of flaws and inferior to me in every way, yet he can be so smug it's not fair. Unfair? What's unfair? You're just useless. Jiang Kaiwei stood at the door, coldly looking at Bai Wen. Mom, the people in the ward said in unison. Bai Wen immediately stopped crying, and then said in a trembling voice, Mom, you're here. Jiang Kaiwei walked over without saying a word, and then picked up Bai Wen's arm, which was tied up. Bai Wen said cautiously, Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Smack. Jiang Kaiwei slapped her, and Bai Wen turned her head sharply to the other side, her face burning and her head spinning. Bai Wen finally burst into tears, feeling wronged. Wah, Mom, why did you hit me? What did I do? Bai Xiao was shocked. Mom, Xiaowen is still quite weak. Jiang Kaiwei held up Bai Wen's self-inflicted arm, pointed to the bandages, and said, Who commits suicide by slashing their own arm? You'd commit suicide over the smallest thing? If I were like you, I'd rather not live at all. Bai Wen, you were personally trained by me, and now you're acting like you're going to die because of that unfilial son's little tricks. Tell me, who have you done right? You're playing these tricks on me. If you had been this meticulous when you did those things, you probably wouldn't have been caught by that rebellious son. Upon hearing this, Bai Wen immediately lowered his head. Jiang Kaiwei turned her head and looked at the 4 people who looked surprised. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go back to prepare to settle accounts with that unfilial son. No need for that. At this moment, Suyu walked in again. She was wearing a loose-fitting casual suit, white trousers, and sunglasses hanging from her chest. She looked very relaxed, as if she were on vacation. You little slut, what are you doing here again? Jiang Kaiwei was furious when she saw Suyu. She felt that Bai Yang's rapid rise to prominence was all thanks to this woman's support. In addition, the 2 families already had conflicts, so it was natural for them to be enemies and extremely hostile towards each other. Suyu smiled and said, No need to rush. I'm here to give you gifts. Bring the things up. Chapter 179 You're not qualified. After Suyu finished speaking, she leaned against the door frame with a smug look on her face. Jiang Kaiwei and the others turned their gazes over. The next second, 2 bodyguards came in carrying a wreath. The wreath also had elegiac couplets, with the left side reading He deserved to die, and the right side reading He deserved to die. The horizontal scroll reads, A good death. Suyu. Bai Wen roared. You surnamed Su. What do you mean by this? Suyu smiled and said, "What else could it mean? Of course, it's to give this gift to you. I chose the design of the wreaths, and Bai Yang had the elegiac couplets written. What do you think? They're full of heart, aren't they?" Jiang Tsayue's face darkened, and she said to Suyu, "You slut, do you really think this will work? How naive. I don't have time to argue with you right now. Get these filthy things out of my way." Suyu chuckled. "Jiang Kaiwe, do you think you can always have the final say? Let me tell you, at least Bai Yang won't. Bai Yang is no longer the child you used to bully. You can no longer command the winds and rains, and have your word done like you used to." Jiang Tsayue's breathing became rapid. She threw her handbag onto the bed, grabbed the wreath, and kicked it to pieces. The wreath immediately fell apart and scattered on the ground. "I'll make you deliver it. Deliver it. Deliver it." Jiang Kaiwe tore off the funeral couplet, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at Suyu. Suyu nimbly dodged and took out her phone to capture the moment. "What are you filming for?" Bai Yin rushed forward and reached out to snatch the phone. Suyu's bodyguard stepped forward to stop her, but seeing that she was struggling too much, he pushed her away. Bai Yun took 2 steps back, lost her balance, and fell to the ground with a thud, hurting herself badly. "Stop fooling around," Bai Xia shouted, and everyone calmed down a bit. The hospital's soundproofing wasn't very good, and the noise from the commotion quickly attracted the attention of other patients and medical staff. Suyu put away her phone and smiled. "Jiang Kaiwe, you don't need to rush. This is just the beginning. Bai Yang told me to tell you that if you want to cause him trouble, you're welcome to come anytime." Jiang Kaiwe picked up a cup from the table and threw it at the door frame. With a loud crash, the cup shattered, and a few shards grazed Suyu's body. The bodyguard quickly stepped in front of Suyu, angrily shouting, "What are you doing?" Jiang Kaiwe glared at him. "You dare to talk to me? You're nothing but a dog." The bodyguard was slightly taken aback, and seeing that there were too many onlookers and that Suyu was not actually injured, he decided not to retaliate directly. Jiang Kaiwe then said to Suyu, "Tell that unfilial son that I will definitely not let him go. So what if he is rich now? If he thinks he can wipe me out like this, he is dreaming. In the end, he will definitely beg me for mercy." With the development of the Pinduoduo app finalized, and given Tencent's resources, creating a shopping app wouldn't be too difficult. Bai Yang felt relieved and prepared to fly back to Beijing. Jiang Tao and his daughter Jiang Kaiwe have also been looking for him. Needless to say, he must have accumulated a lot of heartfelt words, right? When Bai Yang learned of this, he simply smiled slightly, then let them come. He booked a table at a restaurant and asked Suyu to tell Jiang Kaiwe and the others the location. Bai Yang left 4 bodyguards with him and had them sit down and eat with him. The bodyguards were a little embarrassed at first, but Bai Yang said it was fine. "I feel uncomfortable if I sit and eat while you stand and watch." The bodyguards had no choice but to sit down. Looking at the delicacies in front of them, which were worth 2 or 3 months' wages, the 4 of them were actually a little hesitant. "Boss, we thought you were waiting for customers." One of the female bodyguards, holding chopsticks, asked. Bai Yang laughed. "I have no guests tonight, but I do have a few enemies. Eat up and wait while you eat." After eating half of their meal, Jiang Kaiwe and the others finally arrived. Seeing Jiang Tsayue's expression, the bodyguards knew that the enemy Bai Yang had mentioned had arrived, so they prepared to get up. "Sit down, no rush." Bai Yang gracefully picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth. He glanced around and saw that Jiang Tao, Jiang Kaiwe, Bai Wan, Bai Yun, Bai Ting, and Bai Yun Tao had all arrived. "You've all arrived, but there's no room for you here." Bai Yang actually laughed. "Get to the point. I just got back from Shenzhen, and now that I'm full, I want to go back to sleep. Don't waste my time." Bai Yun was furious. "Bai Yang, how could you still eat that? Don't you have any conscience? My second sister just escaped death. She almost died. What do you want from us?" Bai Yang laughed out loud. "The gates of hell? I think she's just putting on a show. Bai Wan, if you really want to die, next time you can take a hot shower first, and wait until your blood circulation is good before cutting your wrists. Remember, you have to cut vertically. Cutting horizontally is just for show, and many idiots do that." Upon hearing this, Bai Wan shouted, "Bai Yang, you're not human. You're a devil. Listen to what you're saying. You're completely hopeless. What's so great about you now? You just have a little money, right? What's your little bit of money compared to Grandpa's? From now on, if you dare to bother us again, I'll fight you to the death. Her face flushed red. Her breathing became extremely erratic, and she wished she could pounce on Bai Yong and bite him again to vent her anger. But seeing the 4 strong and skilled bodyguards beside Bai Yong, she could only force herself to calm down. Bai Yong said nonchalantly, "I'm just doing what you did to me. Once you had the ability to do evil, you began to do all sorts of cruel things to me. Now that I have the power to do evil to you, why can't I be cruel just once? What? Do you expect me to greet you with a smile and continue to humiliate myself?" Jiang Kaiwe said, "Enough. You unfilial son, I'm here today to tell you. You've really gone too far this time. You want revenge? Why don't you come at me? Your men are here too. Let them come up and beat me up however they want. If I even flinch, I'm not Jiang Kaiwe." The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly, and the concentration of gunpowder in the air continued to rise. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, Bai Yong smiled again. "To lay a hand on you? Do you even have the right to do so?" Jiang Kaiwe was stunned. What did you say?" Bai Yong then said. "I'm telling you, you're not qualified yet. Do you understand, or don't you understand?" Chapter 180. There are many paths to take. How about we each go our own way? Jiang Kaiwe was furious. "You unfilial son, what exactly do you mean? Aren't you just trying to get revenge on me?" "Yes, I admit it. I didn't feed you back then. I know Xiao Tao bullied you. I know you were wronged in many ways. But I still wanted to scold you. I still wanted to hit you. I admit to all of that. I do these things because I like them. I'm happy to do them, okay?" Jiang Tao frowned, thinking that Jiang Tsayue's reaction was a bit too much. And wasn't she deliberately handing Bai Yong a knife by saying that? Bai Yuntao felt extremely guilty. He originally thought that he had covered his tracks perfectly, and that everyone, including Jiang Kaiwe, was kept in the dark. So Jiang Kaiwe knows everything. But the most composed person was Bai Yong. "Yeah, you're right, but I just don't care about you right now. Even if you asked me to hit you, I wouldn't bother with you. Do you know why?" Bai Yong chuckled. "Because of Jiang Kaiwe, I'm not here to take revenge on you. I'm here to torture you. From the moment you abandoned me, there was no mother-son relationship between us. I'm going to make you taste the most painful pain in the world." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiwe immediately felt goosebumps rise all over her body. It seems that Bai Yong wasn't talking about a goal, but rather an established fact. Jiang Tao frowned and said, "Bai Yong, aren't you going too far? You're saying you and Kaiwe have no mother-son relationship? I'm only refraining from harming you because you're still my grandson. You really think you can be stronger than me? Stronger than the Jiang family, and those behind the Jiang family? I heard that besides mobile games, you're also working on a new e-commerce platform? Do you know how angry this has made Alibaba? If it weren't for me, Mr. Ma would have dealt with you long ago." Bai Yong, who was drinking water, almost choked. "Ha ha ha ha," Bai Yong said. "Then you should tell Jack Ma to make the move. I'd like to spar with him myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao and the others were all taken aback. This is insane. They felt that Bai Yong had really gotten arrogant and didn't even respect the richest man. Bai Yong pointed at Jiang Tao, then at Jiang Kaiwe. "You too, and Jack Ma, all have a fatal flaw. Do you know what it is? That is time. I am younger than you, but you are already halfway to the grave. One day you will grow old, lose your vigor, and your energy and strength will become extremely weak. And when you grow old, I will be at the height of my power. Crushing you will be a piece of cake. There's a saying that goes, 'Don't bully the young, bully the old.' And that's the point. You think you can control everything and easily defeat me. But alas, one day, I will show you my power, while you can only lie helplessly in bed, mouths agape, drooling, watching everything unfold. Your body will age faster than mine, and your mind will become duller. I may not have as deep a foundation or as wide a network as you do now, but what good is that? Time is fair. I can make you lose everything while watching you head towards your doom." Jiang Tao clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The current Bai Yong is even more mature and terrifying than he imagined. He wasn't just looking for revenge now. Bai Yong didn't intend to let them go until the moment he breathed his last. Bai Yong then looked at Bai Yuntao and the others and said with a smile, "Of course, I'm not the only one who's young. You can come up with a plan to rely on your children for old age. But the question is, can you really handle all this useless stuff you've raised?" Bai Yuntao retorted defiantly, "Bai Yong, do you think you're superior just because you've achieved these results? We'll see how you fare. You haven't graduated yet. You might not be able to do as well as me after you graduate. I won't allow you to bully Mom." After saying that, he stood closer to Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Yong clapped his hands. Good, good, you're right. If someone else had said that to me, I might have been a little scared. But if it's you, then I have nothing to worry about. Because you are truly a piece of trash. And your father is even more of a piece of trash. What did you say? Bai Yuntao and the others exclaimed in unison, greatly surprised. Bai Yuntao's father? Does Bai Yong know who it is? Bai Wen exclaimed in surprise. Isn't Xiao Tao an orphan, Bai Yong? What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Yong chuckled and said, You think orphans just pop out of a rock? I was an orphan too, but I know I had parents. I just never imagined that my parents were such beasts. Jiang Kaiwei clenched her fists and then asked, You unfilial son, how much do you really know? Bai Yuntao shook his head violently and hugged Jiang Kaiwei tightly. Bai Yong, you're talking nonsense. My mother is here. Where did you find me another pair of parents? Bai Yong chuckled. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I just want to prove that you're a piece of trash. I have no need to report this to you. But having said that, Jiang Kaiwei clearly wasn't going to let him off easily. You unfilial son, explain yourself clearly. But just as she was about to step forward, Bai Yang's bodyguards all stood up and formed a human wall to block Jiang Kaiwei. Bai Yang laughed and said, Getting anxious? Afraid someone will take your son away from you. Jiang Kaiwei, don't worry, the things you're afraid of will happen soon, one after another. I don't need to take action against you now. I want you to see your hope shattered little by little, just like you did to me. Jiang Tsayue's legs felt weak, her head started to spin, and her vision blurred. Jiang Tao quickly went up to support his daughter. Kaiwei, don't get excited. What he said may not be true. If Xiao Tao's father is still alive, we can search for him slowly. Then, Jiang Tao handed the still dazed Jiang Kaiwei over to Bai Wen and the others. He said coldly to Bai Yong, Fine, Bai Yong, I'll give in one last time. Since you're not going to show any mercy, then let's go our separate ways. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves and not bother each other anymore. How about that? If you're willing to agree, we can discuss 100 million, 1 billion, or even 10 billion. Bai Yong laughed. What's wrong? You can't win the argument, so you're trying to bribe me? Jiang Tao said seriously, Using this money to make you feel better and to exchange it for peace and quiet between us, is that reasonable? If you agree, I'll have Kaiwei give you the household registration book. You can move out, change your surname, or start your own household. We won't stop you. From now on, I'll pretend I don't have a grandson like you, and your mother will pretend she doesn't have a son like you. How about that? Chapter 181, Buying Loyalty. Jiang Tao made this suggestion not because he was afraid of Bai Yong, but because he wanted him to shut up for a while. He noticed that Bai Yong spoke with a calm and composed demeanor, not at all like someone trying to trick them. It is clear that Bai Yong truly knew who Bai Yuntao's father was. Whoever it is, they're unlikely to be someone easy to deal with. No matter how much Jiang Tao disliked his daughter's adopted son, he had no choice but to admit that he was one of the few heirs he could currently select. Whether his son would even return to China was still a question. Right now, he had no choice but to protect him, even if he didn't want to. Bai Yong chuckled and said, What? You want to reconcile? Do you think it's that easy? I'll tell you 3 words, impossible. You'll hand over the household registration booklet sooner or later, so I don't need to rush it. I still have more than 3 years until graduation. I'm really looking forward to seeing what will happen in these 3 years. Bai Yang's words already carried a hint of threat, to the point that his smile began to look somewhat eerie. You. Jiang Tao nodded. Good, very good. After all, you have the blood of the Jiang family flowing through your veins. You've got guts. After saying that, he wiped his face and left the restaurant, walking away. Jiang Kaiwei glanced at Bai Yong sadly, then turned away helplessly and followed Jiang Tao. Bai Wen and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only glare at Bai Yong, and then quickly leave. Bai Yong watched their retreating figures, feeling a surge of exhilaration. A profound sense of vengeful pleasure filled his chest. Bai Yong kept his head down so no one could see his expression. Only his occasionally trembling hands revealed a hint of excitement and agitation. "Boss." The female bodyguard cautiously stepped forward and asked a question. Bai Yong raised his head, a smile playing on his lips. "You all heard it. You saw the whole thing, the most shameful thing in the family. We promise we won't say a word," a bodyguard quickly said. In order to keep this easy and high-paying job, the other three also swore an oath. Bai Yong smiled. "Don't be nervous. I only let you stay because I consider you my own people. If you can keep your mouth shut as you just said, I guarantee you will have a bright future ahead of you. But if I find out any of you are gossiping behind my back, I'll do nothing but send you and those people to hell in my next life." The four bodyguards shuddered and nodded in agreement. It's not surprising that a young man with a net worth of nearly 10 billion can accomplish anything. Bai Yong looked at the bodyguard on his left. "Your family is from Guangdong province. You were an orphan from a young age. After being adopted, you started learning martial arts and even won a national bronze medal. Later, you were imprisoned for several years for assaulting someone while drunk. Your wife was kidnapped by a shady friend. Your adoptive parents and children haven't been close to you for a long time. Last year you were scammed by an investment guru, and you gave him your savings to help you invest in stocks. Now you've lost everything and are even in debt, right?" The man swallowed hard. "Yes, boss, you knew all along?" Bai Yong didn't answer, but looked at the female bodyguard again. "Your family divorced when you were young, and you were sent to a martial arts school. Later, you hit the teacher who tried to molest you, so you dropped out of school and went to work at a nightclub. Your daughter is in elementary school, your ex-husband cheated on you, and you're still going through a divorce. That bastard even gave all the money in the house to his mistress, and now you don't even have any child support, right?" A hint of sadness appeared in the female bodyguard's eyes. "Yes, boss, you're right." Bai Yong also explained the backgrounds of the other two people very clearly. Without exception, they all had unhappy childhoods, unhappy youths, and continued to be unhappy in middle age. You all have no family support and struggle to make ends meet on your own, and so do I," Bai Yong said. "So we can all agree that the best way to deal with those who make us unhappy is to make them unhappy too." The four looked at each other, then nodded, deeply agreeing with Bai Yang's words. Bai Yong took out two large canvas bags from under the table. When they landed on the table, they made a loud thud, and they must have weighed at least 50 pounds. "Here is 2 million in cash. You can split it equally and use it to solve your own problems. If there's anything else that's needed, just let me know." Bai Yong said it casually, then poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. Upon hearing this, the four were first stunned, then their breathing quickened. 2 million. That's 500,000 for four people, more than their annual salary. And the fact that it appeared in front of them in cash was truly shocking. With this money, all their current difficulties can be resolved. "Boss, is this really okay?" The female bodyguard was practically bursting with rage, but she couldn't believe such a huge windfall had fallen from the sky. Bai Yong then said, "Just accept what I'm giving you. If I ever need help, you won't be stingy with your help, will you?" The four of them stood up in unison and replied, "Of course." Now, they could even kowtow to Bai Yong without any problem. Bai Yong nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, from now on, you will be my right-hand men and my friends. I will take care of everything for you. But what I need is your unwavering loyalty and obedience." The four nodded again, indicating their willingness to obey. Bai Yong drank another glass of wine and then left the private room, telling them to have a good meal and then properly divide the money. For Bai Yong, buying the loyalty of four people for 2 million was far too cheap. Moreover, when necessary, they can be key pieces and combat forces for oneself. Whether it's the Jiang family or the Bai family, you will both go to hell. On the other side, when Jiang Tao and the others were going back, Jiang Kaiwa told Bai Xia and the others to go back first, and she didn't let the driver or bodyguards follow them. She knew that Jiang Tao definitely had something to say to her. This proved to be true. Jiang Tao drove Jiang Kaiwa aimlessly through the streets of Beijing. "Who was Bai Yuntao's father?" Jiang Tao asked a question. Jiang Kaiwa shook her head. "I don't know." I took Xiao Tao out of the orphanage. His biological parents have never shown up. Jiang Tao suddenly asked. It's not your illegitimate child with that man, is it? He deliberately slowed down, seemingly afraid that Jiang Tsayue's emotional outburst would affect driving safety. But Jiang Kaiwei remained calm and said coldly, I knew you would guess that. It's a pity that Xiao Tao and that unfilial son are the same age, and the orphanage has a record of this. No matter how capable I am, it's impossible for me to give birth to 2 children with different blood relations within 10 months at the same time, right? Since you're so rich, why don't you find an organization you trust to check? Xiao Tao and I are absolutely not related by blood. Jiang Tao was silent for a moment, then said, Then why does Baiyang know? Chapter 182 Heartfelt Words. Jiang Kaiwei sighed. Who knows? But what does it matter who Xiao Tao's father is? Anyway, he's my son now. Jiang Tao said with some dissatisfaction. And he's a good-for-nothing son. Although I don't want to admit it, Baiyang is so much better than him. Now, whenever you search for news about Baiyang, it's all praise for him. You know, I've wanted to tell people several times, this is my grandson. Jiang Kaiwei interrupted him impatiently. He's just a rebellious son. Xiao Tao is just a little slower to realize things. I just need to discipline him properly. What's the big deal? There's still a long way to go. I don't believe that rebellious son can stay in the right track forever. You saw it today too. He won't let me off easily, and he won't let you off either. But his smugness won't last long. As the saying goes, sitting idle will deplete your savings. If he makes a few more mistakes, he'll lose everything he has right now. That unfilial son, he's good at being a nouveau riche, but to think he can hold on to such a large sum of money, humph. Dream on. Jiang Tao sighed. I hope so. I hope Baiyang doesn't have any more fatal dirt on him. I suspect he'll incite Xiao Tao's father to come and cause trouble, so you'd better be prepared. Jiang Kaiwei clenched her fists. It doesn't matter. If he dares to act recklessly, why can't I? A week later, the mobile game Honor of Kings was finally launched for public beta. At this moment, Baiyang was studying in the library. After reading for half an hour, Baiyang logged into his account and played a game. Matching was quick, which shows there were many people online. The game went smoothly without any major issues, and the graphics were relatively fluid. After about 15 minutes, Baiyang let out a long sigh of relief. It's not much different from the mobile game Honor of Kings that I saw in my previous life. Baiyang closed his eyes, his heart starting to race. If the mobile game Honor of Kings succeeds, it will once again become a legend in the internet industry. Reputation, wealth, and status will automatically come to you. Even if he wanted to refuse, he couldn't. Baiyang took a deep breath, picked up the kettle, and walked to a window. He stared at the students hurrying by outside, looking at the relaxed smiles on their faces, and felt a little envious. At the same time, he missed Zhang Xuebiao and the others. In order to deal with the Bai family, I had to keep a certain distance from them to avoid them being accidentally harmed. They are now locked in a fierce battle with Jiang Kaiwei and the others, with no room for retreat. Baiyang took a deep breath and said softly, It's time to make a move on Guocheng Electric Appliances. Guocheng Electric Appliances was the foundation upon which the Jiang family built their fortune and is also the main source of revenue for the entire Jiang family. If a major blow can be dealt to Guocheng Electric Appliances, then the Jiang family will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow as well. Even if it doesn't die quickly, it will eventually fall apart. Wealth is the source of the Jiang family's arrogance. Once they're deprived of money, they'll quickly revert to their old ways. Baiyang. Jiang Tianai reappeared behind Baiyang at some point. Baiyang didn't turn around and planned to walk away. You don't need to hide from me. Jiang Tianai stopped him. To promise I won't bother you. I just want to say a few words. Baiyang sighed softly and said, I told you, it's better if we don't see each other anymore, right? I think this must be your father's idea as well. Jiang Tianai sniffed, and then said, Is my dad's opinion really that important? I don't think so. I know you might have some prejudice against me or my family. I guess this is because of some business conflicts between you. I don't really understand these things, so I won't say more. But I really want to be your friend. Baiyang asked in a lukewarm tone, Why? Jiang Tianai was stunned. Huh? Why would you want to be friends with me? Baiyang turned his head. We've met less than 10 times in total. I don't think our friendship is that deep as to make you so fond of me. Jiang Tianai's body stiffened. Her hands clenched tightly together. She swallowed hard, and her legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move. She felt her body temperature rising. Because. Speak up. Quickly tell us what you really want to say. Tell him that you admire and appreciate his talent, and also, you don't need to say anything. Bayang said, there are some things that are better left unsaid between us. And you're right about one thing. I do have conflicts with your family, to be precise. We have a grudge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianai felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her head. Why? She couldn't understand how Bayang, who was the same age as her, could have such an irreconcilable hatred between Jiang Tao, who was already that age. Bayang didn't want to talk about it anymore, and his phone had just vibrated several times, so the results from the public beta should be out. Bayang, 2M leaving. Jiang Tianai stepped forward again and said, my dad has already arranged a university with English connections for me. I'll be going there as an exchange student next semester. After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Bayang, hoping he would turn around and look at her. Bayang nodded naturally after hearing this. Okay, I wish you all the best. He then took out his phone and strode away. Jiang Tianai felt as if she had been hit hard and was knocked unconscious. Her legs were weak, her pupils were dilated, and she looked quite frightening. Does he really not care at all? Is there no place for me in his heart? Bayang packed his things and left the library, then received good news about himself. Su Yu's voice trembled on the phone. Bayang, this is unbelievable. It's insane. There are actually over 1 million people online at once. Honor of Kings is already a hit. It's said that everyone with a mobile phone can't wait to play it. Li Wenbin was even more excited. Junior, guess how many investors called me just now? 11. Among them was Tencent. They said they were willing to invest 200 million yuan directly, which could be used for publicity and server maintenance. In short, they could spend it however they wanted. Now we've succeeded again. Junior, I feel like we've got the whole industry under our control now. It's insane. Bayang remained calm about it. Don't get excited yet. There will definitely be many problems after the game is launched. We should be careful not to be too high profile. Prepare according to the contingency plan I made beforehand, and prioritize stability. Moreover, I estimate that the Jiang family will start soon as well. Chapter 183. Once he was dealt with, Jiang Tao became obedient. The explosive popularity of Honor of Kings mobile game has made it the second internet product to break out of its niche after Douyin. Historical figures such as Li Bai, Wang Zhaojun, and Ho Yi have appeared as characters in a MOBA game, leaving many people amazed. But this approach is actually not ahead of its time. After Dota became popular, there was a MOBA version called Dynasty Warriors based on characters from the Three Kingdoms period. After League of Legends became popular, there was also 300 Heroes, a game that mixed together various anime and game characters. But Bayang carried forward the advantages of the mobile game King of Glory that he had seen in his previous life. Simple operation and low threshold for learning, while cutting some of the disadvantages, such as a more reasonable matchmaking mechanism, and some of the more criticized hero mechanics and game balance issues, etc. Anyway, Bayang created this game just to sell it to Tencent in the future. Let Pony Ma handle all the messy stuff like making money by selling skins and getting bonuses for buying skins. His goal is still to build cars in the future. Moreover, the game license system is about to be implemented. Many companies and projects in the gaming industry will die out in the end. While Honor of Kings mobile game may not be affected, it will certainly be restricted and hit. Bayang doesn't have the energy to handle the pressure, so he might as well leave the pressure to Tencent and let them take matters into their own hands. But the pressure Bayang imagined was much greater than he had imagined, and it came very quickly. After learning that the mobile game Honor of Kings had been launched and was a great success, the atmosphere on Jiang Tao's side became noticeably somber. That unfilial son, he only knows how to do these crooked and evil things. He's shameless. Jiang Kaiwei said disdainfully. First it was short videos. Now they're making these mobile games. It's all just a waste of time and energy. Bai Xia sighed and said, but Mom Xiaoyang really succeeded. I've heard from many friends in the industry that this game has now become the top domestic mobile game. He's making a successful product every time he starts something new. and whatever he does becomes a phenomenon. Enough, Jiang Kaiwei retorted angrily. You're telling me this now because you think he's very outstanding and powerful, right? What? Are you afraid of him and want to surrender to him? Bai Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. Mom, what's this about surrendering or not? Does this mean we have to become enemies and sworn enemies before this matter is over? When Douyin was all the rage, you said Xiaoyang was being unrealistic and just lucky. But now he's proven himself again. So why can't we acknowledge his excellence this once? We're family. Is that so hard? Hearing Bai Xiao's words, Jiang Caiyue's temper flared up again. Shut up. At this moment, Jiang Tao came in from outside. That's enough, Kaiwei. Xia didn't mean any harm. It's not a good idea to always take your anger out on your own family. Let's figure out how to teach Bai Yang a lesson. Jiang Kaiwei asked again, do you have a solution? Jiang Tao said, I've already asked my friends in the news industry for help. They'll quickly produce a bunch of press releases pointing out the game's flaws and exaggerating its shortcomings. In that case, I refuse to believe that this game Bai Yang created won't be doomed. Bai Xiao frowned. Grandpa, but the game Xiaoyang made is really good. What could be wrong with it? Jiang Tao gave a cold laugh. Isn't that simple? Just because he dared to include so many historical figures in the game, we can say that he is slandering traditional culture and is a new generation of spiritual opium. Weren't online games labeled as spiritual opium back then, and the entire industry was supposed to collapse? I'd like to see if Bai Yang can withstand this move. Humph. Jiang Kaiwei pinched her chin. That's a good idea, I agree. Bai Xia was a little anxious. Isn't that unnecessary? Grandpa, I think we can use other methods. As long as Xiaoyang feels the warmth of family, he will definitely choose to reconcile with us. Jiang Kaiwei was furious. Bai Xia, are you sick? Reconciliation? You want me to reconcile with that unfilial son? Does he even deserve it? Shut your mouth. That unfilial son will never be forgiven by me again. He must be taught a lesson this time. Jiang Tao nodded and said, that's right. What Bai Yang did this time was really too much. If we don't let him know what it's like to run into a wall, he will only continue to climb over our heads and do whatever he wants in the future. Do you really think he'll stop if we back down? What's giving you that illusion? I want him to know that the foundation of our Jiang family is so profound that he cannot shake it. Hearing these words, Bai Xia felt utterly exhausted and could only sigh in the end. She thought to herself, can't there be another way? Soon, numerous articles attacking the King of Glory game appeared online. A new generation of spiritual opium. Honor of King's mobile game is the biggest cancer on the internet today. Experts say it must be banned. Traditional culture cannot be degenerated into a commercial tool. Li Bai was an assassin? This is what Prince Lanling looked like. What's wrong with our culture? These reports and articles began to flood various forums, and a large number of attacks and criticisms began to emerge. A large group of people also appeared online, giving the mobile game Honor of Kings negative reviews and spreading malicious rumors. In a short time, the game's popularity and ratings continued to decline. Suyu became somewhat anxious upon seeing these items. Bai Yang, we need to think of something. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Otherwise, if these demons and monsters keep causing trouble, our game will be ruined. I suspect that Jiang Kaiwei and her group are behind this. Li Wenbin also agreed. Yes, some investors have already told me that they are worried that these negative reviews will affect the game's future development. He lowered his voice and said, it's said that if things continue like this, the authorities will probably get involved soon, then wouldn't we be finished even faster? After listening, Bai Yang remained silent, then said, what you all said makes sense. However, things are not that serious. Our revenue has not been affected, so there is no need to be overly suspicious. Just follow the plan I gave you before. No matter how much we do, the Jiang family won't stop. Also, please prepare a car for me. I've asked the school for a few days off, and I need to go out for a few days. Suyu was a little puzzled. Going out? What for? The situation with Honor of King's mobile game is clearly in dire straits. So why is Bai Yang still so calm? Bai Yang said, you don't need to worry about that. I'm going to find someone. Suyu and Li Wenbin were both stunned. Who are we supposed to go find? They understood Bai Yang's thoughts even less. Bai Yang laughed. Once we get this guy on our side, Jiang Tao will behave himself. Chapter 184 Shenzhen Tycoon. Night fell. Baiyang got out of the car and went straight into a nightclub. The interior is luxuriously decorated, with every detail meticulously designed. The crystal chandeliers embedded in the walls sparkle with dazzling light, and the giant chandelier hanging from the ceiling is as brilliant as a starry sky. But this place looks like a favorite of nouveau riche, not as grand as the private clubs frequented by the wealthy. At the bar, bartenders skillfully wielded their bottles, as if performing a delicate dance. The colorful cocktails shimmered under the lights, and the clinking of glasses filled the air. Baiyang ordered a gin and tonic, then unbuttoned one button on his shirt, leaned back against the bar, and spread his legs, looking very relaxed and carefree. In the center of the dance floor, the lights changed continuously in time with the music, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Young men and women dance freely here, releasing their energy and passion. A girl dressed provocatively was immediately attracted to Baiyang upon seeing him. One reason is that Baiyang is handsome and his fashionable attire makes him hard to ignore. On the other hand, Baiyang was wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth 3 million yuan. Seeing that he was alone, many people tried to strike up a conversation with him. "Handsome, are you drinking alone?" A girl wearing a crop top walked by. She had a butterfly tattooed on her chest. As she walked, the tattoo trembled along with her two mounds, making it look like the butterfly's wings were flapping up and down. Baiyang smiled politely. "Yes, this is my first time here." "Is this your first time here? Where are you from?" "You can call me Xiaoqian. I know this area pretty well." Fu Ziqian sat down next to Baiyang, her two long legs crossed, her jade feet raised high, appearing exceptionally white in the dim light. Baiyang said, "My name is Zhang Yang, and I'm from Shenzhen." "Shenzhen? Wow, one in the south and one in the north. Are you here on a business trip?" Fu Ziqian asked with a smile. Baiyang nodded. "No, I'm not in a good mood today, so I bought a plane ticket to come here and look around. I'll probably have to fly back tomorrow morning." Fu Ziqian's lips twitched. "You flew all the way here just for a drink?" Baiyang smiled and said, "The two plane tickets only cost 2 or 3,000 yuan in total. It's not a big deal. Once, I was driving and got bored. When I got near the airport, I suddenly wanted to go to Japan to buy a newly released game. So I asked someone to book the earliest flight for me. When I got there, I bought the game, had a meal, and came back the same day. You know that when the movie star was in a bad mood, he took him to feed the pigeons, and then went back home afterwards, right? Actually, I've done this kind of thing many times. Sorry, I've been talking a lot since I've been drinking." At this moment, Fu Ziqian looked at Baiyang with an expression filled with a kind of impulse, a kind of instinctive admiration for strength in a woman's bones. Fu Ziqian composed herself and then said, "Zhang Yang, what you're saying is really impressive. So, you must be quite wealthy." Baiyang took a sip of his drink and then said, "The word money is too vulgar. I've never touched money. I don't like money, and I have no interest in money." Fu Ziqian's expression was indescribably complex for a moment. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't manage to. She had seen many wealthy people in this place, but none of them spoke like Baiyang. "Hey handsome, since you're single, could you buy me a drink? I can keep you company for a long time, drinking and chatting with you." Fu Ziqian leaned forward, her arms tucked together, and the butterfly tattoo on her chest bulged out, as if it were about to burst out. Baiyang turned his head and glanced at the liquor cabinet behind the bar, asking, "If I buy a bottle of liquor, how much of it will you get?" The blunt question caught Fu Ziqian off guard. She felt as if she had been hit on the back of the head, and all the blood in her body rushed to her face. Baiyang laughed. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. Of course I'd be happy to treat a beautiful girl like you to a drink. I just wanted to start a conversation." Fu Ziqian gave an awkward smile. "Well, the topic you brought up was quite direct. Actually, I don't get much either. Let's just be friends and see how you feel." Baiyang said. "Then let's take the most expensive bar in the liquor cabinet. I'd like you to talk to me a little longer, since I have to go back in a few hours anyway." Fu Ziqian's breathing became rapid. "Realize it okay? She can take a 10% cut from a bottle of wine, and the high-end wines in the store usually start at 5 figures. With just a few words from Baiyang, she easily achieved several days' worth of sales targets." Baiyang nodded. "If you ask again, I might have to change my mind. Fu Ziqian quickly changed her mind. Then shall I take you to a private room? It's a good place to drink and chat, and the entrance fee is only 1888. Bai Yang shook his head. No, I like lively atmosphere. However, if you know any friends, I can introduce you. This is my first time visiting a nightclub in Beijing, and it would be great if I could make some friends. Fu Ziqian smiled. Understood, of course, no problem. You wait here for my good news. Watching Fu Ziqian's retreating figure, Bai Yang revealed a triumphant smile. Fu Ziqian strode into a private room. Several well-dressed young men, each with a woman on either side, were chatting about all sorts of dirty jokes and fabricated anecdotes. Jiang Tianming. Fu Ziqian grabbed one of the pale-faced boys with a small braid and said urgently, "A big shot has arrived outside." Jiang Tianming was already a little drunk and asked cheerfully, "Big boss? What big boss? Is he bigger than me?" Fu Ziqian rolled her eyes at him. "He's a rich guy, the kind who's extremely wealthy. He's from Shenzhen. His name is Zhang Yang. He flew to Beijing to drink. He booked the ticket this afternoon, arrived this evening, and is going back soon." These words caught the attention of the men and women present, and their eyes, like Fu Ziqian's, became filled with curiosity and excitement. Fu Ziqian said with some pride, as if she were talking about her own situation. "And another thing, the watch on his wrist alone is worth millions. No doubt he's a rich guy. He says he wants to meet some wealthy people in Beijing. What do you think? Should we bring them over?" Jiang Tianming took a sip of ice water. "If that's really the case, then it's quite interesting. Let him do it. Let me see it too." Fu Ziqian smiled and agreed before leaving. When these rich people get together to have fun, they're bound to order a few more bottles of fine wine. I've really hit the jackpot tonight. Soon, Bai Yang walked in with a relaxed expression. Chapter 185 Young Master Zhang's Magnanimity. "Hello, Zhang Yang." Jiang Tianming stood up and smiled. "My name is Jiang Tianming." He then said a few more words in broken English, the gist of which was that he was very happy to see Bai Yang. "Your English is quite good." Bai Yang's expression was a little strange. "Did you study abroad?" Jiang Tianming didn't realize the sarcasm and laughed. "Yeah, my dad sent me to the US and I spent a year in England, but I secretly ran away and came back." "Let's not talk about this anymore. Have a seat." Looking at Jiang Tianming in front of him, Bai Yang felt a surge of intense hatred rising in his chest. If he hadn't still had some sense left, he would have loved to smash this guy's head with a bottle. The reason is not simply that Jiang Tianming is Jiang Tao's son. In his previous life, Bai Yang witnessed through his spirit how the Jiang family swallowed up the already impoverished Bai family. Among them, Jiang Tianming colluded with Bai Yuntao to torture and settle scores with everyone in the Bai family. Even though Bai Yang was already dead, Jiang Tianming and Bai Yuntao still didn't let him go and even went after Zhang Xuebiao's family. That beast Jiang Tianming kidnapped Zhang Jingxue while she was at work one day and forcibly raped her. At that time, Bai Yang was just a spirit and could do nothing but wail in pain. Afterwards, in an attempt to cover up the incident, Zhang Tao even drove Zhang Jingxue to suicide. The helplessness he felt then has now transformed into a poison called hatred, gripping Bai Yang's heart tightly. Jiang Tianming hasn't started doing evil yet, but he will still have to pay the price. "I will deprive you of the ability to do evil, and at the same time, I will let you and your family know what true suffering is." Bai Yang sat down on the sofa next to him, trying his best to remain restrained. Jiang Tianming said to the waiter, "Call over a few beautiful women, the really fresh and pretty kind. Put the bill on my tab, go." Bai Yang asked, "Young Master Jiang, you seem to know this place very well." Jiang Tianming smiled. "I have shares here, and the boss is my friend. I'm basically a permanent resident here. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I haven't done enough yet, but I can still help you relax." Bai Yang asked, "Do you live here permanently? Don't you ever go home?" Jiang Tianming thought for a moment, then said, "Ha ha, I'm so old. Of course I can't stay at home and sponge off my parents. There's wine and women here. Isn't it pretty enjoyable to just stay like this?" Bai Yang smiled. "Yes, you're quite right. Burning newspapers at a grave? You're trying to fool the ghosts." However, he thought about how Jiang Tao had put a lot of effort into cultivating a successor, only to end up raising a playboy, which was quite amusing. I guess they turned their attention to Bai Yuntao because they knew their son wasn't very promising. Even though Jiang Tao didn't have high hopes for Jiang Tianming, he never expected that Jiang Tianming would drop out of school and secretly use his tuition money to invest in a nightclub business. At that moment, the waiter let in 12 heavily made-up girls wearing short skirts that revealed their thighs. Some of these girls had alluring eyes, while others appeared shy and innocent. Each had their own unique charm. Jiang Tianming pointed at them. Come, young Master Zhang. Pick whichever one you like. You can take 2 if you want. If you like them, feel free to take them home. But they can't come back to Shenzhen with you. If you really like them, I'll book you a suite nearby, so you can have a good time. Bai Yang smiled without saying a word. Fu Ziqian walked in and asked with a smile, how was it? Did you have a good chat? Bai Yang suddenly pointed at Fu Ziqian. All I need to do tonight is have Xiaoqian with me. These words immediately chilled the atmosphere in the private room. Everyone present looked at Bai Yang as if he were a monster. Jiang Tianming, in particular, changed from his previous enthusiasm and sunshine, and his eyes became somewhat cold. A girl with dyed red hair forced a smile and said cautiously to Bai Yang, Young Master Zhang, Xiaoqian is young Master Zhang's girlfriend, so she can't just accompany you like that. Wouldn't it be better if we all drank and chatted together? After hearing this, Bai Yang said, Oh, and then said, Is that so? I'm really sorry. He took off his watch and handed it to Fu Ziqian. Then consider this my compensation. I didn't know the truth just now, and ignorance is no excuse. Please don't mind. Fu Ziqian felt even more embarrassed. She glanced nervously at Jiang Tianming, wanting to return the watch, but her hand remained frozen in place. Those present gasped. Giving away a watch worth millions so easily, how generous. For a moment, the other girls were a little envious of Fu Ziqian, and their eyes were practically glued to Bai Yang. However, Bai Yang's behavior still made some people uncomfortable. A man next to Jiang Tianming frowned and said, Zhang Yang, what do you mean by this? If you really want to give a gift, can our brother Ming afford it? Who wants your broken watch? Do you really think you're rich? You're just wearing a broken watch. What are you pretending for? Bai Yang wasn't angry after hearing this, and then said, I understand. You think this watch isn't worth much? Sorry, I'm used to life in Shenzhen. After saying that, he took out a set of car keys and placed them in Fu Ziqian's hand, saying, With this, I think it can express my apology a little bit, right? When Fu Ziqian saw the logo on the car key, she almost cried out. Maybach. She had only heard before that in Las Vegas, some wealthy gamblers would tip their luxury cars as a reward, simply by throwing the car keys to the casino staff. She was truly stunned to witness such a wealthy person's actions in person today. Jiang Tianming and his companions were also stunned. Many of these people are second-generation rich kids, but none of them waste money like this. Can you just give away a car worth millions so easily? Aren't you from Shenzhen? How come you still have a car in Beijing? Jiang Tianming asked with some suspicion. Bai Yang laughed. Before coming here, I was strolling around Beijing and saw a nice car, so I just bought it. If you think Maybach is not high class enough, I have another garage in Shenzhen with 2 Lamborghinis that I'm tired of driving. Young Master Jiang, if you're still angry, feel free to go anywhere and choose whatever you like. Jiang Tianming took a deep breath and then smiled. Young Master Zhang, you've truly broadened my horizons today. There are plenty of wealthy people in the capital, but it's rare to see someone as extravagant as you. Bai Yang said, If you have too many lice, you won't feel itchy. If you have too much debt, you won't panic. Similarly, if you earn too much money, it's just a number. Everyone present was completely captivated by Bai Yang. The men were itching to become his sworn brothers, while the women were already figuring out how to offer themselves to him to make him happy. Jiang Tianming pondered for a moment, then said, Mr. Zhang, would it be convenient for you to speak with me alone? Bai Yang nodded. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. I accidentally offended your girlfriend just now, and according to the rules of the underworld, we should have a private talk. At this moment, Fu Ziqian's mind was in turmoil. She really wanted to say, I'm not Jiang Tianming's girlfriend, Mr. Zhang. Please do whatever you want with me. Chapter 186. What a brilliant idea. In an elegantly furnished private room, Jiang Tianming poured Bai Yang a glass of wine and himself a glass of iced lemonade. Young Master Jiang, if I may ask, what kind of business does your family run? Bai Yang laughed. Young Master Jiang, just say it straight. You want to know why you're so rich, right? Jiang Tianming laughed heartily. Young Master Jiang is truly a straightforward person. Indeed, I am very curious. Let's be frank, I want to make money together. Bai Yang touched his wine glass, glanced at Jiang Tianming, and then turned his head away. Is young Master Jiang short of money? Jiang Tianming laughed. No one ever thinks they have too little money, right? To be honest, my dad is so annoying. He always wants me to learn how to do business, like selling appliances and furniture with him. It's so boring. I studied design, and when I showed him my furniture designs, he insisted they were garbage. Ugh, what an old-fashioned person who doesn't understand art. So I just ran back here, and I don't even care about my diploma anymore. Who cares? But secrets can't stay hidden forever. By this time next year, he'll definitely find out something's wrong. I need to be prepared. Bai Yang nodded. I understand. You want to make a lot of money before things are exposed, so as to prove your strength and shut your father up. Jiang Tianming was somewhat excited. Young Master Jiang, you are truly my kindred spirit. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Anyway, he sends me to school, so in the end I'll be the one making money for him, right? I'll find my own money and see what he can say then. Bai Yang calmly took a sip of wine and fell silent. That's about enough. Time to close the net. He said to Jiang Tianming, Young Master Jiang, let me tell you the truth as well. Actually, my family is only moderately wealthy. I'm like you, wanting to prove myself by making money, so I tried all sorts of methods. I'm lucky now. I made a lot of money after finding a project. Jiang Tianming quickly asked, what kind of project is it? Can you mentor me? Bai Yang laughed. Young Master Jiang, this is definitely something that makes money. Ordinary people wouldn't just say it casually. You and I are strangers who met by chance. If I told you something that would definitely make you a lot of money, and you could make money just by joining, that would be too strange. Only scammers would do that, right? Besides, I can make money by investing, but it's not necessarily the same for you if you join. Even if I were to tell you, if you invest your money and lose it, you can blame me. Losing a friend is one thing, but ruining your reputation is another. I don't like that. Hearing Bai Yang say this, Jiang Tianming was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he felt that the person in front of him was even more reliable. Young Master Jiang, I understand. Your caution is correct. Then I won't say anything else. We can partner up. If we make money, you get 60% and I get 40%. As long as we make a few million or tens of millions, I'll be satisfied. Jiang Tianming said, I have to give my dad an explanation after all. I'm not asking for a lot of money, but you can help with that, right? Bai Yang still did not respond. Jiang Tianming panicked. Oh dear, I forgot. I haven't even mentioned my family situation yet. To be honest, my father's name is Jiang Tao, and he's the president of Gucheng Electric Appliances. You've probably heard of him, right? Bai Yang said, Jiang Tao? I've heard of him, but I remember he's already in his 60s or 70s. Are you his son? And you're still so young. Jiang Tianming laughed. A child born late in life. To be honest, I also have an older sister who's over 40 and could be my mother. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I have 4 nieces and 1 nephew, who are about my age, huh? Oh, by the way, I have a nephew named Bai Yintao. He seems to have just started college and is also starting his own business. Maybe we could join him. Bai Yang immediately interrupted him. Young Master Jiang, if you really want to make money with me, you have to abide by my rules. I don't want you to reveal anything about me. The waters here in the capital are too deep. I won't easily trust others without fully understanding the situation. Tonight, I feel a little guilty because I offended you and your girlfriend. Plus, we get along quite well, so I talk to you a bit more. I have no objection to you bringing that Bai Yintao in, but you can't say it was my idea. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianming quickly replied, All right, young Master Jiang. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. Young Master Jiang is cautious in his actions. That's excellent. I fully support him. I saw that my sister is quite wealthy, and Bai Yintao, as her son, must also be well off and starting his own business, so I was thinking of attracting more investment. Thinking that he had almost offended a capable person, Jiang Tianming wiped his sweat. Bai Yang continued. Okay, then let me tell you about a business opportunity one recently discovered. Shared power banks. Jiang Tianming was stunned. Shared power bank? What's that? Power banks can be shared. Bai Yang laughed. Young Master Jiang, think about it yourself. Nowadays, everyone is inseparable from their mobile phones. When you go out, you need to use a power bank when your phone runs out of battery. But such a heavy thing is a burden to carry around, isn't it? If there were power banks available for rent on the street right now, costing only 2 yuan for an hour of charging, wouldn't everyone be happy to pay? 2 yuan per person. How many people use mobile phones now? How much can you earn in a day? Have you thought about that? Jiang Tianming became excited. My God, how come I didn't think of that? This is a brilliant idea. But then he immediately had another question. But what if someone takes these shared power banks? How do we manage them? We can't just send someone to watch over them, can we? Bai Yang laughed and said, that's easy. We just need to make a special cabinet and an app. When people want to take a power bank from inside, they need to connect via Bluetooth, which will be recorded in the app. A deposit of 99 yuan is required before use, and the app will also record the return. The deposit will only be refunded after one borrowing and one return. Users can also choose not to return the 99 yuan deposit and keep it. They can then use the service without paying the deposit next time. With the deposit in hand, they don't have to worry about the customers not returning the money. Moreover, the people in the capital are generally of higher quality, resulting in lower management costs. Jiang Tianming clapped his hands and exclaimed, excellent, excellent. This is truly a brilliant idea. If each person pays a deposit of 99 yuan, then 10,000 people would have 990,000 yuan. 100,000 people would have 10 million yuan in no time. Wow. Even if you just leave that money in the bank to earn interest, you could make a lot. Young Master Zhang, you are a genius. Seeing his expression, Bai Yang revealed a barely perceptible cold smile. Chapter 187. It's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Jiang Tianming was already quite impatient. He paced back and forth in the room, saying, I have to get started right away. This business is a brilliant idea. In fact, Jiang Tianming had always felt very aggrieved. Despite studying abroad for many years, his English level is barely enough to handle everyday conversations. Although his family is wealthy, Jiang Tao is very strict with his living expenses, which are not enough to allow him to indulge in extravagant lifestyles. But he didn't dare go home directly, so he could only outwardly comply while inwardly indulging in a life of debauchery in the nightclub. Jiang Tianming felt like a rat, living a life of utter darkness. Bai Yang smiled and said, Young Master Jiang, calm down first. Although this business is good, there are many things that need to be sorted out step by step. Jiang Tianming felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and then sat down again. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'm just too happy and I couldn't help but get carried away. Then I'll get started. By the way, how much initial capital is needed for this business? Bai Yang said, regarding the funding. Young Master Jiang, are you really sure about this? Jiang Tianming nodded. Of course. You're not going to back out and not want to take me with you, are you? Bai Yang laughed. How could that be? I've heard of your father's reputation, and he recently had a bit of a disagreement with one of my friends. Sorry, I've gone off topic. However, if you want to get involved in this business, it's probably a bit too late. Too late? What? Jiang Tianming was somewhat puzzled. Bai Yang said, because this project has already passed the initial fundraising and preparation stages. The charging cabinets, power banks, and the app that I just mentioned are almost complete. He took out his phone and opened a yellow app. Look, this is the Pikachu app. Now all that's left is advertising and operation. Jiang Tianming was somewhat dejected. How could this be? Then I have no chance at all. Bai Yang waved his hand. Of course that's not what I meant. What I meant was that if we had met earlier, and you had become an angel investor, you might have been able to get a large number of shares with just 500,000 or even 100,000. But the problem is, if we go into the next round of financing now, we'll have to put up a lot more money. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianming was delighted. No problem. It's just money. Although my dad is stingy, I have savings, at least 1 million or 2. Bai Yang shook his head. Young Master Jiang, 1 or 2 million is more money than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. But for the business we're going to do, it's not even money. Let me tell you the truth. To invest and get involved now, you need at least 10 million. 10 million. Jiang Tianming stood up again, his eyes wide. It's just a few power banks. Why does it cost so much? Mr. Zhang, are you kidding me? Bai Yang said calmly. Young Master Jiang, I'm not exaggerating on purpose. You know I would never embezzle your 10 million. These shared power banks are generally deployed in large shopping malls and supermarkets. And the selected cities are all major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. You must know the land rent prices in these cities, right? Why would a shopping mall allow you to set up shop there? How will the revenue sharing be calculated? These are all things to discuss, but no matter how you discuss them, nothing works better than money, right? And then there are the subsequent operation, management, and maintenance costs. Do you still think 10 million is a lot? Excuse my bluntness, but with this kind of spending, 10 million would probably only be enough for 1 or 2 months of expenses, right? Jiang Tianming's head was about to explode after hearing this. He had never considered such a roundabout way of things, and felt that what Bai Yang said made a lot of sense. Jiang Tianming pulled out a tissue to wipe his face. Let me think. If shared power banks are already in place, then it's too late for him to steal the idea and start from scratch. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's waited so long, he can't afford to give it up now. Seeing that things were almost settled, Bai Yang said, All right, you can think about it slowly. I had a pretty good time tonight, and now it's almost time for me to catch my flight back to Shenzhen. If young Master Jiang thinks it's better not to join, that's fine too. Just consider it as me having had too much to drink tonight. Jiang Tianming quickly said, Young Master Zhang, why don't we exchange contact information so we can chat in the future? Bai Yang laughed. No need. We've only met by chance. Since we can't be business partners, it's better to have less contact. And as I just mentioned, your father and a friend of mine had some disagreements. Jiang Tianming gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Mr. Zhang, I'll join. 10 million, right? I can afford it. Bai Yang turned around, his eyes full of surprise. Young Master Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Tianming patted his chest. Don't worry. I mean what I say. Bai Yang laughed. That's bold. Young Master Jiang. Then we can keep in touch more often in the future. Although my friend might be a little unhappy, I don't think it should be a big problem. Jiang Tianming frowned. Young Master Zhang, this is the 3rd time you've mentioned this friend of yours. What exactly happened between him and my father? You absolutely must tell me. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease if something goes wrong during our future cooperation. Bai Yang gave a wry smile and said, Sigh, it's all just business stuff. You know about the mobile game Honor of Kings, right? Jiang Tianming nodded. Of course, I play it every day now. Bai Yang smiled slyly. My friend is the founder of the mobile game Honor of Kings. He also basically came up with the idea for this shared power bank. Real? Jiang Tianming got excited again. If that's really the case, that would be so cool. Can I meet him? Bai Yang shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. He gets angry whenever he sees someone with the surname Jiang. Your father and your sister, whom you've never met, have recently arranged for a lot of people to target him. Almost all the articles on the market that criticized the King of Glory mobile game were written by people they paid to write. Jiang Tianming frowned even more deeply. My sister, oh, you mean Jiang Kaiwei, right? Upon hearing this name, Bai Yang's expression turned grim. Yes, it's her. My friend is really angry now. So when I found out that your father is Jiang Tao, I felt it was really fate. I just don't know if it's a bad fate or something else. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianming immediately said, Please tell your genius friend that I'm his fan and that I've invested in this shared power bank project. Not only will I invest, but I'll also get my whole family to invest. Please tell him that it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, and let's all make money together. Bai Yang smiled. Okay, he'll definitely be very happy. Chapter 188, The Foolish Son. At this point, Jiang Tianming had been completely brainwashed by Bai Yang and believed everything he said. Jiang Tianming said, I will persuade my father to stop slandering the King of Glory mobile game. There must be some misunderstanding. Please tell that genius that I guarantee I can resolve this matter. After hearing the answer he wanted, Bai Bai Yang nodded calmly. All right, if young Master Zhang really keeps his word, I believe my friend will be happy to share some of his original shares with you. Jiang Tianming's face immediately lit up with a radiant glow, and he laughed heartily. If that's really the case, I'll definitely do my best. Please tell him. Honor of Kings is the most fun mobile game I've ever played. They talked for another hour, and then Jiang Tianming sent someone to take Bai Yang to the airport. This person was none other than Fu Ziqian. At this point, Fu Ziqian was clearly no longer Jiang Tianming's girlfriend. Since young Master Zhang likes it, why not give it to him? Throughout the journey, Fu Ziqian was extremely attentive, showing Bai Yang all sorts of goodwill and frequently giving him hints. Young Master Zhang, you're going back so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? Bai Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her at this point, and kept his eyes closed to rest the whole way, which made Fu Ziqian feel awkward. Upon arriving at the airport, after seeing Bai Yang board the plane, Fu Ziqian immediately went to the 4S store that Bai Yang had mentioned. There, it was confirmed that Bai Yang had indeed bought a Maybach and could pick it up at any time. After picking up the car, Fu Ziqian immediately called Jiang Tianming. It seems he really wasn't lying to me. He really is a wealthy man. Without further hesitation, Jiang Tianming quickly tidied himself up, changed into a presentable outfit, and returned to his home, which he had been away from for a year. Young Master is back. The Jiang family's nanny and servants informed Jiang Tianming's mother, Zhao Han, of the news. Zhao Han was putting on makeup and getting ready to go out when she learned that her son was coming home. She was so happy that she immediately ran out of the room. Son! Zhao Han opened her arms wide, overjoyed. Jiang Tianming went over and hugged her. Mom, I missed you so much. Zhao Han touched Jiang Tianming's face with her hand and said with some heartache, Look at you, your face is so thin, and you have dark circles under your eyes. I told you the food in the US is terrible. What kind of white food is that? Is that even fit for human consumption? Jiang Tianming was too embarrassed to point it out directly, so after saying a few perfunctory words, he followed Zhao Han into the house. Where are Dad and Tianai? Zhao Han said. Today is Monday. Your sister went to school. Your dad should be discussing business matters with your sister now. Zhao Han also looked very unhappy when Jiang Kaiwei was mentioned. She knew how much Jiang Kaiwei disliked her as her stepmother. The two are not only about the same age, but their children are also about the same age, so it would be too awkward to call them mother and daughter. What upset Zhao Han even more was that even though Jiang Kaiwei had a lot of complaints about Jiang Tao still cared about his biological daughter's feelings. Knowing that his daughter disliked Zhao Han, Jiang Tao never took Zhao Han to his daughter's home once after Jiang Caiyue's family moved to Beijing. Even Jiang Tianai had eaten at Jiang Caiyue's house, but she hadn't seen Jiang Tao at all lately. Son, now I can only rely on you. Zhao Han sighed. I don't know what's wrong with Tianai lately. She's like she's lost her soul. She doesn't say a word to me anymore. Girls grow up and leave home. Jiang Tianming said smoothly. Mom, don't worry. I came back this time to make you proud. I recently hit the jackpot and met a benefactor who introduced me to an amazing project. Zhao Han's eyes lit up. His son had actually started doing business? Tell Mom quickly, what is it? Jiang Tianming explained his idea for shared power banks, and Zhao Han was taken aback after hearing it. Before marrying Jiang Tao, she was a bank loan officer and was very sensitive to project approvals and funding matters. Son, what's the name of this person you're talking about? Is he really reliable? Jiang Tianming said, Mom, don't worry. I've already talked to him personally. He's definitely a rich young master from a wealthy family. I've met so many rich people. I can tell at a glance who's faking it and who's really rich. If you don't believe me, I'll introduce you to someone next time, and you'll definitely believe me then. Zhao Han added. But you still have to go to school, right? How will you know when you're out there? Mom, actually I dropped out of school a long time ago. Jiang Tianming's words startled Zhao Han. What? Son, you're not kidding, are you? If your dad finds out, he'll skin you alive. Jiang Tianming said, Mom, it's just a diploma. Our family has so much money. If I wanted to go and study with those poor bastards, wouldn't I be out of my mind? Besides, Dad sent me to school so that I could earn money for him, right? And now that I'm doing this, what can he say? Hearing this, Zhao Han nodded, though she felt a little uneasy. Okay, son, Since things have come to this, Mom supports you. I'll definitely have a good talk with your dad when he gets back. What are you telling me? Jiang Tao suddenly appeared, startling Zhao Han and her son. Dad, husband. Upon closer inspection, the mother and son discovered that Jiang Tao had brought quite a few people home this time. Bai Xia, Bai Wen, Bai Yun, Bai Ting, and Bai Yun Tao except for Jiang Kaiwei and Bai Yuxing. The entire Bai family was present. Grandma, hello uncle, hello. Bai Xia and the others greeted Zhao Han and her son somewhat awkwardly. The situation became somewhat awkward. Jiang Tao stared at Jiang Tianming, frowning, and asked, Tianming, is your school on holiday? Why did you suddenly come back? Jiang Tianming quickly said, Dad, listen to me. This time You didn't sneak back, did you? Out of anger, Jiang Tao raised his voice and made it louder. He knows his son too well. To save face, he often boasts about how outstanding his son is and how successful he is academically, giving people the impression that he has an elite son. But Jiang Tao knew exactly what Jiang Tianming was like. Feeling guilty, Jiang Tianming hid behind Zhao Han. This behavior was essentially tantamount to acquiescence, which infuriated Jiang Tao, and his face turned bright red. You beast! I've spent so much money on you, and you actually... Jiang Tao instinctively pulled out his belt and was about to get rough with him. Zhao Han quickly called out, Honey, wait. Tianming's comeback this time brings good news. Bai Xia and the others quickly went up to persuade him, mainly to remind Jiang Tao not to get too angry and ruin his health. Jiang Tianming shouted, Dad, didn't Bill Gates drop out of college too? I have a project that can make hundreds of millions of dollars. Why would I need to study? Believe me, just give me 20 million, and I guarantee. Jiang Tao roared and shoved Zhao Han and the others aside. 20 million? You don't look like you're worth 20 million. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Chapter 189, We Also Have Benefactors. Half an hour later, Jiang Tao's anger subsided by half, and Jiang Tianming walked out of the upstairs room, trembling. Then, in the living room, he hid behind Zhao Han and continued to tremble. Bai Xia stepped forward and said, Grandpa, I think Uncle must have had a reason for what happened. Why don't we all calm down and talk it over? Jiang Tianming glanced gratefully at his niece, who was a few years older than him, and said, Dad, I really wasn't fooling around this time. I met a benefactor, and this time I'm really going to make money for the family. Jiang Tao sneered, Making money for the family? You've got quite the nerve. Then I'm all ears. Jiang Tianming immediately repeated exactly what he had said to Zhao Han. After hearing his story, Jiang Tao and the others fell silent. The wealth and youth of the benefactor Jiang Tianming spoke of surprised them somewhat. Although the Jiang family also possesses assets worth tens of billions, they have only heard about such behavior or seen others do it, but have never actually tried it themselves. Especially the magnanimity displayed by this important person and the statement, I don't like money, I have no interest in money, and I've never touched money, are definitely not something an ordinary person would dare to say easily. In particular, Jiang Tianming exaggerated part of the money in order to further entice Jiang Tao to take it, making people think that the richest man in Shenzhen had arrived. Jiang Tao then asked, What's the name of this important person you mentioned? Jiang Tianming shook his head. Dad, they said this must be kept secret. You also taught me that one should be honest. Jiang Tao snorted. You actually want to do business with someone who even keeps his name a secret? You're really bold, Jiang Tianming said. Dad, that just proves he's reliable. Think about it. All those scammers out there are trying their best to package themselves up and fool others. But he didn't want to say much. He just kept spending money. He's the kind of person who doesn't care how much he spends just to be comfortable. I'm starting to wonder if his dad is the kind of person who would appear on the evening news. Jiang Tao was getting annoyed. Shut up, you foul-mouthed bastard. Bai Yun Tao then spoke up. Uncle, what project did this important person discuss with you? He was also drawn to the wealthy person who offered him a car, as he was in a good mood from flying back and forth. What he's doing must be very profitable. Seeing that someone was interested, Jiang Tianming immediately added, It's like this, he said this way to make money is through shared power banks. Shared power banks. Everyone present was stunned. They had never even heard of this thing. Jiang Tao grew impatient. Can't you just say what you have to say at once? Stop beating around the bush. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to quickly explain his idea for shared power banks and the progress that Bai Yang had told him. That's a great idea. Bai Yuntao immediately said, this is a combination of the internet and the real economy. It's really promising. Jiang Tianming was immediately gratified to have found a kindred spirit. Yes, that's exactly it. Think about it. If you pay a 99 yuan deposit before using it, you can continue to use it next time. Users only need to pay 2 yuan per hour. In this way, users will no longer need to carry those bulky power banks when they go out. Who would refuse something so convenient? Let's say we have 100,000 users, then we'll have 9.9 million in deposits. What if we have 1 million users? That's 99 million, nearly 100 million. But there are far more than 1 million people across the country who own mobile phones and need power banks. We can use these deposits to invest or do other businesses. Isn't that what banks do? And their extra income, oh my God, just thinking about it is amazing. Bai Yuntao was also very excited. A genius idea. Only a genius could come up with this. Bai Yun, Bai Wen, and Bai Ting were also somewhat excited. On the one hand, they are very happy to have the opportunity to participate in such a promising and lucrative project. On the other hand, these 3 women also became curious about the benefactor that Jiang Tianming mentioned. Young and rich. These 2 labels, if applied to anyone, would make it hard not to attract the attention of the opposite sex. They were all a little envious of Jiang Tianming. Why couldn't they meet someone like him in their lives? Jiang Tao was somewhat puzzled. Are there really people this amazing? I'm still a little worried. Jiang Tianming grew anxious. Dad, they said the equipment and factory are all set up. If you're worried, why don't you just send someone to check it out? Last night, Bai Yang even gave Jiang Tianming the factory address he had prepared. Now Jiang Tianming has provided him to Jiang Tao. When Jiang Tao looked at the location, he realized it was an industrial zone in Dongguan City. He happened to have a supplier there, so he immediately picked up the phone and asked his friend there to help verify it. An hour later, news came from the other side. Mr. Jiang, there is indeed such a factory. It used to make power banks, but it was later bought by a big boss in Shenzhen. I just made an excuse to go in and take a look, and I found that what they made was a bit strange, something about cabinets for shared power banks. Jiang Tao nodded. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Jiang Tianming said smugly. Dad, how about that? I wasn't lying, was I? I've met this benefactor. He must be reliable. How much does it cost to take over a factory? How much does it cost to build those charging cabinets? They're making such a big fuss just to swindle us out of our 20 million? What kind of con artist would be so ruthless? Jiang Tao frowned, then looked at Bai Xia. Xia, what do you think? Bai Xia stroked her chin and said, this shared power bank sounds great, but it's too idealistic. I'm a little undecided. But they did that, so they must have believed they could make money, right? I find it a bit strange, but I can't figure out what's strange about it. Bai Yuntao couldn't hold back any longer. Grandpa, big sister, don't hesitate. This is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Why don't I do the research like my uncle? You provide the funding, and we'll handle the operations. We will definitely defeat Bai Yang this time. When Bai Yang was mentioned, Bai Xia's expression became even more sorrowful. But the others got excited. Bai Wen said, yes, Grandpa, I also think this is a good idea. Why does Bai Yang get all the good things? Now that we finally have this opportunity, Xiao Tao and his uncle are teaming up, and we definitely won't lose to him. Let him know that we also have benefactors helping us. Jiang Tao frowned, lost in thought. Chapter 190 Young Master. Instinctively, Jiang Tao felt that something was not right about this. But seeing how enthusiastic and proactive Jiang Tianming and Bai Yuntao were, he couldn't very well directly pour cold water on their enthusiasm. Jiang Tianming was getting anxious. Dad, you'll finally support me this time, right? Time waits for no one. Zhao Han also said, honey, the kids are finally getting something to do. You can't discourage them, can you? Bai Yuntao said, Grandpa, I think this project is great. It's innovative and has the potential to be profitable. Jiang Tao paused for a moment. One is his biological son, and the other is the only person in his daughter's family who can shoulder the main responsibility. Yang has already broken ties with me. If I want the Jiang family and the Bai family to continue to develop, the only way is to support them. Otherwise, we can't let our younger brother's side rise to power, can we? Then let's give it a try. Jiang Tao sighed softly. That so-called benefactor wants us to invest 20 million. Jiang Tianming nodded. Yes, they originally asked for a starting investment of 30 million, but I had to plead with them to reduce it by 10 million. Jiang Tao glanced at Bai Yuntao and said, then let Xiao Tao work with you. Jiang Tianming was stunned after hearing this, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Dad, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Tao said, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll give you 10 million. Xiao Tao, go back and tell your mother to also invest 10 million. Brothers fight tigers together. Fathers and sons go to war side by side. Xiao Tao is your nephew, and he has business experience, so he can definitely help you. Jiang Tianming continued. But that gentleman only trusts me. I don't know if he can accept others joining him. Jiang Tao looked at him and said, you didn't even ask him. How do you know he can't accept it? Besides, I feel more at ease knowing someone is watching over you. Call that person now and tell him I need to talk to him. Jiang Tianming was displeased, but he had no choice but to agree. After saying that, he took out his phone. Everyone present couldn't help but sit up straight, eager to hear the voice of this young tycoon. After connecting with Bai Yang on the phone, Jiang Tianming asked, young master, are you busy right now? When Bai Yang heard him ask that question, and was addressed as young master, and because it was unusually quiet on Jiang Tianming's side, he immediately realized. Could there be someone next to him? So he deliberately lowered his voice, then opened the window and said, I just got back to my room. What's up? Jiang Tianming put the phone on speakerphone and said, it's nothing. My dad wants to talk to you. By the way, what's wrong with your voice? Bai Yang tried to keep his tone consistent. I think I caught a chill, so I have a bit of a cold. It's nothing. Your father, that's Mr. Jiang Tao. You didn't say my name, did you? He had used the name Zhang Yang before, and Jiang Tao and the others would recognize him immediately. Jiang Tianming shook his head. Of course not. You can absolutely believe me. Bai Yang then said. Then let your father speak. Jiang Tao nodded. Young master, hello, I am Jiang Tao. My son has already told me everything. I have a few questions about the shared power bank project. Bai Yang chuckled to himself, then said, okay, please ask. Jiang Tao said, it's like this project is so expensive. Besides you, who else is involved? Do I know anyone in it? Bai Yang laughed. Mr. Jiang, why don't you be more direct? You want to know if I'm reliable or not, right? You want to find out who else you know is involved in this project, and then verify it with them, right? Jiang Tao was stunned. He hadn't expected this person to be so blunt. He coughed to cover his embarrassment, then said, young master is indeed very straightforward indeed. Your continued concealment of your identity does make one somewhat uneasy. I wonder what kind of business your family runs. Bai Yang said casually, my dad works in the cement and sand industry. Oh. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Tao got goosebumps all over. In Shenzhen, working in the cement and sand industry. They're all big shots. Jiang Tao immediately understood why this person was so rich, yet couldn't reveal their name. Bai Yang then added, Mr. Jiang, I don't want to say anything more. In business, trust is key. If you think I'm suspicious, feel free to call the police. I don't like dealing with people who don't believe me. Jiang Tianming panicked. Wait. Young master, that's not what my father meant. That's right, my dad has decided to invest a full 20 million. Bai Yang asked, 20 million? Are you that generous? Bai Yuntao also spoke up. Yes, young master. I am Jiang Tianming's nephew. My name is Bai Yuntao, and I am also willing to invest some money. So you bastard, were involved too. Bai Yang chuckled inwardly, but after calming himself down, he said, all right then, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Think it over before you tell me, understand? I don't like people who are always changing their minds. He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Jiang Tao took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Han asked, honey, is this person very capable? Why do you look a little pale? Jiang Tao said, what do you know? Those who can gain a foothold in the cement and sand industry and make a lot of money are basically big bosses who have connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. The families there are no less powerful than the upper-class families in the capital. They are local tyrants, and their strength should not be underestimated. Although the Jiang family is considered wealthy in the capital, the problem is that if a billboard falls down in the capital, it can kill several big bosses. Therefore, compared to the wealthy families living in the alleys of the second ring road, the Jiang family is still far behind. Compared to those local tyrants in Guangdong province, they didn't dare to speak loudly. Jiang Tao said, "If his identity is true, then Tianming, you've really met a benefactor this time. Xiao Tao, you must seize this opportunity and strive to achieve something, so that Bai Yang can see your abilities." Jiang Tianming and Bai Yuntao were both very excited after hearing this. "I've finally managed to latch on to someone powerful. Yes, Grandpa, I will definitely try my best." Bai Yuntao smiled broadly, then looked at Jiang Tianming. "Uncle, let's work hard together and achieve great things." Jiang Tianming pursed his lips and then said, "Okay, let's work hard together then." "Humph, you're the big shot I met. Why should you get a share of the pie too?" He could have taken 20 million from Jiang Tao, invested 10 million, and used the other 10 million for his own enjoyment. Now, because of Bai Yuntao's involvement, we have lost 10 million yuan for nothing. Jiang Tao then said, "By the way, Tianming, why don't you take Xiao Tao with you another day and let him meet that young master as well? Such a benefactor is worth getting to know." But there's one thing to note. Chapter 191 Bai Yang's involvement is undeniable. Jiang Tianming smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry. I know what to do. By the way, Dad, there's something else I need to tell you. Have you been paying people to attack the honor of King's mobile game lately?" Jiang Tao and everyone present were stunned. "Why are you asking this?" Jiang Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Tianming said, "Well, actually, I know the designer of that game, and he's the one who came up with the idea for this shared power bank." Bai Xia and the others exclaimed in unison, "What? Bai Yang came up with this?" Jiang Tianming frowned. "Bai Yang? I don't know any Bai Yang, but I heard from you that the founder of shared power banks and the mobile game Honor of Kings is the same person. Is there a problem? Do you know him?" Jiang Tao immediately said, "In that case, we can't invest in this project. With Bai Yang involved, is it likely that the collaboration will proceed smoothly in the future? If the benefactor Jiang Tianming mentioned has a good relationship with Bai Yang, then probably nothing good will happen in the future." Jiang Tao grew anxious. "Dad, we were just talking about this. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? What's going on?" Zhao Han also said, "Yes, honey, what's wrong with Bai Yang?" Jiang Tao was about to speak when he remembered Jiang Tian AI. If Zhao Han and her son find out Bai Yang's identity, Jiang Tian AI will probably find out soon as well. Won't my daughter be heartbroken then? Jiang Tao suppressed his anger and said, "Bai Yang doesn't get along with me. You'll run into a lot of trouble if you cooperate with him in the future." Jiang Tianming replied, "That's not necessarily true. Young master already told me that you and Bai Yang have a grudge, but he still allowed me to invest, which means he can handle this. And all you have to do is stop slandering Honor of Kings. Besides, that game is perfectly fine. Why do you have to smear its reputation?" Jiang Tao's temper flared up again. "You re-teaching me how to do things?" Jiang Tianming was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhao Han again. Bai Xia stepped forward and said, "Grandpa, I think this project is still worth doing. If you think about it this way, even Xiao Yang is optimistic about this project. How could it not make money?" Xiao Yang's involvement shows that shared power banks have a promising future and are reliable. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to reconcile with him. Even if we don't reconcile with him, as long as we do better than him, and our uncle and Xiao Tao gain that young master's favor, wouldn't that be just as beneficial? After hearing this, Jiang Tao began to ponder again. Indeed, although he disliked Bai Yang, he had to admit his investment acumen and business acumen. Bai Yang's investment in shared power banks is also a form of endorsement for the project. Bai Yuntao then said, "Grandpa, isn't this perfect? Let my uncle and I compete against Bai Yang together. We definitely won't lose this time." He also agreed with Bai Xia's words. Bai Yang's success in the internet industry is already well known within the industry. Now that we finally know what he's investing in, This is a fantastic opportunity. Jiang Tianming said. Dad, the young master and I have promised that as long as you stop slandering and framing the King of Glory mobile game, he can persuade Bai Yang to work with me on the project properly. Why won't you let me try something so groundbreaking and promising? Zhao Han also advised. Yes, honey, it doesn't matter who Bai Yang is. In the business world, there are no permanent enemies or friends, only permanent interests. We're all in the same boat. Whether it's Bai Yang or that young master, we're all friends. Jiang Tao rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, Well, okay. I'll find someone tomorrow to delete all those reports and articles. But I'm still worried. Jiang Tianming said, Dad, don't worry. Your son will definitely not let you down this time. Jiang Tao glanced at him with satisfaction, then got up and went upstairs, while asking the nanny to prepare dinner. He brought Bai Xia and the others back this time, so that Zhao Han could get to know these nominally her granddaughters. Now that Jiang Tianming is here, it can be considered a kind of reunion. Jiang Tianming clapped his hands with immense joy when he saw his father agree. Just then, Bai Wen and Bai Yun suddenly came over. Uncle, to have something I'd like to ask you. Is that all right? Jiang Tianming asked in confusion, What's wrong? Bai Wen smiled and said, We just want to know, where did you meet that young master? Jiang Tianming was at a loss for words. He dared not tell the truth. If the trail led to the discovery that he had used his tuition fees to open a nightclub, Jiang Tao would probably curse him to death if he found out. Jiang Tianming coughed and said, It was in a bar. No, in a Western restaurant. I forgot the specifics. Bai Wen was a little disappointed. Oh, I thought I could see him. Maybe he'll come again next time. Bai Yun asked impatiently. Uncle, can you think of a place? If there are any security cameras or something that captures his face, we can take a look together. Finding out he's the son of that incredibly wealthy man in Guangdong province makes me feel much more at ease dealing with him in the future. Bai Yun said that, but what she cared more about was whether she could use this benefactor to escape being blacklisted. After hearing this, Jiang Tianming slapped his forehead and exclaimed, That's right. That's a great idea. Meanwhile, after returning to Beijing, Bai Yang immediately contacted Fu Ziqian. Fu Ziqian was very excited when she received the call and immediately spent 2 hours doing her makeup. When Bai Yang saw her, Fu Ziqian had exquisite makeup, wore a light gray tight-fitting top, her fair and slender navel was exposed to the air, and her hot pants showed off her long legs, making it impossible for anyone to look away. But Bai Yang didn't pay much attention to her appearance and clothing, and said, Miss Fu, you've been Jiang Tianming's girlfriend for so long. You must have a lot of power in that nightclub, right? Fu Ziqian smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, please just call me Xiaoqian. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, you're talking about my power in that bar? You're joking. Actually, I can't control too many things. Bai Yang laughed again. Aren't you being modest? I think you're practically the lady of the house there. By the way, your accent doesn't sound like that of a local. Fu Ziqian smiled and said, Yes, I'm a Beijing drifter. My home is in the northeast. Bai Yang then said, Northeast, huh? If you had a big house and savings back home, you probably wouldn't do this kind of work, right? Fu Ziqian was slightly taken aback, her throat tightening. What do you mean? Chapter 192. Some people are going to be in trouble. Bai Yang smiled and said, It's very simple. I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, you can afford to buy a house anywhere in your hometown and have a considerable amount of savings. Upon hearing this, Fu Ziqian's heart raced, and blood rushed to her face. This is like a windfall. No, it's like a rain of pies falling from the sky. She barely managed to say it. Okay, I promise. Bai Yang laughed. I haven't even said what it is yet. I'll agree to anything. Fu Ziqian was extremely anxious. Just give the order, young master. Bai Yang said. All right, now go back to the bar and delete all the videos of me appearing there. If you leave even the slightest trace, all your big houses and savings will be gone. Also, you need to stay with Jiang Tianming. I need to know everything about him at any time. After hearing this, Fu Ziqian was a little puzzled and wanted to ask Bai Yang. But Bai Yang waved his hand and said, If you ask me why, or don't listen to me, the promised reward will disappear. Fu Ziqian was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Bayang nodded. All right, go quickly. I'll wait for your news. After he finished speaking, he took an envelope out of his bag and placed it on the table. Fu Ziqian picked it up and pressed it, immediately recognizing it as her favorite banknote, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, young Master Zhang, I'll go right away. After Fu Ziqian left, Bayang picked up his phone and called Suyu. Suyu, how is the situation now? Suyu said happily. Bayang, it really is just as you said. All those negative articles and information have disappeared. How did you do that? Bayang laughed and said, I told you so. As long as we can deal with that idiot Jiang Tianming, we'll basically be able to deal with Jiang Tao too. The next step is to let them experience the harsh realities of the business world. The things I asked you to prepare can now come in handy. In the previous month or two, while preparing for Pinduoduo, Bayang also took the opportunity to acquire a lot of shared power bank equipment while discussing prices with many factories. He told Jiang Tianming that the factory located in Dongguan was one of them. Bayang told Suyu that the shared power bank project was a huge trap set for the Jiang and Bai families. But Suyu was somewhat puzzled. Bayang, I still don't quite understand. The shared power bank project is pretty good, isn't it? Letting the Jiang family invest in it. Isn't that just making things easier for them? Bayang laughed. You only know one side of the story. This project will definitely cost them a fortune. Shared bikes and shared power banks were later identified as top money-losing ventures. They seemed incredibly successful at first, but when things went wrong, they were all devastated. It's unrealistic to bring down an entire family all at once. The Jiang family doesn't only have one member, Jiang Tao. Bayang's solution was to bleed them dry from the inside out, little by little, until they are no longer able to fight themselves. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and winter vacation has arrived. At this time, the daily active users of Honor of Kings mobile game are getting higher and higher, and it has already become the #1 app in the app market. You can see ads and icons for Honor of Kings mobile game as long as you open any mobile app store. Regardless of age or gender, there is an audience for the mobile game Honor of Kings. Bayang's success once again made Huang Zheng and Xiao Ma see his strength and potential. The launch of Pinduoduo proceeded smoothly and received full support from Tencent. The cut-a-price model, along with the cheap and affordable prices of Pinduoduo's products, quickly made it popular throughout the country. Bayang then promoted Pinduoduo through the already wildly popular mobile game Honor of Kings. The massive promotional traffic amplified each other, creating an unexpected chemical reaction. Almost the entire internet cheered for him. Pinduoduo and Honor of Kings mobile game have become the 2 most popular apps of the year. Bayang also received a substantial reward. In just a few months, Bayang earned more than 1 billion yuan in net profit from the mobile game Honor of Kings. His assets have exceeded 10 billion, and he has invested in more and more projects, forming a huge business empire. Bayang once again approached representatives from Tencent to negotiate the sale of Honor of Kings mobile game, cashing out and leaving once more. With the new year approaching, the immense popularity of the mobile game Honor of Kings is bound to attract the attention of the authorities. Bayang speculated that the game license system might be implemented ahead of schedule, which would lead to a wave of industry cleanup. If he wanted to weather the storm, he would inevitably have to make public appearances and attract unnecessary trouble. It would be better to hand this hot potato over to Tencent and let this industry giant handle it. Bayang estimates that he will receive around 12 billion yuan from the sale of 51% of the shares in Honor of Kings mobile game. After Pinduoduo goes public, his personal assets will probably be among the top 10 on Huruan's list of wealthiest individuals. But Bayang would never do that. After all, the rich list is, in a sense, a sitting duck. Bayang doesn't make money to let people know how rich he is. Good. We have enough ammunition. Bayang laughed and said, Now, it's some people's turn to have bad luck. During the peak popularity of Honor of Kings mobile game and Pinduoduo, Pikachu-themed shared power banks also officially appeared in major shopping malls and supermarkets. Jiang Tianming and Bai Yuntao kept a close eye on the download numbers of the Pikachu app every day. Seeing the number of downloads increase day by day and the deposits keep growing, the two of them were happier every day. It's only been out for a few days, and already 10,000 people are using it. Uncle, we've really succeeded this time. Bai Yuntao grinned from ear to ear. Indeed, young master was right. This project is feasible. Jiang Tianming nodded. Yes, as long as things stay stable, we can just sit back and wait to collect the money. Suddenly, he became worried again. But the young master hasn't clearly stated who he wants to hand over the management of Pikachu. Currently, it seems that Bai Yang is still handling the actual operations such as ad placement. If the money is divided up in the future, he'll definitely take the lion's share. Bai Yuntao was also very unwilling when he thought about this. Bai Yang, you've already achieved success with Honor of Kings mobile game, and now you're still clinging to Pikachu. What exactly do you want? How come you get all the good things? Uncle, I think we should take action. With the winter vacation approaching and the end of the year coming soon, there will be more people traveling and shopping, and the shared power bank business will also grow. Bai Yuntao said, tell the young master to give us the management rights to Pikachu and kick Bai Yang out. We must seize this incredible fortune. Chapter 193. You're going to have a brother-in-law. Bai Yuntao's suggestion hit the nail on the head for Jiang Tianming. Shared power banks are booming right now, and everyone is saying it's a remarkable, innovative product with a promising future. With Bai Yang around, if he eats one more bite, he and Bai Yuntao eat one less bite. Jiang Tianming was also a little uneasy, but young master said that the idea of shared power banks was proposed by Bai Yang. He is the founder. Bai Yuntao then said, so what if he's a founder? Wasn't Steve Jobs the founder of Pixar? He was eventually ousted too. As long as we find the right reason and have enough excuses, we can definitely make the young master change his mind. Jiang Tianming asked in confusion, then tell me, what should we do? Bai Yuntao said, isn't this simple? We just need to increase our investment and keep pouring money in to dilute Bai Yang's shares. Let's go to the young master ourselves and test his attitude first. If he agrees, it means that Bai Yang doesn't think much of him either. When the time comes, we'll bring gifts and money. How could the young master refuse them? Since his previous failure, Bai Yuntao had become much more insightful and quickly provided Jiang Tianming with a complete set of ideas. Jiang Tianming, as if suddenly enlightened, said, that's a great idea. I'll head to Shenzhen right away. Bai Yuntao also said, okay, it's winter break now, and I'm free. I'll go with you. But it would be better to inform the young master beforehand and obtain his permission before proceeding. Jiang Tianming grew impatient. Do I need you to teach me this? I don't know this myself. Just wait for my news. He felt that Bai Yuntao was being far too long-winded, completely treating him like an idiot. Bai Yuntao was very unhappy after being yelled at, but there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, he was best at playing the subservient role, so he quickly said, I'm sorry, uncle. Jiang Tianming waved his hand and casually made up an excuse to send him away. Bai Yuntao walked out of the room and turned back to glare at her angrily. So what if it's the Jiang family? Jiang Tianming, do you really think someone as useless as you can take over the Jiang family's business? These will all be mine in the future. He stormed back to a residential complex, his home in Beijing, which was also the prize Jiang Kaiwei had given him for achieving the top grade in his major at the end of the semester. After entering the house, Bai Yuntao went straight to the living room, opened the refrigerator, took out a can of beer, and drank it all in one gulp. Why are you drinking as soon as you get back? Du Sueki came out and smiled. She was only wearing a white shirt on top, and her shorts were covered by the shirt, giving the illusion that she was going commando. The man and woman have started living together. Normally, Bai Yuntao would have pounced on him and started venting his excess energy. But today his heart is consumed by anger. That guy surnamed Jiang is really going too far. Does he think that Pikachu's success today is all thanks to him? If it weren't for my help, young master would have seen through his good-for-nothing nature long ago and kicked him out. Young master is probably keeping him around only because I'm his nephew. Besides, I invested the same amount of money as him. So why is he yelling at me like that? Du Sueki knew something was wrong, so she helped Bai Yuntao sit down and asked him what had happened. So that's how it is. Jiang Tianming is going too far. You've made such a big contribution and been busy helping out all the time, while he just spends his days indulging in pleasure. How dare he compete with you? This is outrageous. Bai Yuntao said, Humph. Now he's the one who contacts the young master, and he always prevents me from talking to the young master directly. Why is that? Isn't it because he's afraid I'll steal his thunder and he'll lose favor with the young master? When Bai Yang is out of the game, it'll just be him and me. Let's see how I deal with this arrogant fool. Du Sueki sat down next to Bai Yuntao, close to him, and laughed. All right, no need to get worked up over that kind of trash. I chatted with Tian AI today and learned something that was quite interesting. Bai Yuntao became somewhat wary and asked, "What's wrong?" According to the information Jiang Tianai received, something might have happened to the Jiang family again. Jiang Kaiwa has been missing for a while now. Although he keeps receiving phone calls and messages, he always feels uneasy about not being able to see his adoptive mother. Last time Bai Yang talked about his father, could it be that she became suspicious? Du Sueki laughed and said, "Congratulations. You're going to have a brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? Bai Yuntao was taken aback at first, then asked, "Who's getting married? Who are they marrying?" Du Sueki said, "It's your eldest sister, Bai Xia, and it seems she's going to marry in Kangzhou, the second young master of the Yin family in Jin province." Bai Yuntao's face immediately lit up with surprise. Really? Shaanxi province is a major energy province, which has created a large number of nouveau riches, such as coal bosses. Many families have been in business for generations. Although they have declined somewhat in recent years, their foundation is still there and unfathomable. The Yin family is particularly extraordinary, as they are said to have been meritorious officials who followed the emperor to the throne, resulting in numerous influential figures in both the political and business spheres within the family. Within Kangzhou as his brother-in-law, Bai Yuntao felt that things were really going to be stable for him from now on. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yuntao stood up excitedly and paced back and forth in the room, laughing incessantly and clenching his fists, waving them up and down. Du Sueki was startled by his appearance and asked, puzzled, "Yuntao, what's wrong with you?" Bai Yuntao acted as if he hadn't heard anything and started talking to himself incessantly. "Bai Yang, do you see? What good is your success now? What good is your wealth? There is ultimately a difference between you and me, and that difference lies in our background and family history. The Yin family will make Bai Xia their daughter-in-law because of the combined influence of the Bai and Zhang families. They might not even give you a second glance. And me, I'm currently the only possible heir to the Bai family in the future. The Yin family will also be my support. You have no chance of winning against me. No chance." His excitement lasted for about 5 minutes. He even walked from the living room to the balcony and took deep breaths for a long time before he finally calmed down. There was no other way. I had been thoroughly outmatched by Bai Yang before. Now that there's some good news, he deserves a good drink to celebrate. Is the news confirmed? What did the Yin family say? Bai Yuntao turned around and asked another question. Du Sueki said, "Tian AI said your mother is currently settling in and has been living here for almost half a month. I guess the negotiations are almost complete. Yuntao, are you all right? You don't look well." Bai Yuntao laughed. "I'm fine. I'm extremely fine. Because Bai Yang is almost finished." Chapter 194 Bai Xia, you've finally met your match. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming had already contacted young Master Zhang and conveyed his desire to meet in Shenzhen. "You're coming to Shenzhen?" Bai Yang was cooking and replied while wearing headphones. "What's up? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" He could actually guess that Jiang Tianming must have designs on Pikachu's shares. As expected, Jiang Tianming said, "Young Master Zhang, I do have something very important to tell you. Since you asked, I'll get straight to the point. I want to talk to you about company matters. I don't think it's appropriate for you to hand over all the operational matters to Bai Yang now. Of course, if you think I'm wrong, you can just pretend I didn't say that, and I won't bother you in Shenzhen." Bai Yang was amused. This playboy is really direct. They really don't try to hide anything at all. He believed that if Bai Xia or Bai Yuntao were discussing this matter, they would never have said it like this. "What's wrong? Did Bai Yang do a bad job?" Jiang Tianming said, "What he's doing now, I think it's just so-so. There aren't many highlights in terms of user growth, and doesn't he have other businesses? He probably can't devote too much energy to the shared power bank business. I think if I were to do it, I could definitely do it better than him." Bai Yang's lips curled up slightly, and then he said, "All right, tell me when you get to Shenzhen, and we'll talk in person." "I've got it. Just you. I don't want to see strangers lately." Jiang Tianming was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, young Master Zhang. I will." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang took out a plate of braised pork that he had just cooked. "Dad, Mom, Xiaojing, dinner's ready." Bai Yang entered the living room, where Zhang Xuebiao, Feng Yuan, and Zhang Jingxue were already seated at the dining table. A classic chandelier hangs from the ceiling, its soft light spilling onto the tabletops and reflecting the glow of the setting sun outside the window, making the entire restaurant feel warm and bright. A small bookshelf was placed in the corner next to the dining table, filled with various books and some handicrafts. "Brother, you made Mom's favorite braised pork this time. Next time I want my favorite sauerkraut fish. You have to make it for me too." Zhang Jingxue bit her chopsticks and looked at Bai Yang with tender eyes. Bai Yang laughed and said, "Sure, when you get into university, I'll take care of all the food for your graduation banquet." Zhang Jingxue clapped her hands and cheered, and even told Zhang Xuebiao and Feng Yuan to write down her words. Zhang Xuebiao laughed heartily, while Feng Yuan looked pleased, though her eyes held a hint of unease. "Xiaoyang, you've brought me all the way to Shenzhen and bought such a big house. Isn't that a bit wasteful?" As soon as winter vacation started, Bai Yang brought Zhang Xuebiao's family over. He has already bought a house in downtown Shenzhen so that Zhang Xuebiao's family can have a comfortable vacation there, and they can stay permanently if they want in the future. "Mom, winters in the south are warmer than in Yunqing, which is good for your condition." Bai Yang smiled and said, "Right now, my biggest concern is your health. Don't think about anything else, just rest well." Zhang Xuebiao patted Feng Yuan's thigh and said, "All right, just accept this from your son. Others wouldn't even get such good treatment. We are so lucky to have such a wonderful son as Xiaoyang." Feng Yuan smiled with relief. "Okay, let's eat first." The family of four began to eat, chatting and laughing, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Just as Bai Yang was about to get up, Zhang Jingxue pressed down on his shoulder. "Brother, you've worked hard cooking, let me do it." Zhang Jingxue, wearing a pair of cotton slippers, went to open the door. "Who is it?" "Oh," Bai Yang asked, puzzled. "Xiao Jing, what's wrong?" When he turned around, he was stunned. There stood a woman he knew well, but whom he didn't want to see, at the door. "It's Bai Xia." Bai Xia was wearing a black trench coat. Her hair was loose, and her small face and thin body looked as if they were encased in a shell. This woman has lost her former strong businesswoman demeanor, and at first glance gives the impression of being frail and delicate. Bai Xia's eye sockets were slightly sunken, and her cheeks were much thinner, as if someone had cut a piece of flesh off them with a knife. Zhang Jingxue screamed just now because she was afraid of her like this. "How did you end up here?" Bai Yang frowned. "Get out." "Xiaoyang," Zhang Xuebiao spoke up. "I was the one who gave her the address." Bai Yang looked puzzled. "Dad." Zhang Xuebiao said apologetically. "It happened so suddenly, I didn't know how to tell you." "It's windy outside. Let her come in first." Bai Yang said, "Dad, if she comes, I'll wait until she leaves before I eat." As a flood of unpleasant memories from the past washed over him, Bai Yang's expression grew increasingly cold and stern. Bai Yang didn't know what Bai Xia was here to do, but he knew it couldn't be anything good. "Xiaoyang, I won't go in." Bai Xia's voice was extremely weak, and she seemed to have no energy left. "I just wanted to come see you again." Bai Yang frowned. "Bai Xia, don't try anything funny. Now that you've seen it, can you leave?" Bai Xia swallowed hard and said, "Xiaoyang, now Mom and Dad are divorced, and Mom has sold off the Bai Group. Our original home is gone. Is that enough for you?" Bai Yang said nonchalantly. "Oh, so you came here just to talk about this? What does that have to do with me? Everything you're experiencing now is just retribution. You ask me if I've had enough? Well, let me tell you, as long as Bai Yuntao is alive, as long as Jiang Tao and Jiang Kaiwei are still in power, I won't stop. You should hurry back and have a good, comfortable new year with Jiang Kaiwei and the others. After all, this might be the last new year of your lives." Bai Xia's tears flowed, and she lowered her head, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Little brother, I'm so sorry." Feng Yuan felt a little sorry for her and said, "Miss Bai, please come in first, it's quite cold outside." Bai Yang stepped forward and said, "Didn't you hear my mom say she's cold? Get out. I'm closing the door." However, Before he could go forward, Bai Xia fell headfirst to the ground. Oh! Zhang Jingxue was startled and turned to look at Bai Yang, her face pale. Brother, she. Bai Xia, stop pretending to be dead. Bai Yang was even more annoyed. What on earth was this woman up to? Feng Yuan got up and quickly walked over, then helped Bai Xia up. Suddenly her expression changed, and she touched Bai Xia's pulse. Oh no, Miss Bai is very weak. Xiaoyang, get her to the hospital quickly. Chapter 195. You can't imagine my pain. Bai Yang squinted and went over to take a look, and found that Bai Xia had indeed fainted. Feng Yuan held Bai Xia's wrist, and from how slender it was easy to see that Bai Xia was already skin and bones. The thought of her dying here is truly unpleasant. Bai Yang immediately had Zhang Jingxue carry Bai Xia on her back, and they rushed to the nearby hospital together. Zhang Shuabiao and Feng Yuan got up to go over as well, but Bai Yang said, Mom, you're not in good health. Don't go to the hospital. That place is too sickly. Dad, you just stay with Mom. I can handle it. Zhang Shuabiao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Throughout the journey, Bai Xia never opened her eyes, only managing to utter a few indistinct words through her weak breath. This was the first time Zhang Jingxue had encountered something like this. Her heart was pounding, and her hands were clenched tightly together. She wanted to talk to Bai Yang to ease her tension, but then she noticed that Bai Yang looked even worse than she did, and she didn't dare to say anything. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined Bai Xia and concluded, she's starving. Bai Yang asked in confusion, hungry? No matter what the Bai family is like, they shouldn't have let Bai Xia starve like this, right? There's only one explanation. Bai Xia himself is on a hunger strike. Bai Yang couldn't understand why Bai Xia would do this. Playing the victim? Gaining sympathy? After hearing this, Zhang Jingxue said, Brother, shall I go out and buy something for her? Bai Yang didn't speak. Zhang Jingxue hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned and walked out. Arriving at Bai Xia's bedside, looking at her unconscious state, Bai Yang's eyes were cold, his mind filled with the scenes of Bai Xia beating and scolding him. You were so powerful back then. You probably never imagined things would turn out this way, did you? Bai Yang took out her phone, unlocked it with her finger, and began to look through the information inside. Bai Yang found the answer in Bai Xia and Jiang Caiyue's chat history. Jiang Caiyue, the Yin family has already agreed, and they are very satisfied with you. Go to their house within Kangzhou during the new year. You know the rules, right? Do what they say, and don't give them a bad impression. Bai Xia. Mom, does it have to be the Yin family? There are plenty of rich people in Beijing. Jiang Caiyue. Didn't you say you'd listen to my arrangements? Rich people in the capital? Do you want to marry into that family and be mistreated? The Yin family is a top-tier family in Jin province. They can't be that bad. And Kangzhou also said he likes you very much and will definitely treat you well in the future. Bai Xia. Mom, the Yin family is good, but in Kangzhou is a very problematic person. Haven't you seen the news about him? Jiang Caiyue. Mediocrity goes unnoticed. And Kangzhou has been leading the Yin family through transformation all these years. Isn't some controversy normal? How many years have you been out in the workforce? Do I have to teach you this simple principle? In short, the matter is settled, so let's not waste any more time. Jiang Caiyue. Bai Xia, where are you? Hurry up and come to etiquette class. You're going to be late. Bai Xia, are you deliberately playing hide and seek with me? My patience has its limits. You won't answer a single phone call. You're really starting to resemble that rebellious son more and more. If you don't answer the phone, I'm going to call the police. Bai Yang glanced at Bai Xia beside him and put his phone back. So it turns out Jiang Caiyue wanted Bai Xia to get married. However, judging from Jiang Caiyue's logic, this isn't marriage. She's actually doing business. So Bai Xia went on a hunger strike to protest, and even came to my side? More than that, Bai Yang was concerned about the foreign aid that Jiang Caiyue had found. A family that can catch Jiang Caiyue's eye must be no small fry. In addition, Jin province has been a gathering place for wealthy merchants since ancient times, and a few years ago, it was also a major producer of kolbasses. Although the business environment is not as competitive as in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, it is still similar to raising poisonous insects. Families that can survive are all shrewd and capable. This person is clearly not a simple character. Xiaoyang. Bai Xia woke up at this moment and saw Bai Yang beside her. She said weakly, "I'm sorry." Bai Yang said, "Don't waste your breath with this nonsense. It's useless." Bai Xia sighed, "I know you can't forgive your sister. My sister wasn't good to you in the past. She treated you like that. These are all useless words. Stop talking." Bai Yang shrugged. "Listen carefully. I don't care why you got yourself into this state. But I can tell you clearly. I won't sympathize with you." Bai Xia said, "Xiaoyang, I don't want your pity. Mom wants me to get married, specifically to the Yin family in Shaanxi province." Bai Yang remained calm and composed. Even if he hadn't seen those chat logs beforehand, Bai Yang wouldn't have been too surprised. He didn't care about the Bai family. He only cared about when they would die. Bai Xia continued, "I'm unwilling because I know what kind of person in Kangzhou is. Xiaoyang, I haven't eaten anything for a week. I'm so hungry." Bai Yang said, "The doctor gave you some glucose water, and Xiao Jing went to buy food. Just wait here. Eat your food, and then leave. Don't die here. A hunger strike, haha. I can't believe you came up with this old man's idea." Bai Xia shook her head. "No, Xiaoyang. I'm not protesting. Mom wants me to get married. Of course I want to get married. I just wanted to experience your pain." Bai Yang turned his head and stared at her, his hands clasped tightly together. "I want to know what it felt like when you were hungry, how uncomfortable it was, and what you were thinking." Bai Xia's voice began to choke, and Bai Yang could hardly understand what she was saying anymore. After crying for a while, Bai Xia said softly, "It's too painful. It's really too painful, Xiaoyang. I know I've done so many wrong things." Bai Yang said, "You're still talking nonsense. Bai Xia, you'd better stop crying. It disgusts me. Crocodile tears are meaningless. You are demeaning yourself, and it is all in vain in my opinion. You can't imagine my pain. I don't know how you convinced my dad to give you the address, but I hope this is the last time." Bai Xia's breathing became rapid. "Xiaoyang, don't blame Mr. Zhang. I begged him, saying that if I couldn't see you, I'd probably never have another chance. Your sister just wanted to see you one last time. Okay, if you don't want to hear this, then Xiaoyang, can you answer a question for your sister?" Bai Yang said, "You can ask, but I may not answer." Bai Xia glanced at the ward door to make sure no one was eavesdropping before asking, "Who exactly is Xiao Tao's biological father?" Chapter 196, Blood Relations. When Bai Yang heard her ask this, he said calmly, "You're about to marry into the Yin family. Why ask so many questions?" Bai Xia opened her mouth. "Xiaoyang, shut up. I don't want to talk to you right now." Bai Yang got up and left the ward. As Bai Xia watched his retreating figure, she momentarily felt that it wouldn't be so bad if she had just starved to death. "Miss Bai," Zhang Jingxua walked in, carrying several fast food boxes and plastic bowls. The steaming food and its aroma made Bai Xia instinctively swallow, but her face remained as expressionless as a dead person's. Zhang Jingxua inherited her mother's soft heart. Seeing Bai Xia like this, she couldn't help but say, "Miss Bai, you should eat something. If you continue like this, you'll ruin your health." Bai Xia waved her hand weakly. "You don't understand. I don't understand what's going on between my brother and you, but I do know that people need to eat." Zhang Jingxua said, "If you don't eat and let yourself become like this, do you think my brother will go home with you?" Bai Xia fell silent, the words "my brother" echoing in her mind. Zhang Jingxua opened a steaming bowl of lean meat porridge and said, "Eat something first, otherwise all the effort your brother put into bringing you to the hospital will be wasted." She rocked the hospital bed, and then Bai Xia was able to sit up, and then she started feeding Bai Xia porridge. Bai Xia, who had not eaten for a long time, ate very slowly, and Zhang Jingxua could only feed her slowly. During this time, Bai Xia kept looking at Zhang Jingxua, showing an envious expression towards this cute little girl. She was a relative that Bai Yang acknowledged, but in Bai Yang's eyes, she might not even be considered a human being. Zhang Jingxua also noticed that Bai Xia was looking at her, and felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and wondered if there was something on her face. "You don't need to worry." Bai Xia noticed the girl's unease and coughed. "I was just thinking of Xiaoyang. You are a lucky person." After hearing this, Zhang Jingxua said, "Miss Bai, in my opinion, you are the one who is blessed." Bai Xia was stunned. Zhang Jingxua said, "No matter how close my brother and I are, we are ultimately not blood related. You would never understand the feeling of being closer to someone who isn't a real relative than a real relative. Bai Xia truly didn't understand Zhang Jingshua's meaning. Her eyes filled with question marks. Zhang Jingxue didn't expect her to understand and continued to feed her porridge. She is Bai Yang's sister, but she doesn't want to just be his brother and sister. The absence of blood ties allowed Zhang Jingxue to harbor many desires and fantasies. But Bai Yang only treated her as a younger sister. If she, like Bai Xia, had a blood relation with Bai Yang, then Zhang Jingxue could still convince herself. We are siblings, and some things are simply impossible. But unfortunately, she and Bai Yang were only siblings in name only. Bai Xia naturally couldn't comprehend this sense of entanglement and inner conflict. Zhang Jingxue was unaware that she was not the only one in a similar situation. Some people have a blood relationship with Bai Yang, but are unaware of it. If she knew, she would envy Zhang Jingxue and wish that she and Bai Yang were only relatives in name. After the winter vacation, Jiang Tianai locked herself in her room and hardly ever went out. She learned about Bai Xia's marriage because Jiang Tao and Jiang Kaiwe had a fight in the living room, and they mentioned it during their argument. Jiang Tao angrily said, I've already arranged to visit the Yin family to pay New Year's respects and meet relatives, and you're telling me Bai Xia is missing? Jiang Kaiwe was just as angry as him. What's wrong? Do you want me to lock him up like you did back then? Jiang Tao, when did I ever lock you up like a dog? Jiang Tianai sighed softly, scratched her head, and thought of Bai Yang again. She didn't understand why Bai Yang had to be so cold to her, even forcing her to be friends. Bai Yang. Oh Bai Yang, why are you torturing me like this? Knock knock. Little sister, what are you doing? Jiang Tianming knocked on the door from the outside. Why are you locking the door? I have something to tell you. Jiang Tianai sighed, quickly combed her hair, and went to open the door. Brother, what's wrong? Jiang Tianming laughed and said, I'm about to leave for Shenzhen. I'll probably spend the Chinese New Year there. Mom said you should come with me. It's not good for a grown woman like you to always stay at home. Jiang Tianai asked in confusion, Me? We've all gone there. Isn't the house empty now? Jiang Tianming said, Mom is going back to her parents' home for the new year, and Dad has to go to Shaanxi province on business. So, my siblings and I will stay in Shenzhen for a few days. Besides, I'm going to meet a very important person. If he's free, you should come along too. It will be helpful for you in the future. Jiang Tianai shook her head. No need. Since none of you are home, I'll just spend the new year by myself. She sighed softly, sat down at her desk, and stared blankly at the computer screen that was already off. Jiang Tianming was a little puzzled. Little sister, what's wrong with you? You seem so downcast. I've been back for so many days, and you've been on vacation for so long. Why are you so listless? Is someone at school bullying you? He sat down next to his sister and asked with a serious expression. Jiang Tianai shook her head. Jiang Tianming frowned. Little sister, have you broken up with your boyfriend? Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Tianai's eyes widened as if she had been bitten. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? It won't be good if Mom and Dad hear this. Jiang Tianming pointed to his nose. Hee, I can tell what's going on between a man and a woman just by smelling it. Miss Jiang Tianai, your hormone levels are a bit too high. Jiang Tianai's face turned as red as a Fuji apple, and she couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes. Really dumped? What's his name? Which college? Is his family rich? I'll talk to him after school starts. Jiang Tianai panicked. Brother, I'm not in a relationship, so how could I be heartbroken? They're ignoring me. Jiang Tianming looked surprised and sized up Jiang Tianai. What? My sister is so beautiful. How could someone not like you? What kind of person is he? He's a complete traitor. Don't worry, little sister, your brother will definitely get justice for you this time. Jiang Tianai smiled wryly and said, Brother, I'm doing fine at school. You don't need to worry about me. Aren't you doing business with Xiao Tao lately? Is everything going well? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianming laughed and said, Of course. That's why I went to Shenzhen this time. By the time I come back, I might have already kicked Bai Yang out and become the head of the shared power bank business. Jiang Tianai nodded. That's good. I wish you all the best. Wait, who did you say should be kicked out? Chapter 197, Let me go. Jiang Tianming said, Me? I said I would become the person in charge of the shared power bank business. Jiang Tianai turned around. The previous sentence. Jiang Tianming scratched his head. Kick Baiyang out. Jiang Tianai asked, Brother, you mean Baiyang? Which Baiyang? Jiang Tianming replied. Who else is Baiyang? Don't you play King of Glory? He created it. He also has a stake in shared power banks, and his company is still operating it. But soon it won't be me anymore, because I'll be making my move. Jiang Tianai didn't hear a word of what was said after that. Baiyang, is he now a rival to his own brother? What exactly happened? Brother, what did Baiyang do to you? Jiang Tianai asked somewhat uneasily. Jiang Tianming countered. What's wrong? Do you know him? Jiang Tianai said. 3VE met him, and he seemed like a pretty nice person. You've seen him? When? He was there when I went to Wuzhen with my dad last time. Jiang Tianai didn't dare to tell the truth directly, for fear that the conflict between Jiang Tianming and Baiyang would escalate again. Jiang Tianming nodded. Dad? Right? I remember Dad didn't have a very good impression of him either. When we first heard that Baiyang had participated in this project, they didn't want us to invest anymore. Little sister, this Baiyang is definitely not a good person. He will be my rival in the future. If you see him again, you must cut ties with him, understand? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianai felt a surge of emotion welling up in her eyes, almost bursting forth. But she struggled to hold back, and then nodded. Jiang Tianming noticed his sister's strange expression and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Just as I was about to ask more questions, another commotion came from downstairs. Why did she go to Shenzhen all of a sudden? Why are you asking me? She's your daughter. Who else should I ask if not you? When Jiang Tianming heard Jiang Tao calling, he instinctively shuddered. Dad, who are you arguing with? Jiang Tianai quickly wiped her eyes and said, It's our older sister, Jiang Kaiwe. Let's go down and see. In the living room, Jiang Kaiwe said, No matter what, she said she's in Shenzhen and even in the hospital. I have to bring her back right away. Jiang Tao stopped her, saying, It's not appropriate for you to go. Why did Xia go to Shenzhen? Wasn't it to avoid you? These words were meant to criticize Jiang Kaiwe, but Jiang Kaiwe just laughed. Haha, Mr. Jiang. So you know that when a daughter is dissatisfied with her parents, she will run away and not want to see them. Jiang Tao, annoyed by the counterattack, said, What time is it, Kaiwe? Are you still going to argue with me like this? If the marriage with the Yin family falls through, who do you think will suffer the most? Jiang Kaiwe said, Then what do you suggest we do? If I don't go, are you going? Jiang Tao asked. Bai Wen, Bai Yun, and Bai Ting, go ahead. Jiang Kaiwe waved her hand. Impossible, they can't persuade Bai Xia. She knew her daughters well. Bai Wen and Bai Yun always listened to Bai Xia, and she had never seen Bai Xia listen to them. Bai Ting and Bai Xia have no connection, and Bai Xia wouldn't pay any attention to her. Jiang Tao frowned. If all else fails, let Bai Yun Tao go. Jiang Kaiwe sneered. Then I might as well go. After Bai Yun Tao could no longer hide the fact that he had framed Bai Yang at home and used Bai Xia as a pawn against Bai Yang, Bai Xia lost contact with Bai Yun Tao. In Jiang Tsayue's eyes, Bai Xia was already of one mind with Bai Yang and was no longer satisfied with either her or Bai Yun Tao. Jiang Tao sighed. That's going to be difficult. What if Shang is here after graduation? That good for nothing is even worse. Jiang Tsayue's temples throbbed as she mentioned her ex-husband. He only knows how to ruin things. Jiang Tao sighed helplessly and complained. Why would she go to Shenzhen? Although Bai Xia took the initiative to contact Jiang Kaiwe, she remained vague about going to the Yin family, clearly showing that she was still very resistant to the marriage. But what's done is done. There's no turning back now. Besides, Nkongzu has already made it clear that he has his eye on Bai Xia. If he goes back on his word now, do you think the Yin family will let it go? Jiang Kaiwe chuckled coldly. What are you going to Shenzhen for? I bet it's still because of that rebellious son. Jiang Tao asked in confusion. Bai Yang? Is he also in Shenzhen? I don't know, but whenever Bai Xia acts abnormally, it's always related to that rebellious son. Who knows? She might just act like a fool again and go to Bai Yang to beg for mercy or something. Jiang Kaiwe grew angrier as she spoke. I've wasted my time teaching her. She has no backbone at all. That rebellious son is now determined to oppose us, yet he still harbors illusions. How foolish. Bai Yang. In Shenzhen? Jiang Tianai, who was standing by the stairs, felt her heart pounding when she heard this. Jiang Tianming was even more puzzled. How did this get involved with Bai Yang again? Jiang Tao sighed deeply. This is difficult. Who should we send? I'll go. Jiang Tianai came downstairs. Jiang Tao turned around and saw that Jiang Tianming and Jiang Tianai, a brother and sister, were eavesdropping upstairs. Dad. Jiang Tianming hid behind Jiang Tianai like a thief, cautiously glancing at Jiang Tao. When he saw Jiang Kaiwei, he realized that this still charming young woman was his half-sister. Jiang Tianming was meeting this woman for the first time, and his heart was already pounding because of her loud voice and sharp demeanor. That's kind of intimidating, isn't it? Jiang Kaiwei glanced at the brother and sister, sat down sideways, looked straight ahead, and fell silent. Jiang Tao asked doubtfully, "You're going? Will it make any difference if you go?" Jiang Tianai said, "In terms of seniority, I am Bai Xia's aunt, and we have a good relationship. It just so happens that my brother is also going to Shenzhen. If we go together, we can look out for each other." Jiang Tao looked at Jiang Tianming and asked, "Tianming, what are you going to Shenzhen for?" Jiang Tianming answered honestly, "Yes, it was young master who sent me, saying that we needed to discuss the shared power bank issue. Dad, I really am going to discuss serious business." Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, then you can go, but remember to come back early, especially Bai Xia. You must bring her back before the new year." Jiang Tianai nodded. "Okay, Dad, I will definitely bring Bai Xia back." At this moment, her heart rate continued to increase. She herself was unsure whether she could bring Bai Xia back. But upon hearing Bai Yang's name and learning that he was already in Shenzhen, Jiang Tianai impulsively stepped forward. She had no idea what would happen next. Hopefully, something good will happen. At least they can bring Bai Xia back. Just then, another person ran in from outside. "Grandpa, Mom." Bai Yuntao was pale, with beads of sweat on his forehead. "Have you heard anything about my older sister?" Chapter 198, Everyone Goes to Shenzhen. Seeing Bai Yuntao like this, Jiang Kaiwei stood up, took out a tissue, and went over to wipe his sweat. "Really? Why did you run so fast? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Bai Yuntao took the tissue and swallowed hard. "Mom, what happened to my eldest sister?" After learning of Bai Xia's disappearance, Bai Yuntao was so anxious that he couldn't sleep. He originally thought he could get close to Bai Xia and establish a relationship with the Yin family in Jin province. But Bai Xia just had to pull a fast one. Bai Yuntao inwardly resented Bai Xia, but he had to pretend to be very concerned. Jiang Tianming saw Bai Yuntao and said with some disdain, "Bai Xia has been found. Tianai, and I will go pick her up soon. You can go back to sleep." Jiang Kaiwei turned her head. "Who gave you the right to talk to my son like that?" Jiang Tianming was startled, took 2 steps back, and lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Bai Yuntao didn't care about any of that. "Do you already know where my eldest sister is? How is she now? Is everything all right? It's been so long since we last saw each other. I hope something has happened to her. What if she's disfigured or missing an arm or a leg? What will happen if the Yin family doesn't want her anymore?" Jiang Kaiwei said, "It's nothing. He probably just threw a tantrum and went out to clear his head. Someone will bring her back soon. Just focus on your career." When Bai Yuntao heard Jiang Kaiwei say this, he gradually felt relieved. Only then did he have time to be angry with Jiang Tianming. And then he said, "Okay, by the way, Mom, I'm going to Shenzhen soon." "You're going to Shenzhen too?" Jiang Tianming was taken aback. "What are you going to do?" "You should know that young Master Zhang is also in Shenzhen. Could it be that Bai Yuntao is going to find him? But young Master Zhang has already said he only wants to see me. Could it be that he has changed his mind?" Bai Yuntao chuckled lightly. "Uncle, isn't it unnecessary for you to ask that? I have my own personal matters to attend to, don't I? Besides, I have quite a few friends in Shenzhen. Can't I go see them, and we all have a few drinks together?" Jiang Tianming was speechless after being rebuked. He was worried that Zhang Gongzi had made some secret agreement with him, but was not letting him know. He was anxious but helpless. Jiang Tianai, not understanding what was going on, thought it was something good and said, "That's great. With Xiao Tao accompanying us, everyone will have company on this trip to Shenzhen." Jiang Tianming snorted and went upstairs. Jiang Tao had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Why is everyone going to Shenzhen? 3 days later, in Shenzhen, Zhang Jingxue arrived at the hospital carrying a bag and found Bai Xia folding blankets next to her hospital bed. Miss Bai, what are you doing? After putting the things down, Zhang Jingxue quickly stepped forward. The doctor said you need to be observed for another 2 days. Bai Xia said, I feel much better than before. I've started eating again these past few days, so I should be fine. Zhang Jingxue asked, so here are you going next? Bai Xia paused for a moment, then said, I don't know either. Maybe I'll stay here for a few more days. My friend will come and take care of me. Thank you for your concern. Thank you so much for these past few days. She glanced at the ward door. Isn't Xiaoyang coming? Zhang Jingxue said, my brother is busy and doesn't have time to come. Bai Xia gave a wry smile. It's not that you're busy, it's that you don't want to see me at all, right? Zhang Jingxue swallowed hard, then took the contents of the bag out and said, Miss Bai, this is what my mother bought for you. She heard that you were malnourished, so she bought you a lot of supplements. Looking at these things, Bai Xia said, Aunt Feng is so kind. My mother treated her so badly in the past, but now she's still so good to me. I feel so unworthy. Please thank Annie for me and take the things back. Zhang Jingxue added, Miss Bai, my mother said that no matter what, you are still my brother's sister. No matter how bad Jiang Kaiwei is, it's her business and has nothing to do with you. As for what happened between you and my brother, you two should handle it yourselves. My mom is just acting according to her principles, so don't worry about it. I went through so much trouble to get these things, you can't expect me to take them back untouched, can you? After hearing this, Bai Xia smiled and said nothing more. Zhang Jingxue and Bai Xia completed the discharge procedures together and sat and waited at the door for a while. A taxi pulled up, and Su Jiao got out and quickly walked forward. Seeing Bai Xia like this, Su Jiao's expression instantly turned into a mask of pain. Xia, what happened to you? Isn't morbid beauty good? Bai Xia made a not-so-funny joke, then asked, Did you bring cash? There are 1,000. Give them all to me. Bai Xia took the money from Su Jiao and handed it to Zhang Jingxue. Jingxue, thank you for these past few days. Zhang Jingxue quickly pushed it away. Miss Bai, I can't accept this money. My brother will be angry. Bai Xia smiled and forced the message onto her. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, Xiaoyang won't know about this. I can't accept your kindness for nothing, and it's already a lot of trouble for you to have Mr. Zhang tell me Xiaoyang's address. Please accept this. It will make me feel better and help me recover faster. After hearing this, Zhang Jingxue could only hold the 1,000 yuan bill blankly and watch Bai Xia leave in the car. In the car, Su Jiao took a bag of milk out of her bag and handed it to Bai Xia. Your mom has been looking for you like crazy these past few days. I heard she even had a fight with your dad. Have you told them? Bai Xia took the milk but didn't drink it. I told you. They'll probably send someone to pick me up soon, and then I'll go to the Yin family to pay my respects for the new year. Su Jiao asked, Is your mother coming? Bai Xia shook her head. My mom is probably still waiting for me to apologize to her, so she'll probably send someone else instead. By the way, how's the thing I asked you to look into coming along? Su Jiao sighed. If you still remember what I did for you, then don't just disappear like that, okay? We found out. Your mother did indeed have a first love, and it was someone from the Yin family. His name is in Chengxin, and he is in Kangzu's uncle. The two did indeed have a child together. Bai Xia frowned. This child wouldn't be. Su Jiao shook her head. It's not Bai Yuntao. I can be 100% sure. And Chengxin went abroad 20 years ago and spent the next 5 years abroad. The timeline doesn't match up, so he can't be Bai Yuntao's biological father. And I also had someone retest the hairs of your mother and Bai Yuntao that you secretly collected last time. There is definitely no blood relation. Bai Xia took a sip of milk. Her brain desperately needed energy. Mom had a first love and a child. Who could that child be? What is his relationship with Xiaoyang? Chapter 199 Heading to Shenzhen. For some time now, Bai Xia has been trying to figure out something. That's why a mother's feelings towards her adopted son and her biological son are so drastically different. Was there some hidden story back then? So she instructed Su Jiao to investigate the events of that year at all costs and to find some clues. Bai Xia asked, Mom had a relationship with An Chengxin from the Yin family, And they even had a child. Not many people know about this, right? Su Jiao said. Maybe only a few people in the family know about this. I obtained reliable information through my father's friend, after going through a lot of trouble, from a relative of the family and a knowledgeable doctor. However, we don't know where that child is right now, and it's definitely not Bai Yuntao, which is very strange. Bai Xiao was very puzzled. Looking at the information Su Jiao had given her, she fell into deep thought once again. Su Jiao then added, Xia, don't get caught up in this anymore. You should think about how to politely decline the family's marriage proposal. I will marry him. Bai Xia's answer surprised Su Jiao. What? Bai Xia then said calmly, I am now the sole pillar of the Bai family, and I must shoulder this responsibility. Mom will not be satisfied with the little assets she has. In order to deal with Xiaoyang, she will definitely continue to start new companies, and at the same time support Xiaodao's entrepreneurship to go against Xiaoyang. My marriage to Njia is the last line of defense for the Bai family, and also a form of insurance. If my mother ever passes away, I need to be able to help them. Su Jiao frowned. Xia, aren't you being too pessimistic? $1 billion fortune can't be squandered in an instant, can it? If you marry into the family, you won't have any freedom. Besides, it's far from the emperor's reach, and you won't know what's going on here. If something really happens. Bai Xia covered her eyes and said, I don't know. I'm really tired right now. Su Jiao stopped talking, patted her friend on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry, Xia. I'll always help you. However, Bai Yang hasn't made any moves lately. Isn't that a bit unusual? In the past few months, news about Bai Yang has almost disappeared, with only news about Pingo and King of Glory mobile game. Despite his thriving career, he remained out of the public eye, which made both Bai Xia and Su Jiao feel that something was amiss. Bai Xia added, I hope Xiaoyang is busy with work and won't do anything else to our family. Bai Xia felt very sad when she said those words. After all, our home she mentioned is actually Bai Yang's home, isn't it? Su Jiao asked. Xia, what are you planning to do next? Bai Xia said, I'll stay in Shenzhen for a while longer and enjoy the last bit of freedom. If my mother sends someone to pick me up, I will stay for a few days before going back. Su Jiao nodded and said, Okay, I'll make the arrangements. You can relax for the next few days. Of course, remember to take good care of your health first. Bai Xia smiled. Jiao, what would I do without you? Why don't you come with me to Shaanxi province? Su Jiao laughed and scolded. What are you saying? Meanwhile, Bai Yuntao, Jiang Tao, and the others had already set off. In addition to Jiang Tianai, Jiang Tianming also brought Fu Ziqian along. To the outside world, Jiang Tianming said that this was his girlfriend, but in reality, he planned to take Fu Ziqian to meet the so-called young Master Zhang. Jiang Tianming was not ashamed of this pimping-like behavior. In fact, he thought he was being clever. After hearing Jiang Tianming's introduction, Jiang Tianai smiled at Fu Ziqian and said, Hello, Sister Xiaoqian. I'm Tianai. By the way, should I call her sister-in-law? By the way, are you also studying in the U.S.? Fu Ziqian laughed somewhat awkwardly. This. Jiang Tianai thought she was just shy and reached out to pull her. But soon, Jiang Tianming pulled Jiang Tianai to his side. What sister-in-law? What do you know? You're just a kid. Jiang Tianai found it strange and didn't understand why her brother reacted so strongly to her getting close to his girlfriend. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. Fu Ziqian knew perfectly well what was going on, but she didn't say anything on the surface. On the plane, the three of them chatted awkwardly for a few minutes in first class, and Jiang Tianai fell asleep after saying only a few words. Looking at his sleeping younger sister, Jiang Tianming turned to Fu Ziqian and said, My younger sister is rather naive, so don't lead her astray. Fu Ziqian said coldly, What? Now you think I'm dirty? Weren't you quite eager to get your hands on me back then? You still dare to talk? Jiang Tianming glanced at Jiang Tianai across the aisle, as if afraid she would hear him, and then said, Listen carefully. If it weren't for young Master Zhang liking you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. If you can please young Master Zhang this time, I will reward you handsomely. But other than that, you better not cause any more trouble. Fu Ziqian snorted. Fine, money talks, you're right, okay? She cursed Jiang Tianming fiercely in her heart. You idiot. Young Master Zhang has long distrusted you, and you still think he's treating you well? I will tell you everything you've said and done, in great detail, Mr. Zhang. Compensation? Young Master Zhang will give me more. You stingy bastard, if it weren't for the Jiang family's wealth, would I have even given you a second glance? Jiang Tianming didn't notice the resentful look in Fu Ziqian's eyes when she looked at him. He was just thinking about Bai Yuntao again. Could this guy also be going to see young Master Zhang? If that's the case, then Pikachu's future business won't be something he'll also get involved in, right? What exactly is young Master Zhang thinking? If Bai Yang is squeezed out, and then Bai Yuntao comes along to share the limelight with you, it won't be any better. During this time together, Jiang Tianming gradually realized that he was no match for Bai Yuntao. On the one hand, Bai Yuntao is smarter than him. Bai Yuntao may not be a good person, but he got into Yinbei University through his own abilities. Jiang Tianming had lived abroad for many years and could barely speak English. He only knew how to drink and have fun, and he knew his own limitations. You can't do business if you're not smart. On the other hand, it's because Bai Yuntao has Jiang Kaiwe behind him. Although Jiang Kaiwe is his older sister, he is not close to her. If there had been such a powerful businesswoman constantly supporting Bai Yuntao and offering advice, Jiang Tianming would never have won. He had considered asking Jiang Tao for help, but this time, he organized the Pikachu shared charging service to prove to Jiang Tao that he could do it all by himself. Jiang Tianming gritted his teeth. Never mind, I will eliminate anything that stands in my way. Chapter 201 Meal, 2 Tables of Guests. Coincidentally, Bai Yuntao also brought a female companion with him to Shenzhen this time. This female companion is Bai Yun. Since being blacklisted, Bai Yun has been living a rather aimless and confused life. After losing her career and job, Bai Yun was completely idle, but she didn't know how to do anything else. Although the Bai family had the means to let her live off them, Bai Yun herself couldn't stand it for long. Moreover, Bai Yun was brought down when she was about to reach the peak of her career, and the humiliation and unease she felt made her very unwilling. Bai Yun was at a loss, but she kept trying to find someone to help her. Unfortunately, the reason for her ban was too serious, and many people said they were powerless to do anything about it, and no one dared to use her again. She was smitten after learning that Jiang Tao had met a young, wealthy man from Shenzhen. This might be my last lifeline. On the plane, Bai Yuntao said to Bai Yun, "Third sister, don't worry, I will definitely persuade that young master to help you when we go to Shenzhen this time. Even if he can't help you, your brother will never give up on you." Bai Yun was deeply moved and said, "Little brother, I haven't spoiled you for nothing. When I make my comeback, I will definitely thank you properly. By the way, how did you manage to contact that young master? Wasn't it always my uncle who had his phone number before?" Bai Yuntao smiled smugly. "It's very simple. I was drinking with my uncle before, and when he was drunk, I wrote down the number while looking through his call history on his phone. Uncle is too selfish. He has such a good benefactor, yet he keeps it a secret from us. How can this be allowed? I only spoke with that young master for less than 5 minutes before he agreed to see me." Bai Yuntao spoke with great pride, believing he had accomplished something remarkable, and felt no sense of anything amiss. Bai Yun was also very happy, clapping her hands and laughing. "As expected of my good younger brother, you are truly outstanding. Uncle really acted unfairly in this matter. In the first place, this young master shouldn't have been his exclusive benefactor." The two siblings were in high spirits and headed straight for Shenzhen. At the same time, Bai Yang had already made preparations. He put on a wig and looked at himself in the mirror. An hour ago, Suyu had already done his makeup, and he was now quite different from the Bai Yang that many acquaintances remembered. And this face is the same Zhang Yang that Jiang Tao saw when Bai Yang went to the nightclub to find Jiang Tao. No wonder some people say that makeup is one of the 3 great sorceries of Asia. It's true. Bai Yang gave Suyu a thumbs up. Amazing. Suyu crossed her arms and laughed. "It's all right. But seriously, are you really sure? Won't it cause trouble if we take action against Bai Yuntao and Shenzhen?" Bai Yang said, "If I can't even handle him, then what's the point of all the money I've earned? Just do as I say." I originally planned to have a good winter break, but he couldn't stand the loneliness and actually got my number from Jiang Tianming. There's nothing I can do about it. He's courting death. This winter, God has destined me to treat him well. His phone rang as soon as he finished speaking. Bai Yang picked it up and saw that it was a call from Jiang Tianming. It seems the uncle arrived before the nephew. Bai Yang smiled and then asked, Jiang Tianming, is something the matter? Jiang Tianming said very politely, Young Master Zhang, hello. I have just arrived in Shenzhen. I wonder if I could do you the honor of having dinner with me tonight. Bai Yang glanced at the time and said, Okay. Jiang Tianming then asked, By the way, I also brought Xiao Qian and my sister with me. Can they come and meet you too? Bai Yang said, Okay. Wait, your sister? Jiang Tianai is here too? Hearing that Bai Yang's tone was off, Jiang Tianming asked, Yes, it's my sister. Is there a problem? Bai Yang was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, then said, That's no problem. It's just that I didn't know you had a younger sister. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I'd better not see too many people. Just have Xiao Qian come over. Jiang Tianming's tone was clearly disappointed, and then he said, Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll send you the address in a bit. Bai Yang put down his phone and said to Su Yu, I really didn't expect Jiang Tianai to come too. Su Yu laughed. You don't know your real identity, do you? Bai Yang shook his head. Impossible. I guess Jiang Tianai came because of Bai Xia. I heard from Xiaojing that Bai Xia has already told Jiang Kaiwei and the others her location, and Jiang Kaiwei will definitely send someone to pick her up. Bai Xia's marriage to the Yin family seems to be going poorly. Jiang Kaiwei and Jiang Tao came in person, but Bai Xia is prone to rebelling. She won't listen to the others either. So we had to send Jiang Tianai over to try and persuade Bai Xia. Su Yu asked, So you're going to continue avoiding her? Bai Yang said, Should I avoid seeing her? Su Yu nodded. Yes, you're just avoiding her like this. On the other hand, I still think you should just reveal your identity. Wouldn't that make things easier for everyone? Why make things so complicated? Are you afraid of hurting her feelings? Bai Yang didn't say anything, but checked her makeup in the mirror again to make sure she wouldn't be discovered, then changed her clothes and went out. Half an hour later, Bai Yang appeared at the agreed hotel with 2 bodyguards. Jiang Tianming arranged to meet at 8:30 p.m., but it's only 7:30 p.m. now. You two, quietly follow behind me and keep watch at the door of the private room, without attracting attention. Come in when I call you on my cell phone. The 2 bodyguards nodded to indicate that they understood. Bai Yang went to the 2nd floor of the hotel, chose a seat with a view of the 1st floor, ordered the food, took out his phone, and sent the message with the address and time that Jiang Tianming had given him to Bai Yuntao. Now we just have to wait and see what happens. At 8 o'clock, Bai Yang saw a man and a woman. Familiar figures appeared. It was Bai Yuntao and Bai Yun. Bai Yun had clearly dressed up. She was wearing a red and black off-shoulder mini dress, with black stockings covering her thighs, and her lipstick was particularly bright and prominent. Hee, even Bai Yun is here. Bai Yang laughed and said, This is going to be quite a spectacle. Very good indeed. To teach Bai Yuntao a lesson and also deal with this bastard, that's something to look forward to. Bai Yang poured himself a glass of red wine, then turned to the floor-to-ceiling window and carefully looked at the scene below. Not long after, another familiar couple walked in. Jiang Tianming and Fu Ziqian walked in and immediately saw Bai Yuntao and Bai Yun. What are you all doing here? Chapter 2, Oh When You're Stupid.